The youngest, 8th-level fitter in the 21st century? What could he do in the Tang dynasty? Make horseshoes. The man looked at the unfamiliar young face in the bronze mirror and wished he could be struck by lightning again. It turned out that the man was struck by lightning when he was off work. When he woke up, he was already a 15-year-old landlord in the 9th year of Wuda in the Tang dynasty. Both his parents died, and there were only a few servants left in the family. The most terrible thing was that he was familiar with history and knew that the Turkic army would attack Jailing in 50 days. Just as the man was packing up his belongings and preparing to run away, the moment he touched the gold ingot, the system suddenly activated. Ding! Current dynasty currency detected. System activated. Fang Er was overjoyed, thinking he could change his fate. But when he opened them all he saw were junks of the level of a $2 store. Corn cobs, plastic combs, toothpicks. What's even worse is that it costs 100 points to refresh them all once. And once the novice period is over, you can only refresh manually 3 times a month. I'm afraid this system is a fake. But Fang Er soon discovered that these junks were treasures in the Tang dynasty. A mirror was sold for 10,000 taels of silver. Homemade liquor made Cheng Yaojin drink until he forgot everything. And even a small blue pill could make Zhang Yuanwei cry and beg him sell it. After Niao and his men found and brought the bamboo that Fang Er requested, Fang Er connected the bamboo tubes together section by section, connected one end to the pot lid and the other end to the empty wooden tube next to it. In this way, the simple steam pipe was completed. Then he asked Niao to bring all the wine jars from the backyard and pour them into the pot. Fang Er lit the flame and started heating. Soon, the strong aroma of wine filled the air. The steam in the pot flowed out along the pipe, and Fang Er wrapped the prepared warm towel around the pipe to help cool the steam. Gradually, the clear wine dripped through the pipe and into the empty wooden barrel. Fang Er would take some from the bowl from time to time and taste the flavor. After taking the first bite, Fang Er's face immediately turned red. The pungent taste of the wine stimulated his mouth, and after flowing into his stomach, it was like a ball of fire burning. Damn, that's too careless. Fangakost invutli. This guy was really drunk. The alcohol content was probably around 60 or 70 degrees. As the fire continued to burn, the alcohol gradually faded. When the alcohol tasted almost gone, Fang Er decided to put out the fire. Looking at the 2 full jars of wine, Fang Er picked up the wine barrel and shook it gently a few times to mix the wine evenly. He poured out some more wine, tasted it, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, a little interesting. The alcohol content of the wine was about 40 degrees. Fang Er guessed that it was because the bamboo was fresh. There was a hint of bamboo fragrance in the wine. He handed the wine bowl to the butler Zhangbo. Come, Zhangbo, have a taste. Zhangbo took the wine bowl and drank a big sip without hesitation. Fang Er was watching in amazement, and then he saw Zhangbo's face turn red instantly. He turned around abruptly and spat out the wine in his mouth with a puff. Cough, cough, cough. This wine is too strong. I have never drunk such strong wine. Uncle Zhang looked at Fang Er embarrassedly. This kind of distilled wine is very strong, so you have to sip it in small sips. It's okay, try again. Fang Er held back his laughter and comforted him. Uncle Zhang took a small sip carefully and swallowed it slowly. Oh, so cool. When the wine goes in the mouth, it no longer has the previous sour taste, but a rich aroma. The aroma of the wine also carries the fragrance of bamboo, but it is also very spicy. When swallowing, it is like a line of fire going straight to the stomach, and the whole person feels hot instantly. Uncle Zhang, what do you think of this wine? Can it be sold for a good price? Fang Er looked at Uncle Zhang expectantly, wondering whether people of this era could accept wine of this alcohol content. This wine will definitely sell well, especially for those rough guys. They always complain that the wine is not strong enough. The young master is really amazing. Ordinary wine can become so strong after being steamed like this. Zhang Bo praised generously. Okay, buy some more wine these 2 days, steam it, and put it away. I need it. After Fang Er arranged everything, he staggered out. Back in the yard, Fang Er slumped in his chair, turned on the system, and began to carefully search for items worth exchanging. Corn, thermos cup, comb, magnifying glass, toothpick, dental floss, small mirror, nail clippers, screwdriver pliers. 10 things in total. He didn't consider corn. After all, this is a hybrid variety, and it may degenerate if planted. After breeding enough seeds, it will be good if one can yield 2 to 300 kilograms per acre of land. Fang Er doesn't understand the work of seed selection and breeding. As for the thermos cup, he felt that soaking wolfberries had nothing to do with his 15-year-old body. Fang Er looked at the items in the system. He didn't need to consider the comb. He was using a top-quality horn comb. The plastic comb was not worth mentioning. He didn't need a magnifying glass, toothpick, or dental floss either. He thought about the remaining 4 items, among which the nail clippers, screwdriver, and pliers had no practical use at the moment. After all, he didn't need them anywhere for the time being. The small mirror is nice, but he still doesn't know whether this body looks handsome or not. Fang Er stood up, walked back to the bedroom, and exchanged the remaining 25 taels of gold for points. Seeing the 250 shown in the system, he exchanged it for a mirror without hesitation. Ding! The host successfully redeemed for the first time and is rewarded with a storage space. To redeem the item, please open the storage space and claim it yourself. As the system prompt sounded, Fang Er saw a new option on the system window, storage space. After opening it, he saw an 8x5 panel, which looked like the backpack system in the game, divided into grids, a total of 40 grids. Currently, there was only a mirror in the grid. Fang Er thought about it, and a mirror appeared in his hand. It was a square mirror about 20 centimeters long and wide, with a red plastic frame, and it looked like the most ordinary and cheapest one. Fang Er looked in the mirror and saw a handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was very satisfied. He was much more handsome than in his previous life. He tried it, and the mirror disappeared from his hand, then reappeared in the storage space. This system is really thoughtful, Fang Er thought to himself. It is much more convenient than Xing Hebo's warehouse, where people can only exit but not enter. He exchanged 9 mirrors at once, took the wood, and started making mirror frames, removing all the plastic frames and replacing them with wooden frames. 10 wooden-framed mirrors were quickly completed. Fang Er planned to sell them, and he expected to get a good price. In this era, ordinary people would never have the chance to see their own appearance in their entire lives. The most they could do was to look at themselves in clear water. Only wealthy people could use bronze mirrors. A bronze mirror requires a lot of copper, and copper is money. Fang Er's family also has only 1 bronze mirror, but compared with this glass mirror, it is not worth mentioning at all. Fang Er took a mirror, wrapped it with cloth, and put the rest back in the bedroom. He called Yuchi, handed him the wrapped mirror, and they went out together. They passed through the gate and came to the East Market across the road. After walking around for a while, they found a pawn shop. The shop was simply furnished like a bank counter, with 2 small windows and a clerk sitting inside. "Sir, do you want to pawn it or redeem it?" A waiter saw Fang Er coming in, opened the small window, and asked, "I bought this from a foreigner some time ago. See how much it's worth." Fang Er took the cloth bag from the pillar, opened it, and handed the mirror to the waiter. The man took the mirror and saw his own face reflected in it. He was so scared that he almost dropped the mirror. He quickly hugged the mirror tightly to stabilize it. He looked at it carefully for a few seconds and looked at Fang Er in disbelief. "Sir, this is a rare treasure. I don't know what it is called. Do you want to pawn it dead or alive?" The waiter asked cautiously. "This thing is called a mirror. Let's see how much money it can make from it if we pawn it," Fang Er said, pointing at the mirror. "Please wait a moment, sir. This mirror is too valuable. I'll go ask the shopkeeper to come over." After the clerk said this, he handed the mirror back to Fang Er, stood up, and walked into the store. Not long after, an old man with a goatee hurried to the counter and bowed to him, saying, "My name is Cheng, and I am the shopkeeper of Yonghua Pawnshop. Please let me take a look at the mirror. Please feel free to use it. Just don't break it by accident." Fang Er handed the mirror to shopkeeper Cheng nonchalantly. Shopkeeper Cheng took the mirror and was shocked to see his old face reflected in it. The details were so clear that even the pores were visible. "Sir, this item is rare. How much silver would you like to pay for it?" The shopkeeper's eyes were full of surprise, but he didn't dare to make a rash offer, so he looked at Fang Er and asked. Fang Er was not in a hurry to answer, but raised a finger to signal the other party to make an offer. "Sir, are you talking about 100 taels of silver?" the shopkeeper asked tentatively. Fang Er shook his head to express his disapproval. "Then, 1,000 taels of silver?" the shopkeeper continued to ask. Fang Er still shook his head. "It can't be 10,000 taels of silver, right?" "Sir, although this item is precious, 10,000 taels of silver is too outrageous. I'm sorry that our store cannot accept it," the shopkeeper said helplessly. Fang Er didn't say anything, but just continued to stretch out his right hand, indicating that the mirror should be returned to him. Shopkeeper Chung looked in the mirror, then at Fang Er, frowned, and finally stamped his feet fiercely. Forget it, just 10,000 taels of silver. Buddy, go get the money for this young master. Fang Er was overjoyed. 10 taels of silver turned into 10,000 taels in the blink of an eye. He really made a fortune. Not long after, the waiter handed Fang Er a stack of silver notes. Fang Er took it and saw that it was flying money, the most primitive silver note, each with a face value of 100 taels. Fang Er was a little skeptical, worried that this might be a bad check. No flying money, just cash or gold will do. Fang Er said calmly, Sir, our store simply cannot afford to take out so much gold. If you have to pay with cash, you won't be able to take it back. The shopkeeper looked at Fang Er in embarrassment. Gold is the main thing. Whatever you have will be taken, and the rest will be in cash. Don't worry about me not being able to take it away. Fang Er said calmly. He turned to Zhu and said, Zhu, go back and call someone. Zhuzi went out and asked people to prepare. Soon, 400 taels of gold and 6,000 taels of silver were ready. The shopkeeper handed Fang Er a contract. Fang Er carefully checked the contents, signed his name, pressed it with red clay, and returned it to the shopkeeper. At this time, Zhuzi came back with Huzi and Dolly. Seeing the boxes of gold and silver loaded into the car, Fang Er was extremely happy. If you have money, you can really be willful. If you buy a few maids, you can become a genuine, silly young master. Chapter 9. Treasures Attract Thieves. Fang Er, Zhu Zi, and their group of 4 came out of the pawn shop with a cart of gold and silver. At this time, the pawn shop owner looked nervous and pulled the clerk aside. Hurry up and follow him to see whose young master it is. Be careful not to be discovered. I will go and report to the master. The clerk nodded and followed quietly. But Fang Er didn't notice anything at all, and didn't realize that wealth should not be shown off. He still walked swaggeringly, dragging the heavy cart of gold and silver behind him. They returned to the new house. Fang Er looked at the empty gate and couldn't help but frown. Well, no wonder I always felt like something was missing. It turns out that I forgot to carve the plaque. When the 4 of them entered the yard, the follower quietly returned to the pawn shop. Boss, they entered the house next door that was sold by Mr. Meng. They should have just moved in. There is not even a plaque. As for whether there is any background behind it, we don't know for the time being. The clerk lowered his head and reported in a low voice. After listening to this, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment and thought to himself, this is not simple. He accepted the mirror today. He must have some shameful intentions. How could that young man have such a valuable thing in his hand without some background? He smiled, turned to the waiter, and said, Look at you, what are you afraid of? Go inform Zhou Tong and the others, and send 2 capable people to check the situation of the house at night. The shopkeeper was not sure and wanted to find out more before making a decision. So he decided to send someone to find out Fang Er's background. At night, Fang Er finished his dinner and casually lay on the bed thinking about his future life. He felt a little depressed. The vegetables are steamed and boiled. The meat is not cooked in any other way except roasting, and the salt is green salt. Although the family conditions are not bad, this is too monotonous. Ordinary people may not even be able to afford salt, right? He felt that he was suffering. Just as Fang Er was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of tiles breaking from the roof. Fang Er sat up suddenly, startled, and quickly looked around for something to protect himself. But there was nothing in the room except some sundries. He quickly opened the system in exchange for 2 long screwdrivers. The 2 screwdrivers were extended to nearly 1 foot long, and holding them in his hands gave Fang Er a little more sense of security. He held the knife and pricked up his ears alertly. The movement on the roof gradually stopped. Fang Er's heartbeat accelerated, and he shouted in a low voice, Someone come. Xiaoqing heard it and ran in immediately. Just as she was about to ask, Fang Er immediately signaled her to keep quiet and whispered, Go call Zhuzi and the others. Someone broke into the house. Xiaoqing turned pale with fear and began to tremble. If a thief broke in the middle of the night to steal money, that would be fine. But if he had other purposes, the maids would be in danger. Seeing Xiaoqing still in a daze, Fang Er hurriedly urged, Go quickly. Don't just stand there. Go find the pillar. Xiaoqing then reacted and stumbled out. Fang Er hastily put on his clothes, hid the 2 screwdrivers in his sleeves, and hurried out of bed. At this time, Zhou Tong and his 3 accomplices on the roof heard the movement in the house and immediately squatted on the roof without moving. After a while, they were sure that there was no movement in the house, so they carefully lifted a tile and looked down quietly. They saw Fang Er quietly walking out of the house. Zhou Tong was delighted and whispered to his accomplice, "The owner of this house is really careful, even more like a thief than us. Seeing how cautious he is, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago." However, just as he was about to observe further, he suddenly heard Fang Er's hurried footsteps coming from the room. "Go, catch him alive." Zhou Tong gave an order and immediately broke through the roof and jumped down. The three accomplices behind him followed closely and fell quickly. When Fang Er heard the sound, he immediately stopped hiding and rushed out of the yard, ready to escape. Zhuzi and Huzi were living in the gatehouse. When they saw Xiaoqing running over, they asked in panic, "Xiaoqing, what happened?" The young master said there was a thief in the house. "Go quickly." After hearing this, Zhuzi immediately picked up the bolt and whispered to Huzi, "Let's go and take a look. We must not let anything happen to the young master." The two of them ran quickly to the inner courtyard, just in time to see Fang Er rushing out of the bedroom, as if he was being chased by a dog. Zhuzi stepped forward quickly and protected Fang Er behind him. "Don't be afraid, young master. Huzi, go find Dali and Youliang, go quickly." "Okay, be careful, I'll be back soon." Huzi agreed and ran quickly to find someone. Zhou Tong and his three accomplices came out of the house and saw Zhuzi holding the bolt, standing in the yard and looking at them vigilantly. They immediately laughed and said, "Hey, I heard that your young master has made a fortune recently. We brothers are short of money, so we came here to borrow some money. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money quickly, otherwise." Zhou Tong shook the knife in his hand and looked at Fang Er provocatively. "As long as you pay the money, I guarantee you will be fine." Fang Er was really panicking at this moment, and he became more and more anxious. "I just moved to Chang'an City. How could I get into such trouble in broad daylight?" He had never experienced such a situation before, and his mind was in a state of confusion. However, Zhuzi was very calm. He was originally a soldier in the palace, and had seen big scenes, so he was not afraid of these small fights. But he knew that he had been injured and his strength was not as good as before, so he probably couldn't fight for that long. What he hoped most at this moment was that Hu Zi and Ali could arrive soon. Zhuzi whispered to Zhou Tong and the others, "How dare you, little thieves, make trouble here? Do you know where this is?" Changelfang, right next to the East Market, at the foot of the Imperial City. Patrolling soldiers pass by once every incense stick. If you know what's good for you, leave now. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being rude." Zhuzi spoke in a stern tone, but in his heart he was stalling for time, hoping to hold out until Huzi and the others arrived. Chapter 10. Master, rest assured, you can bear it. That's something you have to wait until you're still alive. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he raised his knife and swung it, heading straight for the pillar to chop. His three accomplices followed closely behind, also brandishing knives and rushing towards Zhuzi and others. Just when the situation was critical, Huzi finally arrived with Dali and Ergu, and seeing that the yard was already in a fight, they immediately picked up their weapons and joined the fight. 4 against 4, the number of people is equal, but the difference in the weapons in everyone's hands is too great. Zhuzi was holding the door bolt, Huzi was holding a broom, and Dali and Ergu were each holding a piece of wood left over from making chairs. Within 2 minutes, the wooden planks and the broom were chopped off by the knife, and even the shoulder of the pillar was cut by Zhou Tong. The wound was more than 10 centimeters long, and blood kept flowing out. At this time, the 3 carpenters were still steaming wine in the kitchen and had no idea that a fierce fight was taking place outside. Zhuzi and the others were about to give up when suddenly a rough voice came from the front yard. "Hey, little brother, the wine in your house smells so good that it makes me want to drink from afar." Cheng Yaojin had a full beard and was stunned as he looked at the melee in the yard. When he saw Zhou Tong and the other 3 wearing night clothes, he immediately realized that something was wrong. "Catch him for me." Cheng Yaojin waved his hand, and several soldiers behind him rushed forward quickly. Together with Zhuzi and others, they subdued Zhou Tong and others in a few moves. This is right under the feet of the emperor, less than 2 miles away from the imperial palace. You dare to come here to commit crimes. You are really not afraid of death." Cheng Yaojin said to Zhou Tong and others who were subdued. Then he turned to his soldiers and said, "Take these people away and hand them over to the bad guys. Let them interrogate them thoroughly." After the soldiers took Zhou Tong and the others away, Cheng Yaojin walked up to Fang Er, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Little brother, I saved your life. Tell me what kind of wine is this in your house? I smelled the fragrance from a long way away and finally found you." Fang Er, who was originally nervous, felt relieved after seeing Zhou Tong and others being subdued. However, Cheng Yaojin's slap almost made him fall, so he immediately supported him. Cheng Yaojin smiled and said, "Haha, you are really in such bad shape. I didn't even use much strength. Sit down quickly. I'll have someone bring the wine up." Fang Er sat on a chair in the yard, patted his chest, slowly adjusted his breathing, and calmed down a little. "Thank you for your help, General Cheng. Please stay for a moment, General Cheng. I have a wounded person who needs to be treated." Fang Er quickly arranged for Hu Zi to get some wine, and then asked Cheng Yaojin to sit down. Cheng Yaojin was not polite and sat down directly. Seeing the wound on Zhu Zi's body, he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. I have the best knife wound medicine here. Take it and use it." Fang Er quickly took the porcelain bottle handed over by Cheng Yaojin and ran to Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi was leaning against Dolly at this time, with blood gushing out of the wound on his shoulder. Fang Er helped Zhu Zi to the bedroom, laid him flat on the bed, and gently tore off his clothes. When he saw the wound, his heart tightened. The wound was more than 10 centimeters long, with the skin and flesh turned outward and bleeding. Fang Er was nervous. Such a large wound may get infected if it is not treated properly. We need to disinfect and suture it quickly. Zhu Zi, hold on a little longer. I'll go prepare something. Zhu Zi nodded quickly. Fang Er came out of the house and saw Hu Zi walking towards him with 2 jars in his hands. He hurriedly went over to take one of the jars, put it on the table, and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. "General Cheng, this is the good wine that attracted you here. But this wine is quite strong. Please taste it slowly. I have to go and treat Zhu's wound, so you can enjoy it first." Fang Er bowed politely, took the other jar, and walked back into the house. Cheng Yaojin was a little unhappy, thinking, "Why did you only give me 1 jar of wine? Isn't the young master too stingy?" Moreover, when he heard Fang Er say that he wanted to treat the wound, he was even more confused. Why do I need wine to treat the wound? So, he ignored the jar of wine, stood up and followed Fang Er into the house. Fang Er didn't have the heart to pay attention to Cheng Yaojin at the moment. Zhu Zi's wound was too serious, and he was also extremely anxious. "Zhu Zi, I need to clean and disinfect your wound, otherwise it will easily get infected and put your life in danger. This process will be very painful. You have to bear it. Come, bite this handkerchief in your mouth." Fang Er said. Zhu Zi's face turned pale, but seeing the determination in Fang Er's eyes, he still forced himself to take the handkerchief and bit it in his mouth. Fang Er carefully opened the jar of wine, poured some wine, picked up another handkerchief, dipped it in the wine, and began to wipe the wound on the pillar. When the handkerchief touched the wound, Zhu Zi's whole body tensed up. He was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. Beads of sweat the size of beans emerged from his forehead. He bit the handkerchief tightly with his teeth and was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Fang Er carefully cleaned the wound, and blood and wine mixed together and flowed out. After cleaning the wound, Fang Er looked at the wound that was more than 10 centimeters long and felt anxious. Without suture tools, this wound will heal too slowly. If it gets infected, it will be a big problem. At this time, Cheng Yaojin stood aside, watching Fang Er busy, and asked in confusion, "Brother Fang, now that the wound has been cleaned, why don't you apply the medicine directly?" Fang Er frowned slightly and shook his head. "You can't apply medicine directly. If the wound is not sutured, it will heal too slowly and may get infected. You guys wait, I'll go prepare something." Fang Er hurried out of the house and opened the system. Refresh the system to redeem the store. The system's voice sounded. "Refreshing will deduct 100 points. Do you confirm the operation?" "Confirm, refresh." Following Fang Er's instructions, the goods in the store changed. But when he saw the new goods, his heart sank. "These are useless. There's nothing I need." He thought anxiously. Refresh again. Refresh. However, the results still disappointed him. The redemption store became even more useless. Fang Er angrily smashed the system. "What the hell is going on? I only have points left." He had no choice but to go to the backyard to find Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang was looking at the card of gold and silver at this time. When he saw Fang Er coming, he hurried forward and asked, "Master, have you dealt with the thieves in front?" "We have captured him. Fortunately, General Cheng Yaojin passed by and smelled the wine in our house, so he came in to look for wine. He happened to meet us, and the soldiers caught the thief." Fang Er nodded to Uncle Zhang and said, "Uncle Zhang, give me all the gold you brought back today. I can use it." Chapter 11. hardware store and 2 yuan store. Fang Er briefly told Uncle Zhang what happened before, and then said, Uncle Zhang, give me the gold. Zhangbo didn't think much about it, thinking that Fang Er was going to give it to Cheng Yaojin, so he took out a box and handed it to Fang Er. Fang Er took the box and opened it. There were 40 gold ingots neatly arranged inside, totaling 400 taels of gold. He picked up the box with great effort and walked towards the front yard. When they got to a place where Zhang Bo couldn't see them, Fang Er exchanged the gold for points through the system. When he saw the 4,300 points in the system, Fang Er breathed a sigh of relief. Refresh the system to redeem the store. Fuck. This time, the hardware store turned into an agricultural supply store, which was full of vegetable seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and other things. Fortunately, it didn't become a 2 yuan store again, and Fang Er felt a little hopeful. So he exchanged some vegetable seeds and continued to refresh. The agricultural supply store soon turned into a small supermarket with cigarettes, beer, melon seeds, candy, and other miscellaneous goods. Fang Er exchanged some things at random and continued to refresh. This time, the exchange store turned back into a 2 yuan store. However, the goods this time were different from the first time, and the needle and thread that Fang Er needed finally appeared in it. He quickly exchanged several boxes of steel needles and several large rolls of thread. Then he continued to refresh. The store turned into a clothing store this time. Fang Er exchanged a few clothes and continued to refresh. At this point, he was about to explode with anger. He couldn't stand the constant rotation of hardware stores and agricultural supply stores. Just when he was about to collapse, suddenly a row of medicines appeared. Cephalosporin, alcohol, iodine, gauze, ibuprofen, amoxicillin, loratadine, vitamin C, medical tape, masks. Fang Er's eyes lit up when he saw it. He finally found something useful. Although there was no Yunnan Baiyao, the medicine Cheng Yaojin gave him should not be too bad. Fang Er excitedly began to exchange these medicines in large quantities until he only had 500 points left. Looking at the storage space full of supplies, he smiled with satisfaction. He took out what he needed and put it into the empty box that was no longer filled with gold, then returned to the front yard. Entering the bedroom, Fang Er looked at Juzi with needle and thread in his hand. Juzi's eyes almost popped out. Cheng Yaojin also looked at Fang Er in surprise. I say, little brother, are you going to sew the wound like sewing clothes? Yes, sew it up. The wound will heal faster. Fang Er said. Juzi stared at Fang Er blankly, almost crying. He had endured the heart-wrenching pain when he used alcohol to disinfect just now, but now seeing the needle in Fang Er's hand, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Fang Er comforted him, but he was a little worried. Will these lines work? Huzi Dali, hold the pillar down, don't let him move, hold on. Huzi and Li looked at the glittering steel needle, then looked at the pillar on the bed, and they trembled in their hearts and dared not go forward. What are you waiting for? If you don't do it, I'll stab you. Fang Er was a little anxious. The wound was still bleeding. Huzi was frightened and immediately stepped forward to hold the pillar, and Dali followed suit to hold the other side. Fang Er suppressed his inner discomfort, carefully squeezed the wound of the pillar together, and slowly sewed it with a needle. In less than 3 minutes, the wound was sutured. Although Fang Er felt as if a long time had passed, it was actually only 3 minutes. He put down the needle and thread in his hand and felt a little exhausted. Then, he cleaned the wound again with the alcohol he had prepared in advance, evenly sprinkled the medicine given by Cheng Yaojin on it, and finally bandaged it with gauze. Fang Er exhaled deeply. Shaoqing ran over and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. Cheng Yaojin stood aside, watching all this without interrupting. When he saw Fang Er had finished treating the wound, he hurried forward and grabbed Fang Er's shoulders. Little brother, where did you learn this method? Can it really make the wound heal faster? Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed with excitement. Fang Er patted Ju's back and replied, Don't worry, General Cheng. My wine is very strong. It can kill the invisible poisonous insects on the wound. These poisonous insects will cause the wound to become infected and fester. After killing them, we can sew up the wound. The wound will heal in 7 days at the slowest and 3 to 5 days at the fastest. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was shocked and said quickly, If this is true, then I will go to the emperor to ask for credit. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Fang Er quickly waved his hands, signaling him to calm down. General Cheng, don't worry. Let's go outside and try the bar first. He quickly changed the subject and led Cheng Yaojin to sit outside. In fact, Fang Er had no intention of having close ties with the court. He just wanted to live a stable life, be a salted fish, and enjoy the ordinary days ahead. It's worth making friends with someone like Cheng Yaojin who you meet by chance and helps him solve a big problem. It's also no harm to get to know a tough guy in the army. Xiaoqing followed and poured wine for them. She picked up the wine bowl and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. General Cheng, please. Cheng Yaojin was not polite at all. He picked up the wine bowl and first put it under his nose to smell it. The strong aroma of wine hit his face. He drank the wine in the bowl in one breath. Fang Er looked at Cheng Yaojin's reaction and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. As the wine entered his mouth, Cheng Yaojin immediately felt a spicy taste he had never experienced before, as if his entire mouth was burning with fire. Cheng Yaojin's face flushed, his eyes widened, and he could hardly bear it, but he finally forced himself to swallow the wine. Cheng Yaojin took a breath of cool air, feeling as if his stomach was on fire and his whole body was hot. Good wine. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's reaction, Fang Er was also stunned. He didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin could actually withstand this wine. This bowl of wine must be at least 2 taels. General Cheng has a good alcohol tolerance. Xiaoqing, pour the wine. Fang Er gave a thumbs up sincerely, then picked up the wine bowl and drank slowly in small sips. Xiaoqing quickly refilled Cheng Yaojin's glass. Cheng Yaojin watched Fang Er drinking and realized that he was being a little rash, so he didn't drink it all at once, but instead took small sips like Fang Er. Although the wine was strong, it suited Cheng Yaojin's fiery personality, and he gradually came to like the taste of this wine. The more he tasted it, the more he enjoyed it. It was not as unpalatable as he had imagined. Chapter 12. Find an excuse to visit Dr. Fang. The two of them sipped the wine in silence. Fang Er felt a little uneasy and thought that he should reveal Jie Li's affairs to Cheng Yaojin. Before he could speak, Cheng Yaojin had already put down his wine bowl and spoke first. Little brother, I see there is no plaque on your gate. Did you just move in? General Cheng, I just bought this house yesterday. I originally lived in Fangjiazwang in Jialing. I heard from a traveling doctor that the grassland was planning to invade from Jialing in late August, so I came here to escape. Fang Er said. Fang Er took advantage of Cheng Yaojin's words to mention Jie Li's impending invasion. What did you say? Cheng Yaojin slammed the table and stood up, his eyes full of surprise and nervousness. Is the news you said reliable? Where is the traveling doctor now? Can we find him? He eagerly grabbed Fang Er's clothes, with a flash of anger and anxiety in his eyes. Don't worry, General Cheng. I only heard about it. I don't know where the doctor is now. It's just that I had a high fever a few days ago, and the doctor passed by my house. When he helped me reduce the fever, he mentioned in passing that the grassland would attack Jialing, and that Jie Li would invade in late August. Fang Er explained hurriedly, thinking to himself that the traveling doctor was just a quack and he was no longer in this world anyway, so he could use his information with peace of mind. Cheng Yaojin let go of Fang Er, sat back heavily in the chair, rubbed his face tightly with both hands, obviously thinking about something. Little brother, this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone. Remember? Don't tell anyone. He paused, and then said solemnly to Fang Er, if this is true, you have done a great deed. I have to go to the palace to see the emperor now. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin suddenly stood up, clasped his fists, and saluted to Fang Er, then turned and left. Fang Er looked at his departing figure and could understand Cheng Yaojin's feelings at the moment. After years of fighting, the stable situation they had just enjoyed was suddenly broken by such news, so it was understandable that they were emotional. After returning to the house, Fang Er saw that Juzi had not yet fallen asleep, so he took out 2 cephalosporin pills, handed them to Xiaoqing, and asked her to help Juzi take them. Juzi looked at the 2 small pills, half green and half white, and swallowed them without asking any questions. He took the water handed to him by Xiaoqing and drank a few sips. Thank you, young master. Juzi wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth and said gratefully to Fang Er, we are all family. Besides, you got hurt to protect me. Just lie here and recover. When you are well, you can continue to protect me. Xiaoqing will bring you food for a few days. Don't move around. Be careful not to break the wound. Fang Er carefully helped Juzi pull the blanket and carefully cover the wound. It was summer now, and there were many flies and insects. It would be troublesome if you were bitten. Master, this is not possible. How can I lie on your bed? I can't bear it. When Juzi saw Fang Er covering him with a blanket himself, his eyes turned red and his voice was choked. What's there to be unbearable? Just bear it when I ask you to. Okay, take a rest. Fang Er said impatiently, then turned around and prepared to leave. Xiaoqing followed behind him lightly and left the room. After leaving the room, Fang Er took out a plate of cephalexin from his pocket, took off the pills one by one, and handed them to Xiaoqing. Remember, 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. Let Juzi take it. This medicine can prevent the wound from getting worse. Xiaoqing took the pill, looked at Fang Er, and asked carefully, Master, Brother Juzi lives at your place, so you should go to my place to rest. Xiaohuan and I will sleep together. Fang Er looked at Xiaoqing with a playful smile, and suddenly reached out and gently lifted her chin. Why do you want to go with Xiaohuan? Can't you stay with me, the young master? Xiaoqing blushed slightly at Fang Er's words, lowered her head hastily, and hurried away. Fang Er looked at her flustered back and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha! He put his hands behind his back and walked happily towards the wing room. In the side room, Xiaoqing took off her coat and lay down on Xiaohuan's bed. Xiaohuan was still young, only 12 years old, and in the future she would be just a slightly older child. Today was Xiaoqing's turn to serve Fang Er, and she fell asleep early. The sound of fighting outside could not even disturb her deep sleep. She secretly looked at the sleeping Xiaohuan, turned around, and began to mutter at her heart. What's wrong with the young master today? He actually asked me to stay with him in bed. But if he really wants me to stay with him in bed, what should I do? Suddenly, a strange emotion surged in her heart, and her face flushed. At this moment, Fang Er appeared at the door. Xiaoqing quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Fang Er didn't really let Xiaoqing stay with him in bed. He was just joking just now and didn't expect her to be so nervous. He did not disturb Xiaoqing, but just lay on Xiaoqing's bed with his clothes on, smelling the faint scent of the girl, and gradually fell asleep. Listening to the soft snoring, Xiaoqing suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. The young master actually fell asleep like this? At the same time, Cheng Yaojin entered the palace overnight, met with Li Er, and reported to him in detail the information revealed by Fang Er. Li Er was shocked when he heard this and immediately ordered all the ministers to go to Taiji Palace. Although the ministers had already rested, they still got up in a hurry and rushed to the palace after receiving the summons. Li Er sat on the dragon couch, looking at the ministers in front of him, including Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Gong, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Du, etc., and said calmly, General Cheng just received news that Jieli will invade the south in late August. What do you think, my dear ministers? Everyone was stunned, obviously not expecting to be summoned to the palace at this time. Li Ji, as the governor of Bingzhou, was most sensitive to news from the grasslands, and he immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, I wonder where General Cheng got this news from, and is it reliable? Li Er looked at Cheng Yaojin and said, Tell them what happened in detail. Cheng Yaojin immediately stepped forward and told him exactly what Fang Er had said. Let's not talk about whether General Cheng's information is reliable or not. What we need to discuss now is how we should respond if Jieli really attacks. Li Er looked at the ministers, his tone calm but majestic. Chapter 13. The magic trick was okay. Cheng Yaojin stood aside and said nothing. It was obvious that he had no problem chopping people with an axe, but he was a little overwhelmed when it came to giving advice. Yuchi Haizi is the same as Cheng Yaojin, the type who only cares about fighting and not thinking and is too lazy to use his brain. Fang Xianling took 2 steps and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, in my opinion, it would be better to send out scouts to the grassland to find out whether the news is true, and then send people to find the wandering doctor that General Cheng mentioned. What do you think? Li Er pondered for a while, then turned to do Ru Hui and Changsun Wuji and asked, What do you two think? Changsun Wuji stroked his beard and bowed, saying, I have no objection. Du Ruhui also expressed his agreement with Fang Xuanling's opinion. Li Er nodded. Okay, Li Ji, I'll leave this matter to you. Go back to Bingzhou tomorrow and make sure to find out everything. I obey your order. Li Ji had just returned from Bingzhou, not far from the grassland, so he was the most suitable person to take charge of this matter. Then, Li Er arranged some daily affairs and asked everyone to leave. After leaving Taiji Palace, Cheng Yaojin patted Yuchi Haizi on the shoulder and said, Haizi, my new friend has made a good wine. Shall we go and try it together tomorrow? Since you are so supportive, I'd like to give it a try. Yuchi Haizi also had a special liking for wine, and almost all warriors loved it. The two of them left the palace arm in arm. The next day, Fang Er climbed out of Xiaoqing's bed. Xiaoqing stood by, holding clothes in her hands, ready to put them on Fang Er. It is said that this kind of ancient clothes with layers on the left and right is really uncomfortable to wear in summer. The slightest movement will make you sweat all over. Fang Er has worn enough these days. He completely ignored Xiaoqing beside him and directly took out a modern pure cotton Tang suit from the storage space. Xiaoqing opened her mouth in surprise when she saw a set of clothes suddenly appear in Fang Er's hand. She looked at Fang Er again and said, "Master, is this magic trick okay?" Fang Er raised his eyebrows and smiled mischievously. "How is it? Isn't it amazing?" Then Fang Er took out a cheongsam as if by magic and handed it to Xiaoqing. "Here, this is for you. It will make you feel much cooler when you put it on. Put it on and show it to me." Xiaoqing took the dress, opened it, and looked at it. Her eyes almost burst into stars. Such a beautiful dress felt silky to the touch, and the delicate embroidery on the fabric made her eyes light up. "Wait, this is embroidered with a phoenix." Xiaoqing's face changed, and she quickly threw the cheongsam onto the bed. "Master, where did you get this dress? It's embroidered with a phoenix. Burn it quickly. If people find out, it will be a crime that will lead to the extermination of the clan." There was panic in her voice and tears in her eyes. Fang Er was stunned for a moment before he realized that he really didn't care about the pattern embroidered on the clothes. Seeing Xiaoqing's pale face, he felt a little sorry for her and quickly put the cheongsam back into the storage space, cursing in his heart. This system is really a ripoff. After checking his Tang suit again, Fang Er found that it was only embroidered with a tiger descending from a mountain. He patted Xiaoqing on the shoulder and consoled her. "It's okay, don't be afraid. This is just a trick of the young master. Look, where's the suit embroidered with a phoenix?" Xiaoqing then looked back at the bed, but there was no trace of the cheongsam she had just thrown away. "Master, are you really not lying to me? You really don't have that dress?" She looked at Fang Er in disbelief. "Really not. I was just teasing you. Next time I'll make you something to wear, something similar to this one, but without the phoenix one, don't worry. Okay, go prepare your toiletries." Fang Er comforted her with a smile and let her go out by herself. After Xiaoqing left, Fang Er quickly changed into the pure cotton Tang suit that he had exchanged from the system and felt much more relaxed. This suit was well-fitting and comfortable, which made Fang Er in a good mood. Wearing clothes that were out of tune with this era, he swaggered out of the wing room. Xiaoqing was waiting outside the door, and she was shocked again when she saw Fang Er coming out in a Tang suit. With a height of 1.7 meters, which was considered an excellent figure in that era, Fang Er's handsome face and pure white Tang suit made him look particularly energetic. Xiaoqing felt like a deer was beating wildly in her heart. She had never realized that the young master was so handsome. "Young master, this outfit is so nice." Fang Er raised Xiaoqing's chin and said with a wicked smile, "How is it? Master, do I look handsome in this outfit?" Xiaoqing blushed at Fang Er's teasing, and her heartbeat quickened. "Master, this dress looks really good on you. I have never seen such a dress before." "Haha, young master, I could transform into many things. You will be even more surprised in the future." Fang Er said with a smile, picked up the DIY brush, dipped it in green salt, and started eating. After everything was ready, Fang Er came to the kitchen and found that the three carpenters had already started steaming the wine. The amount of wine to be steamed this time was not much, and it was estimated that it would be completed in one morning. Thinking about the thieves last night, Fang Er decided to add more guards to the house so as not to expose himself to danger again. Yuchi was still recovering from his injuries. He went to check on him and saw that Xiaoqing had already given him some medicine. Yuchi was now asleep again. Fang Er called Hu Zi into Li and headed towards the West Market. The East Market was mainly populated by local shops selling daily necessities, while the West Market was dominated by shops selling livestock, slaves, and some foreign merchants. Slave trading was a legal business in the Tang dynasty. Many prisoners, their families, and even poor families would sell their children or themselves to merchants, and these transactions required official documents to guarantee them. What Fang Er wanted to buy was a legal slave. That's how the three carpenters in his family came from. When he arrived at the West Market, a strong smell of cow and sheep feces hit him in the face, causing Fang Er to frown, cover his mouth and nose, and observe as he walked. Chapter 14. No need to buy a car or a house. A Persian businessman with a big nose is selling his goods to passers-by in poor Tang dynasty elegant language. Yes, that's right. Behind him was a group of ragged foreign women, and they were his cargo. Fang Er just looked at them without stopping. He had no interest in them. Foreign women had large pores and strong body odor. Well, he really didn't like them. Han beauties were what he liked best. He continued walking forward, and not far away, he found a group of black slaves behind a merchant. They were all skinny, wearing only a loincloth with bare feet, looking around with a hint of pleading in their eyes. Sir, our Kunlun slaves just arrived yesterday. They have been trained. They are obedient, eat little, are strong, and can do anything. How about buying a few? The merchant saw Fang Er staring at the black slave and quickly approached him. He's as thin as a black monkey, but he's so strong. Don't let him die of exhaustion after just 2 days. Fang Er looked disdainful. If these guys were really capable, he would believe it, provided they were well cared for a period of time. But he really didn't believe that they could work without getting tired, as the businessman said. Fang Er waved his hand at the businessman disdainfully and continued to walk forward. At this moment, a roar suddenly came. You bitch! Dare to run! I will beat you to death. Fang Er turned around and saw a businessman whipping a young girl. Seeing the girl's appearance, Fang Er was stunned. This fucking thing, and that person from the future. Well, Fang Er swore. He just felt that the girl's appearance reminded him of the past, and he really didn't care about anything else. At this time, more and more people gathered around. The merchant whipped the girls back again. Stop! Fang Er couldn't bear it anymore. Anger suddenly surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but shout. How could a beautiful woman like this be beaten like this? When a merchant heard someone try and stop him, he was about to get angry, but when he saw Fang Er wearing an extraordinary outfit, his face changed, and he immediately changed his attitude. He walked up to Fang Er and bowed respectfully. My name is Zhang, and I'm the owner of this pawn shop. Sir, are you interested in this little girl of mine? It's not a matter of whether I like her or not. I just can't bear to see you bullying a weak woman like this. Tell me the price, and I'll take her away if it's suitable. Fang Er responded coldly, with dissatisfaction in his tone. Shopkeeper Zhang looked Fang Er up and down, and when he saw that Fang Er was wearing unique clothes, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Then, he glanced at the exquisite embroidery of a descending tiger on Fang Er's chest, and thought to himself that this man must be no simple character. 100 taels of silver. This is a lady from a wealthy family, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her father committed a crime and implicated the whole family. It is rare to find such a lady in normal times. What do you think? Why don't you take her home to be a bed-warming maid? Shopkeeper Zhang had a sly smile on his face and made an expression that said, you know what I mean. After hearing this, Fang Er was furious. You know what I mean? However, Manager Zhang's offer was really outrageous. Fang Er sneered in his heart and decided to use some tricks. The audience around began to whisper and discuss. Hey, Shopkeeper Zhang is really ruthless. Seeing how well-dressed this young man is, he actually directly offered a price of 100 taels. Look at his clothes. They're really extraordinary. The embroidery of the tiger is exquisite. I wonder where it was produced. Will this young man really pay 100 taels? Aha, these rich young men like to do things their own way, so they bought a maid and trained her for fun. When Fang Er heard these words, his expression immediately changed. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm being treated as a fool? These are not important. I just can't stand you whipping people. 100 taels is too expensive. 20 taels. If it works, it's a deal. If not, you can keep it and whip it slowly. Fang Er didn't want to be a sucker. Judging from the look on Zhang's face, this man was definitely ready to rip him off. It wasn't the first time he encountered this kind of situation, so he was thinking about wasting as little money as possible. You are really good at bargaining. How can you bargain like this? Shopkeeper Zhang was unhappy when he saw Fang Er's insistence, but he continued to test him. I won't sell it to you for 50 taels if you don't pay a penny less. His face darkened, and his words became even harsher. Seeing this, Fang Er waved his hand directly, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Hu Zi, go. He said no more, winked at Hu Zi, and prepared to leave with his men. When Zhang saw Fang Er was about to leave, he became anxious and shouted, Sir, please go slowly. 20 taels is 20 taels. Seeing that you have an extraordinary temperament, let's just treat it as making friends. Fang Er couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Huh, so straightforward. Did I give too much? He turned around and pretended to look at Zhang with a painful expression. Shopkeeper Zhang looked at Fang Er with gritted teeth, but he knew in his heart that this was his chance to lower the price, so he could only give in for now. Hurry up and give me the document for selling my body. Shopkeeper Zhang's face changed, and he shouted to the shopkeeper next to him. The shopkeeper ran to the back and took out a document and handed it to shopkeeper Zhang. As manager Zhang took the document, he said to Fang Er, "Sir, this 20 taels is already my cheapest. You can do whatever you want." Fang Er took the document and raised his lips slightly. "Well, that's good." He paid the money, put away the document, and asked again, "Does your store have any servants that I can buy back to be the guards?" When shopkeeper Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly pulled Fang Er into the shop. Huzi followed him in, while Dolly stood outside guarding the girl he had just bought. Shopkeeper Zhang led Fang Er around the main hall and directly into the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, there were a number of slaves waiting to be sold, standing in groups here and there. "Sir, these are our store's top-quality goods. They are strong and healthy, with complete documents. The price is fixed, 5 taels for men and 10 taels for women. How many do you need?" Shopkeeper Zhang pointed at the servants and introduced them, with a shrewd look in his eyes. Chapter 15. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Gong. Fang Er looked at these people and was silent for a moment and began to think. 10 men, 5 women, no old ones, Huzi, go pick them. After briefly explaining the requirements, Fang Er sat on the steps to the side, ready to wait. Not long after, Huzi came over with 15 slaves. Fang Er took a quick look and found that all the slaves looked good, with no sick or disabled people. He nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the formalities for the 15 people were completed, and after paying the silver, Fang Er and the other 2 returned to the new house with the 16 newly bought servants. Zhang Bo had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Fang Er and his friends coming back, he quickly came over and said, "Master, the wine has been steamed. I asked them to carve a plaque. Do you think it needs to be changed?" Fang Er looked up and saw that, as expected, a plaque with the words Fang's house had been hung on the gate of the new house. "That's great. No need to change it. Uncle Zhang, go and settle these people. They are all newly bought servants." Without caring about these trivial matters, Fang Er entered the inner courtyard and found a chair to sit down. This morning really exhausted him. It seems that shopping is indeed not an easy job. Seeing Fang Er coming back, Xiaoqing quickly brought him a cup of tea and said, "Master, you have been out for the whole morning. You must be hungry. I will go and make you some food." Fang Er grabbed Xiaoqing and put her on his lap, looking at her with a mean smile. "Don't be in a hurry to eat. I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss me?" Xiaoqing was startled by Fang Er's sudden action, and her face turned red instantly. "Master, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. It's not good if someone sees us." She hurriedly struggled to get up. "Oh, that's right. Let's continue tonight." Fang Er let her go and said with a sly smile, "It feels good to make a joke occasionally to spice up life." "Master, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to cook." Xiaoqing stamped her feet angrily and ran away. Fang Er laughed loudly, and he felt very happy watching her leave. "Ha ha, Brother Fang, you are in such a good mood. It's such a nice day, but you don't go out for a walk and instead flirt with the maid at home. I, old Cheng, am here to have a drink with you." As soon as Xiaoqing left, Cheng Yaojin's voice came from outside. Fang Er turned around and saw that it was Cheng Yaojin, followed by a dark and strong man. "Hey, you're bored, so you need to find something to do, right?" "General Cheng, who is this?" Fang Er smiled and stood up. "Come, let me introduce you. This is General Yuchi. Heizi, this is the little brother Fang I told you about," Cheng Yaojin said. Fang Er clasped his fists and saluted. Although he was unwilling to kneel, he still had to follow the etiquette. "Little Fang Er, I meet General Yuchi. Please take a seat. Brother Fang, I heard about you from that goblin yesterday. When I saw you today, I found that you are indeed extraordinary." Yuchi Heizi smiled and patted Fang Er's shoulder, then sat down on the armchair to Fang Er's right without any hesitation. As soon as he sat down, he noticed the difference of a chair. "Huh? What kind of stool is this? It's much more comfortable to sit on than the Hu stool." Yuchi Heizi stood up and looked at the chair. "This is something I figured out myself. It's not called a stool. It's called a taisha chair. You can sit on it and lean on it. It's much more comfortable than a Hu stool," Fang Er said as he demonstrated. "Not bad, not bad. This one is very comfortable. How much silver does that set cost? Give me one later," Yuchi Heizi said rudely and carelessly, lying half paralyzed on the back of the chair. "General Yuchi is too polite. I will ask my carpenter to make a set for you and General Cheng and send it directly to your house," Fang Er said with a smile. How could he do such a thing as taking money? He was not short of money, and he didn't want these people to think that he was servile for money. Cheng Yaojin smiled and said, hee hee, that's great. I, old Cheng, have been waiting for your throne. By the way, please have someone serve the wine quickly. My mouth has had no taste since I went to court this morning. This wine is killing me. Cheng Yaojin had been thinking about Fang Er's wine for almost the entire morning court session, and he brought Yuchi with him as soon as the court session ended. Huzi, go get some wine. Fang Er called out, and Huzi immediately ran to the backyard. The three carpenters didn't make much wine, and they drank one jar yesterday to disinfect the pillars, so there were 4 jars left. Not long after, Huzi came in with 2 wine jars. When Cheng Yaojin saw the wine jars, he took them first, broke the mud seal, poured himself a full bowl, and drank it. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's satisfied expression, Yuchi Haizi couldn't help but be curious, so he also grabbed the jar of wine, poured himself a bowl, and drank it in one gulp. After a while, his expression was almost identical to Cheng Yaojin's. His stomach seemed to be on fire, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Fang Er was speechless watching from the side, and laughed. Why is it that he looks like he has never drunk alcohol in his 8 lifetimes? 2 generals, I have an idea. You have all tasted this wine. What do you think if I open a winery and sell some? Fang Er had not drunk any wine and had been running all morning. His stomach was empty. Drinking was not good for the stomach, so he proposed his plan. After what happened last night, Fang Er decided that he would not sell the items exchanged by the system unless it was absolutely necessary. It was too risky. Moreover, if these items appeared in large quantities in this era, it might cause trouble for him. At least when he did not have enough self-protection ability, doing such a business might not be a good thing. Brother Fang wants to sell the wine? That's fine. This business will definitely be good. Yuchi Haizi quickly got used to the strong taste of the wine, put down the empty wine bowl, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The taste of this wine is really incomparable. General Chung knows that I just moved to Chang'an and have no status or position. I'm afraid I can't keep this business. If I am interested in opening a winery, I am willing to give you 2 generals 30% of the shares. I wonder if you 2 generals are willing to help me. Fang Er said with a smile, with a hint of negotiation in his eyes. Brother Fang, are you kidding? This wine is unique in the whole Tang dynasty. Do you really want to let Haizi and I get involved? Cheng Yaojin was obviously a little bit unbelieving. Although he had only drunk it twice, he had completely fallen in love with the strong taste of this wine. He could imagine that once the wine started to be sold, it would definitely cause a sensation in Chang'an. Fang Er looked at Cheng Yaojin calmly. General Cheng, you are joking. Although this wine is good, it also needs a big tree to support it. If there is no support, I'm afraid it will be snatched away by others within half a month. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the wine bowl and looked at Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Haizi. Chapter 16. What are you doing? Go get angry. Since Brother Fang is so straightforward, we won't be polite. We'll take 30% of each. If anyone in Chang'an City comes to cause trouble, just send someone to our homes to report it. Cheng Yaojin said, then stood up, picked up the wine bowl, and clinked glasses with Fang Er. Yuchi Haizi also stood up and clinked glasses with Fang Er. Fang Er quickly stood up and said with a smile, thank you for your appreciation, brothers. If you need me in the future, just send someone to tell me. I will do anything I can to help you. Fang Er drank the wine bowl in one gulp and signaled the 2 of them to drink first. Ha ha ha, so refreshing. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Haizi smiled at each other and drank the wine bowls in one breath. Next, the 3 of them began to discuss how to operate the winery. Fang Er's original idea was that he would provide the capital, wine, and people, while Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Haizi would only be responsible for the name. However, Cheng Yaojin insisted on using a shop on Zhuke Street to do business. Yuchi Haizi also proposed to take out a shop. The shops proposed by the 2 were adjacent to each other, and they were all awarded by Lier. Seeing Fang Er's hesitation, Cheng Yaojin directly expressed his position, saying that if Fang Er did not accept it, it would mean that he looked down on them. Fang Er had no choice but to agree. He originally just wanted to win over the 2 people with the share, but he did not expect that the 2 of them were so happy, which surprised him a little. Not everyone could buy these 2 shops. More importantly, these 2 shops are 3-story, and each has a yard of no less than half an acre in the back. Once connected, the area is enough to open a winery, and the front shop is more than enough to open a restaurant. So Fang Er decided to fully connect the 2 shops. The combined yard is more than an acre, enough for steaming wine, and the restaurant can be used to make some later dishes. He is confident that the combination of wine and food will definitely become popular in Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Haizi didn't understand these details. No matter what Fang Er said, they just nodded and praised, as if they were saying, "You have the final say, we only share the money." This made Fang Er speechless. Fang Er smiled and said, "Brothers, how about naming this wine Drunken Immortal Wine?" The two nodded in agreement. Fang Er continued, "Brothers, I plan to open up the shop and redecorate it. What do you think?" The two nodded in agreement. Fang Er smiled and suggested, "How about naming the restaurant Zuixianlou?" Hurrah! As a result, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi fell down after drinking too much. Fang Er had no choice but to have them carried to the bed. Then, he arranged for the housekeeper to purchase a large amount of wine and prepare to process it when he came back. Everything was arranged properly, and it was already dark. "Master, dinner is ready." Xiaoqing came in with a table of dishes. Fang Er lost his appetite instantly when he saw the food on the table. "It's either steamed or boiled all day long. I really have no appetite." Fang Er shook his head. "Come on, Master will take you to get some delicious food to open your eyes." After saying that, Fang Er stood up and walked to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Fang Er found a palm-thick piece of fat meat, cut it into thin slices, and prepared to start cooking. Xiaoqing looked at her young master in surprise. "When did you learn to cook? Why are you daydreaming? Go light the fire." Fang Er scratched Xiaoqing's nose with his hand. Xiaoqing's face turned red instantly, and she ran to the stove, lit the hay with a flint, and put it into the stove. Then she added firewood. The fire gradually became stronger, and Fang Er put the cut fat meat into the pot. The fat meat was put into the pot, and the fat began to seep out instantly, and the aroma of meat also spread. The firepower of this earthen stove is much stronger than that of a natural gas stove, and the feeling of frying meat is quite good. Fang Er kept stirring with a spatula, and the fat in the meat was slowly boiled out, becoming smaller and smaller, while the oil in the pot became more and more. When the meat turned brown and the fat could not seep out, Fang Er fished the meat out. A large bowl of fat was boiled out at the bottom of the pot, and Fang Er used a spoon to scoop out the fat. There was still some oil residue left in the pot. Fang Er took out a few eggs, beat them into a bowl, and stirred them quickly. Then he added salt and chopped green onions, stirred them evenly, and poured them into the pot. Instantly, the aroma of eggs and chopped green onions filled the air. Xiaoqing sniffed and said in surprise, "What a nice smell. I usually boil eggs in plain water, but I didn't expect it could be cooked this way." She sniffed the aroma and looked at the eggs in the pot, and suddenly her mouth was watering. "Bad young master, you lied to me." Xiaoqing couldn't help blushing and turned her head away, not daring to look at the eggs in the pot, even though the aroma still made her appetite. Fang Er served the fried eggs and then fried a plate of vegetables. Then he picked up the oil residue that had been used before and sprinkled green salt evenly on it. A salty and fragrant aroma filled the air, making people salivate. He asked Xiaoqing to put out the fire in the stove, and the two of them walked to the inner courtyard with 3 plates of food. "Go, call Xiaohuan out to taste your master's cooking." Fang Er first picked up a piece of egg, put it in his mouth, and said with a smile while eating, "Yes, master." Xiaoqing looked at the food on the plate with a reluctant look in her eyes, and then turned around to find Xiaohuan in the backyard. At this time, Fang Er felt that the taste of the dish was still a little lacking. The salt was not good enough. It seemed that he had to make some refined salt himself. Xiaoqing and Xiaohuan quickly returned to the inner courtyard, stood by the table, and hesitated for a moment, not daring to move their chopsticks. Although both of them were very greedy, as servants, they did not dare to touch the young master's dishes easily. "Why are you standing there? Come and try it, and see if the young master's cooking is delicious." Fang Er picked up 2 pairs of chopsticks and handed them to the two. Xiaohuan was already drooling at the sight. When she saw Fang Er handing her the chopsticks, she immediately took them and put the oil residue into her mouth without hesitation. The crispy texture and the aroma of the oil could be smelled as soon as she bit it. As servants, they rarely had the opportunity to eat meat on weekdays, and they had never seen this kind of cooking. Xiaohuan was immediately conquered and smiled with satisfaction. "Master, this is so delicious." Chapter 17, Li Gui meets the real Li Kui. "Sister Qing, please try it. It's so delicious." He shouted to Xiaoqing, who hadn't dared to pick up her chopsticks yet, and then started eating without stopping. Xiaoqing watched the little girl from the side and was eventually defeated by the temptation of delicious food. He carefully picked up a piece of egg, looked at Fang Er again, and found that his young master was drinking by himself, so he put it into his mouth without worry. So tender, so fragrant. In an instant, the tenderness of the eggs, the fragrance of the chopped green onions, and the moderate saltiness made it so delicious. Xiaoqing felt as if she was once again feeling the feeling of being nestled in her mother's arms. So warm. As Xiaoqing was eating, tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes, unconsciously. Oh my gosh, why are you crying while eating? Fang Er looked at Xiaoqing in surprise. Master, this dish is so delicious. It reminds me of my mother. Woo woo. As Xiaoqing was talking, she dropped her chopsticks and started crying. Xiaoqing's mother was a very virtuous woman. After marrying her father, she took care of her husband and children and managed the family well. Her father was originally a small businessman, but later his business lost money. After that, his temperament changed drastically. He spent all day in brothels and casinos, and he was also a heavy drinker. When he got drunk, he would beat people. Her mother had to manage the family and endure her father's domestic violence. In the end, she died of depression. Xiaoqing was sold to the Fang family by her father because of gambling debts. Speaking of which, Xiaoqing is also a miserable person. Fang Er put down his chopsticks and gently patted Xiaoqing on the back. Follow the young master in the future, and you'll have a good time, don't worry. Fang Er was a tongue-tied person in his previous life and never knew how to please girls. After thinking for a long time, he could only come up with this sentence. Xiaoqing was extremely pleased to hear this. He hugged Fang Er's shoulders and said, Master, you are not allowed to sell Xiaoqing again. If Xiaoqing makes a mistake, Master will punish her and Xiaoqing will do anything for her. Please don't abandon Xiaoqing. And me, Master. Sister Qing and I will be obedient. Xiaohuan also joined in. Stop crying. Xiaohuan is going to laugh at you. Fang Er almost laughed out loud when he heard Xiaohuan's words. Xiaoqing let go of Fang Er, wiped away her tears with some embarrassment, and glared at Xiaohuan. Such delicious food can't stop you from talking. You are everywhere. Come on and eat. Xiaohuan made a face, stuck out her tongue, and continued eating. Fang Er and Xiaoqing smiled at each other. A strange feeling arose in the hearts of the two. Speaking of which, Fang Er lived for more than 20 years in his previous life, and was still a virgin when he traveled through time. After arriving here, Fang Er found Xiaoqing to be good-looking and accompanied him every day. In just a few days, he had developed a good impression of her. As a promising young man in the 21st century, age is not a gap, identity is not a problem, and he has never looked down on Xiaoqing because of her identity as a maid. Xiaoqing could also feel that Fang Er had become a different person since his last serious illness. He was very tolerant towards everyone in the family. It was great to have such a young master. After finishing his meal, Fang Er went to see Zhuzi, who was still recovering from his injuries. There was no sign of fever, and Zhuzi also felt itchy at the wound, which meant that the wound was healing. The housekeeper also asked someone to repair the big hole in the roof that was broken by thieves the day before. Returning to Xiaoqing's bed and smelling the faint fragrance, Fang Er quickly fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Fang Er asked Zhuzi to gather all the newly bought servants together. Fang Er sat on a chair, looking at the people sitting in front of him. 10 men and 6 women were standing neatly in the yard. When they saw Fang Er, they all knelt down and said, "Greetings, master." Fang Er felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. He was only 15 years old, and he was not called master. Don't call me master anymore. I'm old now, so just call me young master. From now on, you maids will be under Xiaoqing's care. You can follow Xiaoqing's instructions on what to do. Yes, sir. Several maids bowed to Fang Er and then stood behind Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing looked at Fang Er in disbelief. She became the manager now? Happiness comes too suddenly. Fang Er looked at the remaining 10 male servants. All of them were men in their 20s. Although they all looked skinny now, he believed that with good food and drink, they would surely turn into strong men. From now on, you guys will be under Zhuzi's charge. Your main responsibility is to guard the house. Do these things well, and I will not treat you unfairly. Yes, sir. 10 male servants saluted in unison. Zhuzi, take them down, arrange shifts, feed them well, and take the time to get them back to good health. Don't worry about their food, or they won't be useful when you need them. Fang Er said to Zhuzi, "Master, rest assured. In a month at most, I guarantee they will all become top-notch fighters." After Zhuzi finished speaking, he took them downstairs. At this time, the pawnshop owner who had received Fang Er's mirror was pacing anxiously in the shop. It's been 2 days. Why is there no response? Go out and ask around to see what's going on. I feel like my eyelids are twitching. Maybe something went wrong. The clerk behind the shopkeeper quickly responded and left the shop and went to Fang's house. In the Chang'an prison, the prefect of Chang'an was currently interrogating Zhou Tong and others. These people were sent here by Cheng Yaojin himself, so he dared not neglect them. I heard that he committed the crime in Chang'an City and was caught by Cheng Yaojin. If he fails to handle the case well and it gets to the emperor's ears, he will be in big trouble. Tell me, what's your name? Who ordered you to do it? And why did you break into people's houses at night and commit murder? The prefect looked at the 4 people kneeling in the cell and spoke sternly. This was a case of red-handed arrest. There was no need for a court session. The case was dealt with directly in prison. Zhou Tong looked at the other 3, winked at them, but kept silent. The prefect immediately became furious. What was going on? Was this a conspiracy happening right under his nose? Punish me. When you confess, come back and let me know. The prefect flicked his sleeves and walked out of the cell. Several jailers tied Zhou Tong directly to the wooden rack. Then, miserable screams were heard coming from the cell. The prefect was waiting outside the cell. Not long after, a jailer ran out and said to him, "My lord, the boy confessed." He said that he was instructed by a distant relative of the Cheng family. He was a young man who had just moved to the city. He showed off his wealth and was targeted. They went to scout the place, but they alarmed the host and a fight broke out. They happened to be bumped into by a general and were sent here. The prefect's eyes widened when he heard this. What the hell? A distant relative of the Cheng family instigated a crime, was caught by Cheng Yaojin, and was even sent to the government? Chapter 18. The Furious Cheng Yaojin. As for the young man showing off his wealth, he didn't care about him at all at this moment. There were many young men like him, and he was nothing more than a nouveau riche. However, Cheng Yaojin sent his relatives to the government, so we have to ask Cheng Yaojin's opinion on this matter. So he had Zhou Tong detained and sent someone to invite Cheng Yaojin. As soon as Cheng Yaojin got up, he heard a servant say that the bad commander Wu Zhong wanted to see him. In the Tang dynasty, the bad people were equivalent to today's criminal police and special police, and the bad leader was the leader of the bad people. When Cheng Yaojin arrived at the main hall of his house, he saw several bad guys standing there. When they saw him coming in, one of them bowed to him and said, "I am Wu Zhong, to see General Cheng. The prefect wants to see you. He said that several people you arrested the night before have confessed, but there are some inside stories that need to be told to you in person." "Oh, they're just a few petty thieves. Could they have any other background?" Cheng Yaojin was a little confused. He broke into someone's house in the middle of the night and was caught on the spot. What did go wrong? "To be honest, General, the Lord did not elaborate, but just asked you to come over. The Lord will explain it to you when the time comes. Lead the way. I want to see what these thieves have." After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he took the handkerchief handed to him by the servant, wiped his face hastily, and walked out the door. Several bad guys hurriedly followed and ran to the front to lead the way for Cheng Yaojin. When they arrived at the Chang'an government office, the prefect was waiting at the gate. When he saw Cheng Yaojin, he hurried over to greet him. "Please forgive me for asking General Cheng to come here so early in the morning. I heard from your people that those thieves have some other secrets. What's going on?" Cheng Yaojin looked at the prefect and asked, "Please ask General Cheng to come into the mansion to talk. It is really inconvenient to discuss this matter outside." Cheng Yaojin did not ask any more questions and went straight into the Chang'an government office. When he arrived at the lobby, he did not say anything polite and sat down on the stool where the legal advisor usually sat. He would not sit on the prefect's chair. Even though he was a rough man, he still knew the rules. The prefect followed him into the hall and winked at the others, who tactfully avoided him. "General, may I ask if you took these people with your own hands? Do you know them?" The prefect stood beside General Cheng and asked in a low voice, What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that these people have some connection with me? Don't forget, this person was sent here by me." Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he jumped up from his stool. "How the hell does this have anything to do with me?" "General, if you don't know him, then I'm relieved. Someone must be using your name to commit crimes. Zhou Tong confessed that a distant relative of yours had targeted that young master and ordered him to go to the young master's house to find out the truth. He didn't expect to be bumped into by you. And Zhou Tong doesn't seem to know you. Then what are you waiting for? Send someone to fetch my distant relative. I want to see who is so bold as to use my name to commit such evil deeds." After hearing what the prefect said, Cheng Yaojin became even more angry. He grabbed the prefect's clothes on his chest and said harshly. The prefect was not angry either. He had heard about this man's hot temper. General, calm down. I'll send someone to get him. Please let go first. Cheng Yaojin took his hand somewhat awkwardly, and then used his hand to smooth the clothes on the prefect's chest. The action was as funny as it could be. The prefect walked out of the door and said to his attendants, "Follow Zhou Tong's instructions and arrest the person. Remember, don't hurt anyone." After he said this, everyone understood what he meant. Led by Wu Zhong, the group filed out and headed towards the pawnshop. The pawnshop owner was still waiting for news from his clerk, but before the clerk came back, he saw a group of bad guys rushing in. I was shocked and thought something was wrong. "Are you the owner of this pawnshop?" Wu Zhong entered the pawnshop and asked the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Cheng trembled a little and raised his head carefully to look at Wu Zhong. "My lord, I'm the shopkeeper of this pawnshop. What can I do for you?" Now he just hoped that nothing happened to Zhou Tong and the others and that they would give him away. "Is your last name Cheng? Are you a distant relative of General Cheng?" Shopkeeper Cheng shuddered again. It was true that his last name was Cheng, but he had nothing to do with Cheng Yaojin. However, he always pretended to be a distant relative of the Cheng family and did many illegal things. "My last name is indeed Cheng, but before he could finish his next words, he was interrupted by Wu Zhong. "That's right, you are the one. Come, take him away." Two people rushed up from behind Wu Zhong and tied up manager Cheng. "Well, tied up, it won't hurt anyone." Cheng Yaojin looked at the tightly tied shopkeeper Cheng, smiled at him, and said, "Come on, tell me, which distant relative of mine are you? I have fought with the emperor for many years, but I didn't know I had any distant relatives." When shopkeeper Cheng heard that the person standing opposite him was Cheng Yaojin, he immediately became weak and collapsed to the ground. "What is this? The false god has met the true god. General, spare my life. My last name is Cheng, and I never said I was your relative. Someone must have framed me." The prefect also realized what was going on and waved his hand to call Wu Zhong over. "Go to the prison and bring up Zhou Tong and his men." Soon, Zhou Tong and 4 others were thrown into the lobby covered in blood. "Zhou Tong, do you know this person?" Zhou Tong raised his head weakly and confirmed, "My lord, it is this person. He has always claimed that he is a distant relative of General Cheng. I was intimidated by him and followed his instructions." "Manager Cheng, do you have anything else to say?" The prefect asked sternly to Manager Cheng, who was lying on the ground. Ever since Zhou Tong was brought up, Manager Cheng knew that he was doomed and could only cry and beg for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life. Come here. Take this man to jail and interrogate him strictly to see what other lawless things he has done." The prefect threw a warrant of arrest into the hall and gave orders to the bad guys standing on the side. "Promise." A few bad guys dragged the limp manager Cheng out like a dead dog. Then they sent people to search the pawn shop, but they didn't find much money, but they did find the mirror that Fang Er had pawned and a bunch of fake coins. Fang Er didn't know that it was a good thing that he only asked for cash and gold that day. Otherwise, he might not be able to spend the money he received. After the case was over, Cheng Yaojin felt that someone had taken credit for the incident and was bullying his brother, so he had to tell Fang Er about it. Well, yes, he now really treats Fang Er as a brother. Chapter 19. Damn green salt and coarse salt. When Cheng Yaojin arrived at Fang's house, Fang Er was busy in the kitchen. He's getting salt. There was no suitable filter material, so he stacked the gauze he exchanged from the system into more than 10 layers and sandwiched carbon particles in between. After preparing the filtering materials, we started to prepare the brine. "Brother Fang, what are you doing in the kitchen so early in the morning?" Cheng Yaojin was very curious about why Fang Er ran to the kitchen again. Just as I was pouring coarse salt into the boiling water, I heard Cheng Yaojin's voice behind me. "Brother Cheng, what brings you here so early in the morning? Are you craving for wine again?" Fang Er didn't stop what he was doing at all, but just asked Cheng Yaojin. Last night, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi left in the middle of the night. After sobering up, they left Fang Mansion. "Of course I must, but there's another thing. The thieves confessed the night before yesterday. They said that when you went to pawn your things, you were targeted by the shopkeeper. Zhou Tong and the others were sent by the shopkeeper. In addition, the shopkeeper was so bold as to impersonate me and swindle people outside. This time, he will be punished together with you." Cheng Yaojin came up to Fang Er and told him what had happened. "I was wondering, how come after I pawned something in the afternoon, a thief broke into my house at night? Now that I've confessed, I'll just have to deal with it according to the law." Fang Er didn't care. Several kilograms of salt had already been poured into the pot, and it was now difficult to dissolve more salt. Fang Er took a wooden barrel and used a spoon to fill it with brine and slowly poured it onto the filter material. Soon, some filtered sand particles appeared on the gauze, and some other impurities were adsorbed by the carbon particles sandwiched in the middle of the gauze. The filtration was performed 3 times in a row, and the filter material was changed 3 times in between. Fang Er dipped his hand in the filtered salt water and tasted it. Well, that's right. This is the salt water I want, Xiaoqing. Clean the pot, then boil this bucket of salt water dry and extract the salt from it. Fang Er wiped the sweat from his head. It was too hot. Going to the kitchen to refine salt in the dog days of summer was really not a job for humans. Seeing Fang Er busy all the time, Cheng Yaojin didn't know what he was doing. Seeing that Fang Er was going to let the servants do it, he asked again, "Brother Fang, it's so hot today. Why are you busying in the kitchen instead of cooling off outside?" "Phew, it's still cool outside. Let's go sit in the yard for a while and we'll know." Fang Er pretended to be mysterious and said nothing. He just pulled Cheng Yaojin to the yard and sat down. A maid quickly brought the boiled water that had been prepared in advance. Fang Er finished a bowl and almost moaned with pleasure. "It feels so damn good, just like taking a bottle of iced water after a sauna." Seeing that Fang Er said nothing after being asked twice, Cheng Yaojin stopped asking and just sat in the yard chatting with Fang Er. "Master, look, the salt water has actually produced salt. The salt is so fine and not bitter or astringent. It is top-quality salt." About half an hour later, Xiaoqing came trotting over to Fang Er with a bowl of salt. Fang Er was not surprised, as this was all within his expectations. Cheng Yaojin couldn't sit still anymore. The best refined salt that is neither bitter nor astringent was made in the Fang family's small kitchen. Cheng Yaojin jumped up from his chair, snatched the bowl from Xiaoqing's hand, and saw a bowl full of snow-white refined salt. He scooped it with his hands, and it was still steaming. When he tasted it, there was no bitterness at all. "Brother, what kind of magic tricks are you using? You can turn coarse salt into this kind of top-quality refined salt in this small kitchen?" he asked, grabbing Fang Er's arm in disbelief. "What's so difficult about this? It's very easy, isn't it? My little girl has learned it now. By the way, Qing, do you remember how to do it?" Fang Er answered nonchalantly, then asked Xiaoqing, "Master, it's very easy. Xiaoqing will learn it in no time." Xiaoqing answered proudly. Although she also found it magical, she could only pretend to be quiet in order to save face for her young master. This is top-grade refined salt. In the past, the best-selling salt on the market was green salt. Green salt is lake salt, and refined salt is extracted from sea salt. The price of green salt is 5 cents per pound, and ordinary people can't afford it. They eat coarse salt, which costs 30 cents per pound and contains a lot of sand and impurities. Poorer families can only season with vinegar, which is sour. But this refined salt made from coarse salt tastes better than green salt. It doesn't have the bitterness of green salt at all. "Brother Fang, how much does your refined salt cost?" Cheng Yaojin asked excitedly. As for the cost, 3 caddies of crude salt can produce 2 caddies of refined salt. After deducting various labor and firewood costs, the maximum cost of salt is 50 coins per caddy. Fang Er did a quick calculation in his mind. When Cheng Yaojin heard that it was 50 coins per pound, he almost jumped up in excitement. "Brother, are you telling the truth? 50 coins per pound of refined salt. Do you know what this means?" Fang Er rolled his eyes at him and said, "What else can it represent? How can an ordinary person like me sell salt? This is the root of the wealthy family. I just want to make myself eat more comfortably. That damn green salt and coarse salt are too damn disgusting." Cheng Yaojin also calmed down. He was just a grassroots. Otherwise, he would not have become a bandit and finally followed the heir. Nowadays, all the salt on the market is controlled by wealthy families. At that time, there is no exclusive supply of salt and iron. In this business, even the heir can only follow the wealthy families and get a share of the profits. For monopoly business, the profits are naturally terribly high. 30 cents per pound of coarse salt is equivalent to 30 yuan in later generations based on purchasing power. If a lump of coarse salt costs 30 yuan per pound, no one would even look at it in later generations. Even now, half of the people cannot afford it. "Brother, you don't know that my soldiers are now limited to coarse salt. Since you can refine refined salt, can you make coarse salt? If you can solve this problem, I, Cheng, will guarantee you a promotion." Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes and patted his chest and said to Fang Er, "Brother Cheng, you are too flattering. I bought all this coarse salt from the East Market. There are no mines and no sea. Where can I get coarse salt for you?" Fang Er was speechless. What the hell? Coarse salt can't be conjured out of thin air. "Brother Fang, do you really know how to make it? But you just don't have the conditions." Cheng Yaojin asked with his eyes wide open. How rare? If there's a mine, we can mine it and refine it. If we're near the sea, we can make salt. This should be common sense, right? Brother Fang, I know what you mean by drying salt from seawater, but the output is too low. A salt worker can only dry less than 5 kilograms of salt a day. A salt mine was discovered years ago, but the salt there is not edible at all. It tastes worse than coarse salt, and eating too much can easily cause problems. Brother, do you have any ideas? A salt worker can produce 5 kilograms of salt a day. Cheng Yaojin has seen this with his own eyes. He has also tasted the rock salt himself, so he knows it so clearly. Chapter 20. Blushing Little Cheng Er. Well, Brother Cheng, ask someone to send some mineral salt over here, and I'll give it a try. I can't guarantee it will work. Fang Er didn't understand chemistry either, but he knew something about minerals. For things like salt mines, it was just a matter of controlling the purity during the extraction. As for what Cheng Yaojin said about easily getting poisoned if eaten too much, it was probably because of the excessive heavy metal content. Although Fang Er just said to give it a try, Cheng Yaojin was already very happy. The high price of salt was due to the monopoly on the one hand and the low output on the other. Making salt from seawater is the main source of salt today. According to later production, 1 ton of seawater can produce 27 kilograms of salt. Even if the current salt-making conditions are low and there are many impurities, if impurities are counted, 50 kilograms at most can be produced, which is already half salt and half sand. Okay, I'll go back and find someone to get it. Brother Fang, just wait at home. It will be delivered to you this afternoon at the latest. When Cheng Yaojin saw that Fang Er agreed to help solve the salt problem, he said something hurriedly and left. Fang Er was speechless as he watched him leave. Is it necessary to be so anxious? How could he know that salt was the most important supply, especially for soldiers in the army? If there was not enough salt supply, they would become weak over time. Not to mention marching and fighting. Even not fighting would easily lead to problems. Cheng Yaojin left, and Fang Er was very bored. So asked Xiaoqing to find paper and charcoal sticks and start drawing. Speaking of which, Fang Er was very depressed. He refreshed the game 7 or 8 times that day, but no paper and pen appeared. This damn brush is really hard to use. Every time I use charcoal sticks, I get myself dirty. The wine in the kitchen is still steaming. The wine that Uncle Zhang had bought before had been used up. This was 3 full carts of wine that Uncle Zhang had just bought early in the morning. These are in preparation for the opening of the restaurant. Xiaohuan was watching several newly bought maids washing clothes in the backyard. In the entire Fang mansion, Xiaohuan and Xiaoqing are the 2 people with the least time. Xiaoqing watched Fang Er writing and drawing on the paper, and threw it away when she was not satisfied. One morning, there was a pile of paper balls thrown under Fang Er's feet. Xiaoqing felt very distressed when she saw this. All of this was bought with a lot of money. You know, the current price of paper is inconvenient. A piece of paper costs 3 taels of silver. How much is 1 knife? 100. A piece of paper costs only 30 coins. You could buy a big basket of steam buns with it. But looking at the young master's focused expression, he is really handsome. Forget it, just spend it. There's money at home. The young master even brought back a cart full of gold and silver a few days ago. Fang Er didn't put down the charcoal pencil until he felt a little hungry. There was a thick stack of drawings on the corner of the table, with the neat lines on it. It is estimated that no one except him can understand what is painted. Fang Er drew some tools that he often used when he was learning locksmithing. These were his old skills, and he couldn't throw them away. Even though he couldn't use them now, it was better to have them ready, as maybe someday he would have the materials to make something useful. Fang Er raised his head, rubbed his sore neck, and looked at the sky. It was already noon. He raised his hand and slapped Xiaoqing on the butt. You silly girl, it's already so late. Why don't you go cook? Xiaoqing was startled and stepped back, covering her butt. After taking 2 steps back, she looked at Fang Er with a red face and said, I saw how attentively you painted and forgot to cook for a moment. Don't be angry, I'll do it right away. After saying that, Xiaoqing ran to the kitchen. Fang Er stood up, stretched, and twisted his body. His body is so damn weak. He felt a little exhausted after just sitting for the whole morning. No wonder he died of a fever. It seems that I need to put exercise on my agenda. I'm only 15 years old, and there is still time for everything. I sneaked to the kitchen door and looked at Xiaoqing busy preparing the ingredients inside. With her slim figure, I thought this is my own home. It feels great. Xiaoqing felt something was wrong while she was busy. She turned around and saw her young master standing at the door with a smirk on his face, looking at her. She immediately blushed again. Young master, why are you in the kitchen again instead of resting in the yard? Master, why can't I come to the kitchen? What, the food I cooked yesterday wasn't tasty. Fang Er looked at Xiaoqing with a smirk. No, the master's cooking is delicious, but we can't ask the master to cook every day. What's the use of us servants then? Besides, I learned what the master did yesterday. Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Xiaoqing beat a few eggs into a bowl, threw in a handful of chopped green onions, and picked up chopsticks to stir quickly. It really is chopped green onion eggs. Okay, you cook this, and I'll make something else to open your eyes. After saying that, Fang Er stood at the door and watched Xiaoqing busy herself. Scrambled eggs are undoubtedly the easiest dish to learn. Xiaoqing learned it after just watching it once. Fang Er picked up a piece of the egg that had just been served, tasted it, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. You have some of my skills. If you do it a few more times, you will be able to catch up with me. After saying that, he lifted Xiaoqing's chin with his greasy hand and spoke in a lewd tone. Xiaoqing didn't dare to move away. She was standing next to the stove at the moment, and flames were still coming out of the stove behind her. Xiaoqing's face turned red again due to embarrassment, and her eyes were almost filled with tears. What's wrong with the young master? He has become more and more lustful since he recovered from his last fever. What if one day, Xiaoqing didn't dare to think about it? Fang Er looked at her expression and found it more and more amusing. But seeing Xiaoqing almost crying with shame, he felt that he couldn't continue teasing her. Okay, clean up the pot. Master will teach you to cook another dish. Xiaoqing hurried away, fetched some water, cleaned the pot, and watched Fang Er do it. Fang Er picked up a piece of meat from the table and smelled it. Authentic goat meat. After a little thought, I got it. Chinger, look, master. I'm going to make you some stir-fried lamb with green onions. Fang Er washed the mutton with water, then cut it into dices, cut the onion into sections, the ginger into slices, and the garlic into slices. The kitchen knife seemed to be dancing in his hands. Xiaoqing was watching on the side, dumbfounded. Where did the young master learn this technique? Since he recovered from his illness, he has become a completely different person. He talks a lot and is very active, but I don't know where he got so much gold and silver. He can also do carpentry work and even cook very well. Has the young master met a god? Chinger, boil some water. Fang Er wiped the sweat from his head and said to Xiaoqing, who was still in a daze. Well, he was quite satisfied with being able to make good use of the knife. In his previous life, he was a fitter and was very good at using knives, pliers, boards, and files. It seemed that he had not given up this skill. Xiaoqing didn't pay attention just now, but she heard it clearly this time. The young master actually called her Chinger. It felt so intimate. Shame on you. He stamped his feet quickly and went to boil water. Fang Er was confused. Why was she blushing again? This girl really likes blushing. How many times has she blushed in this day? Chapter 21, come and let me touch you. Well, it looks pretty good, Omega. Soon, the water in the pot began to boil. Fang Er threw the chopped mutton into the boiling water, and after skimming off the foam, he quickly scooped out the mutton with a colander and placed it on a plate on the side. Then pour out the water in the pot, rinse it clean, and put it back on the fire. The remaining water evaporated quickly, and a spoonful of lard was put into the pot. Put the lamb into the pot. Sizzle. A unique smell of mutton hit me. I stir-fried it quickly and then added onions, ginger, and garlic. Under high heat, the aroma of garlic and onions soon spread out, covering up the mutton smell. Fang Er added a little wine to the pot, and then added salt. Damn, I was careless. No chicken essence, cumin, or chili powder. Fang Er continued to stir-fry awkwardly, and when he saw that the mutton was almost cooked, he served it out. He moved the pot aside, added some water to it, and left it alone. Looking at the mutton on the plate, Fang Er was so conflicted. Lamb without cumin is soulless, and will it taste bad? Seeing that Fang Er had done his job, Xiaoqing stopped adding firewood to the stove. Looking at the plate of mutton in front of my young master, greasy and fragrant, I really want to try it. Come on, Chinga, give it a try. Fang Er casually picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Xiaoqing, then looked at her nervously. Xiaoqing didn't understand what was going on, but when she saw the young master let her taste it first and even handed her chopsticks, she was instantly moved. How can a master cook for his servants and even hold chopsticks for them? Oh, even if the young master really wants to. Xiaoqing, what are you thinking? It's so embarrassing. Fang Er saw Xiaoqing taking the chopsticks but not eating and thought something was wrong. But then he saw her face turn red again, and he knew that this girl was probably thinking about something again. Why? You don't like the young master? Or do you dislike the young master's craftsmanship? Fang Er asked Xiaoqing with a smile. No, why would I not like it? Xiaoqing quickly picked up a piece of mutton, blew on it to heat it up, and put it in her mouth. The moment the mutton entered her mouth, a strong aroma filled her mouth. With a light bite, the juice from the mutton flowed out. There was no smell of mutton at all. It was very tender and refreshing. Master, this is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious lamb. Xiaoqing continued to put mutton into her mouth as she spoke. Fang Er looked at Xiaoqing in confusion. Is it really so delicious? Confused, he grabbed a piece with his hand and threw it into his mouth. Wow, it's delicious. Not smelly at all. What he didn't consider was that this was pure free range, pure ecological, pure green, pure organic. The goats had never eaten a single grain of feed. How could they be compared to the meat that was fattened in the future? There were two of us. You took one piece, I took one piece, and finally we started a fight over it. There was no look of master and servant at all. The housekeeper came to find Fang Er and was stunned to see two foodies fighting over food in the kitchen. Now he was waiting for them at the door. Master, the last piece is mine. Xiaoqing picked up the last piece of mutton and threw it into her mouth, chatting and talking with a smile. Before she finished speaking, she saw the butler standing at the door, staring at the two of them in amazement. Xiaoqing was so scared that her mouth opened wide. Before she could finish her last words, Fang Er took the mutton out of her mouth and stuffed it into his own mouth. While eating, he said in a frivolous way, "It smells so good." After eating, he licked his fingers and said, "It smells so good." The housekeeper almost collapsed after watching this. It's fine that he was snatching food from the maid, but he actually snatched it into his mouth. Is this still my young master? Before Xiaoqing recovered from her shock, she found that the meat in her mouth had been snatched away by the young master. The key point was that the young master also. Xiaoqing covered her face and ran away. Fang Er laughed out loud when he saw her running away in a panic. Master, it's not good for you to spoil this girl like this. No matter how much you like her, she will only be a concubine at best. If the mistress finds out about this in the future, it will be a disaster. The butler looked at Fang Er with disappointment. He watched Fang Er grow up. Even though he didn't achieve much in the past, he knew the hierarchy. Ever since he recovered from his last illness, he seemed like a different person. What's the big deal? Can't I tease my own family? Besides, I'm only 15. Why would I want a mistress? I can wait a few years. Fang Er wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a rag and said indifferently. Seeing him like this, the housekeeper said nothing more, but just sighed slightly in his heart. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for the young master to become like this. Seeing that he stopped talking, Fang Er took the initiative to ask, Uncle Zhang, do you want to talk to me about something? Oh, I almost forgot. There are a few people outside, saying they are here to deliver something to the young master. The butler remembered the purpose of his visit and said, Please come in. It should be General Cheng's men. After Fang Er finished speaking, he left the kitchen, sat down in the yard, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it slowly. After a while, the butler came in with 4 men, 3 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. 2 of the middle-aged men were carrying a box. The young man bowed to Fang Er and said, Hello, Uncle Fang. My name is Cheng Yaojin. My father asked me to deliver the salt mine and the deeds to the 2 shops. After saying that, Cheng Yaojin pointed at the box, then took out 2 property deeds from his arms and handed them to the housekeeper. Oh no, Cheng Yaojin, the future prince consort. Fang Er ignored the house deed and the wooden box and looked Cheng Yaojin up and down. He looks about the same age as me, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wears a black round-necked crotchless robe, and the bulges of muscle on his body can be seen through the clothes. With his figure and appearance, if this guy were to be reborn in later generations, he would probably be followed by a large number of little fans. Come on, come and sit over here. Why call me uncle? We should be about the same age. Just call me brother. Come on, let me touch you. Fang Er smiled and pointed at the chair next to him and said to Cheng Yaojin. When Master Cheng heard that Fang Er wanted to discuss with him on an equal footing, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But when he heard the following words, he almost vomited. Why does this strange man that old man mentioned seem a bit unreliable? He's not still a gay guy, is he? Seeing Cheng Yaojin's face turning pale and blue, Fang Er laughed and scolded. Boy, what are you thinking about? I just want to see if your muscular body is real or fake. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin finally felt relieved. When he came, Cheng Yaojin told him that Fang Er was a strange man with extraordinary abilities and asked Cheng Chumo to make friends with him. But what if he turned out to be a homosexual? Should he still commit himself to him? It's okay. I'm just curious about my muscles. Cheng Chumo carefully sat down next to Fang Er and said, "Well, Brother Fang, you really don't like men? Fuck you. You're the one who's so gay. Did you see the pretty girl behind me? I'm a normal person." Fang Er smiled and slapped Cheng Chumo. "We are already brothers with his father. Why be polite?" Chapter 22. My body is always weak. Hee, didn't you scare me, Brother Fang? How can you touch me as soon as you meet me? I thought you were into that. But to be honest, I have trained hard for 10 years to get these muscular muscles. Feel them and see if they are firm or not. Cheng Chumo gradually became familiar with the situation, clenched his fists and flexed his biceps. Fang Er tried to pinch it hard with his hands, but damn, it was no wonder that he had practiced for 10 years, but he couldn't even pinch it. "Brother, can you teach me? Look, I'm now in business with your father. If I don't have some self-defense skills, it will be embarrassing for your father, right?" Fang Er Xiang really wanted to learn. Now, he was not short of money. At least he was not short of small amounts of money. However, his health was always not good, so he had to find a way to change it. Is what Brother Fang said true? Can you endure the hardship of training? Cheng Chumo looked at Fang Er in surprise. You have a wealthy family, but you don't enjoy life, but want to learn martial arts? You have to know that his martial arts skills were learned by Cheng Yaojin using a stick. I don't know how many times I cried in private. Sometimes his mother couldn't stand it anymore and quarreled with Cheng Yaojin about it. But Cheng Yaojin had only one thing to say, that their Cheng family was of grassroots origin and they should not even think about changing their status and becoming civil servants. Even if they wanted to, that would have to be 3 generations later. Otherwise, those aristocratic families would not sit idly by. How could they tolerate a bandit son being on equal footing with their hundreds of years of heritage? But Fang Er is different. He is not an official. He is just an ordinary citizen. He had a very clean background. If he became an official, based on the things Cheng Yaojin mentioned to him, his unique medical methods, refined salt, and the unverified military intelligence. If these 3 things can really be implemented, with Cheng Yaojin coming forward, there will be no problem in asking the heir for a county magistrate. This is the stepping stone to advancement, slowly climbing up. Cheng Chumo couldn't understand why Fang Er wanted to change to martial arts. Wouldn't it be better to use that energy to read more books? Brother Chumo, I don't know if your father has mentioned this before. A few nights ago, a thief broke in. If your father hadn't happened to pass by, I'm afraid more than a dozen people in my Fang family would have died. Fang Er looked up at the sky and said calmly. Thinking of what happened that night, Fang Er still felt a lingering fear. He doesn't want that to happen again. Even if it happens again, he doesn't want to be so helpless. Yuchi is still lying on the bed. That half-foot-long wound seemed to have directly injured Fang Er's heart. Brother Fang, if you feel that you don't have enough guards, how about I find a few good fighters from home for you? Practicing martial arts is really hard work. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Cheng Chumo tried to persuade him again. I have made up my mind. I will never watch my family fall in front of me again. Brother Chumo, can you teach me? Fang Er put his hands on Cheng Chumo's shoulders and spoke firmly and slowly. Okay, since Brother Fang is determined to learn, I will teach you. I will come over to teach you every day after work. Cheng Chumo looked into Fang Er's eyes and replied, Okay, thank you, Brother Chumo. Xiaoqing, bring some wine and cook some dishes. Brother Chumo and I will get drunk today, and we will practice martial arts from tomorrow. Fang Er stood up happily and said to Xiaoqing behind him. Seeing him so happy and full of fighting spirit, Xiaoqing was also happy from the bottom of her heart. Hey, master, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. After saying that, he trotted to the kitchen. Soon, smoke began to rise from the kitchen. Brother Fang, please take a look at the title deed first. This is the best shop that our family and the Baolin family can afford. It was given by the emperor 2 years ago. The food and wine were still being prepared, and Cheng Chumo took the opportunity to speak to Fang Er. The housekeeper quickly handed the title deed to Fang Er. Fang Er took a look and was like, WTF? I can't understand it. It's all traditional Chinese characters. Chinese characters have evolved over thousands of years, and there is more than 1,000 years between the Tang dynasty and later generations. Fang Er can't understand more than half of the words. He returned the title deed to the housekeeper, too embarrassed to say that he couldn't understand it. No need. We still need to clean it up anyway. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow and figure out how to decorate it. Okay then. Everything will be done according to Brother Fang's wishes. The two of them then started chatting. During the chat, Fang Er learned that Cheng Yaojin was now the general of the right guard, with a fief of 700 households, and Cheng Chumo was now serving as a captain under Cheng Yaojin. Not long ago, Yuchi Gong was also awarded the title of Right General Wuho and the title of Duke of Wu. The two families have a very good relationship, and Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo are as good friends as if they were wearing the same pair of pants. At this point, Fang Er suggested sending someone to invite Yuchi Baolin over to have a drink and get to know each other. Of course, there was no way Cheng Chumo would refuse, so he assigned the servant who was traveling with him to go and invite the person. Fang Er really wanted to meet this divine man who was said to have lived for more than 300 years and who even had interactions with Di Qing later on. According to legend, Yuchi Baolin became a monk to fulfill the heir's vow and lived until the Qingli period of the Song dynasty, when he was met by Di Qing by chance. This is how his legend became known. Fang Er in the future would definitely not believe it, but now he is not sure. This time travel has become a fact. What is there to be unacceptable? Xiaoqing had just brought the wine and food when a black-faced young man, led by Huzi, entered the yard. The young man had dark skin, the same as Yuchi Gong, but he looked very handsome. He held a 10-foot-long snake spear in his right hand, a steel mace hung on his waist, and he was wearing bright silver armor, looking very powerful. Ha ha ha, Baolin, come here quickly. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Fang. Brother Fang, this is Baolin, the eldest son of my uncle Yuchi. When Cheng Chumo saw Yuchi Baolin come in, he quickly stood up and introduced them to the two men. Master Baolin, I'm his second one below. I'm polite. Please take a seat quickly. The food and wine are ready. Let's eat and chat at the same time. Fang Er stood up, enthusiastically pulled Yuchi Baolin to a chair, and pointed at the food and wine on the table. Brother Fang, why call me young master? Chu Mo and I are of similar age, and he calls you brother, but you call me young master. Are you looking down on me? Yuchi Baolin said in feigned anger. Brother Baolin, I am being polite. You will have to drink 3 cups as punishment later. Someone, help our brother Baolin take off his armor. It is more convenient to drink without the armor at home. Fang Er took the spear from Yuchi Baolin and threw it to a servant beside him. Huzi hurried over to help Yuchi Baolin take off his armor. After everything was ready, the 3 of them sat down. Fang Er was in the main seat, with Cheng Chumo on his left and Yuchi Baolin on his right. Fang Er picked up the wine jar and filled all the glasses on the table with wine. Then he raised his glass and said to the 2 men, I am very happy to meet you 2 brothers today. I won't say anything else. I will drink first as a sign of respect. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. Roar. Cool. 2 brothers, please. Fang Er extended his hand towards Cheng Chumo and the other man, inviting them to drink. Chapter 23. Fang Er learns martial arts and horse stance. These past 2 days, I've heard my father talk about the good wine at Brother Fang's house every day. Today, I'm lucky enough to have that opportunity. Come on, Baolin, let's toast to Brother Fang. Cheng Chumo picked up the cup and held it out to Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin also raised his cup and clinked it with his. They both drank it down at the same time. Roar. Ugh. As the wine took a sip, they both covered their mouths at the same time. This is the same reaction their father had at the time. After they got used to it, they said at the same time, it's really good wine. Yeah, I've been stealing wine from home since I was 7, and I've never tasted anything this good. Cheng Chumo put down his wine glass and said affirmatively, since it tastes good, drink more. Come, try the snacks made by my girl. Fang Er picked up the chopsticks and motioned for the 2 to eat. There were 4 dishes on the table. 3 of them were made by Fang Er. Scrambled eggs with chopped green onions, stir-fried vegetables, stir-fried lamb with green onions, and a plate of pickles. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin both came from martial arts backgrounds and love meat, so they both reached out their chopsticks towards the plate of mutton at the same time. When they put it in their mouths, they were surprised. Brother Fang, your girl is really amazing. She can cook this smelly and tough mutton so deliciously. Can you let my cook come over and learn from her? Cheng Chumo said in surprise while chewing the mutton in his mouth. It's a small matter. Just let someone come and learn it. These will be sold in the restaurant in the future. They're our own things, so there's nothing we can't learn. Fang Er didn't care about this. It was just cooking. There was nothing secret about it. I believe that anyone who is interested will know what it is after eating it a few times. The 3 of them drank from noon to night and were drunk like a puddle of mud. This was the first time Fang Er got drunk since coming here. With the support of the Cheng family and the Yuchi family, I believe I will be safe in Chang'an in the future as long as I don't do anything stupid. In addition, Cheng Chumo agreed to teach him martial arts, which made him very happy. He relaxed and got drunk without realizing it. When Fang Er opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin still had to go to work, so they left early in the morning. Fang Er felt that his home was still a little small. Now there are more than a dozen servants, and this 3-courtyard house is a little too crowded. Once guests come to stay overnight, there are no guest rooms. I heard from Xiaoqing that Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin both slept in the same bed yesterday. I don't know if they stuck their toes up each other's nostrils. Well, that must be a great picture. With Xiaoqing's help, he put on his clothes, washed up, and started to exercise in the yard. After warming up for a while, I went to look at the pillars. Zhuzi's injury has healed, and he can walk normally. But the injured shoulder cannot be moved. Master, I'm almost well now. Please let me go back to the gatehouse. I feel uncomfortable living in your room. Zhuzi was just about to go out when he saw Fang Er enter the room and hurriedly asked for permission. Are you sure you're okay? Fang Er looked at Zhuzi's shoulder, which was still wrapped in gauze, and asked, Master, I'm really fine now. If you don't believe me, just look. As he spoke, Zhuzi patted his injured shoulder. Fang Er looked at his movements and thought he was almost healed. Okay, then go back to the gatehouse. Rest more and do something else when you are completely healed. Hey, thank you, Master. I'll go there now. After Zhuzi finished speaking, he ran to the gatehouse. Fang Er was helpless. These guys couldn't get used to it when he was treated well by them. Just as I was about to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin came together. Brother Fang, I'm here to teach you martial arts. Before anyone entered the inner courtyard, Fang Er heard Cheng Chumo's voice and hurried out of the main hall to greet him. Chumo, you guys are off duty already? What time is it now? Judging from the sky, it was only the 9th hour, which was around 9 to 10 o'clock. You got off work so early? Is the air so nice? We are small leaders after all. How can we be treated like the big soldiers? It's almost time for lunch, so we came to Brother Fang's place to eat. We've had enough of the food in the barracks. Baolin spoke first. Oh my God, they skipped work to come here for a free meal. I have no idea how bad the food in the military camp must be to make them like this. Okay, then teach me first. I'll let Xiaoqing prepare delicious food for you later. I'll go in and change my clothes, and then we'll start. Fang Er went back to the house, took off his Tang suit, and changed into a set of sportswear. Seeing Fang Er coming out after changing his clothes, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin touched Fang Er's clothes curiously. Brother Fang, which shop made this dress of yours? It looks very unique. I've never seen it before, and the fabric feels comfortable to the touch. Tell me, we can get a set of this later. Cheng Chumo obviously liked the clothes Fang Er was wearing. I didn't buy this, I made it myself, but this kind of fabric is too rare. Next time, if I have more, I'll make a set for each of you. Fang Er lied and covered it up. How can this thing say that it is exchanged by the system? Only a fool would believe it. Okay, then I'd like to thank Brother Fang first, and let's get started. Cheng Chumo looked around. The inner courtyard was very large, about 100 to 200 square meters. The southeast corner of the courtyard, which was close to the inner courtyard wall, was empty. Let's go there. Cheng Chumo pointed to the open space over there. Okay. Fang Er nodded. The three of them came to the open space and stood there. Brother Fang, please do a horse dance first and let me see. Cheng Chumo looked at Fang Er. Fang Er imitated what was shown on TV in later generations. He took a horse stance, clenched his fists, spread his legs, and bent them, squatted down, and then stared at Cheng Chumo motionlessly. Brother Fang, your action is wrong. Let me give you a stab. After saying that, Cheng Chumo performed a standard horse stance. While maintaining the action, Cheng Chumo also said, horse stance is the most basic stance in practicing martial arts. Hence the saying stand for 3 years before getting started and horse stance before learning to fight. In horse stance, the feet are separated slightly wider than the shoulders in a half-squatting position. It gets its name because the posture is like riding a horse and is as stable as a stake. If you squat well in horse stance, it can strengthen the kidneys and waist, strengthen the tendons and replenish qi, regulate the spirit, and make the lower body stable with good balance, so it is not easy to be knocked down, and it can also improve the body's reaction ability. After talking about the role of horse stance, Cheng Chumo continued. Stand with your legs parallel and open with a distance of 3 soles between your feet, then squat down with your toes parallel and pointing forward, not outward. Push your knees outward but your knees cannot exceed your toes, and your thighs should be parallel to the ground. At the same time, draw your hips forward and inward, but don't let your buttocks protrude. This will make your crotch form an arc shape, commonly known as a round crotch. Hold your chest in and straighten your back. Don't stick your chest out. Your chest should be flat, and your back should be round. You can wrap your hands around your chest, like holding a ball. Push your head up, as if it is suspended by a string. Chapter 24. The shop was demolished and rebuilt. Fang Er imitated Cheng Yaojin's movements and soon mastered them about 70% of the way. It's such a simple movement, and there's someone teaching you. If you still can't learn it, you'd be a fool. Seeing that Fang Er had already learned it, Cheng Yaojin stood up and pointed out the shortcomings of Fang Er. Fang Er slowly perfected his posture. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes later, beads of sweat broke out on Fang Er's forehead. I just felt my legs were sore and weak, the muscles in my thighs were trembling, and the sweat was slowly increasing. After holding on for about 7 or 8 minutes, Fang Er could no longer hold on and sat down on ground. Shit, my legs are so sore, Fang Er said while rubbing his legs. Haha, this is your first time, Brother Fang. It's great that you can last this long. If you keep practicing, you'll be able to last longer and longer. Cheng Yaojin looked at Fang Er's embarrassed appearance, but spoke approvingly. God, it's getting more and more durable. I am very durable. Cheng Yaojin's words left Fang Er speechless. He didn't want to talk now. He just wanted to slow down. My calves were twitching and my knees were sore and weak. It was more tiring than running 5 kilometers. When Xiaoqing saw her young master like this, she quickly moved a chair over and helped Fang Er sit down. Then 2 newly bought maids came up and tactfully massaged Fang Er's legs and shoulders. Feeling the 4 small hands rubbing back and forth on his body, Fang Er felt like he was about to fall. Brother Chuimo, you don't have any quick way to achieve success? Practicing like this is too painful. Fang Er was enjoying the maid's service and tilted his head to look at Cheng Yaojin, who had also moved a chair and sat down. Brother Fang, martial arts requires hard work and practice. There's no quick way to achieve success. Cheng Yaojin spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Looking at Fang Er's current treatment, he felt a little jealous. Back then, he was whipped by his own father, so he had never enjoyed such service from a maid. Although his family conditions were pretty good, his father was wary of him like a thief and wouldn't let him get too close to the maids. It is euphemistically called, only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Why does it seem now that Mr. Cheng is referring to the first half of the sentence, and the second half is referring to Fang Er? Fang Er was paralyzed for nearly half an hour before he recovered. Yuchi Baolin looked at Fang Er with a sly smile. Brother Fang, you have rested, let's continue. I'll go on, go ahead, let's go check out the store. I need to figure out how to decorate it. Fang Er simply found a reason to quit. The 2 of them really had nothing to say. I used the money to invest in my own shop, so it's better to open the business as soon as possible. The 3 of them, accompanied by a group of servants and lackeys, were walking on the street. When others saw them, they would immediately avoid them. Fang Er felt that he was not far from being a playboy. Damn, these 2 guys always want to find something to do when they walk on the street. Looking at their eyes, it seems like they will just attack anyone who doesn't obey them. Fuck. The second generation of officials are indeed awesome at all times. A group of people came to the intersection of Zhuke Street and Tonghua Street in a mighty manner. Brother Fang, these are the 2 shops. Old 7, open the doors. Cheng Yaojin pointed at 2 shops at the corner of the street and spoke to Fang Er, then asked the servants behind him to open the door. A sturdy man about 30 years old walked out from behind him, took out a key from his waist, and walked forward to open the door. Suzaku Street is a main road facing the Imperial Palace. Tonghua Street is only 2 blocks away from the Imperial Palace. I have to say, this position is probably not available even if you have money. Fang Er entered the store and looked around. I guess this shop used to be a restaurant. There are more than a dozen tables on the first floor, and the second and third floors are private rooms. When I arrived at the backyard, I saw that the entire yard is 300 to 400 square meters, and there are 4 or 5 rooms such as the kitchen, warehouse, and firewood room. When they arrived at the other side, the Yuchi family shop was almost the same size as the Cheng family shop, but the Yuchi family shop looked like it had been an inn before. After taking a look around, Fang Er had an idea in his mind. Huzi, go find some paper and charcoal sticks. Sitting on the first floor of the Cheng family shop, Fang Er already had the outline of a restaurant in his mind. He has seen a lot of layouts of various restaurants in later generations. As an 8th level fitter, I have been invited by private companies to earn extra money. After Zi found some paper and spread it on the table, he handed Fang Er a charcoal stick with one end sharpened. As Fang Er's personal servant, he knew that his young master did not like to use brushes and always liked to write and draw with his sharpened charcoal stick. Fang Er had no choice. He refreshed so hard last time, but still didn't get any stationery. Every time he used up the charcoal stick, his hands were always black and it was so painful. I refreshed it a few times when I got home, but it still wasn't working properly. It was really frustrating. Seeing Fang Er writing and drawing on the paper, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin felt embarrassed. As two martial artists, they could not understand what Fang Er was drawing at all. After drawing for a while, Fang Er raised his head, slapped his forehead, and said, "Zi, send someone home and call Niu Liang and the other three." Zi hurried downstairs to instruct the accompanying servants. By the time Niu Liang and the others arrived, an instant stick of time had passed. "Master, what do you want?" Niu Liang and the other two stood beside Fang Er and asked in a low voice, afraid of disturbing his young master from drawing. Fang Er threw the charcoal stick in his hand aside, stood up and said to the three people, "Follow me," took them directly to the backyard. Pointing to the courtyard wall between the two shops, he said, "Tear down this wall." He pointed at the houses and said, "Tear down all the houses in the two courtyards and rebuild them. Come back and get the blueprints for me." The three of them looked at the position of the two fingers below and nodded repeatedly. After that, he returned to the front shop and pointed at the second and third floors and said, "Connect the two shops. Tear down all the private rooms upstairs, leaving only the floors and pillars. Similarly, come to me for the blueprints after you're done." Niu Liang looked at his young master in surprise. "Young master, if you have to tear down everything and rebuild it, it will probably take 1 or 2 months. Hire someone, pay more money, and have it done in half a month? Is there any problem?" Bullshit. After 2 months, the opportunity is gone. This is different from Fang Er doing it himself. He has 2 big brothers, so it has to be done as early as possible. The sooner he makes money, the sooner he can let his big brothers see his ability. "Yes, master, I understand." Since the young master said so, Niu Liang had no choice but to accept the order. "Brother Chumo, Brother Baolin, the arrangements here are almost complete. Let's go home and have a drink." After Fang Er gave instructions to Niu Liang, he spoke to Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin who had been following behind him. Chapter 25. Someone sends you a pillow when you feel sleepy. "Brother Fang, we can't go over to drink today. It's getting late. We too have to go back to the camp. The emperor ordered the prince to inspect the camp tomorrow. We too have to go back to make preparations. We'll go to your house for a drink another day." Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said to Fang Er helplessly. Yuchi Baolin also nodded. "Well, then, you guys can go back to the camp. When you're done, come to my place and have a drink." Since they had official business, Fang Er did not force them. "Okay, Brother Fang, but don't forget to practice horse stance diligently. When you have mastered the basic skills, I will teach you the martial arts skills. We will take our leave now." Cheng Chumo clasped his fists, bowed to Fang Er, and then left the shop. "Let's go, Brother Fang." Yuchi Baolin said hello and followed Cheng Chumo. Taking Zi with him, Fang Er returned home. 3 carpenters were left to work in the shop. After arriving home, Fang Er called the housekeeper and told him to give some money to the 3 carpenters so that they could hire people to do the work. Then he returned to his room. I opened the system panel and looked at the things on it, which was still at the interface of the last redemption. There's still some gauze, alcohol, and other things on it. Since these methods were not needed for the time being, I just clicked refresh. Ding! The host has refreshed 20 times, and the novice period is over. Holy shit, this is so sudden. Fang Er had never thought that there was such a thing as a novice period. He ignored the items displayed on the interface and directly opened the system description. Growth system, refreshed once a month, can be refreshed manually 1,000 points each time, refreshed up to 3 times, 20 items each time. Each item is priced at 20 points, limited to 3 times. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This is such a fucking scam. What the hell is this novice period? There isn't even any hint. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought it first, regardless of whether it was useful or not. This is fucking great. Now you can only refresh 4 times a month. Not only has the price increased, but there's also a damn purchase limit. Fang Er wanted to curse. After cursing for a while, Fang Er could only accept this reality. Look at the items displayed on the interface. Or 10. Well, there's the next page. Me? No. Fang Er looked carefully at the products on the first page. Then, puff, a mouthful of tea sprayed out directly. Damn it. The first item was a small blue pill, and the ones after that were all rubber products. Damn it. Do I need these? I have a bunch of maids now. Do I need these? Fang Er wanted to cry. Is this the system mocking me for being a rookie? Just click on the next page. Fang urging collapsed. The previous page was excessive. This page is even more excessive. It was used by humans just now. Okay, this page is all for animals, especially for sows. More piglets and more happiness. Boar strengthening granules. Feed for use during estrus. Castration equipment toolbox. Disposable syringe. Complete feed for fattening young animals. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Fang Er called upset directly. I turned off the system and looked at the ceiling with despair. I feel like the system is full of malice and is mocking me. Well, wrong. Although I can't use this thing myself, I can sell it. You can stockpile those things for animal use first. When you have enough, you could just set up a breeding farm. Just do it. After exchanging all the items, Fang Er had 500 points left, and after refreshing, he had 400 points left. Well, these points are not enough to redeem these 20 items 3 times each. Fang Er simply exchanged all the items on the first page 3 times. Sure enough, after the exchange, the words sold out were displayed on the items. He took out a box of small blue pills and held it in his hand. In my previous life, I had only heard of this thing but never seen it. I opened the box and found 2 aluminum plates inside, 1 plate with 4 pills and 1 box with 8 pills. I redeemed 3 boxes in total, which means 24 pills. Who should I sell this thing to? Fang Er scratched his head. He couldn't find anyone to attack. Fang Er walked out of the house with his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in the yard out of boredom. Just as he was about to go out for a walk, he heard a voice coming from the concierge. Brother Yuchi, there's something interesting. Do you want to listen to it? This is Yuchi's voice. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. I've been idle these days, and I'm almost rusty. Yuchi was a little excited. I just heard from Dolly, who went out with the housekeeper, that Mr. Zhang next door was kicked out by his wife. Do you know why? Yuchi said somewhat mysteriously. Why? Yuchi asked very cooperatively. I heard that Mr. Zhang was hanging around in a brothel and was caught by his wife. His wife got mad and said he was no good at all. Puff. Ha. He has no ability, yet he dares to go out and have fun. I guess Zhang Yuanwei can't even hold his head up in Chang'an now. By the way, this matter shouldn't be spread outside, right? Yuchi burst out laughing and asked in disbelief. Brother Yuchi, don't disbelieve me. This is what the servant of Mr. Zhang told others. He said that Mr. Zhang beat and scolded him all day long, and he was so angry that he spread the news. Duong. At this moment, Fang Er kicked the door open and came in. Come on, Yuchi, is what you just said true? Fang Er was happy. This was just like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. Huh? Master, what are you asking? Yuchi never thought that his young master was actually eavesdropping outside the door. I heard everything you just said about Mr. Zhang. Fang Er sat down on Yuchi's bed and asked. Master heard all. I don't know if it's true or not, but Dolly told me that it was the servant of Mr. Zhang who told him personally. Yuchi scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. He was somewhat afraid of being caught by his own young master talking about others behind their backs. Okay, don't spread this to anyone else. It's not good. Do you understand? Fang Er said to Yuchi in a serious tone. Master, don't worry. If he dares to spread the news, I won't let him off. Yuchi glared at Yuchi and said. Yuchi was so depressed. Isn't this just to amuse you? Why are you blaming me for this? Yuchi, come with me. Fang Er stood up, threw down a few words, and walked towards the inner courtyard. Yuchi followed behind, tremblingly. It's over. Is the young master angry? Chapter 26, Why are you in such a hurry? Wait and see. Fang Er didn't say anything, and took Yuchi into the inner courtyard and to his own room. Master, Yuchi doesn't dare anymore. Please spare Yuchi. As soon as he entered the house, Yuchi knelt down in front of Fang Er and begged for mercy in a crying voice. Get up. What did I ever say I blame you? I asked you to come here because I have something for you to do. After Fang Er finished speaking, he took out the unwrapped Viagra. Master, you really don't blame Yuchi? Then tell me what's the matter. Yuchi promises to take care of it for you. When Yuchi heard that Fang Er didn't blame him, he quickly stood up and said with a smile, well, this little blue pill. Find a way to give one to Mr. Zhang. Ask him to eat it in front of you. Then ask him to have sex 7 times a night. Can you do it? Fang Er took out a pill and handed it to Yuchi. Yuchi couldn't quite believe it. Just this insignificant little Maruko, the incompetent Mr. Zhang, had sex 7 times in one night? Master, is this thing really as magical as you said? Then why get to him? Isn't it better to just sell it for money? Bang! Fang Er slapped Hu Zi on the forehead. You know nothing. Will he believe it if I sell it to him directly? Give him a sweet treat first, and then, just wait for me to give you money. Master's wise. Hu Zi understands. Let's do it right away. Hu Zi took the pill from Fang Er and went out. Fang Er looked at his departing figure with satisfaction and laughed out loud. Now I won't have to worry about finding buyers for my things. Hu Zi left Fang's house and came to Mr. Zhang's house next door. He has moved here for a few days, and as long as Fang Er doesn't go out, he has almost nothing to do. So I gradually became familiar with the doorman of Mr. Zhang's house. The gatekeeper of Mr. Zhang's house is an old man, also surnamed Zhang, and is said to be a distant relative of Mr. Zhang. Old Zhang, is your husband at home? Hu Zi lay at the gate of Zhang's house and asked the gatekeeper, Old Zhang. Hu Zi, who am I to blame? Why don't you accompany the old man to chat today? Do you have something to do with my master? Old Zhang leaned against the door, waving a large fan, looked at Hu Zi and asked, Hey, I heard that your master is not in good health, so I stole a tonic from my young master that can make people have sex 7 times a night. I wanted you to give it to your master. This is to give you credit. Hu Zi showed the pills in front of Lao Zhang and said with a sly smile, That's it? It's a tonic? Who are you trying to fool? Aren't all tonics weird in shape? Old Zhang obviously didn't believe what Hu Zi said. Hey, you old man, you don't understand. My young master's things are not ordinary things. How about we make a bet? His words made Hu Zi feel that he was being looked down upon. My young master is not a simple person. Didn't you see that the 2 generals of the Cheng family and the Yuchi family sat at the same table with my young master to drink? Would the young master cheat a small person like me? That's obviously impossible, isn't it? Okay, how do we bet? Old Zhang also became interested. Well, you secretly give this to your master. Don't let him know. If your master becomes stronger tonight, you will lose 5 cents of silver to me. If not, I will lose 5 cents of silver to you. Hu Zi took out a silver coin from his bosom and weighed it back and forth in his hand. Isn't this thing of yours poison? Old Zhang was still a little worried. Old Zhang, are you stupid? In broad daylight, I gave you poison and asked you to harm your family's husband? Is there any hatred or resentment between our Fang family and your Zhang family? Why would I? Hu Zi was a little angry, jumping up and down and pointing at old Zhang. Okay, it's a deal then. Give me the medicine, and I'll find a way to get him to take it during dinner. Lao Zhang snatched the pill from Hu Zi's hand. If he wins the bet, he will get money. Even if he loses, there will definitely be a reward from the master. Then he can say that he bought it secretly, and he can get the money back from the master. It seems that he has not lost anything. He would be a fool not to gamble. Okay, let's go to the theater together tonight. Hu Zi saw that Lao Zhang accepted the bet and looked at him with a smirk on his face. Fuck you. You still want to spy on my master having sex? Be careful not to break your legs. Come over to drink tea with me tonight. I will ask the maid to find out. Old Zhang smiled and kicked Hu Zi. Okay, I'll come back in the evening. Hu Zi was not angry. He waved to Lao Zhang and returned to Fang's house. The curfew in Chang'an was just locking the doors of each neighborhood, but there was no ban on people entering the neighborhood. At night, Hu Zi sneaked to Zhang's door and knocked twice carefully. Squeak! The door opened a crack, and Lao Zhang's face squeezed out from the gap. When he saw it was Hu Zi, he pulled him in and then closed the door again. My master has already eaten your stuff. It's been almost an incense stick of time, and he hasn't reacted at all. I'm just waiting for you to lose money. Lao Zhang put his arm around Hu Zi's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait and see. Hu Zi pushed old Zhang away with some disgust. I don't know what this old man ate last night. It stinks. Old Zhang was not angry. He went back to the gatehouse, sat down on the bed, and looked at Hu Zi with a smile. The general concierge rooms are very simple, with just a bed and a table. Hu Zi didn't go in either, but leaned against the door frame. The two of them were chatting casually. After a while, a young boy ran out from the yard. He recounted in detail what he saw and heard outside the window, and then covered his lower body embarrassedly. When old Zhang heard what the young man said, he jumped up from the bed and looked at Hu Zi in disbelief. Is your thing really as powerful as you say? Of course I must. I've already said that my young master's things cannot be ordinary things. Hu Zi pretended to be calm and gave old Zhang a cold look, then pulled him away and sat on his bed. Just wait. I guess your master will be busy tonight. After saying that, Hu Zi leaned on old Zhang's bed and stopped talking. Hu Hu Zi and Lao Zhang looked at each other. Suddenly, old Zhang kicked the young man who reported the news and said, "Why are you still standing there? Go to the inner courtyard and guard. If anything happens, come and tell me in time." At this point, Lao Zhang suddenly felt sorry for his 5 cents of silver. This is his monthly salary. In the inner courtyard, Xiaoyan, a maid in Mr. Zhang's family, is also a concubine, guarding the door. Listen to the noise coming from inside. It's never been this intense before. I was both surprised and a little bit expectant. Until an hour later, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lifting my somewhat sore legs, pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 27. The Mighty Mr. Zhang. The maid who had been guarding outside the door felt uncomfortable after listening to it for a full hour. Hearing the sound in the room, he couldn't help but smile, pushed open the door, and walked in. 1,000 words are omitted here. The young man in the yard saw this scene and ran to the gatehouse in front to report. When old Zhang heard what the young man said, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. "Old Zhang, are you convinced? Take out the money." After Hu Zi finished speaking, he spread out his hands and stretched them in front of old Zhang. Old Zhang took out 6 copper coins with some heartache and placed them in Hu Zi's hand. Hu Zi took the copper coin, put it in his arms, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go back first. You just wait for the reward from your master." After saying that, Hu Zi pushed open the door of Zhang Mansion and left. Until the next morning. Inner courtyard of Zhang Mansion. Mr. Zhang felt refreshed, put on his clothes, and got out of bed. Looking at his wife, who was still sleeping soundly, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. I finally got the upper hand. Now you know how powerful I am. But then again, why was I so awesome yesterday? Mr. Zhang, who was confused, rubbed his sore lower back and left the house. "Master, were you satisfied last night?" Outside the house, old Zhang looked at Mr. Zhang, who came out, and hurriedly went to greet him, saying in a flattering manner, What do you mean, old man?" Mr. Zhang was a little surprised. Could it be that his performance yesterday had something to do with his distant cousin? "Master, this is what happened. Yesterday, when I was chatting with Hu Zi from the mansion next door, he said that his young master had a magic medicine that could make people have sex 7 times a night. I provoked him and said it was impossible, so he stole a pill and made a bet with me, saying that if the magic medicine didn't work, he would lose $50 to me. I put the money in your wine. I wonder how you felt last night, master." Old Zhang pretended that he knew nothing about what happened last night and looked at Mr. Zhang. Only then did Mr. Zhang realize what had happened. "You old dog, you actually secretly drugged your own master?" Zhang pretended to be very angry and kicked old Zhang to the ground. But in his heart, he was delighted. It was good to know what was going on. Now that he knew it was the effect of the medicine and where the medicine came from, he would see if this woman at home would dare to jump around with him again in the future. "Master, calm down, master, calm down. Isn't this just to help you relieve your worries?" Old Zhang knew his wealthy son-in-law very well. It was impossible for him to be angry. He was just embarrassed because someone had secretly drugged him. "This won't happen again, remember?" Seeing that he begged for mercy, Mr. Zhang did not pursue the matter any further. With his hand behind his back, he walked to the front gate and glanced at old Zhang. Old Zhang is so smart. When he sees his master's actions, he knows what to do. He hurried to the gatehouse, opened the door, and gestured to Mr. Zhang to come in. In the gatehouse, Mr. Zhang no longer concealed his true intentions and said to old Zhang, "Is that medicine really from the Fang Mansion?" "My lord, it is true. It was stolen by Hu Zi, the doorman of the Fang Mansion." Old Zhang answered in a low voice. "Okay, in that case, you go to Fang's house and look for Hu Zi to see if you can get some more. You can give Hu Zi some money appropriately. Also, you can go to the housekeeper to get 2 taels of silver as a reward for you." Mr. Zhang whispered to him, "Now that you know the reason, why don't you get some more medicine?" Old Zhang quickly agreed. His heart was beaming with joy. 5 cents turned into 2 taels, which was 4 times the amount. Made a profit. After receiving the reward from the housekeeper, old Zhang happily knocked on the door of Fang's house. The pillars opened the door. "Mr. Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhuzi looked at him in confusion. "Brother Hu Zi is not here?" Old Zhang asked. "Are you looking for Hu Zi? That kid stole something from the young master yesterday and is being punished in the yard right now." Zhuzi pointed inside the yard. When old Zhang heard this, he thought something was wrong. It turned out that the medicine was stolen by Hu Zi, and the key point was that it was discovered by his young master. He hurried back to Zhang's house and found Mr. Zhang. "Master, if it was indeed Hu Zi who stole the medicine, he is being punished now. What do you think we should do?" Old Zhang reported to his master. "Oh, I'll go check it out. Zhang Yuanwei put his hands behind his back and arrived at Fang's house. Zhuzi did not close the door. He went straight into the gatehouse, clasped his fists to Zhuzi, and said, "Could you please inform him? Just say that Zhang is here to visit your young master. It's Mr. Zhang. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform you." Zhuzi responded and went into the inner courtyard to report. When they arrived at the inner courtyard, Huzi was kneeling in the yard with a look of grievance on his face. "Okay, Mr. Zhang is here. Perform the following scenes well, and I'll give you a chicken drumstick later." When Fang Er saw Zhuzi coming in, he knew what was going on. Then he pretended to shout loudly, "You dog slave, you even dare to steal the elixir of your master. I will beat you to death." While shouting, he picked up the whip on the table and swung it in the air, making a snapping sound. Huzi cooperated very well and screamed loudly. Mr. Zhang, who was waiting outside, could not wait any longer when he heard the noise and rushed directly into the yard. Fang Er has been keeping his eyes on the gate to the inner courtyard. When he saw someone coming in, he whipped Huzi on the back. "Of course, I didn't use much force." Huzi's screams became louder. "Master Fang, what are you doing? Stop it now." Seeing that Fang Er showed no sign of holding back, Mr. Zhang rushed forward to stop him. If Huzi was really beaten to death by Fang Er, he probably wouldn't have the face to come and ask for medicine again. Fang Er took advantage of the situation and threw away the whip. "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Zhang. This dog slave actually stole my treasured magic medicine and refused to tell me where the medicine is. I spent a lot of effort to get it from Longhu Mountain, and he just took it away. If he didn't stop me, I would have beaten him to death." Fang Er pointed at Huzi fiercely and said, then sat down on the chair. "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. Why don't you get out of here, you slave?" After taking a sip of tea from the cup, Fang Er pointed at a chair and said to Mr. Zhang. Then he pointed at Huzi and cursed. Zhuzi hurriedly pulled Huzi aside and whispered, "Let's go." "Thank you, master." Huzi quickly got up and followed Zhuzi out of the inner courtyard. "To be honest, Master Fang, the magic medicine you lost just happened to be found by Zhang. I tried it yesterday, and it was indeed extraordinary. Zhang came here today to ask for the medicine. Master Fang, do you have any spare magic medicine?" "What? The medicine was actually obtained by Mr. Zhang? I was wondering why this servant refused to tell me. He must be afraid that I would cause trouble for your Zhang mansion. Well, since it has been used, forget it. But I don't have much of the medicine. How come, looking at Mr. Zhang's physique, he shouldn't need that thing, right?" Fang Er felt like he was possessed by a drama spirit. Chapter 28. Adding fuel to the fire. Mr. Zhang had no idea that all this was part of a plan prepared by Fang Er. Selling something at your doorstep is not a good business. It's easier to buy from someone's store. "Master Fang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My body has been failing for the past few years, so I have had no choice but to go to brothels to find some confidence. Although I know that the girls are just trying to please me, it's better than being looked down upon at home. Can you just pity me and split the money between us?" When Mr. Zhang heard what Fang Er said, he immediately became anxious. "Brother, this is not good to eat too much. It will only add fuel to the fire. I'm afraid you can't hold it." Fang Er looked at Mr. Zhang with sympathy. How could Mr. Zhang stand such a look? He felt more and more that he needed that magic medicine. "Brother Fang, I am in good health. I was just injured by bandits when I was doing business a few years ago. So, I can afford it. Just name your price. I will not say no. I just hope Brother Fang can give me some." Fang Er pretended to believe him and said with embarrassment, "Okay, I still have a little of this stuff. I'll give you 10 pills, but this medicine is precious. I spent 100 taels of silver per pill to get it. What do you think, Brother Zhang? I'll pay 200 taels per grain. In addition, I'll give Brother Fang 10 good horses. I wonder if you can spare some more." When Mr. Zhang heard the price, he didn't even hesitate and directly doubled the price. He was only worried that the medicine was not enough, not too expensive. Over the years, he has been traveling around the grasslands, mainly doing cattle and horse business. When selling salt in Chang'an, you have to go to the grassland to exchange it for horses. 50 kilograms of coarse salt can be exchanged for a cow on a grassland, and 100 kilograms of coarse salt can be exchanged for a horse. Back in Chang'an, a cow was sold for 5 taels of silver, and a horse for at least 10 taels, and at most 20 taels. This is double the profit. If he could use money to buy back his dignity as a man, he wouldn't care how much it cost. It would just be a matter of going on business a few more times a year. When Fang Er heard his words, he was overjoyed. At the same time, he had an idea. He had heard from Huzi in the morning that Mr. Zhang was engaged in the business of selling horses on the grassland. If that was the case, then, well, he got it. Brother Zhang, if that's the case, then I'll give you 15 of them. But I want a stud horse. Is it possible to get one? With those animal products, Fang Er is confident that he can turn 10 horses into a herd of horses. Brother Fang, don't worry. When you get back, go to my horse farm and choose whatever you want. Okay. Mr. Zhang patted his chest and said, it's just a horse, it's nothing to him. When business was booming, he would bring back hundreds of horses from the grassland at a time. Okay, I'll trouble you then. I'll go get the medicine for you right away. Fang Er stood up, bowed to Mr. Zhang, and went back to the house. Mr. Zhang was so excited that he almost jumped up. 15 pills. Hee, I will make sure that woman can't get out of bed for a month. Old Zhang, go back and ask the butler to bring me 3,000 taels of silver in cash. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he pointed at Old Zhang and spoke tremblingly. Old Zhang hurried to Zhang's house. After a while, Fang Er came back with a small porcelain bottle. Placed the porcelain bottle in front of Officer Zhang. This is what that bastard Huzi stole last night. Mr. Zhang can check it first. Mr. Zhang was a little embarrassed. He only knew that the thing was useful. Old Zhang had secretly crushed it and mixed it with the wine. He had no idea what the medicine looked like at all. He waved his hand in a pretentious manner and said, why should I test him? He's just a neighbor on the street. Brother Fang, I trust him. At this time, the maid brought tea to Mr. Zhang and also brought some dried fruits and snacks. Fang Er had an idea and asked his maid to bring out a jar of wine from home. Putting the wine on the table and pushing it to Zhang Yuan outside, Fang Er said, Brother Zhang, you often go to the grasslands. I wonder if the barbarians on the grasslands like to drink. Ha! Brother Fang, you finally asked the right person. I have dealt with many people on the grassland. Those barbarians can't live without our Central Plains wine for every meal. It's a pity that there have been wars for years and there is not enough food. How can we sell so much wine to the grassland? How come you have a way to get wine? From the end of the Sui dynasty to the beginning of the Zhenguan period, there were constant wars, both large and small. War consumed the most food. In addition to human food, even cattle and horses had to switch to eating fine feed, otherwise they would not be able to produce enough food. Now the entire Tang dynasty only has 2 meals a day, so there is no extra food to make wine. Not much for now, but we can go for the high-quality route. Fang has some strong liquor here, but I don't know if it suits the taste of those barbarians. Mr. Zhang, please try it first. Fang Er pointed to the wine jar on the table. Oh, strong liquor? How strong is it? Mr. Zhang puzzledly opened the mud seal on the jar, and wow, a strong aroma of wine hit him in the face. Good wine. Such a nice, fragrant wine. Mr. Zhang praised it highly. Then he poured out the tea in the cup and filled it with wine. After taking a sip, he felt excited instantly. Brother, this is really a strong liquor. It is like a ball of fire when it enters the stomach. The grassland is a bitter and cold place. This liquor must be a big seller. I just wonder how much you can provide. Mr. Zhang looked at Fang Er excitedly. This is such a pleasant surprise. He had a hunch that once this wine reached the grassland, it would cause a sensation. To be honest, Brother Zhang, the current production of this wine is not high. We only produce about 10 or 8 jars a day. It is not enough for Chang'an City, but it will be soon. I plan to send people to the south to collect grain. In half a year at most, the production will definitely increase. Thank you for your hard work then. Fang Er was a little conflicted. Now he had to buy several truckloads of wine every day. If he brewed it himself, food would be a problem. He planned to ask someone to go to the south and get some food back. What a shame, what a shame. Such a good wine has to wait half a year. But let's make a deal first. When the production of your wine increases, I'll take care of the business on the grassland. How do you think? Mr. Zhang said with some regret. Don't worry, bro. I'll leave the grassland to you. We'll talk about it in detail when the time comes. Fang Er raised the tea in his cup, made a gesture of invitation to Zhang Yuan, and then drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Zhang also picked up the cup and drank it all. Then he started coughing loudly. He completely forgot that Fang Er was drinking water and there was wine in his glass. Master, the silver has been brought. At this time, old Zhang came back with 2 servants carrying a wooden box. The box fell to the ground and the servant opened the lid. Silver ingots were neatly placed inside. Mr. Zhang waved to old Zhang. Old Zhang hurriedly walked forward. Mr. Zhang turned around, facing away from Fang Er, took out the porcelain bottle from his arms, opened it, let old Zhang take a look, and then asked in a low voice, Is this thing? Old Zhang took a look and nodded heavily. Master, this is the blue little ball. Mr. Zhang finally put his mind at ease. Brother Fang, this is 3,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. Fang Er was not polite either, and said to the maid beside him, "Carry me to my room." Chapter 29. Exchange the mirror for food. After the transaction was completed, Mr. Zhang took his servants back. Fang Er returned to the house and looked at the box of silver, his heart beaming with joy. Hey, 8 pills for 100 points equal 1,600 taels of silver, or 1,600 points. This deal is doable. All the silver was exchanged for points. The 3,000 points, shining with silver light, made Fang Er very happy. Exchange all the remaining items for a single brush. Fang Er left the house. Asked someone to find the pillar. Zhu, go to Cheng's house and look for Chu and Mo. He should be off duty by now. Tell him I have something important to discuss with you. Zhu's injury no longer affected his movements, so he took the job and went out. Fang Er sat in the yard, thinking about his future plans. A big house, a little maid, making money by walking the dog and hawking. Well, that's it. Whenever I can get a pet point, I will definitely get a group of huskies to raise for fun. It's so exciting just thinking about it. In my previous life, I only watched others raise pets, but I didn't dare to keep this ancestor in my 2-bedroom apartment. The title of demolition team leader is not given for nothing. But it's okay now. Such a big house can be demolished at will. We have craftsmen at home anyway. We could just demolish the front and repair the back. We have money, so what is there to be afraid of? Fang Er finally experienced the happiness of being rich. It is indeed something that the poor can't imagine. There is a huge pomegranate tree in Fang Er's yard, and the tables and chairs are placed under the tree. Under the shade of the tree, Fang Er fell asleep leisurely. Master, wake up. Master Cheng is here. It was not until Cheng Chumo came over that Xiaoqing beside him woke him up. Brother Chumo is here. Come and sit down. I fell asleep without noticing. How long have you been here? Fang Er rubbed his sleepy eyes and said while yawning, Brother Fang, I just arrived too. I am sorry for disturbing your sweet dream. Cheng Chumo bowed to Fang Er and sat on a chair beside him. What do you mean by disturbing me? I was the one who asked you to come here. Xiaoqing, serve the tea. Fang Er stretched and finally woke up a little. What tea, what wine, what's so good about tea? Cheng Chumo waved to Xiaoqing and then continued, I wonder what Brother Fang wants me to do. Brother Chu and Mo, you know that our 3-family partnership is mainly based on wine. Food is a problem now. I plan to send someone to Jiangnan to purchase food. Do you have any connections there? Fang Er directly expressed his thoughts. I do have some connections in Jiangnan. I have a sworn brother whose father just went to Jiangnan last year and is serving as a county magistrate. I think I can ask him to help me. Cheng Chumo thought for a moment and then said, That's good. When the time comes, both you and Baolin will send some reliable men over. Fang Er said, By the way, since we're going to purchase food, I wonder if Brother Fang has enough money? Cheng Chumo asked. Since it was a large purchase, the quantity would definitely not be small, and he was a little worried about Fang Er's financial resources. Both the Cheng family and the Yuchi family were born into military families and had power, but they did not have much money. Brother Chu and Mo, rest assured, I still have a few treasures in my hand. I will take them to Jiangnan when the time comes. It is rich there, and I am sure we will be able to collect enough money to purchase food. Fang Er said with confidence. Oh, I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Can you let me see it first? Cheng Chumo became interested. Since it was a treasure, who wouldn't want to see it? Since you want to see it, wait a moment. I'll get it. Fang Er got up and went back in the house. After a while, he came out with a wooden box. Put the box on the table and open it. There are 9 wooden-framed mirrors neatly arranged inside. The sunlight happened to shine on the mirror at this moment. An array of light refracted on the mirror and shone on Cheng Chumo's face. Cheng Chumo quickly covered his eyes as he was suddenly stabbed in the eye. After he recovered, he picked up a mirror and looked at himself. Another self appears in the mirror. Every detail is clear. Brother Fang, where did you get this treasure? It's so magical, countless times better than that bronze mirror. It's so clear. Cheng Chumo looked at Fang Er in surprise and asked, Don't worry about where I got it. Just tell me if this thing can be exchanged for enough food. Fang Er likes to see other people's surprised looks. Xiaoqing on the side was also stunned at this moment. She never knew that the young master actually had such a magical object. She sneaked closer and saw her reflection in the mirror. She felt like she was falling in love with this thing. But when I thought that the young master was going to exchange this thing for food, I felt very reluctant to part with it. Fang Er noticed her movements and said jokingly, Why Cheng Er is moved. Master, do you really want to exchange this treasure for food? Xiaoqing asked timidly. Why? You can't bear to part with it. Fang Er asked with a deliberately stern face. Xiaoqing was shocked. Fang Er hasn't been stern with her since he recovered from his illness. Master, Xiaoqing is wrong. Xiaoqing shouldn't be reluctant to let go. Xiaoqing shouldn't talk too much. Please punish me, master. Xiaoqing quickly knelt on the ground and said with her head down. Fang Er shook it. This girl was too easily teased. He quickly pulled Xiaoqing up and said, Girl, what are you doing? Did the master say he would punish you? Don't kneel anymore. We don't have this rule anymore. Okay, since you like it, go pick one and keep it for yourself. As Fang Er spoke, he pinched Xiaoqing's nose with his hand. Xiaoqing blushed again, but when she heard Fang Er ask her to pick one for herself, she was immediately excited. But after thinking about it, she shook her head and said, How can this be possible, master? This thing is too expensive. You should exchange it for food. Xiaoqing is just a maid. How can she use such an expensive thing? Why can't you use it? No matter how valuable it is, it's mine. If I tell you to use it, you can use it. Since you're following me, I have the final say. Go pick one. Slapping Xiaoqing on the butt, Fang Er said with a stern face. This time Xiaoqing was no longer afraid. She realized that the young master was teasing her on purpose. With a red face, she casually took a mirror from the wooden box and said, Thank you, young master. You are so kind. Cheng Er wants this. After saying that, he happily put it in his arms and stood aside and said to Fang Er, as if he was afraid that Fang Er would go back on his word. Cheng Chumo was watching from the side and didn't know what to say. My brother Fang is so unexpected. He just gave such a valuable thing to a girl, casually. Brother Fang, this thing is too valuable. It's no problem to exchange it for enough food. However, since we're going to take these treasures to Jiangnan, I have to send some good people. Otherwise, if they are robbed by bandits, it will be a big loss. Cheng Chumo said with a sour tone. He would not admit that he was now somewhat jealous of the little maid. Chapter 30 Braised Sea Bass and Beggar's Chicken. I didn't say that all of these should be sent to Jiangnan to exchange for food. You and Baolin should each take one of these too. I can't let you send people away for nothing. The rest can be used to exchange for food. Fang Er took 2 mirrors from the box and handed them to Cheng Chumo. Now, it was Cheng Chumo's turn to be excited. Brother Fang, are you kidding? Baolin and I are involved. Cheng Chumo took the mirror in disbelief and asked Fang Er while looking at him. Don't make a fuss. I have a lot of good stuff here. This is just the beginning. You will be surprised in the future. Okay, put it away. You can give the one from Baolin to him later. Go back and select the staff. Fang Er patted Cheng Chumo's shoulder, signaling him to accept it with confidence. Then I won't be polite, brother. It would be a bit awkward to say thank you for such a valuable gift. If you need my and Baolin's things in the future, please feel free to treat me. I'll be going back first. Cheng Chumo patted his chest and made a promise, then left with the mirror. After returning to the Cheng mansion, Cheng Chumo found Cheng Yaojin watering the flowers. Dad, look at this. Cheng Chumo took out the mirror and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin took the mirror and looked at his son in surprise. Where did this thing come from? When he searched the pawn shop before, he also found such a mirror. He was still thinking about whether to give it to Lier. Just 2 days later, his son took out another one. Where does such treasure come from? Father, I just came back from Brother Fang. This is what he gave to his son. Then, Cheng Chumo told Fang Er about his plan. Upon learning that Fang Er had given away 3 mirrors at once, including one to a little maid, Cheng Yaojin really didn't know what to say. Since it's from Brother Fang, you should keep it. Also, for the food procurement, pick 10 good people from home and bring the keepsake from the mansion to avoid being coveted by thieves on the road. Such a valuable item can't go wrong. Since Fang Er trusts you, you should help him with all your heart. Besides, this is also our family's business. Okay, go and get busy. Cheng Yaojin gave instructions to Cheng Chumo in a serious tone, and then returned the mirror to Cheng Chumo. Yes, father, I've got it in mind. Cheng Chumo saluted Cheng Yaojin and then left. Cheng Chumo did not go out, but went to find his mother. Mom, I have something good to give you. Son, Cheng Yaojin's wife and Cheng Chumo's mother, was sitting on the edge of the bed chatting with a maid when she saw her son enter the room. Oh, what treasure did my son get? Son smiled and looked at her son. Her son was usually very steady in front of her, but he had never been like this today. She was very curious about what kind of treasure could make her precious son lose his composure. Mom, look. Cheng Chumo took the mirror out from his arms, held it in both hands, and handed it to Son. Seeing that he was cautious, Son took it with both hands, took a closer look, and wow. Son was shocked by herself in the mirror. She had never seen herself so clearly as she did at this moment. The beautiful face of the past is now covered with wrinkles, with many silver hairs on the head, and even the teeth are a little sparse. Although it has been well maintained, time is unforgiving. Putting away the sadness in her heart, Sun looked at her son in surprise. This thing must be very precious. Where did the child get it from? With the financial resources of the Cheng family, they might not be able to afford it. Chuamo, tell mother, how much silver did you spend on this thing? Sun asked calmly. As expected of a lady from a wealthy family, even though she was uneasy inside, she did not show it at all on the surface. Mom, this thing didn't cost me any money. It was given to me by the brother from a Fang family. Not only me, but even Baolin has one. So this belongs to Baolin. I will give it to him at the party. Cheng Chumo was afraid that his mother would not believe him, so he took out another mirror. When Sun saw that there was indeed another mirror, she believed what Cheng Chumo said. If there was only one mirror, she might suspect that it was bought by Cheng Chumo, but two mirrors were absolutely impossible. Her Cheng family definitely couldn't afford it. Why would someone give you such a valuable thing? But do I need a favor from you? Sun asked in confusion. There was no clue about the business partnership between the Cheng, Yuchi, and Fang families, so Cheng Yaojin did not mention it to her when he came back, so she knew nothing about it. Cheng Chumo quickly explained the cause of the matter. After hearing what her son said, Sun finally felt relieved. As long as he did his business properly, she didn't care about anything else. In that case, then you should do it with all your heart and go find Baolin. I will take the mirror for you first, and then I will give it to your wife when she gets married. Mother, it's too early to get married. This mirror is my gift to you. Cheng Chumo was a little crazy. He was only 14 years old, and he had never thought about getting married. Okay, I'll accept this as a gift to you. Now get back to your business. Sun smiled and waved to Cheng Chumo, asking him to quickly handle what Fang Er had asked him to do. When Cheng Chumo arrived at Yuchi's house and took out the mirror, Yuchi Baolin and his parents were also shocked by the magic of the mirror. When Cheng Chumo told Fang Er's request, Yuchi Baolin went to choose the person without waiting for his father to speak. Not long after, the two of them, accompanied by 20 carefully selected servants, rushed towards the Fang mansion in a mighty procession. It was almost dark at this time. Fang Er was teaching Xiaoqing how to cook in the kitchen. Xiaoqing learned very quickly and had learned many dishes in the past few days. Today, Fang Er taught her how to cook braised pork and beggar's chicken. The two dishes were cooked at the same time, and the beggar's chicken was not buried, but covered with a thick layer of mud with salt and thrown into the stove. Fang Er was using a large shovel to stir the large pieces of meat back and forth in the pot. There was no white sugar or rock sugar, but etan or maltose, which he specially asked his servants to buy from the East Market. Looking at the red pieces of meat in the pot and smelling the aroma, Xiaoqing's mouth was almost watering. Soon, the braised pork came out of the pot, and then Fang Er took out a plate of steamed sea bass from another pot. Put out the fire in the stove and use a hook to dig out the dried mud inside. The mud ball fell from the stove to the ground, and it broke into pieces. The fragrance of lotus leaves and the unique aroma of chicken filled the entire kitchen. Xiaoqing was full of admiration for her young master. It only took a short while for him to prepare 3 dishes, and each one looked delicious. Chapter 31. I can't lift it with one hand. Fang Er and Xiaoqing came out of the kitchen with 3 dishes in their hands, and just then they met Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin coming in. Hey, I say, you two have dog-like noses, right? I just finished cooking, and you guys came over. Fang Er joked with the two of them, not being polite at all. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were attracted by Fang early eye. The elegant Master Fang was now smelling of cooking oil, and there were some oil stains on the sleeves of his white shirt. What was going on? The young master of the Fang family actually did the work of a cook? Brother Fang, they say a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, but looking at you, could it be that you can cook? The two had come a few times, and Xiaoqing knew that they had a special relationship with her young master, so she said without waiting for Fang Er to speak, my young master is not an ordinary person. The dishes he cooks are delicious. If you say that again, Xiaoqing won't give you chopsticks. You will be so greedy. Humph. Haha, did you hear that? Be careful, or you'll have nothing to eat later. Fang was happy. He handed the plate in his hand to the maid who came over to greet him, and then went to sit in the yard. The maids took the dishes and placed them on the table. There were already several dishes on the table, plus the 3 newly prepared dishes, a total of 7 or 8 plates. Uzi was very discerning and took out the wine and poured it for the 3 of them. Fang Er picked up the chopsticks and passed them to Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin. Come, have a taste. If you want to eat my food, you have to have a chance. Since you have met me, come together and see how good my cooking skills are. The two of them were not embarrassed, knowing that Fang Er was joking, so they picked up their chopsticks, picked up a piece of food, and put it into their mouths. The expressions of both of them changed instantly. Cheng Yaojin was fine. He had eaten Xiaoqing's cooking and knew that Fang's food was delicious, so he was mentally prepared. But Yuchi Baolin had never eaten it. He only felt that he had been eating pig food for the past 10 years. Look at the dishes in front of him. They are colorful, fragrant, and delicious. The big piece of red fat meat just now melts in the mouth, without any fishy smell of pork that he usually eats. There is also a hint of sweetness in the salty fragrance. The taste is amazing. Delicious. Brother Fang, your cooking skills are amazing. Yuchi Baolin put down his chopsticks and exclaimed in admiration. Ha 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 ha, you're convinced. What's this about a gentleman staying away from the kitchen? It's just an excuse made up by a bunch of lazy people who don't want to cook. When it comes to cooking, men are more talented than women. Come on, drink, Fang Er said with a smile, raising his glass. The three of them ate and drank. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin were eating so much that their mouths were drooling. Of course, Fang Er would not let Xiaoqing down. This girl was now in the kitchen with two other maids, wolfing down the food without caring about her image as a woman at all. Sister Qing, are these dishes really made by the young master? The girl with a baby face and big breasts wiped the oil stains on her mouth and asked in disbelief. Of course, I watched the young master cook it with my own eyes. The young master said that these dishes will be served in our restaurant in the future. He asked me to learn from him first. When I learn, I will teach the chefs in the restaurant. With the wine made by our young master, business will surely be booming. Xiaoqing said very proudly. I really envy Sister Qing. The young master treats you so well. Who knows, maybe he will let Sister Qing be his concubine in the future. Another little maid said with envy on the side. Eat yours. It's so delicious that you can't stop eating it. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at the maid. Then while eating, she thought about how the young master had been these past few days and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two girls on the side saw her laughing for no apparent reason with a happy smile on her face and started teasing her again. Uzi, go find a better restaurant outside and ask them to send over some good food. Don't be afraid to spend money. Also, bring our wine up to these brothers. There's plenty of it. Fang Er told Uzi how it was possible for the three of them to eat and drink while accompanying 20 servants. Brother Fang, there's no need to go to such trouble. Just let Brother Huzi take them out to eat. Cheng Yaojin said on the side. Once you enter my house, you are a family. There is no reason for you to go out to eat. Huzi, go quickly. Fang Er rejected his kindness. Huzi responded and went out. Then Fang Ho continued to talk about his plan. He planned to let Zhang Bo and Huzi take the servants of the two families to go to Jiangnan together. Take 3,000 taels of silver for travel expenses and the remaining 6 mirrors. After arriving in Jiangnan, Cheng Chumo's cousin came forward and auctioned the mirror directly. The place was rich and there were many wealthy merchants. After the auction of the mirror, he went directly to the grain merchants to buy grain on the spot. Then the grain was transported directly from Jiangnan to Luoyang by boat through the Grand Canal, and then transferred to ox carts to pull it back to Chang'an. In addition, Zhuzi was arranged to go outside Chang'an City and buy a farm on the east side of Chang'an City. Yes, Fang Er was still worried about that old guy Jieli. He didn't plan to go back to jailing. His uncle was too disgusting. That guy came from the northwest. Therefore, the east is safer, and his current Fang mansion is in the east city of Chang'an, just over a mile away from Chunming Gate. Beyond Chunming Gate is the Longzhou Canal. Being close to a water source, it will be convenient to do anything there in the future. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin nodded repeatedly after hearing this. By the way, Brother Fang, you're only 1 year older than me. Have you ever thought about seeking an official position? After listening to Fang Er's plan, Cheng Chumo asked curiously. Normally, if an ordinary person had such a good relationship with the Cheng and Yuchi families, it would be easy for him to get a military position even if he was not good enough for a civil servant position. However, Fang Er never mentioned such plans. Why do I want to be an official? I live a comfortable life every day. Why should I be controlled by others? I am a lazy person. I can't be an official. After Fang Er finished speaking, he drank the glass of wine in his hand, then half lying on the chair, looking at the two of them, and continued, Look, Fang is just lying here, not worrying about money. With the support of the two of you, As long as Fang doesn't do anything illegal, who else in Chang'an City can bully Fang? Haha, what Brother Fang said is right. As long as we don't do anything reckless, whoever dares to do so in Chang'an City will be beaten to death by my steel mace. Yuchi Baolin was already a little drunk. After hearing what Fang Er said, he took off the steel mace from his waist and threw it on the table. With a bang, a small hole was smashed into the table. Fang Er opened his mouth wide when he saw it. Is this thing so heavy? I reached out and tried it, wow. I can't even lift it with one hand. Brother Fang. This mace of mine was passed down to me by my father. It weighs a full 36 kilograms. Yuchi Baolin said proudly. Fang Er tried it with both hands and found that it was indeed weighing more than 30 kilograms. Chapter 32, The Inexplicable Shaoqing. Brother Fang, do you have any weapons you like? I'll get you one from the army later. Cheng Yaojin saw that Fang Er was interested in weapons, so he asked. No, I will make it myself later, but I don't have the right tools right now, and I don't know where to buy the ore. Fang Er is not planning to buy current weapons. He plans to make them himself. For an 8th level fitter, making a weapon for self-defense is as easy as pie. Brother Fang, can you do craftsmanship? Yuchi Baolin became interested. His father was a blacksmith, so he is particularly sensitive to this. Of course I can. Cooking and drinking wine are just my hobbies. Blacksmithing is Fang's specialty. When talking about his special skills, Fang Er was very proud. Oh, then I must come and see it someday. I'll ask my father to come as well. He's also a blacksmith, and this fine steel mace of mine was made by him. I wonder how it compares to Brother Fang's craftsmanship. Yuchi Baolin was very surprised when he heard Fang Er's words. Haha, it's not nice to talk about elders behind their backs. Let's not talk about this anymore. Can you help me get some iron, coal, and graphite later? Fang Er kit. He couldn't just say that he could beat Yuchi Gong by several blocks. That's all. That's too easy. I'll have someone send it to me tomorrow. My dad has it. Whenever he encounters something he can't figure out, he always likes to swing it with a hammer. Yuchi Baolin patted his chest and assured. It is not surprising that Yuchi Gong, who was born as a blacksmith, had these things at home. Everyone has their own way of relieving stress, and it seems that Yuchi Gong's way is to swing a hammer. Well, I'll thank Brother Baolin first. Fang Er said as he poured wine for Yuchi Baolin. At this time, a group of people dressed as servants came in from outside, each carrying a food box. Hu Zi went to greet them. While waiting for the dishes, the tables and chairs had been set up, and the wine and food were placed on the table. The leading servant took the silver from the butler and left with his men. Seeing that everything was settled here, Fang Er picked up a glass of wine and went to the table of the servants. Dear brothers, I will leave Hu Zi and the housekeeper to you during your trip to Jiangnan. When you are done, I will hold a welcoming banquet for you. At that time, everyone will receive a big red envelope. Kulme. Fang will drink first to show his respect. After Fang Er finished speaking, he drank the wine in the glass, turned the glass upside down, and shook it at everyone to indicate that he had finished it. Thank you, Master Fang. Please rest assured, I will ensure that Brother Hu and Uncle Zhang are safe and that the job is done. Brothers, toast to Master Fang. One of them, a man in his 40s who was wearing the clothes of a Cheng family servant, stood up, holding a glass of wine, and spoke to the others. Respectfully, Master Fang. The others raised their glasses and stood up, toasting Fang Er before drinking it all together. Ha ha ha, you're all good men. Brothers, eat and drink well. If you need anything, just ask Hu Zi. After Fang Er finished speaking, he clasped his fists towards these men. Thank you, Mr. Fang. The man also saluted and replied loudly. Fang Er returned to his desk. Looking at Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin, he said, You two brothers helped me pick these, and they're all top-notch heroes. Thank you. Then he drank another glass of wine. His actions just now were really beyond Cheng Yaojin's expectations. It can be said that just because of this glass of wine, Fang Er won the favor of the servants of both families. We are all a bunch of rough guys. What we value is righteousness and loyalty. If you respect me 1 inch, I will respect you 10 feet in return. Fang Er praised them so much and did not shy away from Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin at all. These men knew what was going on, so they would definitely do their best on this mission. What's more, Fang Er also promised benefits. Brother Fang is so polite. Come on, let's do it. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin both responded with a glass of wine. A group of people eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing. It was not until Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin could no longer bear it that Fang Er had people settle them down. A group of servants got drunk and fell asleep on their chairs. Even in hot weather, you don't have to worry about catching a cold. Fang Er looked at his own yard. This is fucking big enough when I bought it a few days ago. But as the family has more and more people, there is no place for guests to stay. Gao! When we get back to the manor outside the city, we must plan it well. When Fang Er opened his eyes the next morning, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin had left as expected. Xiaoqing was directing the servants to clean up yesterday's mess. Xiaohuan was sitting on the steps in front of Fang Er's door. Seeing Fang Er coming out, he quickly got up and helped him wash up. Fang Er, feeling refreshed, thought about it but didn't know what to do. Damn, after being idle for so long, I always feel like I don't know what to do. Oh, by the way, I haven't done what I promised to Cheng Yaojin yet. Damn, Fang Er has completely forgotten what Cheng Yaojin entrusted to him. He said to the person behind him, Xiaohuan, where did you put the salt mine that Brother Chu Mo sent that day? Master, they're all in the small warehouse in the backyard. Do you want me to have someone get them? Xiaohuan tilted her head, thought for a while, and said, Go. When asked Huzi to move in. After making the arrangements, Fang Er didn't even bother to move a chair, but just sat on the steps. Damn, it's too hot, and it's not raining. I missed the air conditioner with watermelon. What a pity, I don't know how air conditioning works, so I can't figure it out, and I'm stuck. Xiaoqing saw her young master sitting at the door, shaking off the sweat from his face. She quickly found a fan, sat next to Fang Er, and fanned him. Master, it's getting hotter these past 2 days. You must take care of yourself and don't get a heat stroke. Our whole family is counting on you, Xiaoqing said while fanning herself. Smelling the fragrant breeze coming from Xiaoqing, Fang Er suddenly felt very cool. He tilted his head, looked at Xiaoqing, and said with a wicked smile, It smells so good, Qing. What spices did you use? Master, you are so bad. I'm talking to you seriously. Xiaoqing replied shyly. Why? Is what I said not serious? Tell me quickly, what kind of fragrance did you use to smell so good? Fang Er continued to ask. Humph, bad boy, I won't slap you anymore. Xiaoqing threw the fan away and ran away. Xiaohuan led Hu Zi to deliver the salt mine. Seeing this scene, she asked curiously, Master, what happened to Sister Qing? It's inexplicable. I asked her what spices she used, and she ended up like this. Fang Er scratched the back of his head and said in confusion, Master, you are so bad. Xiaohuan gave Fang Er a blank look. Fang Er was even more confused. Why? You know. Xiaohuan rolled her eyes again. Young master actually asked Sister Qing about this. No wonder Sister Qing didn't even fan you. Oh, you've grown a bad temper. You even dare to roll your eyes at your young master. Seeing that Xiaohuan didn't say anything, Fang Er went straight up and pressed Xiaohuan onto her legs. Chapter 33, The Smell, is actually body fragrance. Xiaohuan was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she was wondering what Fang Er was going to do. It felt like there was a hand tickling her underarm. Master, stop scratching me. Xiaohuan is wrong. Xiaohuan is telling you, stop scratching me, Xiaohuan said while struggling and laughing uncontrollably. Hurry up and tell me, or continue. Fang Er threatened harshly. Master, there is no such thing as spices. We are all servants. How can we afford to buy spices? Sister Qing's fragrance is her body odor. You're kidding me, right? How can a person smell good? Fang Er was a little skeptical. Although he had heard that some people had special physiques that could emit fragrance, the key point was that he had never seen it, so he could only treat it as a rumor. It's true. I'm not lying to you. There's nothing in Xiaohuan. If you don't believe me, try smelling it. Xiaohuan didn't know how to explain it, so she could only blush and let Fang Er smell her scent. When Fang Er heard Xiaohuan's words, he sniffed Xiaohuan's neck twice. There really is no fragrance, just a faint smell of soapberry. Feeling her young master's nose approaching her neck, Xiaohuan felt her whole body soften and whispered, Young master, you should believe me this time, right? Xiaohuan is also very envious of Sister Qing. As long as Xiaohuan sweats, her whole body stinks. Fang Er smiled and slapped Xiaohuan on the butt. What nonsense are you talking about? It doesn't stink at all. Okay, get up. I won't tickle you anymore. Later, the young master will make you smell good, okay? Xiaohuan got up from Fang Er's arms, looked at him in disbelief, and asked, Master, are you serious? That must be true. When has your master ever lied to you? Fang Er looked at Xiaohuan's red face and said with a smile, Humph, you're still saying no. Last year you lied to me that there were delicious foods in the kitchen, but there weren't any at all. You just tricked me away so you could peek at Sister Ching taking a bath. When Xiaohuan heard Fang Er's words, she immediately retorted. Fang Er was shocked. Is his body so lustful? Actually peeping at the maid taking a bath? Don't talk nonsense. It's not true. Don't worry. After a while, I will make sure you smell as good as Sister Ching. Okay? Fang Er could only touch his nose and said awkwardly. Then Xiaohuan will trust the young master once more. If the young master lies to me again, I will tell Sister Ching about your peeping. After saying this, Xiaohuan skipped away. Fang Er was not worried at all. He already had alcohol and perfume, so it shouldn't be too simple. Looking at Hu Zi, who was grinning foolishly, Fang Er felt sick all over. What the hell, I actually forgot that this guy's been standing here. Seeing Fang Er's gaze, Hu Zi waved his hands quickly. Master, I heard nothing. I saw nothing. Oomph. You'd better do this, or you'll be in trouble. Smash all these salt or into pieces. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't do it well, you won't have any food to eat today. Fang Er threw down a threatening sentence and went back to the house. The whole process of molesting the maid was watched from beginning to end. The key point is that he actually heard her peeping at the maid taking a bath. It's so fucking embarrassing. Hu Zi almost cried when he saw the 2 baskets of salt were in front of him. Who the hell did I offend? He picked up the load with resentment and carried it to a corner of the yard, where he started smashing things angrily. Zhuzi had just received money from the housekeeper and was about to go outside the city to buy a farm when he saw Hu Zi looking aggrieved. Curious, he went over and asked, What happened? Did the young master scold you? Do you want to know? Come, and I'll tell you why. Hu Zi looked at the pillar with ill intentions. Go to hell. You want to cheat me, your brother? Just do your job, huh? Zhuzi immediately saw through the boy's thoughts and just said something and left with a smile. Damn, do you have to be so smart? Hu Zi's plan didn't work out, so he had to work hard on his own. A full hour. My hands were covered with blisters after I finally smashed 2 baskets of salt or into powder. He walked to Fang Er's door in a panic and knocked on it. Master, the ore is ready. Fang Er walked out of the house and looked at Hu Zi with a wicked smile. Did you hear anything just now? No, I didn't see anything. Master, please forgive me. Hu Zi shook his head like a rattle and waved his hands to beg for mercy. When Fang Er saw the blood blisters on his hands, he suddenly felt that he had gone too far. Put your hand over here so I can see it. It's okay, master. It's okay. It will be fine in 2 days. Hu Zi quickly hid his hands behind his back. Just reach out if I tell you to, or you'll go and smash 2 more baskets. Fang Er threatened. Hu Zi had no choice but to stretch his hand in front of Fang Er. There were 5 or 6 uneven blood blisters on both hands. Fang Er's scalp tingled when he saw this. After returning to the house, he took out the iodine and gauze from the storage space and took the remaining wound medicine that Zhu had used and handed it to Hu Zi. Go back and do it yourself. Wrap it up, and don't do it so recklessly in the future. Is there shit in your head? Can't you ask for help? After Fang Er finished speaking, he kicked Hu Zi on the butt. Hu Zi took the thing Fang Er handed over, and tears were about to come out his eyes. No one had ever been so nice to him. To put it nicely, they are servants. To put it bluntly, they are slaves. They have no human rights. Even if the master kills him, he will only have to pay a fine to the government. Thank you for the medicine, master. Hu Zi will take his leave. Hu Zi was moved and bowed to Fang Er, then went back to the gatehouse, completely forgetting that it was Fang Er who had made his hand like this. Fang Er looked at the white mineral salt in the basket. There were a lot of impurities in it. No wonder people would have problems if they ate too much of it. With this quality of mineral salt, it would be strange if no problems occurred if they ate too much of it. I looked around and saw that everyone had run away. Now he is the only one left in the inner courtyard. This is outrageous. He doesn't even have anyone to help him. So he shouted at the top of his voice, Dali, ergo, where the hell are you all? Master, what's wrong? Soon, the 2 guys came running over from the backyard. Dali, carry these 2 baskets to the kitchen, and ergo, go get Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing lit the fire and added mineral powder vigorously, while Ergu stirred the pot vigorously with a spoon. There was quite a lot of mineral powder, and half a bucket of impurities were filtered out. The gauze used for filtering had to be changed 3 times. Fang Er felt a little pain. After filtering the brine, it is boiled again. As a large amount of water evaporates, some crystals slowly precipitate at the bottom of the pot. When everything was done, I got more than a basket of refined salt. Fang Er touched his clothes, which were soaked with sweat as if they had been washed with water. It's so damn hot today. Xiaoqing, Where can I buy saltpeter? Fang Er's sudden question confused Xiaoqing. Master, you can buy it at the pharmacy. Ergu interrupted. Chapter 34. A rare, refreshing green bean ice. Go buy a few dozen kilograms, and I'll give you something good to cool you down. Fang Er said to Xiaoqing. Cheng Er, go out and cool off for a while. Ask the idle maids in the backyard to come over and make a pot of mung bean soup. I will use the saltpeter when I buy it. After explaining all this, Fang Er went back to his room. It was already noon, and it was impossible to stay in the kitchen or even in the yard. Fang Er estimated that the temperature was at least 35 or 36 degrees. Being bored and with no cell phone or computer to kill time, Fang Er started to do horse stance. After Xiaoqing arranged for the maids to boil mung bean water, she came to Fang Er's room. Seeing Fang Er doing horse stance, he quietly stood by. Not long after, the maids came to report that it was done. Find a clean wooden barrel, pour it out and let it cool down first, and call me when Erga buys the saltpeter. Fang Er sat down on the ground, rubbing his legs, and said he could now hold out a little longer than he had the first time. Now that the family was no longer short of money, Xiaoqing would find different ways to prepare delicious food for him every day. Xiaoqing is very intelligent. After Fang Er taught her several times, she can now figure out how to cook different dishes on her own. With adequate nutrition and persistence in doing horse stance every day, Fang Er felt that in just a few days, his body had become much stronger. Xiaoqing helped Fang Er sit on the chair, lifted his legs, placed them on her own legs, and began to knead them slowly to help Fang Er relieve the pain. Fang Er narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the treatment he had never had in his previous life. As Xiaoqing moved, I felt the soreness in my body slowly disappear, replaced by waves of comfort. Master, I have bought the saltpeter you requested. Erga didn't come in either, just stood outside the door and shouted. When he went out, Huzi told him that when the young master was with the maids, it would be best not to disturb them. He just took a glance from the door and saw the postures of Fang Er and Xiaoqing. So he believed what Huzi said and had her report loudly outside the door. Bring it in. What are you standing outside the door for? Fang Er was enjoying Xiaoqing's massage, feeling extremely comfortable. When he heard Ergu's voice, he said reluctantly. Ergu came into the house carrying a cloth bag. He didn't even dare to raise his head. He put the bag on the ground and said, Master, this is the saltpeter you wanted. This is all we have in the pharmacy. Fang Er withdrew his legs from Xiaoqing and was about to open the bag when he saw Er go lowering his head and not daring to look at him. He laughed and scolded. Why, it's just a leg pinch. You look like the young master is doing something shameful. No, master, you misunderstood. I just twisted my neck accidentally. Yes, I twisted my neck. Huzi hurriedly explained it. My damn neck was twisted. He twisted his neck in broad daylight, trying to fool a ghost. Fang Er didn't care anymore. He took the bag in his hand and weighed it. It was about 10 pounds. I opened it and took a look. The snow-white crystal looked like it had been shattered. Go, get a tub, fill it with well water, and ask the maids to bring the mung bean water that we prepared. Fang Er put the bag back on the ground and said. Huzi hurried to prepare. A tub for bathing was brought into the house. 2 maids each brought over a bucket of mung bean water. When the bathtub was filled with well water, Huzi and the maids looked at each other, then left the room together and closed the door. Hey, I say, why are you closing the door? Fang Er was a little confused. Master, how can you take a shower with the door open? Xiaoqing blushed and whispered behind him. Bathing? What kind of bath? You guys don't think I want to take a bath, do you? It's not a bath, it's something cool. Otherwise, why would I need mung bean water? Go open the door. You're bathing in the room with the maid in broad daylight. If it gets out, I won't be able to see the young master anymore. Fang Er slapped his forehead, realizing that they had misunderstood. After hearing what Fang Er said, Xiaoqing finally understood that she was not going to take a bath. She had thought the same thing as Fang Er said. She thought the young master wanted her to accompany him in taking a bath, so she blushed. Letting go of the tension in her heart, Xiaoqing let out a breath, walked to the door, and opened it. Come in, what are you talking about? When did the young master say he wanted to take a bath? The servants looked at each other, not understanding what this meant. However, when Xiaoqing said she didn't want to take a shower, they all felt relieved and went back into the house. Fang Er poured the saltpeter directly into the bathtub and then put the bucket of mung bean water in. After doing all this, just stand aside and wait. Soon, a wisp of white mist rose from the bathtub. Water droplets also condensed on the outer wall of the bathtub. Fang Er tried it with his hand. Hiss. Cool. Feeling the temperature of the well water in the bathtub, Fang Er felt a sudden shock throughout his body. Ching saw his movements and tried it out. Then she shouted, "Ah, master, the water is so cold. Don't be impatient. We're just getting started. Wait a little longer." Fang Er said calmly. The coolness emanating from the bathtub slowly dissipated the heat. The waves of coolness made everyone feel extremely comfortable. They kept marveling at the young master's magic in their hearts. No one spoke. They just gathered around the bathtub, enjoying the rare coolness. After about 2 incense sticks of time, ice flowers slowly appeared in the bathtub. Then the mung bean water in the bucket began to freeze. Let Erga go to the kitchen to get chopsticks. Fang Er took out a piece, threw it into his mouth, and bit it with a crunchy sound. It felt so good. Xiaoqing and the others were even more surprised. Young master, it's so easy to make ice in such a hot day. She also picked up a piece and took a careful bite. As soon as she took a bite of the mung bean ice cream, she felt her whole body instantly cleared up. Master, this is amazing. Xiaoqing looked at Fang Er with shining eyes and said with admiration, "Hee, your young master is just so amazing. Okay, stop looking at him and share everything." Fang Er waved his hand generously, took a piece of ice and sat back in the chair, enjoying this rare coolness. When several servants heard Fang Er's words, they all knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you for the reward, young master." Then each of them took a bowl, picked up some ice cubes from the bucket, and ran outside to eat. "Master, what about the other people in the family?" Huzi carefully looked at the remaining bucket of mung bean ice and asked, "I've divided them all up. It's too hot to keep them. They'll melt in a little while. What's the point of keeping them?" Fang Er munched on mung bean ice cream without even raising his head, speaking vaguely. "Yes, master." Huzi took out the bucket directly, added some ice to Fang Er, and then took it to share with other people. "Master, let's sell ice cream. We can definitely make a lot of money." Xiaoqing suddenly said to Fang Er. Fang Er glanced at her. Xiaoqing still had ice in her mouth. Her cheeks were bulging, and with the dimples on her face, she looked very cute. Chapter 35, Pure White Pony. Hey, Xiaoqing has grown up and knows how to worry about making money for the family. Fang Er smiled and scratched her nose. Xiaoqing's face turned red again. "Ah, master, you are so annoying. We're talking seriously. It's so hot today. We can make a lot of money from this ice cream." There's no one at home. Zhuzi has gone out of the city, and tomorrow Huzi and Zhangbo will also leave for Jiangnan. Only Dali and Ergu are left at home. Fang Er said helplessly. "Oh." Xiaoqing nodded regretfully and continued eating ice cream. "But it's not impossible. When the restaurant opens, we can sell it there. It's just a matter of selling it at night." Fang Er finished the mung bean ice in his bowl, collapsed comfortably in the chair, and said while rubbing his cold stomach. The next morning, Zhang Bo and Hu Zi led their men and set out, bringing with them a few newly bought male servants at home, as well as the servants of the Cheng and Yuchi families. A team of more than 20 people set out from Chunming Gate and headed south of the Yangtze River. Fang Er, followed by Dali and Xiaoqing, came to Mr. Zhang's house next door. Old Zhang didn't inform anyone and led Fang Er directly to the yard. Mr. Zhang was talking about business matters with his servants. When he saw Fang Er come in, he quickly stood up to greet him. "Ha ha, Brother Fang, you're a rare guest. Please take a seat. Someone serve a tea." Fang Er looked at the chairs in the yard in surprise. They were exactly the same as the ones at home. "I went to Brother Fang's house a few days ago and felt that this chair was much more comfortable to sit on than the Hu stool, so I asked someone to make a few sets of it. I hope Brother Fang doesn't mind." When Mr. Zhang saw Fang Er's expression, he knew why. It's nothing to worry about. It's just some thoughts. Fang Er shook his head and sat on the chair. He had no intention of making money with this thing, so he just learned it. It didn't matter. This thing doesn't require any technical skills. Any carpenter can make it after just one look. There's nothing worth keeping secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put it so openly in the yard. I hope Brother Fang doesn't mind. Mr. Zhang took a cup of tea from the maid and handed it to Fang Er himself. Fang Er quickly took it over. "Brother Zhang, you are too polite." "Why should I be so polite? I have to thank you for your magic medicine. To be honest, I've been the boss these past few days." Mr. Zhang glanced at Xiaoqing, who was standing behind Fang Er, then leaned close to Fang Er's ear and spoke carefully. Fang Er laughed and said, "Brother, be careful not to hurt your waist. Cheng Er, you go back first and prepare some wine and food to send over. Now that the topic has come up, he certainly can't keep whispering about it. So Fang Er found an excuse to send Cheng Er away. Seeing Cheng Er walk out of the yard, Mr. Zhang no longer held back and said in a loud voice, "With my health, how could I have sprained my waist? The day before yesterday, a fellow villager invited me to drink wine. He originally wanted to make fun of me, but I brought your magic medicine with me. So my fellow villager waited outside for 2 hours. Thinking of his expression, I feel better than doing that thing. Damn, isn't this guy afraid of dying of exhaustion? Brother Zhang, 2 hours is too much." Fang Er rolled his eyes at him, and then continued, "Brother, you are saying this openly at home. Aren't you afraid that my sister-in-law will be jealous? You're jealous. She's just waiting for me to go out and look for her. She hasn't even gotten out of bed in the past few days." Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhang looked at Fang Er with a smug look on his face and whispered, "Oh my God, this guy has no reservations at all. He talks about what happens in his own room, right in his own yard." Fang Er decided to stay away from this guy, so that he wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut and reveal his own affairs to others one day. "Okay, Brother Zhang, let's not talk about this anymore. I came here today because I wanted to visit your horse ranch. Is it convenient?" "It's convenient. It has to be convenient. Nothing is more important than your business, Brother Fang. Let's go now." Mr. Zhang drank the tea in the cup, stood up, and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Zhang." Fang Er stood up and followed Mr. Zhang out. When they went out, old Zhang had already harnessed the horse-drawn carriage. Fang Er and Mr. Zhang got on, and the carriage drove out of the city. The journey was so bumpy that Fang Er felt like he was about to fall apart. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at a farm outside Chang'an City. The two men jumped off the carriage one after another. Mr. Zhang pointed at the farm and said, "This farm is all mine, old man. All the people living here are here to look after and raise horses for me. How is it? It's big enough, isn't it?" Fang Er was surprised. "Brother Zhang, all these horses belong to you? How many horses do you have here?" "Not many. Not too many. Only about 100 or 200. But at most, it's no problem to raise 500 horses." When talking about raising horses, Mr. Zhang's face is full of pride. It can be said that among the private horse traders in Chang'an City, he was considered a relatively big businessman. Most people only have about 10 or 8 horses. This is not exaggeration. With the advanced technology in later generations, there are not many people who can raise more than 500 cows. Generally, there are only about 100 cows. With the breeding conditions and epidemic prevention level of this era, well, there is no concept of epidemic prevention at all. Being able to raise 500 horses, he is definitely a big shot in the industry. "Come on, I'll take you to the horse farm." Mr. Zhang led Fang Er out of the village. When we left the village, we saw an earthen wall that enclosed a large area. "Go inside the earth wall and take a look." "Wow, that's a lot of butts." A group of horses were moving around freely in the open space surrounded by the earth wall, just passed by Fang Er and the others. "These are all good horses from the grassland. Take a look, Brother Fang, and pick anyone you like." Mr. Zhang pulled a horse from the herd, brought it in front of Fang Er, and said, "This horse has a thick nose and a high neck, strong bones, a deep chest, short legs, well-developed joints and tendons, solid hooves, and dense fur." Although Fang Er doesn't know much about horses, this horse looks very powerful, and Fang Er fell in love with it instantly. Compared with these, the 2 poor horses at home can be killed and eaten. Fang Er didn't know much about horses, so he just followed the herd and observed. Choose the one that you find particularly pleasing to the eye. When it was time to choose the 10th horse, a pony suddenly ran over from a distance. Its coat was as white as snow, without a single stray hair. Its big eyes blinked at the people, and it snorted occasionally, looking very intelligent. "This foal was born last month. It's the foal of a horse. How about it, Brother Fang? Are you interested?" Mr. Zhang saw Fang Er looking at the foal with great interest and asked from his side, "This is the only pure white horse in the whole herd, and it's a foal. Brother Zhang, are you really willing to give it to me?" Fang Er stretched out his hand toward the foal. The little guy was not afraid of people at all. He walked over and licked Fang Er's hand twice with his tongue. "Ha ha, Brother Fang, you look down on me. Let alone this. Even if it's the top pick, as long as you like it, just take it." Mr. Zhang laughed twice and said generously, Chapter 36 Restaurant Reconstruction Plan. Judging from the appearance of this little fellow, he is considered a rare commodity in Chang'an. It is said that when Li Er ascended the throne, he did not even find 6 pure-colored war horses to pull his carriage. Fang Er was genuinely surprised that Mr. Zhang was so generous. Since you are willing to give them away, I will not be polite. Including this little fellow, there are exactly 10 horses. I will accept them with a thick face. Fang Er happily held the little guy's big head in his arms. The little guy didn't hide, and just let Fang Er hold him. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang also smiled and said, "It seems that this little fellow is quite compatible with you. So, I will give you a groom to take care of it, so that it won't be spoiled by servants who don't know how to do it." Fang Er was very pleased with Mr. Zhang's fawning attitude. He took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained 2 Viagra pills, and threw them to him. "Don't let me suffer any loss. These 2 pills are a thank you gift." Ouch! Mr. Zhang hurriedly caught the bottle, put it in his arms, and kept it safe. Only then did he feel relieved. Then he said, "Brother Fang is so generous. If you need anything in this regard in the future, feel free to ask me. You can come to my horse farm and choose anyone you like. You can take whichever one you like. I can't live without your magic medicine now. Ha ha. Brother Zhang is too polite. I can't say how many pills I have, but I can always get a few a month." Fang Er didn't dare to exaggerate. He only had 6 pills left. "It's okay, just a few pills will do. To be honest, I can't stand eating them every day. I feel my waist is a little heavy these days." Mr. Zhang held his lower back and spoke slowly. "Oh my God, you've been eating so much and partying every night for several days in a row. It's a miracle if your waist doesn't feel heavy." Fang Er was not surprised at all. This thing was a powerful medicine. The fact that it didn't drain his body was a sign of his good foundation. After the matter of the horse was settled, Fang Er proposed to return to the city. Because Yuchi hasn't come back yet, the 3-story yard at home can't accommodate all the horses. When raising horses, you can't just feed them. You also have to let them go out for a run regularly every day, otherwise they will become useless over time. Only brought back the little guy. There's also a groom sent by Mr. Zhang who was specifically responsible for taking care of the little one. Fang Er did not enter the carriage, but just sat on the shaft and led the little fellow with a rope. The little fellow also gave Fang Er face and followed the carriage obediently. The rope was not even straightened all the way. Sitting in the carriage, Zhang Yuanwei saw Fang Er like the little guy so much. So he jokingly said, "Brother Fang, since you and the little guy are so compatible and like him so much, why not give him a name?" Fang Er's mind moved, and he tilted his head to look under the little guy's belly. Well, there's no such thing. So he said, "Well, Mare, let's call her Snow White." Mr. Zhang looked at Fang Er speechlessly. "Oh my, if you don't give a name, do you not care whether it is male or female?" The carriage took Fang Er directly to the gate of Fang Mansion. Fang Er jumped off the carriage, said goodbye to Mr. Zhang, and then took by Xuan to the yard. Huzi and Zhangbo went to Jiangnan, and now Ergu and Dolly are doing the doorman work. Ergu went straight to the gatehouse to take over Dolly's shift. Xiaoqing was watering the yard when she saw Fang Er coming back with a horse. She hurried over and took the reins from Fang Er. "Master, this horse is so beautiful." Xiaoqing touched Bai Xue's fur with her hand and said happily, "That's right. This is the only pure white horse in Brother Zhang's stable. It's a 1-month-old foal. I brought it back. Brother Zhang was afraid that we wouldn't be able to take care of it, so he sent a groom. You should be at the gatehouse now. You can go and make arrangements." Fang Er picked up the boiled water drying in the yard, took a sip, and then said, Snow White, it sounds really nice and goes really well with it. Master, don't worry, I'll leave it to Xiaoqing." Xiaoqing took Bai Xue's hand and happily went to the front yard. "Master, the shops have been demolished as you requested. What do you think we should do next?" As soon as Fang Er sat down on the chair, Niu Yang came into the yard and asked, "It's been dismantled so quickly?" Fang Er was a little surprised. "It's only been a few days? Has it been 3 days? You asked me to finish the work as soon as possible, so I paid some money with the butler and hired 20 carpenters. We finished the work this morning." Niu Yang quickly explained. After hearing what Niu Yang said, Fang Er was no longer surprised, but he was very appreciative of Niu Yang's attitude towards work. "In that case, then reward me. Go find Xiaoqing later and get 2 taels of silver. You did a good job in the previous work, and this is a reward for you. You have to work hard in the future as well." Fang Er said generously, "Thank you for the reward, master. I came back just to ask, how do I do the rest of the work?" Niu Er was overjoyed and signed a contract to sell himself. Logically, he belonged to the master and he had never seen anyone give reward, so he knelt on the ground and said, "Stand up, don't kneel anymore. We don't have this rule in our family. Wait a minute, I'll draw the blueprint for you." After Fang Er finished speaking, He returned to the house and took out the paper and charcoal sticks. A large piece of paper was spread out on the table. Fang Er was drawing while asking Er. The floor, roof, and walls should all be covered with wooden boards. In addition, the boards on the floor should be hardwood, and only one layer of varnish should be applied to make them strong and durable. The boards on the walls and ceiling should be softwood so that they can be soundproof, and they should be painted white. Is there any problem? That's no problem. You can buy both the wood and the paint. Liang replied affirmatively. Okay then. The tables and chairs inside will all be made in the style of my home. Also, build me a 10-meter square platform in the middle of the first floor. It should be 1 meter high and covered with a red carpet. It will be useful in the future. Is this a problem? Master, no problem. As for blankets, those merchants from Persia sell them. Liang continued to answer. Then the next item. Any questions? Master, no problem. A master and a servant, just like this, asking and answering each other. Every time Fang Er asked a question, he would draw a blueprint, which was the thing he had asked about and the style he wanted. Liang felt very relaxed. When Fang Er had almost used up all the paper in his hand, he threw away the charcoal stick, rubbed his sore wrist, and said, Okay, just follow these drawings and do it as soon as possible. Make sure the quality is guaranteed. The young master will reward you later. Please rest assured, master. I will definitely get it done according to your request within a month. Liang rolled up the drawing, put it in his arms, and assured Fang Er. I believe you. Go find Xiaoqing to claim your reward. Fang Er waved at him. Yes, master. I'll take my leave. Liang bowed and then happily went to receive the reward. Chapter 37 Buying a Farm in Yumin Township. Fang Er enjoyed the next 2 days very much. Exercise. Then I ate mung bean ice cream and enjoyed Xiaoqing's massage. Master, Brother Zhuzi is back. Early in the morning that day, Fang Er was sitting in the yard enjoying the cool air when he saw Go Zi leading Zhu Zi towards him. Zhu Zi, how is it? Is Zhuang Zi settled? Fang Er looked at him expectantly and asked, Master, there's a farm in Yinmin Township, Wanyan County, about 30 miles away from here, and it only takes half an hour to get there by horseback. A landlord in that farm has committed a crime, and the government is going to confiscate his property in the next 2 days. According to custom, the property of the criminal can be sold, and I think I can buy it. Zhuzi stood aside and reported the information he had discovered. How much money do you need? How much land do you have? Fang Er was very interested. I found out that 80% of the land in that farm belongs to the landlord. In addition, he also has fields in the neighboring farms, which add up to no less than 1,000 acres. Zhuzi said, Prepare the horses, let's go, and take a look together. Fang Er stood up and walked out, Xiaoqing following behind him. Zhuzi led the way, and Guzi hurried to the front yard to prepare the horse. A group of 4 people rode horses and went to Yunmin Township outside the city. Fang Er's horse riding skills are very poor, so he can't ride fast. Zhuzi and Guzi were in front and behind, with Fang Er and Xiaoqing in the middle. Bai Shui is still young and cannot ride, so the horse obtained from Mr. Zhang is temporarily kept with him. After the affairs of the farm are settled this time, she can move it to her own farm and raise it. Half an hour later, a dilapidated village appeared in front of Fang Er. A few naked children were playing in the woods outside the village. There was a small river beside the village, and several women were washing clothes by the river. There were wisps of smoke coming from the village. Zhuzi dismounted, handed his horse to Guzi, came over and took Fang Er's horse, and slowly walked into the farm. Master, this landlord's surname is Ma. I heard that he was doing business on the grassland, selling ironware. He was discovered by the court and sentenced to confiscation of property and extermination of the clan. The house in front is the landlord Ma's. Zhuzi led the horse and pointed to an exquisite house not far away. Although the house is not big, it stands out among the crowd in this village. The farm was filled with thatched houses and adobe houses, but this house had a blue brick courtyard wall. The tall houses inside could be seen from outside the courtyard. The gate was open, and 2 officers were coming out with a seal, which they were apparently preparing to stick on a gate. My 2 officers, my young master wants to buy some land here. May I go in and take a look? Zhuzi took out a string of copper coins from his bosom and stuffed it into the officer's hand. The officer remained calm, weighed the copper coins in his hand, and then said with a smile, Okay, go in and take a look, but don't damage the things inside, otherwise we will have trouble reporting to the mission. Don't worry, sir. I won't dare to touch anything. Zhuzi bowed to the officers, then helped Fang Er off his horse. The two officers opened the gate again and said, "Sir, please come in." "Thank you both." Fang Er raised his hand and stepped into the yard. This is a courtyard with 4 entrances, facing north and south. It is very conventional, but the layout inside is eye-catching. After entering the gate, there is the gatehouse, and then there is a screen wall. After going around one side, there is the front yard, and going further in, there are 3 roads leading to the inner yard, the east yard, and the west yard. The 2 side courtyards are divided into 2 small courtyards. According to regulations, these are where concubines or guests live. The layout of the inner courtyard is similar to that of the square house, with several side rooms on each side, and then 6 main rooms. Passing through the gate on the side of the main house is the back courtyard, which has a neat row of houses, more than 10 in total, all of which are where the servants live, the kitchen, and the firewood room. In every courtyard of the whole house, there's some green plants, flowers, and fruits. It is midsummer now, and some apples and pears are already bearing fruit, which looks very pleasing. The main courtyard is very large, more than an acre of land, and there's a small pond dug in it. Some flowers and plants are planted by the pond, and fish can be seen swimming in the water. Fang Er fell in love with this place instantly. Facing the sea, spring flowers are blooming. Although it is just a small pond, it still has a poetic feel. Yes, Zhuzi, in your opinion, how much money would it cost to buy the land of this landlord named Ma? Fang Er sat on the stone bench in the yard, looking at the pool, and asked, "Master, this place is not far from Chang'an, and the land price is a little high. I have inquired about it these days, and it costs about 5 taels of silver per mu of land. The land alone costs about 5,000 taels of silver, plus this house. I estimate that it will take at least 6 or 7,000 taels of silver to get it." Zhuzi did a quick calculation and then told us the result of his estimate. 6 or 7,000 taels. Fang Er couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He doesn't have so much money now, so it seems he has to fiddle with the system again. Fang Er opened his storage space, thinking about taking something out to exchange for money. The mirrors are gone. The housekeeper took them all to Jiangnan. Fang Er's eyes swept over the cheongsam he gave to Shaoqing last time. "Got it. Zhuzi, come on, take me to Wanyan County Government Office and see if I can take over this place without spending a penny." Fang Er slapped the stone table and stood up. "Master? No money? How is that possible?" Shaoqing looked at Fang Er in disbelief and asked. After going around in circles, to be honest, she also likes this place very much. Zhuzi also couldn't believe it. He had already said that the house and the land would cost at least 6 or 7,000 taels of silver. How could it be possible without spending a penny? But looking at Fang Er's expression, he didn't know how to say it. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart, and after going out, he mounted his horse and led the way, galloping towards Chang'an City. The city of Chang'an was divided into 2 counties. Taking Zhuke Street in front of the Imperial Palace as the dividing line, the 54 wards to the west plus the West Market were under the jurisdiction of Chang'an County. The 54 wards to the east plus the East Market were under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County. Coincidentally, Fang Er's house in Chang'an was to the west of the East Market, and after the East Market was Zhuaniangfang, and the Wanyan County government was in Zhuaniangfang. So, the group of 4 went around and finally returned to Chang'an City. When they arrived at the gate of the county government office, the pillars were still cleared with copper coins. After explaining their purpose, the officers heard that someone wanted to buy confiscated land, so they quickly ran into the government office to report. In fact, it was not allowed to buy and sell confiscated assets privately. However, at the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the treasury was empty and it was basically impossible to use it by relying on taxes. Li Shimin was known for his benevolent policies and was unwilling to increase taxes. What to do if there was not enough money? So the officials below sold the confiscated land privately, and the ministers in the court turned a blind eye to such things. Chapter 38. Cheongsam for Empress Chongsun. Being able to exchange useless land for useful silver and money can greatly alleviate the problem of money shortage for a county official, and the officials can make a little money from it, so they are all very active. In the backyard of the yamen, the county magistrate was in his study, looking at the disaster reports from below and feeling very troubled. Drought has already started, and it has not rained at all. Most of the crops in the fields have died. It is conceivable that if there is no food in the autumn harvest, there will be refugees everywhere, and the national treasury is simply unable to provide money for disaster relief. If the refugees cause trouble, he, as the county magistrate, will be in trouble. Master, there's a young man outside who wants to see you. He said he wants to buy the land of Mr. Ma from Yunmin Township. After the officer came in, he knelt on the ground and spoke to the county magistrate. Oh, please come to the study and prepare tea. When the county magistrate heard this, he was very excited and immediately asked the officers to go out and invite someone. After the officer left, the county magistrate straightened his clothes and sat down in the hall. Fang Er was soon brought in by the officers. Looking at this simple study and the worn-out official uniform of the county magistrate, Fang Er bowed and saluted. I am Fang Er, a humble servant, and I am honored to meet the county magistrate. Please get up quickly, come on, sit down and talk. Someone bring the tea. The county magistrate walked over to Fang Er, took his arm, and sat down on a chair beside him. Tea is already prepared on the table. Fang Er was stunned. Is he so enthusiastic? Is the head of a county so approachable? When the county magistrate led him to sit down on a chair, Fang Er said, The county magistrate is too polite. I am just an ordinary citizen. How can I let the county magistrate treat me like this? The county magistrate waved his hand at him and said, Mr. Fang, don't be so reserved. I heard from the servants that you are interested in the land of the landlord Ma in Yunmin Township. Fang Er was stunned again. Is it so direct? Why does it feel like the county magistrate is eager for someone to buy the land? That's right. But I wonder if the county magistrate would allow it. Fang Er asked tentatively. Yes, why not? To be honest with you, Master Fang, there is a severe drought right now. The National Treasury is unable to provide disaster relief. This county is worried about how to raise money and food. What use is there for this county to have land that cannot be eaten or worn at this time? The county magistrate said helplessly, Oh my God, even if that's the case, it shouldn't be so straightforward, right? Shouldn't I pretend to be ignorant when I know the truth and make a profit from this business? However, Fang Er also developed admiration for the county magistrate. He lived such a simple life, yet was still dedicated to serving the people. He was truly a rare good official. Well, how much money do I need to pay for the Ma family's land? The county magistrate didn't beat around the bush, so Fang Er asked straightforwardly. In theory, 7,000 taels of silver is a fair price for the more than 1,000 acres of land in the house. But disaster relief is urgent right now. Mr. Fang, how about you just give me 6,500 taels of silver and I will have someone prepare the paperwork for you. The county magistrate stroked the mustache on his chin and looked at Fang Er and said, My lord county magistrate, to be honest with you, I can't even come up with 600 taels right now, but I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Fang Er picked up the tea, took a sip, then put the cup down and spoke slowly. No money? Then tell me your plan. When the county magistrate heard what Fang Er said, he became angry instantly. He just wanted Fang Er to finish speaking. If it was useless, he would arrest him and punish him directly. Mr. County Magistrate, please calm down and listen to me. For you, there are only two ways to deal with this disaster. First, you need to make arrangements with the higher authorities so that they will not blame you for your inability to provide disaster relief. Second, you need to comfort the victims so that they will not cause trouble. I wonder if what you said is right. Fang Er said with a smile. You are right, but without money, how can this county provide disaster relief? The county magistrate stared at Fang Er with wide eyes. May I ask, sir, how many people are there in Yunmin Township? Fang Er asked. Yunmin Township has 1,381 households and 6,132 people. The county magistrate casually reported a number. The county magistrate always keeps the people in mind. I admire you. Fang Er stood up, bowed to the county magistrate, then sat down and continued. My lord, I have a treasure here. If you present it to the palace, I guarantee that the court will not blame you for not doing enough to provide disaster relief. The treasury is empty, and this is not your fault. In addition, if you agree to give me the land and house of the Ma family, I guarantee that there will not be a single refugee in the entire Yunmin Township causing trouble. Fang Er said firmly. Oh, what treasure is it? Can you show it to this county to broaden its horizons? The county magistrate suppressed his anger and asked curiously. Fang Er reached into his arms and took out a piece of clothing. It was the cheongsam that he gave to Xiaoqing, but scared Xiaoqing half to death. She handed the cheongsam to the county magistrate. Please take a look at it, sir. The county magistrate took it and opened it carefully. He felt that the fabric was extremely smooth, yet very tight and strong. After opening it and seeing the pattern embroidered on it, the county magistrate put his anger aside. This Is this embroidered with a phoenix?" The county magistrate stuttered. "Then just pick up the clothes and shake them out." On the fiery red Chong Sam, a golden phoenix spreads its wings and flies high. Its dazzling golden feathers are clearly visible, and its perfect body posture fully demonstrates its majesty as the king of birds. It looks vivid and lifelike. "This is really a phoenix, Master Fang. Where did you get this treasure?" The county magistrate looked at him eagerly and asked. "No, embroidering a phoenix without permission is a serious crime that will lead to the extermination of the family." "Fang Er, do you know your crime?" Without waiting for Fang Er to answer, the county magistrate suddenly stood up, pointed at Fang Er and shouted, "Please calm down, magistrate. The Tang dynasty was just established and the treasury was empty. I heard that the Empress Dowager was the mother of the country and she wore patched clothes all day long in order to save money. Is this true?" Fang Er looked into the magistrate's eyes and asked, "Even if what you said is true, this is not a reason for you to embroider the phoenix dress in private." The county magistrate showed no mercy and prepared to send someone to arrest Fang Er. Fang Er said quickly, "Sir, the queen is the mother of the country, and it is inevitable that she will receive foreign envoys. But if she doesn't have a piece of clothing that can highlight her status, will it lose face for our Tang dynasty? This dress was originally made to be presented to the queen, and it is indeed against the law. But what about the emotion? Sir, if this dress is presented to the palace, what can you get? No need for me to tell you." The county magistrate looked at the clothes in his hands, then looked at Fang Er, and then sat back in his chair. Fang Er is right. The Empress, Zhang Sun, was extremely virtuous. In order to save money, she wove clothes and farmed in the harem. This was no secret, and everyone in Chang'an knew about it. If I could present this dress to the emperor, his face would be very pleased, and he might not blame me for being unable to provide disaster relief. Chapter 39, Master Fang. Then tell me, how can you guarantee that there won't be disaster victims causing trouble in Yunmin Township? The county magistrate asked weakly. Your Excellency just said that there are more than 1,300 households and more than 6,000 people in Yunmin Township. According to your estimate, how many people will be unable to eat due to this drought? Fang Er asked. Only a few households have surplus food, and the rest have almost no food left. Once a disaster strikes, food prices will soar, and these people will not be able to eat, the county magistrate said with some pain. Fang Er was stunned after hearing what the county magistrate said. He didn't expect the matter to be so serious. At least 5,000 or 6,000 people have no food to eat, and this is just one township. The treasury is empty, and there is no money to be spent. Are we just going to watch these people starve to death? Fang Er's original idea was that after the grain came back, he would have to hire a lot of people to make wine. In addition, he had obtained more than 1,000 acres of land, which also required people to cultivate. This would at least allow dozens or hundreds of families to have a stable income. However, compared with the thousands of households, this was somewhat insignificant. Thinking of this, Fang Er gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said, "Sir, to be honest, I sent people to Jiangnan to buy grain a few days ago, and they will be back in a month at most. When the time comes, I am willing to use part of it for disaster relief. I hope you can go and preside over the distribution of grain. In this way, at least no one will starve to death. However, I can't bear the title of disaster relief." Is what Master Fang said true? After hearing his words, the county magistrate excitedly pulled Fang Er's arm and asked, "How dare you talk nonsense like that?" Fang Er said through gritted teeth, "Well, on behalf of the 6,000 people in Yunmin Township, we would like to thank Mr. Fang for his great kindness." The county magistrate stood up, took a step back towards Fang Er, then bowed and saluted deeply. Fang Er was so frightened that he quickly jumped up and hid aside, waving his hands repeatedly. "No, this is absolutely not allowed. Just think of the house and the land as something that the kid exchanged for food." Fang Er didn't dare to accept the grace of saving the lives of 6,000 people. When this news gets to Lier, it might be a good thing or a bad thing. In this era, whose will does the people have? It can only be the emperor's. You are just a commoner, and you're giving out so much grain to win people's hearts. Do you want to rebel? The county magistrate was not stupid. After hearing what Fang Er said, he knew what he was worried about. So he stood up straight and said with a smile, Mr. Fang is right. We should exchange grain for houses and land. It's a fair trade." After that, he gave a few instructions to the servants outside the door. Not long after, the officer came in with a thick stack of papers. The county magistrate took it from the runner and handed it to Fang Er. Mr. Fang, these are the documents for the fields and houses. They're all here. From now on, they are surnamed Fang. Fang Er took it, glanced at it, and handed it to Xiaoqing. Then he bowed to the county magistrate and said, "Thank you for your help, sir." "Ha ha ha. No need, this is what you deserve. But let me be frank, if anyone from Yunmin causes trouble, I will have to take these back." The county magistrate smiled, then suddenly looked at Fang Er seriously and said, "Don't worry, sir. It won't happen. I'll take my leave now and go back to prepare. When the food comes back, I'll send someone to inform you, sir." Fang Er patted his chest and promised. "Okay, then we won't keep Mr. Fang here. I'll go to the palace later and deliver the clothes. Someone, please escort Mr. Fang out." The county magistrate said to Fang Er, clasping his fists, "Please, sir, keep this secret from me. Don't tell anyone that this dress was made by me. I'm leaving now." After saying that, Fang Er and Xiaoqing followed a servant outside. After leaving the county government office, Xiaoqing patted her chest and let out a long sigh. She was really scared in there just now. "Master, do we really want to give the food to the disaster victims? Aren't you going to use it to make wine?" Xiaoqing asked in a low voice into Fang Er's ear. "Brewing wine is just for making money, which is nothing compared to the lives of thousands of people. Besides, I estimate that the butler will bring back a lot of food this time, which should be enough. Well, the hot clothes are finally thrown away. Let's go home." Zhuzi did not enter the county government office, but waited outside. When he saw Fang Er and Xiaoqing coming out, he hurriedly led his horse to greet them. "Master, what's the matter?" "Don't worry. There's nothing I can't handle with my help. Let's go. Go home." Fang Mansion, inner courtyard. Fang Er calculated on paper how much food butler Zhang could bring back. But after all the calculations, Fang Er threw the charcoal stick away. "What the hell? I can't figure it out." He doesn't even know how much those mirrors can be sold for now. Initially, the mirror was pawned for 10,000 taels, but that was based on the premise that the pawnshop owner had no good intentions at all, and he had no intention of letting Fang Er take the money home safely. I couldn't figure it out, so I just stopped thinking about it. I slumped in the chair and fell asleep before I knew it. Xiaoqing was holding a fan and fanning Fang Er. She couldn't help but stare at her young master who was sleeping soundly. In the palace, Li Er was in the East Palace, chatting with Empress Chang'an. A eunuch came and said that the magistrate of Wanyan County wanted to see him and said that he had something to present to the Empress. Li Er was greatly surprised. What could this poor guy have that was worth offering? So he asked the eunuch to bring the Wanyan County magistrate over. The Wanyan County magistrate came in and saw Li Er and immediately knelt down and said, "Wanyan County magistrate Lu Dasheng greets the emperor and the empress." "Lord Lu, please stand up." Li Er raised his hand towards him. Lu Dasheng stood up, took down a box from his back, and held it up with both hands. "Your Majesty, I found a treasure today. Only your Majesty is worthy of it, so I came here to present it to you. Please take a look at it, your Majesty and your Majesty." Li Er sat on a bar stool, stroking his chin, looking at the box curiously, and winked at the eunuch beside him. The eunuch quickly took the box, opened it, took out the clothes inside, and handed them to Li Er. Li Er took the clothes, shook them open, and took a look. In an instant, he couldn't take his eyes off them. The Empress Zhang's son on the side had the same expression as him. She couldn't ask for it in front of others, so she had to resist the urge to snatch it and sit there watching. Li Er stroked the clothes with his hands, feeling the texture of the fabric he had never felt before. Looking at the phoenix spreading its wings and flying high on the clothes, he was extremely shocked. There were good embroiderers in the palace, but he had never seen one so lifelike. Inadvertently seeing the eager eyes of Empress Chang'an, she quickly handed the clothes to her. "Guanyin, go and try it on. This dress is really only suitable for you." Empress Chang'an took the clothes and happily took 2 palace maids to the side hall. Soon she changed into Cheongsam with the help of the palace ladies. Chapter 40. Li Er was amazed. A maidservant nearby circled around Empress Chang'an and said in surprise, "Your Highness, this dress fits you so well. It looks as if it was made with a ruler." "Yes, Your Majesty, this dress is not only well-fitting, but also very beautiful. The phoenix on the chest suits you so well. And the overall red color, with the backdrop of the phoenix, looks particularly elegant." Another palace maid said in surprise. Not only did they say that, But after Empress Chang'an put on the dress, she also felt that it was a perfect fit, loose where it should be loose, tight where it should be tight, and it made her figure look very beautiful. However, looking at her figure that was highlighted, she hesitated again. Was it really okay to wear it like this? Would it be too undignified? Forget it. There are no outsiders here anyway. My beauty is meant for the emperor to see. I'm sure that Wanyan County Magistrate wouldn't dare to say anything. Having made up her mind, Empress Chang'an walked out of the side hall and came to the emperor. When Li Er saw her, his eyes seemed to be attached to Empress Chang'an's body. Wonderful. So wonderful. Who made this? Lord Lu, please tell me. Li Er was amazed by Empress Chang'an, who was dressed in Cheongsam. So beautiful. Wearing this Cheongsam, Empress Chang'an looked exceptionally dignified, beautiful, elegant, and majestic. The demeanor of a mother of the country is highlighted to the fullest. How could they know that the size of this dress will become the so-called one-size-fits-all in later generations? What is one size? It is the size that fits most people. Empress Chang'an followed Emperor Li Er in his military campaigns, and she had not a single bit of fat on her body, so the clothes fit her perfectly. Although the computer embroidery level of later generations cannot restore those special techniques, don't forget that this is the Tang dynasty. Those top embroidery techniques that cannot be replaced by computers only appeared in the Song and Ming dynasties. Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but that person didn't want to reveal his name. He only said that he heard that the Empress was thrifty in order to save money for the palace and didn't even have a new piece of clothing. He felt sorry for the Empress for the sake of the people of the world, but the Empress will definitely receive some foreign envoys in the future. For the sake of the prestige of the Tang dynasty and the Empress's face, he specially presented this dress. Since Fang Er didn't want his name to be revealed, Lu Desheng had to organize what Fang Er said so that he could tell the truth and not deceive the emperor. Empress Chang'an was virtuous to begin with. When she heard Lu Desheng's words, her eyes turned red. She had never expected that under the rule of the Tang dynasty, there would be people who cared about her so much. At this moment, she felt that everything she had done in the past was worth it. When Li Er saw her size, he felt indescribably guilty. He was so busy with government affairs that he never thought that his wife was so reluctant to make even a new piece of clothing for him in order to support him. Guanyin, I am sorry for you. You have suffered so much over the years. Li Er held Empress Chang'an's hand and said guiltily, Your Majesty, there is no need to do this. It is my blessing to be able to share your worries. Empress Chang'an wiped the tears from her eyes and continued, But I never thought that someone would care about what I am wearing and give me such a gorgeous dress. This person must be a person of noble character. He must not want to be misunderstood as trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. If that's the case, you should keep it. When you find out who it is later, it won't be too late to reward him. Li Er stroked the corner of Empress Chang'an's eyes and said. Then he turned to look at Lu Desheng, who was standing at the door, and said, Lord Lu, I will accept this dress on behalf of the queen. Tell me, what reward do you want? Your Majesty, I am not here for rewards. It is just that there has been no rain for the past 3 months. Many crops outside the city have died of drought. I am worried that there will be no food for the autumn harvest, and the people will not be able to survive. Lu Desheng knelt on the ground and said while crying. Li Er frowned. This was indeed a problem, and someone in the court had mentioned this matter yesterday. However, the national treasury was empty and unable to provide disaster relief. Now, even military rations were barely supplied. There was really no good solution to be found. What do you think we should do? Li Er asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, please reduce taxes in the affected areas and raise money and food for disaster relief. Lu Desheng's head hit the ground with a bang. My dear minister, please go down first. We will discuss this matter in court tomorrow. As for the merit of donating clothes, we will discuss it together with you when the disaster is alleviated. Li Er was no longer in the mood to reward him, so he waved his hand and asked him to leave. Lu Desheng slowly left the East Palace and returned to the county government office in disappointment. He had originally thought that he could take advantage of the emperor's good mood and ask the emperor for some money and food, but he did not expect to return empty-handed. In the Eastern Palace, Empress Chang'an's excitement over receiving the precious robe was dampened by the drought. She had seen many severe droughts and disasters, and the scene of starving people everywhere was enough to give people nightmares at night. Your Majesty, what can we do? They are all the people of the Tang dynasty. Are we just so powerless and watch them die? Empress Chang'an felt only grief in her heart, and looked at Li Er and asked, "Don't worry, Guanyin. I will discuss with Wuji and the others tomorrow to see where we can squeeze out some money and food." Li Er could only comfort her. "Then I will take my leave. I want to copy some scriptures and pray for the people." After saying this, Empress Chang's son bowed to Li Er, returned to her room, changed out of her cheongsam, and put on her own plain clothes. Early the next morning, Fang Er took Xiaoqing and Zhuzi to Yunmin Township. He didn't pay much attention yesterday, but when he looked today, he saw that the crops on the roadside had their leaves rolled up, and some had already dried up. When they arrived at the farm, 3 elderly men were standing in front of the gate of the Ma family's house. Seeing Fang Er coming, one of the elders said, "I heard from the officers that this young man bought the land of the Ma family. Please save all the people in the village." After saying that, he knelt down on the ground. Fang Er was shocked. The old man had gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. He looked to be at least 50 or 60 years old. How could he dare to accept his greeting? He quickly jumped off the horse and pulled the old man up. "Old man, what are you doing? I cannot bear your worship. Master Fang, please save the old and young in this village. It hasn't rained for 3 months. The crops in the fields are about to be harvested. If this continues, the family will run out of food. Master Fang, can you please be merciful and lend us some food?" The old man grabbed Fang Er's arm and said with a pleading look on his face, "Grandpa, don't be like this for now. Let's go to the yard and talk. Xiaoqing, go get some tea. It's so hot. Don't let the others get too hot." After saying that, Fang Er pulled the old man into the yard. Chapter 41, New Fang Mansion Recruitment. When they sat down in the yard, Fang Er asked, "What's your name, old man?" The old man waved his hands repeatedly. No, my surname is Ma, Mr. Fang. Just call me Old Horsehead. They're also the elders of this village." After saying that, Old Horsehead pointed to an old man with a cane and said, "His name is Lucy." Then he pointed to another person and said, "His name is Zhao Neng." This name sounds familiar, but he had indeed never heard of the names of Lucy and Zhao Neng. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just stop thinking about it. He looked at the Old Horsehead and asked, "Uncle Ma, how many households and people are there in the village now?" "Thank you for your kindness, sir. In reply to your question, there are now 26 households and more than 130 people in the village, more than 40 of whom are young and strong, and the rest are old and young. There are only 26 households in such a big farm." Fang Er couldn't understand it, so he asked, "I think our village is quite big. Why are there only these people?" "Young master, you don't know. Master Ma committed a crime, and many people fled with their families for fear of being implicated. Some were frightened by the drought and fled to other places." As the Old Horsehead spoke, tears began to flow. "Yes, seeing that there are fewer and fewer people in this village, we feel bad. Those kids grew up in our eyes, and now they have become refugees. We don't know what will happen to them if they are caught by the government." Zhao Neng said on the side, "Well, Uncle Ma, go back and inform the young men in the village that I need help here, and then find a way to bring back those who have fled famine. For all the young men in the village who come to my place, I will give them 1 or 2 taels of silver per month, with meals provided. As for the old and the young, I also need some here, 5 cents of silver per month, okay?" Fang Er thought about it and then said, "Thump." The 3 old men knelt on the ground together. Old Ma cried and wailed, "Thank you for your kindness, master. I, Old Ma, swear here, if there is one person in the whole village who dares not obey Master Fang's orders, I will risk my life to deal with him for you." "Yes, and us too." Lucy and Zhao Neng kowtowed and agreed. "The 3 of you, please stand up quickly. I don't like to see people kneeling. Don't do that in the future. I'm afraid that you will shorten my lifespan if you kneel to me." Fang Er quickly winked at the pillar and helped the 3 people up. "Please wait a moment, sir. We will go back and call for help." The 3 old men were helped up and left in a hurry after saying a few words. "Follow them. Don't let them fall. They are too old to be hurt if they fall again." Fang Er said to the pillar speechlessly. Xiaoqing came to the yard with tea and saw that Fang Er was the only one left, so she asked, "Master, where are they?" As soon as these old guys heard that the young master needed someone, they hurried back to call for help. Fang Er took the glass of water with a smile and said, Xiaoqing put the tea tray on the stone table, looked at Fang Er and said, "Master, you are so kind. If it were someone else, they wouldn't care about their life or death. That's not the case. We're going to take root here in the future, so please help us if you can. Besides, someone has to farm the more than 1,000 acres of land." Fang Er took a sip of water, put down the cup, and said, "Master, We won't go back to the city from now on. When Xiaoqing heard Fang Er say that he wanted to take root here, she asked curiously, if there's nothing else, then I won't go back. It's so nice here. The whole village is ours. We could do whatever we want. Isn't that good? Fang Er replied, well, it doesn't matter where Xiaoqing is. Wherever the young master is, Xiaoqing will be there, Xiaoqing smiled mischievously at Fang Er. It will be so nice to stay here. The house is big, and she can go play with other girls of the same age in the farm. She really wants to live here. Although the Tang dynasty was an open-minded society, women were not allowed to visit other people's homes casually, and she was born a maid. It's different here. There are no such rules in Zhuangzi. Not long after, more than 40 young and strong men, led by 3 old men, came to Fang Er's yard. Following them were some half-grown children, all barefoot, looking at the flowers and plants in the yard curiously. Behave yourself. If anyone dares to make me angry, I will break his legs. Old Man Ma looked at everyone and said threateningly. Then he continued to say to Fang Er, Mr. Fang, these are the young and strong men in the manor. If you have any work to do, just tell them. In this village, the land of my landlord has now been bought by Fang. There will no longer be a Ma residence here, only a Fang residence. The most important thing right now is to find water and irrigate the land. We cannot watch the crops die. Anyone who stays in the Fang residence to work will receive 1 tael of silver per month and 3 meals a day. Do you have any objections? Fang Er just sat on the stone bench, not getting up, and just looked at everyone and talked. Mr. Fang, are you serious? 3 meals a day? Someone immediately asked in disbelief. Don't worry. As long as you follow me, I will ensure that you have enough to eat 3 meals a day. In the future, you may even be able to eat meat every meal. Fang Er looked at everyone and said firmly, Brother Lu Meng, did I hear you right? The master said that we can have meat for every meal in the future. A boy of about 17 or 18 years old looked at a burly man next to him and said, that should be correct, but I don't know what this young master wants us to do. Lu Meng touched the back of his head and said uncertainly, I haven't had a full meal in years, and I've never eaten meat in my life. I don't know what it tastes like. Another young man said, well, who says it's not true? They say that the little brats are eating me to death. I remember that I haven't had a full meal since I was 8 years old. A bald man in his 20s was also muttering quietly. Haven't you heard? This young master said that he would give me 1 or 2 taels of silver as monthly allowance. The person next to the bald man reminded him. You heard it right. Each person gets 1 tael of silver per month and 3 meals a day. Those who are willing to work can stay, and those who are not willing can leave. Fang Er saw them gathered together, muttering nonstop, but he was not angry, so he spoke out. Master, I won't leave. As long as I can eat my fill, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The bald guy just now stood up and knelt on the ground and said, Get up. Follow my first rule. Don't kneel down at every turn. That's not allowed here. Fang Er said seriously. When the bald man heard this, he quickly got up, saying, I won't kneel anymore, I won't kneel anymore. If you don't allow me to kneel, I won't kneel anymore. Fang Er nodded in satisfaction and looked at the others. Lu Meng stood up and said, Sir, no need. No one will leave. We are all young and strong with big appetites. If there is nothing to eat at home, you can feed us and I can save my share for my family. You are our benefactor and no one will leave. Just tell us what to do and how to do it. If any of us frowns, we are not born by our parents. Chapter 42. Finally got to eat meat. Okay, once you enter our family, you are a member of our family. Zhuzi, take the money, 2 taels of silver per person as a settlement fee. From tomorrow on, start working. Fang Er waved his hand and distributed money. No one had ever seen such a situation before, getting paid before doing any work. You looked at me, and I looked at you, and we couldn't believe it. Zhuzi opened the bag on his back, revealing a pile of silver. Silver nuggets worth 1 tael each. 2 per person. They didn't believe this fact until everyone got the silver. After living for so many years, it was the first time for most of these people to see what silver looked like. He picked up the silver, put it in his mouth, and bit it, looking at the teeth marks on it, and knelt down excitedly. Thank you, sir. Seeing this, the others also knelt down and expressed their gratitude. Instantly, the whole yard was filled with people kneeling. Only the bald man and the 3 old men were left standing there, looking at Fang Er awkwardly. Fang Er just felt a headache. Why the hell was this like a funeral? Everyone, stand up. I just told you not to kneel. Don't you remember that? Old Horse had looked at Fang Er's angry face, then took Lucy's walking stick and hit a man next to him hard. Everyone hurriedly stood up and bowed to Fang Er again. Okay, everyone go down. Gather together tomorrow, and I'll arrange things for you to do. Fang Er waved his hands helplessly at everyone. When almost everyone had left, the old horseman led 4 young men to Fang Er and said, "Young master, you just arrived at this farm and are not familiar with many people and things. These young men will stay with you, and let them do anything. The bald one is Zhao Hu, the son of Zhao Neng. The short one is Lu Meng, the son of Lu Si. The thinner one is the old man's son, Ma Chao, and the fatter one is Sun Zhou. The 4 of them know everything about this farm, so you can stay with them and do what they want." Fang Er nodded and said, "Okay, then stay. Ergu, take Zhao Hu and Ma Chao back to the city and bring back the things we use every day. We will live here from now on." "Yes, master." After Go Zi finished speaking, he took Zhao Hu and Ma Chao away. The 3 old men also said goodbye and left. Fang Er sat on a stone bench, looking at Lu Meng and Sun Zhou, and asked them about some things in Zhuangzi. Through these 2 people, Fang Er finally got to know how the poor people of that era lived. No wonder the crops in the fields are doomed to fail when drought strikes. There are almost no ditches or wells. Even if there are some ditches, they are relatively shallow, and once the water level in the water source drops, they cannot be diverted. Normally, we carry water from the river, but that's fine for drinking, but not for watering the fields. It's almost a vicious cycle. A little bit of drought won't work. People carry water, and there is no surplus food at home. If you don't have enough food, you can't work. Carrying water to irrigate the fields can be a physically demanding job, but if we don't fetch water, we can't harvest the crops in the fields. Relying on luck for a living is so unreliable. Fang Er took Zhuzi and the other 2 and rode around the fields on the farm several times. This place is not far from the Longzhou Canal, but the water level in the Longzhou Canal is too low and cannot be diverted. "Who among you is good at swimming?" Fang Er asked. Sun Zhou jumped off his horse, rubbed his thighs, which were rubbed sore by the saddle, and said with a grin, "Sir, I am a good swimmer. Go and see how deep the water is in this canal." Fang Er pointed his whip at the Longzhou Canal. Xiaoqing followed, and Sun Zhou didn't dare to take off his clothes, so he jumped in directly. The Longzhou Canal was about 20 meters wide. When he reached the middle, Sun Zhou held his breath and dived down. After a while, he floated up and shouted to Fang Er, "Master, the place in the middle is almost as deep as 2 of me. Okay, come on up." Fang Er had an idea in mind. Sun Zhou is about 1.6 meters tall, and with 2 of them, the water depth would be about 3 meters. "Young master, the water in this canal was 4 or 5 times as deep as me in previous years. At that time, as long as a hole was opened in the ditch, the water in the canal could be used to irrigate the crops. But now there is too little water, and we can't divert it." Sun Zhou wiped the water droplets off his face and walked out of the Longzhou Canal. "Let's go home, master. I have a solution." The group of people returned to Zhuangzi. Fang Er found some wood in the backyard and asked Sun Zhou to go to the village to find carpenter's tools. After a day's work, by the time Go Zi and Zhao Hu and the others returned from the city, Fang Er had already built a small water wheel. Looking at the 3-meter-high water wheel standing in the yard, no one knew what it was. Xiaoqing asked curiously, "Master, what is this used for?" "This is a magic weapon for directing water, called a water wheel. Tomorrow I will let you see its magic." Fang Er looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This thing is not difficult to make. The main thing is that the bearing must be strong, otherwise it will be easily broken apart by the strong kinetic energy. Fang Er found a piece of Namu wood in the backyard, trimmed it a little, and then used it. The Namu wood was trimmed into a round shape, and then a semicircular groove was dug out in the middle. The excess part was then carved into a ball with a very sharp screwdriver to serve as a ball bearing. The wheel of the water wheel is divided into 2 parts. The bearing is placed behind the ball bearing, and the 2 parts of the wheel just hold the ball bearing in the middle. There's not a single nail. All of it is a mortise and tenon structure. Although it is very simple, I think it can be used for a while. I can make a better one when I have the materials in the future. The next morning, the young and strong men gathered in front of the new Fang mansion. After washing up, Fang Er took Xiaoqing to the kitchen, where 4 or 5 middle-aged women were busy. Seeing Fang Er coming in, one of the older ones knelt on the ground and said in tears, "Master, thank you so much. My kid has grown up, and today he can finally eat meat." Xiaoqing quickly pulled her up and said, "Don't kneel down anymore. The master doesn't like it. Fang Er looked at the pile of steamers in the kitchen and the broth simmering in the pot, then said to the woman, "No need to thank me. Life will get better and better in the future. Go outside and call them in for dinner." After hearing this, the woman nodded repeatedly, wiped her tears of joy as she walked out to call for help. Fang Er had arranged all this last night. He called 5 women from the farm and asked them to make steamed cakes overnight. They also killed a sheep and cooked the whole night. The meat in the pot had been stewed till it was extremely soft. The bones were rolling in the pot, and the milky soup was emitting an enticing aroma. This woman's name is Huan Yang. She is the eldest daughter-in-law of old Ma Tu. Her eldest son died of illness a few years ago, but she did not leave. She has been guarding old Ma's house ever since. When she heard that Fang Er needed a kitchen, she took the initiative to come and help. Among those young and strong people is her son, who is only 15 years old this year, not much younger than his younger brother-in-law Ma Chao. Chapter 43, The Water Wheel Turns. Boys, your fortune has come. The master has prepared a bunch of steam cakes for you. They are all made from flour ground from good wheat. He also killed a sheep for you and stewed it all night. You can't find such a boss anywhere. If anyone dares to do that, I will chop his whole family with a kitchen knife. Come in and thank the master. Eat, and then use your strength for the master. Huan Yang stood at the door holding a kitchen knife, wiping her tears and shouting loudly. There are always troubles around a widow. Ever since her husband died, she has become more and more aggressive. A group of young and strong people were stunned after hearing this. I just gave out 2 taels of silver yesterday. I had delicious steamed buns and meat early this morning. This is something they could never have imagined in their dreams. Everyone excitedly followed Huan Yang into the yard. As soon as they arrived at the backyard, they smelled the aroma of meat, and several people even drooled. This is the smell of meat. It's really mutton. I smelled it when I worked for Master Ma before. A boy said excitedly. Zhao, who was standing in the station yard with a whip in his hand. The 4 of them followed Fang Er and stayed directly in Fang's house. They all witnessed Fang Er's arrangements yesterday. Behave yourself. Eat meat, eat bread, and then work after you're full. As he spoke, Zhao Hu whipped the excited boy. The boy was whipped, but was not angry. He just scratched his head awkwardly, showed an expression of admitting his fault to Zhao Hu, and squeezed into the crowd. A group of people squatted in the yard. Eat steamed buns with soft and tender mutton, and drink the broth from time to time. While they were eating, some people couldn't help crying. Fangabas Zuixianlou. He stood at the kitchen door with a bowl in his hand, eating while watching the performance of these men. Seeing someone crying while eating, Fang Er felt depressed. What's going on? Is it so delicious? He took another sip of the soup in disbelief. It shouldn't be that serious. Just a little salt. How could it be so excessive? Fang Er held the bowl in his hand, walked over to the man who was eating and crying, and touched his leg with his foot. What's going on? The man saw Fang Er holding a bowl and talking to him, and he stood up excitedly. Master, I miss my mother. My mother was beaten to death because she stole a piece of mutton from Master Ma's house for me. Okay, stop crying. Master Ma will be executed in the autumn. Your mother's vengeance has been absolved. This year, on your mother's death anniversary, go to her grave and kill a sheep to pay tribute to her. When Fang Er heard what the man said, he made a promise. It was just a sheep, no big deal, but it was too inhumane for Mr. Ma to beat someone to death for a piece of mutton. However, he had been sentenced to death, and Fang Er was ready to take care of it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My mother will be happy in her grave if she knows that I am following you. The man said with sobs. Okay, stop crying, eat now, you're full. We have a lot of work to do today. After saying that, Fang Er wiped his mouth, handed the empty bowl to Huan Yang at the kitchen door, and left the backyard. The water truck was tested, and there was no problem. It has now been disassembled into parts and piled up in the front yard. When the young men saw Fang Er finish his meal, they also wolfed down their food and followed Fang Er to the front yard. Carry all these things up and follow me. Fang Er pointed at the spare parts piled on the ground and spoke to everyone. These people didn't recognize these things, but since it was the young master's order, they just did it. Everyone, be careful. The young master spent the whole day yesterday making this. If anyone dares to bump into it, I won't forgive him. Zhao, who stood aside with a whip in his hand, staring at everyone. A group of people, carrying wooden frames, came to the intersection of Longsho Canal and the canal they usually use for irrigation. It was 3 or 4 miles from Fang's house to Longsho Canal. No one complained of being tired while carrying the heavy wooden racks. Some people even had blisters on their shoulders, but they gritted their teeth and kept silent, following Fang Er on his horse and carrying the things to the Longzhou Canal. Those of you who are good at swimming, come out. Fang Er got off his horse and said to everyone. Zhao Hu stepped forward and said, Master, we all grew up by this canal and are good at swimming. What do you want us to do? Fang Er pointed at a few wooden pillars and said, Drive these into the ground at least 2 meters deep. These wooden pillars are pointed at one end and were picked out by Fang Er as support pillars. After that, Fang Er took out 2 pairs of chopsticks, stuck them into the ground and said, See? Just like that, hit it diagonally and don't make any mistakes. Master, just tell me where to hit it. I guarantee you won't make any mistakes. Zhao Hu patted his chest and assured. Fang Er looked around and saw a sharp bend. The water in the Longzhou Canal would suddenly speed up due to the terrain. He pointed and said, It will hit there. Zhao Hu and Sun Zhou, along with a few others, set up the stepladder prepared by Fang Er and started working. The stepladder is 3 or 4 meters high, taller than the water wheel, so Fang Er has to find someone who is good at water to do it. Otherwise, it would be bad if he fell from the ladder into the canal. And the 4 pillars need to be 2 on the shore and 2 in the water, so that the water wheel can be put into the water. A group of people took turns smashing the wooden pillars. It took them an hour to finally drive the 4 wooden pillars diagonally down to a depth of 2 meters, meeting Fang Er's requirement. Looking at the supporting pillars crossed in pairs, Fang Er began to direct others to assemble the water wheel. As everyone worked together, the water wheel was slowly assembled. Looking at the water wheel while lying on the ground, Fang Er was full of anticipation. He then installed the water wheel onto the supporting column. The 3-meter-high water wheel is very heavy. Although it is made of wood, it weighs several hundred kilograms. Come here with some strong men. Stand this up and put on those 2 shelves. Be careful, don't hit anyone. Be safe. Fang Er stood aside and gave the final orders to everyone. A few older men, in their 20s, walked out of the crowd. With the combined efforts of 7 or 8 people, the wheels stood up easily, but it was a bit difficult to put them on the rack. This requires going into the water, but the bottom of the water is full of mud and you can't use any strength at all. A group of people stepped on the water and worked together for nearly half an hour to get the water wheel onto the bracket. With a click, the water wheel was firmly stuck in the slot reserved on the bracket. Everyone come up. Fang Er saw the water wheel in place and gave the final order. A group of people quickly retreated to the shore. Before they all retreated, they heard a squeaky sound coming from the water wheel. Then I saw the water wheel slowly turning under the push of the water flow. Chapter 44, Fragrant Egg Noodles. It's moving. It's moving. Look, Master. It's really moving. Xiaoqing, who came along to watch the fun, saw the water wheel slowly turning and excitedly shook Fang Er's arm and said, Yes, sir, this is amazing. Zhao Hu said with some excitement and trembling. As the water wheel turns, the bamboo tube above lifts the water in the canal and then pours it down. Fang Er directed everyone to set up a long bamboo tube that had been split open and the nodes removed. One end was just right on the water wheel to catch the pouring water, and the other end extended to the drainage ditch, blocking the intersection of the drainage ditch and the Longzhou Canal. In this way, the water from the Longzhou Canal, as the water wheel turned, passed through the bamboo tube, flowed into the drainage ditch, and began to nourish the dry farmland. Oh, there's water. Young Master is so awesome. Ah, I'm going to go back and tell my mom. The crops in the fields can finally be irrigated. A group of men shouted excitedly, watching the water in the drainage ditch gather more and slowly flow towards the farmland. Some even shed tears of excitement, while others ran directly to the village to tell more people the good news. When Fang Er and his men returned to the village, a group of people were already waiting at the entrance of the village. Seeing Fang Er coming, these people rushed forward and expressed their joy and gratitude to Fang Er. The land on the farm does not all belong to Fang Er. Each of these farmers also has a small amount of land. If Fang Er gets water, they can also irrigate the land. In this drought situation, this is undoubtedly huge good news. Everyone, next, we will build some water wheels and try to irrigate every piece of land. For some plots that are too far from the canals, we will try to dig some wells so that all the plots can be irrigated. Fang Er got off the horse and spoke to everyone. Whatever you tell us, Master Fang, we'll do it. Old Man Ma bowed to Fang Er and said, ever since he could remember, he had always relied on the weather for his livelihood. In a situation like this year, there was absolutely no way to irrigate the fields. Unexpectedly, this young master had brought water from the Longzhou Canal just a few days after he came here. This was simply beyond his understanding. Although water wheels have a long history and have existed since the Three Kingdoms period, they must be affordable for people, right? Common people who have no skills and no money to buy them. What can they do? They can only listen to others talk about them, and few have even seen them. Is there anyone in Zhuangzi who knows how to do carpentry work? Fang Er asked, scanning the crowd. Sir, I used to be a carpenter. These three are my apprentices. What can they do? An old man walked out from the crowd. Tomorrow morning, bring your tools and come to Fang's house. I will teach you how to make a water wheel. Zhaohu, you guys already know how to install it. From now on, you will be responsible for leading others to install the water wheels you make. After Fang Er finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhaohu on the side. Yes, sir. Zhaohu quickly agreed. Okay, everyone disperse. As long as I am here, there will be more and more water trucks and wells in the future. Go back and have a good rest. You will still be behind when you contribute. After dispersing the crowd, Fang Er returned to the Fang mansion with his servants. After a busy morning, it's already noon. Xiaoqing and Huanyang have already prepared the meal. As you enter the yard, you can smell the tempting fragrance. The yard was filled with tables, on which were neatly placed wine and food. Brothers, you've been busy for a long time. Hurry up and eat. We still have things to do in the afternoon. Fang Er said this casually and went back to his room. In the yard, Zhaohu and his friends were looking at the neatly prepared meals, and they were all very excited. 3 meals a day were just talk. Among all the farmers present, who could eat 3 meals a day? It is normal to have 2 meals a day, 1 meal in the morning and 1 meal in the evening. Master Fang generously prepared 3 meals a day for everyone, and these people secretly made up their minds to work hard under Fang Er. In fact, the lunch that Fang Er asked the kitchen to prepare was very simple, just egg noodles. But the aroma of the fried eggs was something these people had never tasted before. After eating a bowl, they all felt unsatisfied and continued to ask for more. Huanyang didn't say anything. When someone came, she would just fill a bowl and hand it to them. Even her own little son ate 2 big bowls of the meal. Seeing this, Huanyang was so happy that she secretly told herself that she must not let Mr. Fang down. When Fang Er came out of the house, a group of people had already finished their meal and were sitting in the yard in groups of 3 or 5, happily chatting. Fang Er was not idle. He was writing and calculating in the house, counting the materials to buy. After leaving the house and looking at the people in the yard, Fang Er said, Zhu Zhaohu, come here. The 2 of them hurried forward and came to Fang Er. Fang Er handed a stack of papers to Zhu and said, in the afternoon, take 10 people with you, pull a bullock cart, and go to Chang'an City to buy the wood needed on this paper. If you need money, go to Xiaoqing to withdraw it, and tell her that I can be of use to you. Yes, sir. Zhu took the paper and went to find Xiaoqing. Ever since the housekeeper and Hu Zi went to Jiangnan, Xiaoqing has been in charge of the family's finances. Fang Er really doesn't want to worry about all this. He has to run over to get money every day to buy trivial things, which is so annoying. Zhaohu, you followed us when we loaded the water truck today and got to know it by hand. You know where the water truck should be loaded, right? After Zhu left, Fang Er looked at Zhaohu and asked, Sir, I know everything. It should be installed at the intersection of Longzhou Canal and Tianli Drainage Canal. Zhaohu replied respectfully, Well, then, take your men with you this afternoon to go around the fields on the farm. Take a good look, calculate how many water wheels are needed, and then report to me, Fang Er said. Yes, sir. After Zhaohu agreed, he led his men out of Fang Mansion. It is quite interesting to say how these people address Fang Er. The old people who had moved with Fang Er from Jailing to Chang'an all called him Young Master, while the slaves and farmers on the farm here who were bought later called Fang Er Young Master. Fang Er had no objection, as he could tell the distance between them by the name anyway. Everyone was busy with the tasks assigned by Fang Er according to the routine, but Fang Er himself had nothing to do. Sitting on the stone bench in the yard, watching the fish swimming in the water, Xiaoqing stood behind him, massaging Fang Er's shoulders. Cheng Er, how long will it take for the housekeeper and the others to come back? Fang asked bulletly. Master, that's hard to say. Logically, if we go by land to Luoyang and then take the sea route to Jiangnan, it will take at least a month for the round trip. Chapter 45, 3 Golden Retrievers. Xiaoqing didn't stop her hands. She kept pinching and answering Fang Er's questions. Fang Er was speechless. It would take a month to go back and forth. It was too long. Life will be so boring. Without saying anything else, Fang Er opened the system panel while enjoying Xiaoqing's massage. After redeeming items last time, Fang Er still had more than 2,000 points left. Looking at the words sold out displayed on the panel, Fang Er gritted his teeth and clicked refresh. A manual refresh consumes 1,000 points. Are you sure you want to refresh? Sure. A burst of colorful light flashed, and all the goods appeared in front of Fang Er. Oh my god! Oh my god! Looking at the goods in front of him, Fang Er was happy. Fang Er has one of the products that appeared this time for a long time. Among a pile of pet supplies, a large golden retriever icon was flashing golden light. Aha! No problem. Change it. Fang Er has wanted to have a dog for a long time. I thought about it in my previous life, but I didn't have the time or energy to take care of it, so I gave up the idea. And the products this time are very powerful, as if they were specially delivered for golden retrievers with dog food, vaccines, dog houses, everything is available. Fang Er directly squandered all 3 exchange opportunities. Ding! A living creature is detected in the storage space. Please take it out as soon as possible, otherwise you will die in 10 minutes. The system's voice startled Fang Er. Damn it, there's no other way but to take it out. Cheng Er, can the young master show you a magic trick? Fang Er said to Xiaoqing behind him. Master, what's the trick? Xiaoqing stopped what she was doing and asked curiously. Come, look, the young master has nothing on him. Fang Er spread his hands and said to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing flashed her big eyes and nodded. Pay attention. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. Fang Er reached into his arms and, using the cover of his clothes, pulled out a small golden retriever about a foot long. Ouch! Ouch! The little golden retriever struggled in Fang Er's hands, looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of him with fear. Wow, what a cute puppy! The moment Xiaoqing saw the golden retriever, her eyes sparkled and she shouted in surprise. Come, it will be our family from now on. Do you like it? Fang Er looked at Xiaoqing's cute appearance and said, Yeah, I like it. Xiaoqing likes it very much. Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly and said, Then can I conjure up 2 more? Fang Er put the little golden retriever in his hand on the ground, then spread his hands and said, Oh, can it really be transformed? This is the only one that can be hidden in master's clothes, right? Xiaoqing looked at Fang Er in disbelief. Haha, come on, feel it and see if there is any left. Fang Er looked at Xiaoqing with a smile. Xiaoqing blushed and reached her hand into Fang Er's clothes, feeling left and right, but felt nothing. It was a hot day, and Fang Er was only wearing 1 layer of clothes. As soon as Xiaoqing's hand reached in, he felt the smooth little hand touching his chest randomly. It was so comfortable. Fang Er squinted his eyes and looked at Xiaoqing's red face. He almost turned into a werewolf. Xiaoqing accidentally saw Fang Er's eyes and was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand, then changed the subject. Master, I don't believe it. There's obviously nothing in your clothes. Ahem. China, you better watch out. Fang Er was also a little embarrassed and cleared his throat and said, Using clothes as a cover, Fang Er took out 2 golden retrievers of the same size from the storage space. The 2 little guys reacted the same way as the first one, looking around in panic. While struggling, he screamed in Fang Er's hands. Hurry, master, put them down. You are hurting them, Xiaoqing said with heartache. Fang Er placed the 3 little golden retrievers neatly on the stone table. Although the stone table was not high, the 3 little guys didn't dare to jump down from it. Although they were all exchanged, the 3 little guys have some differences. There was actually 1 male and 2 females. Fang Er was a little surprised. Does the system want this golden retriever to flourish in the Tang dynasty? Master, let's give these 3 little guys some names. Xiaoqing said as she looked at the 3 little guys with overflowing love. Then, let's name the male one Wang Kai, and the 2 females Laifu and Changwei, okay? Fang Er didn't like coming up with names, so he just casually said 3 names that were very popular in later generations. Xiaoqing looked at her young master speechlessly. What a crappy name. It doesn't sound good at all. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of any nice name, so she could only reluctantly accept the young master's naming rights. Well, feed them this from now on. Take 3 or 4 spoonfuls at a time. Dissolve it in warm water and let them drink it. When their teeth grow, you can feed them something else. Fang Er casually took out a bucket of puppy milk powder, handed it to Xiaoqing, and said. Xiaoqing took the milk powder bucket, looked it over and over, but didn't know how to open it. Fang Er took it from her again opened the pull ring on it, and handed it back to Xiaoqing. It should be that the system is considerate. This mill powder barrel is just an aluminum barrel without any packaging words on it, which saves Fang Er a lot of worries. Xiaoqing put the 3 puppies on the ground, and they ran around in the yard chasing each other as if they were having fun. Especially Lai Fu, who was quite fat and always fell to the ground while running. Xiaoqing laughed at the silly look on her face. Fang Er sat quietly on the stone bench, looking at everything in front of him, and suddenly he felt less bored. At this time, Dali entered the yard, bowed to Fang Er, and said, "Master, Niao is here. He is outside." "Oh, let him in." Fang Er was quite surprised. It had only been a few days. Could it be that the restaurant had already finished it? Soon, Niao followed Dali into the yard. Little Wang Kai ran to his feet, sniffed, and then walked away. "Sir, the restaurant is almost ready and will be open in 3 days at most." Niao lowered his head and said to the second party, "So fast. Everything has been done as I asked. Fang asket in supplies." "Master." "Yes, they have all been changed according to your requirements." Niao Erdeo. "Well, Xiaoqing, bring me 5 taels of silver as a reward." Fang Er said to Xiaoqing calmly. "Yes, sir." Xiaoqing stopped teasing the dogs and ran to the backyard to get the money. "Dali, go to Cheng's house and General Yuchi's house and let them know that the restaurant will open in 3 days. Then tell Wang Wu and Lin San that they will be in charge of the restaurant. Don't make any mistakes. If you do a good job, you will be rewarded." Fang Er made further arrangements to Dali. "Yes, sir." Chapter 46 Restaurant Opening Preparation. "Niao, you don't have to go back. Let them do the rest of the work. I'll assign you something to do tomorrow. Go to the backyard to find Fang Er, get the reward money, and ask her to arrange a house for you to stay in." Fang Er teased Wang Kai, who came over with his feet, and gave instructions to Niao. "Yes, master." After Niao finished speaking, he went to the backyard. When Xiaoqing finished arranging things for Niao and returned to the yard, Fang Er was having a great time chasing after 3 little puppies. "Master, Brother Niao has made all the arrangements. Is the restaurant really going to open in 3 days?" Fang Er casually picked up Lai Fu and handed it to Xiaoqing, then said, "Well, the sooner we open the restaurant, the sooner we can make money. We will have a lot of money to spend in the future. In the next 2 days, pick a few kitchen helpers with good cooking skills and teach them how to cook. They will be the ones to support the restaurant in the future." "Okay, young master." Xiaoqing took the Lai Fu handed over by Fang Er, held it in her arms, and said. The next morning, the old carpenter from the farm brought his 3 apprentices to Fang's house. Seeing Fang Er doing morning exercises, he stood aside without saying a word, waiting quietly. After a while, Fang Er rubbed his sore calves and sat down on the stone bench. The old carpenter next to him hurried over to greet him. Fang Er looked at him and said, "Have you brought all the people who are going to work with you?" The old carpenter pointed to the apprentice beside him and said, "Sir, they are all carrying them." Fang Er looked at the things on the 3 young men's backs, took a sip of tea, stood up, and said, "Follow me." Accompanying 1 old man and 3 youngsters, Niao came to the backyard, where he was sorting out the wood he had bought yesterday. "Niao, come here. Let's get to know each other. From now on, we will all eat from the same pot." Fang Er pointed at the old man and 3 young men and said to Niao, "By the way, please introduce yourself. I don't even know your names yet." Fang Er touched his forehead and said depressedly, "My lord, my name is Ma Qi, and these 3 are my disciples, Zhou Mu, Li Jiao, and Wang Mo." The old carpenter Ma Qi said this while pointing at his 3 apprentices and introducing them. "Well, this is my family's craftsman, Niao. You 2 will work together from now on. Niao, this is the blueprint of the water wheel. See if you can understand it." After Fang Er finished speaking, he took out a blueprint from his arms and handed it to Niao. Niao was already used to his young master's hobby of drawing blueprints before doing anything. He pressed the blueprint and looked at the densely packed symbols and lines on it. After carefully studying it for a while, he looked up and said to Fang Er, "Master, there is basically no problem. It should be able to be done. Okay, from now on, you will be in charge of the 3 of them. Just follow the blueprint and build one first. If you have any questions, come to the front yard and find me at any time." After arranging them, Fang Er returned to the front. "As soon as I walked out of the backyard, I saw Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin sitting in the yard, teasing 3 puppies. You 2 guys bully my dog as soon as you come." Fang Er greeted the 2 of them with a smile, then sat down on the stone bench. "I say, Brother Fang, Where did you get these puppies? They are so cute. Cheng Chumo still held live fu in his hand and said to the second party. Looking at Yuchi Baolin, he was the same, holding Wang Kai in his arms and tickling him nonstop with his hands. The puppy just squinted his eyes and enjoyed it, not resisting at all. Fang Er felt a little jealous seeing this ungrateful dog. Hey, keep it a secret. Do you want one? I'll give you one when it's born. Fang Er said as he crossed his legs and drank some boiled water. That's how long we have to wait. To be honest, Brother Fang, my sister loves to raise this thing besides practicing martial arts, but she just can't take good care of it. It either bites the servants at home or bites people outside. Every few days, I have to go with her to pay them money. Otherwise, let's switch. I'll trade your big dog for a puppy. How about it? That's a real hunting dog. It can fight wolves and catch foxes. Cheng Chumo looked at Lai Fu in his arms eagerly, with a longing look on his face. Speaking of dogs, they're just like people. You can tell a dog's character by looking at him when he is 3 years old. The Golden Retriever is not just a warm-hearted man. This dog is truly docile, and anyone who has raised one knows this. This thing, let alone biting people, usually doesn't even howl. It's nothing like the husky, which not only likes to destroy houses, but also likes to revert to its ancestors and howl like a wolf. If it were in the Tang dynasty, I guess some people would think a wolf had entered the farm. Cheng Chumo had just held Lai Fu in his arms for a short time when he already liked this little guy. He was chubby and fluffy, and would lick his palm with his tongue from time to time. He didn't look like the hunting dog he kept at home, which would bare its teeth at everyone it saw for no reason. Forget it, I don't like to keep a hound. If it bites my Cheng Er, I'll kill it and eat its meat. Fang Er glanced at him and continued. If you really like it, I'll let you take it home and play with it for 2 days and then bring it back to me later. This thing is too small and very precious. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it alive. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. Brother Fang, there's still me. You can't be partial. Yuchi Baolin interrupted. Okay, you can each have one. Let's make it clear that you can only take the baby home for 2 days. Then send it back for me to check, and you can come back for another one after a while. Fang Er agreed reluctantly, and then arranged for Xiaoqing to prepare dog milk powder. After talking about Gawazi, the three of them started to discuss the business of opening the restaurant. I say, brothers, although good wine needs no bush, it would be best if we could find a few well-known people to help us run the business when we open the business. Don't you agree? Fang Er looked at the two of them and said. They both nodded. When it comes to doing business, they really don't know anything. They were forced to practice martial arts by their father all day long. When they were a little older, they were thrown into the military camp. They have never come into contact with this kind of thing and can only do whatever Fang Er says. Brother Fang, that's all you have to do. We'll follow your instructions. Cheng Chumo nodded and said, Well, let's see. Can we invite a few ministers from the court over and say that we are opening a business and let them come and try it out? Can this work? Fang Er asked. It's a small matter. I'll ask my father to inform them later. If those uncles knew there was good wine, they would be eager to go over and drink to their heart's content. Cheng Chumo patted his chest and promised. That's right, they're all alcoholics. When they smell the alcohol, they probably want to touch it and taste it. Yuchi Baolin also echoed. Well, it's settled then. Let your father take care of this matter. Leave the rest to me. You just wait to be paid. Fang Er raised the teacup in his hand and toasted the two of them. The two of them responded quickly, and the opening of the business was finalized. Chapter 47, Zuixianlou. After chatting for a while, the two of them stood up to say goodbye, but they did not forget to take the puppy with them. Fang Er was such a cunning person that he didn't allow them to take Wang Kai, a male dog. Instead, he let them each take a female dog, thinking that they were raising a wife for their own Wang Kai. The water wheel in the backyard was also being built in an orderly manner under the leadership of Niu Yang. 3 days later, Suzaku Street. Fang Er stood handsomely in front of the restaurant. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingde also arrived with their sons. Inside the restaurant, Xiaoqing, Huan Yang, and the kitchen helpers were busy preparing wine and food. Dolly brought 3 servants to act as waiters. Zhuzi plays the role of shopkeeper. Come on, Brother Fang. Let me introduce you. This is Duke Yi Qin Xiong, Qin Shu Bao. Behind him is Duke Xing Fang Xianling. The other one is the Crown Prince's left assistant, Du Ruhui. How about these people that I invited? Are they of sufficient importance? In front of the restaurant, Cheng Yaojin introduced the visitor to Fang Er. Fang Er was shocked when he heard what Cheng Yaojin said. I have to say, Cheng Yaojin is really awesome. Qin Shu Bao is one of the door gods. Together with Yuchi Jingde, These two door gods make up the whole thing. There are also Fang Mao and Du Duan. These two are also present. I am Fang Er. I am honored to meet General Qin, Lord Fang, and Lord Du. Fang Er bowed quickly. Ha! There's no need to be so polite, little brother. General Cheng and Yuchi Haizi said you have good wine, so I came here to join in the fun. Today we are just here to congratulate you, not to mention our official status. So please don't be so polite, little brother. Qin Xiong held Fang Er's arm and spoke cheerfully. Master, the auspicious time has arrived. At this time, Zhuzi came to the side and spoke to the second party in a low voice. Set off firecrackers. Fang Er gave orders to Zhu. Yes. Zhuzi hunched over and ran out of the restaurant. A long, bright red string of firecrackers had been spread out in front of the restaurant. This was something Fang Er made himself these past 2 days. It took a day and a half just to prepare the gunpowder, and I tried more than a dozen recipes before I finally made the firecrackers. Gunpowder had not yet been invented at that time, so things like sulfur and saltpeter were relatively easy to buy. These things are now generally used as medicines and can be bought in ordinary pharmacies. Zhuzi carefully blew up the fire stick and lit it at the fuse of the firecracker. Crackle, crackle. A burst of firecrackers suddenly exploded at the door of the restaurant. The crowd on the street was suddenly frightened and scattered, looking at the thing on the ground that was constantly emitting flames and making loud noises. After a while, they realized that it couldn't hurt anyone, so they felt relieved and slowly gathered together again. The firecrackers were very long and took as long as a stick of incense to explode. Qin Xiong, however, was staring at the firecrackers on the ground, thinking about something. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda were also frightened at first, but when they turned around and saw Fang Er's calm look, they felt relieved. When the firecrackers died down, Cheng Yaojin punched Fang Er on the shoulder and said angrily, "You kid, you made such a big noise without even telling me in advance. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Hee hee, don't we just want to have some fun? Besides, you guys are all veterans of battles. How can such a small noise scare you?" Fang Er said jokingly, "Little brother, where did you get this thing?" Qin Xiong looked at Fang Er with a serious face and asked, "I made it myself. How else could it have come from?" Fang Er spread his hands and said indifferently, "What's this thing called? How much does it cost?" Qin Xiong continued to ask, "I call this thing a firecracker. The cost of the one I just lit is about 1 or 2 taels of silver." Fang Er exaggerated the cost tenfold and pointed at the mess on the ground. Qin Xiong didn't ask any more questions, but just kept thinking about something in his mind. Today is a great day for the grand opening. Let's not talk about this. Come on, Brother Fang, how do we proceed? Seeing that Qin Xiong stopped asking questions, Yuchi Jingda spoke to the second party. Next, of course, is the ribbon cutting. Pillars, get on with the guys. Fang Er shouted at the pillar. Zhuzi hurried back to the store and brought out a tray. Fang Er took Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and Fang Du and stood in front of the restaurant entrance. Then he picked up the red silk hanging from the plaque and pulled it hard. The red silk fell down, and 3 big words Zuixianlou appeared in front of everyone. Zhuzi and Fang Er worked together to hand the red silk to several people, giving each person a pair of scissors. Fang Er whispered what needed to be done, and several people nodded repeatedly. The auspicious time has arrived. From today on, Zuixianlou is officially open for business. Following Fang Er's loud shout, several people simultaneously cut off the red silk in their hands and handed it to Zhuzi. The ceremony is now complete. Fang Er turned around and said to the crowd gathered at the entrance of the restaurant, "Zuixianlou is open today. Dishes are half price, 5 taels of silver per table, and drinks are half price. Zuixian wine is 3 taels of silver per jar. Everyone is welcome to come and taste it. I guarantee that it will be the best delicacies you have never tasted and the best wine you have never drunk. If the food and wine do not suit your taste, Fang will return the money unconditionally. Everyone, please." After bowing to everyone, Fang Er led Cheng Yaojin and others to the second floor. 40 tables have been prepared on the first floor, each filled with food and wine. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin patted Fang Er on the shoulder and said, "Brother Fang, you are really generous. Haha, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Don't worry, Brother Cheng. You know our wine. I dare say the food is not worse than the wine. You will know it later." While observing everything in the store, Fang Xianling was calculating in his mind how much Fang Er's big move would cost and how much money he could earn. But after all the calculations, he found that no matter how he calculated, Fang Er would lose money. He looked at Du Ruhui in confusion and found that Du Ruhui was also frowning. After sitting down on the second floor, Fang Xianling finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fang, I just looked at your table of food and wine. With 5 taels of silver, I'm afraid you won't make much money, right?" "Mr. Fang, don't worry. How about trying my dishes first?" Fang Er picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, and put it into his mouth. The stewed chunks of meat are soft and melt in your mouth, with a hint of sweetness and a hint of saltiness, without any pungent smell of pork. He swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, then picked up another piece of fish. The fish meat is extremely fresh and smooth, without any earthy smell, and the taste is equally delicious. Fang Xianling stopped talking, put down his chopsticks, and looked at Fang Er. "Mr. Fang, what do you think of our restaurant's dishes?" Fang Er said with a smile, "I have never eaten these dishes before, but I have to say, they taste amazing." Fang Xianling wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief and then spoke. Chapter 48. Jia Li's army is coming. "Then, Mr. Fang, after trying our dishes, do you think you would choose our restaurant next time you entertain friends?" Fang Er asked. "That's for sure." Fang Xianling nodded heavily. "Please try my immortal drunken wine again, Mr. Fang." Fang Er casually poured Fang Xianling a small glass of wine. "This cup is a small cup I bought specially, and each cup weighs only about 5 cents. Fang Xianling took the cup curiously. He had never drunk from such a small cup before. He poured the wine in the glass directly into his mouth. The spicy taste instantly filled his entire mouth. As the wine was swallowed, it was like a flame entering his stomach. Sweat beads immediately oozed from his forehead. After tasting the aroma of wine in his mouth, Fang Xianling put down the wine glass, exhaled a breath of wine, and then said, "Good wine." Seeing this, the others also poured themselves a glass and started tasting. Same performance, same words. Du Ruhui, good wine. Qin Xiong, this is really good wine. Cheng Yaojin and the Yuchi father and son did not say anything, but just smiled and looked at the 3 people. "Mr. Fang, since you have already tried the wine and food, then, is it acceptable to pay 10 taels of silver for this full table of food and 6 taels of silver for a 5-jin jar of drunken immortal wine?" Fang Er extended his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and then continued to ask. "This price is not expensive and acceptable." Fang Xianling replied. "Then, since Mr. Fang hasn't tried these dishes, can you accept the price of 10 taels of silver for a table of dishes and 6 taels of silver for a jar of wine?" Fang Er stated his intention. That's right, discounts allow people to try something new. Once they find that the taste is something they have never eaten before, and it is so delicious, then even if the price goes up, they will accept it. Great. I have to say, this idea of yours is really great. Fang Xianling finally understood why Fang Er was still doing a business that was clearly losing money. This was a case of playing the long game to catch a big fish. After figuring this out, everyone started to eat and drink to their heart's content, with their faces greasy from eating so much. It was also very lively downstairs at this moment. Since the dishes on the table were prepared in advance, there was no need for Zhu and his team to run back and forth to serve the dishes. However, just the request for wine from one table here and another over there almost made them run until their legs broke. "Hey guys, hurry up and serve the wine. Bring me 2 more jars of this great wine. I'm going to take some back for my brothers to taste." That's right. Why are you taking so long? I'm almost out of wine. Why are you still not coming up? Hey, let me ask you, don't you guys want to drink the wine over there? If you don't want to drink it, how about giving it to me? What the hell are you guys arguing about? The food is so delicious. Can't you shut up? They were all drunk with big faces and thick necks, shouting at the top of their lungs in the lobby on the first floor. The dishes are sold per table, and basically a group of people pool their money to buy a table to come in and try the dishes. I guess this is the first time in history that people have shared tables. Some people were indeed resistant at the beginning, but if they didn't fight, they would feel reluctant to spend 5 taels of silver on the table. Although each dish looked very appetizing and smelled particularly tempting, who knew if it would taste good when actually eaten? So, a few people got together and discussed pooling money to buy a table to try it. After this start, others followed suit, and as a result, all 40 tables of food on the first floor were quickly sold out. I have to say that the location of the shop is good. This is the main road of Chang'an, and there are many wealthy businessmen and dignitaries coming and going. There are really few people who are short of money and can go to restaurants to eat and drink. Those who are really short of money will go to the roadside stalls to eat. In just half an hour, some people were already asking if they could have the food delivered. After learning the price quoted by Yuchi, no one bargained. 10 taels of silver for such a large table was just a small amount. What's on this table? Actually, it is simple. There are 8 kinds of meat and 8 kinds of vegetables for soups, plus a pot of rice and a plate of steamed buns. Fang Er calculated the cost himself and found that he could make a profit of 5 taels of silver. Otherwise, how could he still be considered a rice business? Not to mention wine, which costs dozens of cents per pound. The profit can be dozens of times higher after distilling it. Looking at the hot scene, Shaoqing, Yuchi, and others were so happy that their hearts were beaming with joy. At this moment, a group of soldiers came in from outside and hurriedly walked back and forth among the crowd on the first floor, as if they were looking for someone. Yuchi hurriedly went over and said, "General, who are you looking for? Are you from the shop? Did you see General Cheng and General Yuchi coming over?" A leading sergeant asked towards the pillar. Yes, they're on the second floor. Please come with me, sir." Yuchi quickly took them to the second floor. Cheng Yaojin was drunk at the moment. When he saw Yuchi bringing a soldier in, he squinted his eyes, looked at the soldier, and asked, "Who are you?" The sergeant took a look and confirmed that it was General Cheng. He then looked at the other people at the table and thought, "Wow, they're all big shots." He quickly replied respectfully, "I'm the captain of the Xuanwu Guard, Zhou Tong, and I am here on the orders of the emperor to summon you all to the palace to discuss military matters." Hearing that it was Li Er's order, several people stood up quickly. Qin Xiong said to Fang Er, "Little brother, the wine and food are good. Come and bother me another day. Since the emperor has summoned us, we will leave first." Fang Er had almost had his share of drinking and was thinking about how to escape. Now that they were about to retreat, he was looking forward to it. He said quickly, "The emperor's order is above everything else. Everyone please go to the palace quickly." After saying that, he stood up and led everyone downstairs. When Yuchi Jingda left, he held 2 jars in his arms, saying that he wanted to give them to Li Er to try, which left Fang Er speechless. He eats and drinks for free and then packs up his belongings when he leaves. Not only does he have a bad face, he also has a bad heart. After thinking about it, I decided to just ask for it. After all, he is also a shareholder. The Imperial Palace, the East Palace. Li Er looked at the military intelligence document in his hand, his brows furrowed, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. Li Jing, Gao Shilian, Li Ji, and other ministers stood below, all looking worried. "Report, Your Majesty, General Cheng, General Yuchi, General Qin, Lord Fang, and Lord Du have arrived." An East Palace guard came in to report. "Xian," Li Er responded. "General Xian Cheng, General Yuchi, General Qin, Lord Fang, and Lord Du come to see me." The guard retreated to the door and shouted outside. Cheng Yaojin and his companions straightened their clothes, entered the East Palace, and bowed to Li Er. Li Er raised his hand and handed the military report to the eunuch beside him, then said, "This is the intelligence that Li Ji sent people to find out. Jieli is really preparing to attack our Tang dynasty. Take a look and tell us what you think." The eunuch took the military report, walked up to the few people, and handed it to Qin Xiong, who was standing in the front. Qin Xiong was shocked when he took the military report. The military report was stained with blood, with only one crooked line of words on it. "Jieli has gathered more than 100,000 troops from 8 tribes and will march south soon. More than 100,000 people. But there are only more than 10,000 soldiers in Chang'an who can fight at this moment." No wonder I saw the emperor looked unhappy as soon as I entered the hall, and all the ministers looked worried and silent. Chapter 49, What are Firecrackers? After reading the military report, Qin Xiong did not say anything and directly passed it to Cheng Yaojin and others. "Wait until everyone has finished watching." Li Er stood up, looked at the ministers in front of him, and said, "My dear ministers, the old man Jieli is planning to invade our Tang dynasty from the south. How can we resist 100,000 people? Tell us." None of the ministers spoke. Li Er's expression became increasingly gloomy. He looked at Changsun Wuji and asked, "Assistant, what do you think?" Seeing that he could not escape, Changsun Wuji had a step forward and replied, "Your Majesty, right now we can only summon troops from all sides to come and protect Chang'an. Then in your opinion, which troops should we call back for support?" Li Er said, unhappily. This. Changsun Wuji was speechless. It was really not his fault. After all, This was the only solution he could think of right now. The troops outside Chang'an could not be recalled for the time being. The Tang dynasty was now surrounded by wolves. Once the news leaked out after driving away the tiger, the jackals would come again. Shu Bao, what suggestions do you have? Li Er glared at Chang'an Wuji, then looked at Qin Xiong and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead my soldiers out of the city to stop the enemy. Please allow me to do so. Qin Xiong is worthy of being the door god. He didn't think about anything else but going into battle to kill the enemy. Shu Bao, don't go to the battle. You have old injuries and are not suitable for fighting. Jijia, what about you? Li Er persuaded Qin Xiong to retreat, then looked at Cheng Yaojin and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead my soldiers out of the city to stop the enemy. Please allow me to do so. Li Er was speechless. What a bunch of rough guys. Is it now a question of whether or not you are allowed to leave the city? This is a tenfold difference in military strength. Can the problem be solved by simply blocking the enemy from leaving the city? Seeing that Yuchi was about to come out and ask for a fight, Li Er shook his sleeves and said, Everyone withdraw. Go back and think about it carefully. I will also think about it. There will be a grand court meeting tomorrow. Notice that all officials in Beijing above the 5th rank will participate. Everyone withdraw. Long live the emperor. After kneeling down and paying their respects, the ministers left the East Palace one after another. Yuchi Jingde and Cheng Yaojin did not leave, nor did Qin Shubao and Fang Du after everyone else had left. They found that Li Jing and Li Ji did not leave, and even Chang'an Wuji stayed. Well, it turns out that they all want to stay and have private talks with the emperor about military affairs. Yuchi Jingde went outside, took the jar of wine from the guard, and returned to the hall. Li Er looked at them without saying a word. He sat on the dragon chair, frowning and thinking. Your Majesty, I got 2 jars of good wine today. Please have a taste of them. By the way, I would also like to ask for a job as a vanguard. Yuchi Jingde held the jar of wine and said to Li Er with a smile. Li Er looked up at the wine jar in his hand and winked at the eunuch beside him. The eunuch quickly took the jar of wine and handed it to Li Er. Li Er broke the mud seal, took a sniff, and a strong aroma of wine hit his face. Good wine. Xiao Anzi, go get the wine bowl. The young eunuch at the side hurried down to get the bowl. A long table was placed in the main hall of the East Palace, with 9 large bowls laid out in a row. Xiao Anzi picked up the wine jars and filled them up one by one, then looked at Li Er. Okay, all of you go down. We don't need you to serve here anymore. Li Er waved his hand and drove away the eunuchs and palace maids. My dear ministers, come and taste the fine wine brought by General Yuchi. Let's drink while we think of a solution. You have all helped me get to where I am today. Now that something has happened, let's think of a solution together. Come, drink. After Li Er finished speaking, he was the first to pick up the wine bowl and start drinking. The wine was very strong, so strong that he temporarily put aside all thoughts about GLE. Resisting the urge to vomit, the emperor's dignity forced him to swallow the bowl of liquor with all his strength. How shameless of you to spit out the wine in front of so many ministers. The strong liquor entered his stomach, like a ball of fire burning in his stomach. Li Er felt that his whole body was clear, and he exhaled heavily. Good liquor. Refreshing. After saying that, he put the wine bowl down heavily, looked at the others and said, Try it, this wine is really good. Yuchi, Cheng Yaojin, and others looked at Li Er with some worry at first, because they knew about this wine. Seeing Li Er drinking the whole bowl of wine, without changing his expression, several people were stunned and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Li Er was praising them so much, Chang'an Wuji and Li Jing also picked up their bowls and drank a gulp. But as soon as the wine took a sip, I felt that I was a little too arrogant. Especially Chang'an Wuji. He sprayed a mouthful of wine directly onto Cheng Yaojin's face. Bah, Chang'an Wuji, you're looking for a beating, right? Cheng Yaojin wiped the wine off his face with his sleeve and shouted at Chang'an Wuji while glaring at him. Ha ha ha! Yuchi Jingde laughed in a very unkind manner. Li Er was also happy. Seeing Li Er laughing, everyone else started laughing. When everyone laughed, Li Jing was in trouble. He still had a mouthful of wine in his mouth, and this laugh would have been a big deal, but the wine sprayed out of his nose directly. You can imagine that feeling. Don't even mention it. Li Jing choked up and burst into tears instantly, covering his mouth and coughing continuously. This made everyone laugh even more happily. Li Er also felt that his depressed mood was much better. He no longer worried about military affairs and drank with several ministers, taking turns to drink. gradually getting used to the nature of the wine. Even Changsun Wuji and Li Jing began to like it. Jingda, where did this wine come from? Changsun drank the drunken immortal wine in small sips, looked at Yuchi Jingda, and asked. Li Er also looked over curiously. Before Yuchi Jingda could speak, Cheng Yaojin spoke first. This wine was made by a little brother, the same little brother who reminded me last time that Jieli was going to launch a sneak attack. How is it? Extraordinary, isn't it? Jijia, tell me about your little brother. Li Er became interested and spoke on the side. Your Majesty, I met this little brother half a month ago. While drinking, Cheng Yaojin talked about how he and Fang Er met. He knew that Fang Er was responsible for brewing wine, refining refined salt, and even the water wheel beside the Longzhou Canal, and he told Li Er everything. Apart from Cheng Yaojin, only Yuchi Jingda knew a little about Fang Er, but not in such detail. So, you're really not simple. You are a teenager, but you know so many things that ordinary people don't know. The more Li Er listened, the more he felt that Fang Er was not simple. Oh, Your Majesty, today Brother Fang opened his restaurant and made a big noise. He made something called firecrackers that can make a huge noise. It's really scary when you hear it. I guess he might use it when the two armies meet. Qin Xiong thought about the firecrackers and told him about it. Oh, firecrackers, what are those? How can we use them? Li Er became interested. Chapter 50, come on. Show. Your Majesty, I saw that the firecracker was very small, only as thick as a finger, but it could make such a huge noise. If I ask Brother Fang to make a bigger one, I wonder if it will be more powerful. If it can, I have the confidence to use it to repel Jieli. Qin Xiong said with some uncertainty. It's not difficult, Your Majesty. I would like to summon Brother Fang to the palace for questioning. Cheng Yaojin spoke from the side. Why don't you ask those who know the answer? What are you and your fellow people doing here? Okay. Li Er agreed readily. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin came here with their old man. As long as the old man didn't leave, they stayed outside the gate of the East Palace. When they heard someone inside say that Fang Er wanted to come over, they hurried out to ask for him. Fang Er was dazedly counting money in the restaurant when he saw Cheng Chumo running back in a hurry. He asked curiously, Brother, what happened? Did you lose something? Hurry, Brother Fang. Come with me, the Emperor summons you. Cheng Chumo pulled Fang Er and was about to run out. Oh my God, don't be anxious. Tell me clearly what's going on. Why does the Emperor want to see me? Fang Er was very surprised. I was so low-key, but Li Er knew about it? What the hell? News has come back from the grassland that Jieli is about to march south, so the Emperor summoned his ministers to discuss countermeasures. General Qin said that your firecrackers might be useful, so he asked you to come over for questioning. Cheng Chumo briefly explained the reason. Fang Er then realized that it was the gunpowder that was the cause. There was no need to say anything. He quickly washed his face and rode towards the palace with Cheng Chumo. Go around the southeast corner of the imperial city, and you will reach the Yanxi Gate, and after entering it is the Eastern Palace. He had drunk quite a bit of wine beforehand, and the ride was so fast, and the bumps and wind made Fang Er feel dizzy. He did not even bother to look at the buildings in the palace. He suppressed the churning in his stomach, dismounted at the Yanxi Gate, and followed Cheng Chumo into the East Palace. Your Majesty, Fang Er is here. Inside the East Palace, Li Er and several generals were drinking when they heard Cheng Chumo's voice. They put down their glasses and looked over. I saw Fang Er leaning against the door, his head nodding constantly, looking like he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Cheng Yaojin knew what was going on, so he said, Your Majesty, please don't blame me. Brother Fang opened the restaurant today, so he must have drunk a lot. I guess he's drunk. Li Er waved his hand to show that he was not surprised, and then asked the eunuch to bring Fang Er a bowl of ginseng tea to sober him up. He was really interested in Fang Er. It was rare for someone so young to be so admired by Cheng Yaojin. Not long after Cheng Chumo fed Fang Er the ginseng tea, Fang Er felt a little more awake. Looking at the group of people in front of him, a middle-aged man wearing a red and yellow uniform, a 9-ring belt around his waist, and Liuha boots on his feet was surrounded in the middle. He instantly thought of the reason why he came here. He immediately knelt down and saluted. I am Fang Er, your humble servant, and I greet his majesty. Long live the emperor. Li Er was happy. It was the first time he heard such flattering words, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and then he said, stand up and talk. When Fang Er stood up straight, Li Er asked again, are you clear-headed now? Much better. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Fang Er said as he rubbed his still dizzy head. General Qin said that you made something called firecrackers today, and he said that it might be useful in battle. Tell me if it can be used. Li Er asked. It must work, Fang Er said, patting his chest. Oh, tell me quickly, how to use it. What's its use? Li Er walked to Fang Er excitedly, staring into Fang Er's eyes, and said, Ugh, Your Majesty, can you give me a chair? My legs are weak. Although his mind was a little clearer, Fang Er still felt weak and just wanted to find something to lean on. Give him a chair, Li Er said to the eunuch beside him. The chair was already in the palace. Yuchi had it made in the style of Fang Er's family and sent over. Fang Er leaned sideways in the chair, moving his butt back and forth a few times. After finding a comfortable position, he began to talk. Speaking of firecrackers, it is actually the gunpowder inside that plays a role. Once it is lit, it will burn quickly. If it is wrapped in something, it will explode. As for how powerful it can be, that depends on how much gunpowder is used. After Fang Er finished speaking, he looked at the people in front of him, and seeing that they didn't react much, he bravely threw a bomb. If there is enough gunpowder, the entire Chang'an can be blown to pieces. What? Li Er was so shocked that he jumped up. The other people also looked at each other, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Brother Fang, this is no joke. Explain to me what it means to have enough gunpowder to blow up Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin was so scared that he quickly grabbed Fang Er's collar and asked. Fang Er only dared to say this at this moment. If he were sober, he would not have the guts to say in front of Li Er that he could blow up Chang'an. What the hell do you want to do? Bomb Chang'an to the ground. Are you here to take Li Er's seat? Why are you so excited? Look how nervous you are. I'm just giving you an example. If you really want to blow up Chang'an, you'll probably blow yourself up before you can make enough gunpowder. This thing is very dangerous. Fang Er pushed Cheng Yaojin away, straightened his clothes, and said indifferently. After hearing this, the people on the side finally put their minds at ease. Fang Er, then tell me how this gunpowder was made. Li Er almost called out Brother Fang, and quickly changed his words. Damn, he almost got led astray by Cheng Yaojin. It's easy. Just mix charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter in a certain proportion. Fang Er casually mentioned the raw materials for making gunpowder. That's all. Li Er looked at him in disbelief and asked. Well, that's all. Fang Er nodded affirmatively. Your Majesty, we actually have all these things in the palace. Why don't we have someone send some over so that Brother Fang can show us some of them? Changsun Wuji came up with an idea. Well, that's a good idea. I agree. Li Jing also said this while stroking his beard. So Li Er ordered the eunuch to find these things. Fang Er looked at the plate in front of him, feeling a little confused. What the hell is this? Why is this thing placed in front of me for no reason? What does that mean? He completely forgot what he had just said. Brother Fang, the emperor asked you to make gunpowder. Hurry up and make some so I can open my eyes. Yuchi Heizi pointed at the things on the plate and said to the second party. Chapter 51. Not aspiring to serve. Fang Er was a little confused. What the hell? Drinking is causing trouble. But he could only bite the bullet and say, Your Majesty, could you please send me 2 medicine grinders? Li Er winked at the eunuch on the side, and the eunuch went out in a flash. Soon, the eunuch came over with 2 medicine grinders. So honest, he said 2, and he really gave 2. Fang Er squatted in the main hall and ground the charcoal, sulfur, iodine, and saltpeter into powder using a medicine mill. He asked the eunuch for a small scale and then mixed them in the ratio of 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. In fact, the 1, 2, and 3 here are not the same measurement units. 1 pound of saltpeter refers to 1 pound of saltpeter, while sulfur and charcoal are both calculated in ounces. These are the formulas of black gunpowder that have been widely circulated in later generations and are common knowledge that most junior high school students know. Li Er had people send over a lot of raw materials, and Fang Er directly mixed about 3 kilograms of them. During the whole process, Li Er and several ministers surrounded Fang Er and watched, cursing in their hearts, thinking this was too damn easy. Why does it seem like you're just joking? Fang Er patted the gunpowder scraps on his hands, stood up, and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, this is the prepared gunpowder. Give it a try and see if it's as powerful as you say. Li Er looked at Fang Er expectantly. Fang Er looked at the hall, then at everyone. What the hell trying it here? Isn't that bad? He bent down, picked up the gunpowder on the ground, and walked out of the hall. Li Er and others hurriedly followed. When they got outside the hall, Fang Er poured a pinch of gunpowder from the plate onto the ground, handed the plate to a eunuch on the side, and said, Take it away. Stay away. The eunuch looked at the plate and then at Li Er. Damn it. You even dare to order the eunuch around? Li Er, however, was very considerate and waved his hand at the eunuch, signaling him to do as Fang Er wished. Who has a fire stick? Fang Er looked at everyone awkwardly. What could he do with gunpowder but no fire? Several people shook their heads in unison. Bringing a fire stick into the palace is looking for trouble. Nowadays, all buildings are made of wood, so fire prevention is not an option. Who would carry a fire with them for no reason? The eunuch holding the gunpowder tray was very considerate and hurried to the main hall to get candles. Fang Er didn't notice it. When he came to the crowd with gunpowder in one hand and a candle in the other, Fang Er was completely stunned. This brother is really not afraid of death. He quickly shouted, "Stand there, don't move. Your Majesty, all of you stay away. It's too dangerous." Li Er and his companions quickly retreated more than 10 meters away. After seeing them walk away, Fang Er carefully took the candle from the eunuch and quickly walked away. After feeling safe, he cursed at the eunuch. "Do you want to kill us?" The eunuch was confused and thought, "Didn't you ask for a lighter? This is the East Palace, not the Imperial Kitchen. Where can I get a lighter? Why did you get scolded for sending candles? Aren't they all made of fire?" Fang Er didn't explain to him. He took a candle and carefully ignited the gunpowder on the ground. Swish! Boom! There was a loud burning sound, with a puff of white smoke rising. A small pile of gunpowder instantly turned into a pile of burnt residue. Li Er and the others quickly gathered around, and then asked curiously, "This is not as terrible as you said, right? It just burned faster." Fang Er had no choice but to say to the eunuch, "Go get a porcelain bottle." The eunuch was speechless. He thought, "I am here to serve the emperor, okay? Why do I feel like a servant in your house?" Looking at Li Er's expectant expression, the young eunuch had no choice but to obediently do what Fang Er said. When the porcelain bottle was delivered, Fang Er filled it with gunpowder. Although the bottle was not very big, he still put about half a pound of gunpowder into it. Then he dug some soil from the ground, plugged the mouth of the bottle tightly, used a long, thin hemp rope as a fuse, carefully placed it on the ground, and then said to Li Er, "Your Majesty and the others, please go back to the hall first." The crowd didn't know how powerful he was, but they didn't want to put themselves in danger. So since Fang Er said so, they all retreated back into the hall. After everyone had gone in, Fang Er tremblingly lit the hemp rope with a candle, then threw down the candle and ran into the hall. No one looked at him as he fled in a hurry. Li Er and others were leaning on the window, staring at the porcelain bottle on the ground outside. Fang Er entered the hall, was shocked at what he saw, and quickly rushed over to close the window. Damn, this window is only about 10 meters away from the porcelain vase outside. If some blind fragments burst in and hurt Li Er, he probably wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Just as Fang Er closed the window, he heard a loud bang outside, followed by the bang-bang sound of broken porcelain pieces splashing everywhere. After there was no more noise outside, Fang Er walked out of the hall and looked at the mess outside. He was very satisfied with his work. Li Er and the others also followed out, staring in amazement at everything that happened before their eyes. The bottle was gone, leaving only a pit the size of a human head, with wisps of white smoke rising from it. The pit was full of black gunpowder residue. There's a small tree next to the pit, but the tree, which originally grew straight, now has a few pieces of porcelain stuck on it. Looking back at the main hall, I saw a piece of debris stuck in the window. Li Er finally understood why Fang Er wanted the window. Damn, if he didn't close it, who knows whose head the fragment would get embedded in? Everyone looked at the debris on the tree and gasped. Li Er fixed his eyes on the guards in front of the East Palace gate. These guards were lucky because Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin had been guarding outside the gate. When they saw Fang Er's escape just now, they pulled the guard to hide behind the pillars, and the fragments did not fly over there. No one present today is allowed to tell anyone what just happened. Anyone who disobeys this order will be executed. Li Er looked at everyone and said, "I obey the decree. I will obey your order." As soon as Li Er finished speaking, everyone present knelt on the ground to respond. Everyone, get up and go into the hall to discuss matters. After seeing the power of gunpowder, Li Er suddenly gained a little confidence in the upcoming war. The ministers and Fang Er followed Li Er back to the palace. Inside the hall, Li Er sat on the dragon chair, looking at Fang Er. After thinking for a while, he said, "Fang Er, are you willing to serve as an official in the court?" Fang Er was stunned for a moment and immediately rejected Li Er's proposal. Your Majesty, I do not want to serve in the court. Please forgive me. Li Er looked at Fang Er in confusion, not understanding what this guy was thinking. With such a powerful weapon as gunpowder, he would be willing to give Fang Er a 7th-rank official position even if he asked for it. But since this guy doesn't want to be an official, how can he reward him? Reward? Come on, I can barely make ends meet, and I'll be laughed at if I give a small reward to you. Chapter 52. The restaurant is making a fortune. Your gunpowder is of great help to the military. Since you have made such a great contribution, but you are unwilling to serve as an official in the court, then tell me what you want. Li Er stared at Fang Er and asked, Your Majesty, I have enough food and clothes at home. I've just opened a restaurant and have money to spend. I really don't know what to ask for. Fang Er spread his hands helplessly. Give him an official position? How high an official position can he be given? It's impossible for him to have a high position. He's only a teenager, and gunpowder alone cannot convince the people. If you're given a small official position, won't the end result be that you are ordered around in circles by others? How can it be as comfortable as your own home? Walking the dog, riding a horse, and flirting with the maids, isn't that good? Li Er rubbed his temples, but he couldn't think of any good way to reward Fang Er. Chang'an Wuji looked at Li Er's expression and knew what was going on. He rolled his eyes and stepped forward and said, Where does Brother Fang live, and who else is at home? Sir, I now live in Majiazhuang, Yunmin Township, Wanyan County. My parents are no longer at home, and I live with some servants. Fang Er didn't know why he asked this, and he didn't hide it and answered directly. Your Majesty, since Brother Fang does not want to be an official and he is not short of money, it would be better to give him a position as a non-official. When he has other merits in the future, he could be promoted. This will also bring honor to the family. What do you think? After listening to Fang Er's words, Chang'an Wuji made some suggestions to Li Er. Okay, let's do it this way. Fang Er will accept the order. Li Er stood up and pointed at Fang Er. Fang Er really didn't want to kneel, but since it was Li Er who issued the order personally, he couldn't just stand there straight. So he just knelt down on the ground with his buttocks sitting on his calves. Well, sitting down doesn't count as kneeling, Fang Er said to himself. Li Er looked at his posture, but didn't blame him. He put his hands behind his back, thought for a moment, and then said, Fang Er has made great contributions. I will confer the title of Rinyong Shao Wei, reward him with 100 taels of silver, and give him 10 pieces of brocade. In addition, since your parents are deceased, I will give you a pseudonym. From now on, you will be called Fang Anji. I hope you can be safe and make more things like gunpowder. The following is the physical object for understanding. Li Er casually gave him a pen name, and he could accept it. But as for that benevolent and brave captain, Fang Er was completely confused. After Li Er issued his decree, he saw Fang Er look confused and asked curiously, Why, are you dissatisfied? Fang Er said awkwardly, Your Majesty, what do you mean by the Rinyong Shao Wei? I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? Li Er felt that he was defeated by Fang Er. No. Fang En. He winked at Cheng Yaojin on the side. Cheng Yaojin, nicknamed Cheng Yaojin, was a rough but meticulous person. He directly pulled Fang Er aside and explained to him in a low voice. After the explanation, Fang Er understood that they were idle officials who only received salaries but did not do any work. This was good. Then he knelt on the ground again and said to Li Er, I am Fang Anji. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. Well, Fang Er admitted that he was influenced by those pigtail dramas. However, he really didn't know the rules of the Tang dynasty palace. Cheng Chumo didn't tell him on the way here, so he could only follow the etiquette he saw on TV in his previous life. Li Er wanted to laugh, but the corners of his mouth twitched. He said, If you want to call yourself a minister in the future, I will have no chance with you. All right, go down. I will write down the specific preparation method of the gunpowder and the things that need to be paid attention to in a document and give it to General Cheng. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Fang Er stood up, took 3 steps back, then turned around and left the palace. Damn it. I only remembered when I got to the door that this was another one of those pigtail dramas. Cheng Chumo had been waiting at the palace gate. With their official positions, they were not qualified to participate in such a big event, but he heard all the voices inside. Seeing Fang Er coming out, he quickly came forward and said, Congratulations, Captain Fang. Yuchi Baolin also stepped forward and said, Congratulations, Captain Fang. Fang Er was completely sober when the porcelain bottle exploded. He punched each of them in the chest and said, Let's go back and continue drinking. The three of them chatted and laughed all the way back to Zuixianlou, but their way was blocked by the crowd in front of Zuixianlou. What the hell is going on? Please let me pass. Thank you. Fang Er pulled the person at the outermost of the crowd and said, Get out of the way. I've been waiting here for quite some time, and we've only moved a little bit forward. Just give way if you say so. The man shook off Fang Er's hand and shouted angrily. Fang Er was depressed. How can I not even get into my own house? Fang Er asked someone else and found out that the business in the restaurant was too good. All the people outside Zuixianlou were servants of wealthy businessmen who were queuing up to buy food and drinks. He looked at Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin in disbelief and said, Is our restaurant too popular? It's only been less than a day, right? It looks like it should be. Come on, brother Fang. Let's go in through the back door and take a look. Cheng Yaojin looked at the packed front entrance of the restaurant and suggested. The three of them went around to the back door and entered the yard. Hurry up. If you delay the young master's business, I will make you suffer. I'm talking to you. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you, you little brat. Bring in the water quickly. The pot is almost dry. What are you dawdling for? As soon as I came in, I heard Huan Yang's loud voice standing at the kitchen door, shouting at the servants who were fetching water in the yard. When I came to the kitchen and looked inside, wow. Several kitchen helpers were all shirtless. The cook was busy cursing. This is a damn thing. I've lived for decades and never seen such a prosperous restaurant. I'm so tired. Everyone, please work harder. After this wave of waiters leave, we can take a breath. Let's go. Let's go check out the front. Fang Er said something to Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin and walked forward. After entering the restaurant through the food delivery door, Fang Er heard a loud bang and felt as if someone was standing in front of him, which shocked his eardrums. Noisy voices and crowded crowds. As soon as Zhuzi brought over a few dishes, they were snatched away by the customers waiting in line. They put them into their food boxes, threw down a silver ingot, and left. Brother Fang, can we say that we are making a fortune? Cheng Yaojin put his arm around Fang Er's shoulders and said, A dojin? Judging from the situation, it should be more than that, right? Yuchi Baolin also said, All the private rooms on the second floor were sold out, leaving no room to move around in the entire restaurant. Sit down and eat when there is a seat, and there is a group of people waiting around the table. I say, Mr. Wang, can you please eat faster? You're the only one left at this table. Please finish your meal and get out of here. I have been waiting for nearly half an hour. You starving ghost. You won't die if you wait a little longer. I've been waiting for a whole hour to get a seat. You have to eat all these dishes, so just sit there and wait. Mr. Wang, please be kind and hurry up. My brothers are waiting for you. All right, I'm scared of you. Damn it, this is the first time I'm surrounded by so many people for dinner. I'm not in the mood anymore. I'm leaving. As soon as Mr. Wang stood up, the people waiting nearby immediately pulled out their chairs and sat down. Hey man, come over here and clear the table. This one's empty. Chapter 53 Preparation of Gunpowder and Salt. Master, it's bad. We don't have enough ingredients. Zhuzi found Fang Er, who was watching the fun on the first floor, and said, What the hell? A whole room full of meat and vegetables is gone. Fang Er asked in disbelief. Yes, master. The table has been overturned 3 times. If it continues like this, even another room won't be enough. Zhuzi looked at Fang Er anxiously. Fang Er thought for a moment, took a piece of paper from the cabinet, and quickly wrote a line of dog-crawling calligraphy on it. We're out of ingredients, so we're closed today. Take it and stick it on the door. Fang Er handed the paper to Zhuzi. Damn it, there's nothing to talk about, just don't sell it. Just a bit of hunger marketing. As soon as the notice was posted on the pillar, there was an uproar outside. Fuck, I've been waiting in line for so long, and now you're telling me there's no ingredients? A man dressed as a servant was unhappy when he saw the notice. That's right. You said you would close the business, so how are we going to explain to the owner when we go back? Another man who was also a servant was also protesting. It's over. My life is over. My wife is going to beat me to death when I get home. A gray-haired old man kept muttering. He was ordered by his wife to come here to buy food and wine. I don't know whose wife heard that the newly opened Zuixianlou has excellent cooking, so she insisted on having him come, and would not let him go home if he couldn't buy food. Damn it, sleeping in the same bed for decades is not as good as a few dishes. Fang Er squeezed through the crowd to the door, looked at the crowd that was still gathering, and helplessly stood on the steps and said to the crowd, Everyone, it is really because our store is not well prepared. The prepared ingredients are not enough, so please go back. In order to thank everyone for their kindness, I promise that all friends present today can have priority to eat tomorrow. The crowd was still gathering and not leaving. So Fang Er asked Yuchi to take a pen and paper to register everyone one by one and let them enter the store to dine in or take out tomorrow in the order they registered. This is how the people who were gathered were dealt with. After all the customers had left, Xiaoqing calculated the day's income and a smile spread across her face. There were 40 tables, each costing 5 taels of silver, and the tables were turned over 4 times, which meant 800 taels of silver. The wine and drinks were also good, with more than 100 jars sold, which brought in another 300 or 400 taels of income. Master, we sold more than 1,000 taels today, Xiaoqing said proudly to Fang Er. Damn, 1,000 taels a day, 30,000 taels a month, 360,000 taels a year? The annual tax revenue for the entire Tang dynasty is nearly 30 million. Is Zuixianlou almost accounting for 1% of the national tax revenue? Even if we deduct the costs, it's no problem to make hundreds of thousands of taels a year. Fang Er himself was also scared. It took me a while to accept this fact. Damn, who's afraid of money? With Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda backing us up, who else can come to cause trouble? Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin have been following behind Fang Er. They heard Xiaoqing's words clearly. The two looked at each other, and then Cheng Chumo said to Fang Er, Brother Fang, our Zuixianlou business is too good. We have to go back and tell our family to send some more people to watch over it, in case someone comes to cause trouble. Each of their 2 families owns a third of the restaurant, with an annual income of tens of thousands of taels of silver. It's impossible for them not to pay attention to it. Okay, go ahead. The salt or your father asked you to bring last time has also been refined into refined salt. Tell him about it. Fang Er waved his hands at him. It was a good thing that he had these 2 big players involved. Otherwise, he would really feel that he was making too much money. Thinking of this, Fang Er said hello to Yuchi and went straight back to Fang Mansion in Chang'an City. I found a pen and paper and started writing down the preparation methods and precautions for gunpowder. The only way is to cling to someone powerful. He had just finished writing when Cheng Chumo came over, accompanied by Yuchi Baolin and their 2 fathers. Ha ha, Brother Fang, you have double happiness today. Cheng Yaojin walked in the yard and shouted to Fang Er. Brother Cheng, we should be happy together. When Fang Er saw that they all came, he smiled happily and said, Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations, congratulations. Cheng Yaojin patted Fang Er and then sat on the chair. Brother Fang, Baolin went home and told me that the restaurant made over 1,000 taels today. Is this true? Yuchi Jingda was obviously still a little bit unbelieving. It's true that I made over 1,000 taels, but that's not all profit. If you take out the costs, I estimate that I should have made around 600 or 700 taels of silver. Fang Er explained. That means I made money today. 3 shares. How much is it? Yuchi Jingda calculated it, but couldn't figure it out, so he asked. Probably around 200 taels of silver. Fang Er said, Is there really so much? Yuchi Jingda still couldn't believe it. There's so many, so you 2 had better ask your family to send an accountant to the restaurant to help. I really can't spare anyone here. Fang Er said affirmatively, and then made a suggestion. One is that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Another point is that there is really no one available for Fang Er. Xiaoqing is the one who is doing all the work today, but that is not a long-term solution. If he sends even his personal maid to do the work, then what is the point of him making money? Brother Fang, do you have any concerns? Cheng Yaojin looked at Fang Er unhappily and said, It's nothing, actually. The main thing is that I really don't have anyone around me. You can't just watch my girl show up in public, right? Besides, if someone is so foolish as to try to take over the restaurant, we can handle it with the help of my 2 brothers. Fang Er explained. Okay then, I'll send someone over later. By the way, has the salt issue really been settled? Cheng Yaojin agreed to Fang Er's proposal and then asked about the salt. All the servants in the house were helping in the restaurant. Fang Er stood up and called Cheng Chumo to go with him to the warehouse in the backyard to carry out the salt that had been made last time. It's all here. It looks like it weighs about 100 pounds. Fang Er pointed at the salt and said to Cheng Yaojin. Yuchi Jingda grabbed a little with his hand, looked at it carefully in his palm, and then tasted it. Good salt. Brother, can you please offer me your method of making salt? After praising the salt, Yuchi Jingda looked at Fang Er and asked. He is worthy of being Li Er's door god. Whenever something happens, he always thinks of Li Er. It was this guy who forced Li Er to commit the Xuanwu Gate incident. It may not be quite right to say that he was forced to do it, but it also shows his loyalty to Li Er. As soon as he saw the novel tables and chairs from Fang Er, he had someone make some and send them to Li Er. Therefore, Fang Er was not surprised at all when he asked for a method of making salt on behalf of Li Er. And this method is of no use to the other party. So I agreed. There was paper and pen on the table, and Fang Er began to write down the preparation method. Chapter 54. This thing can't be thrown away. After writing down 2 sheets of paper, Fang Er finished writing the purification process. Brother Cheng, here is the gunpowder recipe. Please give it to the emperor. He also added the method of preparing gunpowder and handed it over to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin took the prescription and held it in his arms like a treasure. Brother, you are so straightforward. I will recommend you for the credit later. After finishing their business, the 2 old men and 3 youngsters started to brag and chat in the courtyard of Fang's house. After chatting for a while, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda took their son away. Fang Er rubbed his swollen temples. Damn, he is a brother to his father, and then to his father's son. All 4 of us sitting together are brothers. How can it be so confusing? Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda were very concerned about the affairs of Zuixianlou. They went back home and asked the accountant to work in a restaurant before going to the palace with the prescription. Li Er looked at the stack of papers he handed over. Black powder preparation ratio method. How to use black powder. Black powder precautions. Fang Er wrote down everything he could think of, even some methods of making landmines and homemade grenades. Li Er became happier the more he read. After reading about gunpowder, he discovered that there was actually a method for purifying refined salt. This was simply an accident. Go, invite the Minister of Works. After reading it, Li Er put the paper on the table and said to the eunuch beside him. Soon, the eunuch brought a man in his 40s into the hall. The Minister of Industry, Du Yang, greets His Majesty. Lord Du, take a look at this. Li Er handed those cards to the eunuch. Du Yang took the paper from the eunuch and looked through it carefully. The more he read, the more excited he became. Your Majesty, where did this national weapon come from? After reading what was written above, Du Yang asked excitedly. Can you tell me first whether this method above will work? Although he watched Fang Er do it, he still wanted to hear what his own Minister of Works thought. Your Majesty, I don't understand the black gunpowder, but what is written here is very simple. You will know after you go back and try it. However, the method of purifying refined salt is definitely feasible. The Ministry of Works is the responsible unit for matters such as military equipment, roads, housing, salt and iron. As the Shangshu, he is the top leader. Although he is not proficient, he knows a little bit, so Du Yang said with certainty. Well, then, you should follow the instructions and make the gunpowder with all your strength. This recipe was given by the newly appointed Rinyong, Captain Fang Anji. If you have any questions, you can go and ask him. Li Er was very satisfied. Fang Er was offering buy one, get one free. This was really a great deal. Du Yang left with the recipe. 5 days later, Chung Chumo arrived at Fangjiazwang. Yes, it was the original Majiazwang, now renamed Fangjiazwang. Fang Er was found correcting Niu Liang's mistakes. Brother Fang, come with me quickly. The emperor wants to see you. As soon as he saw Fang Er, Chung Chumo pulled Fang Er out. Why are you in such a hurry? Does the emperor want to see me for something? Fang Er asked. According to your method, the gunpowder has been prepared, but the emperor wants you to demonstrate how to use it. After those grandsons from the Ministry of Works accidentally blew up 2 houses, they dared not try it themselves. Chung Chumo said angrily. To be honest, those guys in the Ministry of Industry deserve it. It is clearly written in the recipe that it is forbidden to use iron tools to hold and process gunpowder, and it is forbidden to bring open flames near gunpowder. But I don't know if those bastards got kicked in the head by a donkey, but they were still mixing gunpowder with a lantern. Then, a gust of wind blew, and the gunpowder was blown onto the candle in the lantern. Then there was a loud bang, and the 2 entire houses were blown up so badly that not even a single intact rafter could be found. The craftsman who was working only found 1 foot. After Fang Er heard about this, he cursed in frustration, saying that it served him right. Niu Liang, follow what I just said, fix all the problems, and then make 2 more. After explaining all this, Fang Er followed Cheng Chumo back to Chang'an City. This time we didn't go to the palace, but came to the parade ground. Li Er was sitting on a high platform, with a group of ministers standing around him. Several craftsmen were trembling as they filled porcelain bottles with gunpowder. Your Majesty, Captain Fang has arrived. When the young eunuch saw Fang Er coming in, He hurriedly whispered in Li Er's ear, "Lord Du, please ask your people to withdraw." Looking at the trembling craftsman, Li Er became furious. He gave Du Yang a cold look and asked the eunuch to bring Fang Er over. After the greetings, Li Er asked Fang Er to demonstrate how to use gunpowder. When Fang Er got closer, he saw 2 full baskets of gunpowder. That must be at least 100 pounds of gunpowder, right? What a play. Do you want to live? With so much gunpowder, if it exploded, I guess none of Li Er and his group of ministers who were 30 meters away would be able to escape. There was a pile of bottles and jars next to the gunpowder basket. I felt my body, and fortunately, there was no fire starter. Fang Er bravely put the gunpowder into the can and put a fuse in it as he did last time. The Ministry of Industry was well prepared, and the fuse was made of thin hemp rope soaked in kerosene, which made it easier to burn. He sealed the mouth with mud and put it aside. After working for a while and loading more than a dozen gunpowder cans, Fang Er asked Cheng Chimo to ask Li Er what to do next. The emperor said that there are wooden men ready over there, so we can try them as enemies. After Cheng Chimo found out the answer, he came back and told Fang Er. Looking at the cans on the ground, Fang Er picked up an empty one and threw it away. With a bang, it shattered. "You can't throw this thing away. It won't withstand being dropped." Fang Er complained to Cheng Chimo. Then he carried the 2 jars and came to the other side of the training ground, where the wooden men prepared in advance were located. A dozen wooden men were neatly placed together, just like a dozen people. Fang Er placed the 2 cans in the middle of the wooden man, looked at the fuse, and realized that he was careless. It was too short, so the fuse was extended a lot, to a full 2 meters long, and pulled directly from the middle of the wooden man to the outside. The 2 gunpowder cans were connected together with a fuse. He also asked Cheng Chimo to get a fire starter. Fang Er blew the fire stick and ignited the fuse. Then he pulled Cheng Chimo and ran towards the platform. The platform was 100 meters away from the wooden man. Fang Er had just run halfway when he heard a boom from behind him. Damn, a fuse that is more than 2 meters long burned out in less than 5 seconds? Fang Er looked at himself and then at Cheng Chimo's body. Fortunately, everything was fine. Although the ministers on the platform were mentally prepared, they were still frightened by the huge explosion and the wooden man that was blown to pieces. Let's go take a look. Li Er was the first to jump off the platform and walk towards the wooden man. Chapter 55. Imperial Edict to the Renyong Captain. A group of high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty followed Li Er and jumped down from the high platform one after another like ducks into water. Fang Er just wanted to laugh when he saw it. Arrived at the test bombing site. The wooden figures were blown into pieces, with many of them missing arms and legs. There were still broken pieces of porcelain stuck in the wooden remains. "Your Majesty, this thing is too powerful. Please take strict precautions. It must not be allowed to flow into the hands of the people," Chang Sun Wuji said with lingering fear as he looked at the mess on the ground. "Your Majesty, I request that the left guards be dispatched to impose martial law on the Ministry of Works Workshop. Craftsmen are not allowed to leave without permission. Even if they leave, they must be strictly monitored by soldiers to prevent them from being bribed by the enemy." Li Jing said to Li Er, "Your Majesty, please equip your subordinates with gunpowder cans. Give me 3,000 gunpowder cans, and I promise to beat Jieli so badly that his mother won't even recognize him." Yuchi Gong knelt on one knee and challenged Li Er to a fight. "Anji, you are the only one here who knows the most about gunpowder. Can it be used in the war right now?" Li Er did not respond to them, but turned to ask Fang Er, "Your Majesty, the current method can be used, but it is not lethal enough and wastes too much gunpowder. In addition, the pottery jar is easy to break when thrown out, and it is not easy to control the time of explosion." Fang Er was stunned for a moment before he remembered that Anji was the name Li Er gave him, and he was asking himself, "Isn't this kind of power enough to kill people? Since the clay pot is not suitable, do you have any way to improve it?" Li Er looked at Fang Er puzzledly and asked, "Yes, it would be best to add iron fragments, iron beads, stones, or other hard objects to the gunpowder to increase the lethality of the explosion. In addition, I have some ideas for improvement, but we need to try them out to see if they work." Fang Er replied, "In that case, I appoint you to establish the Gunpowder Bureau and serve as the director. You will be responsible for this matter full-time. It will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works, and your position will be the same as that of a doctor in the Ministry of Works. Is that okay?" Li Er looked at Fang Er and asked. He was testing Fang Er. In the Tang dynasty, the Ministry of Works was divided into four departments: the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Tunshin, the Ministry of Resources, and the Ministry of Water Resources. Longzhong was ranked above the fifth rank. If it were placed in modern times, this position would basically be equivalent to the director of an academy of the National Academy of Sciences. Fang Er had said before that he had no ambition to serve in the imperial court, so he wanted to test whether what Fang Er said was true. Your Majesty, I am really lazy and I am afraid I am not qualified for this job. Fang Er refused directly. What nonsense! The court is now controlled by the 5 surnames and 7 families. Even the heir has to look at their faces before doing anything. It's okay to be an official with no official duties, but to really go to work every day, only a fool would do it. When Li Er heard Fang Er's answer, he felt somewhat relieved and somewhat disappointed. I am glad that Fang Er really has no ambition to serve in the imperial court, but I am disappointed that such a great man cannot serve under my command. How dare you? The emperor's appointment is his golden word. How can you refuse? Behind Li Er, a minister heard Fang Er's answer and immediately became unhappy. The imperial power is granted by heaven, which is the unchangeable truth of this era. The emperor's words are law, and all under heaven are his subjects. Li Er made the appointment, but Fang Er dared to refuse. This is intolerable. Your Excellency is right. I was awarded the title of benevolent and brave captain by the emperor for offering gunpowder and salt-making methods. I am very terrified. I can even say that I am lucky to be promoted. With my personality, I am afraid I am not qualified to be the director of the gunpowder department. Fang Er retorted to the minister who spoke. My dear minister, please calm down and I will make it happen. In this case, I will allow you to enter and leave the Ministry of Works freely. You will be the boss in all matters related to gunpowder. How do you think? The minister wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Li Er, who looked at Fang Er and said, Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Fang Er clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Li Er. The issue of gunpowder has come to this point. Although Li Er is anxious, he can only wait until Fang Er improves the usage before verifying it. After saying goodbye to Li Er, Fang Er returned to Fang Jiazwang. Xiaoqing was able to stay at the restaurant because of the accountant sent by the Cheng and Yuchi mansions, leaving only Huan Yang and a few kitchen helpers there. Young master, I heard from Dolly that you went to the palace. Is it nice inside? Xiaoqing, who was sitting in a daze in the yard of the Fang mansion in Fang Jiazwang, saw Fang Er coming back and hurriedly came up to him and asked, It's a damn sight. Fang Er directly expressed his views on the palace. This was his true opinion. After seeing the Forbidden City left over from the Ming dynasty, he felt that the imperial palace in Chang'an was really not good enough. What's more, Li Er only owned half of the Chang'an imperial city, while the other half was occupied by Li Yuan, the retired emperor. Young master, you are lying. People say that the palace is very beautiful. It's like spring all year round, with carved beams and painted buildings. It is everything you want. It's a paradise on earth. Xiaoqing pursed her lips, obviously not believing what Fang Er said. You don't know. The emperor still lives in the East Palace. It's so shabby. His father lives in the real palace. Fang Er expects l'année to Xiaoqing. Then what is the matter that the emperor wants the young master to enter the palace for? Xiaoqing asked curiously. Master, 2 eunuchs came and said there was an imperial decree to be read. Just at this moment, Zhuzi walked into the yard and said to Fang Er, Please come in. Fang Er was very surprised that the eunuch followed him as soon as he entered the house, but he could only invite the person in first. 2 eunuchs followed Zhuzi into the inner courtyard. One of them was Li Er's personal eunuch. Fang Er had seen him twice before when he entered the palace. He was shouting Zi. Eunuch Deng, what is the emperor's will? When Fang Er saw him, he hurried over to greet him. Captain Fang, before this, it was just the emperor's words. This time, we are here to formally read out the imperial edict. Could you please have someone prepare the incense table? Xiao Dengzi was not vague and directly stated his purpose. Under the command of the 2 eunuchs, Zhuzi and Xiaoqing quickly prepared the tables, chairs and incense tables, and placed them in the inner courtyard. Little Dengzi took out an imperial edict from his bosom, looked at Fang Er, and said, Captain Fang, please accept the edict. Upon hearing this, Fang Er immediately knelt on one knee. The position that Li Er gave him was Rinyong Xiaowei, which was considered a military position, so kneeling on one knee was reasonable. Little Dengzi opened the imperial edict and read in a sharp voice, Men, Fang Er has contributed gunpowder and made great contributions to the salt-making process. He is specially appointed as Rinyong Xiaowei, rewarded with 1,000 taels, and allowed to enter and leave the Ministry of Works freely to supervise the gunpowder affairs. When a matter is completed, there will be another reward. August of the 9th year of Wuda. Then there was a bunch of blah-blah signatures. After reading the imperial edict, Xiao Dengzi took out a stack of flying money from his pocket and handed it to Fang Er together with the imperial edict. Minister, accept the order. Fang Er hurriedly stepped forward and took the imperial edict and the flying money. He also took out a card and gave it to Xiao Dengzi. Eunuch Deng, take this and have some tea. Thank you, Captain Fang. Little Dengzi accepted the money with satisfaction and said to Fang Er. Chapter 56. The first contact of the 5 surnames and 7 families. Young master, you are an official now? What rank is the Rinyong captain? Xiao Qing asked excitedly, holding Fang Er's arm and shaking it. In the Tang dynasty, plumpness was considered beautiful, but Xiao Qing, who weighed only 90 pounds, was too thin in the eyes of others. But for Fang Er, who came from the 21st century, a 16-year-old girl with a height of about 1.6 meters and this weight is completely a model figure. She is curvy where it should be curvy and thin where it should be thin, which fully embodies the petite and classical beauty of Oriental women. Xiaoqing had no idea that this action of hers caused her 2 small hills, which had just begun to develop to a certain size, to just trap Fang Er's arm in the middle. It was a hot summer day, and both of them were wearing very thin clothes. Feel the softness and warmth coming from my arms. After spending these days together, Fang Er has already fallen in love with this little girl. He rubbed his arm in Xiao Qing's arms, then looked at Xiao Qing with a sly smile and said, "How is it? Young master, you are awesome, right? Do you want to marry me?" Just now, because of excitement, she didn't pay attention to her movements. Now Fang Er's arm was pressed against her chest and pumped back and forth. Xiao Qing's cheeks instantly turned red. She let go of Fang Er's arm and said shyly, "Young master is so bad. He only knows how to bully others." After saying that, he stamped his feet and ran away. Eunuch Deng on the side was looking at Fang Er with a smile on his face, but he kept cursing in his heart. "Damn it, you are flirting with a maid in front of the eunuch? That's too much. Captain Fang is so lucky to have such a lovely maid at home. He is really the envy of others." Eunuch Deng said this with one mouth and one mind. "Eunuch Deng, please don't be offended. It's just that Fang is usually lazy. I'm sorry." Hearing his words, Fang Er quickly explained. This guy was so taken advantage of by the little girl just now that he totally forgot there was a eunuch next to him. It's okay, it's okay. It can be seen that Captain Fang is also a man of character. The reason why I didn't leave just now is that the Emperor has instructions for me to ask Captain Fang if he needs anything regarding the improvement of gunpowder, so that the Ministry of Works can prepare in advance. Eunuch Deng had no intention of blaming anyone. The Emperor gave this little guy a 5th-rank official position, but he was unwilling to take it. However, the Emperor did not blame him at all, which shows that it is better to make friends with this guy. How about this? I'll write a list, and you ask the Ministry of Industry to prepare it. Fang Er thought about it and then said, "Captain Fang is really thoughtful. You go and do it. We will wait in this yard." After saying this, Eunuch Deng sat on a chair in the yard. Fang Er entered the room and took out paper and carbon rods, some burlap, several tin cans of various types, some gravel the size of soybeans. Fang Er wrote more than 10 kinds of things in one breath. He folded the paper and handed it to Eunuch Deng. "Please pass it to the Ministry of Industry. I will need it tomorrow. I will make sure to explain everything clearly. Captain Fang, don't worry. We will go to the Ministry of Works now." After taking the paper, Eunuch Deng stuffed it into his arms, said goodbye to Fang Er, and went directly to the Ministry of Works. When the people from the Ministry of Works saw the list sent by Eunuch Deng, they were confused. What a mess. But during the day, the Emperor said that the Ministry of Works must fully cooperate with Fang Er, so they could only make preparations according to what was written on the paper. Early the next morning, Fang Er took Zhuzi with him and asked and searched in Chang'an City, and finally arrived at the Ministry of Works. Upon learning the report from below, Du Yang and several other officials hurried out to greet them. Logically speaking, Fang Er was only a 9th-rank official. There was no need for him, a 3rd-rank official, to be so polite. But it was his own fault that he was not ambitious enough, so he had no choice but to lower his status in order to do his job well. "Captain Fang, please come in quickly." Du Yang took Fang Er's arm affectionately and led him into the lobby of the Ministry of Industry. Whose family is this man from? Why is the Shangshu so polite to him? Who knows? He's so young. Could he be some prince? How is that possible? Didn't you hear Lord Du calling Captain Fang just now? How is it impossible? What if he is a bastard? Otherwise, who would believe a lieutenant asking a third-rank official to personally welcome him? Along the way, seeing Du Yang holding Fang Er's hand in a friendly manner, some minor officials couldn't help but gather together to discuss Fang Er's identity. Master Du is too polite. I wonder if everything is ready. In the lobby of the Ministry of Industry, Fang Er looked at Du Yang and asked, "Everything is ready. Don't worry. Come on, let me introduce it to you." Du Yang took Fang Er and said to the other officials, "This is Captain Fang, who presented the method of purifying gunpowder and refined salt. Captain Fang, this is Mr. Chui from the Ministry of Works. He is in charge of all matters related to gunpowder. You should get close to him." The other two are Mr. Li from the Ministry of Water Resources and Mr. Zheng from the Ministry of Agriculture. Du Yang introduced someone, and Fang Er took the initiative to bow and greet him. "Meet Mr. Chui. Meet Mr. Li. Meet Mr. Zheng. Captain Fang is young and promising. He is truly a hero." That's right. We didn't know what we were doing when we were our age. Others have already become captains. Lord Chui from the Ministry of Works and Lord Zheng from the Ministry of Military Farms looked at Fang Er in a sarcastic tone and said. Lord Li from the Water Department smiled and nodded at Fang Er, but said nothing. Fang Er was a little confused. Did he blow up their ancestral grave? What does it mean to be so cold and sarcastic? "Thank you for your kindness, my lords. I am not a hero at all." Not understanding the reason, Fang Er did not respond. He just smiled and spoke to the two of them. "Now that we have been introduced, my three lords, if Captain Fang needs any cooperation from you in the future, please pay attention. This is the order from the Emperor. Captain Fang, please follow me." After glaring at Lord Chui and Lord Zheng, Du Yang led Fang Er and walked around to a remote courtyard. "Captain Fang, I can't understand why those two treated you like this." After entering the yard, Du Yang pointed to the stone bench in the yard and motioned Fang Er to sit down and talk. "Please explain clearly, Lord Du." Fang Er asked curiously. Before he met Cheng Yaojin, he had been hiding in the farm. Even his uncle could take advantage of his family. This means that the original Fang Er would definitely not offend anyone. But if you ask yourself, I haven't offended anyone since I came here. Captain Fang, you didn't mean to do this. Those two are from the Chui family of Qinghe and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. 80% of the salt trade in the Tang dynasty comes from these two families. I wonder if Captain Fang can understand what I mean. Du Yang said somewhat unwillingly. Although he was the Minister of Works, the four officials under him were all from the five noble families, and his position as minister had long been sidelined. Fortunately, the five surnames and seven families are not all of one mind. Lord Li from the Water Department was from the Longxi Li family and was from the same branch as Li Er. He would occasionally take care of Du Yang. So it's the method of refining salt that makes them unhappy. Fang Er didn't even have to think about it. When he heard that these two companies monopolized 80% of the salt trade, he knew the reason. Chapter 57. Fancy gunpowder shows its power. That's right. So Captain Fang better be careful when you come into contact with them in the future. Du Yang reminded Fang Er. Thank you, Lord Du, for clearing up Fang's confusion. Fang Er bowed to him, but I didn't take it to heart at all, considering how much importance Li Er attaches to gunpowder now. If someone dares to harm him at this time, Li Er will be the first one who will not give up. Okay, enough of the small talk. Captain Fang told us yesterday that everything we needed to prepare has been prepared. Shall we go over and take a look? Du Yang stood up and said to Fang Er. Fang Er was a little surprised. He had taken him all the way around just for those few words. It seemed that old Du was not doing well in the Ministry of Industry. The two came to another yard where some craftsmen were busy working. A small steward saw Du Yang and hurried over to salute. Greetings, Lord Du. Where are all the things you prepared yesterday? Du Yang looked at the steward and asked. My lord, they are all in the backyard, and the gunpowder craftsmen are waiting there. The young steward bent over and spoke to Du Yang. Let's go and take a look. Du Yang said. The steward led the way, and Du Yang and Fang Er followed behind. In the yard at the back, there was a long table with the things Fang Erong had prepared on it. Captain Fang, is there anything missing? I'll have someone get it. Du Yang pointed at the things on the table and asked. Very good, very complete. Fang Er replied with satisfaction. Listen, this is Captain Fang. He has the final say on gunpowder matters. You must fully cooperate. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I will not let him off easily. Du Yang spoke sternly to the craftsman. Greetings, Captain Fang. Sir Du, please rest assured that we will not neglect you. The craftsmen spoke together. Captain Fang, I have official duties to attend to, so I'll leave the rest to you. If there's anything, just let me know. After arranging these, Du Yang left. My fellow craftsmen, I believe you have all seen the power of gunpowder, so I have only one request here. That is safety. No fire is allowed in any place related to gunpowder. No one. Anyone who dares to be careless will be kicked out. As for how Lord Du will deal with it, that is not something I can control. Do you understand? Fang Er looked at the craftsman and said, This cannot be done carelessly. If someone else comes along and prepares gunpowder with a lantern, he might even lose his life here. Yes, sir, we will keep it in mind. The craftsmen responded one after another. Who is the leader? Come out and let me meet you. Fang Er said. An old man, about 50 years old and somewhat hunched, walked out of the crowd. I am Zhou Miao, the foreman here. Please give me your orders, sir. Zhou Miao introduced himself to Fang Er in a hoarse voice. Fang Er found it. Looking at the other craftsmen, there are almost no young ones. Your Excellency, since the last explosion, no one is willing to do anything related to gunpowder. We old men were also forcibly assigned here by the higher-ups. Zhou Miao looked at Fang Er's unhappy expression and took the initiative to explain the reason. Well, if that's the case, then let it be. Fang Er had no choice but to accept this fact. Fortunately, gunpowder is just a little dangerous, not physically demanding, and it's not a big problem if you're older. Fang Er called all the craftsmen to the table and gave a demonstration himself. Wrap about 5 pounds of black gunpowder tightly with oil paper. Then wrap it with a layer of broken porcelain pieces. Wrap the broken porcelain pieces with 2 layers of linen, and then tie it tightly with a rope. He took an iron rod and pushed the long fuse into the powder bag. A primitive explosive pack was made. Have you learned everything? Fang Er placed the explosive pack on the table and asked everyone. Your Excellency, I have learned it. Zhou Miao, answer on behalf of everyone. This is so fucking easy. It's nothing more than gunpowder, oil paper, broken porcelain pieces wrapped in layers of linen. You'll learn it once you see it. Afterwards, Fang Er used other things to make a sample. The craftsmen present all said that they had learned it. Then Fang Er sat aside, drinking tea, and let the craftsmen start working on their own. In a whole day, several loads of gunpowder were used up. The prepared explosives were piled up in a corner of the yard. Feeling that it was almost done, Fang Er asked his men to take the things they had made and leave Chang'an City directly. By the way, river, in a small forest. Fang Er asked the craftsmen to tie a bag of explosives to the tree every 3 to 5 meters. All the explosive packs are connected together with fuses. Last time, the 2-meter fuse burned out in less than 5 seconds, so this time I have to make it longer no matter what. The fuse pulled out from the woods was 20 meters long. Captain Fang, let me, an old man, do the lighting job. After everyone had stepped away, Zhou Miao stepped forward and took the initiative to ask Fang Er for help. No need. It's better for Fang to come in person. Rejecting Zhou Miao's kindness, Fang Er asked someone to get a fire starter and walked towards the fuse with confidence. A 20-meter fuse should at least burn for a minute, right? After the fire stick in his hand reignited, Fang Er lit the fuse and began to retreat. After retreating more than 100 meters, there was still no explosion from the woods. So Fang Er led the craftsmen to retreat again. 200 meters away, Fang Er looked towards the direction of the grove. 1 second. 5 seconds. Boom. 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 A series of explosions accompanied by intense flames came from the woods. Branches, wood chips, and broken porcelain pieces were flying all over the sky. A group of old men were still terrified when they saw it. After everything calmed down, Fang Er went into the woods and looked around. I have to say, when a bunch of explosives are put together, their power is incredible. The forest is not very large, only about 200 or 300 meters long and wide. There were 20 explosive packs in total, which destroyed more than half of the forest. The ground was covered with tree branches, some of which were still burning stubbornly. There are almost no intact trees around. The trees outside the explosion range were filled with porcelain and wood chips. Fang Er nodded with satisfaction. Then he asked someone to find a flock of sheep and tie them up in the woods, and Fang Er asked someone to get an object. If it were in the 21st century, everyone would know this thing. because this thing looks like a wooden-handled grenade. This was carved out by Fang Er from a whole piece of wood. It was hollowed out and filled with gunpowder and knockout powder. There is a 10-centimeter-long fuse on the handle. After Fang Er lit it, he threw it directly into the flock of sheep. 1 second, 2 seconds, until the fuse seemed to have burned out, but there was no explosion. Instead, a puff of white smoke came out from inside. After a while, the sheep in the flock began to fall down. In the end, except for those that were far away, almost all the sheep within a 10-meter radius were hit and fell to the ground. Chapter 58. An assassin, Xiaoqing, is injured. What follows is even more varied, with laxative added, with cornice powder added. In short, Fang Er tried everything he could think of and everything that could be made with existing things. But in the end, only explosive packs and grenades with knockout powder were used. After the one with laxative exploded, the sheep had basically no reaction. Fang Er also selected a craftsman, promised him 2 taels of silver, and asked him to try it himself, but it didn't have the expected effect. The same goes for dogwood powder, which is just a little pungent and won't make people lose their fighting power. After returning to the Ministry of Industry, Fang Er told Du Yang about the day's results. Once everything is made, there is nothing left for me to do. Fang Er took Zhuzi back to Fang Jiazwang. Master Chui, that Fang and his old men have been busy all day. I heard they made something called a dynamite pack. It's very powerful and flattened a whole forest. In a small room in the Ministry of Works, a clerk spoke to Lord Chui. Also sitting on the side was Lord Zheng from the military farm department. Go find a way to get me one and let me have a look. Be careful not to be discovered by those old guys. Lord Chui said to the clerk. When the clerk left, Lord Zheng said, Lord Chui, I wonder what your Chui family's attitude is toward the method of refining refined salt. The head of the family has said that we cannot keep this Fang guy alive. Once we get rid of him, we will find a way to destroy the salt refining method. It will be enough for the Tang dynasty to have our 2 families selling salt. Lord Chui said with a fierce look on his face. Only Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Gong, Fang Er, and Du Yang saw with their own eyes the method of refining refined salt proposed by Fang Er. In this era, salt means money. Due to military reasons, Fang Er did not allow Du Yang to start making salt, so the method of refining salt was only circulated, but few people had seen it with their own eyes. However, this method was contributed by the same person as gunpowder, and this was no secret to the powerful families who had many spies in the court. Brother Chui, how are you going to proceed? Is there anything I need to do? Lord Zheng was not at all surprised by Chui's decision, because the instructions from Zheng family in Xinjiang were exactly the same as those from Chui family. I've already made preparations here, Brother Zheng. Just wait for good news. Lord Chui stopped asking questions. Nightfall. Fang Jiazwang outside the city. 4 hunchbacked men in black sneaked outside Fang's house. You two go ahead. You, follow me and climb over the wall from the backyard. Yes, boss. After the leader arranged the attack route, the 4 people divided into 2 teams and climbed over the wall from the front yard and backyard respectively. Fang Er and Xiaoqing were feeding Wangkai milk powder when they saw Wang Sai's 2 ears move suddenly, and then the dog's head buried in the milk basin suddenly lifted up. 2 glowing dog eyes stared at the door. Seeing Wang Sai's actions, Fang Er felt nervous. Who is it? There was the sound of pillars in the yard. Then came the sound of swords clashing and fighting. Master, be careful. There is an assassin. While attacking the man in black, Zhuzi reminded Fang Er in the room. Xiaoqing's face turned pale instantly. What are you doing? Zhuzi's panicked voice came from outside. Then Fang Er saw something smoking being thrown in from the window. It turned out to be a lit bomb. Fuck your ancestors. Fang Er's heart was pounding. He suddenly overturned the table and chairs, pulled Xiaoqing, and hid behind the table. Xiaoqing was frightened by Fang Er's reaction, and she knew that the thing thrown in was dangerous. The 2 had just hidden themselves when they heard a loud bang, followed by bursts of fire and clanging sounds. Master! Zhuzi in the yard saw the explosion and fire coming from the house, and his eyes were bloodshot. He completely gave up on defense and attacked the 2 men in black desperately. But at this moment, an explosion was heard from the backyard. Hurry up! Hurry up! Protect the young master! With a bang, the gate of the Fang mansion was knocked open from the outside, and people from Fang Jiazwang rushed over. Kill them! Zhao Hu took the lead, holding a hatchet and chopped at the man in black who was fighting with the pillar. Take them down. I'll go check on the master. When Zhuzi saw help coming, he stopped attacking and rushed into the house. In the room, Fang Er was holding Xiaoqing with a ferocious look on his face. The clothes were covered in blood. Wang Kai was pacing restlessly around Fang Er's feet. There was a porcelain piece the size of an egg stuck on Xiaoqing's back. Blood kept flowing out. "Qing'er, hold on. I'll ask them to get a doctor right away." Fang Er hugged Xiaoqing, tears falling from his eyes uncontrollably. The pretty and lovely little girl in the past. The little girl who blushed easily. The little girl with whom I spent the most time since I came to this world. Now, because of the gunpowder he made, he was seriously injured. Looking at Xiaoqing's pale face, Fang Er felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. "Master, don't cry. Qing'er is fine. I'm just tired. Qing'er wants to take a nap. Master, let Qing'er sleep for a while, just for a while." "Okay." Xiaoqing endured the pain in her back and wiped the tears from Fang Er's face with difficulty, speaking intermittently. "No, if the master doesn't allow you to sleep, you can't sleep." Fang Er grabbed Xiaoqing's hand in pain and said. His mind went blank, and he had no idea what to do. "Master, are you okay? What happened to Qing?" Zhuzi came over following Fang Er's voice. Zhuzi, check on Qing quickly. Her back is injured." When Fang Er saw the pillar, he grabbed it and begged as if he had found a life-saving straw. Seeing his young master in pain, Zhuzi couldn't help but blame himself for not being able to stop him and letting someone throw the explosives into the house. Carefully laid Xiaoqing flat on Fang Er's legs. Zhuzi looked at the porcelain shard stuck in the wound, tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, crumpled it into a ball, and put it to Xiaoqing's mouth. "Qing, bite it. I want to pull the porcelain shard out." Xiaoqing obediently bit the ball of cloth. "Zhuzi, are you sure this is okay?" Fang Er grabbed Zhu's hand that was reaching for the porcelain piece and stared at him with red eyes. After all, Zhuzi came down from the battlefield. In his opinion, this kind of external injury should not be a big problem as long as it does not hurt the internal organs. Fang Er was also frightened just now, but when he saw Zhuzi making him feel reassured, he nodded and let go of Zhuzi's arm. "Base!" After a teeth-grinding sound of porcelain rubbing against bone, Zhuzi successfully pulled out the porcelain. Looking at the blood on the porcelain fragment, Zhuzi said, "Master, fortunately, no internal organs are injured. The fragment should be stuck in the bone." Fang Er looked at the wound that was still bleeding and hurriedly took out iodine and gauze from the system space, ready to treat Xiaoqing's wound. "Master, I'll go out and take a look." Seeing Fang Er's actions, Zhuzi took the initiative to avoid him. Chapter 59 Fang Er Awakens in Hage. He tore off the clothes on Xiaoqing's back, revealing a thumb-long wound on her smooth back. After carefully cleaning the wound with iodine, he sprinkled the remaining medicine from Zhuzi's last use on it, and then wrapped it tightly with gauze. Xiaoqing didn't make a sound throughout the whole process. She was very moved by Fang Er's worried expression just now. She didn't want to make her young master worry and feel distressed anymore. By the time Fang Er had wrapped the gauze around Xiaoqing, she was already sweating profusely from the pain, and her face had become even paler. He took off his clothes and put them on Xiaoqing. Then Fang Er helped Xiaoqing up with his upper body naked. There was no more sound of fighting outside. I helped Xiaoqing out of the house. Zhuzi was guarding the door. The servants and carpenters of the mansion were waiting at the door. Fang Er is fine, and they all already know that Xiaoqing is injured. Zhao Hu and dozens of men from Fang Jiazwang stood in the yard. Of the 4 men in black, 2 were already dead, and the remaining 2 were tied up like dumplings and thrown on the ground. "Sister Qing, When Xiaohuan saw Fang Er helping Xiaoqing out, she burst into tears. "Zhuzi, Zhao Hu, go to Chang'an now. I don't care what method you use. Bring me a doctor. If you need money, go to the restaurant to withdraw it." Fang Er roared at the pillar with a ferocious look on his face. Although Xiaoqing's wound is not fatal for the time being, Fang Er doesn't understand this aspect. What if it gets worse? "Yes, master. Yes, sir." After the 2 men left, Fang Er was filled with anger. How long had it been since I donated the gunpowder? And now someone was using it in my own home? Damn the Chui and Zheng families. Just wait for my revenge. Even the heir can't do it. Huan help Qing to the backyard and put her there properly. Fang Er looked at the 2 survivors on the ground expressionlessly and said coldly. Xiaohuan asked 2 maids to help Xiaoqing to the backyard. "Lu Meng, hang him up. Ask who ordered this." Fang Er pointed at the man in black on the ground and said to Lu Meng, Lu Meng waved his hand, and several men came out of the crowd. They tied the two men's hands and hung them on the tree. Tell me, who sent you here? He picked up a hatchet from the ground, put it on the neck of a man in black, and asked coldly, Hee. Want to know? I won't tell you. Just use whatever tricks you have. Frown your brows, and I'll take your last name. The man in black looked at Lu Meng with disdain, showing no fear at all. Seeing this, Lu Meng chopped off one of his arms with a knife. Say it, or not. One arm was chopped off, and the two hands were hung, leaving only one arm. The man just grunted, clenched his teeth, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept oozing from his forehead. He really had no intention of speaking, and turned a blind eye to his own broken arm dripping with blood. Brother Lu, you will die if you do this. That would be too easy for him. Watch me. Sun Zhou took out a fire starter from his bosom, tore off a piece of cloth from the man in black, lit it, and pressed it against the wound on his shoulder caused by the broken arm. Sizzle. A pungent, burning smell emanated from the wound. The man in black still clenched his teeth. Is it the Chui family or the Zheng family? Fang Er, who had been standing aside, suddenly spoke. The black-clothed man's expression changed for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. All right, I'll leave it to you. It doesn't matter if he lives or dies, or if you say it or not. It doesn't matter. These are the two families anyway. After saying this, Fang Er turned and walked towards the backyard. The change in the black-clothed man's expression did not escape Fang Er's eyes. He was sure that it was these two families. I said, Can you give me a quick death? The man in black who was not tortured suddenly changed his expression and shouted at Fang Er. Tell me about it. Fang Er stopped and turned to look at him. It's the Zheng family. We are from the Xinjiang Zheng family. The man in black said happily. Okay, kill him. Fang Er said to Lu Meng very straightforwardly. As long as it is confirmed that it was these two families who did it, and from the motive point of view, the salt-making method he offered was equivalent to touching the cake of these two families, and they could also get explosives from the Ministry of Industry. Du Yang reminded himself during the day to be careful of the Chui family and the Zheng family. It was obviously not anyone else. Lu Meng slashed the throats of the two men with a knife, ending their lives. Clean it up, throw these four guys out of the yard, and report it to Wanyan County at dawn. After saying this to everyone, Fang Er went to the backyard. He was always worried about Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing had fallen asleep, but because of the injury on her back, she could only lie there. Xiaohuan was guarding the bed, and when she saw Fang Er come in, she quickly stood up. Fang Er made a gesture to keep quiet, and then whispered, You go down. I'll stay here with you. Xiaohuan wanted to say something, but Fang Er just sat down on the edge of the bed. Seeing Fang Er like this, Xiaohuan quietly left the room and carefully closed the door. Looking at Xiaoqing's pale face and her brows twitching from time to time, Fang Er felt indescribably distressed. Nobel was researching dynamite and blew himself up. He traveled back in time to more than 1,000 years ago, and the explosives he made were used in his own home. Fang Er felt extremely uncomfortable and kept blaming himself in his heart. Open the system panel and look at the points above. There are only a few hundred points left, not even enough for a refresh. He hated himself for not making more money and exchanging it for something that could protect himself and his family. However, there are too many uncertain factors in the system, and you don't know whether you can get what you want. Last time, I had to try many times just to get the anti-inflammatory medicine. In that case, do it yourself. Have enough food and clothing. I didn't get my 8th level fitter qualification for nothing. Zheng family. Wait for my wrath. Since the man in black said it was done by the Zheng family, then let's just assume it was done by the Zheng family. Come one by one. After dealing with the Zheng family, we will deal with the Chui family. While Fang Er was keeping an eye on Xiaoqing, he was thinking about how to get revenge. It was not until Zhuzi came in and said that Cheng Yaojin and his son had arrived, along with 2 imperial doctors. It turned out that Zhuzi and Zhao who sneaked into Chang'an City from the waterway outside the city, but there were patrolling guards everywhere in the middle of the night. In desperation, they thought of asking Cheng Chumo for help. Cheng Chumo had already gone to bed. When he heard the servants report that something had happened to Fang Er, he quickly got up and put on his clothes. Cheng Yaojin was also alarmed. When he learned what had happened to Fang Er, he was furious and ordered the palace gates to be opened at night. The emperor himself ordered Fang Er to be in charge of the gunpowder. He was present when Du Yang delivered the explosives and Mongolian grenades to the palace today. The terrifying power made Li Er slam his table in applause. He was ready to discuss how to reward Fang Er at the morning court tomorrow. But at this critical juncture, someone actually used gunpowder to blow up Fang's house and injured people. Chapter 60. Sensible and Heartbreaking. In the East Palace, after listening to Cheng Yaojin's story, Er smashed his favorite teacup into pieces. You personally take people with you to take a look and make sure to thoroughly investigate the person behind this. Also bring the imperial physician with you to comfort him for me. This resulted in Cheng Yaojin and his son Cheng Chimo arriving together. Brother Fang, please let me take a look. Are you hurt? Imperial Dr. Zhang, please come over here and take a look. As soon as Cheng Yaojin entered the room, he started touching Fang Er all over his body. His big hands made Fang Er feel creepy. I'm fine. Please help me check on Qing. Fang Er broke free from Cheng Yaojin's clutches and spoke to the imperial physician behind him. The imperial physician saw a woman lying on the bed with a thin quilt covering her back. You must be Qing. He quickly put down the medicine box and went forward to take the patient's pulse. Cheng Yaojin and his son breathed a sigh of relief, as they were relieved that Fang Er was not injured. Although Yuchi had said this before, he was still worried, so he did that just now. Captain Fang, this girl has lost too much blood, and the external evil has entered her body, causing her qi and blood to be deficient, and her body to be weak. I will prescribe a prescription, and she will be well taken care of for a period of time. After saying this, Imperial Physician Zhang looked at the other old man who came with him and said, Brother Wang, can you come and help as well? The old man, surnamed Wang, was also an imperial physician. He nodded, took Xiaoqing's pulse, and said, Brother Zhang's diagnosis is correct. My result is the same as yours. Fang Er finally felt relieved and bowed to the two imperial doctors. Please write a prescription for me. No need to be so polite. Imperial Physician Zhang returned the greeting, then took out paper, pen, and ink from his medicine box, wrote down a prescription in a flamboyant manner, and then handed it to Imperial Physician Wang for review. After confirmation, it will be handed over to Fang Er. Fang Er took the prescription and whispered a few words to Yuchi. After Yuchi went out, he soon came back with a plate of silver. My lords, I'm sorry to have bothered you to choose this in the middle of the night. This is a small gift from Fang. Please accept it. Fang Er took the tray and handed it to Imperial Physician Zhang. Captain Fang, you must not do that. You must not do that. This is what a doctor should do. It is not an interruption. Imperial Physician Zhang refused again and again. Okay, just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Cheng Yaojin spoke from aside. Only then did the two old men accept the silver. Seeing that they accepted the silver, Fang Er asked Yuchi to send them back to Chang'an and get some medicine. Cheng Yaojin gave his token to Cheng Chimo, asking him to go in and out of curfew with Yuchi. The curfew was very strict. Unless there was an emergency military situation, no one was allowed to enter or leave after the city gates were locked. Cheng Yaojin was the general of the left guard, so his token was not subject to the restrictions. After seeing off the imperial physician and his companions, Fang Er arranged for Xiao Huan to look after Xiaoqing and took Cheng Yaojin back to the front yard. Brother Fang, do you know who sent this person? Cheng Yaojin sat on a chair and asked with a fierce look on his face as he looked at the servants who were still cleaning up the bloodstains in the yard. Brother Cheng, don't worry about this. I have my own plans. Fang Er clenched his fists, suppressed the murderous intent in his chest, and said to Cheng Yaojin, Brother, what are you talking about? They've come to your house to kill people. As your brother, how can I just ignore it? And when I came here, the emperor told me that I must find out who ordered this. When Cheng Yaojin heard what Fang Er said, he immediately became unhappy. Fang Er is Cheng Yaojin's brother. It is something a military general cannot tolerate to touch his brother. What's more, Zuixian learns several hundred taels of silver every day, all of which are benefits brought by Fang Er. In addition, the person behind the scenes broke the rules, which was why Er was angry. The 5 surnames and 7 families usually control the court, but they also know some rules and will not act behind people's backs. As wealthy families, they still have their own pride. But this time they even used explosive packs, which clearly showed they had no intention of holding back. Er just said during the day that he would reward Fang Er based on his merits tomorrow, but he was attacked by someone else at night. How could this be tolerated? Really, Brother Cheng, I can handle this myself. Please tell the emperor that there might be a lot of noise when I take action, but please rest assured that I can handle it. The person behind this is probably the emperor's future enemy, so don't interfere. I can handle this matter. Fang Er looked at Cheng Yaojin with a firm gaze and said, he made up his mind. If you rely on the mountain will run away. If you lean on a tree, it will fall. Everything depends on yourself. Just 4 gangsters today. What if it's 40? What about 400? Since they dare to provoke me, don't blame me for being too harsh. Okay, I won't ask any more questions, but if there's anything I need help with, just let me know. Seeing Fang Er's firm attitude, Cheng Yaojin no longer insisted. It was obvious that the girl's injury was a big blow to Fang Er. Cheng Yaojin said again, don't be impulsive, do what you can, pay attention to safety, remember to notify me and Haizi if anything happens, and the Emperor takes the gunpowder issue very seriously. So you have the Emperor behind you, and you have to attend the court tomorrow morning, so I'll go back first. Don't worry, Brother Cheng. I know what I'm doing, Fang Er said firmly. Cheng Yaojin left. Fang Er returned to the backyard and stood guard by Xiaoqing's bed. Zhuzi came back with the medicine himself. After Cheng Chumo sent Zhuzi out of Chang'an, he returned to the Cheng mansion. Fang Er also understood. After all, they came here for him. The one who was injured now was just a maid in their eyes. There was no need for her to stay here any longer. Cheng Er, wake up, take the medicine and go back to sleep. Fang Er personally watched Xiaohuan boil the medicine and woke Xiaoqing up. Xiaoqing heard someone calling her in her sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw the young master sitting beside her with a haggard look on his face, holding a bowl of medicine in his hand. Master, didn't you get some rest? Cheng Er is fine. Although I don't know how long I've slept, but looking at the sky outside, which is already getting brighter, it is clear that dawn is almost approaching. Xiaoqing's words made Fang Er feel very uncomfortable. The girl only cared about whether she had rested or not, but didn't ask about her own injuries. It's so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. It's okay, master, you're not sleepy. Drink the medicine quickly and sleep for a while. Fang Er scooped out the medicine with a spoon, blew it cool down one mouthful at a time, and brought it to Xiaoqing's mouthful. Xiaoqing's eyes turned red when she saw Fang Er's tender look. She opened her mouth and drank the medicine. One drink. Xiaohuan looked at Xiaoqing, who was half lying in Fang Er's arms, and somehow she felt a little envious. After the bowl of medicine was finished, Fang Er took out a piece of maltose and put it into Xiaoqing's mouth. Here, eat a piece of candy and your mouth won't feel bitter. It's not bitter. The medicine the young master gave me is not bitter at all. Xiaoqing looked at Fang Er infatuatedly. Ever since she could remember, except for her dead mother, no one had ever treated her so gently. At this moment, she felt that no matter how badly she was injured, it was worth it. Sister Qing, don't be ashamed. I tasted the medicine. It was terribly bitter. Finally, Xiaohuan couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted this warm scene. Chapter 61, No One Dares to Lift the Lid. Fang Er rolled his eyes at Xiaohuan. Okay, go back to sleep. I'll stay here with you. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. He put Xiaoqing down carefully, covered her with a thin quilt, stroked Xiaoqing's hair, and spoke gently. Well, how about you, master? Go to sleep too. If you're worried about Cheng Er, you can sleep inside. Xiaoqing blushed and said bravely, just go to sleep, master. I'm not sleepy. Fang Er said against his will. He was also sleepy, but he didn't feel comfortable leaving, so he went to sleep on the bed. He was afraid that he would accidentally turn over and touch Xiaoqing's wound. Well, if you're sleepy, come up and take a nap. Cheng Er is asleep. After saying that, Xiaoqing closed her eyes. Because of his weakness, he fell into a deep sleep soon after. After holding on for a while, Fang Er couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep next to Xiaoqing. After dawn, Niu Yang came over but was stopped by Xiaohuan at the door. The young master just went to bed not long ago. Uncle Niu, please come back later if you have anything to say. Xiaohuan said softly to Niu Yang. Niu Yang asked about Xiaoqing's injuries and left after learning that she had taken medicine and fallen asleep. Then, the old people from the village came to visit one after another, but were stopped by Xiaohuan. Xiaoqing and Fang Er are of similar age. Fang Er is unmarried. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaoqing will become a maid, and it would be normal for her to become a concubine. She is also very pretty and usually treats people very well. When she meets the people in the village, the uncles and aunts are very sweet to her, and no one dislikes her. The explosion last night was heard throughout the village, and the young men were forced to come over to help. Fang Usman. He gave 1 or 2 taels of silver as monthly wage, which was unheard of in the entire Tang dynasty. The farmers had no other thoughts. If anyone treated them well, they would pay back double. even if it meant losing their lives. After Fang Er woke up and heard what Xiaohuan said, he asked someone to go buy something for Chang'an and take back all the silver that could be moved from the restaurant counter. At noon, Zhu, Zhaohu, Lu Ming, and a group of people returned from Chang'an driving a series of ox carts. Also brought back was a large flock of sheep, as well as chickens and goslings. The people in Zhuangzi were notified by Fang Er and gathered at Fang Mansion. Young and old, without exception, all came to the Fang Mansion. There was a thief committing a crime last night. Thanks to the help of the manor master, we were able to catch the thief. Fang would like to thank you all here. Fang Er was now standing on the steps in front of the door, bowing deeply to everyone. Mr. Fang, you don't have to be like this. Since you came here, our lives have finally become more promising and we can all have enough food to eat. You are the benefactor of Fang Family Manor. If anyone dares to come here to cause trouble for you, our entire manor will stand by you. No one will be a wimp. No matter how hard we try, we will fight to the death. Old Man Ma walked out with his cane and said, then he turned to the people on the farm and said, can you do it? There are no soft eggs in the sea of fire and swords. The young and strong men on the farm responded loudly in unison. Fang Er looked at the people in front of him and felt extremely moved. I, Fang Anji, swear here that as long as I live, no one in Fangjia village will starve. I will take care of the lonely elderly in the village. I will take care of the lack of medical care and medicine. I will take care of birth, old age, sickness, and death. I will never let anyone freeze to death, starve to death, or die from lack of medical care and medicine. If you break this oath, you will be struck by lightning. Fang Er half knelt on the steps and made his vow to everyone. I am willing to follow Master Fang, even through mountains of swords and seas of fire, and even to death. When Old Man Ma heard Fang Er's words, he excitedly threw his walking stick to the ground, knelt down, and shouted loudly, I am willing to follow Master Fang, even through mountains of swords and seas of fire, and even to death. The others were also extremely excited after hearing Fang Er's words. Even the emperor didn't dare to say these words, but Fang Er said them in the form of an oath. So they knelt down and shouted loudly, everyone get up. We will stick together from now on. Fang will ensure that everyone's life will be more prosperous. Fang Er stood up and helped Old Man Ma up. Everyone stood up as well. Zhu, give each family 10 chicks and goose chicks, a sheep, and 100 kilograms of rice and flour. Fang Er said to the pillar who was now watching with red eyes. Yes. Zhu responded quickly. The crowd in the village was in an uproar. I have to say that Fang Er's spending this time is really huge. In the past, people were not well fed, so no family would raise these things. But now that the family has no worries about food and drink, raising some poultry and livestock can improve the situation from time to time. The things that Fang Er divided up were worth at least 1 or 2 taels of silver. The women received their share with smiles on their faces and sent it back home with the help of their neighbors. Fangavas aranging a banquet. At this time, the palace was in an uproar. Li Er stood on the imperial steps, his face as cold as if water was about to drip out, staring intently at the ministers standing below. Come on, let's talk about this. Yesterday, I just wanted to reward Fang Anji based on his merits. As a result, someone threw explosives into Fang Anji's house at night. Who is so lawless? What does he want to do? Are you going to throw it directly into the palace next time? In my East Palace? Or are you going to throw it in front of the bed of the retired emperor? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I want to see who is slapping me in the face. If I can't even protect a meritorious official, how can I have the dignity to sit on this throne? Li Er shouted at the ministers angrily. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the face of the Minister of Industry, Du Yang, stared at him intently, and asked, Du Yang, you are the Minister of Industry, and the Ministry of Industry is responsible for this gunpowder matter. Tell me, who got this gunpowder out? Your Majesty, I don't know. Yesterday, Captain Fang took out the explosive pack and a Mongolian grenade and left. I came here with the things. You know this. After returning from here, I went straight home and did not go to the Ministry of Works again. Du Yang knelt on the ground, looking at Li Er with grievance, and complained. Then tell me, who is most likely to have leaked the gunpowder? Or was it some traitor in the Ministry of Works who did it? Li Er continued to ask. In fact, they all knew who did it. They just needed someone to lift the lid, but Li Er couldn't do it. So they could only force Du Yang to speak up and be the bad guy. Du Yang knew clearly why Li Er was staring at him and asking him that question, but he really didn't dare to say it. Your Majesty, I went to Fang Er last night. There were 4 thieves last night. I killed 2 on the spot and captured 2 alive. When I went there, the 2 alive could not bear the torture. After they finished their confession, they bit their tongues and committed suicide. When I asked, Captain Fang did not say who ordered it. He just said that he would handle the matter himself, and he would make the person behind it pay the price. Seeing that Zuixian refused to speak, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward and spoke. Chapter 62. From the 8th rank Imperial Military Commandant. Your Majesty, Captain Fang's actions are inappropriate and against the law. Wei Zheng, who was standing by, immediately stood up and refuted after hearing what Cheng Yaojin said. Your Majesty, I also feel that this is inappropriate. Fang Xianling also stood up and spoke. Fang Anji doesn't trust me to give him justice? Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked Cheng Yaojin. He really didn't know about this. Cheng Yaojin went to Fang Er last night and never came back. Your Majesty, Captain Fang did not mean that he did not trust you, but he said that it might cause quite a stir, and he hoped that your Majesty could bear with it. Cheng Yaojin expressed what Fang Er meant. Your Majesty, he abused private punishment, openly threatened revenge, and asked you to be his guarantor. This is simply lawless. Please order Captain Fang to be summoned to the palace for questioning. Mr. Cui from the Ministry of Works jumped out and said he was really not afraid of Fang Er's revenge. After all, how much trouble could he cause in Chang'an City? Who is really so lawless? Yesterday, I said I would reward the captain according to his merits, but something like this happened tonight. Do you still want to summon Fang Anji to question him? I still want to save some face for myself. Let Fang Anji do what he wants. I want to see who will be the target of his revenge. Li Er looked at the head of the Ministry of Works who jumped out and instantly felt like a lit bomb. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and yelled at him. Everyone was pretending to be ignorant even though they knew the truth, but at this time the person who was most likely the mastermind behind the scenes dared to speak out, which made Li Er unable to tolerate it. Your Majesty, Wei Zheng wanted to continue. He was Li Jinxing's man. After being pardoned by Li Er, he survived by relying on Li Er. Old Wei, stop talking. Yuchi Gong covered his mouth and pulled him behind pillar. As a civil servant, he was no match for a military general. Next, let's discuss how to reward Fang Anji. Li Er looked at Fang and Du. Fang Xianling thought for a moment, then stepped forward and said, Captain Fang is now a 9th rank, upper rank, benevolent and brave captain. According to his merits, he should be promoted 1 rank to the rank of deputy captain of the Imperial Army. Du Ruhui hasn't spoken yet. Cheng Yaojin jumped out again and said, You have made great contributions but still suffered such a great injustice. In my opinion, you should not be promoted to deputy lieutenant, but directly promoted to the next rank, Imperial Martial Arts Captain, so that I don't have to change my words when I see you next time. After listening to this, Li Er did not express his opinion, but just looked at Du Ruhui. I think it's just a minor official position. If you can appease Captain Fang, it's feasible to promote him twice. Du Ruhui seemed to have received some signal and also supported Cheng Yaojin's proposal. Who has a different opinion? Li Er looked at the others. No one spoke up. If he was promoted from the 9th rank to the 8th rank, it would not be enough to cause a group of high-ranking officials in the court to haggle over it. Well, let's do as General Cheng suggests. I'm tired. Let's all go. Seeing Wei Zheng about to break free from Yuchi Gong's control behind the pillar, Li Er quickly left after saying something. When eunuch Deng saw this, he immediately shouted at the top of his voice, All officials, withdraw from the court. The Fang residence was bustling with activity for the entire day. Some women from the village came to visit Xiaoqing when she woke up. When they learned that Fang Er had stayed by the maid's bedside all night without taking off his clothes and had personally fed her medicine, everyone praised Xiaoqing for her good fortune. As a result, Fang Er, who came to feed the medicine, bumped into them and drove them out one by one. Xiaoqing, who was leaning against the headboard in the room, looked at Fang Er, who was coming over, and felt very happy. Fang Er looked so handsome when he was scolding his wife just now. Come, take the medicine. Fang Er sat down beside the bed and fed Xiaoqing the medicine 1 mouthful at a time, just like he did last night. Finally, he also put a piece of maltose in Xiaoqing's mouth. After feeding her the medicine, Xiaoqing refused to sleep. Fang Er had no choice but to use the magic weapon of the time traveler. Tell a story. Snow White, the Frog Prince, Sleeping Beauty. One after another, I racked my brains to recall the content of the story. Finally coaxed Xiaoqing to sleep. I asked Juzi to call Xiaowan, only to find out that the girl had not slept the whole night before and had been guarding outside the door, fearing that Fang Er would not be able to find her if something happened. I can only call another maid. Here comes the big secret of baby face and big breasts. Ever since he brought her home, Fang Er had forgotten all about her and had never even asked her name. Xiaoqing arranged for her to work in a backyard, mainly responsible for washing clothes, so she rarely appeared in front of Fang Er. "It's you, what's your name?" Fang Er asked as he looked at the two huge mountains in front of him. "Master, my name is Xiaohua." The little girl responded timidly. "It doesn't sound good. Change your name. From now on, you'll be called Xiaomi." Fang Er changed her name as a prank. Yes, Xiaomi has made a note of it. The little girl had no objection. As a servant, the master had to decide what to address her, and she was not allowed to have any objection. Seeing her frightened look, Fang Er lost interest. He asked her to take good care of Xiaoqing and inform her in time if anything happened, and then left. His own house was badly damaged by the bombing yesterday. Although the inside has been cleaned up, it still needs to be repaired before he can move in. I came to the tree in the front yard, sat on a chair, facing the pond, and pretended to watch the fish. Fang Er opened the system exchange panel. The restaurant's business has been good these days, with revenue basically maintaining at around 1,000 taels per day. Juzi brought back a total of 5,000 taels of silver. Fang Er exchanged all of them for points. Looking at the exchange panel, I clicked the refresh button. Refresh successful. With a flash of golden light, new merchandise appeared in the store. Another hardware store. This time Fang Er didn't dislike it at all. With the idea of revenge in mind, Fang Er regarded anything that could be used as a treasure. 20 items, 3 redemption opportunities, and a complete package. Then continue refreshing. The number of refreshes this month is 0, and the refresh countdown is 180 hours, 43 minutes, and 53 seconds. Watching the countdown constantly changing, Fang Er cursed in his heart. "Fuck you. Damn, the refresh times have been used up without me noticing." Bored, Fang Er got up and went to the small courtyard where Niu Liang and the other 3 carpenters lived. This place seems to have been used as a woodworking workshop. 3 water wheels are neatly placed in the yard, and the 4th one is still in parts, but it seems to be almost completed. I have to say, this is the difference in level. Fang Er made one in a day by himself. After the restaurant opened, Wang Wu and Lin San also returned here. The 3 of them brought 4 assistants with them. It took several days to make 4. It's not their fault. There will always be obstacles in design and production. The water wheel was designed and manufactured by Fang Er. He was extremely clear about the function of each component and the degree of precision required. Combined with his craftsmanship, he was able to make one in a day. Chapter 63. 8th rank fitter shows off his skills. However, Niu Liang and his colleagues also needed to make the products according to the drawings. They were not particularly clear about the role of the components in the entire water wheel and could only guess in their minds. As a result, what they made was always not quite suitable. Even with the dimensions marked by Fang Er, they still could not be used just right. Either the size is off or the wood used is not suitable. In the first 3 or 4 days, they were all learning by trial and error and only had the opportunity to ask Fang Er for advice when they occasionally met him. In the past few days, they had become more and more impressed by Fang Er's level. All technical occupations in this era have a common problem. That is, they're too proud of their own skills and are afraid that their skills will be learned by others and their jobs will be taken away. But the young boss of his family was so generous. As long as they asked, Fang Er would tell them everything he knew. So on the 5th day, they finally succeeded in making the first water wheel. The next 3 planes became more and more skilled, and their speed became faster and faster. Fang Er walked into the yard and looked at the busy people. Without saying a word, he just stood aside and watched them work. "Okay, it's done. Let's assemble it." Niu Liang finished polishing the last part of his hand and said to the people behind him. After hearing what Niu Liang said, Wang Wu started to assemble the water wheel with Lin San. For carpenters and 3 apprentices worked together. As this was the 4th water wheel they had made, their movements were very skilled. Before they finished assembling, Fang Er already knew the result, left the yard, and found Zhao Hu. Before, Zhao Hu was asked to survey the location for installing the water wheel. After meeting Zhao Hu, he asked him to take him to the selected place to make the final confirmation. The 2 men rode out of the village on horseback. The total cultivated land area of Fangjiazwang is about 1,500 to 1,600 mu, and there's still a lot of wasteland around it. But due to the drought, no one has reclaimed the land. Fang Er walked carefully along the side, close to the Longsho Canal. 2 locations were selected where the water wheel could be installed. However, in another location about a mile away from the farmland and 3 or 4 miles away from the village, there was a large piece of wasteland. After asking Zhao Hu, Fang Er learned that this was an ownerless wasteland. He then had a plan in mind. When they returned to the village, Niu Liang and his colleagues had already completely assembled the water wheel and were sitting in the yard resting. They were arranged to work with Zhao Hu to install the water truck. Fang Er returned to his own courtyard. As soon as I entered the house, I heard Juzi say that Eunuch Deng had come to announce the decree again. When I entered the yard, as expected, Eunuch Deng was sitting in the yard drinking tea and watching the fish swimming in the water. Captain Fang, were you frightened yesterday? When Eunuch Deng saw Fang Er coming in, he quickly stood up and greeted him. Thank you for your concern, father-in-law. I am fine. I wonder why you are here. Fang Er asked doubtfully. Could it be that Li Er doesn't allow me to take revenge privately? This is unscientific. Doesn't Li Er hate the 5 surnames and 7 families? Captain Fang, great news. I'm here to announce the imperial decree. Congratulations to Captain Fang on your promotion. Look, you've been promoted 2 levels to the 9th rank. You're now the Imperial Guard Captain, an 8th rank. After Eunuch Deng finished speaking, he handed the imperial edict directly to Fang Er without putting on airs. This? Just give it to me like this? No need to set up an incense table or anything like that. Fang Er asked in confusion. No need to bother anymore. From our perspective, Captain Fang, you will have a bright future. It's too much trouble to follow the rules every time. It will save you trouble, and it will save our family trouble too. Isn't that good? Eunuch Deng looked at Fang Er and said happily. Then he took out a box from his bosom and said, This is a reward from the Emperor. It is for your little girl to nourish her body. This is a good thing from Goguryeo. It is said that it took hundreds of years to grow to this size. Keep it well. I thank the Emperor on behalf of Fang. I will remember this favor. Fang Er opened the box and saw a ginseng, which was as thick as a child's arm. He didn't care whether he got promoted or not. It didn't matter to him whether he was an 8th or 9th rank, but this ginseng was too important to him now. He only wanted to see Shaoqing jumping and standing in front of him one day earlier. Your Majesty is right, and neither am I. Captain Fang is indeed a man of character. Well, I will not stay any longer. I will take my leave now. When I have a day off, I will come over to ask for a glass of wine. I wonder if Captain Fang will welcome me. Eunuch Deng patted Fang Er on the shoulder, stood up from his chair, and said, Welcome. You're welcome anytime. I will take you there, father-in-law. Eunuch Deng was sent out of Fangjiazwang. Coincidentally, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin came here together and just walked to the entrance of the village. Eunuch Deng greeted the 2 of them, then rode his horse back to the palace with his guards. What are you 2 brothers doing? Fang Er looked at Cheng Chumo and asked, I just came here last night and nothing happened. Why are these 2 guys here again? Brother Fang, Baolin heard about what happened to you last night and insisted on coming over to take a look. Cheng Chumo pointed at Yuchi Baolin and said, Brother Fang, I brought you the things I promised you a few days ago. I was busy with training recently, so I brought it late. Will you blame me? Yuchi Baolin pointed to an ox cart behind him with a pile of things on it. Fang Er went forward and took a look and saw some tools such as crucibles, iron felt, hammers, and even a furnace. Hey, brother, why did you bring the stove over here? Fang Er asked, patting the stove. My father said that ordinary furnaces don't have enough firepower, but this furnace can forge meteorite iron, so he asked me to bring it to you. Yuchi Baolin said proudly. This is true. The furnace used by ordinary blacksmiths can only forge pig iron or some refined steel. However, meteorites, especially alloy meteorites, cannot be processed by ordinary furnaces. The main reason is that there are problems with the design and materials of the furnace. Design problems make it impossible to focus the fire, while material problems can cause the temperature to be too high and even crack the furnace. Fang Er was very surprised and satisfied. He took the 2 of them back to Fang's house and unloaded all the things in an empty yard. Brother Fang, I brought this thing over. Can you show me your craftsmanship? Yuchi Baolin looked at Fang Er expectantly and said. Fang Er looked up at the sky and said, Okay, it's still early. I'll show you my skills. He asked Juzi to bring some charcoal, and Fang Er ground the charcoal into powder and put it aside. Light a whole piece of charcoal and put it in the stove. There's also a bellows on one side of the stove. The pillar pulled the bellows, and soon the fire in the furnace grew bigger and bigger. The furnace is slightly conical, with a thick bottom to allow for large air intake and a thin top to better focus the temperature. Fang Er poured a shovel of coal powder into the furnace from above. Chapter 64. Hardware tools for making spear tips. Fang Er poured it very carefully, because this thing might explode if he was not careful. With a loud boom, it exploded and the flames shot out from the furnace mouth, more than 1 meter high, and then shrank back. Fang Er went into a room next door and, using the cover of the room, took out a bunch of hardware tools from the system space. Wrenches, screwdrivers, and the like were not going to be used anyway, so they were just right for melting. I left 2 of each just in case and took out the rest all at once, put them in a basket, and took it to the side of the stove. Brother Fang, what are these things? Why are they in such strange shapes? Yuchi Baolin asked as he looked at the pile of things in the basket. I don't know. I found it a few days ago. I think the material is good. I don't know what it is used for. There is no mineral material now. Why not melt it and make something with it? Fang Er told a lie, and Yuchi Baolin did not investigate further. The temperature in the furnace is getting higher and higher. Fang Er used tongs to hold the pan and baked it carefully. He looked at the crucible carefully. It was a top-quality graphite crucible. He didn't know where Yuchi Gong got it from. Graphite is the best material for making crucibles, with a melting point of over 3,000 degrees. The melting points of iron and steel are only over 1,000 degrees, which is enough. This thing needs to be heated slowly first and cannot be put directly on the stove to burn, otherwise it will have a great impact on the service life of the crucible. He can't bear to part with this thing. Slowly, the color of the crucible changed. Fang Er placed the crucible in the center of the furnace and put the tools into the crucible one by one. From time to time, pick up the crucible and add charcoal and charcoal powder to the furnace. There is no need to explain the role of charcoal. Because of its small size, charcoal powder burns more completely and can maximize the temperature in the furnace. After about half an hour, the crucible turned red and the contents inside turned into liquid. But looking at the pot of molten steel, Fang Er became worried. It was also due to insufficient preparation, as there was nothing suitable to stir. Normally, a graphite rod should be used for stirring to promote the discharge of impurities inside, but it is not used now. Fang Er looked around, but couldn't find anything suitable to use as a stirring tool. Finally, his eyes rested on the sword at Cheng Chumo's waist. Chumo, come, give me your knife. Fang Er stretched out his hand towards him and said. Cheng Chumo didn't ask why. He just took it off and put it in Fang Er's hand. Fang Er threw the scabbard aside, grabbed the handle with both hands, inserted the blade into the crucible, and stirred it back and forth. As the molten steel inside was stirred, a burst of bubbles floated up, carrying with them some black impurities. By the time Fang Er pulled the blade back out, only half of it was left. Cheng Chumo was confused. This knife is his favorite weapon. He almost never leaves his sword aside on weekdays, and his father often beats him for this. He refuses to learn the family-inherited 3-pronged axe and horse lance, and insists on practicing the inferior sword skills. Ha! Chuamo, now that you don't have your sword, you should go home and learn how to use the lance. Yuchi Baolin joked on the side. Baolin is right. Swordsmanship is suitable for single combat. When it comes to the battlefield, the horse lance is better. So, I will make you a lance tip and go back to ask your father to make a lance pole for you. How about that? After hearing what Yuchi Baolin said, Fang Er had an idea. Originally, he hadn't decided what to make, so he just made a spear tip for each of them, which could be considered a gift. There were still many generals who used horse lances in this era, such as Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Gong, Li Tsunxiao, and Qin Xiong, who all used horse lances as their main weapons when fighting on horseback. However, it was very troublesome to make a good horse lance, and it took 3 years to make the lance alone. However, as a family of military generals, they would basically organize craftsmen to make spears every year in case of emergency. Brother Fang, you can't be partial. Don't forget me. When Yuchi Baolin heard Fang Er say that he would make a spear tip for Cheng Chumo, he immediately became angry. Don't worry, this pot contains 30 or 40 kilograms of steel, enough to make a spear tip for each of you. Fang Er said with a smile. The molten steel also needs to be calcined at high temperature for a period of time to remove impurities inside. And at the same time the liquid needs to be maintained so that it is mixed evenly. Fang Er placed the crucible on the stove and asked Zhu Zi to keep an eye on the temperature. During this time, 4 identical molds were made using red clay. A uniform layer of extremely fine sawdust was sprinkled inside the mold. These were waste materials produced when making the water wheel and could be used. Then put the molds together to form a complete hollow mold. As time was running out, Fang Er skipped the step of drying it in the shade, as he would have to repair it in the end anyway. He asked Yuchi Baolin to fetch 2 buckets of water and added a large amount of refined salt into them, ready for use and quenching. Since there was no container large enough, he even moved Fang Er's bathtub over. Used tongs to pick up the crucible and carefully pour the molten steel into the mold. After the temperature cools to a certain level, smash the clay mold and 2 black spears appear in front of them. There's a reason why Fang Er sprinkled sawdust in the mold. When the molten steel enters the mold, the sawdust will quickly oxidize due to the extremely high temperature, and the carbon in it will penetrate into the outer layer of the spear tip. Hardware tools such as screwdrivers are mostly made of low-carbon steel, which has good toughness but insufficient hardness. After this treatment, the inside is low-carbon steel, while the outer layer is high-carbon steel, taking both overall toughness and hardness into account. And it will be even sharper after sharpening. However, the only drawback was that the mold was wet, and as molten steel was poured in, the water evaporated quickly, causing cracks to appear in the mold. As a result, scar-like protrusions of varying degrees appeared on the blades of both spears. He picked up the spear tip with tongs and threw it directly into the bathtub. Shoo! Thick steam instantly rose in the bathtub. After a while, Fang Er fished the spear tip out of the bathtub, took a look at it, and found the scar-like protrusion on it was quite unique, so he paid attention to it. He put the crucible aside, went back into the house, and took out a drill bit with a diameter of 2 centimeters, which was something found on modern impact drills. He looked through the remaining things and found 2 adjustable wrenches, which he took with him as well. He returned to the yard, clamped it with tongs, put in the furnace and calcined it until it was red hot. He fixed the square position of the drill tail with a wrench and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. Then adjust the opening of another wrench and clamp the other end of the drill bit. Here, twist it hard in the opposite direction of the drill bit's threads like this. Fang Er called Yuchi Baolin over, demonstrated it to him, and then handed the wrench to him. Easy, just look at me. Chuamo, you've got it. Hey! After Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, he exerted force with his hands and saw that the threaded drill bit was partially pulled back in the opposite direction. Chapter 65, Wipe off the sweat and continue masturbating. Keep going, come on, we have to get it all back. Fang Er stood aside, cheering them on. Well, I'm so smart, this kind of work should be done by muscle men like them. Fang Er muttered to himself while watching. When it can no longer be turned, put it back to calcine, and then continue to be turned. After working hard for an entire incense stick and working themselves into a sweat, they finally managed to bend the 30-centimeter long drill into a rectangular steel bar. Okay, you 2 take a break, I'll do the rest. Fang Er picked up the steel bar with tongs and continued to calcine it. After it was red hot, he placed it on the iron, fell to forge it. In my previous life, I learned to swing a hammer from master. When I picked up the hammer, a long-lost feeling came over me. He lowered his horse stance, twisted his waist, and smashed the hammer hard on the steel bar. Sparks flew everywhere, but Fang Er was not moved at all. He smashed down with hammer after hammer. When he couldn't smash it anymore, he heated it again and continued, until finally he turned a drill bit into a dagger. After it was heated red again, he placed a half of Cheng Yaojin's knife on it and smashed it with a hammer, cutting it into 2 knives, one long and one short. After forging them separately for a while to shape them, he picked them up and threw them into the bathtub for quenching. My 2 brothers, this tub of mine is pretty good, isn't it? It can be used for bathing, making ice, and for forging and quenching. Fang Er joked. Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. Damn, there is really no waste at all. I didn't let go of my knife, even though it was in that state. Yuchi Baolin picked up the blade that Fang Er had thrown to the ground and shook it in front of Cheng Yaozin's eyes. Brother Fang, your bathtub seems to be a little worse than Yaozin's knife. TSK, it can still cut iron and steel even in this state. What a good knife, what a good knife. Fang Er knew what he meant and cooperated by saying, Alas, there is nothing we can do. We are a small family, and it is not our fault. I say, that's enough for you 2. Cheng Chu couldn't hold it in any longer. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. As compensation, I'll give you something good later. Baolin, shut up. We don't have enough materials. After comforting Cheng Yaojin, he rolled his eyes when he saw Yuchi Baolin was about to ask for a share again. Fang Er fished out 2 short knives, one long and one short, from the bathtub. The short one is only 11 or 12 centimeters long, and the long one is more than 20 centimeters long. With the handle installed, it can be used as a waist knife. The longer one was handed directly to Cheng Yaojin. Go and sharpen it yourself, and I'll put the handle on it for you later. Thank you, brother. Cheng Yaojin looked at the dark blade and instantly stopped worrying. Fang Er took the 10-centimeter long knife and scratched the iron felt hard. A clear trace was carved out. It is worthy of being the tungsten steel alloy material used to make impact drill bits. It is really powerful. With this, Fang Er became more confident about his subsequent revenge. He made a random handle and put it aside. Then Fang Er picked up the 2 spear blades, found a whetstone, and began to sharpen them. After just a few grindings, I felt something was wrong. What the hell? A bunch of random things mixed together. The quality of the spear tip is surprisingly good. I can't even grind it. Damn. Here you go, it's your thing. Jerk it off yourself. He directly threw the grinding stone of the spear to Yuchi Baolin. Lu? Okay, it should mean to grind, but which dialect is Lu from? Yuchi Baolin took the thing and started jerking it off vigorously. Damn it. Get out the forge and grinder sooner or later. I'm so tired. Fang Er couldn't help but mutter to himself. Brother Fang, why is it so hard to masturbate? On normal days, I would have finished masturbating long ago, but my hands are sore after just one side. Yuchi Baolin hesitated for a while, then started to complain in Fang Er's tone. Take good care of your things. This is your future partner. If you don't take good care of it, you'll be the one who gets hurt later. Go ahead and masturbate. I'll go see Xiaoqing. After saying this, Fang Er left. Yuchi Baolin thought about it and felt that what Fang Er said made sense, so he wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued masturbating. Xiaoqing was leaning against the head of the bed telling Xiaohuan and Xiaomi the story that Fang Er had told her. 2 little girls, each holding a small stool, sat on the edge of the bed with their hands on their chins like good babies, immersed in a fairy tale. I didn't even notice Fang Er coming in. Master, are you done? Xiaoqing noticed Fang Er first, stopped telling the story, and asked. Yeah, nothing's wrong. I came to check on you. Are you feeling better? Fang Er sat down on the bed, took Xiaoqing's hand, and asked. It's much better now. It doesn't hurt as much. Xiaoqing said. You two are so ignorant. Don't you know that Fang Er is injured and needs to rest? And you let her tell you stories? Fang Er looked at Xiaohuan and Xiaomi and scolded them. Master, I was wrong. Xiaohuan looked at Fang Er's expression and felt that she really shouldn't have asked Xiaoqing to tell a story, so she quickly admitted her mistake. Xiaomi also said timidly, I'm sorry, Master. Okay, go down and prepare the ingredients. I'll come over to cook later. Fang Er did not pursue the matter any further. The 3 of them usually had a good relationship. If he scolded them too harshly, it would create a grudge between them and Xiaoqing. Master, why are you so fierce? I can't lie on the bed all the time. It's boring. Xiaoqing spoke for both of them. Then you can't sit like this all the time. It's not good for your wound to heal. Fang Er pretended to be angry. Well, China knows. Okay, stop sitting there and lie down to have a rest. I'll stay here with you for a while, and then I'll make you something delicious to replenish your body. Fang Er pulled Xiaoqing's shoulders and made her lie on the bed. Then, young master, can you please tell me a story? I want to hear something else. Xiaoqing said with her face tilted to her arm, looking at Fang Er with her big eyes blinking. Okay, then how about I tell you the story of Calabash Brothers? Fang Er agreed. Okay, now that I know it was the young master who said it, Fang Er loves to listen to it. Let's start. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain, there was an old man who planted a gourd vine. Fang Er was massaging Xiaoqing's legs while telling the story. He was worried that Xiaoqing would form blood clots in her legs if she stayed in bed for a long time. Xiaoqing felt Fang Er's big hands kneading her legs back and forth, and her legs, which were a little swollen, instinctively stopped swelling. What followed was warmth and a strange feeling on the legs. Slowly, Xiaoqing fell asleep without realizing it. Master! Xiaohuan came in from the door and saw Fang Er's actions and Xiaoqing, who had fallen asleep, so she quickly kept silent. Are the ingredients ready? Fang Er stood up and walked to the door and asked in a low voice. Yeah, everything is fine. Xiaohuan answered in the same low voice. Then you stay here and don't let anyone disturb your sister Qing. Let her sleep a little longer and wake her up after dinner is ready. After instructing Xiaohuan, Fang Er went into the kitchen. Chapter 66, Quadruple Mirror and Crossbow. Stewed old hen with ginseng, braised lamb, sweet candied yam, smashed cucumber, 2 meat, and 2 vegetable dishes. Fang Er brought the tray to Xiaoqing's bedside. There was still a slight smile on her lips as she slept. Wake her up in a while when the food is no longer hot. You can eat together. I still need to go check on Chu Mo and the others. Fang Er instructed Xiao Huan and returned to the yard where he forged weapons. Yuchi Baolin's hands were covered with blisters. He sat in the yard, holding the spear tip. Brother Fang, look, I've already polished it. I have to say, the spear tip you made is really powerful. Look at that wooden stake. I didn't even use much force just now, but it pierced through it in one go. Seeing Fang Er coming in, Yuchi Baolin praised him while holding the spear tip. Fang Er followed the direction of his finger and found a wooden stake on one side of the yard. No one knew what it was used for. It was about the thickness of a bowl, and there was a very obvious transparent hole on it. As long as it works, give it to me, and I'll fix it for you. Fang Er reached out and took the spear tip, looked at the raised patterns on it, and walked to the blacksmith's furnace and sat down. He picked up the 10-centimeter-long knife from the iron felt and carved hard on the spear tip. Everything has its own strengths. The spear tip that was difficult to sharpen in Yuchi Baolin's hands left a clear mark when it was scratched by a knife. Following the direction of the lines, Fang Er decorated it carefully. Iron filings kept falling from under his knife. Until the end, the 5 chaotic patterns, after being carved by Fang Er, suddenly became a dragon with its head held high. See what happens? Fang Er wiped the lance tip clean with a rag. The lance tip, which was originally dark, now looked particularly extraordinary with the sharp edges on both sides and the dragon on it flashing with cold light. Yuchi Baolin took it from Fang Er's hand, and when he saw the dragon on it, he liked it very much. Brother Fang, you are really awesome. That's great. I like it. I will go back and ask my dad to give me a spear to put on it. It's getting late. Let's eat first, and then we'll do it later. Fang Er stood up and asked Juzi to go find Cheng Mo. In the front yard, there were wine and food on the stone table. Fang Er prepared larger portions, making double portions of each dish. Cheng Mo's sword had also been equipped with a handle and scabbard. He was thinking of showing it off to Yuchi Baolin when he saw the spear tip placed in a corner of the stone table. I immediately became jealous. Brother Fang, why does this have patterns on it? No, I want one too. What do you want? Wait until you sharpen your knife. Fang Er poured himself a glass of wine. It's a deal then. You'll get it from me later. Seeing that Fang Er did not refuse, Cheng Mo raised his eyebrows at Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin just drank and ate silently. He was exhausted. In the backyard, Xiaoqing was also called up, and Xiaohuan said to her enviously, Sister Qing, the young master is so good to you. No, I'm injured. Xiaoqing retorted. No, I haven't seen the young master so nervous even when Brother Juzi was injured some time ago. He stayed with you all night, fed you medicine, and even cooked for you himself. I really hope that the young master can be so nice to me one day. Xiaohuan said with a pout. All right, what are you talking about? Do you want to get hurt like me? Eat your meal quickly. No matter how delicious it is, you can't stop eating. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at her, picked up a chicken leg, and put it in Xiaohuan's bowl, and said with a smile, Okay, I'll eat it. I'll eat it all for you, Humph. Xiaohuan didn't even use chopsticks. She just picked up the chicken leg with her hands and started eating it. Xiaoqing looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and started to pick up some food for herself. After the meal, Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Mo simply stayed there. Fang Er fed Xiaoqing some medicine and told her a few stories to put her to sleep. Then he asked Juzi to move a small bed and slept next to Xiaoqing's bed. The next day, Cheng Mo spent an hour sharpening the tip of his spear. Fang Er also carved it for him, using the raised part to carve a tiger looking up and roaring to the sky. Cheng Mo happily left Fang Jiazwang with Yuchi Baolin and their spears. Fang Er called Juzi into a room and whispered some instructions to him. Afterwards, Juzi took Xiao Hu and Lu Meng to Chang'an. When they came back, it was already afternoon. Also brought back were large amounts of saltpeter and charcoal. That's right, Fang Er had to make the explosives himself. He didn't have many people, so he could only rely on gunpowder if he wanted revenge. It could be considered as giving someone a taste of his own medicine. For 3 whole days, in an abandoned courtyard outside Fang Jiazwang, the young and strong men of the village, under the command of Fang Er, ground all these materials into powder and then dispersed everyone. Fang Er and Juzi together prepared all of them into black gunpowder. In the next 2 days, they continued to make explosive packs and made dozens of them, each weighing several kilograms and hundreds of Mongolian grenades. Fang Er also transformed the fine steel swords, slingshots, and crossbows that were treated as handicrafts in the storage space into real weapons. At the same time, Fang Er had also asked people to inquire about it in the past few days, perhaps to prevent Li Er from catching them all in one fell swoop. Or maybe it was more comfortable to be a local emperor in his own base camp. In short, the heads and main forces of the 5 surnames and 7 families were not in Chang'an, but in their ancestral halls. For example, the ancestral temple of Zheng family in Xinjiang is in Xinjiang. Therefore, if one wants to eradicate Zheng family, in addition to cutting off their power in the court, one must also eliminate their power in Xinjiang. Otherwise, once you give them a chance to catch their breath, it will bring you huge trouble. Taking these into consideration, we must attack both sides at the same time. Until this day, Yuchi Baolin came to Fangjiazwang and found Fang Er next to the construction site of Longsho Canal, which was the hydraulic workshop planned by Fang Er. After some communication, Fang Er learned that the Turks had begun to move south and would arrive in Jingzhou soon. Li Er appointed Yuchi Jingda as the commander-in-chief of the Jingyang Road Army, leading 3,000 elite soldiers, carrying explosive packs and fog grenades, and set out for Jingzhou tomorrow to stop Jieli. Yuchi Baolin came this time to say goodbye to Fang Er. He also wanted to see if Fang Er had come up with anything good. After knowing this, Fang Er took out a slingshot crossbow. No, it can no longer be called a slingshot crossbow. Many of the original parts were modified by Fang Er. Now it looks like a small crossbow. It is also equipped with a 4-fold mirror. He removed the quadruple scope and handed it to Yuchi Baolin. Put this in front of you and look at it in the distance. Fang Er said. Yuchi Baolin took it curiously and looked at a big tree in the distance, as Fang Er said. I was stunned when I saw it. Looking from inside the cylinder, even the bird's nest on the big tree, 200 meters away, could be clearly seen, as if it were not far away. Chapter 67. Hydraulic Forging Machine Lacks Materials. Looking from inside the cylinder, even the bird's nest on the big tree, 200 meters away, could be clearly seen, as if it were not far away. This can allow you to discover the enemy earlier than they do. Combined with explosive packs, it should be very effective in ambushing. Fang Er said on the side. Thank you, Brother Fang. This thing is great. Yuchi Baolin couldn't let go of the quadruple scope and said happily, don't worry, there's still this. Fang Er said as he gave him the crossbow as well. Along with the crossbow comes 20 crossbow arrows. These crossbow arrows were made purely by hand by Fang Er. The bamboo arrow shafts were cut into round and straight shapes, and the arrowheads were all made of fine steel, 3-edged, armor-piercing arrows. Yuchi Baolin didn't care much about this thing and just hung it around his waist. You kid, you don't know what's good. Bring it here, I'll show you its power. Fang Er asked for the crossbow and a quadruple scope and installed them on the crossbow skillfully. After winding the bow with great effort, he put an arrow on it. After taking a quick look around, he raised his hand and glanced at a forest in the distance. More than 100 meters away, a locust tree as thick as an arm was caught in Fang Er's crosshairs. As the trigger was pulled, the crossbow arrow flew out instantly with a whoosh. Then it was nailed to the tree trunk. Yuchi Baolin ran over in surprise to see, and Fang Er followed him. I saw that the arrow had completely penetrated the tree trunk. This is a locust tree. The distance is about 150 steps, right? How can it still have such great power? Yuchi Baolin said in disbelief. Whether it is the bow or the crossbow of this era, the killing range is basically around 100 meters. Moreover, being able to penetrate armor within 50 meters is already very impressive. Beyond 100 meters, not to mention penetrating armor, it is even a problem whether you can shoot accurately. This small crossbow gave Yuchi Baolin a huge shock. Fang Er exchanged for 3 in total, and he dismantled the other one and used the parts to install on these 2. The crossbow string was a high-quality double-strand bow string, using the dynamic pulley of a compound bow to save effort. Otherwise, Fang Er couldn't pull the crossbow at all. Even so, Fang Er had to use 90% of his strength to string it. This is what Fang Er is going to use as a sniper crossbow. It was only because Yuchi Baolin was about to go to the battlefield that Fang Er was willing to take it out. If you use these 2 together well during an ambush, they can help you accomplish extraordinary feats. Do you still look down on this little thing? Fang Er threw the crossbow to Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly caught it in a panic, fearing that it would fall to the ground and break. Then he said cheerfully, Hee, Brother Fang is still good to me. It will be difficult for me not to make a contribution this time. Okay, there's nothing else for you. Go home and get ready. Fang Er smiled and kicked him on the butt. After seeing Yuchi bowing off and looking at the busy craftsmen on the construction site, Fang Er began to make parts for modifying the water wheel. Niao and his team made 4 water wheels, and now there are 2 left that have not been installed. Fang Er wants to convert them into powered water wheels. The bamboo tubes originally used to draw water were replaced with wide wooden boards, which can increase the contact surface with the water flow and better utilize the power of the water flow. Due to limited conditions, Fang Er's transmission system is entirely made of locust wood, which is hard and cheap. However, due to traditional ideas, few people use locust wood to make furniture, so 1 or 2 taels of silver can buy a large pile of high-quality wood. Fang Er selected a half-meter thick locust wood, and after directing Niao and the others to make a blank, he modified the shape bit by himself. With the efforts of Fang Er and several carpenters, an ordinary water-drawing wheel was transformed into a power water wheel in just 2 days. With a click sound, the water truck is installed in place. The water pumping plate above was impacted by the water flow, driving the water wheel to start rotating, and the speed was much faster than that of the water pumping water wheel. Behind the water wheel is a long transmission shaft, 3 meters long, with the other end extending to the shore and a bracket in the middle supporting it. Fang Er made a simple bearing where it contacts the bracket to reduce the friction between the transmission shaft and the bracket. The power of the water wheel is amplified by the engagement of 2 gears, 1 large and 1 small, between the drive shaft and the water wheel. When the water wheel rotates 1 circle, the drive shaft can rotate 20 circles. What remains now is the question of how to utilize the power. The first thing Fang Er considered was the hydraulic forging machine, so that he could use water power to forge steel in the future. What he lacked now was the materials to build the forging machine. He left the things here behind and asked Niao to build a shed behind the water wheel to prevent anyone from being injured by the transmission system. Fang Er brought the pillar into Chang'an City. Yuchi Jingda has already set off with his troops. The entire Chang'an City began to become tense, and there were not many pedestrians on the streets. Zuixianlou's business is still as prosperous as ever, and a seat is hard to get. It is no longer the same price as before. 10 taels of silver for a table of wine, and 6 taels of silver for a jar of drunken, immortal wine. Lier's treasury was so empty that horses could run on it, but these wealthy families were so rich that they were not satisfied. On the one hand, they evaded taxes and bullied the market in various ways, and, on the other hand, they controlled most of the power in the entire Tang dynasty. No wonder Lier hated them so much later and tried every means to suppress them. The person in charge of the restaurant is Dali. The accountant is sent by the Cheng family and the Yuchi family, and Huan Yang is in charge of the kitchen. After calling them together and asking them in detail about the recent business situation, Fang Er took Zhuzi to Mr. Zhang's house. Zhang Mansion. Old Zhang, the doorman, heard someone knocking on the door. He opened it and saw it was Fang Er. Without informing them, he took them directly into the inner courtyard. What wind brought Brother Fang here? What a rare guest. Please take a seat. Mr. Zhang, who was looking through the account book in the yard, saw Fang Er come in. He put the account book away, stood up, and said to Fang Er, "Brother Zhang, you are too polite. I'm not a rare guest. I came here today because I want to ask you for help." Fang Er was not polite and sat down at the stone table. "If you have any problem, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will do my best." Mr. Zhang patted his chest and promised. "Thank you in advance, brother. Fang Erdeo, why are you being so polite to me? Thanks to your miracle medicine, Brother Fang, I am now very proud of myself. To be honest, your sister-in-law was found to be pregnant a few days ago. This is all thanks to you, brother. I have to thank you." Mr. Zhang shared his joy with Fang Er with a smile on his face. "Oh my God, the little blue pill has this function?" But Fang Er didn't ask. He clasped his fists and said to Zhang Yuan, "Why? Congratulations. When the time comes, I will definitely notify my brothers to come over for a drink. That's a must. By the way, brother, you asked me to help you just now. What was it?" Mr. Zhang asked. Chapter 68, Purchase 200 stones of iron ingots. "To be honest, brother, you know that I bought a farm outside the city. There are thousands of acres of arable land there, and there are also many wastelands around. I want to cultivate it, but it's too much for those farmers to handle it. So I came to you for help." Fang Er said, "So that's how it is. It seems like Brother Fang has big plans. I wonder if there's anything I can do to help you." Mr. Zhang asked as if he understood. Reclamation requires agricultural tools, but the agricultural tools available now are really inefficient, so I want to develop some agricultural tools myself, but I don't know if there is any way to buy iron materials. So let's see if you can do it. Fang Er looked at Mr. Zhang and asked, Brother Fang wants iron materials. You have found a right person. I have a friend who deals in iron materials. He usually goes to the grassland. Isn't it about to fight? As a result, the court is cracking down on smuggling. He just happens to have a batch of iron materials. Since Brother Fang is interested, why don't you go and I will invite him over so that you could talk face to face, said Mr. Zhang. That couldn't be better. Come here, this is a gift from my brother. Please accept it, Brother Zhang. Fang Er said as he took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it over. Ah, Brother Fang still understands me. No doubt. I'll help you bargain later. When Mr. Zhang saw the small porcelain bottle, he was like a pervert seeing a naked beauty. He quickly took it and carefully put it in his arms. Er, ask someone to invite manager Dong Liang over here and tell him that I have a way to make money that I can introduce to him. Mr. Zhang put away the porcelain bottle and said to the maid standing aside. The maid responded and walked outside. Fang Er and Mr. Zhang chatted while waiting for manager Dong. About an incense stick's time later, old Zhang brought a middle-aged man in his 30s into the yard. Come on, shopkeeper Dong, let me introduce you to this. This is my little brother, Fang Anji, an 8th rank Imperial Guard captain. Brother Fang, this is shopkeeper Dong Liang whom I just told you about. He specializes in the iron material business. He has connections whether it's ironware or mineral materials. Mr. Zhang enthusiastically took the hand of the middle-aged man Dong Liang and introduced him to Fang Er. Dong Liang, I meet Captain Fang. Upon hearing Mr. Zhang's introduction and looking at the teenage Fang Er, Dong Liang hurriedly bowed. Manager Dong, you are welcome. Please take a seat. Fang Er returned the salute and pointed to a chair on the side and said to Dong Liang, Just now the servant told me that there's a way to make money, Brother Zhang. Could you please tell me about it? Dong Liang said to Mr. Zhang anxiously after he sat down. Ha! Brother Dong really can't change his temper. He's always so direct. Don't be offended, Brother Fang. Mr. Zhang said with a smile, and then continued. My brother wants to get some iron materials. I wonder if Brother Dong has any. Oh, so that's what it is. Captain Fang wants, or iron ingots, or iron tools. Dong Liang looked at Fang Er and asked. It would be best if it were iron ingots. I wonder how much Manager Dong can provide and what the price is. Fang Er asked. As for iron ingots, I do have some in stock now, about 200 dan. 1 dan is worth 2 strings of silver. How many does Captain Fang need? 200 koku. I want them all. Fang Er ate it in one gulp. 1 stone is worth 2 strings of coins, which is 2 taels of silver. At that time, 1 stone is equivalent to 120 caddies, and 1 caddy of iron ingot is less than 17 coins. It's so damn suitable. Manager Dong, since Brother Fang is so willing, what do you think of this price? Mr. Zhang kept his promise and began to bargain for Fang Er. Bang! Dong Liang slapped the stone table hard and stood up. No problem. Captain Fang, 200 stone iron ingots, 350 strings of cash. How about that? After saying that, he quickly put his hands behind his back. Looking at his trembling shoulders, Fang Er felt pain. Deal. Ha! We are all good brothers. Give me some face. I, old Zhang, will host you today. We will go to Zuixianlou, and you can't leave until you are drunk. Are you going? When Mr. Zhang saw that the deal was done, he made a proposal to the 2 men. Fang Er certainly had no objection. Okay, I'm craving for the delicious wine from Zuixianlou. Let's go. Dong Liang said, the little mustache at the corner of his mouth jumping with joy. In Zuixianlou, Dolly was busy, so Fang Er didn't call him. Pulling Mr. Zhang, who was about to go upstairs, he said, Come on, let's go to the backyard to eat. Backyard? I've never heard that this restaurant has private rooms in the backyard. Mr. Zhang was puzzled. Ha! Brother Zhang, you don't know this, right? This restaurant belongs to my brother, so it's better for us to go to the back and leave this side for others. Fang Er held Mr. Zhang in one hand and shopkeeper Dong in the other and went to the backyard. Zhuzi hurried to arrange the wine and food. In a room in the backyard, the 3 of them sat down separately, and servants came and went bringing tableware, wine, and food. The boss of the house came, and all the dishes on the stove were taken away by Fang Er. As for the guests outside, sorry, please wait a little longer. Looking at everything in front of him, Mr. Zhang came back to his senses after a long while. Brother, is this restaurant really yours? Why are there rumors outside that this is the property of General Cheng and General Yuchi? I brought these two here to keep the restaurant looking good. This restaurant is a business for all three of us, Fang Er explained. Brother, you are so generous. I wonder if you can give me some soup and water next time there is a deal like this. I heard that Zuixianlou is making a fortune every day. Mr. Zhang looked at Fang Er with a flattering expression. Dong Liang also wanted to say something, but thinking that this was the first time he and Fang Er met, he swallowed his words. Okay. I will definitely not forget you when the time comes. Fang Er poured wine for the two of them and said to Zhang Yuan why. 3 people drank until curfew. He took 350 taels of silver from the restaurant's account and had someone take Dong Liang home. After agreeing that the iron ingots will be delivered directly to Fang Jiazwang the next day, Fang Er stayed directly in the restaurant. The next morning, Fang Er returned to Fang Jiazwang with the pillar and learned that the iron ingot had been delivered. Fang Er was very satisfied, as Dong Liang seemed to be quite good. In the warehouse, iron ingots were piled together. Fang Er went forward to take a look and felt a little disappointed. The quality was so poor. Let Zhao Hu and his team transport all the iron ingots, forging tools, including the furnace, to the workshop site. Fang Er went to the backyard to visit Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's wound has healed, and she has started to walk again. When Fang Er came in, Xiaoqing was sitting in the yard, holding Wankai, and talking to Xiaomi. When she saw Fang Er coming in, she hurriedly said, Master, you're back. Do you want the kitchen to make you something to eat? No need. I stayed at the restaurant yesterday and had dinner when I came back. Does your injury still hurt? Fang Er asked with concern. It doesn't hurt anymore, but I've been feeling itchy on my back these past 2 days, Xiaoqing replied. That's good. The itching is because the wound is healing and flesh is starting to grow. Don't scratch it. Just bear with it. The itching will go away after the wound has healed in 2 days. Fang Er picked up a glass of water on the table and drank it. Master, that's my water cup, Xiaoqing said with a red face. Chapter 69, Hydraulic Forging Machine and Cannon. I know it's your water cup. What's wrong? Fang Er asked, as if it was a matter of course. Oh, it's okay. Xiaoqing didn't know what to say. After helping Xiaoqing into the house and changing the medicine, Fang Er went to the workshop. The iron ingots and tools have all been delivered. 200 sure of iron ingots is not a lot, but not a little either. 1 sure is 120 jin, which is 24,000 jin, or about 12 tons. Put it all together, there really isn't much. The density of iron is 7.8 grams per cubic centimeter, about 8 times that of water, so 12 tons of iron is only 1.5 cubic meters. An iron ingot weighed about 20 pounds. Fang Er set up a furnace and melted, forged, and removed the impurities from the iron ingots one by one. The men in the village became the best labor force, under the pretext of exercising their bodies. Zhao Hu and his men saw that they could help, so they all worked happily with hammers. It took 2 full days for all the pig iron ingots to be forged, and the result was a significant reduction in the iron material. I have to say that the quality of the products produced by these small workshops is really crap. After smelting and removing the impurities, there were exactly 200 sure of iron material, and only a little over 100 sure was left. Fang Er used half of it to make a forging machine. This did not require much technical skills. There were 2 large iron ingots, one above and one below. The lower one was fixed, and the upper one was connected to the power water wheel. As the water wheel turned, the large iron ingot weighing more than 1,000 pounds was driven up and down, making a reciprocating motion. Fang Er didn't dare to delay because the hardwood bearings might not last for several days. The iron that had only been beaten once was barely enough to make a forging bed, so Fang Er continued to forge the remaining iron, and this time he directly used a water wheel. A whole piece of iron weighing hundreds of pounds is heated red and placed on the calcining bed. As the forging hammer above fell heavily, with a loud bang, a layer of black impurities was forged into the red iron ingot. As the forging hammer hit again and again, the impurities were quickly discharged. Finally, the iron ingot cooled down, the calcination bed was separated from the water wheel, and the iron ingot was taken out, and it had shrunk a lot again. It took a whole day to go through all the iron ingots again, and only about 4,000 pounds were left. I have to say that there is still truth in the saying that there is strength in numbers. Except for the time when Fang Er made the forging machine himself, Fang Er only gave instructions during the entire iron purification process and did not ask any more questions. Zhao Hu and the others completed these tasks very well. While they were busy, Fang Er was not idle either. Someone was sent to find clay and make a mold. After all the iron materials were processed, Fang Er also had a large area of molds. The processed iron material was melted again. During the melting process, Fang Er tried to add carbon powder into the molten iron. After trying several furnaces, the steel was finally produced. The molten steel was directly poured into the clay mold that was dried in the shade. After the molten steel inside cooled down, Fang Er smashed the clay mold, and a round steel column appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this big guy, Fang Er grinned. Hia. Damn the Zheng family. Damn the Chui family. Just wait. My killing weapon is about to be revealed. It turned out to be a gun barrel. Because there was no time to build a blast furnace, the amount of molten steel was limited each time, so the barrel was only a little over 1 meter long, and the muzzle was only 10 centimeters thick. Fearing that the material was not up to standard, Fang Er made the barrel 10 centimeters thick. The entire barrel weighed 1,000 pounds. Because Fang Er only planned to use it temporarily, the barrel was not polished too much, but only slightly trimmed. Beside the Longzhou Canal, the repaired artillery was placed on a steel frame, looking majestic. Mr. Fang, this thing uses so much iron. What is it used for? Zhao Hu looked at the lump of iron in front of him and expressed his doubts. A group of 30 or 40 people took 4 or 5 days to make this thing. Not only him, but everyone except Fang Er knew what it was used for. Want to know? Don't get scared later. Fang Er smiled slightly, as if he had already seen the end of the Chui and Zheng families. He asked someone to fetch gunpowder, tentatively poured about a pound of it into the barrel, compacted it with a wooden stick, and then stuffed an iron ball into the muzzle. In the direction of the muzzle, many wooden stakes were placed, one every 5 or 6 meters, to test the power of the artillery. There was a fuse hole at the rear of the cannon, and a long fuse was inserted. Fang Er asked everyone to stay away, and then handed the fire starter to Zhao Hu. Go, light it, and then run back as fast as you can. Young master, will there be any danger? Zhao Hu asked nervously when he saw Fang Er's serious expression. Don't worry, there's not much gunpowder. It's okay. Don't worry, Fang Er said guiltily. Zhao Hu didn't ask any more questions. He walked to the cannon with a tinder stick. After carefully lighting the fuse, he threw the tinder stick away and ran back as Fang Er had instructed. The fuse was very long, about 1 or 2 meters long. When Zhao Hu ran to Fang Er and the others and turned his head to look, he heard a loud bang, and then a ball of flames spurted out of the muzzle and a black iron ball flew out of the barrel. Fang Er looked at the trajectory of the iron ball with anticipation. Well, miscalculated. The iron ball flew less than 50 meters before falling to the ground, bouncing a few times on the ground before becoming silent. The wooden stake hit by the iron ball only created a shallow hole. Sir, this thing doesn't look that powerful, Sun Zhou said disappointedly. After doing this in secrecy for so many days, is this it? Why rush? It's just a test. Let's try again. Fang Er walked forward, took a wet towel, wrapped it around an iron rod, inserted it into the barrel, and cleaned the gunpowder residue inside back and forth. After finishing, he poured 2 kilograms of gunpowder into the pot at once and compacted it. The iron ball enters the chamber. Sun Zhou, this time it's your turn to light the fire. Remember, run away after lighting it. Fang Er explained. Don't worry, sir. Just look at me. Sun Zhou walked forward casually, lit the fire, and then walked back leisurely. Before he had walked halfway, there was a bang that was even louder than the last time. Sun Zhou was startled because he had his back to the artillery. Fang Er didn't pay attention to him, just stared at the gun barrel. This time the iron ball flew nearly 100 meters. After landing, it bounced up quickly, and the wooden stakes it hit exploded, with wood chips flying everywhere. Assess. Everyone gasped. Fuck, that's awesome. Exactly, this is it. I can't believe we made this in the past few days. The strong men couldn't believe the discussion. Chapter 70 Seeds and Seamless Steel Pipes. Hey, that ball is mine. I remember. A proud voice rang out among the crowd. What happened to your ball? I was the one who packed the gunpowder. Another voice was also loudly talking about its own merits. Sir, this thing is so powerful. If it is used on the battlefield, wouldn't it be able to knock down a group of people in one go? Zhuzi sighed on the side. This thing is called a cannon. It is the king of war in the future. It is designed for war. It is a first-class weapon for defending a city. If it is used in a field battle and cooperated with infantry, it can also influence the outcome of the battle. Fang Er introduced calmly. Young master is still the best. No matter how powerful this king of war is, he was created by you, young master. Zhao, who started to flatter him on the side. Well, Fang Er benefited a lot from it. At least some people are starting to flatter him. Okay, if any of you want to try it, go ahead and give it a try. Remember to clean the barrel, otherwise there's a risk of it exploding, which could be fatal. Use no more than 2 kilograms of gunpowder. Any more could also be fatal. Also, if you notice any changes in the barrel, stop immediately and notify me. Although I don't know the maximum bearing capacity of the gun barrel, Fang Er is already satisfied with its current power. Since I have only made this one gun, I should take it easy and consider other things when I have enough materials in the future. A group of farmers, hearing what Fang Er said, shouted excitedly and rushed to the cannon to start loading. Go back and wait. Come one by one. Damn it, didn't you hear the young master say that you have to clean the barrel first? Zhao, who kicked the crowd away one by one and took the first place. The others were not angry either, as they either grew up together naked or were uncles and were used to playing around with each other. Zhao, who fired the cannon while the others watched from a distance. After he finishes firing, the others will take turns firing. Fang Er left everyone behind and took Zhu back to the manor, leaving Zhao Hu and the others to play by themselves and to test the reliability of the artillery. After having dinner early, Fang Er sat in the yard, watching Xiaoqing and the others teasing Wang Kai, and he felt that his life was very comfortable. With a thought, he turned on the system. I don't know when the store was refreshed. Damn it, there wasn't even a hint. Fang Er looked through the new products that appeared inside. Dwarf resistance, 58,200 caddies. Zhou wheat, 16,200 caddies. Tobacco farmers, 88,200 caddies. Jamai, 35,200 caddies. After only looking at 4, Fang Er was already excited. The high-yield wheat seeds of later generations have a yield of about 1,200 to 1,500 kilograms per mu. If we remove the factors of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, the yield can at least reach 600 kilograms, which is half the price. What does 600 kilograms mean? The crops of this era only weighed more than 200 kilograms. Looking at the others, there are also high-yield crops. There are several varieties of pumpkins, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. No need to think about it. Fang Er booked the whole place. Then refresh again. So embarrassing. Not enough points, fuck you. It had been many days since the last time he got the money. Fang Er estimated that he could get back several thousand taels, so he asked Yuchi to take a few more people to Zuixianlou to get the silver. Yuchi also knew that he could not be careless when transporting silver. Even though it was on the edge of the imperial city, he would suffer a great loss if he encountered someone who was short-sighted. So he directly selected 10 farmers to follow him into the city. An hour later, Fang Er had already told Xiaoqing a story to sleep, and heard Yuchi calling him softly from outside the door. I got up, dressed, and opened the door and saw Yuchi standing at the door, a box on the ground, and a few farmhands standing in the yard. Master, all the silver has been taken back, a total of 11,000 taels. Yuchi said as he opened the box. Wow, the silver gleamed in the light of the oil lamp in the room. It was a bit beyond Fang Er's expectations. It's only been a few days. It's already more than 10,000 taels of silver, but he didn't worry about it. The more of this stuff, the better. After letting them carry the silver into the house, we let them rest. Close the door. Fang Er's hoe put on the box, and the silver disappeared instantly and turned into system points. Hia. Fang Er happily laid back on the bed. Refresh. A flash of golden light passed by. Fang Er jumped up from the bed with a somersault. Oh my god. Seamless steel pipe. 3 meters per stick, 10 in a bundle. What are you thinking about? Bye. 30 steel pipes were obtained. Looking at the others, Fang Er laughed like a pig. Roar. Triangle steel, I-beam, and various construction steel materials. A thing that is very popular in later generations. But it can be put to great use now. At worst, melting it down will be better than the steel made now. The next day, Fang Er got up early at dawn, steamed a bowl of egg custard for Xiaoqing, and kept it warm in the pot. After giving some instructions to Xiaowan, he went to the backyard, found an unused, empty house, and put all the steel inside. He woke up Yuchi and asked him to take people to deliver the steel to the workshop, and Fang Er went there first. The workshop has been almost completed in the past few days. Money makes things easier, and the craftsmen invited are all farmers nearby. Fang Er is willing to pay them, and these craftsmen work as if they are risking their lives. The workshop changes day by day. He has currently planned 4 parts here, each covering an area of about 3 acres. Because it is an ownerless wasteland, he paid a sum of money to Wanyan County and successfully obtained the documents. There are 4 parts. Now the blacksmith workshop is basically completed. It is a row of 2 rooms, just like the factory buildings in later generations. But it is basically used for working craftsmen to live in. There's also a row of warehouses to store materials and finished products. The actual work is done outside. After all, these workshops are all wooden structures, and blacksmith work cannot be separated from fire, so it is too dangerous to keep it inside the house. Fang Er also planned to build 2 blast furnaces when he had time, as the current efficiency was too low. At the workshop, Zhao Hu and his friends were having a lot of fun yesterday. The sound of cannon fire was heard almost every few minutes. Fang Er could hear it from 3 or 5 miles away in the village. They didn't stop until dark. After playing for a while, Zhao Hu and his friends realized how valuable the artillery was, so they consciously arranged for people to take turns to stand guard. When they arrived at the blacksmith's workshop, Zhao Hu and the others were still sleeping. The 2 sentries saw Fang Er coming. One of them was Mahan, who hurried over to greet him. "Sir, you came here so early. Do you have any instructions? How was the artillery yesterday? Did you find any problems?" Fang Er asked. "My lord, I didn't find any problem. It just turned red after a few shots. Wait until the barrel cools down, and then shoot again, and it will be fine." Mahan replied. "That's good. Just do what you need to do and don't worry about me." Fang Er waved his hand and told them not to worry about him. Fang Er was quite satisfied that they could arrange their own personnel to stand guard. After entering the workshop, Fang Er took out tools from the storage space, deducing the blueprint in my mind. Chapter 71. Rifles from Fang Family Guards. What can seamless steel pipes be used for? In this era, making muskets is undoubtedly the best choice. Although Fang Er had never made a gun, he understood the principle. As an 8th level fitter, he could make it if he knew the principle. It was just a matter of time. Fang Er chose à mesure d'un flintlock. This thing actually did not have much technical content. The most difficult part was the qualification of the barrel. However, the seamless steel pipe was enough for the gunpowder made by him, a novice. While calculating in his mind, he wrote and drew on the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with various lines and symbols. Fang Er didn't raise his head until Yuchi and his men delivered all the steel. Looking at the steel that was delivered, Fang Er's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Take out a steel pipe and cut it into 4 equal lengths using a small hacksaw. Then they started making the various parts of the bolt. Trigger, gun heart, strike the iron. As time passed slowly, Fang Er worked in the house until the afternoon when he finally finished making all the parts for a gun. There were parts of various shapes neatly placed on the table, and Fang Er assembled them together according to his design ideas. As the sound of clicking continued to come from the parts in his hands, a killing weapon that had never appeared in this era was born in Fang Er's hands. Fang Er patted the steel monster with satisfaction and took it out of the house. "Young master, what are you holding?" Yuchi had been guarding outside the door. When he saw Fang Er taking out a strange object, he asked, "This is called a musket. Like a cannon, it is a long-range attack weapon. The only thing is that it lacks bullets. I'll show you how to make it later." After Fang Er finished his introduction, he went to the blacksmith's furnace, simply melted some copper plates, and then cast some copper bullets very lightly. After polishing the bullets smooth, they came to an open space. Under the expectant gaze of a group of servants, Fang Er only loaded 1 or 2 ounces of gunpowder into the can for safety reasons. Then put in the bullet, take out the cleaning rod, and compact the bullet in gunpowder. Fang Er raised his gun and aimed at a big tree in the distance. The big tree is more than 100 steps away from here. The 3 points were in a straight line. After aiming, Fang Er decisively pulled the trigger. After a bang, a ball of fire flashed from the muzzle of the gun, and then a cloud of sawdust was seen splashing on the trunk of a big tree in the distance. Everyone ran over in surprise and found that there was an egg-sized hole in the tree trunk, and the copper bullet was firmly embedded in the trunk. Fang Er was quite satisfied with the power and threw the gun to Yuchi. Just like artillery, you need to clean the chamber after firing this thing. Be careful and don't charge more than 1 or 2 ounces of gunpowder. After giving the instructions, Fang Er returned to the house and continued making the gun by hand. In the next few days, Fang Er used his superb craftsmanship and ready-made gun barrels to make 50 flintlock rifles in one go. All the young and strong farmers had one, and he also cast enough copper bullets for use. The cost of bullets alone made Fang Er feel distressed. Without lead, the sealing of iron bullets after heating was not satisfactory to Fang Er, and copper bullets were also a last resort, but one bullet cost 3 copper coins. In the past few days, these young and strong men have also figured out how to use the musket. Early that morning, Fang Er asked Yuchi to gather all the young and strong men to the workshop, and Fang Er gave the craftsmen here a holiday to prevent the news from leaking out. At noon, everyone gathered in the workshop. They vaguely guessed something from Fang Er's actions these days. The Fang mansion was bombed a few days ago, and Fang Er has been tinkering with cannons and muskets these days. If nothing unexpected happens, he must be going for revenge. Everyone present here is a hero in the village. The wealthy families are rampant. It's only because I presented the salt-making method to the emperor that ordinary people can afford salt. Because of this, their interests were touched, so the Fang mansion was attacked a few days ago. I can't bear this. What's wrong with the wealthy families? They're also human beings. Why can they decide the life and death of others? So, I decided to take revenge. The targets are Zheng family in Xinjiang and Chui family in Qinghai. I won't say too much. To be honest, those who are willing to lend a helping hand will receive 5 taels of silver per person as a resettlement fee in addition to the monthly salary. If you have any concerns, I don't blame you. You can withdraw now. Standing on a stone platform, Fang Er told everyone the purpose of gathering them this time. After he finished speaking, his eyes scanned the faces of the people below. Mr. Fang, you're looking down on us. None of the men in Fangjia village are cowards. Just tell us what to do, and that's all. Zhao Hu walked out of the crowd and said to Fang Er, then to the others, you all know how we've been doing since Master Fang came. Do you want to go back to the days when we didn't have enough to eat or clothes to wear? No. Everyone else started shouting at the same time. Since the powerful family wants to cut off our livelihood, then we will follow Master Fang and kill them. Zhao Hu roared loudly. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. The Zhuanghan people thought very simply. They would listen to whoever could make them live a good life. Since Fang Er came, he first gave them 2 taels of silver as a settling-in fee, and then a monthly salary and 3 meals a day. For them, this was something they would never have dared to think of before. Zhu Zi, fire your guns. Fang Er gave orders to a pillar on one side. Dali and Go Zi were also called back from the restaurant and helped out. Box after box of muskets were carried out of the workshop. Zhu Zi took out the muskets and handed them to Fang Er, who distributed the muskets one by one personally. After firing the guns, Fang Er spoke again. Take the guns. You're no longer ordinary people. From today on, you're the Fang family guards. Your monthly salary will be doubled to 2 taels of silver per month. There will be rewards for meritorious service and compensation for injuries. All you have to do is obey orders. Can you do it? Don't worry, Master Fang. I'll do whatever you say. Everyone was extremely excited. The 2 taels of silver a month was enough to support their family, and they already saw a better life beckoning them. The guard will be divided into 4 teams. Zhu Zi will be the captain. Zhao Hu, Sun Zhou, Ma Chao, and Lu Meng will each be in one team. I will give you 1 stick of incense before you can start dividing into teams freely. As Fang Er finished his words, the crowd began to move. Zhao Hu, Sun Zhou, Ma Chao, and Lu Meng each selected brothers with whom they had a close relationship and asked them to join their team. Before even a stick of incense had been used up, 4 rows of people stood in front of Fang Er. Chapter 72, Artillery Bombardment of Zheng Family in Xinjiang. 3 nights later, Fang Er quietly appeared in Xinjiang with more than 40 people. The 2 people from the Ministry of Industry were just the external talkers for the 2 major families. Since Fang Er had decided to take action, he was determined to uproot the 2 major families and not give them a chance to breathe. He kidnapped a night watchman, used silver to clear the way, and found out the location of the main vein of the Zheng family. Just in the northwest corner of Xinjiang County, there's a village where it is said that the Zheng family's ancestral hall is located. At midnight, in front of Zheng's mansion, Fang Er appeared at the gate with Zhu Zi and Zhao Hu's team. The vermilion gate was more than 3 meters high, and the copper nails inlaid on it sparkled in the light of the torches. A cannon was placed on the official road in front of Zheng Mansion, with a muzzle facing the main gate. Fang Er and his companions were waiting for something. Not long after, with a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky in Zheng's mansion. For a while, the cries of maids and servants continued. Who are you? How dare you come to my Zheng family and make trouble? An angry roar came from inside. The head of the Zheng family was holding his concubine in bed and doing shameless things. As a result, a loud explosion was heard, which frightened him so much that he fainted. I put on my clothes and walked out of the house, and saw flames coming from everywhere. He quickly called a servant over to ask the reason. What's going on? Where's the noise coming from? Why are there flames everywhere? Master, it's bad. A lot of things were thrown in from outside the yard and blew up the house. The servant spoke to the head of the Zheng family in panic. Is it finally here that is supposed to come? I have been waiting for you for a long time. The head of the Zheng family had a fierce look in his eyes, and then he said to the servant, Go outside the city to inform the second young master and ask him to bring the army back. After hearing this, the servant hurriedly ran to the back door, but what he didn't expect was that the entire Zheng mansion, no matter how big or small the exit was guarded by people arranged by Fang Er. As soon as the servant went out of the back door, he was shot in the head by Lu Meng, who was guarding there, and then he lost consciousness. This musket made by the young master is really useful. Lu Meng poked the servant on the ground with his gun and made sure he was dead. The head of the Zheng family heard gunshots coming from the back door. Although he didn't know what made the sound, he was sure that the back door was blocked by someone. He directly summoned all the servants and rushed to the main gate. Damn it! I want to see who is so blind as to dare to bring bad luck to my Zheng family. The doorman saw the master of the house and his men coming out of the inner courtyard in a mighty procession, and he quickly opened the door to the Zheng mansion. Fang Er leaned against the cannon, his hands clasped across his chest, biting a straw in his mouth, and looked at the Zheng family members who were filing out of the door with fierce eyes. Who are you? How dare you come here to commit murder? Do you know where this place is? Patriarch Zheng recognized Fang Er as the leader of this group of people at first sight. Oh, then tell me where this place is. Fang Er gritted his teeth and looked at the head of the Zheng family and asked, This is the ancestral home of the Zheng family, one of the 5 most powerful families in the world. Tell me, who is behind you? Aren't you afraid that there will be no place for you in the entire Tang dynasty? The head of the Zheng family shouted at Fang Er. We are targeting the Zheng family. Zhao fire. After Fang Er finished speaking, he patted the cannon and made way. Sir, just wait and see. Zhao smiled evilly, picked up the torch, and directly lit the fuse of the cannon. Boom! In the silent night, the huge noise woke up the people who were still sleeping within a mile nearby. A bright flame flashed at the muzzle. A 6-pound iron ball roared out from the barrel and hit the gate of Zheng's mansion. Several servants of the Zheng family who were standing at the door were hit half of their bodies by the iron ball. The iron ball did not stop at all. After hitting everyone, it hit the screen wall behind the Zheng family's gate hard. Boom! Spiderweb-like cracks immediately appeared on the screen wall, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. What is this? The head of the Zheng family stared in amazement at what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't understand why that black thing could have such great power. This is the devil. Mom, I want to go home. What on earth is this? The servants of the Zheng family who were not hit by the iron balls were all terrified when they saw their former brothers killed by the shells. Fang Er looked at everything in front of him without any sign of mercy. Zhao was very satisfied with the shot he had fired. Seeing that everyone in the Zheng family was stunned, he ignored everyone and began to clean the barrel and reload it again. Sir, I wonder how my Zheng family has offended you? Is there any misunderstanding? As expected of a man of wealthy family background, the head of the Zheng family quickly calmed himself down, suppressed the fear and anger in his heart, and flattered Fang Er. I forgot to introduce myself. My last name is Fang. The emperor gave me the name Fang Anji. I was the one who offered the salt-making method. Do you know why now? Fang Er said calmly. Master Fang, it's a misunderstanding, a real misunderstanding. The attack on your mansion was done by that bastard Cheng Yaojin, and it has nothing to do with the main branch of my Zheng family. How about this? Master Fang can vent his anger. I am willing to pay a large sum of money as compensation. Master Fang, how about you show mercy? You know, my Zheng family is one of the 7 great families, and even the emperor has to give it some face. Let's just stop here today. What do you think, Master Fang? The head of the Zheng family looked at the black gun barrel and had no thought of resisting. He just wanted to survive, so he spoke to Fang Er using both soft and hard tactics. It's too late to say anything now. Zhao, what are you doing standing there? Fang Er glanced at Zhao. Zhao quickly fired again. With a boom, the artillery fired again. The iron ball flew over the fallen screen wall and directly into the Zheng family compound, followed by bursts of screams. The head of the Zheng family seemed to have realized something and said to the servants behind him, "This thing can't be turned at will. Go around it and kill them." When the Zheng family servants heard this, they became bolder. Dozens of servants holding swords and knives bypassed the artillery and charged towards Fang Er and his men. Is it really that simple? Pillar fire. Fang Er glanced at the head of the Zheng family and said to Juzi, "Line up, guns raised." At Juzi's command, the 10 Fang family guards behind him quickly turned into 2 teams, with 5 people in each team. From Chang'an to Xinjiang, it is only about 400 kilometers or 800 miles, and it could be reached in 2 days by horseback riding. Fang Er and his companions walked for 3 days. In addition to getting on with the journey, Fang Er also taught them some basic musket formations and fighting methods. Although time was tight and their movements were not very skillful, they were still sufficient to deal with these servants. First row, release. Juzi gave another order. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 people in the front row pulled the trigger together. Chapter 73, The Fear of the Zheng Family Patriarch. The servant of the Zheng family who was rushing over was startled. One of them was hit in the chest and fell to the ground, covering his wound. The front team retreats and reloads. The rear team aims. Juzi continued to give orders. After firing their guns, the 5 men quickly retreated to the back. When the head of the Zheng family saw that only one person was knocked down, he continued to shout from behind, "Charge! They only have these few people. Take them down." His lackeys left the unfortunate guy lying on the ground and continued to rush forward. Fire! Bang! 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 Following the sound of the pillar, another round of gunfire rang out. This time, 3 were knocked down. Zheng family lackeys. You look at me, I look at you, my heart is pounding. What the hell is this thing? It can knock someone down from such a long distance. The road in front of Zheng's house is very wide, more than 10 meters wide. Fang Er and his men were standing on the other side of the road, while the Zheng family's lackeys rushed over here from the gate. Including the distance of the steps, the distance was more than 20 meters. He had only run a few steps when 4 of them were knocked down. Fang Er leisurely took a pack of explosive from his back and pulled out the fuse hidden inside. When the head of the Zheng family saw this thing, his face turned green. "Young people, you have no moral principles. Take them down quickly. We can't let him throw the explosives over here." The voice of the head of the Zheng family was trembling a little. When the lackeys heard his voice, they looked towards Fang Er. What they saw was so frightening that their souls flew away. They know this thing. Lord Zheng from the Ministry of Works specially sent someone to bring back one, but it was accidentally set on fire by a servant. Then tragedy struck the Zheng family, and several people were killed in the explosion that day. Now the people on the opposite side actually used this thing, which is probably going to cost them their lives. Fang Er put the fuse close to Zhao Hu's torch, lit it, and threw it towards the Zheng family's gate. When the head of the Zheng family saw the flying bomb, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. "Save me. Come and save me. Whoever saves me will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver." He fell to the ground and shouted at the servants who were scattered around. The explosive package passed him and landed on the inside of the gate. Fang Er didn't want this thing to break him, so he used a lot of force when throwing it. With his unremitting training, his physical fitness is getting better and better. With all his strength, he can throw the explosive pack directly 20 meters away. The head of the Zheng family saw the place where the explosive pack fell, climbed up from the ground, and just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a bang, and a ball of fire came out from inside the door. Then there were sounds of grab, 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 and broken porcelain pieces, and the explosive pack flew everywhere. As luck would have it, a piece of porcelain was stuck directly in his butt. Oh! The head of the Zheng family fell to the ground again. He held his buttocks with both hands, his face was distorted, and he kept howling. As gunshots rang out from the main gate, the Fang family guard stationed in other directions of the Zheng mansion also gathered over. 40 people, each holding a flintlock rifle, pointed their guns at the Zheng family's gate. Inside the gate, some women and the elderly and weak had just run out of the yard and saw the miserable appearance of the head of the Zheng family lying on the ground, and the servants of the Zheng family lying at the gate with body parts everywhere. They were so scared that they hugged each other and trembled. At this moment, a noisy sound of footsteps came from Fang Er's side. He turned his head and looked over. Under the light of torches, he saw a group of soldiers with knives, led by a strong man wearing mountain armor, rushing towards this side. After arriving at the gate of the Zheng mansion, the strong man wearing mountain armor saw the head of the Zheng family lying on the ground and exclaimed, "Dad!" Then he hurried over, helped the head of the Zheng family up, looked at the porcelain shard stuck in his butt, looked at Fang Er and others with murderous intent, and ordered the soldiers who came with him, "Capture them all. Anyone who dares to hurt my father must not be spared. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." "Yes, second young master," a leading soldier among the soldiers responded. More than 300 soldiers rushed forward. Juzi was a little panicked. There were only a few of them, and including the others who rushed over, there were only about 40 of them. "Master, what should I do? What are you afraid of? I'll be using the Mongolian grenade at your service." Fang Er calmly pulled out a grenade from his waist, lit it, and threw it towards the soldiers. After throwing the grenade, he took out an N95 mask from his arms and put it on his face. Others followed suit, put on masks, and lit grenades and threw them at the crowd. Seeing this operation, the Zheng family head, who had been raped, was so angry that his teeth itched. It was so fucking shameless. The soldiers didn't know what was thrown at them and thought that the group of people were throwing stones because they had run out of tricks. They dodged the grenades and slashed at Fang Er and the others with their knives. "Turn the gun around and shoot him." Fang Er ordered Zhao. There are 2 wheels under the cannon, and with the help of pillars, Zhao, who completed the action easily. The head of the Zheng family was dumbfounded. How could this thing still move? The 2 shots just now were fired at the gate, and he thought it was fixed there like the crossbows guarding the city. He quickly shouted to the soldiers, "Get out of the way!" But before the soldiers could make any move, Zhao lit the fuse. The artillery roared, and iron balls smashed towards the soldiers, plowed a bloody path directly through the crowd. The soldiers were dumbfounded, and the second young master Zheng was also dumbfounded. "Musketeer!" Fang Er continued to issue orders. The team of 40 people was divided into 4 rows and took turns shooting according to Juzi's instructions. The second young master Zheng had no idea that there were such things as musketeer. He came in a hurry and didn't even bring archers with him. He was completely dumbfounded. The soldiers were in chaos. As the gunshots rang out, people kept falling down, and the ground was soon stained with blood. Zheng Jiazhuang looked stupidly at the soldiers lying on the ground. These were all members of the Zheng family, but now they were lying on the ground like cut wheat. His heart was bleeding. Plop! Patriarch Zheng knelt down in front of Fang Er and said with a sob, "Mr. Fang, please show mercy." "Dade, what are you doing? Get up." Young Master Zheng Er pulled him, but the head of the Zheng family was not moved at all. He looked at Fang Er with red eyes. "Are you scared? When you ordered your men to bomb our house, did you ever think about this day?" Fang Er remained unmoved and just looked at Patriarch Zheng and spoke. "You say, as long as my Zheng family can do it, we will never refuse. Let's consider it as compensation for you. How do you think?" The head of the Zheng family gritted his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart. "I'm sorry. I understand the principle that wildfires cannot be extinguished and will grow again with the spring breeze. It's my fault that you were the first to provoke me." Fang Er took out a pistol from his back. He made it specially for self-defense. He opened the safety and pointed the gun at the head of the Zheng family. "You can go first." Chapter 74, The Desperate Treasure Room. "My Zheng family's disciples are all over the court. Do you really want to fight me to the death?" The head of the Zheng family mustered up his courage and said to the second party, "Haha, it has come to this point. Is there still room for easing up?" Fang Er pulled the trigger directly, and the bullet shot mercilessly into the body of the head of the Zheng family. The second young master Zheng cried out in grief, "Dad!" But his father could no longer respond to him. He stared at Fang Er's direction and fell to the ground. "I kill you." Young Master Zheng drew the long knife from his waist and slashed at Fang Er. Seeing this, Juzi threw away his spear, drew out a long sword, and fought with him. "Ah!" Fang Er heard a cry of pain from behind him. He turned around and saw that soldiers had already approached him without him noticing. There were more than 300 soldiers, but now only about 20 were left. However, these 20 rushed in despite the bullets. The other soldiers were either killed by muskets and artillery, or knocked unconscious by Mongolian grenades. All the people who rushed in were strong and powerful men. Zhao Hu and his men could only draw their swords and meet the enemy. The cry of pain just now was made by Lu Meng, who was hit in the left arm by a soldier. 2 of his team members quickly protected him behind them. In close combat, these players who came from farming families were ultimately at a disadvantage. There were 40 people against 20-something, and it took more than a dozen of them to be knocked down before all the soldiers were captured. On the other side, Zhu and the second young master Zheng were fighting fiercely. It must be said that this rich kid was not a piece of cake. As Zhao Hu and his men freed their hands and joined the battle, the second young master Zheng was finally stabbed in the throat by Zhu's sword and fell to the ground unwillingly. "We won! Sir, we won!" Zhao Hu shouted excitedly as he looked at the Zheng family members who no longer had any left standing. "It's incredible. The noble family that is usually out of reach was destroyed by us, just like that." Sun Zhou murmured. "What are you thinking? This is only the main branch of the Zheng family. We don't know how many branches there are, but we don't need to worry about it. After we destroy the main branch, we won't need to take action on the remaining residual forces. The hunting dogs waiting to eat meat will naturally rush over." After Fang Er finished speaking, he stepped over the corpses on the ground and walked into the gate of Zheng Mansion. Zhu rushed forward, walked in front, and protected Fang Er behind him. For some reason, Fang Er didn't feel any discomfort at all when looking at the corpses and body parts on the ground. Could it be that I have a bloodthirsty hobby? In the yard, the old, the weak, women and children huddled together, and when they saw Fang Er and his companions come in, they screamed as if they had seen a devil. "Don't come over here! Don't come over here! Devil, you devil! Mom, I'm scared! Who are you and why are you doing this?" An old lady with gray hair stared at Fang Er and asked. Fang Er ignored his meaning. These people were usually high and mighty and bullied the common people. They were just a group of vested interests and were not worth his mercy. Sun Zhou and his 10 men guarded the gate, while Fang Er led the others into the inner courtyard. Unexpectedly, there were still people in the inner courtyard. An old man was sitting in the middle of the yard, watching Fang Er and the others come in. Although he had no expression on his face, his disappointed eyes betrayed him. "Although I don't know why this young master wants to destroy my Zheng family, but now that things have come to this, I am willing to offer all the property of the Zheng family, just to spare the women and children." The old man slowly stood up, bowed to Fang Er, and said, "Fang is not a murderer. I destroyed your Zheng family only because you were the first to attack. I only killed women and children. Hand over your property, and I will let them go." Fang Er sat on another chair with a big horse and a golden sword and spoke to the old man. "Then please let them out of the house, and I will take you to get the property. Do you think I'm stupid? You're an old coffin that's already half buried in the ground. You're left here. If you change your mind, I'll be at a big loss. I'll be the butcher, and you'll be the meat. I'll leave after I get the money. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your entire family and then slowly look for you." Fang Er rolled his eyes at him. The old man struggled and hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Well, please follow me." After saying that, the old man staggered towards the backyard. Passing by a rockery, the old man moved a stone with great effort, revealing a steel ring underneath. As he pulled up the steel ring, a hole appeared on the open ground. There's a long staircase leading diagonally downwards. The old man took a torch from the wall and walked down the stairs. There was a large space inside, more than 100 square meters, with boxes piled up like a small hill. "These are the wealth that my Zheng family has accumulated over the years. Please let the women and children outside go." The old man knelt down in front of Fang Er, but no one noticed that there was a fuse on the wall. The Zheng family was so cruel that they installed a pack of explosives in this treasure room. Although he didn't see it, Fang Er smelled a hint of gunpowder. At first he thought it was the gunpowder smoke left over from the previous battle. He turned his head unconsciously and saw the sparks on the wall. He was horrified and kicked the old man. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He seemed to have some agility and actually grabbed Fang Er's feet. With a grim smile on his face, he said, "Ha! Stay here and be buried with my Zheng family." Fang Er tried to pull back quickly, but he didn't know that the old man was actually stronger than him. He held on tightly, and Fang Er couldn't pull back. The pillar on the side was also frightened when he saw this and punched the old man on the temple. The old man was hit in the vitals and fell straight to the ground. Fainting, Fang Er quickly withdrew his foot. Zhu and Zhao Hu lifted him up and ran up the stairs. "Get out! There's explosives down there." As soon as he came out of the rockery, Zhu shouted to the guard standing outside. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly ran out of Zheng's house. As soon as I walked out of the Zheng Mansion's gate, I heard a huge explosion. Then he was washed out onto the official road by the wind wave. Fang Er only felt someone hit him hard on the ear. When he came to his senses, he saw his Fang family guards staring at the direction behind him. Turning around, he saw that the entire Zheng family compound had been blown to pieces, and he couldn't help but feel horrified. These bastards, how much explosives have they buried right under their feet? Even the outer wall of the Zheng family compound is now covered with cracks. Damn it, if the amount was a little bigger, I would probably die here this time. Zhu Zi, check and see how the brothers are doing. Fang Er said to the pillar that was still holding on to him. Master, only a few brothers were injured, but they are not serious. They will be fine after a few days of rest. Zhu Zi walked around the crowd and came back to speak. That's good. Only then did Fang Er feel relieved. Chapter 75. Jieli's Army of 200,000. Looking at the Zheng family compound that had become a ruin, Fang Er felt a little unwilling. Damn, how much money would it cost to fill a treasure room with treasures? I took a step forward, walking carefully over the broken bricks and wood, and found the location of the rockery, I remembered. It had been blown into a big pit. Some gold, silver, and copper coins were scattered everywhere. The originally bright yellow gold and shiny silver were all fried into black. Some of them were even melted by the instantaneous high temperature of the explosion and turned into a black pancake. Damn it, that old man is really evil. How many explosives must he have buried underneath to make it look like this? Luckily, I ran away quickly. Zhu Zi followed Fang Er and said with fear when he saw the huge pit in front of him. The pit is over 100 square meters and 2 or 3 meters deep. Fang Er mobilized the forces of 40 people and searched for 2 whole days before he was able to gather the scattered properties together. In 2 days, many branches of the Zheng family received the news and came to find him, but they were all shocked by the power of muskets and artillery. In addition, the main branch of the Zheng family had been destroyed, and the branches of the Zheng family were afraid of being visited by Fang Er, so gradually no one came anymore. Only some common people looked on with envy as Fang Er and his men searched for valuables among the ruins. But looking at those black muskets and cannons, no one dared to come forward to grab them. The Zheng family, which was usually high and mighty and was looked up to by everyone, was reduced to ruins overnight. No one dared to offend Fang Er. All the valuables that could be found added together amounted to only a little over 100,000 taels of silver. The copper coins were not collected at all, and the ropes that strung the money together were all blown apart, flying everywhere. How much wealth must be buried underneath? These bastards. It's incredible. Zhao, who said stutteringly. Okay, that's all. Pack up and let's go home. Fang Er was very calm. The system sound never stopped for 2 days. All the gold and silver within 1 foot of his feet were converted into points by the system. He now earns more than 100,000 points in just 1 point. This does not even include copper coins because the system doesn't even look down on that stuff, which makes Fang Er a little depressed. After such a large-scale explosion, so much wealth can still be found. It has to be said that these wealthy families are really wealthy. More than 100,000 taels of silver may sound like a lot, but in fact it is not much when spread out among more than 40 people. Each person only has a few hundred taels, and a lot of it is gold. After taking the valuables, Fang Er led his men towards Chang'an. A large number of people flocked to the Zheng family ruins. In their eyes, the copper coins that Fang Er looked down upon were good things that could enable the whole family to live a well-off life. These people's treasure hunt lasted for a month, and many originally poor families began to live a good life and bought houses and land to become well-off. In Fangjiazwang, several children who were playing heard the sound of horse hooves coming from a distance. Soon they saw Fang Er and his guards appear at the entrance of the village, and they hurried back to the village to report the news. Xiaoqing's wound has completely healed, leaving only an unsightly scar. Since Fang Er left, she has been worried for the past few days, fearing that something bad might happen to Fang Er. Hearing the sound of horse hooves outside the farm, he hurriedly took Xiaowan out. As soon as he went out, he saw Fang Er and Zhu Zi dismounting at the door. Master! Xiaoqing hurried over to meet him. What's up? Did you miss me, Master, after not seeing you for a few days? Fang Er handed the horse to Zhu Zi, walked forward, and scratched Xiaoqing's nose with his index finger. Master, there are so many people here. It's so bad. Xiaoqing blushed when she saw Fang Er touching her in front of so many people. Haha, you're still shy. Okay, Zhu Zi, take some people to put the stuff in the warehouse, then go into the city to buy some meat and vegetables. We'll celebrate our success in the evening. After arranging the pillars, Fang Er walked into the yard. Xiaoqing and Xiaowan followed behind him. It took 5 or 6 days from departure to return. It's so hot today, and Fang Er feels like he's going to stink after not taking a shower for 5 or 6 days. I took a bath using the bath water brought by the servants. Sitting in the yard, enjoying the maid's massage, and eating the mung bean ice brought by Xiaoqing, Fang Er felt that the running around in the past few days was worth it. In the evening, a banquet was set up in the courtyard of the Fang mansion, and Huanyang was called back from Chang'an. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, and all kinds of dishes were served continuously. The drunken immortal wine, which was sold for 6 taels of silver per jar in Zuixianlou, was piled up into a small hill in the corner of the courtyard. Brothers, you have all worked hard these past few days. Come, let me toast to you. Fang Er stood up, picked up the wine glass, and spoke to the team members. It's not hard, respect to you, sir. Zhao, who took the lead, stood up, picked up the wine glass, and spoke to everyone. Cheers, young master. The others also stood up. Draught, draught, draught. Everyone drank the wine in their cups. Fang Er continued. This time, we have gained a lot. I have decided to give each person 5 taels of silver as a reward, and the wounded will each receive 10 taels. Go find Juzi to collect the money tomorrow, and the crops in the fields will be rent-free next year. Thank you, sir. When Zhao Hu and other guards heard Fang Er's words, they were instantly overjoyed. Although they got more than 100,000 taels of silver from the Zheng mansion, none of the team members who came from peasant backgrounds embezzled the money. They handed over all the property distributed to each person on the return journey. Haha, I got a cut on my butt. It was worth the 10 taels of silver. A standing team member pointed at his butt and said, Yes, I was also stabbed on the arm. 10 taels of silver is enough for me to marry a wife. 10 taels of silver. I can buy nice clothes for my parents, and my kids can eat meat. A group of wounded men were discussing what they could do with 10 taels of silver. The team members who only got 5 taels of silver looked at them with envy. Some people are thinking in their hearts that next time, they must get a wound back. I wonder if Fang Er would curse if he knew this. It was very lively here, and the news that the Zheng family was destroyed overnight also reached Li Er's ears. In the East Palace, Li Er was looking at the secret letter sent from below. Although he was very happy that Zheng family, one of the 5 surnames and 7 families, was destroyed, he became very interested in the weapon mentioned in the secret letter, which could kill people from 100 steps away and whose sound was as loud as thunder. Yuchi Jingda had led his troops for 7 days. Although he ambushed small troops several times and made some contributions, what followed was an army of more than 100,000, which turned into 200,000. This made him a little worried. He had just ascended the throne when he encountered such a thing. Could it be that God was not on his side? But the 2 weapons, one large and one small, mentioned in the secret letter seemed to give him hope. Chapter 76, Li Er inspects Fang Jiazwang. The next morning, Li Er, along with 2 guards and eunuch Deng, changed into casual clothes and quietly came to Fang Jiazwang. Mine is big, bigger than yours. You're bragging. That's right, it's not as big as mine. Look at my braised pork. It's a big bowl full of it, and it's much more delicious than chicken legs. A few naked kids at the entrance of the village were holding chicken legs in their hands, comparing whose was bigger. Another kid holding a bowl was showing off to them. Is the Li Er took a breath. Are the days in Fang Jiazwang so good? Looking at the greasy braised pork in the child's bowl and the plump chicken drumstick in his hand, eating these so early in the morning? Isn't this too damn luxurious? Li Er felt that he was about to drool. With full of doubts in his heart, he let eunuch Deng lead him to the gate of Fang Mansion. It's even worse here. In front of Fang's house, there were 2 tables with whole pots of chicken legs and braised pork on them. A group of half-grown children stood in front of the table with their bowls in their hands, craning their necks and waiting. Huanyang smiled and served them food with a spoon and asked from time to time whether they wanted chicken legs or braised pork. Li Er was even more surprised. I originally thought that those children just came from better-off families, but I didn't expect that they would be sent out for free. Is Captain Fang so rich? Are you guys here at Fang Family Manor for something? Huanyang saw Li Er and the others watching her serve food to the children without saying anything, so she came over and asked, We are here to look for Captain Fang Anji. Is he at home? Eunuch Deng stepped forward and replied, The young master is at home. Are you his friends? Huanyang looked at Eunuch Deng warily. Yes. Could you please take us to see him? My last name is Deng, and I am from the palace. Ah, you're from the palace. Huanyang put down the spoon in her hand and looked at Eunuch Deng with curiosity. Eunuch Deng felt a little uneasy when he was stared at by her, especially when Huan Yang's eyes were looking at his lower body and then at his neck. Finally, he said, "Oh, no Adam's apple. Okay, follow me." Huan Yang put down the spoon in her hand and took eunuch Deng into the Fang mansion. Li Er and the guards followed. Fang Er was squatting in the yard. When he heard footsteps, he looked towards the gate. It was not a big deal at first glance, but Li Er, who was following behind Huan Yang, scared him. I had been squatting for a long time, and my legs were sore, and I was so nervous that I sat down on the ground. "Emperor, don't be surprised. I have nothing to do these days, so I thought of coming to your Fang family manor for a walk. Get up quickly." Eunuch Deng hurried forward and helped Fang Er up. Fang Er stood up, patted the dirt off his butt, pointed to the table and chairs in the yard, and said to Li Er, "Your Majesty, please take a seat quickly. I'll get you something to cool you down. It's so hot. No need to do that. Please sit down too. I have something to ask you." Li Er sat down and pointed at the chair opposite him and said to Fang Er, "Thank you, Your Majesty. What do you want to ask?" "I received a secret report saying that you wiped out the Zheng family of Xinjiang overnight." Li Er looked at Fang Er with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty, you are not here to question me, are you?" Fang Er asked weakly. "Do you want me to come here in person to interrogate you? What I want to ask is that the secret report said that you used two weapons that have never appeared before, which can kill people from 100 steps away. Is this true?" Li Er looked at Fang Er expectantly. Just for this?" Fang Er said, "Yes, that's it. Right now, Jelly is very powerful. Jingda has led his army to set out for a few days, but no news has been sent back. Can those two things of yours be of use?" "Your Majesty, please follow me." Fang Er decided to take Li Er to the workshop and let him see the power of muskets and cannons with his own eyes. There were 5 people in the group. Fang Er led the way on horseback, while Li Er followed behind with his guards and eunuch Deng. Starting from Fangjiazwang, head east along the Longzhou Canal. On the Longzhou Canal, 3 large water wheels are constantly drawing water from the canal, which flows through bamboo tubes into the canals at the edge of the farmland. The farmers in the village then brought the water back to the fields to irrigate the crops. "Where did these 3 water wheels come from?" Li Er asked curiously. "Your Majesty, I had someone do this. If the crops in this field are not watered, they will die of drought. Now that they have been watered twice, they're almost ready for harvest. It is already the 8th month of the lunar calendar, and the fields are now planted with millet. After 2 consecutive waterings within a month, the millet seedlings that were almost dying have slowly recovered and sprouted ears of millet with grains inside, swaying back and forth with the wind." "How much does this water wheel cost?" Li Er asked. "I haven't calculated it carefully, but 2 taels of silver is enough." Fang Er really hadn't calculated the cost. Some of the materials were left by the original man named Ma, and some were bought by Yuchi. He never asked how much it cost, so he could only give a number casually. "How much land can this water wheel irrigate?" Li Er continued to ask. Fang Er was a bit embarrassed. He didn't care about this thing. After the water wheel was built, the farmers were using it. Looking around, I saw Old Man Ma weeding in the field, so I called him over. "Old Ma, this is the current emperor. How much land can our water wheel irrigate?" Your Majesty?" "I kowtow to Your Majesty." As Old Man Ma was about to kneel down, Li Er winked at eunuch Deng and helped him up. "No need to be polite. Tell me, how much land can this water wheel irrigate?" "Your Majesty, there are more than 1,300 acres of land on the farm, and 3 water wheels are working day and night. So far, in less than a month, the land has been irrigated twice." Old Man Ma lowered his head, not daring to look at Li Er, and answered the questions honestly. "Li Er, so the harvest should be good this year, right?" "Old Man Ma, it's not that good, but it just saved the harvest. This is all thanks to Master Fang. Otherwise, in this weather, the millet would have died of drought." Li Er nodded. The drought had already started, and people in the court had never stopped discussing the matter, but no one could think of a solution. This small village on the edge of Chang'an City actually solved the problem by itself, which made him happy. Leaving Old Man Ma to continue with his work, Li Er and Fang Er rode their horses towards the workshop. From a distance, you could see a large construction site where craftsmen are busy working under the scorching sun. "Anji, what are you planning to do with this massive construction project?" Li Er was very curious. On that day, standing still under the scorching sun was unbearable, but these craftsmen seemed to feel nothing. "I have given a guarantee to Wanyan County that the people of Yunmin Township will be safe from the disaster, but simply distributing money and food is not a solution. So I came up with this idea to get them to move, to exchange their physical strength for money and food, to provide for the family's food, clothing, and daily necessities. In addition, I plan to use this place as a workshop and do some small business in the future. Fang Er answered truthfully. Chapter 77. Er is very moved. I gave you an official position, but you didn't want to take it. Instead, you came to this remote place to build a workshop. Tell me, what kind of business do you plan to start? Er asked doubtfully. I have some ideas, but I need the emperor's approval. Otherwise, I am afraid I can't withstand the pressure from the noble families. But let's take a look at the two weapons first to see if they can satisfy the emperor. Fang Er said. When they arrived at the workshop, Zhao Hu and his colleagues were maintaining muskets and cannons. On the way back from Xingyang, Fang Er had specifically instructed them to clean the guns after use and wipe them with tung oil. Under the premise that he is not sure whether he can produce seamless steel pipes next time, Fang Er wants to extend the service life of this batch of muskets as much as possible. Sir, we are cleaning the muskets as you instructed. What are you doing? Seeing Fang Er and a few others riding towards him, Zhao Hu came over to ask for instructions. Nothing, just come over here and give me your gun. Just as Fang Er was about to introduce Er, he was stopped by him with a look. Zhao Hu took the gun from his back and handed it to Fang Er. This is one of them. It's called a musket. It uses the explosive power of gunpowder to shoot out the bullets inside. It can repel the enemy from 100 steps away. Once it forms a military formation, it is much more powerful than a bow and arrow. Fang Er handed it to Er and introduced it. Give it a try. Er looked at it over and over for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how to use it. Zhao Hu, we'll get a target. Since we're demonstrating to Er, it would be more intuitive to use a target. Soon, a wooden target was placed about 200 steps away. I asked Zhao Hu for gunpowder and bullets, and everything was ready. Fang Erping remained calm, picked up the rifle, aimed at the center of the target, and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. With a flash of muzzle fire, the copper bullet shot towards the bull's eye. Wang Yong, go and take a look. Er asked the guards to go over and check. Wang Yong nodded and ran towards the target quickly. There was a hole in the middle of the target caused by a musket, and the bullet went straight through the center of the bull's eye and no one knew where it went. He carried the target back and placed it in front of Er. His tilde tilde. Er took a breath of cold air. The power was beyond his expectations. A wooden board, as thick as a finger, was penetrated directly from a distance of 100 steps. If this were to happen on a battlefield, leather armor could be almost ignored within 100 steps. In this era, only the foreman was qualified to wear iron armor, while the sergeant wore leather armor, and ordinary soldiers mostly wore cotton armor. The cotton here refers to kapok, not cotton. The Tang dynasty adopted the phubbing system, which was based on the farmers' land sharing system. Phubbing were farmers who cultivated the land in peacetime, trained during the off-season, and joined the army to fight in wartime. Phubbing brought their own weapons and horses to fight, and there were Zechufu in the whole country that were responsible for the selection and training of phubbing. This is the reason why the soldiers go to the East Market to buy fine horses, the West Market to buy saddles and maces, the South Market to buy bridles, and the North Market to buy long whips. All weapons and equipment need to be provided by themselves. The same is true for the tribes on the grassland. The army is mostly composed of ordinary people. Those on horseback are soldiers, and those on dismount are civilians. In addition, iron materials are even more scarce on the grassland, so leather armor is the mainstream of the grassland army. Being able to penetrate armor from 100 steps away made Er very excited. When two armies faced each other, long-range attacks were mainly carried out with bows and arrows, but the effective killing range of bows and arrows was actually only about 70 steps. Beyond 70 steps, it was basically impossible to penetrate armor, even leather armor. Is this musket expensive? Er asked. This is the core issue. No matter how good a thing is, it is useless if it cannot be equipped to soldiers. It's mainly the materials, especially the barrel. It has to be made of at least 100% tempered steel. Otherwise, it will easily explode. Not only will you fail to defeat the enemy, but you will also cripple yourself. Fang Er spread his hands. Er weighed the musket in his hand, which weighed at least 10 pounds. It was like a splash of cold water on his head, and the excitement on his face disappeared in an instant. 100-fold steel is fine steel obtained after pig iron has been folded and forged hundreds of times. With the current level of technology, more than 10 kilograms of refined steel requires at least hundreds of kilograms of pig iron. This means that a lot of manpower and a lot of time are required. Captain Fang, I see that everyone in your group has a musket. I guess you can produce a large amount of tempered steel. Eunuch Deng was worthy of being the one serving Li Er. He saw the change in Li Er's expression at a glance and guessed the reason. There is no solution yet, but it should be solved soon. Fang Er replied, "This is the truth." He was originally planning to build a blast furnace for steelmaking. Once the blast furnace is built, it will be able to produce at least 1,000 kilograms of steel in one furnace. By then, no matter what he does, he will not worry about materials anymore. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Fang Er has been deeply touched by this these days. Anji, your workshop shouldn't just make farm tools, right? Otherwise, when you came here just now, there would be no need for you to ask for my approval, right? Li Er seemed to have realized something and asked Fang Er, "Your Majesty is wise. My plan is to make some farm tools first. One is to help the farmers on the farm improve their labor efficiency. Another purpose is to make something that can be exchanged for money. After all, my whole family needs to eat, right? That's all. You can't impress me," Li Er said with a smile. "Then, Your Majesty, what do you think of this musket?" Fang Er patted the rifle in his hand. "Oh, can you make a large number of them?" Li Er became interested. "As I said just now, we will be able to solve the problem of mass production of 100 refined steel in a few days. By then, we can hire some skilled craftsmen. I believe that it will not be difficult to manufacture a large number of muskets. Moreover, it's not just muskets. There are also cannons, which are much more powerful than muskets. I call them the gods of war. They are weapons that can influence the outcome of a battle. The god of war. The name alone made Li Er extremely excited and completely piqued his interest. Fang Er asked Zhao who to bring his men to push the artillery over. With the gun mount, the cannon, which was more than a person's height, looked particularly majestic. Li Er looked at the black muzzle, and then at the muzzle of the musket in Fang Er's hand. He suddenly felt as if the blood in his body was ignited. Such a small muzzle could penetrate armor from 100 steps away. It looked like a child could be stuffed in it. How powerful would it be if this shot was fired? Fang Er loaded the gunpowder and iron ball into the muzzle of the gun, looked around, and saw a small woods in the distance. He asked Zhao Hu for help, turned the muzzle of the gun, and aimed it at the small woods. "You'd better cover your ears. This is going to be very loud." Fang Er took out a fire starter, blew it up, and said to Li Er, "It's okay, just continue, I'll just watch." Since Zhao Hu and the others were all there, Li Er no longer called himself Jun, but changed it to Chapter 78, Li Er wants to collude privately. Fang Er did not persuade him anymore. This thing can only be deeply impressed by personal experience. He has his own plans. It is impossible to hand it over for nothing. What if someone uses a firearm against him? He does not have a bulletproof vest. The tinderbox lit the fuse. Squeak. The flame followed the kerosene-soaked fuse and quickly burned into the gun barrel. Boom. When the cannon sounded, Li Er only felt like a thunder explosion in his ears, and then he saw a black iron ball flying out of the barrel and hitting the grove hard. Then there was the sound of branches breaking and with chips flying everywhere. He wanted to go to the woods to see for himself, but was stopped by Eunuch Deng. "Your Majesty, no, let the guard go over and take a look." As Eunuch Deng spoke, he pointed at the muzzle of the cannon that was still pointing at the grove. Fang Er understood. Was he worried that he might be acting counterproductive? Well, since the artillery fire had already been launched, Zhao Hu and his men could just retreat. "Come on, Anji, let's go and take a look together." Li Er glared at Eunuch Deng and pulled Fang Er towards the woods. As soon as we reached the edge of the grove, we saw broken branches and fallen leaves all over the ground. There were several large trees that were so big that one person could hug them. The bark of the trees had burst and juice was dripping from the broken ends. This was the result of shells hitting the trees and then bouncing off to other trees. Looking at these, a picture appeared in Li Er's mind. When the two armies were facing each other, countless artillery pieces were aimed at the enemy and fired at the same time. The deafening sound of the artillery and the overwhelming artillery shells knocked the enemy to the ground and made them invincible. Which is easier to make, a cannon or musket? Li Er looked at Fang Er and asked, "Your Majesty, it is definitely easier to use a cannon, but it consumes too much iron. This cannon and the gun carriage below, it used more than 1,000 kilograms of fine steel. In this case, I guess you can't manufacture it in large quantities. Would you like to offer me a method to manufacture this cannon?" Li Er stared at Fang Er intently. This kind of killing weapon could only be in his hands and could not be made at will. Otherwise, if someone used a cannon at the Imperial Palace one day, It would be chilling to think about it. The manufacturing method has been written, but I'm afraid you will be angry if I tell you that I don't trust the Ministry of Industry. Fang Er never missed any opportunity to throw dirty water on the Ministry of Industry or put a label on it. You don't trust Dui Yang? Li Er asked with a smile. Your Majesty, why do you have to ask when you already know the answer? I trust Lord Du, but I can't say for the other lords. I don't think I have yet to investigate your affairs with the Zheng family in Xinjiang. How about this? You offer me the method to make it. I will pretend I don't know about what happened with the Zheng family. If they make a fuss, I will help you drag it over. Then you can deny it and let the matter be over. How about that? Li Er offered conditions in exchange for the method of manufacturing artillery. Your Majesty, there is also a share for the Chui family. Fang Er took advantage of the situation and bargained decisively. I have already had someone investigate the attack on your Fang mansion that day. It has nothing to do with the Chui family, so don't bother the Chui family. Otherwise, even if I don't care, the countless branches of these two families are not easy to mess with. If I really force them to attack you together, I will be powerless. Li Er said helplessly. The aristocratic families are like a group of parasites that suck blood from the country. It doesn't matter to them whether the country is named Yang or Li, as long as their interests are not infringed. But once they feel that those in power are going to take action against them, their counterattack will be extremely fierce. When it comes to the next step, it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. This is the century-old royal family and the 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Li Er himself came from a noble family and knew all of this very well. Then I will follow your Majesty's wishes. This is the method for making cannons. Your Majesty, please accept it. Fang Er thought for a while, accepted Li Er's conditions, took out a stack of papers from his arms, and handed it over. As early as when he was making the cannon, Fang Er knew that this thing could not be covered up, so he prepared these things early. And he dared to destroy the Zheng family. This was also a bargaining chip he left for himself. Sure enough, this bargaining chip is very useful. Even the head of a country played tricks on collusion with me for this thing. The manufacturing method was real, and Fang Er had no reservations at all. But it is hard to say whether the Ministry of Industry can produce the cannon according to the method. Sometimes, whether something can be accomplished has nothing to do with the method, but has a lot to do with the person who executes it. Then I will accept it. Apart from the Zheng family's affairs, do you have any unresolved issues? I will see if I can handle them for you all at once. Li Er took the paper from Fang Er and handed it to Eunuch Deng without even looking at it. There is one thing. Since the Emperor asked, I will tell you. My problem now is that I don't have a source of iron. Do you see this? Fang Erjian looked at Li Er with a smile. That's it? It's easy. Changsun Fuji's family is in the iron or business. When I get back, I'll ask the Queen to say hello for you. The Queen really liked the Chong Sam you gave her last time. Go find him later and tell him that I asked you to go. The matters concerning the cannons, muskets, and Fang Er iron materials were discussed in this way. Afterwards, Li Er took the information back to Chang'an City. Fang Er was very happy. With Li Er helping him to clean up the Zheng family's problems, he no longer had any worries. In addition, the source of iron materials has been solved, so we can do what we want from now on. After seeing Li Er off, Fang Er gathered Zhao Hu and the others together, arranged them to find materials that can be used to make refractory bricks. This is an essential material for building a steel-making blast furnace. The melting point of steel is over 1,500 degrees, and bricks made from ordinary clay cannot withstand such high temperatures. Common refractory brick materials in later generations are mostly made of quartz, kaolin, refractory clay, and other materials that can withstand high temperatures. Fang Er's psychological expectation is that kaolin and refractory clay are the first choice, because these two materials have good plasticity and can be made with the existing technical level. Zhao Hu and his men received an order from Fang Er and sent out 20 members, who set off on horseback. After arranging everything, Fang Er returned to Fangjiazwang. When we arrived at the entrance of the village, we saw from afar a large group of people gathered at the entrance of the village. Old Man Ma was standing on the stone mill at the entrance of the village and saying something to the crowd. Fangjiazwang really can't support so many people like you. Right now, we can only preserve the harvest from the fields. We are not as rich as you think. When he got closer, Fang Er heard clearly what Old Man Ma said. Chapter 79. Poor children grow up early. Old Ma, what's going on? Fang Er asked Old Man Ma. Master, these are refugees from nearby farms. I don't know who told them that there is no famine here, so they all came here to ask for some food. but you can see that there are too many people. I don't know what the harvest will be. I don't know if there will be more people like this coming in the future. I don't dare to make the decision. It just so happens that you are here. What do you think of these people? Old Man Ma got down from the stone mill, bowed to Fang Er, and explained. After listening to what Old Man Ma said, Fang Er turned his attention to the crowd. These people all looked pale and thin. When the children saw Fang Er's gaze, they quickly hid behind the adults. An old woman walked out of the crowd and knelt down in front of Fang Er. Sir, please be kind and save these children. We really can't survive. The ground is cracked, all the crops have died, and there is no surplus food at home. These children haven't eaten for several days. Please have mercy and give them some food. The old woman knelt on the ground and cried. Hurry up and get up and talk. Where did you come from, and how did you know there's food here? Fang Er stepped forward to help the old woman up. In reply to your question, we came from Zhangjiazhuang, 5 miles to the south. A few days ago, we heard that Fangjiazhuang was not affected by the drought, and the farmers were living well, with meat for every meal. That's why we came here together. We only asked for a bowl of porridge to fill our stomachs. Please have mercy on us, sir. The old woman didn't wait for Fang Er to come over to help her. She just bowed her head. As she knocked her head to the ground, other people who came to escape also knelt down and kowtowed to Fang Er. Please, sir, have mercy. Please give the child something to eat. Sir, I am willing to sell myself as a slave, just to let my child live. There was a cacophony of begging and crying, which made Fang Er feel extremely sad. Everyone, get up, follow me into the village, eat something first, and fill your stomach first. After Fang Er finished speaking, he picked up a little girl from the ground and walked towards the village. Hurry up and get up. The master told you to go into the manor to eat. Why don't you hurry up and follow him? Old Man Ma said to the people who were still kneeling on the ground. Thank you for your kindness, sir. After hearing this, these people kowtowed to Fang Er again before standing up and following. Old Man Ma looked at this scene, not knowing what he felt, but he understood that if Fang Er had not arrived, he might have been the same as these people now, fleeing with his family, just hoping to survive. In front of Fang's house, Fang Er called Huanyang over. The kitchen helpers at the restaurant have all grown up, and Huanyang no longer needs to keep an eye on them, so she stayed in Fangjiazhuang and became Fang Er's full-time cook. Huanyang, these people are all refugees. Cook some porridge for them and some eggs. Share them with others. Keep an eye on them. They've been hungry for a few days. Don't let them eat too much, otherwise it will cause problems. I see, young master. You are kind-hearted. If it were the old master Ma, he would not care about the lives of these people. Huanyang looked at the little girl in Fang Er's arms, and her tears were about to flow. She was so pitiful, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old, as thin as a monkey, with a dirty face and dry and yellow hair like a bunch of grass. She was not wearing clothes, but a piece of rag picked up from somewhere, which she just casually wrapped around her body, and you could see her high shoulder blades through the cloth. Okay, go get it done. Call the women on the farm to help, and arrange some more people to clean them. Give them the clothes that the people on the farm don't wear anymore. Come back to the mansion to get the money, and I'll consider you buying the clothes. Yes, I'll go right away. Huanyang nodded heavily. Soon, 3 large pots were set up in front of Fang's house, 2 of which were filled with porridge, and the other one was filled with eggs. It's not that Fang Er was stingy. He had heard from others that if a starving person found something to eat, he would really die from overeating if he didn't control his diet. Moreover, a person with a weak spleen and stomach couldn't eat anything too hard. He could only eat liquid food and wait until his body recovered a little before he could slowly make up for it. Just like a patient who has undergone surgery, he can only eat liquid food in the short term. This is because the surgery has damaged his vital energy and the 5 elements in the body are out of harmony. If he eats too much meat and fish, he will not be able to receive the nourishment and will instead have other problems. Under the arrangement of Old Man Ma and other people on the farm, the people fleeing famine sat at the gate of Fang's house, staring at the 3 large pots. As time passed, the water in the pots boiled, and the millet rolled back and forth in the pots, with a hint of sweetness emanating from the pots. A few thin children bravely walked to the pot from the crowd, and even drooled at the sight of the porridge inside. Child, don't be anxious. It will be ready soon. This rice is only delicious if it is cooked thoroughly. Come, have an egg first. The rice porridge is not ready yet, but the eggs are already cooked. Huanyang took a few eggs from the pot and handed them to the children. The children got the eggs and didn't care about the heat. They just held them in their arms and ran back into the crowd. Mom, come on, that kind lady gave me an egg. Eat it, and You won't be hungry anymore. A little child handed the egg to the woman who was almost fainting from hunger. The woman didn't take it and pushed it back. Bauer, eat it. Mom is not hungry. Then Bauer and Mommy can eat together. Bauer eats the egg white and Mommy eats the egg yolk. How about that? Bauer doesn't like egg yolks. Bauer endured the scalding temperature and peeled the egg bit by bit, took out the yolk inside, and handed it to the woman. It makes sense that children from poor families have to grow up early. They experience the hardships of life early on, and the pressure of survival forces them to mature early. Fang Er looked at the mother and son and felt extremely upset. Having traveled through time, he had never seen such a situation before. Such a sensible child. It makes people feel sorry for him. Master, the porridge is ready. Huan Yang scooped a spoonful of rice porridge from the pot with a spoon and took a look. The millet inside had been completely boiled into a bloom. Everyone, stand up and line up. Each person will receive a bowl of porridge and an egg. Children and women should go first. Fang Er said to the crowd. When the people on the ground heard Fang Er's words, they immediately stood up, with the children walking in front and the women following behind. The young and strong people behind also consciously let the old man line up in front. Take the bowls. There's enough for everyone. If you don't have enough, come back for more. There's plenty in the pot. Huan Yang held a spoon to scoop porridge, and another woman distributed eggs to them. The person who got the meal found an open space, squatted there, and started eating. They were so burned that they couldn't bear to spit out the porridge in their mouths, and a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 80. Fang Er plans to build a school. Mom, these eggs are so delicious, Bauer said to her mother, who had just returned from getting food. If it smells good, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll give it to you. Bauer's mother gave the egg in her hand to her son. Bauer doesn't want to eat anymore. Save it for dinner. Okay, mother. Okay, Bauer is so good. Bauer's mother held the bowl of porridge in one hand and gently stroked her son's hair with the other hand. Both mother and son smiled happily. After the meal, everyone took their bowls back consciously. Bauer's mother even led Bauer and several other women to help wash the dishes. Among the refugees, there were a few elderly men who walked up to Fang Er and knelt down straight. Thank you for the porridge. Several old men knocked their heads to the ground, catching Fang Er off guard. Hurry up, Zhuzi, pull them all up. Fang Er hurried forward to help them. Fellow fathers, what are you going to do next? Who knows? It's just hard for these children. They have to suffer with us. They can't go back home. If they go back, they will starve to death. The government can't provide food for disaster relief. God knows what to do. An old man beat his chest and stamped his feet and said to Fang Er, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In this case, Fang has an idea. What do you think? Fang Er thought about it and then said, Sir, please tell me. As long as we can survive, we will do anything you ask us to do. When these old men heard that Fang Er had an idea, they immediately looked at Fang Er expectantly. You have nowhere to go anyway, so why don't you stay at Fangja Manor? There are still some vacant houses on the manor. You can live there for now, and then build a new house when you have recovered your strength. The young and strong can work in our mansion. They will provide you with 3 meals a day and a monthly salary. It shouldn't be a problem to support your family. What do you think? Fang Erdeo. These people all came from nearby villages and were all within the territory of Yunmen Township. Since he had made a promise to the magistrate of Wanyan County, he had to do it. More people means more work. Fang Er's workshop is planned on a large scale, so only when there are people to use it can they make money and save more people. Sir, are you really willing to take in useless people like us? The old man looked at Fang Er in disbelief and asked, What do you mean by useless people? They're just used in the wrong place. Fang has a large business here and needs too many people. If you stay, you will be helping Fang. As long as you can do the work, Fang guarantees that you will not starve to death. Fang Er patted his chest and assured. Several old men's beards were shaking with excitement. Among the crowd were their sons and grandchildren. Almost the entire family came out together. Fang Er was willing to take them in, which was a huge favor to them. The grace of saving a life is like a rebirth. An old man was left behind to talk to the leader Fang Er, while the others went to inform the family members that they could stay. After a while, everyone knew that Fang Jiazwang was willing to keep them, and the treatment Fang Er offered was beyond their imagination. The crowd gathered towards Fang Er. After everyone came over, the old man took the lead and knelt on the ground again. Thank you, Master Fang. All of us in Zhangjia village, young and old, are willing to work like slaves for you in return for saving our lives. The old man knocked his head towards Fang Er. When he raised his head, there was blood on his forehead. The old man spoke loudly word by word, without caring about the blood flowing from his forehead. The others also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Er. "I am willing to work like a slave for you, sir, to repay you for saving my life." Fang Er was getting a little anxious. He found it hard to accept that these people would kneel down at every turn. "Everyone, stand up. Don't kneel casually in the future. We don't have such rules in Fangja Manor. You can only kneel to the heaven, earth, the emperor, your parents, and your teachers. No one else has the right to make you kneel. If anyone kneels casually in the future, don't blame me for kicking him out," Fang Er said to the people kneeling on the ground. After everyone got up, Fang Er asked Yuchi to take them to find an empty house in the village for them to stay. In the early Tang dynasty, due to years of war and disasters, almost every village had a large number of empty houses, and Fangjia village was no exception. Due to the tight time schedule, Fang Er only knew that they were from Zhangjiazhuang, 5 miles to the south, and knew nothing else. So when he asked Yuchi to settle them down, he also wanted to find out about their situation, which would also make it easier to arrange work for them in the future. "Master, there are 13 households with 47 people in total. 18 of them are young and strong, and the rest are the elderly, the weak, women, and children. How do you think we should arrange them?" After Yuchi came back, he found Fang Er, who was sitting in the yard enjoying Xiaoqing's massage, and reported the situation of the people in Zhangjiazhuang. "Those who can work will be assigned to the workshop to help the craftsmen. Forget about the children. By the way, how many children are there in our village?" Speaking of children, Fang Er thought of something. He came from later generations and knew the importance of education. He often saw children in Zhuangzi doing nothing but playing, which was a waste of their precious time. "Master, I haven't counted the number of children in the farm, but there should be about 10 to 20. It seems that every family has one." Yuchi was not sure either. He touched his head and said, "Then find a big house on the farm. If there is no suitable one, ask the workshop to send a few craftsmen to come and build one, set up a school, and teach them to read. It's not a good idea to do nothing all day. Go and notify those who have nothing to do to help. They're their own children, so they should be very active." Fang Er, although he has his own skills, if the workshop gets really busy in the future, he won't be able to handle it alone. It would be a good idea to take in some disciples while taking this opportunity. After Yuchi arrived at Zhuangzi and conveyed Fang Er's meaning, the whole village was on fire. Read? That is a qualification only rich people have. It is good to be poor in literature, but rich in martial arts. But you don't even have money to buy paper and pen. How can you study? Writing on the sand with a stick? Yes, but without a book, you can't read a book. Now Fangjiazhuang has a bright future. Life is getting better day by day, and Fang Er is generous. Almost every family has someone in the Fangjia Guards. In a month, they have taken more than 10 taels of silver. They wake up with laughter in their dreams. Who would have dared to imagine such a life in the past? Now that there is talk of building a school, they are even happier and happy for their own children. Wang Din in the Northern Song dynasty once said that all things are inferior except for reading, but learning has always been the way for the Han family to succeed. Although the Tang dynasty still mainly relied on the recommendation system, if one had knowledge, being a clerk was considered success. Even if you can't be a clerk, you can do some small business so that you won't get cheated by making mistakes in calculations. Chapter 81. Ambush Glen with Explosive Pack. Farmers rushed to report and share their joy. When the people of Zhang Zhuang's family who had just settled down heard that they also had a share, they all cried for joy and felt like they had gone from hell to heaven. Yuchi couldn't find a suitable house on the farm, so he called 2 craftsmen from the workshop. The craftsmen were all from nearby farms. When they heard that the refugees were being taken in and that a school was being built for the farmers' children, they asked if they could send their own children as well. Yuchi agreed very affirmatively. After all, it doesn't matter whether it's just one sheep or a flock of sheep, so I'm sure the young master will agree. The craftsmen also became excited. "I promised with all my heart that I would build a beautiful school." Yuchi selected a piece of land at the entrance of the village and asked the craftsmen to figure out how to build the school, and then went back to report to Fang Er. Fang Er, of course, welcomed the fact that the children of craftsmen also wanted to go to school. Heaven, earth, emperor, parents, and teachers are the most respected relationships in the tradition of the Chinese nation. No matter which dynasty, the teacher-student relationship is extremely reliable. Let Yuchi do it alone, and Fang Er started to think about how to produce the teaching materials. He is a top student, otherwise he would not have become the youngest 8th level worker. He can still clearly recall some basic things. I found some paper and charcoal and started writing the teaching materials. One by one, the pinyin and numbers flowed out from the tip of the pen and were written on the paper. Xiaoqing stayed by Fang Er's side, looking at what her young master had written on the paper, feeling a little confused. What is this, young master? Why are all these characters missing strokes? There were also those twisted and crooked ones that looked like ghost paintings, and she couldn't understand any of them. Master, why is the word you wrote different from the one in the book? Finally, Xiaoqing couldn't help it and asked. Her question confused Fang Er. Yes, this is all written in simplified Chinese characters, but traditional Chinese characters are used in this era. It seems that I need to find a Confucian scholar so that I don't have to deal with everything myself. Fang Family School is recruiting 2 Confucian scholars for enlightenment. Food and accommodation will be provided. The monthly salary is 5 taels of silver, and there will be 5 days of work and 2 days of rest. If you're interested, please contact Zuixianlou. Well, Fang Er looked at the notice he wrote and thought that this condition should be acceptable. Give this thing to a servant, take it to Chang'an City, and post it on the door of Zuixian Tower. Master, isn't this 5 taels of silver a month too much? The monthly salary of a county magistrate is not that high. Xiaoqing said with some concern. She was right. The salary of a 7th-ranked county magistrate in the Tang dynasty was about 25 taels of silver per year. Of course, there were some other benefits, such as grain, cloth, and official land, but all in all it would not exceed 60 taels of silver per year. The price offered by Fang Er was indeed very high for that era. That's nothing. What I'm worried about is whether we can recruit talented people. We can't hire incompetent people no matter how cheap they are. That would be misleading. Fang Er explained to Xiaoqing. The atmosphere in Fang's house became lively, and everyone's face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Yuchi Jingda and his son, who were far away in Jingzhou, were also extremely happy. Since they set out from Chang'an, they have been using guerrilla warfare to block the vanguard of Jie Li's army, because they have fewer troops. This time it was in a small valley. The valley is about 2 miles long and 30 to 50 meters wide. There are mountains on both sides with rugged rocks. Some bamboos and trees stubbornly take root in the cracks of the rocks and survive. As soon as he arrived here and looked at the terrain in front of him, Yuchi Baolin remembered what Fang Er once said. Explosive packs are most suitable for ambushes. So he asked his soldiers to bury the explosives on both sides of the valley, connected the explosives together with fuses, and covered them with bamboo tubes, which were then covered with a layer of sand and gravel to serve as a disguise. After doing all this, Yuchi Jingda and his troops ambushed at one end of the valley, while Yuchi Baolin led a small group of troops to attract the enemy. As for the Jie Li army, they were also really angry after being attacked by Yuchi Jingda and his men for several consecutive days. The vanguard was led by Jie Li's uncle Glenn, who led his 5,000 men towards Huading. The valley guarded by Yuchi Jingda was the only way they could pass through. Yuchi Baolin and his soldiers galloped for less than an incense stick of time and came face to face with Glenn. It was Yuchi Jingda who attacked them. They're the kind who run away when they can't win. Pass the order down. Send the whole army forward and kill them all. Don't spare a single one. Tonight I, Glenn, will sleep with a Han woman in my arms in Huading. Glenn, who was wearing leather armor, pointed at Yuchi Baolin with a whip and said to his messenger, "The general has given the order. The entire army must attack." The messenger ran back and forth in the team, holding the command flag, conveying military orders. 5,000 soldiers and horses, following military orders, accelerated towards Yuchi Baolin and his men. Withdraw. Upon seeing this, Yuchi Baolin hurriedly led his troops to retreat towards the valley. He only brought 500 men with him, but Glenn had 5,000 men. If they started fighting, it would probably be impossible to even cause a splash. Yuchi Baolin led 500 men and galloped in front, followed by 5,000 grassland troops led by Glenn in hot pursuit. When they reached the valley where the explosive packs were buried, Yuchi Baolin went straight through the valley. Glenn had no idea that his relentless pursuit would bring him disaster. Ignition! After leaving the valley, Yuchi Baolin directly gave the order to the soldiers guarding the valley entrance to set fire. 2 fire lighters were used to light the explosive packs on both sides of the valley. Then the soldier who lit the fire retreated quickly. Boom! Boom! The explosive pack made a loud bang, followed by a ground-shaking movement. On both sides of the valley, explosive packs exploded one after another, scattering debris everywhere. Glenn had just chased Yuchi Baolin out of the valley when he was stunned by the sudden noise. The 5,000 troops behind him were all blocked in the valley. The ruthless explosives blew up rubble, which hit the soldiers' bodies and made bloody holes. Larger rocks rolled down from both sides of the valley and smashed the people into pieces. The soldiers who were closer to the explosive pack were blown away by the blast, and some were blown into pieces. An arm belonging to an unknown person fell from the sky and landed in front of Glenn. Flutter! Glenn spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Yuchi, I will fight you to the death. Retreat. After making such threats, Glenn led his men to retreat directly, as he was afraid that there might be another ambush ahead. Yuchi Jingda, outside the valley, was also dumbfounded. He knew the power of gunpowder and had seen Fang Er demonstrate it with his own eyes. But he never expected that this thing would be so powerful when used on a large scale to ambush. It was as terrifying as a dragon turning over. Chapter 82. Wild Bull Ashinasimo. Kill. Capture Glenn alive, and you'll be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Yuchi Jingda was indeed a famous general. Looking at Glenn, who was scared to the point of vomiting blood, he directly gave the order for a general attack. 3,000 soldiers mounted their horses and rushed towards Glenn. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Glenn panicked, turned his horse around, and headed back into the valley with the remaining soldiers. There was no choice as the exit of the valley was blocked by Yuchi Jingda, so we had to go back. Glenn fell heartbroken as he walked the more than 2 miles of mountain road. There were corpses and body parts everywhere. What made him feel even more powerless were the soldiers who were injured but not dead. They were wailing on the ground, holding their wounds or body parts, begging their comrades to kill them. Glenn was unable to save them because Yuchi Jingda and his troops were chasing him closely from behind. He really couldn't understand how it could have turned out like this in less than half an hour. After finally escaping from the valley, Glenn looked back, which made his heart bleed even more. There were a total of 5,000 troops, but now there were less than 1,000 people following him. Withdraw. Glenn whipped the horses but hard with the whip and fled towards the Jieli army with the remaining troops. Yuchi Jingda and Yuchi Baolin felt indescribable joy when they saw the countless dead and wounded enemy soldiers in the valley. No one on our side was injured, and just a few explosive packs brought such great achievements. It has to be said that this is simply a miracle. Dad, this explosive pack that Brother Fang made is really useful. How many do we have left? Yuchi Baolin asked his father. Yuchi Jingda was not sure either, so he turned and looked at his military officer. The military officer's surname is Zhou, and his name is Dajiang. He followed the heir together with Yuchi Jingda. Over the years, he and Yuchi Jingda fought in all the battles, big and small. Generally, matters such as logistics are handled by military officer Zhou. General, we brought 3,000 explosive packs this time. We used 800 in the ambush just now, so we still have more than 2,000. When Zhou Dajiang saw Yuchi Jingda looking at him, he hurriedly reported, 2,000 of these good things are enough for now. However, we should send someone back to Chang'an and ask the Ministry of Works to send some more in case of emergency. Yuchi Jingda said, yes, I'll do it right away. 50 miles away from Jingzhou is Jieli's tent. Report, Khan. A soldier came in from outside the tent shouting, fuck you, I'll do it myself. Glenn, looking disheveled, followed him into the tent and kicked the soldier, causing him to fall. The soldier got up embarrassedly and stepped aside. General Glenn, please don't be rude. Military affairs have their own rules. How can you behave like this? Jieli sat in the middle of the big tent and was very dissatisfied with Glenn's behavior. Jieli, it's not that I don't know the rules. It's just that the matter is urgent and I don't have time to wait for him to inform you. Glenn picked up the wine glass from the low table in front of Jieli and drank it all. What's so urgent? Aren't you leading the way? Is there any movement from Li Shimin's side? Jieli asked Glenn. Some time ago, Li Shimin sent Yuchi Jingda to Jingzhou. He has been sending troops to harass my vanguard army these days. I am very annoyed. Today, I ran into his son. How can I let him go? So I led the vanguard to chase after them, but unexpectedly, we were ambushed by the Tang army in a valley and suffered heavy casualties. Please, Khan, send me more troops. I must take Yuchi Jingda's head to vent my anger. Glenn told his story in a vexed manner. What? Heavy casualties? To what extent? Jieli couldn't quite believe it. I don't know what that old man Yuchi did. He ambushed on both sides of the valley. When I led my troops through, there was a sudden loud noise in the valley, followed by a ground-shaking movement, flying sand and rocks. More than half of my 5,000 vanguard troops were killed in an instant. Please send troops to me, Khan. The old man Yuchi and his son must not have gone far. If I go there now, I can still catch up with them. I want to avenge this valley. Glenn was so angry that he threw the cup in his hand to the ground. Ha ha! I didn't expect that you, Glenn, would have such a day. There were also some leaders of other tribes sitting in the big tent. When they saw Glenn's expression and told him about the disastrous defeat, several leaders who were usually at odds with Glenn burst into laughter. Fuck you. Try to laugh again and I'll kill you. Glenn blushed, drew the sword from his waist, and chopped the low table in front of the man. Glenn, don't go too far. I respect you as the Khan's uncle and give you some face. Do you really think I, Ashinasimo, am afraid of you? How dare you, a defeated general, shouted others in the Central Army tent. Ashinasimo slammed the table, stood up from his kneeling position, pointed his finger at Glenn's nose, and said, You. Glenn was hit in a sore spot by what he said. He pointed the tip of the knife at Ashinasimo, his hands shaking constantly, and he didn't know how to refute. Glenn, shut up. You failed in the first battle and ruined the morale of our army. How dare you act so recklessly here? From now on, you will take care of the army's food and fodder. Jieli drank to Glenn. He has never been satisfied with Glenn, who always thinks he is his uncle and often does things that are disrespectful to him. This time, on the pretext of military defeat, he was sent to the logistics department, which meant that out of sight, out of mind. Great Khan, General Glenn has fought in many battles and made outstanding contributions. Please calm down, Great Khan. Someone stood up and pleaded for Glenn. Hold on and shut up. Merits are merits. Faults are faults. No one is allowed to plead for him. Jieli showed no mercy and shouted at Jishir Silly, who stood up. Great Khan, I am your uncle. Why are you helping these outsiders like this? Glenn stared at Jieli with his eyes wide open and asked in disbelief. Shut up. All of you here are my brothers from the grassland. How can you say we are outsiders? Come on, drag Glenn out. If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for punishing you by military law. Two soldiers came in from outside the tent and carried Glenn out of the tent. Seeing that Jieli had killed all his uncles, the other tribal leaders dared not make trouble anymore. Now that the Tang army knows our whereabouts, what do you think? Tell us. Jieli knelt on the cushion and said while looking at the people in front of him. Khan, in my opinion, we should just kill them. I heard that Luo has rebelled recently, and Li Shimin has no time to care about us. We should take this opportunity to attack Chang'an and capture Li Shimin. Then when you, the Khan, sit on the throne, we can also benefit from it, right? Ashinasimo was the first to speak. This guy's opinion is worthy of his muscular body. Because of the hot weather and the fact that the fight hasn't officially started yet, this guy didn't even wear armor. He was shirtless with a body full of tendons, like a bull. Chapter 83. The Turks attack Chang'an City. Great Khan, I think it is better to clarify the situation first. Another tribal leader came out and said. After he said this, the big tent fell silent. Oh shit, forget about it. Unimidin, why didn't you remind me just now to quickly get Glenn back? Jieli slapped his forehead and thought, damn it, he was so mad at Glenn and Ashinasimo that he kicked them out without even asking about the military situation clearly. You didn't allow me to talk just now. Unimidin said aggrievedly. Among so many leaders present, he had the smallest power. Jieli even scolded Jishir Silly. No one else said anything, so how could he dare to speak out? It was only after seeing Jieli asking that he dared to speak. Jieli was speechless. How honest. Soon, Glenn was caught up. Great Khan, please don't let me feed the horses. I can't do that. As soon as Glenn entered the tent, he began to cry again. Shut up. Tell me how many soldiers Yuchi has and what their armaments are like. Jieli was already feeling depressed, and after hearing his howl, he became even angrier. Glenn's face flushed red. He thought Jieli had changed his mind and wanted to spare him, but he didn't expect that he actually brought him back to ask about military intelligence. Speak now. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jieli shouted and urged him. Reporting to the Khan, there are only about 3,000 of them, and they look like elite troops. Glenn replied quietly with a blushing face. It is a shame that 5,000 people were defeated by 3,000 people. What? Only 3,000 people? You, a veteran general with 5,000 vanguard troops, were defeated by Yuchi Jingda's 3,000 troops? Did you drink too much? Or did you spend too much time on women? After hearing what Glenn said, Jelly instantly became furious. He picked up the wine jug on the coffee table and smashed it hard at Glenn's feet. Ha ha! Did I hear you right? 5,000 people were mostly wiped out by 3,000 people, and you still had the nerve to yell at me. Ashinasimo was so happy that he knelt down and laughed. Khan, listen to me. I don't know what that old Yuchi did to ambush me in the valley. The whole valley was like a dragon turning over. As soon as I led my men in, the ground shook and mountains shook. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. It was unjust that I was defeated. Glenn lay on the ground and cried to Jelly. Nonsense. How can human power do such a thing? You must have made up a lie to excuse yourself. Ashinasimo seemed to have caught Glenn's handle and added fuel to the fire. Okay, take him down. Jelly waved to the soldiers at the door. In his opinion, just as Ashinasimo said, Glenn was making excuses for himself. What the hell is this earth dragon turning over? Why didn't we feel anything at all in the big tent? Great Khan, I am not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask my soldiers. 2 soldiers dragged Glenn out of the tent, but his voice could still be heard from outside. Go away. Get away. I don't want to see you again. Veins bulged on Jelly's forehead. It's so easy for a vanguard general like you to collude with your own soldiers. Do you think Ben Khan is stupid? The art of war is to use both real and fake tactics. In my opinion, the number of troops that could be assembled in Chang'an should be less than 30,000. Speed is of the essence. Once Chang'an is captured, you will have as many beauties and valuables as you want. Jelly announced his intentions. The Khan is wise. I am willing to be the pioneer. We will take Chang'an City in 7 days. Ashinasimo asked for a fight. No, I will only give you 5 days. Before Li Shimin wakes up from his dream, my troops should be directed there to scare the Tang army in Chang'an out of their wits. Jelly Dao, I obey the decree. Ashinasimo accepted the military order. The rest of the troops, go down and prepare. We will move out in an hour. I obey the decree. All the tribal leaders in the tent stood up and saluted. After Yuchi Jingda and his soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, they marched into Jingyang in a mighty manner. The next day, just after daybreak, a military report came in saying that Jelly's army was approaching and was less than 5 miles away from Jingyang. Come on, beat the drums, prepare for battle. Yuchi Jingda did not take off his armor at night, for fear of Jia Li's night attack. He went up to the city wall with a horse lance and double maces on his back. Although it was not a horse battle, an inch longer is an inch stronger, and long weapons still have an advantage when defending a city. As drums sounded, soldiers gathered towards the city walls. Mao Laosan led his men to guard the eastern city wall. Zhou Ketujiang led 500 men to guard the western wall. Zhao Dezhu led 500 men to guard the southern city wall. The rest of you, follow me and guard the northern wall. Yuchi Jingda gave orders to the gathered soldiers one by one. I obey your command. The 3 soldiers received the order, gathered their troops, and rushed to the other 3 directions to arrange defenses. With only 3,000 soldiers defending the city and 200,000 soldiers attacking it, they all felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. Fortunately, Yuchi Jingda did not issue an order that if the city survived, the people would survive, but if the city fell, the people would die. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether these people could survive until tomorrow. Yuchi Jingda was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have forced Li Er to kill Li Jianxing. All the generals returned to their positions. Rolling stones and battering rams had been prepared since they learned that Jelly was heading south. 20,000 laborers gathered in the city and kept carrying them to the city walls. The soldiers got busy and directed the laborers to stack the city defense equipment. After 5 miles and 2 incense sticks of time, Jelly's army had already arrived at the city. When the number of soldiers exceeds 10,000, there is no end in sight. Looking over from a city wall, one side was filled with a sea of heads, stretching all the way to the end of the site. Yuchi Jingda did not consider defending Jingyang. All he thought about was killing more enemies and delaying more time to leave room for Chang'an to transfer troops. Take the arrow and think hard. Lead 30,000 soldiers and attack the east. Ashinasimo, lead 30,000 troops and attack the west. Yanimidin, lead 30,000 troops to attack the south. Lin, he is committing a crime. Led 50,000 troops and attack from the front. After arriving at the city of Jingyang, without any rest, Jie issued the order to attack the city from all sides. As ordered by the Khan, the 4 tribal leaders took orders and headed to their respective positions with their men. Beat the drums. Attack the city. When the 4 teams had arrived at their positions, Jie gave the final instructions to the drummer. Boom, 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 boom. Kill. The rhythmic sound of war drums sounded, and the Turkic soldiers, with great momentum, rushed towards Chang'an City with their weapons raised. The enemy is coming. Get ready to defend. Yuchi Jingda pulled the lance off the bricks and said to the soldiers, Archer, release your arrow. When the Turkic soldiers were about 100 steps away from the city wall, Yuchi Jingda gave orders again. Swish, 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 swish. A rain of arrows shot up into the sky and shot toward the Turkic soldiers. Chapter 84. Confused Jie Khan. Raise your shield. Seeing arrows being shot from the city, Lin Hafan took the shield from his back and held it on his head, while moving closer to the city wall without stopping. Yuchi Baolin held the crossbow given to him by Fang Er and used the 4-fold scope to look for the Turkic soldiers who were worthy of his attack. There were only 10 arrows along with the crossbow, so they could not be wasted easily. Figures flashed in the 4-fold mirror, and 3 or 2 soldiers attacked the city wall with shields. From his perspective, the shields were connected together, and there was almost no angle for shooting. But they were just insignificant little soldiers. Suddenly, a guy wearing fine steel armor, alone with a shield on his head and holding a mace, appeared in his quadruple mirror. This guy is obviously a brave general. The mace weighs at least 100 pounds, and not everyone can wield it. Closer and closer. As the soldiers advanced, a gap appeared between the shields. Yuchi Baolin pulled the trigger decisively. The 3-edged arrow whizzed out from the crossbow. Lin Hafan, who was holding a shield under the city, tripped over a stone, his body swayed, and the shield on his head also swayed. At this moment, a triangular arrow suddenly shot over from the city wall. Before Lin Hafan could steady himself, the sword pierced through his neck and nailed the man behind him in the chest. Ugh! Lin Hafan let go of the shield in his hand and covered the hole on his neck tightly with both hands, hoping to slow down the bleeding. But it was of no use. Hot blood gushed out from his neck. A moment later, Lin Hafan fell heavily to the ground with his eyes wide open. He didn't even know where the arrow came from until his death. General, the general is dead. It's bad. Retreat quickly. The general is dead. When the soldiers around him saw that their general was shot to death by a hidden arrow, they shouted in horror. When he shouted, the attacking Turkic soldiers stopped and looked over here. Lin Hafan fell to the ground, blood still gushing out of his neck. The soldiers panicked and turned around and fled back to where Jie was. What's going on? Jie was looking forward to one of the 4 powerful attacks that would allow him to capture Jingyang in one fell swoop. The soldiers who were frightened and retreated made him furious, and he asked the people around him, I don't know either. I'll go and ask. A general beside him stepped forward, grabbed a soldier, and asked about the situation. Great Khan, Lin Ameng was shot dead by a crossbow arrow. The soldiers lost their backbone and panicked, so they retreated. When Jie heard this, he found it unbelievable, but is not unacceptable. There will always be casualties in war. If there are deaths, he can only blame it on bad luck. Kwaisi, you go, gather the soldiers and attack back immediately. Jie said to the general. Jida Kwaisi took the order and rode out from Jie's side, shouting to the soldiers who were still retreating. There are only 3,000 Tang soldiers. Follow me to attack the city. Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy. The first to reach the top of the city will be rewarded with 10 Han women and 100 taels of gold. Holding the arrow, Kwaisi gathered his soldiers and attacked Jingyang City again. Baolin, where did you get the bow and crossbow? Before Yuchi Jingda could make a move, he saw his son holding a small bow and crossbow that he had never seen before and shooting down an enemy general from a distance of 70 or 80 steps. So he asked curiously, Dad, this was given to me by Brother Fang. It's really useful. The one I shot dead just now should be a leader, right? Yuchi Baolin was obviously trying to take credit from his father. It's a leader. Don't be careless. They're attacking again. Be careful. Being a blacksmith by birth, he was very interested in the small crossbow, but as he watched the enemy attack again, he could only suppress his curiosity. The Turkic soldiers once again came within 100 steps, and Yuchi Jingda once again ordered his men to shoot arrows. The Turkish soldiers also raised their shields. But from time to time, there were still unlucky people who got shot and fell to the ground. Yuchi Baolin continued to search for valuable targets among the enemy. This time he targeted Kuai Si, who was wearing more obvious clothing, but he missed him after shooting 3 arrows. Kuai Si, who was holding the arrow, guessed that there were sharpshooters on the Tang army side, so he kept changing his position back and forth while approaching the city wall. Shoot! When they were only about 60 steps away from the city wall, Deacon Kuai Si gave the order. They were attacking the city, so they had to shoot upwards. If the arrows were too far away, they would not be able to reach the city wall. Only if they were within 60 steps could they hurt the soldiers on the wall. The shield created a gap, and the Turkic archer quickly drew his bow, an arrow, and released the bowstring. It was an absolute rain of arrows, tens of thousands of arrows, shooting towards the top of the city. Yuchi Jingda shouted loudly, "Get down! Be careful of arrows!" The soldiers on the city wall looked at the flying arrows and quickly squatted behind the battlements of the city wall. The Turkic soldiers took advantage of this wave of arrows to cover themselves and quickly approached the city wall. There is a 20-meter wide moat between 10 and 30 meters outside the city, but due to the drought, there is not much water left. When they reached the moat, the Turkish soldiers threw bags of sand into the moat. After the bags covered the water, they jumped in and climbed to the bottom of the opposite city wall, stepping on the bags of sand. As soon as Yuchi Jingda looked out from behind the parapet, he saw a ladder on the parapet in front of him. He simply picked up the lance and pushed it back. The ladder was knocked over by the horse lance, and the Turkic soldiers who were still climbing on it were smashed heavily below. But more and more ladders were put up. Explosive pack. Blow up these wolf cubs to death. Yuchi Jingda took out a pack of explosives from behind him, lit it on a torch, and threw it out of the city. The soldiers followed suit, lighting fires and throwing explosive packs. For a while, there were constant explosions outside the city, and even the city walls were shaking slightly. Yuchi Jingda was so busy throwing explosives that he didn't even bother to tell the soldiers to take it easy. In just a short while, thousands of explosive packs were thrown down. The broken porcelain pieces in the medicine bag flew everywhere. Ordinary soldiers wearing leather armor had no chance of defending against it. Those who were close to the enemy were killed directly by the explosion. Those who were a little further away were in a miserable state. They were hit by the porcelain pieces and turned into blood gourds. They could not die in a short time and fell to the ground wailing. The results are remarkable. The city walls were crowded with Turkic soldiers, who brought the lethality of the explosive packs to the extreme. Thousands of people died or were disabled. The Turkic soldiers who were attacking the city were completely confused by this sudden change. Everyone was so scared that they just stood there. As far as they know, there has never been such a weapon. In an instant, tens of thousands of people were gone. Jelly in the back was also confused. At that moment, he really felt the earth shaking. Chapter 85, Jia Li Khan Goes to Battle. It took me a while to come back to my senses. Glenn wasn't lying. The Tang army really has a secret weapon. The Turkic troops attacking in the other 3 directions were also bombarded with explosive packs. Jelly looked at the soldiers who were frightened out of their wits by the explosive packs and reluctantly gave the order to withdraw. Ding, 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 ding. A gong sounded. The Turkic soldiers under the city seemed to have heard the sound of nature. They dropped their weapons one by one, fearing that they would run too slowly, and ran backwards with all their might. For a moment, it was chaotic and noisy, as if sheep were being let out to rest. As a result, some wounded soldiers and some soldiers who unfortunately tripped were trampled to death by their own people. The 4 tribal leaders, Ashina Simo, Jishur Sili, Yanimidan, and Jishur Kuai Si, all stood in front of Jelly with fear on their faces. Great Khan, we can't attack this city. The thing thrown by the Tang army is too powerful. One can kill a group of soldiers. Why don't we retreat? Yanimidan looked at Jia Li's face carefully and said nervously. On the way here, he met Jishur Sili, who forced him to speak first to persuade Jia Li to withdraw his troops. Coincidentally, he also had this idea. In the tribe that followed Jia Li to the south, he was just the last one. Even if he won, he wouldn't get much benefit. If he lost, he would lose even his little fortune. He wished he could retreat back to the grassland, herd sheep and horses during the day, and hug his wife and make babies at night. It was much more exciting than fighting against the Tang army. How many men did you lose? Jelly asked expressionlessly, but his heart was bleeding. Khan, we have lost more than 6,000 soldiers. Ashina Simo said, gritting his teeth. Khan, I have more than 4,000 troops here. Yanimidin was a little unconfident. He didn't try his best during the siege, so the damage caused by the explosive packs could be said to be the least. Khan, I have suffered 8,000 casualties. Zhisher also said while gritting his teeth. Great Khan, of the 50,000 soldiers on my side, only less than 20,000 have retreated. Kwai Si, who was holding the arrow, stuck the long sword in his hand into the ground in hatred. Jelly was also a little panicked at this time. 140,000 soldiers besieged the city and attacked it, but more than 40,000 men were killed before they even reached the top of the city walls. When did the Tang army become so terrifying? But he was unwilling to retreat back to the grassland. Er had just ascended the throne. The political situation was unstable, and Luo Yi was rebelling. This was such a rare opportunity, but that was it. If Er is given time to develop stably, then how many more years can he roam around on the grassland? We can't retreat. If we retreat this time, we will never have another chance to go south. Li Shimin has just ascended the throne. Once he stabilizes the situation, plus what happened just now, if he attacks the grassland, where can we run? Therefore, this battle must be fought, and we must win. Moreover, that thing is incredibly powerful, and it must be difficult to manufacture. I have never seen the Tang army use it before, so there must be a small number of them. Fight another wave. Gather all the troops and attack one side. This Khan will personally go into battle. Jelly issued orders to the tribal leaders. These people had already considered retreating, but after hearing what Jelly said, they all understood their current situation. Jelly was right. Once the Emperor of the Central Plains gained power, he would like to fight on the grassland. The martial arts of Fin Glangjiu were too tempting for the southern barbarians. An hour later, Jelly, riding on his warhorse, faced the Turkic soldiers, drew his sword, and issued a pre-war declaration. Comrades, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty betrayed his father and killed his brother. This is intolerable. Even his general Luo Yi rebelled against him. How can he have the right to rule the Central Plains? The grasslands are poor, the Central Plains are rich. All the soldiers, follow me to capture this city. Point your sword at Chang'an and capture the Emperor of Tang in the future. Everyone will be rewarded. Han women are beautiful, and Han land is rich in food. These will all belong to us in the future. Now, follow me to attack the city and take it. The first one to reach the top of the city will be rewarded with 100 beauties and 1,000 taels of gold. Follow me to kill. After saying this, Jelly took the lead, followed by the tribal leaders, and they attacked Chang'an City again. Damn it, these guys are not going to let us be quiet. Yuchi Baolin had just caught his breath when he saw the dark mass of Turkic troops attacking again and could not help but curse. This is a war. You think this is a game? I told you to be quiet and prepare for defense. When Yuchi Jingda heard what he said, he kicked him directly. Since the moat had been filled last time, after several rounds of shooting between the two sides, the Turkish soldiers once again reached the city under the cover of bows and arrows. Jelly and several tribal leaders fell behind at some point. The two brothers Zhisher and Zhisher Kwai Si looked at each other. Everything was said without words. They secretly pulled the horse's speed, slowing down a bit. No one who can become a leader is a fool. They would never attack the city themselves until they were sure that the Tang army had used up all its explosive weapons. Yuchi Jingda watched the Turkic soldiers below the city climb up one by one like ants, putting ladders on the top of the city walls. But there were no Turkic soldiers going around on the left and right sides. It's bad. The Turks are concentrating their forces to attack one side. But he did not dare to withdraw the garrisons on the other three directions of the city walls, for fear that this was a plot of the Turks. Explosive pack. He could only use explosive packs to clear the area again. But this time, only 100 or so were thrown out, and then it failed. The explosive packs are used up. Jelly was overjoyed when he saw that no more explosives were thrown from the top of the city wall. Zhisher Kwai Si, Zhisher Li, lead the troops to attack. The Tang army should have used up that thing. Jelly turned around and saw the two brothers who had been left at the back without him noticing, so he directly ordered his generals to attack. The two brothers had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush to the city wall with their troops and climb up. As the explosive packs were used up, Yuchi Jingda's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Without the explosive packs, we have only 3,000 people to defend the city against 200,000 people. No, now there are only 160,000. But there is no hope at all. The worry flashed across Yuchi Jingda's face, but did not escape his son's eyes. Dad, did you forget that there is one thing you haven't used yet? Yuchi Baolin spoke up to remind him. What? Yuchi Jingda asked in confusion. Mongolian grenade. Yuchi Baolin took out a Mongolian grenade from his waist, lit the fuse, and threw it out of the city. Yuchi Jingda slapped his forehead and shouted to the defenders on the city wall, "Grenade!" The servants carried boxes from the city to the city wall. When Yuchi Jingda led his troops out to harass the Turkic army, he found that this thing was not as easy to use as he had imagined. When fighting in the field, both sides were mobile, and it was impossible for them to stand there waiting to be knocked out. So they just brought explosives and placed the Mongolian grenades in the city. After a long time, they actually forgot about it. The wooden boxes were opened one by one, and rows of Mongolian grenades were neatly placed inside. There were hundreds of them in one box. There were dozens of wooden boxes in total. Chapter 86. Victory news from Jingyang reached Chang'an. The Tang army soldiers covered their mouths and noses with cloth strips, picked up the Mongolian grenades one by one, lit them, and threw them off the city wall. The Turkic soldiers were frightened at first and caused quite a commotion. Some of the timid ones even jumped directly off the ladders. But after a while, he found that the things thrown out this time were different from the previous 2 times. Not only were they smaller in size, but they also made no sound. Only wisps of white smoke were emitted. Everyone immediately felt relieved and rushed to the top of the city wall, shouting. Yuchi and his sons led their soldiers in a difficult resistance, waiting for the knockout drug to take effect. Soon, the drug took effect, and the Turkic soldiers who were still climbing up the ladders fell down one by one like dumplings. The soldiers below also fell to the ground in all directions. The 2 brothers Zhishir Sili and Zhishir Kwai Si could not escape either. When they felt dizzy, they guessed what the Tang army had thrown down this time and fell to the ground with horror on their faces. Jelly behind was confused again. What's going on? There was a sound last time, but someone was able to escape alive. But this time there was no movement at all, just a little white smoke, and then all the people who rushed forward were knocked down. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Jelly was horrified, lost his composure, and shouted loudly. As a result, after all the troops gathered, Jelly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This time, nearly 20,000 troops were killed in the siege. No wonder he had a rush of blood and fainted. Yuchi Jingda looked at the Turkic army retreating in a panic. Just as he was about to order a pursuit, his head sank and he almost fell down. The other Tang soldiers were also listless, and some had already fallen down. Yuchi Baolin felt like he hadn't slept for days, and his eyelids were almost unable to open. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, this thing can't distinguish between friend and foe. It's too cruel. I won't need to say anything next time. Jelly had no idea how much he had lost as a result of his fainting. If another wave comes, the Tang army won't be able to stand still. There's no need to fight. They can capture the city directly. In the end, Yuchi Jingda and his son couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, snoring. Mao Laosan, Zhao Dazhu, and Zhou Dajiang waited and saw that the Turks had no intention of attacking them, so they sent people to watch the battle. By the time they received the news and brought people over, the Turkic army had already run far away. Looking at the soldiers lying on the ground, the father and son Yuchi, and the deafening snoring that came one after another, everyone was speechless. You can imagine, there are more than 1,000 people on the city wall, and more than 10,000 people lying down below the city wall. What does it look like to snore together? First, send the general and the young master to the city to rest. Don't worry about the others. Go outside the city and clean up the battlefield. Tie up all the people who have fainted. These are all military merits. After the 3 of them discussed it, Zhou Dajiang stepped forward and issued a military order. More than 1,000 men under the 3 men tied up the snoring Turkic soldiers outside the city one by one, like catching pigs. Finally, I helplessly discovered that there were simply not that many ropes available in the city. They could only strip the Turkic soldiers of their clothes, tie their hands behind their backs, and throw them together. They worked until dark before they finally defeated all the Turkic soldiers. Damn it, why do I feel like this is more tiring than fighting with real swords and guns? Of course not. I tied up 13 of them. How many do you have? Not much, just 2 more than you. How about you? I tied up 7 of them, but 1 was too heavy and it took me a long time to tie him up. Why do I feel like I'm running into a sheepfold to catch a sheep? Stop talking. Be careful, or General Yuchi will beat you up. Don't forget, he's also been knocked out and is still asleep. A group of soldiers gathered together, complaining seriously, but they felt very comfortable in their hearts. It has never been so easy to defend city. Except for the archers, others have limited opportunities to take action. Just throw a pack of explosives and flick a Mongolian grenade to end the battle. It feels good just thinking about it. One day later, Chang'an, Eastern Palace. Er was reviewing memorials when he heard a voice coming from far away outside. Victory! Victory! General Yuchi, in the Battle of Jing'an, we killed 40,000 enemies and captured 20,000. Jieli vomited blood and fled. Victory! Victory! General Yuchi, in the Battle of Jing'an, we killed 40,000 enemies and captured 20,000. Jieli vomited blood and fled. Victory! Victory! General Yuchi, in the Battle of Jing'an, we killed 40,000 enemies and captured 20,000. Jieli vomited blood and fled. The sound became closer and closer, until finally a soldier knelt in front of the East Palace gate, holding a memorial. It's good news. Present it quickly. Er excitedly said to eunuch Tang beside him. 3,000 against 200,000, killing 40,000 enemies and capturing 20,000. It didn't sound real no matter how he heard it. He was eager to know what happened. With trembling hands, he took the memorial handed to him by eunuch Tang. As soon as he saw the handwriting, he knew it was written by Yuchi Jingda. It was so scribbles. However, this did not affect his viewing at all. Er hasn't finished reading yet. Wei Zheng, Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling, Duru Huwei, and other ministers came upon hearing the news. Seeing Er looking at the memorial with a happy expression on his face, they became extremely anxious. With the army approaching, everyone is worried. Now that good news has suddenly arrived. How can they not be anxious? Ha ha! What a great explosive pack! What a great Mongolian grenade! What a great Fang Anji! He really gave me a huge surprise. The three good words that Er blurted out made Wei Zheng and others even more confused. Isn't Fang Anji staying in Fangjiazwang? Also, everyone is seeing explosive packs and Mongolian grenades, so why does the emperor look so excited? All right, pass it around. We have to reward everyone accordingly this time. Er gave the memorial to eunuch Tang, who delivered it to the ministers. Wei Zheng and a few others gathered together and looked at the contents of the memorial. The more I look at it, the more incredible it seems. Kill 40,000 enemies. Capture 20,000 alive. 1/3 of Jie Li's 200,000-strong army was lost. Moreover, the victory report also mentioned that Yuchi Balan shot and killed the leader Lin Hefan, and captured the two brothers Zhishir Sili and Zhishir Quaisi alive with a Mongolian grenade. How many Turkic tribes are there? What Jelly can show off, 10 or 15? Even if he has 15, 3 of them went at once. Congratulations, Your Majesty. God bless the Tang dynasty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. God bless the Tang dynasty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. God bless the Tang dynasty. After reading the victory report, all the ministers knelt on the ground and said to Er, I do have God's blessing, but I cannot forget the blessing of people. You've all read the victory report. This time it was all thanks to the explosive packs and the Menghan grenade that Fang Anji made. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. An army of 200,000 would have approached Chang'an. What a scene that would have been. I couldn't sleep well these days when I thought about this. Now it's all good. I can finally sleep peacefully. Ha ha ha. After Er finished speaking, he laughed heartily. Chapter 87 Zheng Family Secret School opens. These days, his heart was really in his throat, but he was the ruler of a country and could not lose his composure, so he had been toughing it out. Here, Er and the ministers began to discuss the issue of rewards according to merit. In the city of Chang'an, the home of Mr. Zheng from the Ministry of Works was filled with murderous intent. Fang Er cut off their main vein, which was equivalent to hollowing out the core of a big tree. The tree could no longer withstand the wind and rain. Lord Zheng sat in the main seat, feeling extremely heavy in his heart. He was the one who sent people to attack the Fang family at night. Not only did he fail to accomplish his goal, but his work was also reported to Er, so he had no choice but to stop and wait and see. But he didn't expect that after waiting and watching, he would only see that his ancestral land was gone. He is from the Zheng family branch and is considered to be from the second branch. The previous head of the family was his uncle, and he and the head of the family who just died were cousins. Even though the matter had become so serious, Er did not react at all. The day before yesterday morning, he cried to Er but all he got in return was the result of the investigation by the bad guys. But it's been 2 or 3 days, and there is still no clue. It is obvious that Fang Er doesn't want to care. He could figure out with his ass. This must have been done by Fang Er. He was taking revenge on the Zheng family. The person who was sent out that day must have confessed. Now, the eldest branch is gone. People from each branch are waiting for him to make the decision. Tianhe, you are now the second branch, so you should make up your mind. Our Zheng family has been glorious for hundreds of years, and when has it ever suffered such an insult? The head of a branch said to Zheng Tianhe. Zheng Tianhe is the name of Mr. Zheng from the Ministry of Works. That's right, that's right. In my opinion, we should send our assassins to destroy that damn Fang family village, to avenge the main branch. He is a child of a poor family, and he dares to make trouble for our Zheng family. If we just ignore it, how can our Zheng family keep its reputation? Another person also yelled at Zheng Tianhe. In my opinion, no matter which family or branch they are from, whoever can avenge the main branch will be the head of the family. An old man banged the table with his walking stick. This is a good idea. Whoever takes revenge will take the position of the head of the family. Yes, that's it. I agree. Others also echoed. Well, since you all agree, let's do this. Each of you go down and prepare. Whoever gets the head of Fang the thief will become the next head of our Zheng family. Everyone agreed, so Zheng Tianhe had no choice but to agree. Fang Er had no idea that a revenge against him had already begun. He has been busy making teaching materials these days. 2 Confucian scholars came from Chang'an City. One of them was named Ma Tongyuan, 27 years old, a native of Chang'an. His father was a businessman, but his family fell into poverty and no one recommended him. He was attracted by the conditions offered by Fang Er. The other one, named Zhang Jimin, was the nephew of Mr. Zhang, who was 22 years old. When Mr. Zhang heard that Fang Er was recruiting Confucian scholars, he took the initiative to bring Zhang Jimin over to show Fang Er. These 2 people were both well-educated and familiar with various classics. However, due to their family background, they were unable to enter the officialdom. After experiencing the beatings of society, they also learned to be humble. Fang Er compiled what he had copied from his memory into a book. 3-character classic. Rules for Disciples. This was what he was going to use to educate the children. Of course, all the content related to the period after the Tang dynasty in these 2 books has been deleted. For example, 3-character classic. It only goes up to Emperor Gaozu of Tang, the leader of the uprising. He eliminated the rebellion of the Sui dynasty and founded the foundation of the nation. This sentence and the rest were all deleted. If I write down too much of the following content, I'm afraid it won't be able to explain it clearly. Zhang Jimin and Ma Tongyuan each held a copy and read the contents. Young master is very talented. This book is perfect for enlightenment. In just over 1,000 words, it contains all the truths of life. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Zhang Jimin took the Diziguei and became more and more excited the more he read it. Yes, this 3-character classic is easy to read and remember and contains many stories of ancient sages that inspire us. With this book, you will surely become famous in Confucianism and leave your name in history. Ma Tongyuan also blushed as he saw a peerless beauty. I just wrote some fun articles when I had nothing to do. I'm sure you 2 are familiar with the various allusions in them. I'll have to rely on you to explain them to the children later. Fang Er pretended to be very calm. Familiar, all familiar. Don't worry, sir, I won't let you down. The 2 of them patted their chests and made the promise. The school in Zhuangkou was also being built day by day. The farmers' houses are all made of adobe bricks, which are clay mixed with wheat straw, made into square shapes and built up piece by piece. As for the school, Fang Er directly used blue bricks and red tiles. Now, this is the most lively place in the entire Fangjiazwang. Although the farmers have never heard of the saying, knowledge changes destiny. But they all understand the reason behind this. This is a major matter that concerns the fate of their descendants, so they are all very positive. Every brick, every beam, and even every tile was placed with great care for fear that the quality of the project would be affected due to one's momentary negligence. The ground outside the school was compacted over and over again by farmers using stone rollers, layer by layer of sand and gravel. 5 days. It only took 5 days. The school building was built from scratch. Fang Er stood in the school, looking at the spacious classroom and smelling the fragrance of wood, feeling very satisfied. The classroom is more than 200 square meters and can easily accommodate hundreds of children. Next to the classroom, There's a row of houses, which were built by farmers for the Confucian scholars who taught there. The next morning, the farmers who received the notice from Fang Er brought their children to the open space outside the school, and they were all extremely excited. Benches had been placed on the open space, and farmers and their children were sitting on them, looking forward to the opening ceremony. If jade is not cut and polished, it cannot become a useful tool. If a man does not learn, he cannot know the moral principles. Learn when young and act when strong. Serve the ruler and benefit the people. To make a name for oneself, one must bring honor to one's parents. To bring glory to those who are ahead, one must bring prosperity to those who are behind. Dear elders, I have been in the village for more than a month. This school is my gift to Fang Er. From now on, all children over the age of 5 in the village can come here to study. We can't let our children continue to be farmers who only know how to farm. We need to teach them to read, to understand reason, to know objects, and to know etiquette. Whether you become an official, a clerk, a businessman, or learn a skill, you can change your destiny. Fang invited 2 Confucian scholars from Chang'an. They are both knowledgeable. They will be the children's enlightenment teachers in the future. Now bring your children to register with the 2 teachers. Fang Er stood in front of the school gate and spoke the words he had prepared. The farmers below didn't understand the big truth, but they understood Fang Er's subsequent words. Ma Tangyuan and Zhang Jimin sat on both sides of the school gate, with a table in front of them, on which were pens, ink, and shaved bamboo strips. The farmers brought their children to register, and when they received bamboo slips with their names written on them, they cried tears of joy. Chapter 88. The Artifact for Farming, the Ziyuan Plow. It took a whole morning to register and accepted more than 100 children, ranging from 5 to 10 years old. Some were from Fangjiazwang, some were from Zhangjiazhuang, some were craftsmen, and some from nearby villages who had heard the news and came specially. Fang Er accepted them all. These children can be said to be his future capital. On the podium, Fang Er asked the craftsman to make a blackboard. There was no cement, but a wooden board with a layer of black paint on it. Chalk was made by crushing lime into a mold and pressing it out. Although it was easy to break, it could be used as a makeshift tool. In the afternoon, Fang Er stood at the door of the classroom, looking at the more than 100 children sitting neatly inside. Ma Tangyuan stood on the podium and wrote the beginning of the 3-character classic with chalk. Come, children, read with the master. When people are born, their nature is good. Natures are similar, but habits make them different. The children below also sat up straight, raised their heads, and looked at the blackboard. When people are born, their nature is good. Natures are similar, but habits make them different. Okay, let me tell you what this sentence means. Fang Er smiled. This was the first meaningful thing he did in this era. He entrusted the school to Ma Tangyuan and Zhang Jimin with confidence. After returning to the Fang residence, Xiaoqing and Huanyang were chatting in the yard. When they saw Fang Er coming, Xiaoqing blushed and pulled Huanyang to the backyard, which made Fang Er look puzzled. Sitting in the still warm chair, Fang Er felt as if he had nothing to do. Then he started to check the inventory in the system storage space. Various construction steel materials were sent to the workshop. There are some hardware tools in the space now. Vegetable seeds, grain seeds. There are also some pet supplies that Wonkai can use. There are 2 more opportunities to refresh the system this month. With nothing else to do, Fang Er refreshed the store. The goods that had been redeemed reappeared. Ugh! Fang Er staggered and almost fell off the chair. Just because of what appeared this time, he had to be so excited. Encyclopedia of Mining. Electric Power Engineering Technology. Organic Chemistry. Inorganic Chemistry. Chemistry and Society. Metal Elements Around Us. Handbook of Practical Pediatric Nursing. Clinical Medicine. And so on and so forth. Fang Er was dazzled by all the professional books. So I just redeemed them all and continued refreshing. The small agricultural supply store appeared again. This time it's not seeds anymore, but some tools. Row plows, seeders, plastic film, and other agricultural tools, as well as materials. These things come just in time. It's already late autumn and the crops in the fields are about to be harvested, so these tools can all be used. After the same 3 exchanges, Fang Er took out a plow. This is the row plow used in later generations, the kind used on tractors, with 6 plowshares placed side by side and fixed on a frame. About 5 meters of ground can be turned over at a time. But at the same time, it has disadvantages in this era. This thing is used in conjunction with a tractor. It is basically impossible to use a cow to pull it. This would only work if you could harness several cows at once, but then the cost would be quite high and there would be no flexibility. The structure of this thing is very simple. He looked left and right and basically understood the principle. He put the plow back into the space, got up, and went out to the workshop. A row plow has only 6 plowshares. He exchanged 3 for 18 plowshares, which was still not enough for the more than 1,000 acres of farmland in Fang Er. Moreover, Fang Er was also planning to let the farmers reclaim more land. With advanced farm tools, the young and strong men of Fang Er, together with the farmers who came over from Zhangjiazhuang, can easily cultivate 1,000 acres of land. They can use the land as a waste of time. In the future, Uncle Zhang and his people will no longer need to go to the south to buy grain. Speaking of which, Zhang Bo and Hu Zi should be back soon. When they arrived at the workshop, Zhao Hu and his colleagues consciously helped the craftsmen with their work. The blacksmith workshop has been completed, and now we are working on the carpenter workshop, which is also almost finished. Only Sun Zhou and his team were guarding the blacksmith workshop. The muskets and cannons were hidden in a warehouse in the workshop, where even craftsmen were not allowed to approach. Fang Er asked Sun Zhou to bring people to help him take out all the remaining steel used to make gunpowder. It took a day to cast 10 plowshares. He brought Niu Liang and several other carpenters to make a matching plow beam. He had seen pictures of the Zuixian plow in his previous life, and the plow shaft was made exactly in the style of a curved plow. After the installation was completed, the carpenters knew what it was made of. Each one is extremely rare. Sir, this is a plow, right? It's different from the ones I used before. What's the name of this plow? Niu Liang asked curiously. Let's call it the curved plow. Fang Er scratched his head. He really hadn't thought of a name yet. This is a complete imitation of his. It just replaced the multi-row plow with a single plowshare. But since it is a copied plow body design of the curved plow, it will still be called a curved plow. Let Sun Zhou go to the farm and find an old cow. After putting a plow on it, we tested the effect on the wasteland next to the workshop. Niu Liang volunteered to take the curved plow. Sun Zhou was leading the cow in front. As the old ox worked hard to move forward, the curved plow that Niu Liang was holding was dragged on the ground. Due to its own angle and weight, the plowshare was inserted into the ground, breaking up the compacted ground and dividing the soil to both sides, forming a 20-centimeter ditch. The old ox pulled the plow for 100 meters, and Fang Er asked them to stop. I carefully asked Niu Er about his feelings. Sir, this curved plow is easy to use, much easier than the ones we used before. Even on such hard ground, the old ox doesn't even breathe. In my opinion, with this plow, one person and one ox can turn over 5 acres of land a day, no problem at all. With the plows we used before, it's good to turn over 3 acres a day, and the ox has to be well fed and well cared for. Which old ox? The one that pulls the plow, or the one that supports the plow? Wang Wu joked on the side. Go away. Let's be serious. Lao Niu kicked him, and Wang Wu dodged with a smile. Fang Er was also amused by Wang Wu. That's right, the ox in front pulls the plow, and the ox behind supports the plow. As long as it works, it's fine. You all know how to make a plow shaft. Make 100 sets first. I'll go to Chang'an and ask someone to get some iron. Fang Er had no intention of using the building materials and steel in the warehouse, as he never knew when they might come in handy, so it was better for him to do it himself since he did not have the technical skills to do it. Last time, Li Er said that Changsun Wuji's family was in the iron business, so he planned to go to Chang'an to visit the emperor's brother-in-law. Chapter 89. What is Changsun Wuji arguing about? Chang'anli, Cheng Mansion. Fang Er carried 2 jars of drunken immortal wine and knocked on the door of Cheng Mansion. The porter led him into the courtyard. Cheng Chumo was on duty, and Cheng Yaojin was practicing martial arts in the yard. The horse lances danced with great vigor and vitality. Seeing Fang Er coming, he casually inserted the lance into the weapon rack on the side. He took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his body. Brother Cheng's skills with the horse lance really make me admire him. Fang Er put the wine on the stone table. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be our little hero. Please take a seat. Cheng Yaojin was very happy to see Fang Er coming. What do you mean, Brother Cheng? Fang Er was a little confused. Brother, you may not know this, but the explosive pack and a Mongolian grenade you made have played a great role this time. Big Black and his son used only 3,000 elite soldiers to destroy Jia Li's 40,000-strong army and captured 20,000 remaining soldiers. The emperor even asked us to discuss how to give you additional rewards the other day. Tell me, are you considered a little hero? Cheng Yaojin had no intention of being jealous of Yuchi Jingda. Oh my god. Really? Fang Er was no longer calm. What the hell? The Wei Shui alliance is gone, just like that? Just like that? No more? Has this inadvertently changed the general trend of history? Of course not. It's estimated that in a few days, Big Black will be back with the prisoners. How about it? You made this thing with your own hands, and it has made such a great contribution. Are you excited? Cheng Yaojin looked at Fang Er with a smile. It doesn't matter whether the credit or not. As long as I can help Brother Yuchi. Am I the kind of person who is greedy for credit? Fang Er held the back of his head with both hands, leaned back in his chair, raised his head 45 degrees to look at the sky, and said lightly. Cheng Yaojin was speechless. What does this action of yours mean? We are just having a pleasant conversation. Why are you looking up at the sky? Brother, what are you looking up at the sky for? Is it going to rain? Fang Er felt like he had eaten a dead fly. Well, the attempt to show off failed. Let's not talk about that. Brother, you were really good at using the horse lance just now. Can you teach me someday? Ha ha, I'm not bragging, but I have killed countless enemy soldiers with just this horse lance. All my martial arts skills were acquired on the battlefield. Cheng Yaojin smiled and threw the handkerchief to the maid beside him, then picked up the tea on the stone table and drank it all. I heard that the eldest brother is also very good at using an axe. Is that true? Of course not. Splitting the head, picking teeth, picking ears. These are the skills of my old Chang Ma, and they are equally impressive. Just listen to the names. Aren't they impressive? Cheng Yaojin spoke while gesturing with his hands. It's really impressive to chop it on the head. There's something interesting about a ghost picking his teeth. But are you sure this ear cleaning technique wasn't taught by the technician at the foot massage parlor? Isn't that thing called an ear candle? That must be impressive. I heard that no one can stop my brother's 3 axes. But why don't you teach Chuimo? Fang Er asked with a smile. Don't mention that bastard. He only thought about playing with the sword. He has changed his temper these days and is learning horse lance from me. By the way, did you make this lance tip? Cheng Yaojin slapped his forehead, picked up the lance he had just used, put it in front of Fang Er, and asked. Fang Er took a look and saw that this was exactly the spear tip that was made for Cheng Chumo at that time. On the black spear tip, a tiger with its head raised and roaring to the sky appears vividly. Isn't this what I gave to Chuimo? How did it get into your hands? Him? He hasn't even learned how to wield a lance yet. It's a waste to let him use such a good thing. By the way, Baolins should have been taken away by Big Black. This fellow was indeed born a robber. He robbed his own son's things without blushing. After laughing twice, he continued. That's it. Li Jing is really jealous. Now that Big Black has gone to Jingyang, this old guy's been bothering me every now and then. When it's convenient for you, why don't you give him one too? Brother, it doesn't take much to make this thing, but I don't have any iron materials on hand. I came here today just to see if you can introduce me to Lord Chang's son. Fang Er stated his purpose. That old guy, Chang's son, is right. His family is in the ironware business. We have nothing else to do. Let's go and get the wine. Let's go find that old guy and have a drink. Cheng Yaojin took the clothes from the maid and put them on, then pulled Fang Er out. Changsun Mansion and Cheng Mansion were not far away, and they arrived there quickly. Cheng Yaojin acted as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't even need to notify the doorman and directly pulled Fang Er in. These old brothers who fought with Li Er on the battlefield have a very close relationship with each other. Changsun Wuji was reading in the yard. When he saw Cheng Yaojin coming, he put down the book. I say, Cheng Haizi, what are you trying to do in such a hurry? Well, old Cheng, can have a drink with you. By the way, my brother wants to ask you something. Do you think you can do it? Cheng Yaojin was not polite at all and went straight to the point. Hey, you want to drink with me? Is it because of Nji's matter? Changsun Wuji had seen Fang Er in the Eastern Palace, so he recognized him at first sight. Greetings, Lord Changsun. I came here this time to buy some iron materials from the Changsun Mansion. I wonder if Lord Changsun is available. The Changsun family controls almost 70% of the iron production and sales in the entire Tang dynasty, so it is now a seller's market. A few days ago, my sister mentioned it to me, saying that it was the emperor's intention. Why? Anji wants a large quantity. Changsun Wuji asked curiously. In order to get the iron materials, this kid asked Li Er to ask the queen to pass a message to him, saying that the iron materials were needed to make farm tools. Just kidding the ghost. How much can be used just to make farm tools? Is it necessary to ask Li Er to come forward? I haven't really calculated the exact number, but the more the better. Wow, Captain Fong has quite an appetite. Can you tell me what these iron materials are used for? Changsun Wuji asked. I say, old man, Just tell me whether you want to give it to me or not. Why ask so many questions? Cheng Yaojin couldn't bear it anymore, so he slammed the table and shouted at Chang'an Wuji. What are you fussing about? Captain Fang wants so much iron. I have to know what he's going to use it for. What if? Chang'an Wuji gave Cheng Yaojin a cold look. What if? Aiding the enemy? Damn you. My brother's explosive pack has done a lot of good, don't you know? If he really wants to aid the enemy, the explosive pack will sell for more money than that piece of broken iron, right? Cheng Yaojin was a little unhappy and interrupted Chang'an Wuji directly. Chang'an Wuji was speechless. This guy was too impatient, and it was impossible to communicate with him. Don't worry, Brother Cheng. It's only right for Lord Chang'an to ask. Master Chang'an, I need iron materials only for making farm tools. The farm tools used by farmers nowadays are too difficult to use. Fang made a new tool yesterday that can double the speed of plowing the land. So a lot of iron is needed to make farm tools. As for the extra iron, I want to see if I can make something else useful with it. Fang Er pulled Cheng Yaojin. If I really let Cheng Yaojin and Chang'an Wuji get upset because of this matter of mine, then I would be immature. Chapter 90. The waist knife is comparable to the fish intestine sword. When Chang'an Wuji heard Fang Er say this, he didn't dare to continue asking. Then Captain Fang, tell me the number. 500 koku per month. Fang Er looked at Chang'an Wuji and extended a slap. SSSS. Chang'an Wuji was frightened. Is this kid planning to rebel? How much steel did the Tang dynasty produce in a year? 10 million kilograms. Only about 80,000 stones. This guy asked for 500 shur per month, which means 6,000 shur per year. Isn't this directly taking away more than half of the annual iron output of the Tang dynasty? I say, Captain Fang, do you know how much 500 shur is? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Chang'an Wuji's tone. 500 dan of pig iron is equivalent to 60,000 jin. It can only produce 10,000 jin of refined steel. Is that a lot? Fang Er spread his hands. 10 pounds of pig iron, after removing impurities, can produce 2 pounds of fine steel, which is already a very high output. How much is 10,000 jin? 5 tons? Holy shit. In the future, a car will weigh at least 1 ton, right? SSSS. Chang'an Wuji took another breath. In 1 month, can you turn 60,000 kilograms of pig iron into fine steel? He couldn't help but be surprised. In his impression, Yuchi Jingda was also a blacksmith, and it took him half a month to make that pair of fine steel maces from raw iron to finished products. It took 10 days just to forge the pig iron. How heavy is that thing? It's only about a few dozen kilograms. Even if all the 100 people in Fangjiazwang went in a battle, they wouldn't be able to turn 60,000 kilograms of pig iron into 100 times more refined steel in a month, right? It may not be possible right now, but I estimate that it will be no problem to use up 300 stones a month. However, in another 2 months, 500 stones will definitely be no problem. Fang Er answered with some reservation. Judging from Chang'an Wuji's reaction just now, it would be better for me to hold myself back. What if I scare this old man into having a heart attack? Wouldn't Empress Zhangsun skin me alive? It's not that I don't believe it. It's just that what you said is too unbelievable. You have to prove it to me. Chang'an Wuji stared into Fang Er's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Fang Er. Bang! Old man, look at this knife. This is a gift from my brother to Chu Mo. Chu Mo said it took less than an hour to make it. Cheng Yaojin took off the dagger from his waist and placed it on the stone table. Fang Er was speechless. This guy is such a fucking robber. The 2 weapons that I gave to Cheng Chumo were both snatched away by this guy. Chang'an Wuji drew a dagger from its scabbard. The dark blade glowed with cold light. The shape of the knife is not very good, but you can tell at a glance that the blade is extremely sharp. He plucked out a strand of hair, placed it on the blade, and blew it at once. The hair was immediately cut into 2 pieces by the blade. Blowing hair off. Chang'an Wuji opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Breaking hair is nothing. Do you want to try to cut iron like mud? Cheng Yaojin was very satisfied with Chang'an Wuji's reaction. Fang Er just sat on the side and watched Cheng Yaojin show off. Of course, he also had a share of this pressure. After listening to Cheng Yaojin's words, Chang'an Wuji took out a long sword. Sword in left hand, knife in right hand. They chopped each other fiercely. When, dang. The first sound was the sound of swords colliding. The second sound was the sound of the long sword breaking into 2 pieces and the tip of the sword falling to the ground. Chang'an Wuji was very sure that the sword he took was not a counterfeit one. Although it is not hundredfold tempered steel, it can at least be considered as fine iron. But is that it? Why does it feel like cutting tofu? Fang Er. What material is this dagger made of? That thing is made by melting a drill bit. Special steel indeed. Cutting iron on a machine tool is as easy as cutting wood. If he had the right tools, he would have been reluctant to melt the drill bit. It's comparable to the Yuchong sword. This is definitely not tempered steel. Chang'an Wuji was very sure that the 100 tempered steel could not achieve this level, and at most it could only cut a hole in the fine iron sword. This is definitely not tempered steel. It is made from some materials I got by accident. Fang Er smiled. Okay, I believe you. 500 dan of iron every month, and each dan only costs 1 tael and 5 cents of silver. But I have a condition. Chang'an Wuji put the dagger back into the scabbard and threw it back to Cheng Yaojin. Master Chang'an, please speak. You said before that new farm tools can double the speed of tilling the land. I also have a lot of farmland in my house. I wanted farm tools. Of course, I will not let you suffer a loss in terms of price. Chang'an Wuji stated his conditions. In recent years, the iron business has made the Chang'an mansion earn a lot of money. In this era, the most reliable investment is undoubtedly land purchase and sale. In Chang'an Wuji's mansion, there are about 1,000 acres of official land alone. These were given by the court and were returned when he left office, so we will not calculate them for now. Over the years, he has bought tens of thousands of acres of land with his own money. Hey brother, I'm responsible for this as well. Cheng Yaojin also interrupted. Of course, no problem. It doesn't matter who you sell it to. When the time comes, I'll give Lord Chang'an and Brother Cheng a 10% discount. How about that? Great. It's settled. Chang'an Wuji was very satisfied with Fang Er's answer. After finishing the business, Chang'an Wuji praised Fang Er about the influence of the explosive pack on this war. Fang Er accepted it humbly. Then he asked the servants to prepare the banquet. Finally, Fang Er and Cheng Yaojin walked out of Chang'an mansion arm in arm, and then went back to their respective homes. When the two of them were there, Chang'an Wuji was already drunk. But as soon as the two of them left, Chang'an Wuji's appearance immediately changed, and he was no longer drunk at all. After having the servants help him change his clothes, he took a carriage to the palace. East Palace. Chang'an Wuji told Li Er about Fang Er's huge demand for iron. Li Er was also shocked when he heard the monthly salary of 500 sure. He didn't expect that Fang Er would need so much iron. Of course, he never thought about rebellion. A 15-year-old kid wouldn't dare to do it, even if he had the courage. If we really want to destroy Fang Jiazwang, it would only take 1 round of explosives. When the farm tools come out, send 1 to the palace. I want to see what he can make after spending so much effort on it. Li Er said to Chang'an Wuji. Yes, your majesty. In addition, today, Cheng Jijia also took out a short knife, which is comparable to the Yuchong sword. It can cut hair with a whirlwind and cut iron like mud. It was also made by Captain Fang. Oh, that's interesting. Let me think about it. Go and prepare the iron material for him. Li Er waved his hand, signaling Chang'an Wuji to leave. After he left, Li Er returned to the back hall, where Empress Chang'an was chatting with concubine Yang. Li Changxian, who had just turned 8, and Li Ku, who was also 8 years old, were playing on the side. When they saw Li Shimin come in, they came up to him, calling him father. Chapter 91, Li Er eavesdrops on the disciple rules. Li Er smiled and touched their heads. Chengxian Tire, have you read today? Your Majesty, I have read it. Today, Grandmaster Wei taught me the Analects. If you don't believe me, I will recite it to you. The master said, it is rare to see a man who is filial and respectful to his elders, but likes to offend his superiors. It is even rare to see a man who does not like to offend his superiors, but likes to make trouble. A gentleman should focus on the basics, and the way will come into being when the basics are established. Filial piety and respect for elders are the foundation of benevolence. Li Chengxian recited the Analects of Confucius while shaking his head. Yeah, not bad. How about you, Tai? Li Er nodded with satisfaction and asked. I have also learned it. I know what the sentence means. I will tell you, father. It is rare for a person to be filial to his parents and respect his elder brother, but always like to offend his superiors. There is no one who does not like to offend his superiors, but likes to rebel. A gentleman is committed to the fundamentals. Once the fundamentals are established, morality will be generated. Being filial to his parents and respectful to his elder brother is the fundamental of benevolence. The 7-year-old Li Tai was no less knowledgeable than his elder brother and could speak very coherently. Good, good, good. Study hard and learn these principles of life so that you can do great things in the future. Okay, go play. Empress Changsuan's face was filled with happiness as she watched Li Er testing her children. Concubine Yang just watched all this calmly. She was Yang Wang's daughter, so her child was destined to have no chance of that position. If Li Ku dared to show his extraordinary ability, even if Li Er said nothing, the ministers in the court would not tolerate him. After all, the Li Tang dynasty was taken from Yang Wang, so she hoped that Li Ku could live in peace. Compared with these, the emperor's favor was really unimportant. Li Chengxian and Li Tai went to the courtyard under the care of the palace maids. Li Er looked at concubine Yang with a smile on his face. You sisters have a good relationship. How is Kuer doing in school recently? Your Majesty is thoughtful. Kuer likes quietness, so he can sit still. She didn't say how well she did at studying. She just said that she could sit still while reading. That's good. Only if you can calm down can you accomplish things and assist Chengxian in the future. Your Majesty, I only hope that Kuer can live in peace and safety in the future. Concubine Yang smiled and continued. I have something else to do in the palace, so I won't disturb the emperor and my sister. After saying this, he bowed to Li Er and Empress Changsun and walked out. Li Er looked at concubine Yang who was leaving, his face full of helplessness. He knew what concubine Yang meant. Your Majesty, don't blame her. After all, her last name is Yang. Even if we don't care about these, there are always ministers in the court who are watching her. Empress Changsun helped Li Er take off his outer clothes. Let's not talk about him anymore. Do you still remember the little guy I told you about last time? Li Er sat down on the soft couch and stretched. Lately, I've been feeling like my body has been drained. Is it the captain who presented me with the Cheongsam? What's wrong? Empress Changsun poured a glass of water for Li Er and asked in confusion. Last time I asked you to pass a message to Fuji, this guy asked Jia to take him to Fuji today, and he asked for 500 dan of iron materials per month. I just heard what Fuji said. Wow, I was shocked. 500, sure, that's a lot. He's just a small lieutenant, or an official at large. What does he need so much iron for? I'm afraid it's not true. Guanyinbi, you and Fuji had the same reaction at that time. But don't worry about that. Even if he is a fool, he would not run to my eldest brother-in-law to buy things and then turn around to harm me. He said it is for making farm tools, and now it has been made, which can double the speed of plowing the land. Li Er took a sip of water and said with a smile. When talking about farm tools, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Due to years of war, the population has decreased dramatically. At the beginning of a country, the most important thing is to recuperate. Being able to double the speed of cultivating land means that the area of cultivated land can be greatly increased, which is very important to him. Arable land means tax revenue, which is closely related to the country's destiny. Is this true? Empress Changsun was a little bit unbelieving. She and Changsun Wuji were raised by their uncle and had seen farmers plowing the fields when they were young. Even now, there is still a piece of land in the East Palace for growing vegetables. She and Li Er sometimes would live a life where the man farms and the woman weaves. One is to experience life, the other is to save money. The treasury was so empty that it could starve even mice away, so she and Li Er always tried their best to save money and grain. That's what he said anyway. We'll know whether it's that good or not when we get it back. Li Er spread his hands. Fang Er said, so, and Changsun Wuji also reported to him so. The truth can only be known by seeing the real thing. I heard last time that the emperor went to Fangjiazwang. There's nothing else to do. Why not just go and take a look? If it is true, let the Ministry of Works learn from it. If it is false, we can't let him ask for so much iron materials. Empress Changsun came up with an idea for Li Er. Li Er was stunned after hearing this. Then he slapped his forehead. I actually forgot about this. Dookie will probably be back in a few days. I have nothing else to do. Tomorrow, I will take you with me. I will also take you out to relax. Then I would like to thank the emperor first. Empress Changsun was also very happy when she heard that she could leave the palace. The next morning, Li Er took Empress Changsun to change into casual clothes, and accompanied by guards, they took a carriage to Fangjiazwang. The disciple rules are the teachings of the sages. First, filial piety and respect for elders. Second, prudence and trustworthiness. Love all people and be close to the benevolent. If you have spare time, study literature. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the village, I heard the sound of reading aloud. Li Er jumped off the carriage. Then I saw a new school at the entrance of the village. The sound of reading came from inside. Empress Chang'an also followed down. Your Majesty, I have never heard of the books these children are reading, but the contents of these books are all profound truths. Yes, and this school is newly built. It didn't exist when I came last time. It's only been a few days. It's incredible. Li Er stroked his mustache, his face full of curiosity. When I arrived at the school gate, it was open and no one was watching. Opposite the school gate is a classroom, and the sound of reading comes from there. Li Er quietly walked to the classroom door. Zhang Jimin was walking among the children. About 100 children sat obediently, looking at the contents on the blackboard and reading aloud in unison. After reading it several times, Zhang Jimin returned to the podium. Children, let me now explain to you the meaning of the words you just read. The book DZ Gui is a set of life rules compiled by our headmaster, Captain Fang Er, based on the teachings of Confucius, the great sage. First of all, in daily life, we must be filial to our parents and be friendly to our brothers and sisters. Zhang Jimin talked freely about his understanding of the book. Li Er was outside and became more and more surprised the more he listened. Chapter 92, Li Er tired the cow. Your Majesty, this Captain Fang, at such a young age, was able to write such a book. It should be useful. Empress Chang'an also followed quietly, and after listening to Zhang Jimin's story, she whispered in Li Er's ear. He is indeed very talented, but he just doesn't like the court. Li Er said somewhat unwillingly. It doesn't matter. No matter where he is still the emperor's subject. Guanyin is right. No matter if he is in the court or not, he is still my subject. Come on, I will take you to meet this subject. After hearing what Empress Chang'an said, Li Er felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. He took Empress Chang'an's hand and walked out of the school. Fang Mansion. Zhuzi saw Li Er coming and had a vague impression of him, but he was not sure. Who are you? Li Er didn't reply, and the guard took out a badge and handed it to him. Imperial Guards. Zhuzi was shocked when he saw this. He was a retired soldier and was familiar with this kind of waist badge in the military system. Wait a moment, I will report it right away. Zhuzi returned the badge to the guard. Fang Er was in the yard, picking up a chicken leg and teasing Wang Kai. When he saw Zhuzi running in a hurry, he asked, "What happened?" Master, a man and a woman came to the door, accompanied by Imperial Guards. The man looked like the one who came to the manor last time. Zhuzi replied quickly, "A man and a woman? Never mind. I'll go out and take a look." Fang Er got up and went out in confusion. When I got outside, I saw Li Er talking to a woman. Fang Er was about to speak when Li Er stopped him with a look. "Oh my God, is he here for an incognito visit? I heard you have made some new farm tools." After hearing what Li Er said, Fang Er felt relieved. It turned out that he was playing tricks on the white dragonfish suit. You mean the curved plow? That's true. Since Li Er didn't call him he also plucked up the courage and didn't call him emperor. Come on, take me to see it. Li Er nodded to Fang Er, who was on the right track. It's a bit far, outside the village, about 3 or 4 miles away. No problem. I came here by carriage. Let's go together. You show me the way. Li Er and Empress Chang'an got on the carriage. Fang Er sat on the shaft, and Dai Wei led the horse and went to the workshop according to Fang Er's instructions. Empress Chang'an remained silent, and Li Er did not introduce herself either. Fang Er kept muttering to himself, "Is this the queen or the mistress? Your Majesty, we have arrived." When they arrived at the place, Fang Er jumped off the carriage and said something in a low voice. Li Er led Empress Chang'an out of the carriage. Looking at the workshop in front of me, it has changed since the last time I came. The entire Fangjiazwang seems to be constantly changing. I wonder what it will look like next time I come. Fang Er asked someone to call Niu Liang over and brought along the curved plow and the old ox. Wang Wu and Lin Xin also followed. Niu Liang, this guy wants to see our plow. Go and demonstrate it to him. Niu Liang and Lin San carried the curved plow, and Wang Wu followed behind leading the ox. When they arrived at the wasteland, Li Er followed as soon as they had harnessed the cows. Come on, let me try. Li Er snatched the plow from Niu Liang's hand. Niu Liang was a little confused and looked at Fang Er. Who is this guy? Go and get the cow and let him try. Fang Er said to Niu Liang. So Niu Liang led the cow and walked in front. Li Er followed behind, holding the plow shaft. As soon as the plow touched the soil, he felt something different. The plow was moving very quickly, and when he tried to turn it around, it was much easier than any plow he had seen before. Li Er had a look of surprise on his face and urged Niu Liang to speed up. 1 trip, 2 trips. This guy seemed to be addicted to playing. He originally just wanted to give it a try, but ended up turning over 2 acres of land in one go. The old cow was so tired that it was gasping for breath and lying on the ground, refusing to get up no matter what you said. Er felt a little unsatisfied, so he dusted himself off and walked to Fang Er. This curve plow is really a great tool. I don't even feel tired after turning over all this land. Empress Chang's son hurried forward and wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief. You are fine. I've tired the cows out. When Yuoyang heard what Er said, he couldn't help but interrupt. I'm talking about you. You made the cows tired. Don't you know how to take it easy? Empress Chang's son burst out laughing and said to Er. Fang Er was also very happy in his heart, but he still glared at Yuoyang. It's okay, Captain Fang. Take me to the workshop? Er felt a little embarrassed, thinking that he had broken the cow, and wanted to change the subject. The couple were joking around, and Fang Er was feeling awkward, so he took the opportunity to back off and took Er to the carpenter's workshop. In the workshop, several carpenters are working. Each person is responsible for one part. Once it is completed, they put it aside and move on to the next one. Er didn't take it too seriously at first, but after looking at it for a while, I found something was wrong. A bunch of parts, all identical. It's hard to tell the difference. This is a division of labor. Let each of them be responsible for only one thing. The advantage of this is that practice makes perfect, and the efficiency will be much higher. Finally, they can assemble it. Fang Er explained on the side. In a carpenter workshop, he adopted the assembly line method. The old man and 3 young men in Zhuangzi, together with Wang Wu and Lin San, were each responsible for a part of the curved plow, which was finally assembled by Yuoyang. Of course, in terms of size, the workshop has adopted millimeter precision, and the tolerance of each part cannot exceed 1 millimeter, otherwise it will be considered unqualified. Whoever the meat comes from will have no meat to eat. Therefore, these people work very attentively. After listening to Fang Er's words, Er stayed there. They're all smart people, and they understand everything immediately. What he is thinking about now is the division of labor system and what effect it will have when used in the court. What's wrong? Empress Chang's son saw him standing there and poked him on the back with her hand. Captain Fang, your method is not simple. I was just wondering if this division of labor system can be used in other places. Er looked at Fang Er with approval and said, Oh, that's not clear. How about you go back and try it yourself? Fang Er decisively avoided the question. Empress Chang's son looked at him thoughtfully. Er didn't pay attention and looked at a pile of assembled plow shafts on the side. Don't worry about the iron material. It will be delivered to you soon. But what price do you plan to sell this curved plow for? This is what he is more worried about. At first, he thought about asking the Ministry of Industry to learn how to make it. But after trying the curved plow, he rejected this idea. The entire plowshare of the curved plow is made of tempered steel. It's so fucking luxurious. Even the guards in his palace have not used armor made of hundreds of times refined steel. He also thought about asking Fang Er about the method of mass-producing 100 refined steel, but the thought only flashed through his mind. It has been less than a month since he met Fang Er, but this little guy has already brought him so many surprises. Gunpowder, salt-making muskets, cannons, and now the curved plow. He didn't want to throw away future surprises just for the sake of his steel-making method. Chapter 93. Adding a younger brother, Chang's son Chong. This plowshare will use about 20 kilograms of 100-tempered steel, so I plan to sell it at 3 strings of cash each. Fang Er just said a number casually. I was just about to ask, is it a waste to use the 100-fold tempered steel to make the plowshare? Er asked. With better materials, the plowshare has a longer service life. Although the cost is higher, it is still cost-effective overall. Cast iron is cheaper, but it is not durable. It will easily become blunt or crack when it encounters some hard objects. So it is not a waste. Fang Er explained. But isn't the price of 3 strings of money too high? At this price, ordinary people can't afford it, right? After hearing this, Er realized that what Fang Er said made sense, so he started talking about the price. I don't know about other places, but the farmers in my Fangjia village can definitely afford it. However, I don't plan to sell it. I will just give one to each family. Anyway, they're all cultivated on our land, and they will have to pay rent later. Fang Er said with a smile. Fang Er was very proud that every family in Fangjiazwang could afford a curved plow, and he unknowingly attracted Er's attention. Oh shit, there's drought in other places, but just along the way I saw that the millet in Fangjiazwang is about to be harvested, and every family actually has extra money to buy this curved plow. Li Er couldn't help but recall the first time he came here, when the cook in front of Fang's house gave the children a whole chicken leg and a bowl of braised pork. Suddenly, he remembered something else. When he was at Fang's house, he seemed to see a long-haired yellow dog with a chicken leg in its mouth. Damn it. In order to save money, I had millet porridge with pickles every day in the palace. I ate worse than a dog. Li Er Fang. It's getting late. Should we go back? Empress Chang's son looked at the sky outside, then walked over to Li Er and said. Li Er nodded and wanted to ask Fang Er, but he felt he couldn't open his mouth. As the ruler of a country, you ask a young boy about civil affairs? This person is really too shameful. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get back. Li Er and Empress Chang's son left in a carriage. Fang Er didn't notice anything wrong with Li Er at all. After seeing them off, he turned and went into the blacksmith's workshop. Some vegetable seeds were taken out from the system space. He didn't know when these things were planted, but he just took them all out at once. While taking it out, read the instructions on the package. In the end, I only left some leafy vegetables and peppers. Pour out all the seeds and put them in a handkerchief. After the packaging bags were burned, Fang Er left the workshop. Niao Yang got a basin of water from somewhere and was watching the old cow drinking it. Fang Er smiled, ignored him, and went straight back to the village. They found Old Horsehead and asked him to find a piece of land near the village and plant all the crops there. Sir, what are these seeds? The Old Horsehead asked doubtfully. He is an old farmer and an expert at farming, but he hardly recognizes any of these seeds. Well, damn if he knows lettuce, chrysanthemum, and chili peppers. I got it by accident. You should plant it well, and don't let anyone ruin it. Who knows, there might be a surprise. Fang Er is ready for a hot pot in the winter. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Slurp. The next day, a team of ox carts entered the village. The leader was Chang Chumo, and there was a boy younger than him, who was Changsun Wuji's eldest son, Chang Sun Chong. Fang Er only said that he wanted iron materials, but forgot to specify where to send them. So Changsun Wuji asked his son to find Chang Chumo. When Cheng Chumo heard that it was about Fang Er, he followed along. In the yard, Fang Er was grinding a steel ingot, which he was going to use to make tools. What Fang Er exchanged in the system store were some common household hardware tools. He always felt that they were not convenient to use, so he simply made them himself. What good stuff is Brother Fang planning to come up with? When Cheng Chumo saw the work done by Fang Er, he immediately became interested. Go away. This is for my own use. You can't use it. Who is this? Fang Er slapped away Cheng Chumo's hand that was reaching for the steel ingot, looked at Chang's son Chong standing beside him, and asked, Brother Fang, let me introduce you. This is the son of Lord Chang's son, Chang Sun Chong. Chonger, this is Fang Anji. Cheng Chumo withdrew his hand and introduced them to the two of them. Hello, Captain Fang. My father ordered me to deliver the iron materials. I have stopped at the entrance of the village now. Chang Sun Chong saluted Fang Er. Thank you, Master Chang Sun. Then shall we go out and take a look? Fang Er put the steel ingot on the table. The three of them went out together. A row of ox carts was blocking the entrance of Fangjiazwang. Pig iron ingots are small in size, but very heavy, so only a few ingots are carried on each cart. Fang Er asked Juzi to bring the horses and took the caravan to deliver all the iron ingots to the workshop. Iron ingots are all molded, each weighing about 20 kilograms. There were more than 1,000 iron ingots, filling up half of the room. Cheng Chumo looked at the furnishings in the workshop and suddenly became interested again. Brother Fang, the spear and sword you gave me last time were snatched away by my father. Do you think you can get another one for me? I heard that you got one for Baolin. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a kick from Fang Er. You can't hide anything even if you're given it, so I won't give it to you, Fang Er said with a deliberately stern face. Cheng Chumo's face immediately turned dark, and he felt a little embarrassed. Ha ha, come on. I'll take you play with the good stuff. Fang Er suddenly smiled and pulled Cheng Chumo towards another warehouse. Opening the warehouse door, there were rows of muskets inside and a cannon in the corner. Li Er already knew all these things, so there was no need to hide them anymore. What is this thing? It looks like a fire stick. Cheng Chumo picked up a rifle curiously and asked Fang Er. Fang Er smiled and didn't answer. He took the rifle and went out, asking Zhao Hu to bring gunpowder and bullets. After loading the ammunition, he said to Cheng Chumo, look at the target in front. Zhao Hu and his men have been here the entire time, guarding the workshop and practicing their marksmanship whenever they have time. The target group on the open space was made by them. Fang Er picked up the rifle, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet traveled 50 steps and made a hole in the target. Cheng Chumo opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. What is this? Musketeer, do you want to try it? Fang Er blew away the smoke from the fire door and said to him, Yeah, how to use it? Teach me. Cheng Chu nodded silently like a chick eating rice. Since it was the first time that Chang's son Chong met Fang Er, he was too embarrassed to speak and just watched from the side. Fang Er asked Zhao who to fetch another musket and get it to Chang's son Chong. The boy was so happy that he stopped calling him Captain Fang and started calling him Big Brother, following Cheng Chumo. Chapter 94. Blast Furnace rises and Yuchi returns to the court. Zhao Hu and son Zhou each taught one. Soon, the two guys learned it, having a lot of fun. In the end, everyone insisted on taking a musket back. How could Fang Er agree to this? Only after I promised them that they could come over and play any time did the two guys give up. After returning to Fangjiazwang and giving the silver to Chang's son Chong, the two stayed for a meal and then left. When leaving, Chang's son Chong was even a little reluctant to leave. The ire has arrived, so steelmaking can begin. In the afternoon, Fang Er started selecting materials for making a blast furnace in the workshop. He took out the mining encyclopedia and compared it one by one with the various clays that Zhao Hu and his team had previously found. After comparison, we found that some of these samples were actually suitable. That's kaolin. This is a white clay with a melting point of over 1,700 degrees. The melting point of steel is only about 1,500 degrees, so it is enough to use kaolin to make refractory bricks. After asking Zhao Hu, I found out that there was a small hill about 7 or 8 miles away from Fang's home, and it was all made of this kind of soil. It took an entire afternoon. Fang Er brought his guards and used an ox cart to get enough kaolin. The next morning, they started working on the blast furnace. The kaolin is made into refractory brick blanks, which can be dried in the shade in just one morning. A circular pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 1 meter was dug in the open space in the middle of the blacksmith's workshop. The circular pit is filled with refractory bricks to serve as a foundation. Then, the bricklayers who were finishing their work in the carpenter's workshop were called over. Under Fang Er's command, an omega-shaped blast furnace with a length of 3 meters and a height of 5 meters was built. Next to the blast furnace, a loading platform of the same height was built using I-beams exchanged by the system. The entire furnace, from top to bottom, is divided into 5 parts according to the temperature range inside the furnace. The top is the furnace throat, where the temperature is only around 200 degrees. The raw materials for steelmaking are put in from here. Going down are the furnace body and furnace waste, where the temperatures are around 500 degrees and 800 degrees respectively. The further down you go, the higher the temperature. The furnace belly is located between 1 and 1.5 meters from the ground. The temperature is the highest. Under ideal conditions, the temperature can reach between 1,400 and 1,800 degrees. Further down is the furnace, where there are 2 openings. The discharge opening, which is slightly lower, and the higher one, which is the impurity discharge opening. As the steel melts, some impurities that cannot be vaporized will slowly float to the surface of the molten steel. By opening the impurity drain port, the impurities can flow out. After everything is ready, you cannot start making steel directly. Because the bricks used were all freshly dried in the shade, Fang Er did not build a brick kiln specifically to save trouble. To start the fire in the blast furnace and bake it from the inside out. The flame in the stove lasted for a day and a night. Refractory bricks slowly change as the temperature changes. From gray mud, it turned into real red bricks. It was already the 3rd day by the time the temperature in the furnace had completely dropped. Clean out the ashes inside. Everything is ready. Put the prepared charcoal, pig iron ingots, and limestone into the blast furnace. Light the charcoal and close the lid on the top feeding port. As the charcoal burned, a black smoke dragon began to fly out from the smoke outlet on the lid, straight up into the sky. Because it was the first time to make steel, all kinds of data needed to be slowly explored. Fang Er stayed at the workshop the whole time. Chang'an City is extremely bustling. Yuchi Jingda and his son finally returned with the prisoners. Outside the city of Chang'an, on the Weishui Bridge, Li Er and a group of ministers have been waiting here early. Same time, same place. Li Er is doing the exact opposite. Of course, this was something he would never have thought of. Yuchi Jingda led his troops and came in a mighty procession from afar. There were a large number of prisoners behind them. The sight of 3,000 elite soldiers escorting 20,000 prisoners shocked the people who were waiting here to watch the excitement. General Yuchi is really amazing. With 3,000 men, he not only drove Jieli away, but also captured so many prisoners. I thought we were going to be in trouble again, but I didn't expect that we would actually win. Yes, when I heard the news 2 days ago, I couldn't believe it. With so many captives, I guess the court will sell them as slaves. I wonder if they can use some of the money to help with disaster relief. This drought is really killing us. Who says it's not true? Look at the millet in this field. All of it has died. There is no harvest at all. A group of people who were watching the fun started talking about the war and then the drought. They had no idea that their unintentional words were recorded by the spies in the crowd. Your Majesty, I have come to see you. Thanks to the explosive pack and the hard work of the soldiers, I have finally accomplished my mission. When Yuchi Jingde reached the Weishui Bridge, he dismounted and reported to Li Er. Good, good, good. Jingde is indeed still my support. Li Er stepped forward, patted Yuchi Jingde on the shoulder, praised him repeatedly, and then turned his gaze to Yuchi Baolin behind him. Baolin is great too. If you can shoot and kill a leader this time, it will be your reward. Then he praised the other generals. These people felt happy when they heard what Li Er said. After the scene was completed, the troops returned to the capital. East Palace. Yuchi Jingde personally narrated the events of the Battle of Jingyang. The civil and military officials had already known something from the victory report, and now they could hear Yuchi Jingde's story again. I realized more and more that this victory was hard-won. Your Majesty, I have a request. Yuchi Jingde knelt on the ground and said to Li Er, Jingde, stand up and speak. Seeing his serious look, Li Er also sat back on the dragon throne. We were able to win this time thanks to the explosive pack and the fog grenade. Fang Er has made such a great contribution. I request that you give me a higher honor. Yuchi Jingde did not stand up and continued to speak while kneeling. Stand up now. I have already asked all the ministers to discuss this matter. Kemming, do you have any conclusion? Li Er turned his gaze to Du Ruhui. Kemming is exactly his name. Your Majesty, I think that this kind of merit is unprecedented in history. We cannot continue to confer titles when there are wars in the future. Therefore, I suggest that Captain Fang be promoted 3 levels in a row, and no more titles will be given for this matter in the future. Du Ruhui stepped forward and said with a bow. Li Er did not comment, but stroked his goatee and looked at the other ministers. I think it's feasible. Fang Xinling also stood up and supported Du Ruhui. Your Majesty, the previous reward given to Fang Er was from the 8th rank to the rank of Imperial Guard Captain. After 3 promotions, he was only promoted from the 7th rank to the rank of Deputy Lieutenant of the Guard. Compared with the importance of explosives to our Tang dynasty, this is not very impressive. Li Jing looked at Fang and Du with some dissatisfaction. He is the military god of the Tang dynasty. He understood the importance of something that could influence the outcome of a war better than strategists like Fang Du. I agree with the pharmacist's opinion. The deputy commander of Yihui is indeed not very capable. Yuchi Jingde suddenly interrupted. Chapter 95 Batch Steel Production by Stir Frying. Then let me say this. I feel that the characters Yihui Fue have too many strokes. It will easily become a mess when written on the Imperial Edict. So let's just promote him to Zhigui Xiaowei. Anyway, everyone is familiar with calling him Xiaowei Fang, so there's no need to change it. Li Er stood up from the dragon throne and said with a smile. Wei Zheng was a little confused after hearing this. What happened? Just to save a few strokes, I went from being promoted 3 levels in a row to being promoted 6 levels in a row. Jumped directly from the 8th rank to the 7th rank. Also, it saves you from having to change your words. It seems like this was Cheng Yaojin's excuse last time, right? Your Majesty, your reason is a bit... Why are you talking so much nonsense? Where do you get so many reasons? Look at what this is. Before Wei Zheng could finish his words, Cheng Yaojin raised his sandbag-sized fist at him like a hedgehog with its fur standing on end. Wei Zheng's head shrank. Humph. I want to argue with a rude guy like you. A bunch of reckless men. Then it's settled. Tonight, I will hold a banquet in the palace to celebrate Jingde's success. Li Er ended the morning court session with just one sentence. Fang Jiazwang. After making sure that all the iron inside had melted, Fang Er opened the impurity discharge port, and a stream of black impurities flowed out. Wait until the impurities are removed. When the discharge port is opened, red molten iron is released from the furnace continuously. The discharge port is connected to the steel frying pool. Several craftsmen who had been waiting for a long time took pig iron rods and inserted them into the molten iron, stirring it rapidly to accelerate the oxidation and discharge of impurities, reduce bubbles, and also play a role in cooling and replenishing carbon. This is the steel frying method. Then, before the molten iron solidifies, it is cast into ingots and forged repeatedly using a water wheel forging machine. In this way, the first assembly line steel ingot was born in the Tang dynasty. Fang Er held the still hot steel ingot, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, as if he had met his lover. For an 8th level fitter, steel ingots have their unique charm. The blast furnace is working continuously. Fang Er began to modify the water wheel. Previously, all of them were made of wood structures with limited load-bearing capacity, which meant that the forging hammers could not perform to their maximum capacity. Fang Er replaced all the structures except the water wheel with steel structures, enough to lift a forging hammer weighing 3,000 pounds. I was busy in the workshop for 3 consecutive days. Just reinstalled the new hydraulic forge. Eunuch Dang from the palace came over. He took out the imperial edict and praised Fang Er endlessly. Then, just like last time, he didn't even read it and just threw it directly to Fang Er. Fang Er was confused. Just for gunpowder, he received 3 imperial edicts. This time, he jumped directly to the 7th rank. Wasn't this official promoted too quickly? Eunuch Dang looked at Fang Er's expression and knew what he was thinking. When you came here, the emperor told you to just sit back and relax. In the future, just come up with more good things. Oh, so this is what you were planning. He took the silver and sent Eunuch Dang away. The crowd in the workshop went wild. In just over a month, he was promoted 12 levels from an ordinary citizen. This is something I have never heard of. Fang Er waved his hand. Have a holiday. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat are served. 3 days of feasting. When Fang Er returned home, Xiaoqing, Huan Er, Xiaomi, and other servants stood at the door with expectant looks on their faces. Congratulations, young master, on your promotion. Everyone congratulated Fang Er in unison. Haha, let's celebrate together. Cheng Er, everyone in the family will be rewarded with 1 or 2 taels of silver, so that we can all be happy together. Thank you for the reward, master. The servants all had smiles on their faces. Cartloads of chicken, fish, meat, and eggs were sent from Chang'an to Fangjiazwang. Cartloads of liquor were also shipped back from Zuixianlou and neatly stacked together. Huan Yang used her loud voice to direct the kitchen helpers to prepare the ingredients. As school was over, more than 100 children came over. When they saw Fang Er, they all bowed and greeted him carefully. Hello, headmaster. Find a place to sit down by yourself. No drinking allowed. Do you hear me? Fang Er smiled at them. Got it. Thank you, headmaster. The children rushed to a corner and occupied more than a dozen tables. The banquet begins. The scene was filled with laughter. For the farmers in Fangjiazwang, this kind of scene was unprecedentedly lively, even during the Chinese New Year. But this is the 3rd time this has happened in a month since Fang Er arrived here. Old Man Ma, Old Man Son, and others came one after another to toast Fang Er. Mr. Fang, come here. The old men will toast you a glass of wine and wish you a prosperous future. Yes, Master Fang, your position is getting higher and higher, and our entire village will benefit from it. Okay, thank you all. Come, let's drink this cup together. All the young and strong people at the banquet raised their glasses together. Respectfully, Master Fang. The banquet lasted a whole day. The local dogs in the village also smelled the scent and ran under the table to pick up food. In the end, everyone had their bellies full and hid in the corners to cool off. Fang Er was lying in the yard, on the newly made recliner. Master, the autumn harvest is coming soon. How much rent should we collect this year? The farm was newly taken over. According to the rules, the rent was set at the beginning of the year and handed over to the owner after the autumn harvest. Fang Er came up halfway and didn't give any rules. The farmers didn't dare to ask. Collecting rent? No, I won't collect rent this year. Fang Er waved his hand and waived all the rent on the farm. Xiaoqing was very surprised. She touched Fang Er's forehead with her little hand. Master, are you really not going to take any at all? What can we do with that little rent? Tell the farmers that the harvest is poor this year, so the rent will be waived. Master is really kind-hearted. I'll ask Huan Yang to tell them right away. The farmers will surely be very happy. After Xiaoqing finished speaking, she went to the backyard. Miss Qing, does the master have any instructions? In the kitchen, Huan Yang was leading people in washing dishes. When she saw Xiaoqing coming over, She stood up and asked, "No, I just want to tell you some good news. The young master just said that the harvest is poor this year, so Fang Er will not collect rent." Xiaoqing said to them with a smile. Everyone in the kitchen looked at each other, afraid that they had heard it wrongly. In previous years, at least 50% of the rent had to be paid. The owner has changed this year. Not only will life be better, but the rent will also be waived? What are you all standing there for? You heard me right. Finish your work quickly and go back to inform your family. Xiaoqing looked at the expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking. She left after saying a few words. The next day, the rent-free situation on the farm once again ignited the passion of the farmers. The grain in the fields is ripe. The craftsmen in the workshop, seeing the peace and tranquility in Fang Er, all became interested and went to ask Fang Er for instructions. After getting Fang Er's permission, they all went home with smiles on their faces. He then moved into Fang Er with his family and belongings. The population of Fang Er increased again. Along with this, there is also good news. Zhang Bo and Hu Zi, who went to the south to buy grain, finally returned with a large amount of grain. Just as Fang Er thought, they went from Yangzhou to Luoyang via the canal, and then changed to an ox cart to reach Chang'an. Chapter 96. Food arrives at Fang Er. Those mirrors sparked a wave of competition for wealth in Yangzhou. When Zhang Bo and his companions first arrived in Yangzhou, they found Cheng Yaojin's cousin. Under the leadership of his cousin, he invited the wealthy businessman to the largest restaurant in Yangzhou, and he also suggested inviting Yangzhou's courtesan Lu Meier to be a model. When the courtesan appeared in front of the wealthy businessman holding a mirror in both hands, everyone looked at it with an incredible expression. For the first time, they looked in the mirror and clearly saw every pore on their faces. Everyone, this thing is called a mirror. It is a rare treasure. It is said to have come from overseas and has only 6 sides. If you give this thing to your loved one, you will surely win their heart. The courtesan Lu Meier praised the mirror highly, and at the same time, she tried various ways to flatter the wealthy businessmen present. Everyone, you have all seen this. Today, 6 mirrors will be sold to the highest bidder. The first mirror will be auctioned now. Please place your bid. Zhang Bo walked up to the courtesan and spoke to everyone. Then a wealthy businessman started bidding, and the first price he asked for was 5,000 taels. The others were unwilling to be outdone. Thus, the competition for wealth began. By the time the last mirror appeared, the situation was already out of control. The rich businessmen all had red faces and thick necks, and the scene looked as if they would kill the entire family if anyone dared to rob them. A full 17,000 taels. This is the price the last mirror sold for. After all the mirrors were taken away, Zhang Bo followed Fang Er's instructions and found 2 grain merchants on the spot and used all the silver to buy grain. The 6 mirrors were sold for more than 80,000 taels. The food in the south is cheap, so cheap that Fang Er was surprised. Maybe it's because that place was not affected by the drought. A dough of rice only costs 12 cents. 1 stone costs less than 200 coins. Fortunately, Uncle Zhang took into consideration the issue of transporting such a large amount of grain and did not spend all the money. Only 300,000 dan of grain were purchased, leaving 20,000 taels of silver. On the way back, Cheng Chumo's cousin came forward, under the banner of Cheng Yaojin, spent a large sum of money and hired some chivalrous men to escort him. Only in this way can we arrive in Luoyang safely. After switching to the land route, 300,000 sure of grain could not be transported back at once, so a large warehouse was rented in Luoyang for transit. This time, the first batch only brought back 2,000 sure of grain, and it took more than 100 ox carts to transport it. When the ox cart passed through Chang'an City, it caused a sensation. When the drought was so severe, it would be hard for such a large amount of grain to enter Chang'an without attracting attention. He took some money and sent away the chivalrous men who were escorting him. As soon as the grain was unloaded into the large warehouse, prepared in advance on the farm, Li Er came with his men. He was busy and worried about disaster relief when he heard the guards say that a large amount of grain had entered Chang'an City. But when they sent people out of the palace again to look for the owner of the grain, they found that the grain had left Chang'an. He hurriedly caught up on horseback with his guards. Before he knew who the grain belonged to, he had been hanging behind the grain transport team. After confirming that all the food had been delivered to Fang Er, he had a guess. He went straight into the village and found Fang Er. Where does this food come from? Fang Er is also very upset. It feels like your family has just made a fortune, but is blocked by poor relatives. Of course, he and Li Er are not relatives. But this guy is much harder to deal with than relatives. Everyone knows that Li Er is worried about food all day long. Your Majesty, this grain was shipped from the south. You bought so much grain to make wine, right? I heard that the business of Zuixian brewing is very hot. Calculating the distance, you should have asked people to buy grain when your winery opened for business. As expected of an emperor, he could easily see Fang Er's original purpose of buying grain. Your Majesty, you are wrong. This grain is not for brewing wine, but for Master Liu Deshang of Wanyan County. I was penniless before, but I fell in love with the land of Fangjiazwang. I made an agreement with Master Liu that I would guarantee the food for more than 6,000 people in Yunmen Township. So I changed Majiazwang into Fangjiazwang. Fang Er told Li Er about the guarantee with Liu Deshang, hoping to use this to shut Li Er up. After hearing what he said, Li Er didn't want to talk about borrowing grain anymore. They were all there for disaster relief, and they were all his people. This Liu Deshang has done something practical. Okay, I'll be back now. You can get busy now. Although Li Er left, he still kept some thoughts in mind. Not far from Fangjiazwang, he asked 2 guards to stay and keep an eye on Fangjiazwang. He wanted to know how much food Fang Er had brought back. Fang Er was completely unaware of this. The granary in Fangjiazwang was filled with 2,000 shur of grain. Looking at the grain in the warehouse, Fang Er had an idea. He arranged for Zhang Bo and Hu Zi to have a rest, and gave red envelopes of 5 taels of silver each to the servants of Cheng Mansion and Yuchi Mansion. Everyone looked at the silver in their hands with a smile on their faces. 5 taels of silver are enough for a family to live comfortably for a period of time. The kind with wine and meat. Of course, I can't buy Zuixianlou, otherwise it would only be enough for 1 jar. Let Juzi go to Wanyan County to find Liu Deshang and arrange for people to distribute grain. Let Zhao Hu ride a horse to the nearby farm and inform Fangjiazwang that he can work in exchange for food and the salary will be paid per day. The next morning, Liu Deshang came over in person. Captain Fang, did you get all this back? Looking at the full granary, I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. A full 2,000 dan, more than 200,000 kilograms of grain. There are more than 6,000 people in Yunmen Township. If each person gets 1 pound of food per day, it is enough to eat for a month. Yes, but we can't just give these grains away for nothing. Let the disaster victims come to work here, and these grains will be considered as wages. How do you think? That's a good idea. It won't let you spend money for nothing, and it can also prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation. We've just finalized a plan here. Hundreds of young and strong men, as well as many old, weak, women and children, came to the outside of the village. These are people from nearby villages who came here after receiving the news. The entire Yunmen Township, or the entire Chang'an, was affected by the drought. The better ones could only harvest dozens of kilograms per acre, but most of the land was completely dry. More than 3 months have passed since the summer harvest, and the family's stored food has almost been eaten up. At this time, no one could remain indifferent when they heard the news that Fangjiazwang was distributing grain. In front of the granary, Liu Deshang stood at a table, facing the young and strong men brought by Zhao Hu, and announced the rules for distributing grain. This year's drought has caused countless victims. I cannot bear it, so I have specially asked the emperor for disaster relief grain. To prevent fraud, I have decided to use work in lieu of relief. Young men and women can get 2 caddies of rice for 1 day's work, and women can get 1 caddy. Lunch is provided. Those who are willing to work can go over there to register and receive a work badge. After work, they can use the work badge to get food. For this kind of thing, it is better to bring Li Er along because the people's hearts and minds can only be won by him. But the victims didn't care where the food came from. They only knew that they and their families were saved. No need to starve to death. They all swarmed towards the registration table. Niu Liang and his colleagues were called back early in the morning, holding carpentry tools and working on their work badges. The victims who had received their work badges, led by Zhao Hu, Sun Zhou, Lu Ming, and others, rushed to the workshop in groups. The craftsmen who were originally working in the workshop didn't know what to say when they saw so many people coming. This Mr. Fang is a bit unreliable. How can they lead hundreds or thousands of people who come at once? What the hell? If something goes wrong with the house being built, who will be responsible? Chapter 97. Fangjiazwang is undergoing massive construction. When the problem was reported to Fang Er by Zhao Hu, Fang Er patted his forehead. I was careless. I had no choice but to follow him to the workshop site. After taking a tour of the workshop, he had to admit that there was no need for so many people. Finally, he asked Zhao to notify everyone in the manor that those who did not come should stay in the manor. Repair the road. Dig a canal. Dig a well. Repair the house. Any person who can be used, no matter what the job is. In short, all this labor force should be put to use and put to good use. There are enough people left in the workshop. Fang Er also found places for the remaining people to play their roles. Follow Huzi to Luoyang to transport grain. Carrying on shoulders, pulling on carts. In short, no one should be idle. The entire Fangjiazwang is in great construction. A few days later, the news of the disaster relief here spread further and further. Not only in Yimin Township, but also in some villages and neighboring townships. People came here during this period and were all arranged by Fang Er into the grain transport team. Thousands of people poured into Fangjiazwang. The small village is full of people. It has to be said that at this time, the temptation of food is huge. Fang Er arranged them all into the grain transport team. Half a month later, all the grain from Luoyang was transported here. East Palace. Li Er sat high on the dragon throne. Wei Zheng, Fang Du, and a dozen other officials stood in the hall, listening to eunuch Deng talking about what happened in Fangjiazwang. Listen, everyone. A mere lieutenant can do disaster relief work to this extent. And what about you? All you do is come to me to ask for money, food, and people. Or are you not even as good as a lieutenant? Li Er felt ashamed. The last time he went there, he was fooled by Fang Er, and he didn't even know how much grain he had bought. Fangjiazwang was booming, but things are going badly here. This bunch of ministers just do nothing but quarrel all day long, but no one can come up with any decent ideas. Your Majesty, since Captain Fang can bring back grain from the south, why don't we send someone over there to get some grain? Ho Junji suggested. Your idea is good, but we don't have money right now. How can we transfer food? The Minister of Revenue Tang Jian retorted, and his words killed Tianer's conversation. By the way, Minister Tang, how are the prisoners brought back by Duke Yi doing? Fang Xinling asked. Mr. Fang, that's 20,000 people. Excluding the disabled ones that no one wants, there's still more than 10,000. How can they be disposed of so quickly? It's been more than half a month, and only a small part of them has been sold. Tang Jian had never thought that selling prisoners of war would be so difficult. After these prisoners came back, the Ministry of War was afraid of causing trouble and directly handed them over to the Ministry of Revenue. These days in the Ministry of Revenue, officials of all ranks have been busy selling slaves. The entire Ministry of Revenue had become a slave market. But the terrible thing is that those wealthy families knew that there were a lot of slaves, and they were usually generous in buying slaves. But this time they didn't make any move. They all want to wait for the Ministry of Revenue to deal with it cheaply. I don't know what Jieli would think if he knew about this. Your Majesty, how about going to Fangjiazwang to borrow some grain? Du Ruhui stepped forward and offered an idea. After hearing this, Li Er felt unhappy. But this is the only way right now. It is impossible to force them to do so, as they have not committed any crime. Since no one has an idea, let's do as Prime Minister Du says. Prime Minister Du, you go and take care of this matter. Also, have Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin follow as well. Take 500 soldiers with you, and have them stay in Fangjiazwang. There are thousands of people gathered there, so don't let any trouble arise. Du Ruhui took the order and brought Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and 500 soldiers to Fangjiazwang that day. Fang Er was shocked at first. He thought that the disaster relief scene on his side was a bit too grand, and it aroused Li Er's taboo. I felt relieved when I heard Du Ruhui say that these soldiers were sent by Li Er to maintain order. Prime Minister Du, I have to say that you and these soldiers came at the right time. I haven't had a good night's sleep these days. Fang Er rubbed his slightly red eyes. He thought disaster relief was too simple. Even though work for relief has consumed most of the victims' energy and physical strength. But thousands of people gathered in this small village, and the village could only accommodate a limited number of people, so some troublesome things still happened every day. Fights are common, dealt with one thing after another. People are kicked out every day. Although the number is much less than in the past few days, there are always those lazy people causing trouble. Fangjiazwang has limited manpower, and they also have to supervise the victims as they work. These matters can only be handled by Lu Deshang. There were more than a dozen runners. Their legs were almost broken from running, but they were still too busy to handle the work. Lu Deshang was in pain and happiness. His two big eyes were as red as light bulbs. It can be said that the arrival of these 500 soldiers helped Fang Er solve a big problem. Captain Fang is helping the court. How could the court not support you? However, the emperor sent me here for another matter. Please speak, Prime Minister Du. These days, the court has been keeping an eye on the grain you have brought in and out. You don't have to try to hide anything. You can't hide it. 300,000 sure, am I right? I bought this with my own money. You don't want me to donate it, do you? Fang Er became anxious. He really didn't expect that Li Er had actually found out how much food there was. It seems that the court is paying attention to my actions. I wonder if someone is watching me while I'm taking a shower? Captain Fang, don't worry. How could the imperial court ask you to donate for nothing? That would be disheartening. The noble families have plenty of grain, and the emperor has not forced them to donate grain. So, you don't have to worry about this. The court's intention is to see if Captain Fang can lend you some of the money. Don't worry, when the drought is over and the treasury is full, we will definitely return it to you with interest. Du Ruhui quickly explained. He didn't dare let Fang Er think that he was forcing him to join. Li Er cared most about the people's hearts and reputation, as can be seen from the fact that he was able to use Wei Zheng for his own purposes and never punish people for their words. If the notoriety of this forced collection gets out, the person who did it, will go to jail. Fang Er was worried. Is the drought over? God knows when it will end. Next year will be the first year of Jingguan, and there will still be severe drought and locust plagues. In the second year of Jingguan, there seem to be floods? He wrote it clearly in the history book exchanged by the system. If you lend it out like this, you will definitely not be able to get it back. Fang Er pondered for a while and then spoke. Prime Minister Du, Fang has an idea. Captain Fang, please speak. Fight! Du Ruhui was shocked by Fang Er's idea. Damn it, it's just borrowing some food. Is it that serious? War? Brother Fang, are you kidding? How can we fight? We don't even have money for disaster relief. So where will we get food and fodder to support the war? Cheng Yaojin, who was standing by, picked his nose and a large piece of booger popped out. P.S. Today is New Year's Day, and here are 4 chapters. Persimmon wishes everyone a happy holiday, and the thieves are far away. I hope everyone can turn things around in 2021. May you be full of energy and good luck. The year of the ox is here. I wish you the endurance of an ox, the perseverance of a yak, the energy of a buffalo, the charm of a dairy cow, and the power of an iron ox. When you are tired, drink safe milk, don't drive an ox cart, don't stare at the ox, and don't brag. Chapter 98. The emperor and his ministers conspired to send troops abroad. Du Ruhui said nothing and stared at Fang Er. Fight, Jelly. Didn't we have a great time fighting him last time? We also brought back so many captives. Can't we exchange them for money? Besides, it was Jelly who started first, so we have a legitimate reason to do so. Don't worry. I'll provide the food and fodder. It's just a loan. How about we defeat the Turks? Even if we can't defeat them, we can bring back some supplies. That's all money. Take back everything on the grassland, such as fine horses, leather, and the like. Anything that can be exchanged for money. Also, if you don't want to fight the Turks, Goguryeo is also fine. There are more valuable things there, such as ginseng, deer antlers, furs, etc. If we bring them back, they will all be money. There's also that country called Japan, right? I heard there's a mountain over there, and if you dig it up, you'll find silver all over it. Anyway, there's so many enemies around, we have to fight sooner or later. So let's start first, and we can grab some silver, so we can have a good new year. Fang Er was blabbering on and on about the benefits of the war without noticing that Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuchi Baolin, who were standing beside him, were completely frightened by his words. This guy must be crazy. When the Tang dynasty was founded, it was surrounded by wolves. Now the country is weak, and Jieli's arrival alone scares Li Er and his ministers. The defense is still weak, and this guy is actually clamoring to take the initiative to attack. Shut up. Do you know what will happen to you if this gets out? Du Ruhui didn't dare let him continue. In just a short while, he has brought up the 3 countries of Turkic, Goguryeo, and Japan. If he continues, who knows where his next target will be? What? The court won't punish me for this, right? I'm just offering this advice out of kindness. Besides, even if there's a war, it's not my turn, right? I'm just thinking about how to get the grain back after I've lent it out. Fang Er rolled his eyes at Du Ruhui. He is not afraid at this moment, unless Li Er wants to bear the blame. Although the disaster relief was carried out under the name of the imperial court, the victims knew in the past half-month that the food was bought by Fang Er with real money. They just didn't say it openly. In that case, I will go back and report Captain Fang's words to the emperor and see what he decides. Du Ruhui didn't know what to say next, so he just left after saying a few words. Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo looked at each other. Okay, you two take the people out and take a look around. Don't let the victims cause any more trouble. I'm going to take a nap. With the addition of these 500 soldiers from the Fang family, the victims quickly settled down, like mice seeing a cat. Du Ruhui returned to Chang'an. Soon, Li Er knew Fang Er's opinion on borrowing grain. The idea of foreign war, in his opinion, was indeed feasible. At this time, the Tang dynasty had the ability to fight foreign wars. The only problem was the problem of food and fodder. Before the troops move out, the food and fodder must be sent first. Now that Fang Er is willing to lend out food, this might not be a bad opportunity. At the same time, the looting plan proposed by Fang Er also gave him an idea. The current Tang dynasty cannot be considered the Celestial Empire, and many separatist forces around it have not yet been conquered. So there is no idle burden. The ministers were summoned to discuss the matter. After listening to Du Ruhui's retelling, Li Jing was amazed, and he also agreed with this plan. For Yuchi Jingda and Cheng Yaojin, it doesn't matter who they fight. It's better to fight than to sit idle in Chang'an. So, people in the East Palace began to discuss who would be better to beat. Your Majesty, I suggest that we fight the Turks. They were the ones who took the initiative to invade our border last time. If we fight them back this time, we can have a legitimate reason to do so. I am confident that I am willing to lead the troops to break through the Turkic tent and capture Old Man Jelly alive. Ho Junji volunteered to fight. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, he was granted the title of Duke of Lu and appointed General of the Left Guard. Last time, Yuchi Jingda easily defeated Jelly with the help of explosive packs, which made him really jealous. Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes as he watched from the side. Did this guy see Big Black bring back 20,000 prisoners of war and want to follow suit? Duke Lu's proposal, what do you think? Li Er looked at Yuchi Jingda and asked. I do not agree to attack Jelly. Yuchi Jingda directly objected and then continued. The explosive packs are very powerful, but I think they are useful in defending or attacking a city. However, the Turks do not have cities, so if we attack them, we will mainly fight in the field. Therefore, they are limited in their effectiveness. Therefore, I oppose this. He directly pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of the explosive pack. This is also what he concluded from the Battle of Jingyang. Without the assistance of explosive packs, a few thousand elite soldiers would not be able to even create a wave if they entered the grassland. Your Majesty, I am willing to issue a military order. Ho Junji was a little unhappy. In his opinion, this was why Yuchi Jingda didn't want him to be credited with destroying the country. Duke Wei, what do you think? Li Er looked at Li Ying. It was a well-known fact that Li Jing was a master at using troops, and Li Er wanted to hear his opinion. I share the same view as Duke E. Jelly was caught off guard last time because he didn't know about the existence of explosive packs. He must be on guard now. I'm afraid that during a field battle, the explosive packs will only play a limited role. But Goguryeo is different. There's cities over there. We can use catapults to throw explosive packs directly into the city, which can maximize the power of the explosive packs. Moreover, if the war goes smoothly, just as Captain Fong said, the old ginseng and furs from Goguryeo will also be valuable in the interior of the country. The most important thing is that we can take this opportunity to bring back the remains of the former Sui soldiers. Li Jing suggested attacking Goguryeo. He was originally a general of the Sui dynasty. Yang Guang led 3 expeditions to Goguryeo and was defeated 3 times. Countless soldiers were left behind there, which was turned into a Jingguan by Goguryeo. This was a shame for Yang Guang and the former Sui dynasty soldiers. Once the former Sui soldiers can be brought back, there is no doubt that Li Er's reputation will be greatly improved. For the Tang dynasty, which is not yet established in stable foothold, it can help to rally the people's hearts to the greatest extent. I second the proposal. However, Liang Shidu has invaded Lingzhou several times and has colluded with Jelly. Can we consider destroying Liang Shidu? Fang Xinling stood up. Liang Shidu occupied Daoying, now Suida County, Shangxi, Honghua, now Qingyang County, Gansu, Yinnan, now Yinnan City, Shaanxi, and other counties, established the Liang Kingdom, ascended the throne as emperor, and invaded Lingzhou several times. He was considered the last separatist force left by the former Sui dynasty. The others were frightened by his idea. Not only did they defeat Goguryeo, they also went on to destroy Liang Shidu. How much confidence does Mr. Fang have? Wei Zheng looked at everyone eagerly. Isn't this a bit off topic? Weren't they originally discussing how to borrow grain from Fang Er? How did this turn into a military meeting? Chapter 99 Bargaining between two. The king and his ministers worked together and spent a day deciding the direction of the troops. Now that the strategic direction has been determined, all that remains is to prepare for battle. After another day of discussion, the candidates for sending troops were decided. The son-in-law Chai Shao was appointed as the main general. Cheng Yaojin and Ho Junji were appointed as deputy generals, and they led 10,000 elite troops to attack Liangshida first. If they could successfully capture it, they would continue to attack Goguryeo. The 3,000 elite soldiers that Yuchi Jingda brought with him in his last battle were undoubtedly the first choice because they had experience in using explosive packs in battle. Therefore, Yuchi Baolin was also appointed as a general to lead these 3,000 elite soldiers and temporarily return to the command of Cheng Yaojin. When discussing how much weapons and explosives to withdraw, Li Er suddenly remembered the cannon in Fang Jiazwang. With that thing, it would probably be much easier to attack the city. At noon that day, Li Er had Fang Er summoned into the palace. The emperor agrees to send troops. Fang Er asked Li Er in surprise. He just said it casually. If it can be accomplished, it will be accomplished. If it can't be accomplished, he will not sit idly by and watch the victims suffer. But he didn't expect that Li Er would agree to send troops so readily. Moreover, the court has even set war goals. What's so surprising about this? We're going to have to fight sooner or later anyway. Since you can provide military rations, isn't it better to fight sooner rather than later? I asked you to come here this time because I wanted to ask you how many artillery pieces you have. If possible, I hope I can take a few with me when I go on this expedition. Huh? A cannon? I only have one. Cannons consume too much material, so he only built one and stopped. I wonder if the emperor needs a musket. There are only Li Er and himself in the East Palace now. Even little Dengzi has been sent away by Li Er. So Fang Er didn't hide it, and Li Er had known about it for a long time. How long does it take to forge a cannon? How much does it cost? Li Er asked it. Normally it takes about 10 days. A cannon requires over 1,000 kilograms of refined steel, which costs about 200 strings of cash. Li Er started. A cannon costs 200 strings of cash. This is too fucking expensive. Your Majesty, this is pure 100 refined steel. 1 pound costs only a little over 100 coins. It's really not expensive. Fang Er explained it. 1 string of coins weighs 8 or 9 pounds. So, 1 pound of copper coins can be exchanged for 1 pound of refined steel? Calculated this way, the price is indeed fair. But Li Er always felt that something was wrong. But thinking about the power of the artillery, I put out of my mind. I want 20. How long will it take you to build them? Fang Er stunt. What a big deal. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the National Treasury may not be able to take out so much money, right? Don't worry about this. Although I don't have money, I have land. Do you want it? What the hell? Li Er wants to exchange land for cannons? I have to say, this is a good plan. I want so much land, but I don't have the manpower to plant it. Your Majesty, please don't make it difficult for me. I bought the iron materials from Lord Changsun with real money. I also want to make some money to support the whole village. Fang Er said aggrievedly. Don't act so good in front of me. For the 1,000 acres of land in Fang Jiazwang, you even sent people all the way to the south to buy grain. What? Are you not happy when I give you land in exchange for a few cannons? Li Er was unhappy. Damn it. I'm the ruler of a country, and I don't even have this little bit of face. Your Majesty, could you please tell me first, where is the land? How much is it? Fang Er was speechless. It was obvious that Li Er was trying to force the sale. Along both sides of the Longzhou Canal, from Yunmen Township to Anqing Township, there are a total of 3,000 acres of irrigated land. Is that enough? The price given by Li Er is very fair. An acre of land costs only a little over 1 guan. In this year of severe drought, selling irrigated land at this price is simply a bargain. Only 3,000 acres? Fang Er's words had just landed. Li Er stood up from the dragon throne and pointed at Fang Er's nose with his finger. You. He was really pissed off by Fang Er. After holding in for a long time, he suddenly smiled and sat back on the dragon throne. Let's not talk about the Zheng family. How do you plan to punish me for privately manufacturing military equipment? The world's fights in Fang Er. Damn it. Is this a direct cheating move because they couldn't agree on the price? It's not the first day you've known about muskets and cannons. Your Majesty, if that's what you mean, I will give up my entire acre of land and sell everything I have to make these 20 cannons for you. Fang Er spread his hands and said helplessly, God knows whether this guy is just talking or taking it seriously. If we really want to punish him for privately manufacturing military equipment, this could be a big deal or a small deal. At the most serious level, he may be suspected of treason. At the most minor level, confiscation of property is a light punishment. You don't have to be so angry. The 3,000 acres of land is still yours. In half a month, the army will set out. I want to see 20 cannons accompanying them. Once the matter is settled, I will not pursue the matter of your privately manufacturing weapons. Li Er put forward the conditions. Your Majesty, that's 20 cannons and 20,000 kilograms of refined steel. How is that possible in half a month? Fang Er was shocked by Li Er's conditions. If the workshop is running at full capacity now, one door can be completed a day. This thing cannot be made by just casting. It still needs polishing and testing. It's impossible to make this thing, and it will be perfect every time. If there is a defective product, it will have to be remade. How could he complete such a big job with just a few unskilled blacksmiths under his command and not even a professional blacksmith? I don't care. I only look at the results. Li Er threw it out in a scoundrelly manner. Well, you are the emperor. You have the final say, but there is something that needs your intervention. Otherwise, let alone 20 cannons, we won't be able to build even 10. Tell me about it. You know the situation at my place. People say that a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Now I have rice but no food. So, please ask the emperor to transfer some blacksmiths with excellent skills. These people should be removed from the Ministry of Works and join my family. Otherwise, I am afraid that they will be used against me like that explosive pack in the future. Okay, I'll ask Xiao Dongzi to bring the person to you later. Lia agreed generously. The Ministry of Industry is like a sieve, with spies from the aristocratic families everywhere. Fang Er feels more at ease with the cannon-making technology than with the Ministry of Industry. Also, I plan to send 10,000 elite soldiers to fight. How much food and fodder are you prepared to provide? After dealing with the artillery, Li Er asked about food. Your Majesty, may I ask how much food and fodder a soldier needs in a day? Fang Er asked. Soldiers consume half a pound of food every day and twice as much in wartime. Each war horse consumes 10 kilograms of grass and 5 kilograms of concentrated feed every day. Similarly, the concentrated feed is doubled during wartime. Li Er didn't need to think about it at all. He knew these things very well. Fang Er began to think about it. 10,000 elite soldiers and their war horses would require 65,000 kilograms of fine food every day. Even if we successfully capture all the counties of Liangshidu, it will take at least 20 days or even a month. Considering the increased wartime consumption, at least 2 million kilograms of food will be needed. Just this much? It feels like there is no pressure at all. Chapter 100, 20 Artillery Orders. I would like to lend you 20,000 dan of grain for military rations. Is that enough? You are quite good at calculating. 10,000 soldiers are enough, but did you forget about the rations for the conscripts? Huh? You still need a servant. What? Are you going to let my elite soldiers cook their own food every day, or are you going to let them carry their own baggage? Fang Er was confused. He really forgot about it. How many men does the emperor intend to recruit? Fang Er didn't understand this, so he could only ask for advice. When marching and fighting, one elite soldier must be accompanied by at least 3 laborers. This time, it is different from the past. We mainly use explosive packs and artillery, so at least 5 laborers are needed. Therefore, 50,000. Lia extended a slap towards Fang Er. Fang Er's mouth was wide open and could fit an egg. Is this guy planning to send all the disaster victims away and just follow the soldiers to eat? 50,000 laborers, all of whom are working hard. Their rations must at least be similar to those of the soldiers when there is no war. That is 1.5 pounds of fine grain a day. That's another 65,000 kilograms a day. 1 month, damn. Another more than 2 million kilograms. This is fucking ridiculous. No wonder I watched TV in my previous life. In ancient times, when there was a war, there would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people involved, and the food and fodder would be measured in millions of stones. This is so damn expensive. Then I will take out 40,000 dan of grain. Fang Er asked tentatively. He was not sure whether it was enough, for fear that Li Er would come up with something else. But when a battle starts, 1 horse is not enough. My elite soldiers all have 2 horses each. Li Er picked up the teacup and hid his smile. I have to say that Fang Er really knows nothing about marching and fighting. Another 10,000 horses? Damn it, 10,000 horses will consume an extra 1.5 million kilograms of food per month. Your Majesty, just tell me how much you need, and I will find a way. You keep asking me how much I need. Fang Er looked constipated and said to Li Er with his hands spread out. 100,000 Dan. We can't just consider the expenses for attacking Liangshidu. We also have to take into account the food and fodder for attacking Goguryeo if everything goes well later. So, at least 100,000 Dan. This is just a fine grain. As for fodder, I'll let the Ministry of War figure it out. As soon as Li Er opened his mouth, he asked for 100,000 stones. Hiss! Fang Er took a breath of cold air. So just give up. He was the one who started this matter, so he has to accept it. After returning to Fangjiazwang, Fang Er began to prepare for mass production of cannons. The craftsmen from the Ministry of Works have received orders to start the process of deregistration and will arrive tomorrow. While there was still time, Fang Er called Niu Liang and a few others over to make a mold for casting the cannon. First of all, use wood to make a 1-to-1 model of the artillery. This model is then used for casting. After applying a layer of oil wax, fill the barrel with modeling mud. After the mud mold dries, open the wooden barrel and an inner core will come out. Use the same method to make the outer mud shell. When a mud shell and inner core are put together, it becomes a cannon mold. The advantage of doing this is that the size of the artillery can be made consistent and the same shells can be used. The next day, eunuch Dang sent 20 blacksmiths to the workshop, chatted with Fang Er for a few words, and then went back. As soon as the blacksmiths entered the workshop, they were shocked by what they saw. Countless disaster victims were working on the construction site with smiles on their faces, doing what they could. Rows of houses are slowly taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3-mile road from Fangjiazwang to the workshop is full of people working everywhere. A small path that could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side was widened to 5 meters, and the victims used rollers to press on it over and over again. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, with 500 soldiers, patrolled back and forth from Fangjiazwang to the workshop. This scene is even more lively than that at the Ministry of Industry. After the blacksmiths introduced themselves, Fang Er divided them into 2 teams. One team was responsible for casting the gun barrel, and the other team was responsible for polishing and testing the gun. The captain of the first team was a craftsman from the Ministry of Works named Zhao Gang. The captain of the second team, also a craftsman, was named Ma Shan. Following Fang Er's explanation, they quickly accepted the production method of this thing called cannon. In their opinion, this is much easier than holding a hammer before. The craftsman's workshop is in full swing. In the previous half-month, all the iron ingots have been refined into steel. The steel ingots are once again melted into molten steel, cast into the mold, cooling, demolding, forming. One by one, the cannons were loaded onto racks and pushed onto the open space. After being polished, they were covered with oilcloth. From the 8th day onwards, a large area was cleared. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin also ran over. They handed the patrol task over to others. These 2 guys heard from Fang Er that they were making cannons here, so they got itchy and came over to ask for a job to test the cannons. In just 8 days, 13 cannons have been built. I have to say, these blacksmiths have tough work on their hands. They just lack guidance and creativity. With the leadership of Fang Er, an 8th-level worker, they are making rapid progress. And after arriving here, the treatment Fang Er gave them was something they had never dared to imagine. 2 taels of silver per month, 3 meals a day, and extra reward for things made. Take the cannon, for example. Every time a qualified cannon is made, there will be a reward of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Of course, the 2 taels of silver were divided equally among the 20 blacksmiths. Each person gets 50 coins, which is enough to buy 2 caddies of meat. Therefore, everyone worked as if their life was at risk. When people meet Fang Er, they always respectfully call him Mr. Fang. 13 cannons, polished like mirrors, were lined up in a row on the open space. Zhao Hu and his men loaded their ammunition and stepped aside. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, with 11 soldiers, stood behind the cannon with torches in their hands. Ignition. Following Fang Er's order, the torch lit the fuse. Boom, 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 boom. Because of the different levels of filling, the fuses remain at different lengths. 13 cannons fired one after another. 13 huge iron balls were shot out from the muzzle and hit the ground 300 or 400 meters away. After landing, it bounced up violently, creating craters on the ground and splashing up a cloud of dust. Great! With this thing, attacking the city is a piece of cake. That's right. We can blast open the city gate with one shot from 300 or 400 meters away. Ha ha! Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo were delighted. Is this what we have created in the past few days? This is absolutely horrible. It's almost a mile away, right? This was the first time the blacksmiths saw the power of artillery. I was shocked by what I created. Chapter 101, Artillerie firant accident. The deafening sound of artillery fire reached Fang Er. The two guards left here by Li Er were horrified and hurried back to the palace to report to Li Er. Li Er was extremely excited when he heard the news. He didn't expect that Fang Er would start testing artillery after only 8 days. He didn't even bother to change his clothes and left the palace wearing only a dragon robe. The guards of the Eastern Palace quickly followed. The huge team rode out of Chang'an City at full speed. When Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingde, Li Jing, Wei Zheng, Fang Du, and other ministers heard the news, they thought that some emergency military situation had occurred and hurriedly rode their horses to catch up. When Li Er arrived at Fang Er's workshop, there were already hundreds of people following him. Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo were having a great time and were directing their soldiers to reload the explosives. When the ammunition was loaded and just about to be fired, a group of people came from a distance. Well, I took a closer look, damn. Li Er was running over with a group of senior officials from the court. The two men quickly asked the soldiers to extinguish the torches. If this thing catches fire and scares Li Er's horse, it will be a big trouble. Li Er did not dismount until he reached the cannon. Looking at the 13 black cannons in front of him, he seemed to have seen the destruction of Liang Shidu. And it was not just Liang Shidu. He even saw the scene of the Tang army being invincible. Your Majesty! Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin looked at Li Er, who came to their side, and knelt down hurriedly to salute. When they knelt, the soldiers under them also knelt one after another. Zhao Gang and Ma Shan also quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, why did you bring so many people with you? Fang Er was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Bringing so many people here at once? He walked forward and grabbed Li Er's horse reins, which was considered an excuse for himself not to kneel. I heard that you have started to test the artillery, so I wanted to come and take a look. I met them on the road, so get up. Li Er turned over and dismounted. After speaking to Fang Er, he spoke to the soldiers and blacksmith who were kneeling on the ground. Everyone stood up. Cheng Yaojin and his companions rode at full speed all the way and finally caught up, but they still hadn't figured out the situation. After listening to Li Er's words, I understood why he rushed out of the city in such a hurry. Everyone looked at the row of artillery in front of them, full of curiosity. What kind of thing could make Li Er ignore his own dignity and run wildly? Everyone, these are what I prepared for this expedition. Captain Fang calls this a cannon. It also has another name, the God of War. Since I saw it last time, I have been thinking about it day and night. I heard that the cannon test started today, so I rushed over. Since you are all here, let's open our eyes together. After Li Er finished speaking, he picked up an extinguished torch from the ground and extended it to Fang Er. Fang Er felt around and found that he didn't have any fire starter with him, so he had to run to Cheng Chumo to get one and light it for Li Er. Everyone, does anyone want to try it? Li Er raised the torch in his hand and spoke to the ministers. Let me try it. Yuchi Jingde was very much looking forward to this new thing made by Fang Er. He wondered how it would compare to the explosive pack. I will try it too. Seeing Big Black coming out, Cheng Yaojin also picked up a torch. Then Li Jing, Ho Junji, Tang Jian, Fang Xianling, Duruhui, and Gao Shirlian also picked up the torches on the ground. Wei Zheng looked at the black muzzle of the gun and had a bad feeling. But since Li Er had taken the lead, it would be inappropriate for him to just stand aside and watch. So he gritted his teeth and picked up a torch. Including Li Er, there were 9 people and 9 torches. Seeing this, Fang Er also went over to join in the fun. He waved and called Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Finally, he took out another torch and handed it to Eunuch Deng. This guy was scared by Fang Er. He really didn't dare touch this. God knows if there is any danger. Everyone is ready. Otherwise, Your Majesty, you should just stand aside and watch. This thing might be dangerous. Fang Er opened his mouth and gave Li Er some advice. I have fought for many years, and a mere cannon is not worthy of my standing on the side. Let's join together. Ignition! Li Er directly rejected Fang Er's kindness. After giving an order, he fired his own cannon first. The others also lit the fire together. Boom, 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 boom. A salvo of fire kicked up a cloud of dust 400 steps away. Li Er was overjoyed when he saw this. The ministers holding torches were dumbfounded. The power of this thing is beyond their understanding. Such a small thing can have such great power. The siege weapons of the Tang dynasty included artillery carts. That is, a trebuchet. The distance varies depending on the weight of the stone thrown. It is roughly within 300 steps. This thing was able to fly 400 steps with one blast. Looking at the iron ball that was still bouncing and rolling after landing, I couldn't help but think of the power of this thing on the battlefield. After the shot, there will definitely be body parts all over the ground. Great! Your Majesty, this thing is great. With this, I guarantee that we can take Yan'an in one day. Cheng Yaojin jumped around excitedly, touching the still hot barrel of the gun as if he was touching the skin of a beautiful woman, and did not feel it was hot at all. Fang Er could only click his tongue when he saw this. How thick are the calluses on this guy's hands? Your Majesty, this thing is truly worthy of the name of the god of war. In the future on the battlefield, it will surely be invincible. Li Jing also praised the artillery highly. Your Majesty, this is amazing. With this magical weapon, I will bring Liang Shidu's head back to you. Ho Kun was extremely excited. He had finally gotten the chance to go on the expedition. With the help of artillery, I was immediately filled with confidence. Others also praised the artillery one after another. Wei Zheng wiped his sweat quietly. He was really frightened by the sound of the cannon just now. Why does this feel even scarier than that bomb? Eunuch Deng was a little scared at first, but after the shells were fired, he did not find any danger and his face was filled with excitement. He was Li Er's personal eunuch. As the Tang dynasty became more powerful, he would be able to rise with it. Moreover, being able to have sex with Li Er and tell others about it is a great honor. Come on, Baolin, let someone reload and fire another shot. Li Er felt that he was more addicted to playing with the curved plow than the last time. Yuchi Baolin, along with his soldiers, quickly cleaned the gun chambers and loaded the ammunition. Then Li Er gave another order, and everyone lit the fire together. Boom, 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 duong. Suddenly hearing a distinctive voice, Fang Er broke out in a cold sweat. Judging from the sound, there must be something wrong with the gun. P.S. Here are 4 chapters. Chapter 102, Selling Artillery System Upgrades. Fang Er didn't bother to see where the shell landed. Looked directly at the others. Before they could figure out which gun had the problem, they heard Ho Junji screaming loudly. Turning around, I saw Ho Junji hugging his thighs and rolling on the ground. Li Er was also stunned. What's going on? Chung Chumo hurried over to check. I saw that Ho Junji's lower body clothes were still on fire. After the fire was put out, a bowl-sized wound on his left leg was found, which was bleeding continuously. There was a dark area at the base of the thighs. Fang Er went over to take a look at the cannon he was using. A crack appeared at the tail of the gun. This is due to chamber pressure issues. There are only 2 reasons. Too much medicine was added, or there is a defect in the tail of this gun. Wei Zheng was still frightened. Merifak, my premonition came true. Your Majesty, there was a problem with the cannon. Fortunately, it was only the gunpowder that injured him. It should be fine. Fang Er explained the reason to Li Er. Li Er had no intention of blaming anyone. He just asked someone to send Ho Junji back. However, after this incident, no one else wanted to take risks again. Li Er was having a great time with sex, and this blow made him a little impotent. Your Majesty, all the lords, don't take it to heart. Today we are testing the guns and picking out the unqualified ones. When we equip the army in the future, I guarantee that this kind of problem will not occur. After Fang Er said this, the others also expressed their understanding. But they did not stay for long. After Li Er praised Fang Er for a few words, they returned to Chang'an City together. When the 2 teams of blacksmiths heard that a crack had been blown into the cannon and that Duke Lu had been injured, they were all trembling with fear, fearing that Fang Er would pursue the case. It's not your fault. It was just a test of the guns. They came here on their own accord. It's okay. Just be more careful next time. Fang Er looked at the frightened blacksmiths and tried to comfort them. However, Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were secretly laughing on the side. That old monkey, just now vowed to bring Liang Shidu's head to the emperor, but now he has destroyed himself first. Haha, I've been annoyed with him for a long time. He even bullied Brother Fang in the palace last time. He deserved it. Hey Baolin, did you see just now that the old monkey's hair was all burnt? I don't know if the little monkey was burnt. Snap! Snap! Fang Er had somehow gotten behind the two men, and when he heard them gloating over someone else's misfortune, he slapped each of them in the face. Fuck! Who? Cheng Chumo was startled by his hit, and when he turned around he found that it was Fang Er. Brother, why didn't you say anything? You scare me to death. You deserve it. How dare you say that in public? Ho Junji is a duke after all. From now on, you should say such things in your room. Do you understand? Got it, big brother. Yuchi Baolin touched the place where Fang Er hit him and said embarrassedly, Okay, stop standing there. We still need to test the remaining guns. Leave the fuses longer and be careful. Okay, Brother Fang, just watch. Brothers, keep firing. The two of them continued to fire and test their weapons arm in arm. The construction work at Fangjiazwang and the court's preparations for war were proceeding in full swing. The day after the artillery test, Li Er sent people to take away 100,000 shur of grain. The agreed half-month period arrived. A total of 23 cannons were lined up in a row on the open space in front of the blacksmith's workshop, looking extremely majestic. The cannon that had problems last time has been recycled. Fang Er built a total of 27 cannons. During the testing in the next few days, 4 more were eliminated. Now these 23 doors have passed the inspection and are qualified products. The inspection process is the same as for the first gun. Led by Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo, they fired continuously. It didn't stop until the barrel overheated and turned red. Wait until it cools down before continuing to fire. Each of these 23 guns was tested with at least 50 rounds of artillery shells. Li Er once again brought people to Fangjiazwang. Looking at the artillery that exceeded the target, I felt extremely satisfied. He waved his hand and said, Little Dengzi, take the land deed to Captain Fang. Eunuch Deng handed over a stack of land deeds. Fang Er took it and looked at it. It was exactly the 3,000 acres of well-irrigated land that had been agreed upon. He thanked Li Er and put in his arms. Ding! The host has completed the first batch of arms transactions with his own skills. The system is being upgraded. The duration is 4 hours. As soon as he put the deed into his arms, Fang Er was confused by the system prompt. Fuck you. There are more than 100 chapters. You can only exchange for some random things. Just because I've done the deal, I'm coming out to upgrade? Why don't you tell me the upgrade conditions earlier? I'll let you upgrade in minutes. Damn. Seeing that he seemed to be worried, Li Er did not ask any more questions. After praising him for a few words, he asked the guards to drag the cannon behind the prepared carriage and take it away. Also taken away were 500 solid artillery shells. After sending them away, Fang Er returned to the blacksmith's workshop and stared at the countdown that was slowly changing second by second. I was very anxious. Finally, I heard the long-lost voice. Ding! System upgrade completed. Please check it yourself. Fang Er couldn't wait to open the system panel. The upgraded system has one more option besides points redemption. Mission system. Oh my god, what a fucking scam. No wonder when I first activated the system, they said there would be random tasks, but I haven't seen any in such a long time. It turns out that you need to upgrade the system to appear. Is there something wrong with the person who designed the system? If I don't buy these 20 cannons, I will never show up until I die, right? I clicked on the task system, and the current tasks were displayed. Current mission, Hero's Expedition. The host is required to follow the Tang army and kill Liang Shidu personally. Mission reward, 1 multi-tool, semi-automatic lathe. Hey! Fang Er jumped on the spot. Damn, this is so exciting. The reward was actually a lathe. Damn it. Fang Er just felt that he could no longer express his feelings at the moment. Isn't it just killing Liang Shidu with your own hands? Damn it, for this lathe, not to mention Liang Shidu, even Li Er would do it. No matter how much he tried, Li Er still didn't consider it because the consequences were too serious. Even Li Yuan would try to kill him. Fang Er came out of the house and returned to everyone, feeling that his whole body was filled with strength. Well, there's the power of goals. Zhao Hu, guard assemble. He gave his orders to Zhao Hu, who was on patrol. Then, 44 guard members stood in front of Fang Er in an orderly manner. P.S. Haha. Look forward to the appearance of the lathe. There are also 4 chapters today, and here is the first chapter. Chapter 103, Enrollment Expansion Assessment. Select reliable personnel from the disaster victims to expand the guard team to 500 people. I'll give you 3 days. Just give the men some simple training. I only want obedient ones, the kind that won't frown even if I let them die. 3 days later, this young master will take you to chase the army heading north and participate in the Battle of Liang Shidu. Fang Er announced his order neatly. Zhao was a little confused by this sudden order. What is my young master playing at? Why don't you stay at home and enjoy your life instead of going to the battlefield to join the fun? Just when I was about to ask the reason, I saw Fang Er's serious face and didn't dare to speak. Took Sun Zhou Lu Meng and others to select people. Fang Er called Zhao Gang and Ma Shan and explained some things to them in the workshop. After Zhao Gang and Ma Shan left, they asked Ma Chao to go back and pass some messages to Huanyang. After finishing all this, Fang Er locked himself in the workshop and told them not to disturb him. He wants to make a secret weapon for himself. Zhao Hu and his team were doing very well, just because the guards are so blessed. 3 meals a day, eat meat every day, 2 taels of silver per month, and additional rewards for completing missions. The young and strong among the victims had been watching eagerly, wanting to join in. This time Fang Er opened the door and people flocked to sign up. There are 500 places available, but there are 2,000 people who can sign up. Zhao Hu looked at the 2,000 people in front of him and didn't know what to do. He was just a peasant, had never even been a soldier, and had no idea how to select or train soldiers. In desperation, he knocked on Fang Er's door. "What's up?" Fang Er looked at a part in his hand and asked impatiently. "Sir, there are too many people who have signed up to join the guard. There are 2,000 of them. I don't know how to choose." Zhao Hu replied embarrassedly. "Pull them out to an open area, have them stand 1 step apart, and select the 1,000 people who survive to the end. Then let these 1,000 people run around the village. Select the 500 who hold out till the end. You need to be taught this. Go find Yuchi and ask him to be the examiner. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do." Fang Er casually stated the conditions for selecting people. Everyone who has participated in military training in later generations knows about this thing. One is a test of perseverance. The other is a consideration of endurance. Only those who meet these 2 conditions have the possibility of continuing to grow. Yuchi and his men were teaching the victims how to plow the fields with a curved plow. I heard Zhao Hu coming over and telling me Fang Er's request. His eyes became excited. He was originally a soldier, but retired due to injury. During the time I've been following Fang Er and eating delicious food every day, my body has long recovered. Compared with the dull life in the village, he prefers the days of licking blood on the blade on the battlefield. After taking over the examiner's task, Yuchi seemed like a different person. Standing on the open space cleared during the previous artillery test, looking at the 2,000 militiamen standing in front of him, his heart was filled with passion. The young master has opened an invitation and the guards are recruiting. This is your chance. I'm sure you all know how the guards are treated on a daily basis. I'll say it again, 3 meals a day, meat every day, 2 taels of silver every month, and extra rewards when you go on missions. But if you want to join in, it's not something you can do just by talking about it. Now, spread out, front, back, left, and right, 1 person at a time. Stand up straight. Let's see who can hold out to the end." Yuchi read out the selection criteria. The militiamen below stood up straight when they heard this, fearing that they would be eliminated. This opportunity is so rare for them. As long as I'm selected, I will have no worries about food and drink for my family. After completing a few missions, you can even get enough money for a dowry to marry a wife. A stick of incense. 2 incense sticks. Half an hour later, some people began to give up and fell to the ground. He was dragged out by Zhao Hu and his men. Then I was told ruthlessly, "You are eliminated." Yuchi did not give the remaining 1,000 people any time to rest. He took his men and ran around the village along the newly built road. Yuchi looked at their condition and was very satisfied. These people, having experienced the test of natural disasters, cherish every opportunity for change even more. Another hour passed before the final 500 people were selected. That night, Fang Er came out of the workshop, looking at the 500 people holding torches in the open space. "Don't think you've passed this test. There are even more cruel things waiting for you." He said something lightly, handed a booklet to Yuchi, and asked him to train these people according to the requirements. For 2 days, the only thing Fang Er asked for was obedience. Perseverance, endurance, and unconditional obedience. This team has finally taken shape. I'll slowly filter them out later. The next day, Fang Er continued to lock himself in the workshop. The new guard members started running again. The explosive pack with the broken porcelain pieces removed was thrown directly beside them by Zhao Hu and his men, and it exploded less than 5 meters away from them. The flames rising into the sky and the gusts of wind rushing towards them frightened them to the ground. Some of the timid ones even wet their pants. But Zhu didn't let them go at all. Holding a whip, if you see someone lying on the ground and not getting up, you would whip him. He uttered the most vicious curses. With your abilities, how can you expect to live a life of superiority? You're scared by this? You're a bunch of idiots. Trash. Fuck you, get up. If you don't get up, get back to work. I don't want any cowards here. Zhuzi cursed and beat him, but he was worried in his heart. Young master, is it a bit too much to ask us to do this? These are all victims of the disaster. They would do anything for their stuttering. Don't arouse public anger. But as the fight went on, he found that none of these people wanted to resist. Even after being beaten, he didn't say a word, just got up and continued running. Let those explosive packs roar in your ears. Suddenly, Zhao Hu and his men rode their horses and rushed towards the team. Just when they were about to collide, the reins were suddenly pulled, the horse stood up and fell down heavily. This time, the new team members were also scared. Even Zhao Hu and the others were nervous, fearing that they might accidentally kill someone. Then, there are other ways to test and harass the new team members. After 2 full days of explosives, horse charges, and night raids, the new members felt as if they were living in hell. When Fang Er appeared in front of everyone with a sniper rifle, these people seemed to have lost their souls. They just stood there woodenly, looking miserable. Of the 500 people, only 450 are left. 50 people couldn't stand such torture and dropped out. Fang Er didn't explain anything to them. This was just the beginning. P.S. Here comes the second chapter. Chapter 104. What's the point of comparing? Zhuzi brought his men and war horses. 500 horses, all Mongolian. This not only emptied Mr. Zhang's family fortune and cleared out all the money on his horse farm, but he also had to scrape together money from his friends to get all these horses. To this end, Fang Er sent out cart after cart of drunken immortal wine to pave the way. He promised them many benefits before they agreed to sell the horses to him. There is no baggage. Each fire stick comes with a bag of fixed bullets, a long steel sword, and a set of plate armor. That's the entire armament. The long sword is cast directly in one piece. Plate armor was stamped directly on the forge and then tied together with leather. It has to be said that the blacksmiths who came out of the Ministry of Industry have superb craftsmanship and strong learning ability. Fang Er just gave a few pointers and explained the principles of production. I thought I would miss it this time, but I didn't expect. They actually made it so quickly. The 500 guards rode on tall horses, wearing silver-white steel half-plate armor, with long swords hanging around their waists and muskets on their backs. A bullet bag was hung on one side of the saddle. On the other side, Huanyang brought the dry food prepared by the women on the farm. There was not much, but it was enough to sustain them until they caught up with Cheng Yaojin and his men. Yuchi Baolin, Cheng Chumo, and others had already left with the artillery 3 days ago. Armor, weapons, dry food, and mount are all prepared for you. You have passed the test of the past 2 days. Now, the real test for you is coming. Fang has nothing to do, so I will take you to chase the Northern Expedition Army and take you to the battlefield. Do you dare to follow me? Fang Er gathered all his strength and yelled at his teammates. Willing. The crowd, who were originally listless, suddenly became energetic when they heard that they were going to go on a mission, and that it was to be on the battlefield. The last time Fang Er led people to destroy the Zheng family, news eventually spread. Each team member received a lot of reward money. They were willing to join the guard for the reward money. These days, human life is the least valuable. Being able to risk your life to provide your family with enough food and clothing is a rare opportunity. Moreover, the superior war horses and sophisticated armor also gave them a lot of confidence. Set off. Fang Er took the lead and rushed towards Chang'an City. The pillars followed closely behind. Zhao Hu, Lu Meng, Ma Chao, and Sun Zhou followed. Next came the 500 guards. When they arrived near Chang'an City, they went straight around the city and headed north. The territory controlled by Liang Shidu was located in Yan'an, Honghua, now Qingyang, and Diaoyin, now Suida. Tang Bian's attack route was to attack Honghua first, then Yan'an, and finally Diaoyin, pushing forward in a straight line. After galloping all the way for 2 days, they finally caught up with the Northern Expedition Army 50 miles away from Honghua. Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Chumo, and Yuchi Baolin followed behind the main force and were responsible for escorting food and fodder. He was somewhat surprised when he heard the scouts report that a cavalry of 500 men was approaching from behind. Could something have happened in Chang'an? So he asked Cheng Chumo to lead a team of people to meet them. Looking at Fang Er in front of him, Cheng Chumo was a little surprised. Brother Fang, why did you follow me? Ha ha, I'm bored at home, so I came to hang out with you and experience a battle between two armies to see if I can get some military merit. Fang Er found an excuse for himself, patted Chumo's shoulder, and said, No, why did you bring so many troops with you? Does the emperor know? Cheng Chumo was speechless. Running to the battlefield out of boredom? Is this because your brain is stuck in the door? Centaurs? Where are the centaurs? These are all new things made in the farm. I just dragged them to the battlefield to see if they are useful. After testing them, if they are useful, I will sell them to the emperor. This made Cheng Chumo even more at a loss for words. Look at the hundreds of fully armed people behind. A full set of armor, sword, and musket. Huh. This armor is so strange. I have never seen it before. He walked over to a team member and touched it with his hand. A complete set of half-body armor, but there are only 2 gaps. Looking through the gap, it seems to be half a finger thick. What a crazy design. Cheng Chumo estimated that he couldn't cut this thing in half, even if he used all his strength. He was very familiar with the sword and the musket without even looking at them. But I haven't seen these few days. How do these people and horses show up? Okay, stop being curious and take me to see your father. Fang Er shouted to Cheng Chumo. Led by Cheng Chumo, a team of 500 people directly joined Cheng Yaojin's team. Ha ha, good job. You actually dared to bring people to hang out on the battlefield. I wasn't wrong about you. Cheng Yaojin was very happy to see Fang Er. He never expected that Fang Er would follow him on his own initiative. Although this was a bit against the rules, the artillery and explosive packs were there, and as long as Fang Er didn't do anything outrageous, he believed that Li Er wouldn't investigate further. Therefore, he simply ignored the 500 people that Fang Er brought. Only 500 people, what a joke. Hey, I just came here to see it for myself, and to see if there's anything that needs improvement in the artillery. Okay, with your attitude towards work, I will explain to the emperor for you later. Cheng Yaojin directly took the responsibility of Fang Er leading troops to the battlefield without permission. It's just trying out armor and a musket. What's the big deal? The artillery has been brought to the battlefield. What else is unacceptable? Besides, the food and fodder for these tens of thousands of troops were provided by Fang Er. Chai Shao heard about this earlier and came over to see Fang Er. He never asked why Fang Er followed him. The originally designated Deputy General Ho Junji was injured by gunpowder and could not go on the expedition, so he was replaced by Li Er. He was replaced by General Zhang Gongjin of the Left Guard. This guy's a very tough guy. Because of the artillery, Fang Er was extremely enthusiastic when he met him. As the army slowly moved forward, they saw the city of Honghua County that evening. According to reports, the person stationed in Honghua was Liang Shidu's right-hand man Feng Duan. Feng Duandu received the news 2 days ago. The spies reported that an army of 100,000 was marching towards Honghua. He absolutely did not believe this number. This is probably the number shouted out by the leader Chai Shao. No one knows the real military strength. When the Tang army arrived at the city, Feng Duan became more certain of his judgment. Judging from the flags, there are only about 10,000 people. The others are just auxiliary soldiers or laborers. No need to worry. It was already late in the evening, and the two sides shouted a few words to each other. It's nothing more than persuading the Tang army to surrender. Feng Duan's threat was just a mindless one. This scene made Fang Er want to laugh. What's the point of comparing? Why not just attack them with cannons? P.S. Chapter 3 is delivered too. Chapter 105, Guns, Explosives, and Explosives. After the formalities, Chai Shao summoned all the generals into the big tent and began to discuss tomorrow's attack plan. Finally decided, Cheng Yaojin led 3,000 soldiers and 7 cannons to attack the east gate. Zhang Gongjin also led 3,000 soldiers and 7 cannons to attack the west gate. Chai Shao took the remaining soldiers and artillery to attack the north gate. The next morning, outside Honghua City, the Tang army deployed its troops. At the east gate, west gate, and north gate, cannons were lined up and aimed at the city walls. Ma Duan saw this scene from the top of the city wall and inexplicably felt something was wrong. Were those things? Shouldn't the normal routine be for ants to attack the city, or for catapults to smash it for a while? Fang Er also followed Cheng Chumo and looked at the distance. Can you hit it accurately? Hey, it doesn't matter whether it's accurate or not. At 300 steps, the winch crossbows on the city wall can't hit us at all. Just fire slowly. As Cheng Chumo raised his hand, he swung it down fiercely. The 7 guns roared loudly. Before Ma Duan figured out what was going on, 7 iron balls hit the city wall hard. The rammed earth wall was hit with pits, and the soldiers standing on it could even feel the wall shaking slightly. As Cheng Chamo's artillery fire was also heard from the west gate and the north gate. Continue. 2 or 3 minutes later, there was another salvo. The pitch-black iron ball hit the city wall again under Ma Duan's horrified gaze. Damn it, this city is undefendable. The weapon with the longest range available in the city is the winch crossbow. This is a combination of 2 or 3 bows, which greatly enhances the tension and strength of the crossbow. When drawing the crossbow string is connected to the winch with a thick rope. The soldiers turn the winch to draw the crossbow string and install the giant arrow. When shooting, the soldier hits the trigger with a sledgehammer to release the string and shoot the arrow into the distance. But the range of this thing is only about 200 meters. There's no way you can hit the artillery more than 300 steps away. This is so fucking bullying. General Ma, we can't go on like this. If we let them keep fighting like this, the city wall won't hold out for long. Ma Duan's advisor reminded him. Pass the order down. Go out of the city to fight. Ma Duan gritted his teeth, picked up his weapon, and went straight down the city wall. There are a total of 30,000 troops stationed in Honghua City. Except for the soldiers guarding the city, everyone else has received orders to gather in the parade ground in the city. The Tang army outside the city is too arrogant. They only dare to attack the city walls from a distance with despicable means. Follow me to fight and destroy them. Bald, you take 5,000 men and leave the city from the east gate. Shizi, you take 5,000 men and leave the city from the west gate. The rest of you follow me and fight your way out from the north gate. There were fewer and fewer soldiers on the city wall, and Fang Er felt something was wrong. They're coming out of the city, pillars, muskets in formation. The sound of orderly footsteps came from behind. 500 musketeers were divided into 4 teams and lined up behind the cannon. Cheng Yaojin also saw the clue. 3,000 elite soldiers surrounded the artillery and musketeers in the middle, forming a concave formation. At the very end, there were several catapults. The baskets on them did not contain stones at all, but rather explosive packs with long fuses. Chai Xiao and Zhang Gongjin also responded at the same time. Squeak! The heavy city gate was opened. The well-organized Liang army rushed out of the city. Follow me and kill. On the east gate side, Shang Tuzi led 5,000 cavalrymen and rushed straight towards the artillery. Immediately, deafening shouts and the sound of horse hooves were heard from the north gate and the west gate at the same time. The cavalry charged very quickly. In a flash, they moved forward dozens of meters and approached the Tang army. Cheng Yaojin wanted to lead people to meet them, but was stopped by Fang Er. Brother Cheng, don't be impatient. Just fire a few rounds first. 7 cannons turned their muzzles towards the cavalry. The Liang army is less than 200 steps away from the Tang army. Boom! A salvo of fire was more shocking than hitting the city wall. Since the Liang army had just rushed out of the city gate and their formation was very dense, 7 iron balls whistled and smashed 7 bloody paths in the crowd. Shang Tuzi only felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears. When he turned around, he saw that one of the guards beside him had only half of his body left for some reason. Looking around, I saw that some war horses had their heads smashed. Some horses' legs were broken by iron balls that fell to the ground and bounced back up. The situation got a little out of control. Shang Tuzi gritted his teeth and led the cavalry, facing 2 rounds of artillery fire. After losing several hundred people, he rushed to within 100 steps of the Tang army. Before he could be happy, he saw countless black spots falling from the sky. The black spot grew bigger and bigger. It turned out to be something wrapped in sackcloth, dragging a long string and emitting flames. One of them rushed straight toward Shangbaldi. He was on horseback. He drew out his long sword and chopped it directly. The sack was split in 2. Suddenly, a cloud of black dust scattered out from inside. Then he saw a horrible scene. The dust floated onto the sparks, and then there was a bang. A huge ball of fire directly enveloped him. When the fire dissipated, Shang the Baldy became roasted the Baldy and fell straight off the horse's back. A cavalry charge is terrifying, and not just to the enemy. The same goes for me. The powerful kinetic energy can't be stopped at all. Once the front stops, the cavalry behind will rush up one after another. The bald man who fell off his horse was trampled into a pool of rotten meat by the war horse behind him. The rest of the explosive packs also fell among the Liang army's cavalry. Explosions were heard one after another, accompanied by balls of fire. The broken porcelain pieces in the explosive pack flew everywhere. The soldiers screamed, the neighing of war horses. In an instant, the Liang army was in chaos. The war horses were frightened and could not be controlled at all, and fled in panic. Fang Er, who had been waiting for an opportunity, gave the order decisively. Shot! Bang! 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 As gunshots rang out, the musketeers began their ruthless harvest. After shooting the front row, to squat down, clean the muzzle, and reload. Fixed bullets greatly improved the soldiers' operating speed. The four teams took turns, and the gunfire seemed to never stop. The cavalry of the Liang army fell one after another. The death of Shang Tuzi left them without a backbone. The scene became even more chaotic. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin directly issued an attack order to the soldiers behind him. 3,000 elite soldiers bypassed the musketeers on both sides and rushed towards the Liang army. In order to prevent accidental injury to friendly forces, Fang Er stopped the musketeers. On the Liang army's side, the frightened war horses were still running rampant among their own troops. Countless soldiers were thrown off their horses and trampled mercilessly. Seeing the Tang army rushing over, many Liang troops instantly lost their fighting spirit. The soldiers on the periphery jumped off their uncontrollable horses and fled in all directions. The defeat was like a landslide. The rout was like a chain reaction, sweeping away all the remaining Liang troops. P.S. Chapter 4 is sent to Chapter 106, Cruel and Tyrannical Liang Shidu. The battle at the East Gate was over, and 2,000 soldiers were left behind to pursue on horseback. Cheng Yaojin and others rushed to the North Gate. The situation at the North Gate was exactly the same, except that Ma Duan was still alive. But at this moment, he wished he were dead. Chai Xiao gathered 50 catapults and 9 cannons. Keep firing and bombing at him. Of the 30,000 troops, excluding the 10,000 who were guarding the city, Shang Tuzi and Shizi each took away 5,000. Of the 10,000 cavalrymen behind Ma Duan, there are now less than 4,000 left. He never knew that a war could turn out like this. He led 10,000 cavalrymen, but they couldn't even get within 300 steps. He looked at the Tang army that was less than 100 steps away from him, and then looked at the war horses that had been blown up behind him. Abandon the horse. Return to the city. Ma Duan's heart is bleeding. With these soldiers who had lost their morale, they were no match for the Tang army. Chai Xiao did not pursue, but instead ordered his men to collect the frightened horses that were abandoned by the Liang army. Zhang Gongjin on Shimon's side was also extremely happy. The chief general of the Liang army, Lu Shi, lost one arm in a cannon shot and retreated back into the city with the remaining 1,000 soldiers, leaving behind a field of corpses and war horses. Wait until the battlefields in 3 directions have been completely cleaned up. The Tang army tent. The 3 main generals are summing up the gains from this battle. Ma Duan's deputy general Shang Tuzi is dead. Ma Duan's deputy general Lu Shi is disabled. 3 battlefields, killing more than 10,000 enemies. Countless war horses and weapons were seized. The city of Honghua seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. Brother, what the Tang army used today is really terrible. In the government office, Lu Shi held up his broken arm and said with lingering fear, Yes, General, the brothers are all scared. There's no way we can fight this battle. We can't even touch the people before they're smashed into pieces. My mount had half of its head smashed off by that big iron ball. I'm scared just thinking about it now. The captain next to him trembled when he mentioned it. Afraid? If you're afraid, then you won't fight? So many brothers' lives will be lost in vain. Ma Duan kicked over the table and yelled at everyone. Brother, it's not our fault. It's not that we brothers are not brave enough. It's just that, hey, in my opinion, it's better to abandon Honghua City and go to Yan'an. Anyway, the Tang people are also heading for the emperor. We can also give the emperor a warning when we go there. Lu Shi endured the piercing pain in his broken arm, and with his only remaining hand, he pulled Ma Duan and spoke. General, we can't defend this city any longer. We can't defend this city. Several captains knelt on the ground, crying and begging Ma Duan to withdraw his troops. After the daytime battle, in addition to the soldiers who died in battle, a large number of soldiers fled and disappeared. There are only about 10,000 soldiers available in the city now. Ma Duan wanted to retreat, but he was afraid that Liang Shidu would punish him for abandoning the city. But if we hold on, there will be no hope at all. Just as he was wavering, suddenly, the sound of artillery fire came from the city again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of iron balls hitting the city wall continuously came from outside. Strike back, stretch back, regroup the troops, and retreat. Tianan. The sound of cannons forced him to make a decision. The Tang army outside the city fired artillery continuously. The fight lasted for nearly half an hour. Hundreds of shells were fired. Gaps were made in the city walls. It didn't stop until the barrel turned red. The next morning, scouts came to report that the Liang army soldiers in the city had disappeared. Chai Xiao sent 200 soldiers to carefully enter the city to investigate, only to find out that Ma Duan and his men had abandoned the city and fled last night. Chai Xiao was very unhappy that he failed to capture Ma Duan. Hand the prisoners over to the servants to take them back to Chang'an. Gather all the troops and hunt down Ma Duan. Capture Liang Shidu. Chai Xiao mounted his horse, drew his sword, and gave the order to all the soldiers to march. Go after Lu Duan. Capture Liang Shidu. The soldiers agreed, then mounted their horses, followed Chai Xiao, and galloped towards Yan'an. In the ruined Honghua city, Chai Xiao didn't even leave a single soldier behind and just left it here. Only 5,000 laborers were left to escort the captives back to Chang'an. All the remaining people will march with all their might towards Yan'an. Ma Duan and his troops had just walked 100 miles or so when they heard a report from Scout. Report. General Liu, the Tang army is catching up. Damn it. He knew that sooner or later he would be caught up. But he didn't expect that Chai Xiao didn't enter the city at all. Such a grand city was lost just like that, and they just wouldn't let go. Drop the food and supplies and move forward at full speed. Ma Duan tore off his armor and whipped the horse hard. The warhorse under his crotch felt pain and leaped forward suddenly. The Liang army soldiers also threw away their burdens, leaving only a sword or a spear for self-defense. Fang Er followed Chai Xiao's army and pursued them all the way. The road was littered with discarded armor and food. Even Ma Duan abandoned the wounded soldiers in the end. Honghua is nearly 600 miles away from Yan'an. Ma Duan fled for his life, and the soldiers behind him gradually could not keep up. They kept running at full speed, and the horses couldn't keep up, so gradually some soldiers fell behind. A day later, when Ma Duan led his troops to the outskirts of Yan'an, there were less than 5,000 soldiers left behind. When Liang Shidu received the news, he immediately summoned Lu Duan. What's going on? Your Majesty, I am guilty. The Tang army invaded, and I failed to protect Honghua. Ma Duan knelt in front of Liang Shidu, feeling nervous. Liang Shidu was a man of cruel temper, and this was known to everyone. Tell me about it. Liang Shidu changed his usual irritability, sat behind the imperial desk, and said lightly, I don't know what the Tang army has made. They can launch iron balls to attack the city from 300 steps away. The sound is like thunder, and the horses are frightened and can't get close at all. In addition, there's another thing that looks like a sack with a black powder inside. It is thrown from a distance by a catapult, and it will explode after landing. There are many broken pieces of porcelain inside, which can injure several people. It is hard to defend against. Ma Duan knelt on the ground and recounted his personal experience in detail to Master Liang. It was as if Master Liang was listening to a foreign language, and he didn't believe anything he said at all. 300 steps away? Shooting an iron ball? How is this possible? How far can a winch crossbow be shot? 200 steps? Your Majesty, my brother's arm was broken by that iron ball. Seeing that Liang Shidu had a suspicious look on his face, Ma Duan had Lu Shi brought over and pointed at his broken arm and spoke. Liang Shidu walked closer and, ignoring Lu Shi's pain, tore off the cloth wrapped around his broken arm. Ah! Lu Shi screamed. Sweat instantly covered his forehead and he fainted. The bloody wound was exposed. Judging from the wound, it was definitely not a knife wound. The jagged fracture looked like it had been torn apart directly. This forced Liang Shidu to believe what Ma Duan said. The other people in Hall were all trembling with fear at Liang Shidu's actions. Chapter 107. Liang Jun's advisor assists. Damn it! What hurts more than rubbing salt into a wound? That is to ruthlessly peel off the scab on the wound. Ma Duan felt sorry for it, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, if we can get Master Liang to stop pursuing the crime of abandoning the city, all these injuries will be worth it. Otherwise, both brothers will be executed. Chai Xiao, who was behind, chased for a long time without catching up, so he slowed down. If we maintain full speed, the baggage and artillery behind us will be left behind. Brother Cheng, will this make Master Liang on guard? Fang Er was a little worried. What are you afraid of? You made this thing, don't you trust it? Don't worry. As long as he is in the city, we can do whatever we want him. If he dares to abandon the city, it will be even more fun. Cheng Yaojin said with a smile, as if he didn't care at all. Brother Fang, it's really spectacular to see your musketeers firing together. How did you come up with this idea? Cheng Yaojin came over and asked. When attacking the East Gate, the scene of 500 musketeers taking turns shooting had a great impact on him. Although he has been in contact with muskets for quite some time. But I always thought that this thing wouldn't be of much use because it was too troublesome to load. But when it was truly revealed before his eyes, he was completely shocked. Yes, tell me quickly. I'm also interested in your musketeer. Their armor looks pretty good. Zhang Gongjin also spoke. They walked together during the march, and when he heard Cheng Yaojin ask about it, he also became interested. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he later heard Cheng Yaojin talk about the scene. You all looked down on muskets in the beginning, even the emperor did. Are you all convinced now? General Zhang, how long does it take to train an archer? When he's actually used, how many arrows can he shoot in a row? Fang Er kept the question in suspense. An archer? It takes at least 2 years of training. For sharpshooters, it's even harder. It takes at least 8 to 10 years. But even shooting about 7 or 8 times is enough. If you shoot more than that, your arms will get hurt. Zhang Gongjin answered truthfully. So, this is the advantage of the musketeers. In 3 months at most, we could train a group of qualified soldiers. And as you can see, the musketeers have a very strong ability to sustain combat. As long as the barrel and ammunition are fine, we can keep fighting. Moreover, if we have talent, we can also be like a sharpshooter and shoot wherever we point. In order to solve the problem of the musket's reloading speed, I asked them to form a line and shoot in turns. This way, we can ensure the continuous output and suppression of firepower. Of course, we got a bargain this time. When we really face the enemy in the wild, we still need the protection of friendly forces. The 500 men I brought with me this time were all put together at short notice and have not undergone any systematic training. Therefore, the real power of musketeers is much stronger than what you have seen. Fang Er patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder and continued. Are you interested in forming a team of musketeers for fun? As Fang Er explained, Cheng Yaojin, Zhang Gongjin, Yuchi Baolin, and even Chai Xiao around him became more and more interested. I wish I could train a musketeer army right away. In the era of cold weapons, wars placed extremely high demands on the quality of soldiers. Don't be fooled by what is written in history books, which say that there were armies of hundreds of thousands or millions at any time. But the real elite are only a small part. That is why there are so many cases in history where the few defeated the many. The best example is Li Shimon's battle against Dou Jianda's army of 100,000 with only 3,500 elite troops at Hulao Pass. Among them, the 1,000 Black Armor Army played the greatest role. That time, Li Shimon destroyed 2 countries in one battle and wrote his own legend. And through the performance of the musketeers this time, they also realized that the war was about to undergo a qualitative change. In this era, on the battlefield, the least valuable thing is human life. A qualified musketeer can be trained in 3 months. Imagine the scene if you had 100,000 musketeers at hand. Several generals were extremely excited. Drat, why go back this time? I will definitely suggest to the emperor to build an army of firearms. Fire spears, cannons, and explosive packs will make them invincible. Cheng Yaojin slapped his horse's head excitedly, and the warhorse he was riding immediately became unhappy. Suddenly, he stood up and pushed the excited Cheng Yaojin to the ground. When Chai Xiao saw Cheng Yaojin crawling up from the ground covered in dust, he couldn't help laughing. Fang Er and Zhang Gongjin also laughed so hard that they fell over. Because he was the elder, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Baolin had to endure it very hard, and their shoulders were shaking. 3 days later, the city of Yan'an appeared before our eyes. Liang Shidu had indeed made sufficient preparations. Outside the city of Yan'an, there were bowl-sized horse traps everywhere, starting from 200 steps below the city and extending to 500 steps away. This son of a bitch is so cunning. Looking at the densely packed horse traps in front of him, Cheng Yaojin cursed loudly. Chai Xiao also scratched his head. The horse traps were dug so densely that it was almost impossible to push the artillery up. Fang Er was laughing as he watched. Is this considered a divine assist? Captain Fang, why do you look so happy? Chai Xiao turned around and saw Fang Er's expression and asked curiously. This Master Liang is just an idiot, or maybe some idiot gave him the idea. This horse trap is of little use to us. We can fill the pit while advancing. Although this thing limits our speed, it also means that Master Liang can't send out cavalry to attack us. If this isn't stupid, what is it? Fang Er explained to everyone while smiling. Ha ha, Captain Fang is indeed smart. Someone come, fill the hole. Chai Xiao waved his hand, and countless laborers began to fetch soil from other places and carry it over to fill the pit. As the pits were filled one by one, Cheng Chumo and his men pushed the artillery and slowly approached the city of Yan'an. Fang Er led the musketeers and protected the artillery. When Master Liang on the city wall saw this scene, his eyes turned green. He drew his sword and chopped off the head of a counselor behind him. Damn it, you only come up with useless ideas. Shaking off the blood drops on the knife, Master Liang cursed angrily. The other soldiers on the city wall shuddered, and no one dared to express their opinions. Li Zhongbao, bring 10,000 archers. Go out of the city and shoot. Due to the existence of horse traps, it was impossible to send out cavalry, but they could not just watch the Tang army move over leisurely, so the Liang army sent out archers. Li Zhongbao, like Lu Duan, is his right-hand man. In addition to them, Liang Shidu also has powerful generals such as Zuixianlou and He Mingyuan under his command. Chapter 108. The European Emperor possessed Cheng Chumo. However, Zuixianlou is currently leading his troops to guard Diaoyin and is not around. Squeak! As a dry sound rang out, the north gate of Yan'an City was opened. Li Zhongbao led 10,000 archers and marched out in a line. When they were about to reach the artillery range, Cheng Chumo was about to give the order to fire when the Liang army archers on the opposite side suddenly scattered. Fang Er, who was beside Cheng Chumo, was stunned. What the hell? There's a master in the city. Can you see the disadvantages of artillery so quickly? Cheng Chumo was somewhat unwilling, so he ordered the gunner to fire a salvo. As a result, he was forced to stop the shelling. The iron ball hit the horse trap and immediately lost most of its kinetic energy. It bounced twice and then stopped there. Only a few unlucky ones were hit directly by the iron ball and lost their lives. Li Zhongbao felt very calm and commanded the archers to move forward step by step. As for the Tang army, since they were all elite cavalrymen and had only 1,000 archers, they had no choice but to fight on. If we don't push the artillery over, we won't be able to take this city. Yan'an City is very big. It is about 7 or 8 miles long from north to south, and about 5 or 6 miles long from east to west. Suddenly a gust of north wind blew by, and Fang Er shuddered. It's already early September. The weather began to get cooler, and Fang Er was still wearing summer clothes, but he only felt a little cold. Sudden, Fang Er thought of something. He returned to Chai Xiao and told him his idea. As Chai Xiao listened, his eyes lit up. Then, he directly ordered Cheng Yaojin to take 10 cannons, 3,000 soldiers, 5,000 laborers, and 10 catapults to go around the city and attack the north gate. Zhang Gongjin led 1,000 soldiers to the east gate. In addition, he sent a man named Lu Lancheng with 1,000 soldiers to the west gate. The east and west gates were mainly used to prevent Liang Shidu from escaping. There were horse traps there, so even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't ride a horse. With the catapults, 1,000 people were enough to defend the gate. Fang Er also led the musketeers to the north gate. It took 2 hours to go half a circle around the city. Here, too, there were horse traps everywhere, and Fang Er was delighted to see them. Soon, the news here reached Liang Shidu. He had no choice but to call back some archers outside the city, hand them over to He Ziyuan, and rush to the north gate. Fang Er had just filled the pit and advanced less than 30 steps. Then I saw the north gate of Yan'an wide open. Thousands of archers, led by a general, rushed out of the city gate, scattered in all directions, and rushed towards the Tang army. Fang Er smiled slightly. Hee little guy. When the Liang army archers rushed to a distance of about 200 steps, Cheng Yaojin shouted from behind. Put! Bundles of Mongolian grenades popped out from the catapults and flew directly towards the Liang army. The Liang army was horrified and fled away. But to their surprise, these things did not explode as soon as they hit the ground, as rumored in the army, but it emitted puffs of white smoke. The trebuchet showed no sign of stopping. Bundles of grenades were thrown out. Soon, The Liang army archers were covered in white smoke. Moreover, the white smoke drifted towards the city with a north wind. By the time the white smoke cleared, the archers had fallen to the ground, including the general leading the army, Yuan. When the soldiers on the city wall saw this scene and looked at the white smoke floating towards the top of the city, they were shocked and hurriedly reported to Liang Shidu. Your Majesty, it's bad. At the north gate, the Tang army released poisonous smoke, and General He and the archers who were leaving the city all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. When Master Liang heard this, he felt his head buzzing. Me? But I have dug the outside of Yan'an City into such a mess, let alone attacking the city. Even if I run away, I don't know how many horses' legs will be broken. At this moment, he just wished he could put the counselor's head back on and chop it off again. But the war situation had developed to this point, and he could only take his men to the north city. When he arrived, the soldiers on the city wall had already covered their faces with wet cloths. Poisonous smoke was not something strange, and the soldiers who had seen or heard about it immediately talked about how to prevent it. Liang Shidu tore off a corner of his dragon robe and covered his face with it, then frowned as he looked at the artillery fire that was almost approaching within 300 steps of the city. Let the Northgate Guard come to see me. As his orders came out, a military general hurried over and knelt in front of Liang Shidu. Liang Shidu looked at him hatefully and cursed. Incompetent! After saying that, he chopped the general to the ground with one blow of his sword. The rest of the people watched in silence. Damn, before the fight even started, two of them were already chopped down by their own boss. This life is unbearable. Boom, boom, boom. In just a short while, the artillery had reached the range and, under Cheng Yaojin's command, began to exert their power. The city wall of Yan'an is a brick-covered mud structure. Iron balls hit it one after another, causing brick chips to fly everywhere. Boom! A unique voice reached Cheng Chumo's ears. He looked in the direction of the voice, and his face was filled with joy. Ha! They hit the city gate. Fang Er was speechless. This guy was just lucky. Smoothbore gun, 300 steps, don't expect accuracy. Anyway, there will be absolutely no problem in attacking the city wall. It is such a large target as long as the range is sufficient. Cheng Chumo quickly told the soldiers to reload, then thought about the position and angle of the muzzle. Adjusted the artillery. Boom! Another shot was fired. In the end, he was disappointed. The shot missed the city gate by at least 10 meters and hit the top of the city wall. Come on, whoever can hit the city gate will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. When Fang Er saw Cheng Chumo's actions, his heart moved. Although the accuracy is poor, having a target is better than shooting randomly without a target. A group of artillerymen instantly became interested after hearing Fang Er's words. Mindless firing is too unchallenging. Now that Fang Er has given a goal, everyone is ready to go. After firing a shot and finding it's off target, adjust the muzzle. Fire once and adjust once. Fang Er watched for a while. 10 cannons had fired 4 rounds, but not a single shell hit the city gate. Shaked his head. This thing really can't be forced. But Liang Shidu on the city wall could no longer sit still. Damn it, if they keep bombing like this, I can't even think about building the brick-and-mortar city wall. Even stone can't withstand this. He sent several teams of soldiers out of the city to Jiaoyin to order Zuixianlou to return for support, but they were shot and killed by the Tang army not long after they left the city. General Go, take 10,000 soldiers out of the city at all costs. Get those black things back for me. The furious Liang Shidu yelled at a general behind him. General Go went down to inspect the troops with a look of death. Cheng Chumo, who seemed to be possessed by the Emperor of Luck, hit the city gate again. As luck would have it, the north gate of Yan'an was opened at this moment. The Liang army soldiers lined up neatly in the doorway were directly exposed. General Go looked at a black that suddenly flew over from the Tang army. The black spot grew bigger and bigger and became clearer and clearer. Cannonballs. Chapter 109 Sniper Rifle and Sam Bullet. He fell to the ground reflexively. Then I heard screams coming from behind. He turned over from the ground and looked back. The city gate tunnel has become a living hell. The dense formation maximizes the power of this shell. As many as 30 or 40 people were smashed to pieces. There were also a few who had half of their bodies missing. A headless corpse fell straight onto General Go on the ground. Charge out. Charge out quickly. You all know the Emperor. If anyone dares to retreat, his whole family will die. General Go quickly dodged the corpse, climbed up, and yelled to the other soldiers. When the soldiers heard his words, they were shocked. Yes, if you rush out, the worst result will be that you die alone. But if we go back, our whole family will die. There is no choice at all. There is no way out. The soldiers rushed out of the city gate directly on the bodies of their companions. Then they dispersed and rushed towards the artillery. Thousands of archers were still lying on the ground outside, having been knocked unconscious. I don't know how much knockout drug the craftsmen from the Ministry of Industry added into it. The sound of artillery here was deafening, but the Liang army on the ground were snoring like thunder. Occasionally, a few cannons were insufficiently loaded with gunpowder and could not hit the city walls. Some unlucky guys were ruthlessly taken away in their dreams. The soldiers all covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths. The effect of the Menghan grenade is limited. Fang Er directly ordered the musketeers to charge towards the Liang army. They rushed to a position about 200 steps away from the city wall, 100 steps away from the Liang army, and began to line up and shoot. Cheng Yaojin also rushed up with 1,000 soldiers and protected the musketeers on both sides. The artillery did not stop at all. The Mongolian grenades on the catapult were also replaced with explosive packs. Solid shells and explosive packs flew past Fang Er and his men and hit the Liang army. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of artillery and explosives came one after another. Although the Liang army that rushed up dispersed their formation, they suffered heavy casualties due to limited space. The musketeers also began firing in an orderly manner. Fang Er took out a fourfold telescope and scanned the city wall. A guy in a dragon robe was staring at him. The bulging veins on his face showed his mood at the moment. This guy must be Liang Shidu. Fang Er took out the sniper rifle from behind and assembled the quadruple scope on it. It is called a sniper rifle, but that is only relative. The tail end of the gun barrel was wrapped with a layer of steel ingots that was 3 centimeters thick, making it look like a lump of iron. He also melted a drill bit and made a hook to draw 3 shallow rifling grooves inside the barrel. The charging method is also made into rear loading. The loading port is a 5 centimeter thick steel plate. After it is opened, the fixed bullets can be put in. Then close the steel plate and secure it with steel pins. If he hadn't insisted on exercising, he might not have been able to carry this thing weighing more than 30 kilograms. Let Zhao Hu and Sun Zhou grab a bracket under the gun barrel and lift the gun up. Fang Er used the fourfold scope to slowly bring the target to the center. He had shot a gun in his previous life, but it was only when he went to the army to do work, and he would occasionally play with it for fun, and his skills were very average. So, he didn't take it lightly, but aimed at the chest. Liang Shidu had no idea that danger was coming. With a gloomy face, he looked at the almost one-sided battle outside the city. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The gunpowder load is 5 times that of an ordinary musket, resulting in huge recoil. The gun hit Fang Er hard. The fine steel half-body armor evenly transferred the force to Fang Er's chest, almost knocking him to the ground. Zhao Hu and Sun Zhou held on to the support tightly. The force of the recoil directly cracked their knuckles. Similarly, the bullet that Fang Er had carefully crafted in the barrel, under the action of powerful thrust, shot out of the muzzle with a ball of tail flame. On the city wall, Liang Shidu's body trembled violently, and his right arm was broken directly, including half of his shoulder. Then he let out a scream and fell to the ground. Fuck, almost there. Fang Er cursed. When he wanted to reload and fire another shot, there was no trace of Liang Shidu on the top of the city wall. Damn, it's only 200 steps, and it's turned into this. I was aiming at the center of his chest. That bullet was a pure copper sand bullet he made himself. After hitting the human body, it will quickly deform and even break after hitting the bones. Fang Er was confident that as long as the bullet hit his chest, or even stomach, it would be fine. Just hit the torso. Even gods can't save Liang Shidu. What the fuck? It seems that I don't have the potential to be a sniper. When Cheng Yaojin heard the different sound of gunfire, he looked towards Fang Er. Then he was seen holding a musket and pointing it at the top of the city wall. But there was panic on the city wall, and people came over hurriedly to ask what was going on. What's going on? What happened on the top of the city? Unlucky, I didn't kill Liang Shidu with my shot just now. I only broke his arm. Fang Er said very dissatisfiedly. Cheng Yaojin didn't care about the gun in Fang Er's hand. He shouted directly towards the city of Yan'an. Liang Shidu is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. After shouting, he called on the soldiers around him to shout along. Liang Shidu is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Liang Shidu is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Liang Shidu is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. The soldiers of the Liang army had already lost their fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, they hurriedly looked towards the top of the city wall. The figure wearing the dragon robe on the top of the city wall disappeared. Moreover, there was chaos on the top of the city, and the soldiers on it were running around in panic. They instantly believed 90% of the Tang army's call. General Go was lucky. He was not hit by the fragments of the explosive pack or the artillery shells. After confirming that Master Liang was dead, he immediately dropped the weapon in his hand. He knelt down, facing the Tang army. Seeing this, the soldiers around him dropped their weapons and knelt down in surrender. Fang Er was impressed by Cheng Yaojin's move. Damn, is it that simple? But what the hell? What should I do with my mission? Master Liang wasn't even killed. Just when he was feeling depressed, a messenger suddenly came over and conveyed military intelligence to Cheng Yaojin. Report, General Cheng, the Liang army has rushed out from the east gate. What's going on? Tell me. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. What was going on? Aren't there artillery guarding over there? He didn't even dare to ride his horse through the pits that were full of horse traps. What was wrong with the Liang army? Did they want to die? General, I don't know what's wrong with the Liang army. 20,000 soldiers are charging at the enemy with artillery fire. General Zhang's 1,000 soldiers can't stop them at all. This means we must abandon the city and break out at all costs. Don't you want the capital anymore? Chapter 1:10 The old man is so bad. What are you waiting for? Let's catch up. Liang Shidu must be among the Liang army that rushed out. Fang Er became anxious and continued. Master Liang was seriously injured by my shot. He must have led his men to run towards Diaoyin. There are only 20,000 infantrymen. After they break out, who knows how many will be left? This is a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin ignored the surrendered soldiers who were still gathering and directly ordered the entire army to pursue. Chai Shao also sent 3,000 soldiers to pursue Liang Shidu. Fang Er was afraid that someone else would kill Liang Shidu first. He whipped the war horse under his crotch desperately. Zhuzi was a little confused. What does the young master want to do? It seems that Master Liang has no grudge against the young master for killing his father, right? I wonder if Fang Er will whip him if he finds out about his thoughts. Liang Shidu's men were all infantry, so it was impossible for them to outrun the four-legged war horses. He had just run less than 5 miles out of Yan'an when he was caught up by Fang Er and his men. The Liang army soldiers who were running behind saw the pursuers coming. The camp was blown up immediately. They were running around all over the mountains and fields, not caring about any large army. Fang Er ignored these little soldiers and charged into the crowd with 500 musketeers. Finally, he saw a captain wearing armor. He rode his horse after him and whipped the Liang army captain on the head. The captain was knocked to the ground. Where is Master Liang? Fang Er stopped his horse, pointed his whip at him, and asked. Zhuzi and his men also came over, drew their swords, and pointed them at him. I don't know. Don't kill me. I surrender. The captain got up, not even bothering to wipe the blood off his face, and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Tell me, or I'll kill you. If you don't tell me, I'll send you off right now. Zhuzi threatened him viciously. I really don't know. I didn't see it when I left the city. Please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and children who need to be fed. Please let me go. I am willing to surrender. I will do anything. Please don't kill me. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Fang Er took off the quadruple scope from the sniper rifle. He turned around and continued to look at the Liang army soldiers. The ground was filled with defeated soldiers, and there was no sign of Liang Shidu at all. I don't believe you. This old man is so bad. Damn it, I got fooled. Ignoring the captain on the ground, Fang Er chased after the only person in the Liang army who looked like a general. Seeing that Fang Er didn't say anything, Zhuzi let the captain go. With the Fang family guard behind him, they went around him and caught up with Fang Er. Take him down. Fang Er pointed at the general and said to Zhuzi, who had caught up with him. The guards and cavalry behind him surrounded the man in the middle. This general-looking man looked at the Fang family guards with a deathly pale face. He dropped his weapon, knelt on the ground, and surrendered immediately. I surrender. I surrender too. The Liang army soldiers nearby knelt on the ground and threw away their weapons. Where is Master Liang? Tell me. Fang Er ignored them and asked the general. Your Majesty, no. The thief Liang did not leave the city with us. He left through the secret passage. I was forced to lead my men out. The man knelt on the ground and explained the reason to Fang Er. Liang Shidu was shot in the face by Fang Er, with half of his shoulder gone, and was carried to the foot of the city by his guards. Seeing that the city could not be defended, he gave one last order before he passed out. Let Chu Datong lead 20,000 soldiers and break out of the encirclement of the Tang army at all costs. The purpose is to attract the attention of the Tang army. Liang Shidu himself arranged a guard team to send him out through the secret passage. Hearing this, Fang Er was very depressed. I was tricked by Master Liang. What the hell? If his subordinates rebel against him, kill him and bring him to the Tang army to submit their surrender, what will happen to his mission? Marifak, is it so difficult to just let me kill you obediently? Is it okay for me to go to your grave every year and dance to the 857 song? That's a lave. After hesitating for a while, Fang Er led his men back to Yan'an City. 500 people searched Liang Shidu's palace, not to mention a secret passage. I don't know if this guy's a cat or what. I couldn't even find a rat hole. Captain Fang, didn't you go after Liang Shidu? Why are you back? Chai Xiao, who came in from outside, looked at Fang Er, who was sitting at the door of the official palace with an unhappy look on his face, and asked. That old fellow was too cunning. Those who rushed out from General Zhang's side were all cannon fodder. He let someone lead him to escape through the secret passage. Ha ha, that's it. Are you really going to sit here and sulk? After hearing this, Chai Xiao laughed, sat next to Fang Er, and patted him on the shoulder. You are still young, and you will encounter all kinds of things on the battlefield. Since Liang Shidu dared to claim to be the emperor, how could he not prepare a way out for himself? Fang Er didn't listen to a word of his advice. His only worry now was whether his lathe and Master Liang would be lost together. After a while, Zhang Gongjin walked in from outside with the same sad face. Cheng Yaojin also came with his son and Yuchi Baolin. When several people learned that Liang Shidu had escaped, they reacted the same way as Chai Xiao and didn't take it seriously at all. Brother Fang, are you so unhappy because you have never killed the emperor? Cheng Chimo looked at Fang Er happily and said, You son of a bitch. What are you talking about? He was kicked away by Cheng Yaojin. Ouch! Cheng Chimo fell heavily to the ground, his butt landing first. He covered his butt and screamed. He looked at Cheng Yaojin with resentment, not realizing at all that there was anything wrong with what he had just done. Next time you say something like this, you'll be killed as far away from me as possible. Cheng Yaojin walked up to him and slapped him on the forehead again. Cheng Chimo seemed to be awakened. Damn, what did you just say? Kill the emperor? He hurried to Chai Xiao. Duke Chai, my nephew was talking about Liang Shidu just now, and he didn't mean anything else. All right, be careful with your word from now on. If someone reports what you said today to the emperor, Captain Fang will be in trouble. Your father beats you for your own good, understand? Chai Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Fang Er and Zhang Gongjin felt a little better after what he did. Yuchi Baolin laughed secretly. The process of collecting the surrendered soldiers went smoothly. These people were so frightened by the beating that they had no intention of resisting at all. At the same time, an inventory was started of the food, fodder, weapons, gold, silver, and treasures left by Liang Shidu. The result left Fang Er at a loss for words, not to mention food and weapons. All the gold, silver, and treasures converted together were less than 10,000 taels of silver. Damn, poor bastard. Being so poor, he still has the nerve to call himself the emperor. It would be great if you could just let me beat you to death. I'd even spend 10,000 taels on you every year. Marifak, after all the surrendered soldiers in Yan'an City were collected, Chai Xiao once again assigned 5,000 laborers to escort them back to Chang'an along with the carts of gold, silver, and jade that had been confiscated. Then, just like Honghua City, Yan'an City was directly abandoned here. Not even a guard was released. The Liang army had all fled, and except Jieli, no one dared to occupy this place. The Tang army set out again, heading directly for Jiaoyin City. Chapter 111. This guy must be going crazy. In Jiaoyin City, Liang Shidu was lying on the bed, barely breathing. Half of his shoulder was broken, and he was lucky enough to be sent here without being shaken to death along the way. The few remaining generals stood guard by the bed. Brother Emperor, in my opinion, we should surrender to Li Tang. We cannot defeat him. Liang Shidu's cousin Liang Luoren took his hand and persuaded him. Cough, cough, cough. Surrender? We have been enemies with Li Shimin many times. Do you think you can survive if you surrender? Liang Shidu took several breaths before he could finish his sentence. Xian Liao pulled Li Zhengbao out of the house and asked him about the war outside Yan'an City. This battle cannot be fought. I saw with my own eyes that of the 20,000 soldiers that the emperor sent out to attract the Tang army's attention, less than half escaped alive. These past 2 days, every time I close my eyes, that scene appears in my mind. It's so scary. That's simply the devil from hell. After Li Zhengbao finished telling what happened, he talked about his own experience. Xian Liao couldn't help but shudder. But the emperor doesn't want to surrender. What should we do? What can we do? As long as he doesn't die, we can only stay with him. Have you forgotten that our families are being guarded by the emperor's assassins? If we stay with the emperor, our family may be able to survive, but if we betray him, Li Zhengbao had a wry smile on his face. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Xian Liao kicked the pillar next to him fiercely and said hatefully, Report. At this time, a soldier ran in quickly from outside. Report. General Li, General Xen, the Tang army has arrived at the city. The soldier knelt in front of the two men and said. Li Zhengbao shook his head and walked into the house. What is meant to come will come. Inside the room, Master Liang was holding Liang Luosher's hand, his face pale. He wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth several times, no sound came out. His head tilted, and his hand slipped from Liang Lawrence. Brother, Liang Luoren yelled. Liang Shidu die. Fang Er, who had just arrived outside the city, suddenly froze in place. Ding! Kill Liang Shidu personally. The hero's expedition mission is completed, and the reward is a multi-tool, semi-automatic lathe. The storage space has been issued. Very unexpected. Very pleasantly surprised. Fang Er glanced at the storage space. A shiny lathe that Fang Er was very familiar with. Oh hey. At this moment, he felt like he owned the whole world. He couldn't wait to play with this lump of iron. Pillar! Fang Er roared. Chai Xiao and others looked at him in surprise. Is this guy going crazy? Master, what's wrong? Zhuzi rode his horse to Fang Er's side. Take the musketeers and let's go home. Well, Lord Chai, I've had enough fun. I'm going home to rest for a while. After Fang Er finished speaking, he whipped the horse on its, but without waiting for Chai Xiao and the others to react. Run towards Chang'an. Chai Xiao was confused. Cheng Yaojin was also confused. Not to mention Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who could fit a big goose egg in their mouths. Damn it, this guy must be having a seizure. It would take 2 days at most, or even half a day to take down this Diaoyin, but he just left like that? What the hell? Are you really free to come to the battlefield? Goose ha. Fang Er galloped on his horse. Laugh out loud on horseback to release the excitement in my heart. We have lathes. What bicycle do you want? Isn't it nice to come to NTUG? Zhuzi was a little confused after hearing what Fang Er said. When he reacted again, he found that Fang Er had already ridden away on his horse. He quickly called on the Fang family guards to follow. The distance from Diaoyin to Chang'an is more than 1,000 miles. Fang Er and his guards only took 2 days. When they reached Jailing, they even caught up with the servants who were escorting property and prisoners. The whole journey was filled with excitement and anticipation. When they got home, the servants were so happy to see Fang Er back. Xiaoqing quickly boiled the bath water and brought it to Fang Er's room. His tilde. Oh, Xiaoqing, who was guarding outside the door, suddenly heard a strange noise coming from inside the house. Master, are you okay? Oh, it's okay, In the room, Fang Er's face was twitching in pain. I was careless. I was so excited that I didn't even notice that something was wrong with me. After 2 days of racing, my thighs are greasy. After the oil and blood stains dried, they directly stuck the skin and clothes together. I was not paying attention when I was taking off my clothes just now. Damn it, you're kidding. When Xiaoqing heard Fang Er's last exclamation, her heart tightened and she hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? I'm fine, get out now. Fang Er's face turned red, and he quickly took his clothes to cover his vital parts. You said you're fine, but why is your head sweating so much? And where did the blood stain on your clothes come from? Let me see. When Xiaoqing saw the blood on the clothes, she didn't care about the master-servant relationship anymore and pulled the clothes off Fang Er's hands. What she didn't know was that Fang Er was enduring the pain and was just a little bit away from completely separating the clothes from his legs. This pull from her is a tragedy. Fang Er screamed. He covered his vital parts, bent his waist, and jumped up on the ground. Master, I didn't mean it. What's wrong with you? Don't scare Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was terrified when she saw this scene. Tears welled up in my eyes. After dancing for a while, Fang Er finally stopped, curled up in bed, moaning continuously. Oh, assist. Master, show me now. Xiaoqing came up to Fang Er in panic. Juzi came to Fang Er's door and was about to say something. Then I heard Fang Er's strange voice. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and walked away quickly, and then told the servants not to disturb him. Chapter 112. The lathe arrives, but there is no electricity. Fang Er was sitting in the carriage, looking at the green wheat seedlings in the field. Suddenly, he felt like he had forgotten something. Arrived at the workshop, Juzi helped Fang Er get off the carriage and took him to a workshop. Fang Er went in and took a look. It was very empty inside, so he simply designated this place as his own exclusive studio. No one is allowed to enter or leave. There are guards standing guard at the door. No way. This is the only lathe in the Tang dynasty. Close the door and walk to the innermost part of the studio. Take out the multi-tool, semi-automatic lathe. Fang Er gave instructions to the system. A 3-meter-long and 2-meter-high steel monster appeared silently in front of Fang Er. He stroked the cold machine, but felt warm in his heart. Start by checking the tools and accessories on the lathe. This is a single spindle lathe. Drill bits, reamers, taps, dies, etc. are all available. Fang Er seemed to have returned to his previous life, when he was working hard to learn skills. Found the switch expertly. Pressed it down hard. Press again. No movement. Oh shit, I actually forgot about this. There is a lathe, but no electricity. What's the point? Buddha is dead, not a single thing. He sat down on the chair with a frustrated look on his face. The next moment, Fang Er jumped up with his hands on his crotch. His face twisted again. Fuck you. Come on, Pak Oil. After a long while, the pain finally subsided. Fang Er walked out of the studio with exaggerated gait steps. I feel very low. Double whammy. He threw away the pillar and reached out to help him. I want to be quiet. After saying that, a man walked to the ridge of the field next to the workshop and sat down carefully. Juzi was stunned. Is this really okay? Weren't you just at home when you came? But having said that, who is Jingjing? Fang Er was looking at a man leaning against a tree trunk, staring at the wheat seedlings in a daze. Juzi became more and more curious. Who is this Jingjing? Why does the young master miss you so much? Fuck. Fang Er shouted repeatedly. He finally understood what he had forgotten. There's also a bunch of high-yield wheat seeds from later generations in my storage space. All the crops planted in the field have grown, but I actually forgot about this. I don't care about the pain in my balls anymore. He immediately ran towards the studio. After closing the door, all the wheat seeds in the warehouse were poured out in one go. Dwarf Resistance 58. Zhomai 16. Tobacco Farmer 88. Jamai 35. For kinds of high-yield wheat seeds, add up to 2,400 kilograms. After reading the instructions, I found that about 25 kilograms would be enough for 1 acre of land. Fang Er took out 3 more manual seeders and put them aside. Remove all packaging bags from his seeds. He also used tools to remove the nameplate on the seed drill. These things that cannot be seen by others should be burned directly. After leaving the studio, he asked Juzi to go back to the village and invite Old Man Ma. Old Ma, have you finished cultivating the land on the farm? Sir, we finished planting 10 days ago, and now the wheat seedlings are sprouting. Lama didn't know why Fang Er asked this, so he answered honestly. Is there any wasteland near Zhuangzi? Nothing at all. The curved plow is very useful, and with so many disaster victims coming to work, all the wasteland nearby was reclaimed in just a few days. Fang Er scratched his head. Well, bring some people and clear 200 acres of land here for me. Pull up all the wheat seedlings in the field and feed them to the sheep. Don't leave any. Old Man Ma was frightened by Fang Er's words. After working hard for a long time and looking forward to it, I finally saw the wheat in the field growing. Now Fang Er actually wants to pull it out? Master, you can't do that. The wheat is growing so well, it would be a pity to just pull it out. What do you want to plant? I'll get it for you, even if it's a little far away. At worst, I can move over and help you look after it. I've planted the seeds you gave me last time, and they're bearing fruit now. Can you please not pull out the wheat? As old Matu spoke, tears were about to flow. There have been too many days of poverty, and we never see anyone wasting food or destroying crops. Fang Er's words made his favorability towards Fang Er drop a lot. "Oh, Ma, don't get me wrong, I just got some good seeds a few days ago, you wait here." After Fang Er finished speaking, he entered the studio and grabbed a handful of wheat. After coming out, he handed it to Lao Ma. Old Ma looked at the wheat in his hand with his eyes wide open, and his whole body trembled as if he was sifting chaff. "Sir, where do these seeds come from? I have lived for decades and have never seen wheat so plump." "Don't worry about where I got it. This seed, 1 acre of land, can produce at least 5 stone of wheat. Tell me, is it worth destroying some ordinary wheat and planting this in front of your own house? If it's planted too far away, I'm afraid it will be stolen when I come back." 5 stones. Old Ma shivered even more violently. Don't get excited, or you'll get yourself into trouble." Fang Er hurriedly grabbed him, patted his back, and calmed him down. I was afraid that the old guy would be so excited that he couldn't breathe and then have a cerebral infarction or a heart attack, which would be a great sin for me. How can I not be excited? It can produce 5 dan. How many children can it feed? I will take people to clean the wheat seedlings right now. 200 acres. I will get it all for you in 1 day. Old Matu pushed Fang Er away. Ma Chao and his men were nearby, so old Ma went straight over to find them. After giving some instructions to Ma Chao led his horse directly back to the farm. Not long. The farmers on the farm all came running over in a hurry. Where are the seeds?" Old Son looked like he was 10 years younger and ran towards Old Ma with a rosy face. "Shut up. Get back to work. There are too many people here. It's inconvenient to talk." Old Matu slapped him in the face and pointed at the victims who were still working on the construction site. Fang Er was speechless. This is fucking bullshit. The growing period of wheat is written in the instruction manual. It will take about 240 days. Is it necessary to be so anxious? It's just a matter of sooner or later. The entire Fangjiaz Wang, with more than 100 people, young and old, were all present. Even the children in the school were dragged out. In the end, Fang Er asked the pillar to be sent back. Including the guards, there were nearly 600 people in total, busy working in the fields. The green wheat seedlings were pulled up one row after another and piled at the edge of the field. He carried out Fang Er's request word for word. The next day, early in the morning, when Fang Er came here again, don't say the wheat seedlings are gone. Even the land was turned over again by the farmers. All the toilets in Fangjiazwang were cleaned out, mixed with wood ash, and spread on the ground. It has to be said that the simple farmers attach far more importance to crops than Fang Er realizes. Chapter 113, Simple Metal Wire Drawing Machine. Let Juzi take people and pack the wheat seeds out in bags. Fang Er demonstrated how to use the seeder. Several old men were staring at the scene. A small bag of wheat seeds was poured into the seeder. The pillar was pulled in front. Fang Er walked behind with his legs apart, holding the seeder. The wheels move forward at any time. The chain drives the seed plate to slowly rotate. The small holes on the plate can just hold 3 or 5 seeds. As the seeding plate rotates, the seeds fall into the hollow plow legs below and onto the ground. Very even. Is farming so simple? Isn't this thing amazing? The seeder is very simple, and farmers can learn how to use it after watching it once. They rushed to the remaining 2 seed drills, carried them up, and ran to the turned fields. Seeing that they failed to grab the seed drill, the remaining people had to carry the wheat seeds. Of the 200 acres of land, Fang Er only allowed them to plant 100 acres in the middle. The edges are all empty. We can be self-pollinating or cross-pollinating. The open space in the middle is the isolation area specially reserved by Fang Er. In order to prevent the wheat pollen of this era from spreading, causing hybridization and degeneration of the variety, these 100 acres of land can be used entirely for breeding. It must be taken seriously. Fang Er explained to the farmers what he had read in the instruction manual. The farmers attach great importance to this issue. So, after the sowing is over, the farmers spontaneously built an earth wall around the breeding field, tightly enclosing the breeding field. They even spontaneously began to take turns guarding the earth wall. I was afraid that someone would get in and destroy the wheat. When Fang Er found out about this, he was speechless, but he didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, it has been a long time since I last gave the vegetable seeds to Old Horsehead. Let the Old Horsehead take him to the place where vegetables were grown. The vegetable field is near Zhuangko School. A field of green peppers has already borne fruit. Clusters of green peppers look particularly pleasing to the eye. Sir, this is what I grew from the seeds you gave me. I don't know what it is. A few days ago, my little grandson saw one turn red, so he picked one to taste. As a result, his mouth was swollen for a long time before it went down. Could it be poisonous? Old Man Ma pointed at the chili peppers and asked, "Ha ha ha, this is a good thing. It can keep out the cold, induce sweating, remove dampness, and stimulate appetite. I just need to get used to it slowly." Fang Er explained with a smile. I picked up a pepper that was already turning a little red. Break it into 2 pieces and smell it. A unique fragrance with a spicy taste rushes straight to the forehead. Great, that's the taste. After saying that, he threw the pepper directly into his mouth. It is pure and pollution-free, and you can eat it with confidence. The long-lost taste bursts in your mouth. Maybe it's because this body has never eaten chili peppers. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of his forehead, and Fang Er felt as if his mouth was burning. The lettuce and Chinese cabbage planted nearby have grown to more than 10 centimeters tall. Fang Er hurried over and pulled up a lettuce. Remove the old leaves on the outside, pick the tenderest piece of vegetable heart and put it into your mouth. The crisp taste, with a hint of sweetness, dilutes the spiciness in the mouth. Cool. So cool. Fang Er picked some of each and brought them back to the Fang mansion. Pepper is combined with chili pepper, and ginger and scallion are added. Sauté over high heat until fragrant. Then add the freshly killed chicken. Stir-fry vigorously. Spicy flavor, very intoxicating smell. Xiaoqing and Huanyang, who were studying together, kept sneezing. I choked on my tears. Soon, a dish of spicy chicken came out of the pot. Before it even came out of the pot, Fang Er picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The little free-range chickens, which were less than 2 months old, were fried until their bones were crispy. It makes a crunchy sound when you bite it. The familiar numbness and spiciness stimulated his mouth to secrete saliva continuously. Sweat soon began to seep out of his forehead. That's the taste. Fang Er wiped his forehead and put the spicy chicken on a plate. Come, try the spicy chicken I made. Xiaoqing and Huanyang, seeing Fang Er's expression, carefully picked up a piece and put it into their mouths. Ah, so spicy, so spicy. Xiaoqing couldn't help but scream. Fang Er took a piece of lettuce and handed it to her. Eat this, you'll feel better. The spiciness was indeed slightly reduced when I took a bite of the lettuce. Delicious. Sir, you are amazing. This is the first time I have tasted this flavor and cooked this way. If we put it in the restaurant, it will definitely become famous. Huanyang ate 2 pieces and then stopped eating. Ha ha, we can't sell this in the restaurant yet. The peppers in the field haven't matured yet. We have to wait until they turn red before we can harvest them. The seeds inside can only be planted next year. I ate 2 large bowls of millet rice with a spicy chicken. Fang Er felt extremely comfortable from the inside out. Sitting in the yard, he took out electric power engineering technology and read it carefully, researching how to generate electricity. But as he watched, Fang Er couldn't help but frown. What the hell? It's too complicated. The generator is mainly composed of stator, rotor, and cover, brush, base, and bearings. The generator alone was enough to give him a headache. This doesn't work even with a generator. A transformer is also needed. Fuck you. I'd better make the lathe hydraulic first. Otherwise, if you only rely on your own hands to accomplish the things mentioned above, you will never know when you will achieve them. After resting at home for 2 days, Fang Er began his transformation. The overall power system of the lathe cannot be changed. Fang Er could only dismantle some of the above parts and make a most primitive pedal lathe by hand. The power principle of this lathe is similar to that of a sewing machine, with a pedal under each foot. When the pedal is pressed, the power is transmitted to the power gear on the lathe by the belt. The gears then drive the tool to rotate, and the workpiece on the fixture is processed, cut, or drilled. Whether it is a generator or a transformer, they all depend on one thing: wire. This thing relies on manpower, which is too difficult to make. Fang Er could only make a simple metal wire drawing machine. This thing is not too complicated. A furnace that can be heated and a drawing plate with round holes of various sizes. After the copper plate is melted, it is cast into a copper rod 1 centimeter thick. The cost of this copper rod is as high as 2 strings of coins. Then, after heating, it passes through the holes on the drawing board from coarse to fine. Make it thinner each time until the required standard is reached. As for the wire reel, Fang Er directly used a water wheel as power. There are 20 master blacksmiths working behind the scenes. The wire drawing equipment was made in just 1 day. The charcoal fire in the heating furnace was burning fiercely. A 3-meter-long copper rod enters from one side of the egg-shaped heating furnace and exits from the other side. Then pass through the wire drawing plate and fix it on the wire winding reel. Chapter 114 Generator Officer Gap. As the wire reel rotates, the diameter of the copper wire increases from 1 centimeter to 9 millimeters, and its length also becomes longer. After the copper rod has been pulled all the way through, heat again and stretch. After repeated thinning, 1 centimeter became 4 millimeters. The 3-meter copper rod turned into a nearly 20-meter-long copper wire. The effect is good. Fang Er simply took his men to make a few more wire drawing machines. Repeated wire drawing has become an assembly line operation. He used the silver to exchange for 1,000 copper coins in Chang'an and made all of it into copper wire. Together, there are tens of thousands of meters of copper wire, piled in a corner of the warehouse. With these as a foundation, there is hope for the generator. With the copper wire, the stator core and wire winding were made smoothly. When it came to making the rotor, Fang Er encountered another problem. Magnets were not considered a rare thing at that time. After asking the blacksmith, I learned that this thing is sold in most pharmacies, but it is all powder. Yuchi spent a high price to buy a piece of magnet that had not been worn off from a pharmacy in Chang'an City. The problem lies in shaping the magnet. This thing has a very strong magnetism. Metal cutting tools cannot be used. Moreover, the texture was too brittle and hard. When Fang Er hit it with a hammer, not only was the hammer sucked onto it, but the magnet also broke into 2 halves and then bounced apart instantly. I had no choice but to look up books. Fortunately, the answer is above. The embryo is made of molten steel, and then it is magnetized by continuous rubbing with a magnet. An artificial magnet was produced. With copper wire, there is a magnet. When it came time to insulate the wires, problems arose again. No rubber. This is fatal. Without power, there is no way to test materials. Fang Er placed his hopes on the system store. After the 2 refresh opportunities were used up, Fang Er was holding a pack of number 5 batteries, very excited. I wrote a list and asked Zhu to find various materials. Silk, cotton, isinglass, gum, etc. Find everything you can think of. Fang Er led the blacksmiths to pull out a circle of copper wire slightly thicker than a hair to test the insulating material. Countless materials and copper wires were wasted. Finally, it was confirmed that the gum can be used. Dip the copper wire in the melted gum and coat it evenly. After solidification, it is covered with a layer of transparent gum insulation. Finish the wires. The entire generator has reached the final step, assembly. Coils of copper wire make up the wire package. The stator, rotor, bearings, and base were installed one by one and locked with steel pins instead of screws. The generator, which is as tall as a person when erected, is completed. Fang Er also doesn't understand things like current and voltage. I also made a few small electric motors for testing. The generator was mounted on the Longzhou Canal, with half of its blades underwater and half above water, rotating rapidly, like a special water wheel. The motor and generator are connected with copper wire. Fang Er turned the switch on the generator. The rotor and bearings are engaged. The stator cuts the magnetic field. A tiny invisible electric current flowed through the wires and toward the motor used for testing. The motor was driven by electricity and began to rotate slowly. Before Fang Er could be happy. Puff! The motor gave off a puff of black smoke. Burn it! Master, is this a new weapon? Yuchi asked, looking at the black smoke. Gong, LLL. Fang Er rolled his eyes at him, then started explaining to him and the people around him. You can understand it this way. The generators installed on the canals can use the water flow to generate something called electricity, which is invisible and intangible. The one that just emitted black smoke is called an electric motor. Because the current was too high, the motor couldn't handle it, so it broke down. Yuchi was a little confused. Can't see or touch it. Isn't that a ghost? I couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Master, what can this electricity be used for? Blacksmith Zhao Gang asked curiously. That's a lot. It can make the electric motor run. As you just saw, it can also provide lighting, heating, and so on. There's so many things. You will know when the time comes. Fang Er is doing some popular science here. Li Er in the East Palace had wrinkles on his face from laughing so hard. He was holding a report in his hand. This was sent back by Chai Shao. It describes in detail the battle against Liang Shidu. At the same time, there was a wooden box placed in front of Li Er, and inside it was Liang Shidu's head. Li Jing, Yuchi Jingda, and others were all looking at the report in Li Er's hand eagerly. Li Jing wanted to know what happened. Yuchi Jingda wanted to know what happened to his son. Li Er casually handed the report to Eunuch Deng. Everyone, let's see. The report says that this time, we have won 3 battles in a row. The combination of artillery and explosive packs is invincible when attacking cities and strongholds. Li Er is very happy. This time the fight went really smoothly. Not only did they destroy Liang Shidu, but the servants also sent back more than 10,000 prisoners, as well as cartloads of gold and silver treasures, worth more than 30,000 taels of silver. For him, this is like timely help. This battle was so worth it. Fang Anji actually beat Master Liang so badly from a distance of 200 steps. Can a musket only reach 100 steps? Li Jing's eyes widened, fearing that he had seen it wrong. Don't forget that he invented the muskets and cannons. It's normal for them to be improved. Li Er mentioned this from the side. After he said this, Li Jing accepted this fact. According to what is said in this report, there will be no problem in attacking Goguryeo. Fang Xinling spoke. Now it's not a question of whether we can win or not. The problem now is that we need to select a group of available officials as quickly as possible. There is no one in charge of the 3 cities of Honghua, Yan'an and Jiaoyin right now. So, we have to get this done quickly before the Northern Expedition Army returns. Don't look back. The 3 generals have captured the city in the north, but the court has no manpower to manage it. Li Er talked about the current predicament. Early Tang Dynasty. There are 3 main systems for selecting officials: Menin, miscellaneous selection, and imperial examination. Menin is a hereditary system, mainly for the children of high-ranking officials above the 5th rank, who inherit the titles and honors of their fathers, or directly enter the officialdom through patronage. The miscellaneous officials were the children of officials below the 6th rank, who were directly recommended to take up some basic jobs. After a certain number of years, they would be assessed by the Ministry of Personnel and promoted if they passed. The imperial examination system was created in the Sui dynasty. It was open to students from all over the country and was divided into different subjects to select officials. Your Majesty, I suggest that you hold a grand court meeting on a chosen day and have the officials recommend suitable candidates. Wei Zheng stood up and said, for free. Your Majesty, I think we should hold an imperial examination to select outstanding scholars. Fang Xinling said, Your Majesty, I think the recommendation and the imperial examination can be carried out together. Duruhui also stood up. In that case, let Lord Fang and Lord Du handle this matter together. Li Er made a summary, but deep down, he was willing to hold the imperial examination. As far as recommendation is concerned, most of the people who come up are children of wealthy and aristocratic families. Li Er would rather avoid this kind of person, but now that Wei Zheng has brought it up, it is not easy for him to refute it directly. The rules that have been passed down for thousands of years are not so easy to break. 3 days later, after intense discussions in the Minxiao province, the Grand Court meeting was scheduled for the first day of September. The imperial examination was scheduled for the Double Ninth Festival on September 9th. It means to look far into the distance from a high place and to reminisce about you and Shun. These things will be handled by the people below. Li Er was very interested in Fang Er's new gun that could shoot at a range of 200 steps. So, together with Empress Changsun and the guards, they went to Fangjiazwang again. Fang Mansion. Fang Er is eating hotpot. For this purpose, a sheep was killed specially. A table with a hole dug in the middle. There was a clay stove in the cave, with red charcoal fire inside. A shabu-shabu pot sits on top. They are original mushroom soup and spicy flavor. Xiaoqing and Xiaohuan stared at the boiling soup in the pot, drooling constantly. Huanyang and Xiao Mi were cutting lamb rolls on the side. Next to the stove, there were plates of vegetables. These are all grown by Lao Matu. It has grown very big now. It tastes just right. Master, is it really okay to eat like this? Xiaohuan asked. In the early Tang dynasty, the practice of separate dining was still practiced. It seemed ridiculous to outsiders that Fang Er asked her and Xiaoqing to sit at the table for dinner at home. But, take something from a pot and eat it. Why do I feel like this is overstepping my authority? This is how you should eat hot pot. It will taste better when the weather gets a little colder. Fang Er put the chopped mutton into the pot and stir-fried it twice with chopsticks to spread the mutton out. Oh, what's delicious? Li Er's voice came from outside. Huanyang and the maids' faces immediately turned panic-stricken. He quickly stood up and knelt in the yard. Li Er had come several times, and they all knew his identity. Everyone get up. This is not the palace. There is no need to be so polite. Empress Chang's son spoke. Fang Er also stood up from his chair. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Li Er sat down on the chair without any hesitation. Why? I can't come and see you. The little hero who shot Liang Shidu to death with one shot. He was the ruler of a country. How does it feel to kill an emperor? Li Er's expression was full of ridicule. Your Majesty, how can I respond to your words? Fang Er spread his hands with a wry smile, turned around, and winked at Xiaoqing and Xiaowan. The two girls quickly retreated to the backyard. Okay, stop making things difficult for Captain Fang. Do you want him to answer you? Do you think it feels good to kill the emperor? Empress Chang's son rolled her eyes at Li Er, then said to Fang Er, the emperor is very happy. He happened to have nothing to do today, so he came to visit you. He also wanted to take a look at your new gun, the one that can shoot at a distance of 200 steps. After she said this, Fang Er finally understood. Love is for broadening your horizons. Have to. Since your Majesty wants to see it, then there is no problem. Let's eat first. After dinner, I will take you to see it. Do you want to see it? What's wrong with that? I'm a little hungry. What's in your pot? It smells delicious. I've heard that the food at your Fang Yan's house is delicious. I want to try it today. Li Er picked up the chopsticks and picked up a bright red pepper. Your Majesty, that's not it. Fang Er hadn't finished his words yet. Li Er had already put the chili into his mouth and chewed it twice. Then, pooh, water, water, get some water. Li Er spat out the chili in his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and shouted loudly at Fang Er. Empress Chang's son was shocked. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Fang Er quickly poured a glass of boiled water and handed it to Li Er. Li Er took the cup and drank it in big gulps. After drinking a glass of water, I felt the discomfort in my mouth subside a little. Your Majesty, this is chili pepper. It is 100 times spicier than the dogwood we are used to eating. You are amazing. What else can Fang Er say? I can only flatter you. Ah, you deserve it for being greedy. Empress Chang's son was a little worried just now, thinking that he had eaten something poisonous. Hearing Fang Er say this, he was so happy that he laughed out loud. Li Er looked a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to show his kindness to Fang Er. Result, you've got yourself into trouble. He picked up the chopsticks and scooped it out of the pot a few more times. In the red pot, there are either chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, or scallion segments and ginger slices. There is not a single hair left. The same goes for the mushroom pot. There are several plates of green vegetable leaves next to the pot. It looked very strange, something I had never seen before. Anji, why have I never seen the peppers in your pot and the vegetables on your plate before? I planted this myself. I got the seeds by accident. Huanyang, quickly bring the sliced meat over here. Huanyang stood aside and didn't dare to speak. After hearing Fang Er's instructions, he quickly brought over several plates of chopped mutton. Your Majesty, this pot contains the prepared base. Put the meat in and cook it for a while before eating. You have just tasted the red soup, which is spicy. The white soup is mushroom soup. Fang Er said this and picked up a piece of mutton. Put in the spicy pot for a few licks, dip it in the sauce, and put it in your mouth. The sauce dish is prepared sesame paste. The fresh, fragrant, and spicy taste of the mutton made Fang Er break out in sweat on his forehead. The meat is very tender. This is a little lamb that is just 1 month old. There is no trace of fishy smell, and the taste is great. Your Majesty, would you like to try it? Fang Er picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Empress Chang's son, then stood up and stood aside. No, sit down and eat together. Li Er shook his hand, then followed Fang Er's example and started to eat mutton. It's still cooked in the spicy hot pot. In his opinion, this is the taste that a man should eat. It's quite enjoyable. Empress Chang's son had the mushroom hot pot. Li Er was sweating profusely while eating and exclaimed that it was so delicious. Fang Er was not polite anymore. What the hell? I have been busy for a long time, and I would feel sorry for myself if I don't have a good meal. Wine, wine, bring me some wine. Li Er became more and more excited the more he ate. I've never eaten so well. Spiciness is not a taste, but a pain. That is a special ability that peppers have evolved to protect their seeds. When you eat chili peppers, your tongue will feel a burning sensation. The brain will think that it is hurt, so it will stimulate the body to secrete endorphins to relieve pain. Endorphins are addictive. So after the spiciness is reduced, people will feel refreshed. Chapter 116 Plate armor making is easy. It's already a bit cold in early winter. But when he sat in the yard, he was sweating profusely while eating. Huanyang quickly brought a jar of drunken immortal wine. There's wine and meat. Fang Er also enjoyed the meal. Your Majesty, I am not bragging. When it comes to food, no one in the entire Tang dynasty knows as much as me. Look, this mutton we're eating is just 1 month old. It tastes so tender. When we get back, I'll have someone get some cumin, and then we'll roast a whole lamb and drink it with beer. It's so delicious that your mouth will ooze with oil after taking a bite. It's no worse than this hot pot. What is cumin? Cumin. It's a seasoning from the western regions, and it's perfect for cooking mutton. Roasted lamb without cumin is soulless. Oh, then when you get it, don't forget to invite me to taste it too. Er also became interested. Isn't it worse than this hot pot? Then we have to try it. He asked himself if he had good self-control. This hot pot tastes really good. The couple enjoyed the meal very much. In the workshop, Fang Er took the sniper rifle and handed it to Er, a gun barrel that is 1.5 meters long. It is 50 centimeters longer than an ordinary musket. Show me a demonstration. Er looked at the sniper rifle curiously. Let someone set up the target. Fang Er fell to the ground and picked up the gun. After thinking about it, he put on the plate armor again. This thing has too much recoil. Without protection, he was afraid of breaking his shoulder blade. Lia lukt at Fang Aris outfit in surprise. He was originally a military general and was particularly concerned about armor. I understand more clearly the importance of a good set of armor to a military commander. Your armor is not simple. Er stepped forward and touched the armor plate with his hand. One-piece plate armor with only 2 gaps on the inside of the arm. It looks like the protection is extraordinary. I made this myself. This is easier to make. It's made with a hydraulic forging machine and can be formed in one go. Fang Er patted the plate armor on his body and said proudly, "Come on, take it off first and let me try it." Fang Er untied the leather rope and helped Er put on the plate armor. After putting on the plate armor, Er felt the benefits of this armor. Light. This was his first feeling. The weight of a whole set of plate armor is less than 20 kilograms. You know, his own Mingguang armor weighs more than 70 kilograms. Look at the edge of the plate armor again. He recognized it at a glance. This was definitely tempered steel. Did you really make this armor yourself? Er couldn't believe it. Is this true? Wait for me to take you to see how it is done. Quick, test the gun. Er took off his armor and handed it to Fang Er. After Fang Er put it on, he lay on the ground. Set up the sniper rifle and aim at the bull's eye 200 steps away. The red bull's eye in the quadruple scope is particularly eye-catching. After adjusting his breathing slightly, Fang Er pulled the trigger. Bang! When? The first sound was the bullet being pushed by the gunpowder, accelerated by the rifling, and directly making a hole in the bull's eye at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The second sound was the sound of a sniper rifle hitting the plate armor hard. Bullseye. Juzi stood at the target and shouted the results of the shooting. Lieva stunt. What was reported in the memorial was one thing. It's another feeling to see it with your own eyes. 200 steps. Hold through the wooden target. Gome. Give me a try. Lievas excited. This thing is really awesome. Fang Er put armor on him. Er imitated him and lay on the ground. Your Majesty, look at the target through that cylinder. Fang Er reminded from his side. Without a 4x scope, I can shoot at a target 200 steps away. I can't even see clearly, not to mention trying to hit it. Er leaned closer to take a look. The target that was barely visible just now seemed to be about 50 steps away in this cylinder. So clear. He just felt that his trip to Fangjiazwang today was totally worth it. Hot pot and other things are secondary. A musket that can fire at a range of 200 steps. One-piece plate armor. And there is this cylinder that can see the target 200 steps away so clearly. He pressed the excitement. Aim at the target and pull the trigger. Boom! The gun hit the plate armor hard, causing pain in the shoulder. Now he understood why Fang Er wanted to use this gun while wearing plate armor. Look at the target over there. Without waiting for the pillar over there to report the target, he had seen through the quadruple scope that there was an extra hole on the target, a long way from the bullseye. It was almost off target. This did not affect his excitement at all. Anji, what's up with this cylinder? It actually has such a miraculous effect. This is called a telescope. It's made of 2 pieces of glass that have been polished into a special shape. This is a bit complicated to explain. Fang Er scratched his head. This thing can't be explained clearly in just a few words. Glass. Er was a little confused. What is glass? It's lioli. Fang Er could only change it to the word lioli. Hiss. Such transparent glass. It also needs to be polished into a special shape. What is this worth? Lier didn't dare to think about it. He was the ruler of a country, but he had never seen such transparent glass. As a result, he immediately placed the value of the sniper rifle in his mind as priceless. Come on, show me how your plate armor is made. He returned the gun to Fang Er reluctantly. He marked himself out by being benevolent and loving to his people. So, even if I liked it, I didn't ask for it. Fang Er took the gun and took off the fourfold scope. Your Majesty, you won't be able to use the gun, so I'll give you this cylinder. It can also be used by the Empress to entertain herself. Lier was a little surprised, but still happily took the quadruple scope. Okay, I'll take it. He casually handed the mirror to Empress Chang'an. Guanyin maid, try it, it's magical. Empress Chang'an took it curiously and took a closer look. I was petrified in an instant. Lier in the quadruple scope. The pores are enlarged several times. It's like the surface of the moon. And those eyes, bigger than a bull's eye. I turned another direction and saw in the distance. There's a bird's nest on a tree in the distance, and the feathers inside are clearly visible. Your Majesty, this thing is too valuable. How can I play with it? Empress Chang'an quickly handed the mirror to the accompanying guard. Keep it safe. Don't let it get bumped or dented. Yes, my lady. The guard carefully put the quadruple scope into his arms. Fang Er smiled and said nothing. He turned around and took Lier towards the hydraulic forging machine. A blacksmith was arranged to get a prototype of plate armor, a whole piece of steel plate. It was placed on the forging bed. The forging press and hammer are no longer the same ones originally used for forging steel, but it is a set specially made for plate armor. As the forging hammer hits down, the entire piece of steel plate was smashed into half a piece of plate armor. Remove it and cut off the excess. The second piece was also made smoothly. Put the two pieces together. A complete set of plate armor was made so easily. Lier touched the still warm plate armor in surprise. Is it so easy to make? Chapter 117. Someone is coming to the palace. What you see is just the last step. Before that, we still needed to make steel and molds. This set of forging machines and hammers alone used tens of thousands of pounds of tempered steel. Fang Er pointed at the forging machine and said, "Sss." Lier took a breath of cold air. Tens of thousands of pounds of tempered steel. What a big deal. Fang Er didn't say that he was bragging. The forging machine below alone used 8,000 kilograms, or 4 tons, of steel. But there was one thing he didn't say. The die on the forging machine is live. Can be changed at will. It's just that the base below requires more material. Anji, you really opened my eyes today. Okay, I'll go back first. I'll take this set of plate armor with me. Lier returned to Chang'an in a swagger, wearing plate armor. Fang Er looked at his shadow and rolled his eyes. Damn it, I still take it with me after eating. Okay, you are the emperor. You have the final say. I looked at the sky and it was still early. Fang Er rushed into the studio. I took out the power engineering technology and found the content about transformers. This is something that is desperately needed right now. There are many types of transformers. Fang Er was dazzled by what he saw. Fang Er chose a very primitive, small transformer. This transformer is composed of an iron core and a coil. Fang Er found Zhao Gang and Ma Shan. I told them about Tiexin's requirements. They both said it was no problem. The iron core has no technical content. It's nothing more than a small E-shaped piece of iron. According to the required output power, a certain number of iron sheets are stacked together. It only took 1 hour. The two of them came back carrying a basket. There are iron sheets of the same size and specifications inside. Fang Er followed the instructions in the book and met the 380V power output requirement. The core size and coil requirements were calculated. It took an afternoon. Assemble the transformer. He directed Zhuzi and the others to install the transformer next to the generator. One end is connected to a generator. One end is connected to the electric motor, with the generator running again. The generated current passes through the transformer and flows to the motor again. It's turned. Look, it's almost up. There's no smoke this time. Several guards shouted when they saw this. An excited smile also appeared on Fang Er's face. The electricity is used. Fang Er reassembled the multi-tool lathe as soon as possible. All the knives and other tools that had been removed were put back. A long electric wire was pulled directly from the transformer into the studio, connected to the lathe. As the lathe switch is pressed, the cutter above made a buzzing sound and began to rotate. Ah. Fang Er jumped up excitedly in the studio. With this, there's so much he can do. How about building a tank? Hee. 99 comes out. Well, no oil. Huh. Steam engines can be made, and they're very interesting compared to rocket engines. This thing is not difficult at all for Fang Er. Fang Er turned off the lathe and walked out of the studio. Zhao was instructed not to let anyone in or out. After returning to Fang's house, he asked Shaoqing to bring paper and carbon rods and began to draw the blueprint. In early winter, it gets dark earlier and earlier every day. Fang Er finished his meal, lay down on the bed, and just fell asleep. I am having an indescribable dream. Then I heard someone banging on the door outside. He was in the inner courtyard, at least 100 meters away from the mansion gate. This can be heard, which shows how much effort the people outside are putting in. He quickly got dressed and stood up. He had just put on his clothes when he heard Zhuzi talking outside the door. Master, someone has come from the palace. The emperor wants you to enter the palace immediately. Fang Er was a little confused. Didn't that guy just come here during the day? Why did you let me into the palace in the middle of the night? Don't you know that disturbing people's sweet dreams is immoral? Fang Er got on the carriage reluctantly. The person Li Er sent was a guard who led the way on horseback. It's so dark here. And hold a torch. Accurate. In the East Palace, Li Er sat on the dragon throne with a frown on his face. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Jing, and others were also present. Your Majesty, Captain Fang is here. When eunuch Deng saw Fang Er outside the door, he hurriedly whispered to Li Er, "Let him in. Announce Captain Jigua and ask Fang Anji to enter the palace." As the voice of eunuch Deng came, Fang Er straightened his clothes, stepped over the 2-foot-high threshold, and entered the East Palace. Your Majesty, before Fang Er finished his polite words, he was interrupted by Li Er. Take a look at this first. Li Er asked eunuch Deng to deliver a memorial. Fang Er took it. The memorial was written by Chai Xiao. It turned out that after destroying Liang Shidu, Li Er got the news that Luo Yi had rebelled and occupied Yuzhou and established himself as the emperor. So he notified Chai Xiao to change his route, first suppress the rebellion and then attack Goguryeo. Yuzhou is adjacent to Khitan and Goguryeo. As soon as the two sides started fighting, Luo Yi was frightened by the power of the artillery. Lead the troops to fight and run at the same time. Just like that, they fought and ran and escaped to Yen County. I don't know how Luo Yi got involved with Goguryeo. Here, Chai Xiao led his men and surrounded the city of Yanjun. Unexpectedly, he was outflanked by Goguryeo. After Luo Yi received the news from Goguryeo, he cooperated with the Goguryeo army to attack Chai Xiao from both sides. Not to mention the casualties of 2,000 to 3,000 elite soldiers, the most serious problem is 8 cannons were taken away by Goguryeo. Also stolen were dozens of stones of gunpowder and artillery shells. This is really troublesome. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chai Xiao quickly led his troops to retreat. They retreated all the way to Beiping County, occupy the city, and defend it. The remaining 12 cannons were all placed on the top of the city wall. With the help of the high altitude, they could fire dozens of steps further than the cannons of Goguryeo. This gave us the opportunity to ask for help from Chang'an. The cannon was invented by Fang Er. Now the Tang army has only learned how to use it, but doesn't know how to defend it. Therefore, Li Er discussed with several ministers to no avail and finally brought Fang Er over. The artillery was stolen. Fang Er's face was full of disbelief. Chai Xiao, Cheng Yaojin, and Zhang Gongjin are all veterans of the battlefield. She actually allowed someone to touch her buttocks, not only breaking her anus, but also causing such an important thing to be lost. What the hell? Consider the territory Goguryeo now occupies. Your Majesty, this could be a serious matter. Fang Er felt as if he had broken out in a cold sweat, and he shivered when the cold wind blowing in from outside the hall blew. Big dough sticks? What do you mean? Are you hungry and want to eat big dough sticks? Li Er looked at him in confusion. No, I mean this matter may be troublesome. I heard from people that there is iron ore in Goguryeo, and it is a shallow mine. You can find iron ore by digging casually. Once they learn how to make cannons, the consequences will be... Fang Er didn't say anything else. Although he didn't know where Yin County was, he knew that in the early Tang dynasty, most of China was occupied by Goguryeo. Among them were Tiling, Bunxi, and Anshan. What's over there? Iron ore. Endless iron ore. Chapter 118. Born Evil Zhao Gongzi. Everyone present here is an intelligent person. The battle between Jie Li and Liang Shidu and Wai Luo Yi ran away. This is all thanks to gunpowder and artillery. Once Goguryeo eliminates this advantage, the future situation will become even more unpredictable. Goguryeo was not a good kid. It was impossible for them to just put the cannons on the city walls to guard the house. Li Er and his men had only discussed how to repel Goguryeo and get rid of Luo Yi. I never thought that artillery might leak secrets. Moreover, they all knew that the key to artillery was steel. Once Goguryeo made up its mind and hired thousands of craftsmen to make steel day and night, nothing would be impossible. Thinking of this, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the palace. Captain Fang, is there any way to get the artillery back as soon as possible before Goguryeo learns to copy it? Fang Xianling looked at Fang Er with anticipation. Yes, Captain Fang, this is something you created. You don't want to see it turn around and attack our own people, do you? Li Jing also became anxious. Li Er looked at Fang Er without saying anything, but his nervous eyes betrayed him. Fang Er scratched his head. This is such a hassle. Although he was confident that he could make artillery that could balance the current range. But that thing takes time. We must wait until Goguryeo is equipped with artillery on a large scale. Even if he gets the thing out, there will inevitably be a large number of casualties. Fang Er gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, how many sharpshooters can you find among the Imperial Guards? Although Li Er didn't know Fang Er's purpose, his eyes lit up and he patted the dragon throne and stood up. How many do you want? Are 200 enough? 200 people? That's definitely enough. 200 men, we don't need that many. I only need the 50 best fighters among them. Okay, I will select 50 people right away. Xiao Dingzi, you go and supervise it yourself. I want to see them before dawn. Li Er looked at Eunuch Deng. Yes, I will go right away. Eunuch Deng bent over and left the palace. Tell me, what are you going to do? Li Er looked at Fang Er again and asked. I can only say that it is a sniper rifle. Please bear with me for the rest. Fang Er just smiled and didn't elaborate. Well, since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. When will we set off? 3 days later. Fang Er bowed and saluted Li Er. Okay, once the 50 sharpshooters are selected, I will have them go to Fangjiazwang to look for you. You can do whatever you want. I'll take my leave. Fang Er stood up and left the East Palace. We took a carriage and returned to Fangjiazwang. When I got home, it was almost 4 o'clock. After sleeping for 2 hours, Fang Er was woken up by noise outside. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and walked out of the house. 50 soldiers in shining silver armor. They stood in the yard, full of energy and in an orderly manner. Wow, Li Er is so generous. You know, the bright silver armor is one of the best armors of this era. He was actually willing to take out 50 sets at once. You know, this thing is usually rewarded to generals who have made great contributions. Meet Captain Fang. 50 people knelt on one knee at the same time and saluted Fang Er. Everyone get up. Don't be so polite. Fang Er stepped forward and helped one person up. Eunuch Deng walked over from the side, and the wrinkles on his smiling face looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. He held a scroll of imperial edict in his hand. Captain Fang, the emperor has promoted you again. Fang Er was a little surprised. Is this the rhythm of putting pressure on yourself because you are afraid that you won't work hard enough? Eunuch Deng was lazy again and directly stuffed the imperial edict into Fang Er's hands. He took it, opened it, and had a look. Oh my God! From the 6th rank, Zhenwei Colonel. Look at this position. How impressive it is, Captain Fang. What do you think? Eunuch Deng was trying to please intentionally. What the hell? Damn it. I can never be a boss in this life. We have been in the palace for so many years. When have I ever seen someone get promoted so easily? 2 months. From a commoner, he jumped directly to the 6th rank. Fang Er didn't respond. Li Er did this on purpose. Get a captain to inspire power. Damn it. Whose power are you trying to bring back? It's to bring back power to Li Er and to the Tang dynasty. It was definitely intentional. Okay, go back and thank the emperor for me. I won't keep you here. We have to get busy here and prepare for war. Fang Er sent Eunuch Deng away. Zhuzi walked up to the door and stuffed a bag of silver into his pocket. Eunuch Deng smiled even more happily. A sensible boy. He. Fang Er left the Fang mansion with 50 sharpshooters. When these people came, they all brought their own horses. Just outside the door, Hu Zi and Dali were watching them with their men. Took the horse. More than 50 people, led by Fang Er, rushed to the blacksmith workshop. Ever since Fang Er made a sniper rifle and shot Liang Shidu in the shoulder on the battlefield. When he came back from Diaoyin, he taught Zhao Gang the production method. The workshop is still producing. Moreover, Fang Er also gave the gun a name. Dragon Tooth. Well, it's actually very simple. This thing was made by the Longzhou Canal. As for the ordinary musket, it was named Yun Yishir. The word Yun is borrowed from Yunmen Township. There's nothing I can do about it. An engineering guy really has no talent when it comes to naming. But overall, Fang Er was quite satisfied with the names of Longya and Yun Yishir. Zhao Gang was called over and asked to bring out all the Dragon Tooth sniper rifles. Wooden boxes were taken out of the warehouse one by one, beyond Fang Er's expectations. He originally thought that it would be good enough if he could make 20 or 30 of them. How many days has he been back? But this guy, Zhao Gang, actually brought out 57 Dragon Tooth sniper rifles for him. Why so many? Fang Er was very surprised. Mr. Fang, don't be angry. I was itching to use the lathe. I made the bolts on these guns with the lathe. Zhao Gang bent over and secretly observed Fang Er's expression. Have you learned how to use it? He didn't care that Zhao Gang used the lathe secretly. Compared with these 57 dragon teeth, he was more concerned about the fact that Zhao Gang learned how to use a lathe in just a few days. What the hell? It's incredible. I have always liked to tinker with things since I was little. I saw the teacher use the lathe once, so I learned how to use it. Oh shit. Fang Er was shocked. Genius? No. This is definitely a monster. Fang Er took out a handful of dragon teeth from the wooden box. He disassembled a gun into a pile of parts with ease. Although according to Fang Er's standards, the errors of these parts are large. But it is enough for now. He stared at Zhao Gang for a long time, patted him on the shoulder. Stand up straight. From today on, you are the head of this blacksmith shop. You can use the lathe as you please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Zhao Gang was so excited that he forgot the rules. He slipped to his knees on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Chapter 119. Making glass with all the efforts. Get up. Have you forgotten the rules? Fang Er said with a straight face. Zhao Gang stood up quickly. I'll take them to test the guns. I'll leave the lathe to you. If you don't understand something, write it down. I'll teach you later when I have time. Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Don't worry. I will definitely study hard. Zhao Gang was sent away. Fang Er, wearing plate armor, led them to the open space next to the workshop. What you're holding is called a Dragon Fang sniper rifle, with an effective range of 200 steps. Fang Er looked at them and said calmly, 200 steps? How is this possible? That's right, that's right. 200 steps away. I can't even see clearly. How can I fight? 1 step is about 1.2 meters. 200 steps, 240 meters. Looking at people from this distance, they're not much bigger than an egg. It's no wonder these people don't believe it. Fang Er picked up a dragon tooth. He took out a quadruple scope from his arms. Yuchi Baolin took away a 4-fold scope along with the crossbow. Give one to Lier. This is the last one. Install the quadruple scope on the dragon tooth. Fang Er lay on the ground, aiming at a big tree 200 steps away. Bang! A shot. After the fight, he stood up and spoke to everyone. Who wants to go and take a look? A man walked out from the sharpshooter and strode towards the tree. Not long after, he ran back with a look of surprise. How's it going? Did you hit it? Hurry up and tell me. Others asked. It hit. It really hit. There's a 2-inch deep hole in the tree. The man who ran back spoke affirmatively to the others. Now you all believe it. The Northern Expedition Army is in trouble now. It can't be solved by more people. That's why I asked the Emperor for you sharpshooters. I believe that with your abilities, you can use these sniper rifles well, and there will be no problem. Now, pick up the guns in your hands. Due to time constraints, I can't teach you too much. I will only teach you the simple things. Load, aim, and shoot. Now, follow my lead and open the magazine. After Fang Er finished speaking, he pulled the steel pin on the magazine and put it aside, then opened the steel plate on the magazine, revealing the ammunition chamber. Now load the bullets in. Remember, the hard end is the bullet head. Load it with the bullet head facing inwards. Don't put it the other way around. The process was simple. Fang Er walked among the crowd and observed their movements. Although he specifically emphasized the direction of the bullets, 2 of them were still installed the wrong way. He was scolded by Fang Er. The 2 sharpshooters looked embarrassed. I'm already in my 20s or 30s, and a teenager pointed at me and called me a fool. What the hell is this? But they didn't dare to make any trouble. Eunuch Deng gave us all the instructions when we came. This is a task assigned by the emperor himself. If anyone dares to mess around, the consequences will be something they cannot bear. The bullets are loaded. Open the support in front of the gun and lie on the ground to feel it. Remember, you must not raise the gun and shoot unless you have no other choice. Fang Er stepped aside, and the 50 sharpshooters lay on the ground together. There is a notch above the magazine at the rear of the gun, and a bulge at the front of the barrel. Notch, bulge, target. Align these 3 points in a straight line. Only in this way can you hit your target. You are all sharpshooters. I believe you can do it well. Now, practice on your own. Don't worry about the gunpowder and bullets. Whoever shoots the most accurately will ask the emperor for credit for you. Do you have confidence? Fang Er asked loudly to them. Please rest assured, Captain Fang. We will definitely do it. The sharpshooters answered in unison. Fang Er was very satisfied. Those who can become sharpshooters have a mind that is unmatched by ordinary people. This shouldn't be a problem for them. Call Zhuzi over to keep an eye on it. Fang Er entered the workshop again. He needs to get glass. 3 days. It's not enough to just make glass. We need to make a batch of scopes. Sitting in the workshop, he took out all the books that he had previously exchanged from the system store, looking for how glass is made. Finally, it was found in the Encyclopedia of Mining. He took out the crucible that Yuchi Baolin had sent him, which had not been used for a long time. Someone brought a basket of clean sand. Find any leftover magnets you may have used previously. Carefully suck out the iron filings from the sand. This thing will affect the quality of the glass. If there are iron filings inside, the burned glass will be colorful and cause light refraction, which will seriously affect the effect of the sight. The sand was treated with a magnet 3 times in a row. After making sure that no more iron filings can be sucked out, remove from heat. Make a fire. Wait until the temperature of the pot slowly rises. Pour Zuixianlou. The process of sand melting is very long. I waited for nearly half an hour. There was smoke coming out of the pot, and the color of the sand changed from yellow to red, but it didn't melt into liquid at all. Fang Er took out the book again. Carefully look for possible mistakes. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find the answer in the mining encyclopedia. Then I looked in other books. Finally, the answer was found in inorganic chemistry. Damn it. It turns out that this thing requires a high temperature of about 1,500 to 2,000 degrees. How hot is charcoal? No more than 13,000. After the blast furnace, it is only about 1,500. Fang Er patted his forehead. What the fuck? Do we still need to make coke? There's no time for that anymore. Finally, I accidentally turned the pages of the book and saw that a catalyst could be added to lower the melting point of sand. It only takes about 1,100 degrees. Alkali. The book just briefly mentioned it without explaining the reason behind it. Fang Er didn't understand either, and there was no need for him to understand. Baking soda is nowhere to be found, but lime is easy to find. It's available on the construction site. Ask someone to bring a piece of quicklime. Fang Er poured out the sand in the crucible. The temperature of the sand was too high, and there was no way to use anything to mix it with the lime. If you use an iron rod, it will probably melt directly into it. After mixing the new sand and lime, put it back into the pot and put it on the fire. This time it was very quick, just about the time it took to stick of incense. The sand seemed to be boiling. Bubbles kept popping up and then bursting. Slowly, it turned into a viscous liquid. The color is bright red. Wait until all the sand in the pot has melted. Fang Er found a piece of steel plate, wiped it clean, and put it aside. The melted sand, no, it is no longer sand at this time, all poured onto the steel plate. These sticky liquids slowly spread out on the steel plate. Wait until it stops flowing. Fang Er used a steel pipe to roll it flat, making it into a flat plate about 6 or 7 millimeters thick. As the temperature drops, it slowly turns into transparent crystals. Glass done. Fang Er felt a great sense of accomplishment. This is an area he has never set foot in. Moreover, with glass, life will be greatly improved. Chapter 120. Scope and the Destroyer Army. With this successful experience, Fang Er made a few more pieces of glass. Then take it to the lathe for processing. I heard that this stuff is cut with diamonds, and I don't know if the high-speed alloy drill on this lathe can be used. The speed of the tool was adjusted to the fastest, and the feed speed was adjusted to the slowest, for fear that the glass would be crushed if it was moved any faster. With the lathe switch pressed, the knife began to spin rapidly. Get closer to the glass. Fang Er's heart was lifted up. Squeak. A deafening sound came from the glass, before Fang Er could be happy. With a bang, the glass shattered. Try again. Bang. Broken again. Try again. Bang. Broken again. Oh shit. It's too difficult. No face at all. Fang Er was at a loss and could only try to make it using a mold. Use a lathe to mill out a mold on a steel plate. A whole steel plate can be used to make 50 lenses at a time. Fang Er is ready to win by numbers. Take the pot off the stove, heat the sand, and pour the cast. When Fang Er opened the mold, he was dumbfounded. There are either bubbles or cracks. Fang Er wanted to give up. Then suddenly I found that one of the lenses was intact and transparent. He took out the lens excitedly. Get close and look at it carefully. Fuck, the glass is hot. Fang Er's eye let go. Bang. Damn it. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. The only lens. Fang Er doesn't want to do this anymore. It's so discouraging. So they called Zhao Gang and others. He just sat on the side and directed them to work. Now that there is the first piece, there will definitely be a second piece. Fang Er became furious. Zhao Gang and his men kept burning sand. He made 2 more molds himself. Sheet after sheet of glass was cast. As expected, suitable and usable lenses were produced one after another. Although the probability was small, it only took 1 day, thanks to the support of quantity. All the lenses needed for 50 scopes are ready. Fang Er asked Zhao Gang and the others to continue. I am right to match these lenses with lens barrels. This job is much simpler. It only took 1 afternoon to complete all the work. He put the scope in a box and asked Hu Zi and Dolly to carry it. In the open space outside, the sound of gunfire continued to be heard. After more than a day of shooting training, these sharpshooters have already fallen in love with Dragon Fang. This stuff is so cool. Clasp your hands. Bang. There was a loud bang. There's also the recoil force fed back from the gun body. This feeling is so refreshing. I just played too much, and my shoulders hurt so much when I want to sleep at night. How are they doing? Fang Er asked as he stood next to the pillar. For more than a day, Zhuzi had been standing here and watching. Master, these people are very hard-working. Apart from cooling the barrels and eating and sleeping, they basically never stop. Fang Er nodded with satisfaction. Holding a newly made scope, he aimed it at a target in the distance. Well, not bad, although it is not as good as the original one provided by the system. But at least I can see the bullseye clearly. You know what? The speed at which these sharpshooters learn the game is incredible. The hit rate of the target 200 steps away can reach 1/3 without the help of the scope. Although this 1/3 just hit the target and not the bullseye, it is enough to show the hard work and talent of these people. In particular, the 3 sharpshooters among them almost hit the target with every shot, and as time went by, the impact point was getting closer and closer to the center of the bullseye. Let Zhuzi call these 3 people over. What are your names and positions? Fang Er asked. I am Li Daniu, the chief of fire in Sheshenwai. I am Meng Zhong, also from the Xishan Guard, but I don't have a position. My younger brother Lu Xian, the Imperial Guard, is also the fire chief. The 3 sharpshooters saluted Fang Er and then introduced themselves in a proper manner. Bring your guns here. Fang Er took out the scope. I took the guns they handed over and demonstrated to them one by one how to install them. After loading it, he handed the gun back. This cylinder is called a scope. Try to see if you can hit the bullseye through the scope. The 3 men took the guns and raised them to try. Fang Er quickly dodged. Damn it. He saw with his own eyes that the gun was already loaded with bullets when the 3 men came over. I'm warning you, don't point your guns at your own people. Whoever does it again will be sent back to where they came from. Fang Er said sternly. Yes, yes, yes. I know I was wrong. Li Daniu nodded and admitted his mistake. The same goes for Meng Zhong and Lu Xian. Go ahead and don't do it again. The 3 of them quickly ran to the side, held their guns, and lay on the ground. Looking through the scope, the target seemed to be magnified several times. Originally, I could only see an outline, but now it is extremely clear. On the scope, Fang Er deliberately drew a crosshair in the center of the lens. Li Daniu aimed the cross on the crosshairs at the center of the bullseye. Pull the trigger. The first shot missed, the bullet hitting just below the bullseye. For the second shot, he tried moving the crosshairs up a little. Pull the trigger again. This shot hit the bullseye. The situations of Meng Zhong and Lu Xian were similar. Because of the crosshairs, the first shot was a little off. But the second shot also hit the bullseye. Lu Xian was hit by the third shot because he raised the muzzle a little too much when he fired the second shot. Fang Er nodded with satisfaction. Although the target over 200 meters away can be seen clearly through the sight. But bullets don't travel in a straight line. He himself only had a basic understanding of ballistics and parabolas, having heard about them from soldiers in the army. He really can't teach this. Called the 3 people back. The others were also ordered to assemble. Your performance is not bad. When you come back this time, I will ask the emperor for your credit. Now, the 50 of you are no longer soldiers of the original garrison. You will form a new army. Your treatment will be several times higher than before. Don't doubt it. As long as this mission can be successfully completed, these are not a problem. As for the name of your new army, it is tentatively named Mielu. It means to wipe out all the enemies for the Tang dynasty. Do you have confidence? Fang Er faced everyone and spoke loudly. Sharpshooters, you look at me and I look at you. No one responded. Fang Er was not angry and continued. The end of the Sui dynasty was a time of chaos. Wars were constant, and I'm sure you've all experienced it. I don't know what your life was like before you joined the army, but it was definitely not as good as it is now. Do you want to live a peaceful life? Use your courage. Use your own flesh and blood. For yourself, for your family, for your descendants, to create a peaceful and prosperous world. The Sui dynasty conquered Goguryeo 3 times, leaving behind countless corpses of our ancestors. And they were built into a jingguan. Are there any relatives of yours here? Are there any elders from your hometown? What is this? This is a shame. Not only a shame for the Sui dynasty, but also a shame for every Chinese man. The beauty of clothing is called hua. The greatness of etiquette is called xia. China has always been a country of etiquette since ancient times. Throughout the change of dynasties, China has never initiated a war. It has always been forced to fight back. Right now, the ambitious Goguryeo has been harassing the borders of the Tang dynasty. This time, they have colluded with the traitor Luo Yi to steal the most important weapon of the Tang dynasty. There are countless soldiers in the Tang dynasty, and Fang only asked the emperor for 50 of your elite soldiers. You will become a sharp blade. Give the enemy an unimaginable blow. Now answer me. Your choice. Do you want to return to Chang'an and continue to be an insignificant soldier? Or do you want to stand up straight and shoulder the heavy responsibility that the emperor has placed on you? Fang Er became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally he stared at the 50 sharpshooters in front of him with a sharp gaze. Chapter 121. The Anlu army heads to Beiping. Next moment. Destroy all the enemies. Destroy them. Destroy all the enemies. Destroy them. Destroy all the enemies. Destroy them. 50 sharpshooters responded to Fang Er loudly in unison. Most of them were originally just ordinary soldiers. There are very few fire chiefs like Li Daniyu and Lucian. Now Fang Er is asking for credit for them and increasing their salaries. Anyone who doesn't agree is a fool. It doesn't matter where you do it. Just do it. Nowadays, people work hard just for a bite of food. Moreover, Fang Er's annihilation of the enemy in one fell swoop did indeed arouse their bloodiness. They're all strong guys around 20 years old. I've had enough of staying in Chang'an City all day long and being a soldier. Most of these people are from good families in Guangzhou, and they have witnessed countless wars since they were born. Being able to wipe out all the enemies can be said to be the dream of countless brave men in Guangzhou. Destroy all enemies and bring peace to future generations. Even if I have to gamble with my life, it's worth it. Now, I appoint Li Daniyu as the commander of the exterminating army, Meng Zhong and Lu Xian as the chiefs, and there are 3 more positions for chiefs. Select 3 people based on their shooting performance. Zhu Zi, distribute the scopes. Li Daniyu, Meng Zhong, and Lu Xian, the 3 of you will be responsible for teaching them how to use the scopes. Fang Er waved his hand and ended his temptation. Damn it, my throat is smoking from shouting. Mobilizing others makes me feel excited and excited. Who else is there? The situation was thrown to Li Daniyu and others to deal with. Fang Er hid himself in the studio. He leaned back his chair, drank tea, and watched Zhao Gang and the others busy themselves. At night, Fang Er returned to Fang Jia's wang, rubbing his sore arm. He didn't know that what he said during the day had reached Li Er's ears exactly as it was. Li Er didn't expect that he had such awareness at such a young age. This made Li Er's favorability towards him soar. At one point, he even had the idea of recruiting a prince consort. The next day, there is still 1 day left before departure. Fang Er instructed Zhu Zi to watch the Mielu army practice their spear skills. He brought Hu Zi and Dali into Chang'an City, in front of the East Palace Gate. After receiving the notification, eunuch Deng came out in person to greet Fang Er. "Hey, Captain Fang, hurry up. The Emperor is waiting for you." The artillery that was snatched away by Goguryeo was always on Li Er's mind. He wanted to know what Fang Er was planning. But I said before that I don't care, so I don't want to ask again. When he heard that Fang Er had arrived, he immediately sent someone to pass the message. After entering the Eastern Palace, Li Er sat behind his desk and read memorials. When he saw Fang Er coming in, he put the memorial in his hand aside. "Anji, how are the preparations going?" "Everything is ready, and we are ready to set off tomorrow. I came here this time because I want to ask the Emperor for his approval." Fang Er cupped his hands as a gesture of greeting. "Oh, sit down and talk. Shout, Dengzi, bring Anji a chair." Li Er was curious about what request Fang Er had for coming here at this time. The chair was brought over, and Fang Er sat down on it without hesitation. He moved his butt back and forth a few times and found a comfortable position. "Your Majesty, don't let those 50 sharpshooters return to their original army. I suggest setting up another army." "Tell me why." "These people are all good talents with good shooting skills. I have equipped each of them with a sniper rifle. They have been familiarizing themselves with the operation of the rifles in the past 2 days, and their performance is very good. Therefore, it would be a waste to let them return to their original army." Fang Er explained. "That's easy. I'll do as you say. Is the sniper rifle you're talking about the one I tried last time?" Li Er asked in surprise. The secret guard only reported Fang Er's speech and did not mention that Fang Er equipped the sharpshooters with sniper rifles. To them, the gun was just slightly different, and they had no idea what that meant. "Yes, I asked the craftsman to rush to make it, and it cost a lot. Do you think it's inappropriate for me to bear the cost?" Fang Er said with pretended pain. "How many?" "A sniper rifle costs 20 taels of silver. Plate armor costs 5 taels." Fang Er first extended 2 fingers and then extended a palm. He was a little unsure whether Li Er would buy into such a high price. But what he didn't expect was, Li Er took the bill immediately. "Shout Dengzi, go to the Ministry of Revenue and find Fang Xiang, and bring the money according to what Captain Fang said." Fang Er cursed in his heart. "Oh shit, damn it, selling cheap." He had no idea. Just for that scope, Li Er was willing to spend 25 taels, 1,250 taels of silver. He was carried into the East Palace by 2 guards. He opened the box in front of Li Er. "Take this silver with you. Do you have any other requests?" Li Er felt that Fang Er was very reliable. He felt that this price was too cheap. "I promised them that after setting up a new army, the salary would be tripled." Fang Er looked at Li Er's expression. "Okay, I agree, but I also have conditions." Although he was happy about getting a bargain, Li Er was still thinking about the 8 cannons. "As for the artillery that was taken away by Goguryeo, I don't care what method you use, either bring it back or destroy it. Your Majesty, rest assured, I promise to complete the task." Afterwards, Fang Er left with the Imperial Edict to establish a new army. Back to the workshop. The Imperial Edict was read out in front of the Mielu army. These newly united soldiers looked at Fang Er in surprise. "I just said it yesterday, and today I got the Imperial Edict back. This Captain Fang is no simple matter." Ignore the expressions on their faces. After Fang Er finished reading the Imperial Edict, he spoke to everyone. "This time when I go north, Fang has another request for you. No matter when, no matter where, the guns in your hands, not even apart, can fall into the hands of the enemy. As long as the people are there, the guns are there. Do you understand? The man is there, the gun is there. The man is there, the gun is there." All the soldiers shouted in unison. The next day, the time to set off has arrived. Fang Er arrived at the workshop early. 50 soldiers were fully equipped, each with a dragon tooth, a waist knife, and a large bag of fixed bullets. The bullets provided by Fang Er were all copper-pointed bullets, which were almost the same shape as the bullets of later generations. The rising sun made the bright silver armor sparkle. Fang Er also summoned 500 musketeers from the Fang family guard. The momentum, can't lose it. More than 500 people formed a cavalry team and set off towards Beiping County without any baggage. It is nearly 3,000 miles from Chang'an to Beiping County. Fang Er didn't dare to delay on the road. The starting point is to travel 400 miles a day. Wherever they arrived at a place, Inzi led the way and served the mount like a lord. In addition to grass and fine feed, the war horses were given 2 eggs and a bowl of fermented glutinous rice wine for each meal. Everyone else watching was dumbfounded. Holy shit, it's better than what people eat. Considering he spared no expense, the warhorse was also very powerful. It took only 6 days to reach Beiping County. At first, Fang Er thought that Beiping County was the Beijing area. But when I got there, I found out that it had nothing to do with Beijing at all. What the fuck? Chapter 122. A plan to seduce Goguryeo. Chai Xiao had already received the news and was waiting to greet him at the city gate. Captain Fang, this time I'm counting on you. He really couldn't think of a solution. When fighting outside the city, Goguryeo also had artillery and a large amount of gunpowder and artillery shells. We don't have the advantage in numbers. If a real fight breaks out, the only 12 remaining cannons on our side might be taken away by the enemy. Ever since I saw the news that was sent urgently from Chang'an over 600 miles. He waited day and night, and finally Fang Er came. Although I don't know what method Fang Er will use. But it's better than having no clue at all. It's okay, don't worry too much. Now that I'm here, I will definitely not let Goguryeo get what it wants. Fang Er spoke to reassure him. This matter is neither big nor small. Get the cannon back or destroy it, and there'll be no problem. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. And he, Chai Xiao, must definitely be held accountable. Brother Fang, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were also very happy to see Fang Er. Brother Fang, let's go and welcome you. Cheng Yaojin carried his son and Yuchi Baolin behind him, one in each hand, and patted Fang Er on the shoulder and said. Chai Xiao and Zhang Gongjin rolled their eyes. Damn it, this generation relationship really doesn't make any sense at all. Don't you want to avoid it? After entering the city of Beiping, Fang Er looked around. The city is not big, only 2 miles in circumference. No wonder Goguryeo didn't come to attack the city. The city is small, so the advantage of having a large population cannot be brought into play. Moreover, cannons have been mounted on the top of the city wall, 3 on each side. If the ants really attack the city, I don't know how many soldiers' lives will be lost. In the city, the original officials have been killed by Luo Yi. The official residence was used by Chai Xiao as a command post. Tell me what's going on now. At the banquet, after some pleasantries, Fang Er asked. That bastard Luo Yi has already colluded with Goguryeo. They once joined forces to attack Beiping County, but were repelled by firepower. Now he has occupied Lucheng County and ceded Yin County and Liaodong County to Goguryeo in exchange for their troops and food support. Fang Er roughly knew what Liaodong County was, but he was not sure about Lucheng County and Yin County. He asked Chai Xiao for a map and lay down on it to carefully compare it with the maps of later generations in his memory. I have to say, the maps of this era are fucking ridiculous. Nothing at all. You can only see the approximate location. Yin County is the area around Heludio and Jianzhou, while Lucheng County is located near Jianchang. It's not very precise, but it's definitely that area. This is fucking the situation. It's definitely like a horn. Relying on the remaining 6 or 7,000 men on Chai Xiao's side, anyone who dares to leave the city would be seeking death. All the Tang troops originally stationed here were abducted away by Luo Yi. So Chai Xiao was stuck in a dilemma. If you go forward, you will die. If you retreat, you will lose the city. Fang Er was also a little overwhelmed. He vaguely remembered that when he was reading a book in his previous life, it seemed to say that after Luo Yi rebelled, he surrendered to Jieli and was killed by his subordinates on the way. But damn, this script is wrong. Why give myself such a script? Was it Yuchi who frightened Jieli? Or did it simply make Luo Yi despair? Exchanged 2 counties for Goguryeo's protection? How many troops did Goguryeo send? Where are the artillery? Have you found out? Fang Er scratched his head. It's no use saying anything now. Let's destroy Goguryeo's artillery first. 8 cannons, all in Yin County. Zhang Gongjin pointed to the location of Yin County on the map and said, We can't attack the city. They have artillery. If we attack the city, they will be at a disadvantage because they are on high ground. We have to find a way to trick them out. As long as they dare to pull out the cannons, I can destroy them. Fang Er said confidently. How about I lead the troops to lure them to attack? Cheng Yaojin spoke from the side. No, if we just feint, Goguryeo won't be fooled. Chai Xiao retorted. What should we do then? Cheng Yaojin spread his hands. If we can't feint an attack, then we'll feint a retreat. Zhang Gongjin seemed to have thought of something. We pretend to be out of food and grass and retreat. I'm sure Goguryeo won't sit idly by and watch such a city go, right? After they send out their troops, we will quietly turn back halfway and ambush them, just like when Big Black and Bao Lin ambushed Jieli. As he spoke, he gestured on the map. Fang Er's eyes followed his finger as it scanned the map. Suddenly, he saw a place. General Zhang has a good idea. I think there should be spies from Goguryeo in the city. Let's do as General Zhang said and pretend to retreat. You lead the army to retreat towards Zhuo County. I will lead the troops with me to ambush here. When the Goguryeo army passes by, we will directly attack them head-on. Fang Er said this and pointed hard at a place on the map. There. It was exactly the location of Shanhaiguan. But at that time, it was still an unknown small fishing village. There's also no first level of the Great Wall. But the only way between the mountains and the sea is a good place to set an ambush. Chai Xiao looked at the place he pointed. It's also an eye-opener. Feasible. So the plan was decided. The few of them spent a day finalizing the details. The army, led by Chai Xiao, retreated to Zhuo County. Fang Er led his musketeers and the anti-Lu army and withdrew with the main army. He pretended to fall behind halfway and turned back to Shanhaiguan to ambush. That night, a fire broke out for no reason at the place where the Tang army stored food and fodder. The city was in chaos. After some firefighting, they found that all the food and grass were burned. Chai Xiao announced his withdrawal in public. Including the people brought by Fang Er, there were more than 7,000 people in total who retreated in the direction of Zhuo County in a panic. Fang Er's guess was correct. There were indeed spies from Goguryeo and Luo Yi in the city. The spies on both sides followed the Tang army from a distance, worriedly. He saw with his own eyes that the Tang army passed through Yuyang County, but had no intention of entering the city. Instead, he went straight towards Zhuo County. Then they turned back and rushed towards Yin County and Liuhe County respectively. 2 days later, Luo Yi and Goguryeo General Yun Gaisiman received the news from the spies at the same time. Luo Yi was frightened by the artillery fire, so he was very honest and didn't want to do anything. Yin County. Yun Gaisiman looked at his generals. The Tang army retreated, leaving behind an empty city. Who will take it from me? General, the city is easy to capture, but it needs artillery to defend it. Otherwise, by the time the Tang army comes back with all the food and fodder, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend it without artillery. Give me half of the artillery, and I'll definitely be able to capture Beiping County for you. A man with a knife on his waist said loudly. No, the cannons cannot be moved lightly. I have ordered people to return to the country to gather craftsmen. Before they learn how to copy them, no one can move these 8 cannons. Yun Gaisiman flatly rejected the man's suggestion. Chapter 123, Chai Xiao's troops approach Beiping City. I suspect this is just a trick of the Tang army, waiting for us to pull out the artillery. So, General Gao Gu, I will order you to lead 5,000 cavalry and 10,000 soldiers to occupy Peking. The Tang army has less than 7,000 soldiers. If they don't use artillery to attack the city, you can occupy the city and defend it. There is no possibility of being defeated. If the Tang army uses artillery, you only need to hold on for half a day, and I will lead the army with artillery to support you. Then you and I will attack them from both sides and destroy them in one fell swoop. The remaining artillery of the Tang army will also belong to Goguryeo. With these artillery pieces and the skilled craftsmen of Goguryeo, it won't be a problem for us to make the Central Plains rich in due time. Yun Gaisiman did not give others a chance to speak and directly decided on the tactical plan. After hearing what Yun Gaisiman said, Deputy General Gogu felt relieved. It's just holding on for half a day. After leaving the hall, he assembled the troops. 15,000 Goguryeo troops headed straight for Peking. 2 days later, Fang Er had already left Zhuo County with his guards and the anti-Lu army, quietly ambushing in Shanhaiguan. Gao Gu's troops passed right under their noses. Sir, shall we take action? Zhao Hu leaned behind Fang Er and spoke in a low voice. No hurry. Let's see if they have any artillery. Fang Er leaned quietly against a big tree, watching the Goguryeo soldiers passing by the mountain with a 4-fold telescope. Even after all 15,000 soldiers had left, there was still no sign of any artillery. Fuck, these bastards are too cunning. I didn't even fall for it. Zhao Hu, take your men and quietly go back to Zhuo County. Let General Chai take the artillery and attack the city directly after Goguryeo enters the city. Zhao Hu responded and called a few team members. They rode together, bypassed the city of Beiping, and headed toward Zhuo County. Chai Xiao was also a little disappointed when he got the news. But we did it according to Fang Er's wishes. With more than 6,000 people and artillery, he turned back to Peking. Gao Gu took over the city of Beiping smoothly. When Chai Xiao left, he deliberately spread the news that Goguryeo was about to invade. The people in the city had already fled. So, what was waiting for Gao Gu was an empty city. After entering the city, he did not dare to be careless and directly ordered 10,000 soldiers to climb onto the city wall. He dared not ignore what Yun Gaisman said. Now that the general has said so, this could be a trap. This must be a trap, then. Look towards the north. I hope the general can arrive in time by then. Beiping County is about 500 miles away from Zhuo County. Chai Xiao led his army, and it took 2 days to arrive. Under the city, the Tang army set up camp about a mile away from the city of Beiping. Chai Xiao had no intention of rushing to attack the city. Let the laborers keep cutting down trees. This made Gao Gu on the top of the city wall feel puzzled. What is this for? Wait until one catapult after another is made. Gao Gu was horrified. He knew clearly the power of the explosive pack thrown by the catapult. When Goguryeo was trying to seize artillery, they also saw the catapult, but they were unable to take it away because it was too large. Only some explosive packs were taken away. To find out the power of this thing and how to make it, Yun Gaisman specially asked someone to conduct an experiment. Gao Gu was also present at that time. That explosive pack, which weighed less than 10 pounds, directly blew more than a dozen Tang army prisoners into a pile of rotten meat. Quick, send someone to inform the general that the Tang army is producing a large number of catapults. Once they have enough catapults, we won't be able to hold out for half a day. A soldier behind him immediately conveyed his order. Fang Er in Shanhaiguan received Chai Xiao's message earlier. Know his plan. Let Sun Zhou and the others keep an eye on the north. He himself led the destroying Lu army and changed direction, staring at the road leading to Peking City. Really, in less than an hour, more than 10 Goryeo cavalrymen were seen running towards this side. Watch it. Hit the horse first. Shoot in 2 groups. The first group fires freely, and the rest of you fire back. This is a moving target, and Fang Er is afraid that these sharpshooters won't be able to hit it accurately. 50 wolf fangs were aimed at the Goguryeo messengers. As they get closer, when the distance was shortened to more than 100 steps, Fang Er gave the order to shoot. Shot! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire suddenly came from the hillside in front. The Goguryeo soldiers were frightened. Before they could react, the warhorse under his crotch had already been shot. Some of the horses had their heads smashed. Some were hit in the torso. Some horses' legs were even broken. For a moment, the soldiers on horseback were thrown all over the sky. The few soldiers who managed to escape whipped their mounts harshly with whips. Want to rush out as quickly as possible. But before he could take a few steps, a second burst of gunfire rang out. Wait until calm returns. More than a dozen Goguryeo soldiers were lying on the ground. He was thrown off the horse's back, which was galloping at high speed, and fell heavily to the ground. You'd be lucky to be killed on the spot. Those who were half dead and half disabled looked at the hillside in front of them with despair on their faces. Let Li Dainiu take his men to deal with the bodies below and shoot those who are still alive. Prisoners are now nothing more than a burden. Gao Gu in Beiping City was secretly calculating the time in his mind. Yun Gaisman said that they would arrive in half a day. Then, from the time I send out the messenger, the reinforcements will definitely arrive within 1 day at most. But he waited and waited, but there was no sign of reinforcements. Chai Xiao outside the city has already built more than 10 catapults. This thing is too simple. For brackets, plus a horizontal beam. A piece of wood serves as a throwing arm. One end is long, the other end is short. Tie a big stone to the short end. Pull down the long end with a rope and lift the stone up. Then put a pack of explosives in the throwing basket. The rope was cut, the stone fell heavily, and the explosive pack was thrown out. To put it bluntly, this thing is the same as a seesaw. With enough manpower, the work can be done very quickly. The increasing number of catapults made Gao Gu's face gradually become gloomy. After Gao Gu sent out his troops, Yun Gaisman took his men and left Yin County. They settled down less than 100 miles away from Beiping County. But no matter how long he waited, there was no news from Gao Gu. He was also a little uneasy. Was he directly ambushed by the Tang army? Or maybe something else happened. 2 messengers were sent out, but neither returned. He couldn't sit still anymore. Send someone to find Luo Yi and ask him to lead his troops to Beiping to help Gao Gu defend the city. Yun Gaisman said to the people around him. General, however, Luo Yi is frightened by the Tang army. What if he doesn't want to go? The person next to him asked. Tell him that since he has rebelled against the Tang dynasty, he can only do as I say. Otherwise, I will abandon the Tang army and destroy him first. Yes. Chapter 124. The Ungrateful Old Luo Yi. Another day has passed. Luo Yi of Liuhe County met the envoy sent by Yan Geiseman. After hearing the messenger's words, Luo Yi was furious. He was furious in his heart, but smiled on the surface, not daring to say a single harsh word. We can only rely on Go Gurio for now. Otherwise, once Li Er mobilizes the army, his 50,000 yen and Liao troops will really not be enough. Originally, Luo Yi had an army of 80,000. Chai Xiao used cannons and explosives to bombard them. That scene immediately brought morale to the freezing point. On the way to Yin County, deserters kept appearing. When they retreated from Yin County to Liuhe, some more of them escaped. After entering Liuhe, they counted the troops. When he heard that only 50,000 of the 80,000 troops were left, Luo Yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The 18 riders of Yinyun and the 80,000 Yinliao troops under his command were the foundation of Luo Yi's career. As a result of this operation, so many soldiers were lost. Now Go Gurio is using him as cannon fodder again. He couldn't help but wonder if he was wrong to be loyal to the former prince. But the road has become like this. During the rebellion, he asked his subordinates to write a surrender document, in which he cursed Li Er as harshly as possible. So, for now, we can only grit our teeth and hold on. 20,000 people were left to guard Liuhe County. Luo Yi led 30,000 Yinliao troops and the 18 riders of Yinyun and marched towards Beiping County in a mighty force. The entire Beiping County has become the most lively place in the entire Tang dynasty. Gao Gu's 15,000 troops. Chai Xiao's 7,000 Tang troops. Luo Yi brought another 30,000. Yan Geiseman also led 20,000 people and set up camp less than 100 miles away from here, plus the laborers and auxiliary soldiers from all sides. More than 100,000 people. Fang Er stared at Luo Yi's army passing by at the foot of the mountain. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A aria came to my mind. Luo Yi knows that I am proficient in martial arts. He smiled first and then bowed, kneeling on the ground with a thump, shamelessly asking to be a disciple. If you don't teach him how to shoot, he won't obey. I said that we must set rules when we become disciples. He said that embroidering the soles of shoes was my torture device. This is a piece of Hunan opera that I heard in my previous life called Duohuaqiang. The story is roughly about Luo Yi was a man of both literary and military talents. On his way to Beijing for the imperial examination, he passed by Cheng Yaojin in Nanyang and fell ill. He was rescued and brought home by a wealthy man named Jiang. Mr. Jiang had a daughter named Jiang Guizhi. When she saw Luo Yi's extraordinary talent and appearance, she fell in love with him at first sight. The two got married under the arrangement of the elders of the Jiang family. At that time, the Jiang family had 108 kinds of spear techniques, which were extremely powerful. Luo Yi then asked Jiang Guizhi for advice. Jiang Guizhi said that there must be rules for passing on art. Luo Yi said, "Your embroidered shoes are the custom of our family." So, Jiang Guizhi accompanied him to study during the day. In the evening, he taught Luo Yi how to shoot. Of the 108 spear techniques, Luo Yi learned 72 of them. This fellow was determined to go to Beijing to seek an official position. He left behind the 36 spear techniques that he had not yet learned, and went to Beijing with his wife Jiang Guizhi, taking the money given by the Jiang family. After Luo Yi left, Jiang Guizhi gave birth to a son for him. Following Luo Yi's instructions when he left, he named himself Luo Song. Luo Yi left, and there's been no news for 40 years. Jiang Guizhi and Luo Song, mother and son, were very anxious. At the end of the Sui dynasty, wars broke out everywhere, so Jiang Guizhi took her son to look for Luo Yi. Finally, he was found in Guangzhou. But after Luo Yi left the Jiang family, he married Qin and gave birth to Luo Cheng. How could I recognize her? Jiang Guizhi pointed at his nose and scolded him. Call Xiao Luo Yi. Listen carefully to me. I'll teach you how to shoot. How dare I forget my first wife? Afterwards, in front of all the heroes of Guangzhou, he used his family's inherited spear skills to beat Luo Yi into a pig's head. The more Fang Er thought about it, the more he despised this guy. It's just like Chen Shimi. He takes all the benefits and tries to gain all the advantages, but ends up turning his back on you as soon as he puts on his trousers. I don't know why Fang Er is willing to keep this thing until now. Wait until all of Luo Yi's troops have passed through Shanhaiguan. Fang Er also sent someone to report the information to Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao was overjoyed after hearing this. Hey, how dare you deliver it to my door? So, he no longer cared about Yun Gaisman. Luo Yi has just arrived in Peking. Chai Xiao immediately ordered an attack on the city. 12 guns, 30 catapults. There was a massive bombardment of the city of Peking. Gao Gu on the city wall was completely stunned. Damn, didn't the Tang army bring any artillery? How come Chai Xiao's arrival attracted all the Tang army's artillery? The Tang army would not be able to capture the city of Peking with only catapults and explosive packs. This thing has a scattering effect. It can hurt people but not attack strongholds. But even with the addition of artillery, we can't stop it. 10 teams of messengers were sent in succession to ask Yun Gaisman for help. When Chai Xiao attacked the city, he had already sent someone to inform Fang Er. Therefore, this time the messenger did not intercept again. Yun Gaisman learned that the Tang army had used artillery. Moreover, there are more than 30,000 troops in the city of Peking now, plus his 20,000 troops. He was confident that he could destroy the Tang army at the gates of Peking. Then, he came to Peking with troops and artillery. Fang Er has been having a miserable time these days in Shanhaiguan. Damn it, it's winter now. Although it hasn't snowed yet, the wind is so cold that my butt is freezing. Even pee can be frozen into popsicles. Zhao Hu complained to him yesterday. He said he was constipated because he didn't eat well. When I was going to the toilet, a big piece of shit came out and it froze before I could cut it off. In the end, Sun Zhou pulled it out for him. The feeling makes me so sad just thinking about it. Fang Er, who was hiding in the cave, was warming himself by the fire. Sun Zhou ran in. Sir, there are more troops coming from the north. Fang Er quickly stood up and asked everyone to get ready. After exiting the cave, he looked towards the troops below the mountain. I saw Yun Gaisman's flag at a glance. A young general in his 20s with a long sword hanging from his waist, a tiger helmet on his head, and chainmail on his body. His cloak was blown high behind him as his horse galloped, and a long spear was hung on the saddle. Oh shit, could this guy be possessed by Zhao Zilong? Holding a fourfold telescope, he was looking for his target among Yun Gaisman's army. Finally, at the end of the army, some soldiers were seen pushing wooden carts. There were sacks placed on top. It was the gunpowder that was snatched from Chai Xiao. Looking further back, it was the artillery. But then Fang Er frowned. Wrong quantity. Only 7 doors. Damn it. Are they leaving one as a sample for imitation? Li Daniu looked behind them. Do you see the gunpowder on the car? It must be the one in the sack. Fang Er called Li Daniu and pointed behind Yun Gaisman's army. Li Daniu picked up the dragon Fang and looked in the direction of Fang Erji through the sight. Sure enough, I saw the car loaded with sacks. Notify them all to assign their targets. This time we'll split them into 2 groups. We won't attack people, only gunpowder. Do you understand? Don't worry, Captain Fang. Li Daniu turned around and assigned targets to the members of the Mielu army. Chapter 125, The Furious Yun Gaisman. Zhao Hu, you take your men and guard the hillside. Once the gunpowder behind is detonated, the troops below can shoot at will. Don't be stingy with your Mongolian grenades. Throw them all down. I'd better be able to charm Yun Gaisman as well. Yes, sir. As Fang Er's task was passed on, 500 musketeers were mobilized. Each of them was looking for a suitable shooting location. This is in the mountains, and it is impossible to line up and take turns shooting because the terrain does not allow it. The Goguryeo army on the official road at the foot of the mountain had no idea that they were completely exposed to the guns of the Tang army. The mountain path was too narrow, and Fang Er let the front army pass, until the soldiers pushing the gunpowder came into range. Fang Erei waved his hand. Fire! More than 20 dragon teeth fired hot bullets at the same time. Under the powerful kinetic energy, the bullet rubbed against the air and turned red. After hitting the gunpowder bag, ignite the gunpowder directly. Boom! The first car of gunpowder exploded. Flames shot up into the air. The sacks broke and ignited, splashing everywhere. When it was the turn of another car, there was another loud bang. Boom! 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 There were constant explosions at the foot of the mountain, and balls of fire looked like fireworks. The Goguryeo soldiers near the gunpowder cart were blown to pieces. Run around in panic. Yun Gaisman was stunned. These are what he relies on. Without gunpowder, he can't use the cannon even if you give him it. I haven't learned this thing yet. Archers, shoot them to death. Yun Geiseman snatched a bow, an arrow from a soldier, aimed at the place where the fire came from on the mountain, and shot an arrow. The other soldiers also shot in this direction. Fang Er looked at the flying arrows and shouted, "Dodge!" The Miaolu army and the Fang family's musketeers quickly hid behind the trees. Then the sound of arrows piercing the tree trunks could be heard. Cop, cop, cop. Not absolutely. They were suppressed. In order to ensure that the gunpowder would be detonated by the bullet, I waited until I was about 100 steps away before firing the gun. The powerful bows from Goguryeo can easily shoot over here. However, the gunpowder has been successfully destroyed, so Fang Er's goal is half accomplished. Next, it depends on whether we could take a gamble and keep Yun Geiseman. Throw a grenade. More than 500 people, each with a smothering grenade, lit the fuse and threw it at the Goguryeo army at the foot of the mountain. Chai Xiao didn't use this thing last time, so Yun Geiseman just thought that the Tang army was throwing stones. But when the grenade began to emit white smoke, he immediately realized something was wrong. The warhorse under his crotch was also snorting constantly, as if it really didn't like the smell of the white smoke. However, the flames from the explosives behind the army had already ignited the food and fodder that the army was carrying. There is no way to retreat. Get out! Yun Geiseman shouted loudly. He drew the long sword from his waist, gritted his teeth, and slashed his mount's ear. Half of the warhorse's ear was cut off. In pain, it let out a long neigh and stood up. After landing, he took a step and started running wildly. The cavalryman beside him followed suit and cut off a corner of the horse's ear to stimulate the potential of the warhorse. The 20,000-strong Goguryeo army rushed toward Shanhaiguan like wolves and tigers. Okay, stop it. Let's go back and join in the fun. Fang Er stopped the Miaolu army who were about to open fire. More than 500 people went around the mountain from the other side. In a forest, the war horse hidden there was taken out. Take another road and rush towards Beijing. The city of Beiping had been bombarded to pieces by Chai Xiao. Gao Gu and Luo Yi were like lambs to be slaughtered. They have organized their manpower and charged 3 times. But Cheng Chumo and his men were aiming at the city gate with 5 cannons. As soon as the city gate opened, 5 artillery shells were fired at it. Countless soldiers were hit by the iron balls. Limbs flew everywhere, blood and flesh splattered. Some of the timid soldiers had already collapsed. Some people even secretly wiped their necks. He was afraid that he would be chosen to attack the Tang army. If that happens, I'm afraid it won't even be possible to leave a complete body. There are only 2 gates in the city of Peking, one south and one north. Chai Xiao came from Zhuo County and naturally attacked the south gate. Not a single person was sent to the north gate. The first was to allow Gao Gu to send a messenger to ask Yun Geiseman to come with artillery for assistance. The second is to give Yun Geiseman some hope. If both sides really attacked at the same time, the city of Peking would have been reduced to ruins in half a day. The shame of seizing the cannon was like a knife stabbing Chai Xiao's heart. He didn't want to kill these Koreans so easily. He wanted to play slowly. Anyway, Fang Er and his men are guarding Shanhaiguan. Even though he was not sure whether he could leave the artillery there, at least he could send a message to inform Yun Geiseman when he would arrive. That's enough. Chai Xiao also did not allow anyone to seize the city walls and gates. They just kept bombarding the city walls from a distance with artillery and explosive packs. Without Yun Geiseman's order, Gao Gu and Luo Yi did not dare to abandon the city and flee. Although Yun Geiseman was young, he was only in his 20s. Military discipline is extremely strict and extremely domineering. If they abandoned the city, they would definitely die. If they defended it, they might be able to hold out until Yun Geiseman came with artillery to support them. Under the pincer attack from both sides, it is possible that the Tang army would be left here. But what they didn't know was that their reliance was now like a prey targeted by a wild beast, fleeing towards them in a panic. When Yun Geiseman led his troops to Beiping City, only 15,000 people were left out of the 20,000 troops. Not many people were killed in the explosion. Most of them were knocked over by grenades and then trampled to death by their own people. Chai Xiao, Yun Geiseman, will not be a human being if I don't kill you in this lifetime. Yun Geiseman, standing in the city of Beiping, looked at the defeated soldiers in front of him and said hatefully. Gao Gu and Luo Yi heard the news that he had arrived and hurried over to pay their respects. But they saw a scene that surprised them. Yun Geiseman looks like a beggar. His whole body was covered in blood, which had flowed from the ears of his mount and splashed onto his body as he ran. The cloak was torn, splashed with sparks from the explosion of explosives. There are several dents on the breastplate, caused by musket fire. Looking at the other soldiers, they were all in the same miserable state. "General, what's going on?" Gao Gu asked in panic. "What's going on? I have another question for you. You occupied Beiping City. Why? Why did you allow people to ambush me on the road? That place is so dangerous. How could you allow the Tang army to ambush there? In this battle, you will never be forgiven for your death." Yun Geiseman pointed at his nose and cursed. This, I don't know. "General, please calm down. Please forgive me." Gao Gu immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Forgive me?" The explosives used in those artillery pieces were all detonated by the Tang army. Now those artillery pieces have become a pile of scrap metal. How can I calm down my anger? After saying this, Yun Geiseman kicked him to the ground and then snatched the spear from the soldier next to him. Gao Gu was nailed directly to the ground. Luo Yi shuddered as he watched from the side. This boy is so violent. P.S. Chapter 6 is here today. I hope my readers can give some support. If the score reaches 9, persimmon will continue to explode. Chapter 126. Goguryeo does not abide by martial ethics. Fang Er also rushed to Chai Xiao from Shanhaiguan. "How's it going over there?" When Chai Xiao saw Fang Er, he hurried over to ask. That grandson was too cunning. He only brought 7 cannons. I blew up all the gunpowder. Now, they're just decorations. The current problem is to end the war here as soon as possible, and then find a way to reach Goguryeo and destroy the remaining cannon. Fang Er was very unhappy about the cannon left behind by Yun Geiseman. Otherwise, he could go home once the situation in Peking was over. "This is damn cold. I don't even dare touch the gun early in the morning. I was afraid of getting my hands stuck to the gun barrel." "Ha. Good job, Xiaofang. Don't worry, without the gunpowder. Just wait and see how I'll deal with these bastards." When Chai Xiao heard that Yun Geiseman had run out of gunpowder, I was immediately excited. Without gunpowder, you could do whatever you want. 5 cannons and 10 catapults were transferred to Fang Er, who was asked to take Yuchi Baolin to guard the north gate of Peking. 500 musketeers, 50 Anlu troops, plus the 500 men led by Yuchi Baolin. Fang Er led a total of 1,000 men, with their guns pointed directly at the north gate of Peking. Yun Geiseman's face turned green when he saw this scene. "So this north gate is left for me to sneak in the pocket, right? As soon as you come in, you're blocked? I can't win by fighting. It cannot be defended." Yun Geiseman had no choice but to send an envoy holding a white flag and riding a basket down from the top of the city wall. Negotiation. The target is Chai Xiao. Fang Er was simply ignored. However, Chai Xiao was very considerate and sent someone to invite Fang Er to join him in the advisory process. In the Tang army tent, Chai Xiao sat in the main seat. On the left and right are Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Gongjin. Standing below was Yun Geiseman's envoy, Daisildong. "I am Dashidong, and I'm honored to meet General Chai, General Chunghua, and General Zhang. Yun Geiseman asked you to come over. What do you want to say?" Cheng Yaojin, sitting on his horse with a golden sword in hand, glanced at him. The general said that he is willing to withdraw his troops, return Yin County and Liaodong County, and asked the Tang army to stop. Fang Er, who came in from outside, heard this and chuckled. He stepped forward and kicked Ashiro Higashi to the ground. "Hee, that pretty boy has a nice idea. He interfered in the internal affairs of our Tang dynasty and stole our country's most important weapon. Now that he can't win, he wants to leave just by admitting his mistake. Who the hell gave him the face?" Fang Er pointed at his nose and asked loudly. The teenage boy in front of Amuro Higashi. I was shocked. A boy younger than the general. How could he be so casual in the Tang army tent? Isn't he the prince of the Tang dynasty? "Excuse me, what is this gentleman's name?" Oshiro Higashi got up from the ground and bowed to Fang Er. "Don't worry about who I am. You're not qualified to know. Go back and tell Yun Geiseman the 4 conditions. First, return the 8 cannons, and all the craftsmen who have touched the cannons. Second, compensate the Tang dynasty for its military expenditures of 100,000 strings of cash. Third, from now on, you will submit to the Tang dynasty and pay tribute. Fourth, hand over Luo Yi, dead or alive. These 4 points must be achieved. If one is missing, I believe General Chai will be happy to bomb the city of Beiping into a deadly place." Fang Er counted on his fingers and listed the conditions in front of Ashiro Hito. After saying that, he looked at Chai Xiao's face. Chai Xiao nodded to him with satisfaction. Fang Er's conditions are very sinister. As long as Yun Geiseman dared to agree, even if he returned alive, his career as a military general would be over. Moreover, as long as he handed over Luo Yi's body, no one would take the initiative to attach themselves to Goguryeo in the future. This condition clearly shows that they do not want peace talks, but also leaves Yun Geiseman a glimmer of hope. Amuro Higashi listened to Fang Er's words. Every time Fang Er said something, his heart skipped a beat. By the time he finished speaking, he could already guess Yun Geiseman's reaction after his words were passed back. He walked out of the Tang army camp in a daze, returned to the city of Peking from the hanging basket. He nervously told Yun Geiseman about Fang Er's conditions. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yun Geiseman's face looked so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The Tang army is going too far. Wei San, you leave the city from the east wall. Make sure you find a way back and notify the Navy to come and pick you up. The Tang army wants to trap us to death and force me to agree to their terms. So they won't kill us in the next 2 days. Notice everyone to avoid the shells and powder bags, and try to delay until the Navy arrives to pick us up. The city of Beiping faces the Bohai Sea to the east. It is less than 10 miles from the sea. If the Navy comes to support, the entire army can rush out from the east wall and break through. Chai Xiao and Fang Er had not thought of this either. They only focused their attention on the north and south walls. 3 days later, dozens of large ships were docked at the seaside. Wei San took a horse from the boat and galloped towards Peking. At some point, a hole had been dug under the east city wall of Peking. He entered Peking through a hole in the wall. Yun Geiseman was found and quietly informed that the Navy's ships had arrived. Yun Geiseman found Luo. General Luo, the Tang army's offensive has weakened a lot in the past 2 days. I have a feeling that they must be planning something, so please ask General Luo to lead the troops to guard the western wall. Luo, he has been staying in the house drinking alone these 2 days. I had no idea Yun Geiseman wanted to escape, so they took over the defense of the west city wall. With his 30,000 troops, he arrived at the west wall. The originally crowded city of Beiping was mixed with Goguryeo soldiers and Yin and Liao troops. With this, the two sides are separated directly. When Chai Xiao learned that Luo led his troops to appear on the west city wall, he was somewhat confused. I thought this grandson was going to run away. So they sent out 2,000 men, carrying catapults and explosive packs, to indiscriminately bomb the Yin Liao army on the west wall. Luo thought that Yun Geiseman had guessed the Tang army's intentions. I have no idea, it's just that he appeared here. So, Chai Xiao called here. Yun Geiseman in the city gathered his trusted followers together. The Navy's ships have arrived, but it's impossible for everyone to leave. First, the ships cannot carry so many people. Second, we need to leave troops in the city to provide cover. So, leave some of those insignificant soldiers behind and don't let the news leak out. Leave the city in half an hour. As he issued this order, the Goguryeo soldiers on the city walls began a large-scale rotation of guards. Chai Xiao and Fang Er outside the city never thought that Yun Geiseman would use such a method of cutting off his tail to survive. When they received reports from spies that a large number of Goguryeo troops had dismantled the east city wall and jumped towards the seaside, both of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts at the same time. This grandson, so fucking slippery. At this time, the Goguryeo soldiers who remained in the city and Luo in the west city noticed something was wrong when they saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the city. They sent people to see it. Goguryeo, no moral principles. After finding out the truth, Luo could no longer hold back his grief and anger. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 127 Fang Er wants to invade Goguryeo. When the Yin Liao army saw that their main general had fallen and that they had been abandoned by Goguryeo, they instantly lost their fighting spirit. A white flag was hoisted on the city wall. It dropped directly. Luo looked at everything in front of him and shed 2 lines of tears. He never thought that he would end up like this. The 18 riders of Yin stood guard beside Luo without saying a word. Obviously, they didn't want to escape anymore. Fang Er looked at what was happening on the top of the city wall and found Chai Xiao. Duke Chai, I leave this to you. I will lead the men to chase after Yun Geiseman. Okay, be careful. Chai Xiao agreed. Destroy the enemy army, the Fang family musket team, under the command of Yuchi Baolin. 1,000 men and horses chased towards the seaside. Along the way, Goguryeo soldiers threw away their weapons and armor, fearing that they would run too slowly. But he was still bitten by Fang Er. Musketeers, free fire. The deserter heard the gunshots behind him and cursed himself for not having two more legs. Chased all the way to the seaside. Yun Gaisaman stood at the bow, looking at the Tang army that was getting closer and closer, and shouted loudly to the helmsman on the ship. Sail! Sail quickly! There were still thousands of Goguryeo soldiers on the shore who had not had time to board the ship. They saw the warship start to move slowly. Sail away from shore. They ran into the water eagerly. Stop now. Let me up. I don't want to die. Stop now. The Goguryeo soldiers watched in despair as the ships went further and further away. Grass! Fang Er cursed inwardly. I can only helplessly watch the white sails sailing away. The desperate Goguryeo soldiers looked at Fang Er's troops, and suddenly someone shouted something. Let's take their horses. Only in this way can we go back. These words gave the desperate Goguryeo soldiers a glimmer of hope. Countless Goguryeo soldiers rushed towards Fang Er and his men. On the way to the seaside, their weapons and armor had been thrown away somewhere unknown. Without weapons, they rushed forward and grabbed the Tang army, trying to pull them off their horses. But what greeted them was a ruthless blade. Fang Er looked coldly at the enemy troops rushing towards him. Charge out, surround and kill. He pulled the reins and rushed out against the oncoming Goguryeo soldiers. Along the way, countless Goguryeo soldiers were knocked to the ground by the warriors and then trampled under their own feet. Fang Er rushed out of the enemy army, turned his horse around, and looked at the remaining soldiers. Those who surrender will not be killed. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Surrender, and you won't be killed. The 1,000 people behind him shouted at the same time. These Goguryeo soldiers looked ashen as they looked at the 1,000 Tang troops not far away. Slowly knelt down. Yuchi Baolin and his men stripped off the outer coats of these Goguryeo soldiers. Cut into strips with a knife. Then connect them together to make a rope. The hands of these Goguryeo soldiers were tied up one by one and strung together. All of them were taken back to Beiping City. Chai Xiao also gathered together all the Goguryeo soldiers that Yun Gaisaman had abandoned. At this moment, he was at the top of the West City, looking at Luo Yi, who was lying on the ground. Because of him, this allowed Goguryeo to be prepared against muskets and artillery in advance. And now, there is a cannon in Goguryeo, and its whereabouts are missing. Just for this reason, Chai Xiao wanted to skin him alive. Duke Chai, I'm sorry. I let Yun Gaisaman run away. Fang Erkson reached the top of the city wall and said to Chai Xiao, Someone, take Luo Yi away. Chai Xiao waved his hand, and 2 soldiers came up and carried Luo Yi down the city wall. Lao Chai, the artillery has been retrieved. All 7 are still there. Cheng Yaojin also came over and met Luo Yi. He didn't speak to him, but just smiled coldly at Luo Yi. The prisoners have been tied up. The Yanliao army has 28,000 men, and the Goguryeo side has more than 16,000 men in total. Zhang Gongjin walked up to the top of the city wall. The 4 people were standing on the top of the city, feeling the northeast wind and looking towards Goguryeo. What do you think? Should we continue this war? Chai Xiao spoke. Fight. Why not? What's the matter? Are you tired or scared, Lao Chai? Chai Xiao smiled bitterly. I am indeed afraid, but I am not afraid of Goguryeo. Have you ever thought about how many prisoners were captured during the last fight between Big Black and Jieli, plus our trip north this time? Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Gongjin looked at each other. I started to crunch the numbers in my mind. Assess. It doesn't matter if you don't calculate it, but after doing so, they both took a deep breath. Previously, Yuchi Gong defeated Jieli and brought back 20,000 prisoners. The last time we attacked Liang Shidu, more than 10,000 of them were sent back. The Battle of Peking killed more than 40,000 people. In total, nearly 80,000 people were brought back. Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Gongjin also showed bitter smiles on their faces. It's true, this battle cannot be fought. The drought has caused food shortage. The most important purpose of this military expedition is to make money. As a result, not only did he not get the money, but he also got back 80,000 yuan in burden. If he dared to kill 80,000 prisoners with one sword, then Li Erman is likely to become the second Bai Qi. Fang Er was watching from the side, confused. What's wrong? Judging from your expressions, this battle can't be fought anymore. Brother, with your firearms, you have captured 80,000 prisoners. if the war continues, let alone raising money to provide disaster relief to the people. I'm afraid the food shortage will be even greater. Cheng Yaojin said to Fang Er with a wry smile. Damn it. Since when did it become a bad thing for a war to go too smoothly? Are you still afraid of having too many prisoners? Well, Fang Er was speechless. This is indeed a problem. Li Er was so poor that he had to borrow military rations from him. There's no food left to feed these prisoners. But I couldn't bear to let him go just like that. I can't afford to keep it if I don't release it. Headache. Well, you guys go back. I'll take people to Goguryeo for a tour. The remaining cannon must be found. Fang Er spoke up. Chai Xiao was shocked when he heard this. No, Captain Fang, I admire your courage, but you really can't do this. Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Gongjin quickly spoke out to stop them. Fang Er smiled slightly. It's okay, I'm sure. He has no confidence at all. But the remaining cannon on the Goguryeo side always made him feel insecure. In fact, he also understood that it would take a long time to make this thing at Goguryeo's level. And gunpowder is not so easy to make. But he just wanted to find it and destroy it. Chai Xiao stared at Fang Er. No words. In the secret letter that Li Er wrote to him, the purpose of Fang Er's trip was clearly stated. Artillery. It must be brought back or destroyed. We must never allow this thing to exist in Goguryeo, not even the slightest possibility. In that case, you can choose the manpower as you like. If you need anything, I will find a way for you. Chai Xiao spoke lightly. Old Cha. Cheng Yaojin became anxious. Old Cheng, don't worry. It's useless. Once Goguryeo learns how to make it from that cannon, you can imagine the consequences. Zhang Gongjin also understood Fang Er's meaning. But Anji is only in his teens. He hasn't even married or had children yet. If anyone wants to go, Old Cheng will go. Chapter 128, Killing a Bandit on the Road. Brother Cheng, you said it as if I can't come back. It's okay. If you can't beat me, won't I just run away? Besides, I don't plan to fight the Goguryeo army this time. I just need to shoot from a distance. You definitely don't understand this as well as I do. Fang Er was very moved that Cheng Yaojin could say such words. Then let Chu Mo go with you. Cheng Yaojin was silent for a while, then spoke. Fang Er was shocked. I'm going too. Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo walked over and interrupted when they heard Cheng Yaojin's words. Brother Fang, it's not nice of you not to bring your brothers along for such an exciting event. Yuchi Baolin put his hand on Fang Er's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Fang, the three of us are brothers. There is still more than a month before the Chinese New Year. Let's give Goguryeo some New Year gifts. Cheng Chumo also spoke. Fang Er felt warm in his heart. This trip north is absolutely extremely dangerous. Fang Er was extremely moved that these two people took the initiative to suggest going together. Good. Brothers, united as one, we can break any obstacle. Fang Er no longer refused. Hug them both. Now that the decision has been made, let's set off immediately. The earlier we arrive, the less opportunity Goguryeo will have to move its artillery. The next morning, Fang Er, Cheng Chumo, and Yuchi Baolin led 1,000 soldiers and horses and headed towards Liaodong. We arrived at the outskirts of Yin County that evening. 2 soldiers from the Miaolu army were sent to find out the situation. When Yun Gaisman went to Beiping, he took all the soldiers with him. This is already an empty city. Only some people who have lived here for generations are unwilling to leave. Rested here for one night. At dawn, we set off again. Outside Liaodong County, there were already Goguryeo soldiers on the city walls. After all, this place borders Goguryeo. It's not surprising that the garrison arrived. Fang Er found a local farmer. He was given 1 or 2 taels of silver and asked to go to the city to find out the situation. He was also promised that if he could find out useful information, he would be rewarded handsomely when he returned. An hour later, the farmer came back staggering with injuries on his body. What's going on? Fang Er asked nervously. Damn those soldiers. Not only did they steal the money that the young master gave me, but they also whipped me. After he said that, Fang Er felt relieved. Let Zhuzi give him medicine. Tell me about the situation in the city. Yes, sir. There are now 10,000 Goguryeo defenders in Liaodong City. They just came here to replace the guard the day before yesterday. I heard that the original defenders took something to Shenyang, and these people came from Shenyang. Took the stuff to Shenyang? Artillery? Definitely. Anshan and Bunshi are just around Shenyang. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. That's an iron or mining area, so there must be a lot of skilled craftsmen working with iron. Okay, Thanks, Zhuzi, give him the money. After Fang Er finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. It seems that we have to go to Shenyang. Just go, follow Brother Fang, we can go anywhere. After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, he chuckled. Okay then, let's go. Everyone mounted their horses, asked the farmers for directions, and headed toward Shenyang. This route is already the territory of Goguryeo, so they walked very carefully. Not long after passing Yin County, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The weather is getting colder. Fang Er felt like he was about to freeze to death while riding on the horse. When passing by a village, I found corpses everywhere. The blood all over the ground dyed the snow water red. Brother, this must have been looted by bandits. Cheng Chumo said. The corpses all over the ground, especially those of the children, filled Fang Er with rage. There were still clear traces on the snow, extending from the village to the mountain on one side. It must have been left by the bandits. Let's go. Suppress the bandits. Fang Er pulled the reins and walked into the mountains following the traces. A group of 1,000 people wandered around the mountain in less than an incense stick's time. From afar, I saw a village in a valley. Fang Er raised the fourfold mirror and looked towards the village. There was a big fire burning in the open space in the middle of the village. There was no one around. Dainyu, find someone with good skills and go over to take a look. The big bull behind him heard what Fang Er said and shouted to the crowd. Donkey, go take a look, be careful. A thin man rushed out from the Mielu army behind Fang Er and headed towards the village. Maybe it's because of the cold weather. There was no one on guard outside the village. The donkey easily got into the village. After a while, he ran out. There were several knife-wielding bandits following behind him, chasing him. Before Fang Er could speak, Zhuzi led people to meet them. Those bandits were no match for him at all. They were knocked to the ground, and their hands were tied in a few moves. Captain Fang, this is a bandit's den. There are many abducted women and valuables inside, and they are dividing the loot. Nothing to say, leave no one behind. Thinking about the child who was cut in half by a knife, Fang Er got furious. These people are all beasts. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin rushed out on horseback. Fang Er followed with others. When the people in the village heard the sound of horse hooves, they all came out of their houses. Seeing so many soldiers, his face instantly became filled with fear. Boss, something bad has happened. A bandit crawled to a house and banged on the door desperately. Inside the door, the bandit leader looked at the abducted woman on the bed and was about to pick up his gun and go into battle. I was startled by the sound of someone knocking on the door. He quickly put his clothes back on. He opened the door and kicked the bandit outside. Damn it, how dare you ruin my good deeds? Speak. Boss, something bad has happened. Troops are coming to attack us. When the bandit leader heard this, his anger subsided by half. Then the sound of horse hooves like thunder was heard coming from outside the village. He quickly turned around and went back to the house, and came out holding a saber. What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't fought with soldiers before. Call out all the brothers. Damn them. The bandit on the ground quickly got up and went to pass the message to others. Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo were now approaching the village gate. They both pulled the reins at the same time. The horse under his crotch stood up, then fell heavily down. The front hooves stepped directly on the gate of the village. The crude wooden door was knocked down by the horse's hooves. Looking at the bandits rushing out of the house, Yuchi Baolin took the crossbow from behind. He raised his hand and knocked one down. Then he looked at Cheng Chumo as if showing off. Cheng Chumo was very unhappy. Fang Er didn't give him this thing. Fang Er, who was following closely behind the two of them, saw the expression on Cheng Chumo's face and knew what he was thinking. This guy is jealous of Yuchi Baolin's slave again. Looked around. The soldiers were rushing towards the house. No one looked at him. Fang Er took out a crossbow and threw it at Cheng Chumo. Chumo, go on. Cheng Chumo looked over when he heard this, and when he saw the crossbow thrown over, his face was filled with joy. He quickly reached out and took it. Fang Er threw him another box of arrows. Chapter 129, Successfully Entering Shenyang City. Cheng Chumo hung the quiver on the saddle, pulled out an arrow at random, pulled the bowstring, and put it on. Just then a bandit came out of the house. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger. The crossbow arrow pierced the man's chest directly and nailed him to the wall. The man paused and then fell down. Haha, Baolin, I'm pregnant too. Don't show off to me anymore. Cheng Chumo raised the crossbow in his hand towards Yuchi Baolin. Then let's see who kills the most. Yuchi Baolin suggested. Good. Fang Er seemed to be watching a play. There was no chance for him to take action at all. The bandit leader stared blankly at the village as his own men fell one after another. He never thought something like this would happen. In the past, Goguryeo also sent troops to suppress bandits. But those people basically just came over to shoot a few arrows as a formality. He gave some silver and left. But this time, these people just wanted to kill him. Oh shit. Moreover, judging from their attire, they don't look like Goguryeo soldiers at all. He never expected that Fang Er would lead the Tang army to Goguryeo's territory to suppress the bandits. Less than an hour, all the bandits in the village were wiped out. The bandit leader was also shot in the head by Li Dainyu. Zhao Hu and his men found more than a dozen abducted women in the house. Fang Er got off his horse and stood by the fire, enjoying the rare warmth. Looking at these women, he asked, "Has any of you been to Shenyang?" The women hugged each other and looked at Fang Er in fear, not daring to speak. "Forget it. Let's lock them all up together and let them go when we leave." Looking at their appearance, Fang Er felt a little bit reluctant and explained to Zhao Hu, just when these women were about to be taken away. One of them spoke up. "General, my name is Chun Shiwelian, and I am from Shenyang." "Oh, then how did you end up here?" Fang Er made a gesture to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu took the other women away and settled them there. Chun Shiwelian began to tell her life story. She was originally the daughter of a merchant in Chang'an City. The family made their fortune by selling mountain products from Goguryeo to the Tang dynasty. This time, she went to visit relatives in Liuhe County with her parents, but they encountered bandits on the way. Then her parents were killed and she was abducted. This kind of thing is very common. Through Fang Er's questioning, she also talked about some things happening in Shenyang City. In Shenyang City, just as Fang Er had expected, there were not only many blacksmiths. The key point is that there is actually an ordnance department set up by Goguryeo in Shenyang City. It is located in the northeast corner of Shenyang City. Fang Er was overjoyed when he got the news. It is less than 100 miles away from Shenyang City. If you ride a fast horse, it will arrive in half a day. So we arranged for the people to rest here for a day. Although the bandits were all killed, they still made the most of their efforts. Zhao Hu and his men took off all the fur coats on their bodies. This is a good thing to keep warm. The next morning, we packed up and set off again. Fang Er was wearing a tiger skin cloak and a sable skin hat. It just feels much warmer than a few days ago. We arrived outside Shenyang City at noon. Zhao Hu was arranged to lead the Fang family guards and the 500 soldiers brought by Cheng Chumo to meet them outside the city. Fang Er, Cheng Chumo, and Yuchi Baolin led 50 soldiers to sneak into Shenyang City in batches. Chun Shiwelian also traveled with them. Her home is in Shenyang, and with her, some things will be much more convenient. For example, it worked when we entered the city. Fang Er, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Chun Shiwelian entered the city at the same time. He was stopped by the soldiers guarding the city gate. Thanks to Chun Shiwelian's local accent, the soldiers didn't notice anything. As for the other soldiers who were trying to destroy the enemy, each of them carried a load of firewood on his shoulder or used other occupations to conceal themselves. Perhaps there are few precedents for sabotage behind enemy lines in this era. Therefore, the soldiers guarding the city did not ask too many questions except for asking for money. In short, everyone entered the city smoothly. Chun Shiwelian brought Fang Er and 3 others to the Ordnance Department located in the northeast corner of Shenyang City. The Ordnance Department is huge. The front wall alone is 100 or 200 meters long. You can imagine how big it is inside. Just a glance from a distance. Fang Er asked Chun Shiwelian to take them to Chen's house. The servants of the Chun family had no idea that their master was dead. Still doing my daily job. The Chen family's house is not very big, with only 3 courtyards. It's similar to Fang Er's house in Chang'an. The 50 exterminating guards also successfully arrived and reunited under the guidance of the marks left by Fang Er. After Chun Shiwelian entered the house, tears kept flowing down. Looking at everything familiar at home, it feels like my parents are still by my side. Finally, he gritted his teeth, took out the money in his home, and dismissed all the servants. Wait until all the servants have left. Chun Shiwelian fell to her knees in front of Fang Er with a plop. "Please have mercy on me, sir. Take me with you. I am willing to offer all my family property and serve as your slave." Fang Er was stunned. What the hell? Would you rather spend money to buy the identity of a maid? I don't think I'm that handsome, do I? Miss Chun, get up quickly. Although your parents are gone, there is no need for you to go with Fang, right? Fang Er pulled Chun Shiwelian up from the ground. At this time, Cheng Chumo poked Fang Er in the back. Pull him aside and whisper, "Brother Fang, in my opinion, you should just accept it. Fuck you. Why are you collecting this? Have you forgotten what we are here for?" Fang Er glared at him. "Brother Fang, considering Miss Chen's condition, if we don't take her away within a month after we leave, her fate will be extremely miserable. Her parents are in trouble, so they can't keep it secret. Once the news gets out, do you think a weak woman like her can protect the family business? Besides, she was once kidnapped by bandits. If this were to become known, she would never be able to hold her head up high again in her life." Cheng Chumo explained it this way. Fang Er finally understood why Chun Shiwelian did this. He turned around and walked towards Chun Shiwelian and said, "Miss Chun, to tell you the truth, this journey is extremely dangerous, and I could lose my life at any time. Are you sure you want to come with us? I only know that Master Fang is a good man. That's enough," Chun Shiwelian said firmly. Fang Er had no choice but to agree. As for the Chun family's house, it might be useful in the future, so Chun Shiwelian was not asked to sell it. That evening, although it's not pitch dark, but there was only a trace of light reflected from the snow, Fang Er took out a thick stack of N95 masks from his bag, distributed to everyone. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he led the Mielu army and Cheng Chumo to the ordnance department. In front of the ordnance department, the 4 Goguryeo soldiers were so cold that they paced back and forth. Rely on this weak movement to resist the cold. Fang Er took out a manhwa grenade. He turned his back to block the light of the tinderbox and lit the fuse. He waited until the fuse burned out and white smoke came out before throwing it at the 4 people. Chapter 130 Black Dog, Killer, Cheng Chumo. The grenade fell on the snow without making a sound. After a while, the sound of the 4 guards falling was heard. Li Daniu winked at the donkey. The donkey groped his way to the door of the ordnance department and tried to push it with his hand. The door didn't move. He came back and shook his head at Fang Er. "Captain Fang, the door is already bolted from the inside. Would you like me to climb in and open it?" Fang Er was a little worried. Then, several Mongolian grenades were thrown into the room from the top of the wall. Be patient and listen carefully to the movement inside the door. Really, there is a sound of someone falling down from inside. Nodded at the donkey. The donkey took a few steps back. Li Daniu stood against the wall, took a horse stance, and crossed his hands under his crotch. The donkey ran a few steps and stepped on Li Daniu's hand. With the help of Li Daniu, he jumped directly onto the wall. Soon, he opened the door of the ordnance department from the inside. "Spread out, find the cannon. Don't make any noise, understand?" After Fang Er finished speaking, he picked up a manhwa grenade and gestured to everyone. 50 soldiers of the Mielu army scattered and searched for the trace of the cannon in the ordnance department. Every time they entered a house, they would follow Fang Er's instructions and light a grenade and poke open the window paper. Aim the smoke outlet at the tail of the grenade at the small hole in the window paper. The thick smoke from the grenade all went into the house through the small hole. With this thing as cover, the operation went smoothly, but there was no sign of artillery at all. An hour later, everyone gathered together. They all shook their heads at Fang Er. Fang Er didn't expect that the cannon was not here. His face looked somewhat gloomy. "Since we can't find it, let's scare the snake away." Then everyone quit the ordnance department. The donkey was left alone inside. Fang Er and his men had not walked far when they saw flames rising from the ordnance department. Donkey followed Fang Er's instructions and burned down the ordnance department's warehouse. But the personnel who stayed behind in the ordnance department were all confused. So, the donkey came out smoothly and reunited with Fang Er. It was not until they returned to Zhang's house that they heard someone shouting fire on the street. Hee, it's really exciting to follow Brother Fang. Cheng Chumo was very excited. This feeling of doing bad things secretly is so exciting. Yuchi Baolin rolled his eyes at him. Just going in for a stroll makes you so happy. Fang Er had become accustomed to the love-hate relationship between the two and simply ignored it. The next day, teams of patrolling soldiers on the streets were constantly patrolling Shenyang. Chun Shiwelian took the opportunity of going out to buy things to find out some information. At the ordnance department, a fire yesterday burned down 2 entire large warehouses of supplies and food reserves. At the same time, more than a dozen craftsmen were burned to death. But no clues were found. After the fog grenade finished releasing its smoke, it was collected by the anti-Lu army. The footprints on the snow were turned into mud and water because of the fire in the ordnance department, and nothing could be seen. Shenyang is a big city, and it is impossible to search every house. Therefore, we had to increase the intensity of patrols in an attempt to find the arsonist. The donkey is very skilled. Fang Er let him go and kept an eye on the ordnance department, trying to see if he could find any clues about the artillery. That night, the donkey came back with the news. When he learned the source of the news, Fang Er couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the donkey. This guy actually ran into the study of the head of the ordnance department and eavesdropped, but it was not a risk in vain. In the study of the person in charge, Donkey hid on the beam and acted as a thief. I saw a man who looked like a general coming to find the person in charge. From the conversation between the two, Donkey was certain of one thing. The artillery is right in Shenyang, but not in the city. Yun Gaisaman was very cunning. In order to prevent the news of the artillery from leaking out, he allowed the artillery to enter the city at all. Instead, it was sent directly to a farm outside the city. And this person in charge is the owner of Zhuangzi. The general came here to confirm the progress of the imitation of the artillery and to confirm the safety of the artillery. Because of the great defeat, Yun Gaisaman was recalled to the capital by the king of Goguryeo. Before leaving, he specifically entrusted the artillery affairs to this general. He also thought about bringing the artillery back to Pyongyang. However, transporting the iron ore from Shenyang to Pyongyang is a distance of more than 800 miles, and it is winter now, so the task of imitating the artillery has been put on hold. Fang Er, who received the news, finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the direction, everything will be easy. With the help of Silver, they successfully found out the location of Zhuangzi, who was in charge of the ordnance department. It's in Sunjiazwang, 30 miles east of Shenyang. So Fang Er took everyone, including Cheng Yaojin. They climbed out of the city wall of Shenyang using a rope. Outside the city, Zhuzi and others have been waiting for a day and a night. The fire that broke out in the city last night made them think that Fang Er had succeeded, but they didn't come back. They even decided to blow up the Shenyang city gate under the cover of night and go on a look for Fang Er. Seeing Fang Er coming back, Zhuzi hurried over to greet him. The artillery is not in the city. Call everyone and let's go to Sunjiazwang. This time, it was all thanks to Cheng Yaojin. She is from Shenyang after all. Fang Er and the others cannot compare to his understanding of this place. Then she pointed in a general direction. A team of 1,000 people moved towards Sunjiazwang. After walking for about an incense stick of time, we passed a small village. Donkey went out again and went to a farmer's house. He used 2 taels of silver to ask for the exact location of Sunjiazwang. It's less than 3 miles from here. 3 miles away, just a blink of an eye. Sunjiazwang was originally quiet. With the arrival of Fang Er and others, the sound of dogs barking was heard from the village. Then I saw a family lighting an oil lamp. Fang Er walked forward and knocked on the family's door. Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo looked at each other, took out their crossbows, and got ready. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Can't you let me sleep? An old voice came from the yard. Afterwards, the door was opened from the inside. An old man with somewhat gray hair appeared in front of Fang Er. He was wearing a big fur coat. The old man was about to say something else when he found 2 crossbows pointed at his head. He was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. I ask you questions and you answer them. If you dare to shout loudly, I will kill you. Fang Er stared at him and said. A big black dog rushed out of the yard and kept barking at Fang Er and others. Cheng Chumo raised his hand and shot it to death with an arrow. The old man looked at the dead black dog and nodded tremblingly. Where's the stuff sent by the ordnance department? Yes, in the largest courtyard on the east side of the manor. That's the residence of Sun, the head of the arms department. The old man was shaking all over, and it was unclear whether he was cold or scared. Chapter 131 Fang Er bombards Shenyang City. Mengzhong, take your men here and keep an eye on him. If there's anything wrong with him, kill him immediately. Fang Er stared into the old man's eyes and said. The old man shook his head repeatedly and said he didn't dare. Fang Er led the others and went to the place the old man said, and sure enough, there was a large yard. Moreover, it was late at night and there were lights coming from the yard. The donkey took the initiative to move over and climbed onto the top of the wall. Just one look inside, and he became extremely excited. Then come back and report. Captain Fang, the artillery is inside. Are there any guard in the yard? No, there's no one in the yard. There are only 2 rooms with lights on. The donkey said affirmatively. When Fang Er heard this, he felt relieved. Someone directly broke down the gate of the yard. The people inside were startled and ran out of the house to see what was happening. Who are you? A man who looked like a butler asked Fang Er. The one who killed you. Do it. At Fang Er's command, the Palu soldiers behind him pulled the trigger at the people in the yard. This place is too far away from Shenyang, so there's no need to worry about the impact of gunfire. More than a dozen people ran out of the house one after another and were all shot down. Fang Er walked slowly into the yard. The cannon just stood there quietly. As the people in the yard were killed one by one, no one came out again. Li Daniyu and his men searched room by room. In one room, several open explosive packs were found. He quickly brought it over to Fang Er for review. Captain Fang, look at this. Then Lu Xian came over with a bag of gunpowder. It seems that Yun Gaisaman kept a part of each item for craftsmen to copy. Similarly, several shells were found. Fang Er thought about it and decided not to blow up the cannon on the spot. Instead, he found a slow horse in the yard and pulled the cannon. Picked up Meng Zhong and others. An hour later, it's almost 5 o'clock. The group returned to the outskirts of Shenyang. Chuamo, I heard you are very accurate in shooting. Fang Er looked at Cheng Chumo and asked. That's right. When brothers start firing, they can hit the target with one shot. Cheng Chumo was very proud when he mentioned this. Okay, here are 5 more shells. Blast the main gate of Chang'an City. After hearing what Fang Er said, Cheng Chumo was stunned. This is so fucking exciting. With only 1,000 men and 1 cannon, they dared to bombard Shenyang directly? What? No more. Fang Er provoked him. Young man, who can stand this? Fuck, who can't do it anymore? Cheng Chumo jumped off the horse. He asked Yuchi Baolin to help him. The 2 men put the artillery into position. There was no sign of how Cheng Chumo aimed or made fine adjustments. A direct shot hit the city wall above the city gate. When the defenders in the city heard the sound of artillery fire, they hurriedly woke up from their sleep. Before they could climb up the city wall to check what was going on, Cheng Chumo's second shot has been fired. This shot, it was less than 1 meter away from the city gate. When the defenders climbed up the city wall and saw Fang Er and others outside, they were furious. Damn it, with only a few thousand people, you dare to attack the city? Just wanted to shout a few words. Then another cannon shot was heard. Then, a big hole was directly made on the city gate. The next 2 shells also opened a hole in the gate. After firing 5 shells, Cheng Chumo ignored the defenders on the city wall. He looked at Fang Er with a smile. Brother, is this cannon firing okay? All right, you must be able to do it. You are currently the best at firing. Okay, use the remaining gunpowder to blow up this cannon. It's too heavy. I'm afraid we may not be able to return with it. Fang Er gave him a thumbs up, then pointed at the cannon and said. Cheng Chumo stuffed all the remaining gunpowder into the barrel. The wires removed from the ironworks on the Goguryeo side were used to connect them together. A 2-meter-long fuse was installed into the fuse hole on the gun barrel. Light the fire and retreat. Fang Er gave an order. Cheng Chumo lit the fuse, then climbed on the horse with Yuchi Baolin. Run back the way you came. The cavalry had just run a few hundred meters when they heard a deafening bang behind them. Turning around, I saw a ball of fire rising into the sky. There were also some black fragments flying everywhere. Brothers, go home. Fang Er shouted happily. Oh, time to go home. The thousands of people behind him shouted together. The defenders in Shenyang City were furious. The general that donkey had met at Master Sun's place. Looking at the artillery pieces being blown to pieces outside the city, he didn't pay any attention to Fang Er and the others. I kept finding ways to shirk responsibility in my mind. Damn it, who would have thought? The Tang army is so crazy. Thousands of men and horses went deep into Goguryeo just to destroy this cannon. What courage does it take to do such a thing? Just because they didn't expect the Tang army to dare to do this, they were able to take advantage of the opportunity so openly. Now, when Yun Gaisaman comes back, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Fang Er and his companions did not stop along the way. They went to the bandits' lair again to rest for a day, then bypassed Liang County and set foot on the territory of the Tang dynasty again. On the way, I want to take a look at the city of Peking. Chai Shao has already returned to Chang'an with his army. Counting the days, we'll probably be almost at Taiyuan Prefecture. Only after passing Zhui County did Fang Er finally relax. He led his men on the journey at a leisurely pace. When we returned to Chang'an, it was already the 12th lunar month. After Li Er learned the news, he asked Eunuch Deng to personally go out of the city 10 miles to welcome him. He took Fang Er directly to the East Palace. Anji, you've been through a lot these days, haven't you? When Li Shimin saw Fang Er's look, He suppressed his expectations. From the time he left to the time he returned, in more than a month, Fang Er seemed to have become a different person. Although the tiger skin cloak he was wearing looked very impressive, it could not hide the fatigue in his eyes. His hair was stuck together, and his lips were chapped. The pair of tender hands were also cracked and frostbitten due to the cold. The same was true for Fang Er, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuchi bowing behind him. Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. You are young and can handle the hardship. I have destroyed the cannon, and the blacksmiths who were with the cannon were also killed. Fang Er answered carelessly. Good, good, good. Well done. Chu Mo and Bao Lin are also good. They didn't bring shame to your father. Li Er was extremely excited. The worry that had been hanging in the air has finally been put at ease. You guys go back and rest first. Spend some time with your family. Chu Mo and Bao Lin don't have to be on duty these few days. Go back and wait patiently. This time, I will reward you well. Little Dengzi, prepare the carriage, and send Captain Fang back in person. Looking at the situation of the three people, Li Er didn't keep them any longer. Although he really wanted to know what happened, he couldn't bear to ask any more questions. Chapter 132, Preparing for an Auction. In front of Fang Mansion. Eunuch Deng looked at Fang Er, who was sleeping like a pig in the carriage, and didn't have the heart to wake him up. Let Zhuzi and Zhao Hu, who were waiting at the door, carry him in. When Fang Er woke up, it was already noon the next day. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and turned around to see Xiaoqing and Xiaowan standing by his bed. I remember falling asleep in the carriage. How did you get home? Master, Eunuch Deng saw that you were sleeping soundly, so he asked Brother Zhuzi and Brother Zhaohu to carry you back. Xiaoqing brought a handkerchief to wipe Fang Er's face. No more wiping. Go get some water. I want to take a good bath. I've been exhausted all the way here. Fang Er licked his cracked lips. The chilblains on my hands became terribly itchy when they warmed up. Soon, Zhuzi came in carrying a bathtub. Hu Zi and Dolly followed behind, carrying buckets of hot water and pouring them into the bathtub. After the water was ready, everyone went out and closed the door. Xiaoqing carefully took off Fang Er's clothes and tested the water temperature. Master, the water temperature is just right. Hey, do you want to take a shower together? Fang Er said to her with a smile. No way. Xiaoqing looked at him shyly. Ever since their relationship had a breakthrough last time, Fang Er had accepted to let her help him take a bath. Jump into the bathtub, leaving only your head above the water. Oh, the long-lost feeling made Fang Er so comfortable that he couldn't help but moan. The body is wrapped in hot water. All my tiredness suddenly felt much better. Xiaoqing stood behind him, put her hand into the water, and massaged Fang Er's shoulders. Talking about what happened in Zhuangzi these days. The wheat in the field is growing well, especially those breeding fields. The wheat seedlings are exceptionally strong and grow better than the ordinary wheat planted earlier. The peppers were also harvested. They were bright red. Old Horsehead strung them into bunches with ropes and sent them back. As the weather turned colder, some victims returned home with the food and money they had earned in Fangjiazwang. However, there are still some people who are unwilling to leave. So they built a house on the outskirts of Fangjiazwang and stayed there. All these things were agreed upon by the elders of Fangjiazwang. Old Man Ma and the others also realized that Fang Er was going to do big things. They needed a lot of people under their command, so they screened all the foreign farmers who stayed behind and only kept those who were down to earth and capable. After lending out the military rations, Fangjiazwang still kept 200,000 shur of grain. Those disaster victims earned nearly 600,000 kilograms, or 50,000 dan, of rice from here with their own hands. What we got in return was a big change in Fangjiazwang. All the houses in Fangjiazwang were renovated. Some of the houses that were already very dilapidated were all demolished and rebuilt. The small paths in the village that were full of potholes were leveled, widened, and paved with stone slabs. The 6-meter-wide stone road runs from Fangjiazwang all the way to Chang'an City. The workshops on the Longzhou Canal have also been completed. The workshop, covering an area of 100 acres, was divided into 4 parts according to Fang Er's previous plan. Hearing this, Fang Er got up from the bathtub. I'll go check out the workshop. Xiaoqing helped wipe off the water on his body and put on his clothes. As soon as they went out, Wang Kai started wagging his tail and circling around Fang Er's feet. Wang Kai, who is already 3 or 4 months old, is definitely the dominant figure in the village. It's not that it is so fierce, but the children in the village all like to play with it. Because of their gentle nature, The children would never allow the local dogs in the village to bully them. Then, this despicable thing always takes the initiative to provoke the anger of those local dogs. Then he was chased by a local dog all the way and ran to the school to ask the children for help. Fang Er touched Wang Sai's head lovingly. Come on, I'll take you out for a stroll. Wearing a tiger skin cloak, he left Fang's house. The carriage was already hitched to the pillars. Fang Er sat in the carriage and Wang Kai ran behind. The amount of exercise required by this thing is famous in later generations. I ran all the way from Fangjiazwang to the workshop. The 3 or 4 miles were like a piece of cake, without even taking a breath. Fang Er first walked around the workshop. Very satisfied. It already has a hint of the flavor of a later industrial area. Now only the blacksmith shop and the carpentry workshop are being used. For the past 2 months, Li Daniyu and his team have been following Fang Er's instructions when he left. Making glass. The carpentry workshop has stopped working. Without Fang Er's instructions, they didn't know what to do. So, the carpenters all came to the blacksmith shop to help. When Fang Er entered the workshop, Zhao Gang was directing the craftsman to pack a glass product into a box. When he saw Fang Er coming in, he hurried over to say hello. Sir, you are back. Well, what is this for? Fang Er asked. This is a set of tableware, 8 bowls and 8 dishes, and now we are loading the last piece. Zhao Gang replied. Fang Er walked over, took out the glass bowl from the box, and looked at it. Pretty good. There are no bubbles anymore, but there's no decoration on it. He asked Zhao Gang to take him to the warehouse. There are already many wooden boxes piled up here. I opened them one by one and read them again. In addition to tableware, there are also some things that can be used as decorations. There are animals, humans, and some mythological shapes. Some are transparent, and some are colored. Once before, the little one forgot to remove the iron from the sand, and ended up with something colored. Later, I thought it looked pretty, so I took the initiative and made some more. Zhao Gang explained on the side. It's okay. It looks good. Fang Er picked up a cicadeer at random. It is about 30 centimeters tall, crystal clear, and has a hint of red. The things here are not exposed, right? Don't worry, sir. I've been keeping an eye on it. No one knows except the people working in the workshop. I've also told them everything, so no one dares to go home and tell anyone. Fang Er nodded with satisfaction. Go back and tell them that the new year is just a few days away. Then, there will be a generous reward, and so will you. Hey, I would like to thank you on their behalf. After looking at the glass, Fang Er took a carriage and entered Chang'an. Zuixianlou, business is still booming. Now the dishes and wines here have made a name for themselves in Chang'an. If a family doesn't have a jar of drunken immortal wine when entertaining guests, it would be a shame. The high platform in the lobby on the first floor reminded Fang Er of something. This was something he specifically instructed when the renovation was taking place. But then I forgot about it. Just let Juzi take the money when you need it. He seldom comes here except on the opening day. Think about it. Fang Er wrote a notice and gave it to Zhang Bo, asking him to post it outside the door. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, our store will have a treasure auction. The highest bidder wins. Ever since Zhang Bo came back from buying grain, Fang Er has sent him here to take charge. After posting this, let Zhu go back to the workshop and select some uniquely shaped glass products. After it was delivered, it was placed directly in the middle of the high platform of the restaurant. Along with Zhuzi came Sun Zhou and his 10 men. They stayed here until the auction. Chapter 133 Yaojin plays with hand cannon. Wooden boxes were moved into Zuixianlou one by one. At first the diners didn't take it seriously. But when the box was opened and the things inside were placed on the platform, someone took a casual look and was shocked. Such beautiful glass. Look, doesn't that really look like a tiger? There's an arhut next to that tiger. As the discussions here started, the whole Zuixianlou seemed to be in an uproar, and the diners immediately became restless. Some people have seen colored glaze before, but I've never seen one so big and so transparent. The colored glass that appeared before was like fog, and what appears before people now is like water. The treasure was so fascinating that a wealthy man immediately asked for its price. Shopkeeper, how much is this colored glass? These pieces of colored glaze will be auctioned on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. The highest bidder wins. Uncle Zhang stood on the platform and explained to the diners below. There were some passers-by outside, and when they saw how lively Zuixianlou was, they came in to see what was going on. Then, the next 2 events caused a sensation in the whole Chang'an. Zuixianlou will sell rare colored glass on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. There are still 10 days until the auction. During these 10 days, Zuixianlou's business has been booming. Just like the opening day, almost all the seats were never vacant. As soon as one table finished eating, someone rushed to grab the empty table. Some people want to see in advance so that they can prepare money. Most of them are people who have never seen colored glass before and know they cannot afford to buy it, so they just come to admire it. Just like in later generations, a top-level sports car, no matter where it goes, will surely attract countless onlookers. Although I can't afford it, I have had close contact with it, which will give me something to brag about to others in the future. 5 surnames and 7 aristocrats. No, now it has become 4 surnames and 6 aristocrats. The branches of the Zheng family in Xinjiang have always wanted to make trouble for Fang Er and avenge the previous head of the family, so that they can become the new head of the family. But I haven't found the right opportunity yet. Just as they were about to take action, thousands of disaster victims poured into Fang Er. For this purpose, Er also sent Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Chumo to take charge. After Fang Er and them left, other guards were replaced and stationed in Fang Er. We finally waited for Fang Er to return from Yan'an, but in the end, we still hadn't agreed on how to proceed. This guy ran to go Girio again. There is no chance to retaliate against Fang Er. However, other aristocratic families did not give Zheng any chance to breathe. Even Zheng Tianhe, the head of the Ministry of Industry, can only keep a low profile now. The other branches had an even harder time. Among the 4 surnames and 6 families, except Er, everyone else found Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, asking about Liuli. But these 2 people had no idea what was going on. Confused, he went to Fang Er and found Fang Er. Fang Er was doing something on the lathe. Then I heard Juzi outside the studio say that Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda had arrived. Why are the 2 brothers here? Fang Er invited them into the studio. This is the first time that Yuchi Jingda comes here. When he saw the lathe in the studio, his face was full of curiosity. You're the one who organized the glass auction. The Chui family, the Li family, the Wang family, and the Liu family all sent people to ask if they could buy it privately. But you're the one who did this, and Big Black and I didn't know about it. So we can only come here to ask you. Cheng Yaojin found a chair and sat down, complaining to Fang Er. So that's what it is. Just reply to them directly. Whoever pays the most gets those items. Fang Er smiedet. With a hum sound, the tool on the lathe suddenly started to turn. Yuchi Jingda was shocked. Brother, what's going on? He quickly pointed at the lathe and asked Fang Er. It turned out that this guy pressed the switch of the lathe out of curiosity. Fang Er was startled and hurried over to turn it off. It's okay. It's okay. No, why did this thing suddenly move? Yuchi Jingda stared and pointed at the knife that had just stopped and asked. This thing is electric. Just now, brother pressed the switch and it started moving. Fang Er spread his hands. Finally, helplessly, I explained to him what electric was. As a result, Yuchi Jingda was confused by his explanation. Things like stators, rotors, electromagnets, etc. Damn, I didn't understand a word. I simply stopped asking. 3 people came out of the studio. The Mielu army did not receive the order from the Shimin. So I'm still here, training. Cheng Yaojin has always been coveting their dragon tooth sniper rifle. At that time in Peking, the 2 armies were always fighting and no opportunity was found. This time I could finally play it. Asked Fang Er for a handful of dragon teeth. Fang Er didn't pay attention for a moment, and this guy just stood there and fired a shot. Hearing the gunshot, Fang Er turned around and looked. Damn it, inhuman? That huge recoil. This guy seems like nothing happened. Brother Cheng, doesn't your shoulder hurt? Fang Er asked, pointing his finger at his shoulder. Hey, with that little strength, there's no way it can hurt me. An idea came into Fang Er's mind. You 2 brothers, have fun first. I'm gonna make something. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he went back into the studio. An hour later, Fang Er came out holding a different gun. The barrel is only 50 centimeters, but is much thicker than Long's barrel. A full 2 centimeters in diameter. This thing can already be considered a cannon. During this hour, Fang Er spent most of the time dealing with the gun barrel. This is made from a whole piece of steel ingot and cut using a drill on a lathe. It uses the same firing and loading method as the dragon tooth. But the bullets are completely different. The bullets used in this gun were made into shotgun shells by Fang Er. A 5 centimeter long brass tube serves as the cartridge case. The gunpowder was carefully pressed by Fang Er to be particularly solid. At one end of the shell is a 3 centimeter long paper tube. It's filled with steel balls. More than 20 of them. The bullet is loaded into the gun chamber. Since the cartridge case has no bottom, it can be fired directly. Copper has good ductility. After the gunpowder expands after being fired, it sticks to the barrel and will not be shot out. After shooting, open the tailgate and there's a small hook attached to the gun body. Hook out the shell, reload it, and you can shoot a second time. In terms of power, this gun can already be considered a hand cannon. Hand the hand cannon to Cheng Yaojin. After Fang Er briefly introduced the usage, Cheng Yaojin became interested. He took the hand cannon weighing more than 20 pounds. Open the tailgate, load the 8-centimeter long bullet, and close the tailgate. He raised his hand and shot at the target in the distance. Boom! Cheng Yaojin didn't pay attention for a moment and staggered back 2 steps. More than 20 steel balls spurted out from the muzzle and then quickly scattered. The target, dozens of steps away, was shot into a honeycomb. Ha! This is awesome. I like it. Chapter 134, the second generation of top officials in the Tang dynasty. Cheng Yaojin laughed, took out the shell, and reloaded it. Another shot was fired. Damn it! Monster! Fang Er thought to himself, if this thing was in his hands. This shot can at least crack the tiger's mouth. But this guy acted like nothing happened. Yuchi Jingda was also itching to do this. After Cheng Yaojin fired several shots in succession, he snatched the gun from his hand. I am imitating Cheng Yaojin. 2 shots were also fired. No, brother, you can't be partial. You have to give me 1 too. Fang Er stunt. No, with such a strong after effect, don't your hands hurt? What's that? Back then, I used my twin maces to block Yuanba's twin hammers. Yuchi Jingda's words petrified Fang Er. Yuanba? Li Yuanba? Oh shit. That guy's double hammers must weigh at least several hundred pounds, right? You took it hard, but didn't you break your arm? Now he finally realized how amazing the physical fitness of these generals was. I returned to the studio and made another one according to the same standards. Cheng Yaojin and his companion were having a lot of fun playing with their hand cannons on the shooting range. They didn't stop until the target was blasted into a fishing net and Fang Er had used up all the 20 bullets he had given each of them. Hey brother, this is such a cool thing, but there are only 20 bullets. It's not satisfying. Cheng Yaojin hung a hand cannon on his waist and swung it as he walked. I say, this bullet is very difficult to make. Can't you save some money? Fang Er rolled his eyes at him. As a result, this guy pulled Yuchi Jingda aside, and the 2 of them started complaining. Fang Er couldn't resist and gave each of them 50 more rounds. He also specifically instructed us to keep the used bullet casings. Only then did they send the 2 away. As luck would have it, 3 days later, it was the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. After a busy year, Li Shimin invited military generals of the 3rd rank and above in the capital to hunt in the Forbidden Gardens. So, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda used their hand cannons to crush all the others. It's a direct dimensionality reduction attack. Others bend their bows and shoot with great aim. As a result, Cheng Yaojin raised his hand cannon and shot the prey. There's no need to aim specifically, just shoot it out and it will hit everything. There are always a few steel balls that hit the target. These 2 are really in the spotlight. He was so happy that his mouth almost reached his ears. Several people who had a good relationship with him, such as Chai Xiao, Zhang Gongjin, Li Jing, Zhang Sunwuji, and others, found out that it was Fang Er who did it again. As soon as the hunting was over, he sent his son with gifts to find Fang Jiazwang. So, Fang Jiazwang welcomed a group of special guests. Several teenagers of similar age, led by Cheng Chimo, found Fang Er playing with a dog. Brother Fang, let me introduce you to some brothers. The person sent by Chai Xiao was his eldest son, Chai Zhiwei. The person sent by Zhang Gongjin was also his eldest son, Zhang Daxiang. Li Jing sent his second son, Li Dijiang. There is no need to introduce Chang Sunchong. That's all about the 4 of them. Another little kid was pulled out from behind the butt. What the hell? Li ar brot li shenkyon over. Brother, this is the crown prince. The emperor said that firearms are very powerful, and we need to let him learn more. This left Fang Er speechless. What the hell? If something really happens when these guys get together, I guess the entire Tang dynasty will be in chaos. This is a group of top 2nd-generation officials. There is also a 3rd-generation emperor. Tell me, what's the matter with all of you young masters coming to my little farm? Hey, big brother, my dad also wants Uncle Cheng's hand cannon. Chang Sunchong was not polite either. He came up behind Fang Er and pretended to hit him twice. Zhang Daxiang was so excited that Chai Zhiwei and others opened their mouths wide. What the hell? The emperor's own nephew actually did this? Go, go, go. Brother should settle accounts clearly. If you want it, bring the money. How could Fang Er let him give him a back massage? If this matter gets to the ears of Chang'an Wuji, will there be any good consequences for me? No problem. As long as you name a price, Brother Fang, I will never bargain. Chang'an Chong patted his chest and said, money. He doesn't care about this stuff. Just numbers. He is the successor to the Chang'an family, which monopolized 70% of the ironware business in the Tang dynasty. He never cares whether his friends are rich or not. Anyway, no one is as rich as him, including his cousin, the current crown prince Li Chengxian. Humph. Poor bastard. Fang Er looked at the others, and they all nodded. These people all have some business at home. Then I'll make an offer. Let's do the math. This hand cannon weighs 23 pounds, so we need 230 pounds of pig iron, which is 2 stones. Cheng Er, your family sells me pig iron ingots for 1 tael and 5 cents of silver per stone, and the materials alone cost 3 taels of silver. Of course, materials alone are not enough. I have to employ craftsmen here, so I have to provide them with food, shelter, and wages, right? As for labor costs, let's say 1 ounce of silver for each cannon. And there's also a technology usage fee. Well, it's 2 taels of silver for each musket. As for the wear and tear of the machinery, that should also be paid at 2 taels of silver. So, this hand cannon is only 8 taels of silver. Well, it's a very fair price. Then there are the bullets. This is too troublesome and dangerous. It might even cost someone's life. So, how about 50 cents per bullet? Fang Er said this while counting on his fingers. Chang'an Chong began to listen and nod. Fang Er's calculation is very fair. But as I listened, I felt something was wrong. What the hell is this technology usage fee and machine wear and tear? But when I think about it, it's only 8 taels of silver, not expensive. Brother Fang is so kind. This price is fair. I want 10 of them, brother. This is 10 taels of gold, and the extra is for bullets. Chang'an Chong took out a small yellow ingot from his arms and placed it directly on the table next to Fang Er. Fang Er stunt. Damn it. Are you so generous? No one wants to bargain. A little kid in his teens carrying gold ingots with him. What the hell? But Zhang Daxiang and the others seemed to have become accustomed to Chang'an Chong's style. Chai Zhuwei took out 2 silver ingots, weighing 25 taels each. Captain Fang, I'll buy 5 for my father. The extra ones will count as bullet money. Zhang Daxiang and Li Dajiang also bought 3 and 5 respectively. From this, we can also see the family background of these people. Okay, I'll take the money. Go to Zuixianlou to get the gun in 7 days. Fang Er set the delivery date on the day of the auction. It just so happens that this group of second-generation officials are in charge of Zuixianlou. After deciding on a hand cannon, Fang Er took them to the blacksmith shop. Led by Cheng Chimo, a local boss, several young men found Zhao Hu, took a few Yun-E-style rifles, and ran to the shooting range to have fun. Fang Er went into the studio again. At the same time, Zhao Gang was called over. The structure of the hand cannon is very different from Yun-E-Shi and Longya. These all need to be taught to him step by step. Chapter 135. This made Fang Er a little confused. In the evening, the group of young masters were sent away. After dinner, Fang Er returned to his room. Open the system panel. Haven't exchanged anything for over a month. When I was in the north, I was either killing people or on my way to kill people all day long. His tense nerves made him throw the system aside. I don't know when the items in the system have been automatically refreshed. And it also shows the refresh countdown. 272:09:26. The next refresh will be in about 10 days. Look at the remaining refresh times shown above. 6. This made Fang Er a little confused. Why are there 3 more times? After thinking for a long time, I finally found a possibility. That was the last time he refreshed. He missed it perfectly. And the opportunity of manual refresh is useless. So, it was accumulated. Damn, I lost a lot. But seeing what is displayed in the store, Fang Er grinned with joy again. This time the store automatically refreshed, and all that appeared were medicines. The little blue pill that I sold to Mr. Zhang last time appeared again. Hey, I can make a small profit again. Exchange all medicines 3 times, regardless of whether they can be used temporarily or not. Refresh. A flash of golden light passed by. The word sold out changed to redeemable 3 times. Merchandise has also changed. From medicine, it has become agricultural supplies. All 10 items on the first page are pesticides. There are those that can kill insects, increase production, and treat and prevent diseases. The second page is about various fertilizers. Hee, this time we can increase the output of the breeding fields. Refresh again. Damn it. Fang Er jumped up directly from the bed. Compared to other things, the thing that appeared this time made Fang Er look forward to it for a long time. 2 full pages, 20 items. It's all cleaning supplies. Soap, shampoo, shower gel, perfume, etc. In the past few months since he came to the Tang dynasty, he has had enough of using soap nuts to bathe and wash his hair all day long. But he didn't know how to do these things, so he could only endure it. Hate. 3 times. No problem. Refresh again. That sex shop appears again. Bye. I have money anyway. Part of the money from Zuixianlou will be sent back every few days. Every time money was delivered, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda's share was taken away directly by the accountant they sent. That's it. There were still more than 20,000 strings of silver sent to Fang Er. He exchanged all the silver into points. With more than 10,000 points, he can do whatever he wants. The subsequent refresh also made him very satisfied. Betting twice. They were all betting, sheets, and the like. There's even a latex mattress. The last chance to refresh turned it into a handicraft. An accident happened when I clicked to redeem, because the system space only has 100 grids. Although the same kind of goods can be stacked, it is far from enough. Finally, Fang Er asked Juzi to bring a few boxes and took out some easy-to-store items from the storage space. Only then were all the handicrafts exchanged. He threw all the bedding on his bed onto the floor. A 2-meter-long mattress was thrown directly onto the bed. Looking at the drooping mattress, Fang Er felt a little depressed. Damn, the bed is a bit small. But this doesn't affect my good sleep tonight. Take out the new bedding. After paving, Fang Er stripped himself naked and got straight into bed. That's the feeling. There was a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. That night, Fang Er slept very soundly. He slept until noon and only woke up after Xiaoqing called him 3 times. Cool. Fang Er crawled out of the bed. Xiaoqing looked curiously at the gorgeous bedding on the bed, which she had never seen before. He didn't ask where it came from. She was no longer surprised by the appearance of strange things in the house from time to time. He helped Fang Er put on his clothes and brought him a basin of warm water for him to wash. Fang Er washed his face with soap. The grease on the face is cleaned away. This refreshing feeling almost made Fang Er shout out. Xiaoqing took a handkerchief and wiped Fang Er's face. Suddenly, I smelled a fragrance. It was a very light fragrance, a little sour, but very pleasant, and a scent she had never smelled before. Master, it smells so good. What's that smell? After saying that, he put his nose close to Fang Er and sniffed hard a few times. This is the smell of lemon, the yellow stuff called soap. You can use it to wash your face, hands, and take a bath. It's better than soap nuts. Fang Er took the handkerchief from her and started to wipe himself. Xiaoqing reached for the soap. As a result, the soap that had just been used was extremely slippery, and she lost her grip and it fell directly from her palm. Xiaoqing was frightened. The soap, which originally looked very nice, was now covered with a lot of mud and dirt. She quickly bent down to pick it up. She had her back to Fang Er, and when she bent over, she was directly on top of Fang Er. Feeling something strange behind him, he quickly squatted down. Fang Er was pushed back a step by her. I was speechless looking at my baby. It's early in the morning, and I haven't gone to the toilet yet. I'm in such a bad state. Xiaoqing blushed and stood up with the soap in her hand. Master, it's all Xiaoqing's fault. It's dirty. It's okay. It doesn't matter whether it's dirty or not. We have important things to do now. Fang Er looked down and said. Xiaoqing followed his gaze. With a cry of surprise, her little face instantly turned red, as if she remembered something. I'm the dividing line. Half an hour later, Fang Er walked out of the house refreshed. Xiaoqing followed behind with a red face, holding Fang Er's changed clothes in one hand and rubbing her cheek with the other hand. I can't understand why the young master always likes to do that, but he didn't want to give himself up. After dinner, blacksmith shop. The Mielu army is still in training. The food here is good, and their training volume has also increased. This is what Fang Er requested, although there is no document stating what position Fang Er held in the anti-Lu army. But as for the Goguryeo group, these men had already been convinced by him. No matter what era, soldiers always admire heroes. In their hearts, Fang Er is now the hero. Therefore, they accepted Fang Er's suggestions in full. Although they were very tired, they did not feel it was bitter. Zhao Gang and his team have already made the first cannon. Testing in progress, because it was the first one they made. And the recoil of the artillery is too great. So, the hand cannon was fixed to a stand. A rope is attached to the trigger. Pull the rope from a distance, and the hand cannon will be fired. It went smoothly without any accidents. Not bad. You can do it in just one day. You are great. Fang Er praised them with satisfaction. Zhao Gang and the others were very pleased with Fang Er's praise. It's like the apprentice has gained the recognition of the master. Enter the workshop. Zhao Gang and the others asked Fang Er for advice on his skills. Fang Er answered them without reservation. In his opinion, the skills of these blacksmiths were first class, but they had not received systematic training. So he teaches with extra care. They're also studying very hard. Chapter 136. It's okay to tell crosstalk. The next day, Cheng Chumo is here again. Brother Fang, can I take you to see something exciting today? Watch the fun. Fang was confused. What are you looking at? Hey, isn't the new year coming soon? Huaman Liu and Mian Mengju are having a courtesan showdown in the city. Shall we go join in the fun? Cheng Chumo said with a nasty look on his face. Oh my god, a brothel? Aren't you afraid your father will break your legs? Fang Er looked at him in surprise. Why did you break my leg? Cheng Chumo was a little confused. No. Have you grown all your hair yet? Are you running there? Fang Er was speechless. Cheng Chumo said seriously. I'm already 14. It's time for the coming-of-age ceremony. Balin and I have gone there many times, but my father never beat me. Looking at his expression, Fang Er felt a little worried about Cheng Yaojin. What the hell? When you are young, you don't know what is expensive. What is there to shed tears for when you are old? I wonder if I should give Cheng Chumo a reminder? Before he could say anything, Cheng Chumo pulled his arm and walked out. Okay, Brother Fang, it's just for fun. It's very lively. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for a year. Let's go. There was no way Fang Er could break free from Cheng Chumo's hand. This guy's a little pervert. Cheng Chumo pulled Fang Er to the door and said to the pillar, Go and get your young master's horse. You have no sense at all. Zhuzi felt aggrieved. Damn it. The young master hasn't said anything yet, so how would I know whether he wants to go or not? He went to the stable and brought 2 horses, then helped Fang Er onto the horses. He jumped onto another one himself. He said he wanted to go along too. Okay, shall we go? Fang Er looked at Cheng Chumo and said helplessly, It's nothing serious anyway, so just have fun. Cheng Chumo also got on his horse. The 3 men, riding 3 horses, headed toward Chang'an. Only when he arrived at the place did Fang Er understand why it was called the Oran Fight. Damn, the 2 brothels, Wamanlu and Mian Mengju, are actually right next to each other. Zhuzi explained it to him again. It turns out that at the end of every year, both companies will carry out this activity. Well, it's activities. The second floors of these 2 houses have full-length wooden floor-to-ceiling windows. Open the window, and it becomes a platform. The top stars are performing on it. Basically, it mainly involves playing the piano, singing, and dancing. The top performers from both families took turns to perform. Finally, the selection will be made by the people below. This is also simple. There are people selling flowers on the street. You can buy flowers and give them to the performing girls. Whoever receives the most flowers will be the real Oran. Fang Er was a tech geek in his previous life. Having never experienced this before, I immediately became interested. The streets in front of the 2 brothels were cleaned up by the pimps. There are many tables and chairs. There's a brazier in the middle. Very thoughtful preparation. Cheng Chumo pulled Fang Er and found a table to sit down. Wow. As soon as Fang Er sat down, he found something wrong. What the hell? The other chairs at the table were also filled. Yuchi Baolin, Zhang the Elephant, Lido Ward. There is also Chang's son Chong. Fuck. Of the second-generation people I met last time, only Li Changxian and Chai Zhui are missing. I said, Did you guys make this appointment? Fang Er looked at them and said. Cheng Chumo extended his hand to others. Hurry, hurry, take the money, take the money. Yuchi Baolin looked unhappy and took out a dime from his pocket and threw it on the table. Everyone else threw in a dime as well. No, what's going on? Do I need to buy a ticket to watch it on the street? Fang Er asked in confusion. Brother Fang, come on. You take half, and I take half. Cheng Chumo divided the silver on the table into 2 parts and gave one of them to Fang Er. Then he continued. Before, I asked you to come with me, but Baolin said I couldn't invite you, so we made a bet. Hee hee. These are all their losses. Cheng Chumo couldn't stop laughing. Fang Er slapped him on the back of the head. I said, You're using me to make a bet, okay? Give it all to me. The bet money is confiscated. After saying that, he put all the silver on the table next to him. Just then, a little kid came here carrying a basket of flowers. The basket is filled with neatly cut winter sweets. Come on, little doll. How much are your flowers? Fang Er waved to him. Sir, today's winter sweet flowers cost 300 coins a bunch. The little kid blinked his big eyes and looked at Fang Er and said, Oh my God, it's so dark. Chung Chumo had a look of resentment on his face. He spent an hour inviting Fang Er over, but ended up not making a penny. Brother Fang, these flowers were all provided by this brothel. This kid is just earning money by running errands. Seeing that Fang Er didn't say anything after asking about the price, Yuchi Baoling guessed something and took the initiative to explain. What? So good at playing. Spend your own money to help them choose the most beautiful woman. Then they gain fame and fortune. Oh my God, could it be that everyone here is being taken advantage of? But the little kid kept staring at him with those watery eyes. Fang Er was too embarrassed to say no. Anyway, this is the confiscated gambling money. It's a waste if you don't spend it. Hey, I'll give you all this silver. How many strings can you buy? The little kid weighed the silver in his palm. Worried, he put it back in his mouth and took a bite. Fang Er felt sick after watching it. This piece of silver has teeth marks all over it. How many people have touched it? Sir, a total of 3 taels and 5 cents of silver. 300 coins a string. I'll give you 11 strings and 2 coins in change. After the little kid finished speaking, he picked out the smallest coin from the stack of silver coins, weighed it, and placed it on the table next to Fang Er. Me? This hand is like a balance. Also, this little kid looks only about 4 or 5 years old. How could he be so good at settling accounts? Okay, here are the 2 coins as a reward for you. Fang Er threw the silver coin back into the doll's basket. Thank you, sir. You are so generous. Here are your winter sweet flowers. The little kid bowed to Fang Er in a proper manner, counted out 12 bunches of winter sweet flowers from the basket, and placed them on the table. Okay, go on and sell flowers. Fang Er thought the doll was very cute and touched his head. Ding, 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 following the sound of 4 gongs. There was a brothel madam on the 2nd floor of each brothel. My slave, the queen mother of Huamanlu. My slave, my Mingja Huang Mama. The 2 of them introduced themselves together, and then spoke one after another. Once a year, the Oiran fight. You'll regret missing this night. My Cheng Er is beautiful. My Kai Er is so beautiful. Cheng Er can play the flute. Kai Er can get drunk with you. He is good at everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I can play all the instruments and sing. She is light, soft, and has a crisp voice. Fang Er, who was sitting below, was stunned. What the hell? Can I give you another quick-tempo accompaniment? You can just stand together and perform a crosstalk. Chapter 137. The cost of Weimar is staggering. The 2 madams talked for a long time. Finally, the one from my Mingju said the last sentence. Then please let your Cheng Er come first. After she said this, they both retreated. The people below immediately shouted, Shinga, Shinga, Shinga. What a craze. It's like chasing stars. A veiled woman appeared on the 2nd floor of Wamanlu. He bowed to the people sitting outside. Then she said in a clear and sweet voice, My slave Shinger greets all the gentlemen. After saying this, he knelt down on the spot. 2 maids came up and brought over a zither. My sister Shinger, the next song she'll play is Midnight Song. One of the maids put down her zither and spoke loudly to everyone. Having said that, he retreated. Shinger tried the strings twice and then began to play. Use your 10 fingers alternately to pluck the strings. To be honest, Fang Er didn't understand this. I only understood what Shinger was singing. The flowers in the spring forest are so beautiful, but the birds in spring are so sad. The spring breeze is affectionate again, blowing my silk dress open. It sounds like a poem about spring. When Shinger sang it, the song had a completely different flavor. Why is it so tempting? A short song is finished. Shinger stood up from the ground and bowed to everyone again. The young masters and some wealthy businessmen sitting below threw the winter sweets in their hands toward the 2nd floor. The noise went on for quite a while. It was not until the sound of piano was heard from Mai Mingju across the street that these people turned around and looked over there. Kai Er from Mai Mingju was standing there, wearing a light veil. He looked down, said nothing, and just bowed. Then they started dancing. Fang Er just clicked his tongue. Damn, you really work hard. In the cold winter, you can even see her belly band through the light gauze she is wearing. It is also embroidered with. Is that an embroidered butt or a fairy peach? Fang Er stretched his neck to see clearly. An unintentional turn of the head. Seeing Cheng Chumo drooling and looking like a pig as he stared at Kai Er. Looking at Yuchi Baolin, he also looks like a bird. Well, Zhang Daxiang and Li Dajiang are similar to them. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Er felt as if the table jumped. He didn't care. He raised his head and continued to watch Kai Er dancing. Boom! The table jumped again. Me? What's going on? Fang Er looked down and saw that there was no dog below. He just raised his head and took a look. Boom! The table jumped again. Hey, not finished. What? Fang Er stopped watching dance. His eyes were fixed on the table. Just as the table jumped up again, Fang Er slammed his hand on the table. You little brat, see if you can still jump. Assess. Cheng Chumo on the side suddenly took a breath of cold air. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open. It was like seeing something terrible. Fang Er looked toward Kai Er. Nothing to be afraid of, eh? Well, Brother Fang, I'm going to the toilet. Cheng Chumo carefully left his seat, looking very uncomfortable, bent over, and walked into Baiwa Tower. Are you okay? Fang Er looked at him and asked. No, it's okay. I'll go first. Cheng Chumo looked at Fang Er with a conflicted look on his face. But I kept muttering to myself. Didn't Xiao Momo just push the table twice? Was it necessary to hit it so hard? What if it breaks? I have to go and check it out right away. With her legs clamped together and her back bent, she headed towards the toilet. Fang Er had no idea. He thought the dog was pushing the table to pick up food, but it wasn't. He almost sent Cheng Chumo into the palace accidentally. When he looked towards the second floor again, Kai Er had just finished dancing and was standing there bowing to express her gratitude. Similarly, waves of winter sweets were thrown upward from the crowd below. Oh my God, how many trees do you have to prune to get so many flowers? Fortunately, winter sweet is not like rose, otherwise it would probably disfigure people. The two girls took turns performing. Fang Er found it very boring, although he rarely watched TV in his previous life. But any show would be more interesting than this. After a while, Cheng Chumo came back from the toilet. Sit in a chair. This time it was Fang Er who danced, and she was wearing gauze. Fang Er stretched his neck to take a look. Well, I can see clearly what is embroidered on her belly band. They are two ducks. I looked at Cheng Chumo. Well, I didn't drool this time. Looking at others, they all looked concerned. Boom! The table suddenly jumped again. Fang Er's face was full of question marks. I just checked. There is no dog under the table. As he watched, the table jumped again. Before it landed, Fang Er slapped it again. Bang! The table fell down suddenly. Oh! Cheng Chumo screamed. Hey, brother, what's wrong with you? Yuchi Baolin heard the voice and asked Cheng Chumo, whose face was flushed red. Cheng Chu was about to cry. He endured the discomfort and said, It's okay. I just accidentally knocked my leg on the table. Ah, why is the table always jumping? Is it because of your legs? Okay, tell me next time, and I won't take pictures anymore. Fang Er seemed to understand something. After a while, Cheng Chumo stood up carefully again. Brother, what's up? Fang Er asked. Oh, it's okay. I'm going to the toilet. Didn't you just go there? Frequent urination at a young age. Well, it was a small one just now, but this time it's a big one. Cheng Chu thought for a long time and replied. Then he bent over, clamped his legs together, and went to the toilet. Hey, Brother Fang, Chu and Mo is not right. Why is his waist so bent? Yuchi Baolin said as he looked at Cheng Chumo, who was leaving. It's okay. He's probably afraid of blocking others from watching the dance. Fang Er explained. Cheng Chumo in the toilet wanted to cry. This brother is so cruel. They are so fucking famous. If you use a little more force, it might really break. When he came back from the toilet again, the first thing I did when I sat down was to pull the chair back. Time flies. Both girls have finished their performances. The two madams appeared again. Since Fang Er and Kai Er have both shown their talents, and everyone has expressed their feelings, let's see who will be the most beautiful lady today. Several maids began to count the winter sweet flowers they had received. Soon, the numbers came out. Miss Xing, you have to get 89 strings of flowers. Mrs. Wang from Baiwa Tower shouted loudly. Miss Kai Er, you also got 89 strings of flowers. Mother Huang from Mingju also shouted. Then, the two brothel owners were completely confused. 11 strings of flowers were also inserted. What? 300 coins for a bunch of flowers. Do you want to take them home and put them in a vase to keep for the new year? Brother? Yuchi Baolin poked Fang Er. What? Fang Er asked. Why didn't you give away these flowers? Yuchi Baolin asked, pointing at the winter sweet flowers on the table. Is it a must? I was thinking of taking it home for Xiaoqing to play with. Chapter 138. Don't say anything, just do it. May I ask, is the gentleman in the audience dissatisfied with Fang Er? Mother Wang from Baiwa Tower also saw the wax plum beside Fang Er and asked in a flattering tone. Just now she was wondering why there were 11 bunches of winter sweets missing. These winter sweet flowers were created jointly by the two brothels. There are a total of 199 strings, but the number was made an odd one in case we couldn't tell the winner. But unexpectedly, Fang Er left 11 strings. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? 11 bunches, more than 3 taels of silver, is enough to buy a winter sweet tree, right? Following Mother Wang's voice, everyone else looked at Fang Er. Fang Er didn't expect that he would become the focus, and hurriedly explained. No, Miss Fang Er is fine. I wonder if Kai Er is having problems? When Mrs. Huang from my Mingju saw that Fang Er wanted to send the flowers to Baihualu, she immediately became anxious. No, everything's fine. Everything is fine. Fang Er thought about it, and took out a branch of winter sweet from the table. Bang! It broke directly in half. Well, half on each side. After saying that, he threw 5.5 strings over. The two madams were confused. Is there such an operation? Are you here to cause trouble, kid? Ha ha ha. The people sitting below burst into laughter. Two mothers, let's compete. Someone came up with an idea below. Okay, then let's do as you say and have a competition. Mother Wang shook her handkerchief and said with a smile. Then, a maid came out from each side, holding the broken branch, and came to the crowd. Everyone bear witness. After saying that, the two broken branches came together. Then, the two maids were also confused. Is it such a coincidence? Two broken branches, the same number of flowers, and the same length of branches. Fang Er was very satisfied. I give you the 8th level workers, so what difference can there be? This gentleman is so fair. In this case, why don't you be the final judge? Who do you think is worthy of the title of Oiran among these two girls? Mrs. Huang asked with an unhappy look on her face. Please make the decision, sir. Fang Er and Kai Er walked to the window at the same time, bowed to Fang Er, and spoke softly. Well, we have to decide the winner, right? Okay, then I'll ask a question, and whoever answers it correctly will become the Oiran. Fang Er came up with an idea. Well, it's not easy to offend people this way. After all, it's not easy for them. They have to wear so many clothes to dance in the cold winter. Listen up, ladies. Ahem, I'm going to say it. What is 1 + 1? Fang Er pointed out the problem in a serious tone. The scene fell into deathly silence for a moment. Some people were thinking seriously, while others seemed to have guessed something. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin looked at Fang Er with their mouths wide open. Is this still the brother Fang they know? In this kind of situation, asking this kind of question, are you serious? The two girls on the stage also stood there in a daze. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Although they all knew the answer, they were still worried that Fang Er had set a trap for them to fall into. Ladies, now that the questions are out, please tell us your answers, regardless of whether they are right or wrong. Fang Er blinked at the two of them. Bah, who wants to answer your question? When Kai Er saw Fang Er flirting with him in front of so many people, he felt so embarrassed that he stomped his feet and walked back. I guessed it. Fang Er suddenly shouted. Sir, the answer is 2. Quiet. The whole place suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This girl seems to have some problems with her brain. Such a simple answer. How is it possible? But when I turned around, I saw Fang Er giving Fang Er a thumbs up. Hee, Miss Fang Er is still smart. Mother Wang from Baiwa Tower suddenly reacted. That Kai Er quit directly. My own Fang Er guessed it again. She quickly walked to the window and said to everyone, my Fang Er is really smart. She deserves to be the most beautiful lady. I just wonder who will be the winner. I'll give you 10 taels. I'll give you 15 taels. Fang Er was confused again. What the hell is this? What's going on here? He looked at Cheng Chumo and asked. Cheng Chumo squinted his eyes and hunched over the table. I don't know what happened. Hear Fang Er asking him. He looked up at the scene. Oh, this is an auction of the Oiran. Whoever offers the highest price can redeem the Oiran directly. Cheng Chumo's voice was hoarse. Bro, you okay? It's okay. It's okay. Cheng Chumo shook his head. Damn, how could it be okay? But how can you let him say this? Since it's an auction, then it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't want to spend the money. There are enough maids in the house. Ding. Random task. Bid the highest price in the auction to win the right to own the Oiran. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. Ding. Mission reward. 2. Refresh opportunities. Chapter 139, spending a huge amount of money on buying an oiran. 1,000 taels. Fang Er said something shocking directly. Cheng Er on the stage covered her mouth with her hands in fear. No one else dared to bid. What the hell? We've only played 3 and you're already throwing out the king bomb? This is not the way to bully people, right? After all, she's just a prostitute. Even if she sells her art, but not her body, she's still a prostitute. Seeing that no one made another offer, Fang Er looked directly at Chang Suncheon. Cheng Er, take the money. Consider a loan from me. I'll return it to you later. Chang Suncheon was stunned. Brother, is this okay for you? Why did you shout so loudly just now? Because you didn't bring any money. However, since Fang Er was in the spotlight, he also felt proud. After all, he is the elder brother that I recognized. He rummaged in his pocket for a long time and took out a stack of flying money. He pulled out a card from the middle and handed it to Fang Er. Now, it was Fang Er's turn to be dumbfounded. Damn it, he knew this guy had money, but I didn't expect to carry so much money with me. Judging from the thickness of the stack, there must be at least 10 sheets, right? Carrying tens of thousands of taels of cash with you? It seems like I was being very low-key last time I brought a gold ingot. Look at the flying money in your hand. Silver 1,000 taels in total. I flicked it with my hand, and it sounded good. Mother Wong was standing on the second floor with the customers. There aren't any pimps or maids out there. The 2 maids just now have already gone back. Fang Er thought about it and folded the flying money into a paper airplane. He even put it to his lips and blew on it. Then, after saying that, he raised his hand and the paper plane flew towards the second floor. Mother Wong looked at the plane flying over and was so excited that she didn't know what to say. My lord is so generous. After saying that, he hurriedly caught the flying money, opened it carefully, smoothed it out with his hands, and put it in his arms. Then he took out a contract of sale and handed it to the maid beside him. Go and give it to that young master quickly. Cheng Er, from today on, you belong to that young master. Enjoy your good life, but don't forget your mother. Cheng Er didn't say anything and just looked at Fang Er stupidly. Just because I guessed correctly the answer to that non-serious sounding question? Little did she know that Fang Er was extremely happy at the moment. Spend the money for a refresh and complete a task. Directly got 2 refresh opportunities. Hey, is the system giving out benefits? Please give us more benefits like this. Ding, the mission has been issued. Please put away your wretched face. Well, who is the obscene one? Is this why you asked me to spend 1,000 taels to buy geisha? Ding, I don't want to bother with you. Oh my god. The courtesan had been divided and was redeemed by Fang Er on the spot. The excitement was over. I looked at the sky and it was already dark. The city must have been closed. Fang Er took Cheng Er directly back to the Fang mansion in Chang'an. Thank you very much, sir, for redeeming Cheng. In the Fang mansion, Cheng Er stood in front of Fang Er and knelt down. Get up, get up. Don't kneel anymore. It's late. Go to bed. After Fang Er finished speaking, he walked towards his room. Although I haven't lived here for a long time. But he also left servants behind to guard and clean the place. The bedding in Fang Er's room is all ready-made. Just as he was about to take off his clothes and get into bed, he turned around and saw Cheng Er still following him. Oh, I forgot. Go sleep next door. Don't forget to close the door for me. Fang Er weaved to here. Cheng Er walked out of the room with a look of disbelief on her face. I spent 1,000 taels to buy myself, but do nothing? Lie in bed. Fang Er turned on the system. Refresh. Well, look at the products that appear above. Fang Er didn't know what to say. Roaring Sky Dog, Era. There is also an Alaskan. What the hell? Go and ask. Go to sleep and get up to make the cage tomorrow. The next day, Fang Er got up early and made 6 cages with wood. This thing can't stay in the store forever. If it lasts for more than 6 hours, it will turn into a specimen. After the cage was ready, 3 huskies and 3 Alaska dogs were all stuffed into it. Taking Cheng Er and Juzi, they returned to Fang Jiazwang in a carriage. Cheng Er was very happy when she saw Era and Allah. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Cheng Er following behind Fang Er. He hurried over and held Cheng Er's hand. Sister, you are so beautiful. Cheng Er, you should just follow Xiaoqing from now on. You guys should take the dog to the backyard. It's been howling all the way. It's annoying. Fang Er was a little impatient. These idiots. Howl all the way as you walk. The carriage passed through Chang'an Avenue, and the rate of turning heads was very high. Everyone wanted to see who hid the wolf in the carriage. Wang Kai, who was lying on the ground basking in the sun in the backyard, saw a few more friends coming. I got up happily and said hello, but I just took a glance. just stopped. A dog's face was full of confusion. Why do I always have a bad feeling? Well, I have to stay away from these things in the future. Fang Er went to the workshop and selected suitable items for auction. There are simply too many. It would probably take more than a whole day to shoot all the color glaze made by Zhao Gang and his team. I just selected some high-quality items and packed them in boxes. Then he picked out some suitable things from the storage space and packed them one by one. A few days later, the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, at the hour of Mao, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Fang Er woke up Xiaoqing. After washing up, he got on the carriage with the pillars already harnessed. Several ox carts follow behind, all heading towards Chang'an. In Zuixianlou, the tables and chairs have been adjusted. All of them faced the high platform in the middle of the first floor. After Fang Er arrived, the guys started moving things from the ox cart into the room. Box after box of mysterious items were carried to the backyard. At 9 o'clock in the morning, people started to come in one after another. Fang Er, wearing a tiger skin cloak, stood at the door and greeted everyone coming in. "Brother, we are here to support you." Chang Sunchong and a few others also rushed over. Fang Er took them to the second floor and found a seat next to the railing and sat down. From here you can look down and see the auction table clearly. The welcoming decoration below was replaced by pillars and tigers. At first, those who came were all wealthy businessmen. But as time went by, some big names started to come in. Chang Sunchong and Zhang Daxiang began to look at the people below and introduce them to Fang Er. The young master of Qinghe Chui family, Chui Yujing. The young master of the Taiyuan Wang family, Wang Jigang. The young master of the Fanyang Lu family, Lu Shuani. The young master of the Zhaojunli family, Li Shichong. The young master of the Chui family of bowling is Chui Zhichong. Damn it! Of the 5 surnames and 7 families, only Li Changxian and the successor of the Zheng family are missing. These top second-generation rich people in the Tang dynasty went straight to the second floor without waiting for Hu Zi to lead them to their seats, and each occupied a table. Obviously, he disdained to sit with those people below. Noon. It's time for the auction to begin. Cheng Er slowly came down from the second floor and walked to the auction table. He gestured to the pillar on one side. Zhu walked over to the counter and pulled a rope. All I could hear was a creaking sound coming from the roof. Chapter 140. The highest bidder at the auction. A hole suddenly appeared in the roof that was originally sealed. The winter sun shines directly from the hole onto the platform. It enveloped Cheng Er completely. Fang Er specially had someone tailor-make a Republic of China-style outfit for her. A bright red long-sleeve cheongsam with a white fur coat on the outside. The oval face with a hint of pink looks particularly rosy under the sunlight. This unprecedented outfit gave everyone present a bright feeling. I am Cheng Er, the slave of my family, and I am here to host this auction under the order of my master. I hope all the distinguished guests present today will show their support. The crisp sound echoed in Zuixian Tower. After she finished speaking, Cheng Er bowed deeply to the guests on the stage and upstairs. No problem. As long as the product is good, I have plenty of money. That's right, take a look. Chui Yujing from upstairs was the first to answer. Wang Jigang even threw a silver ingot directly from the second floor to the auction table below. Cheng Er picked up the silver ingot neither arrogantly nor humbly and placed it on the auction table. Then he turned to Wang Jigang and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, today I'm the servant of my young master, so I dare not accept rewards from outsiders. This ingot of silver will be your deposit for participating in the auction. If you like something later, just make an offer and I will deduct this ingot of silver from you." After hearing what Cheng Er said, Wang Jigang no longer had the idea of teasing her. It just feels less fun. Fang Er was very satisfied with Cheng Er's performance. Cheng Er waved the small wooden hammer in her hand and knocked it lightly on the table. The pillar held a tray, inside which was a tall object covered with brocade, so it was impossible to tell what it was from the outside. He walked up to the podium, gently placed it on the table in front of Cheng Er, then turned around and walked off the stage. This item came from overseas and was obtained by my young master by chance. It has been said since ancient times that the treasures of the world belong to the virtuous. My young master spent a lot of money to help the victims of the disaster a few days ago, so I took out this thing and invite everyone to enjoy it. As soon as Cheng Er finished speaking, she lifted the cotton silk on the tray with her bare hands. Wow, his tilde. This is impossible. What a huge coral. Everyone present exclaimed in unison. This is the handicraft that Fang Er exchanged from the system. He doesn't know what material it is, but this thing looks really good. A 3-foot-tall red coral, so red it looks like blood. Especially with the sunlight projected from the roof, it sparkles even more. I believe that everyone present today is not an ordinary person, so they can naturally see the value of this item. This treasure is extraordinary and belongs to those with virtue. The starting price is 10 taels of silver, and each bid increase must not be less than 5 taels. Everyone present, please make your bid. With that, the hammer dropped, and the auction of the first item began. I'll give you 50 taels, 200 taels, 230 taels. The bidding started from downstairs. Fang Er looked at Cheng Er and smiled with satisfaction. Why? It's because Cheng Er's words were really insidious. It was clearly an auction, and the highest bidder would win, but Cheng Er added a sentence. The property belongs to the virtuous. Well, you have no money, so you are immoral. Hey, I like. There's a lot of commotion downstairs, and the price had already been raised to 800 taels of silver. Corals of this size are extremely rare in the world, and based on the knowledge of this era, there's no technology that can make corals so realistic. So, this must be the real thing. Okay, I'll give you 2,000 taels. As soon as Wang Jigang on the second floor made his bid, the first floor immediately became quiet. 2005. Cui Zhichong leaned back in his chair and gently uttered a number. The new year is coming soon. It would be nice to take a picture of it and give it as a gift. I'll give you 3,000 taels. Lu Shuani also made a bid. Li Shichong looked at them and said nothing. 4,000. Cui Yaojin said, while looking at coral. Fang Er looked at these second generations with great interest. Interesting. Is the family so rich? This is just the first one. No one downstairs dared to bid. Only these few people are constantly increasing the price. In the end, Cui Zhichong bought the coral for 6,000 taels. The second item is a complete set of glass wine utensils. A wine jug and 8 wine glasses. Cheng Er also specially filled the wine jug with wine. The wine was bought from a Persian merchant. Pour into a glass jug. Suddenly, it was full of style. Cheng Er read out a poem softly. The wine is in the glass, and the pipa music is urging me to drink. Don't laugh at me for sleeping drunk on the battlefield. How many men have ever returned from a battle in history? It makes this set of wine utensils even more meaningful. She looked at everyone present and continued. There is only one set of this in the world. There is no other like it. Please make an offer. The starting price is 100 taels, and each bid increment starts at 50 taels. Good poem. Good glass. I'll give you 500 taels. A young man downstairs clapped his hands after hearing Cheng Er's words. This set of wine utensils alone is worth more than 500 taels. Add the poem the young lady just recited, and it's worth 1,000 taels. Someone at another table said, forget about this kind of treasure. I'll give you 4,000 taels. Cui Zhichong said, don't laugh at me for sleeping drunk on the battlefield. How many men have ever returned from battle? Wonderful. Wonderful. I'll give you 5,000 taels. After Cui Yaojin finished speaking, he looked at Cui Zhichong. The blood coral was just snatched away by this kid. If he snatches this away as well, people will think that his Qinghe Cui family is inferior to the Bowling Cui family. Mr. Cui of Qinghe offered 5,000 taels. Is there a higher price? Cheng Er's clear voice rang out on the first floor. 5,000 taels each time. 5,000 taels twice. 5,000 taels. I'll give you 5,500 taels. Lu Shuani suddenly spoke. Choi Yun-woo was very upset that he made the bid at the last second. Damn it. Is that intentional? 6,000 taels. However, Lu Shuani did not respond. In the end, Choi Yun-woo bought the set of wine utensils for 6,000 taels. The entire auction was almost monopolized by these guys. Fang Er prepared 40 lots for auction. More than 30 pieces were taken away by these 5 guys. They didn't even take the initiative to stop. Instead, a few alternative things appeared in the middle. Little blue pill. Yes, that's it. Fang Er exchanged a total of 72 pills. He took out 12 pills and put them into 3 bottles. It was divided into 3 auctions. Others don't know what it is. Zhuzi introduced Cheng Er on behalf of her, but few people present believed her. What a coincidence. Fang Er's old neighbor, Mr. Zhang, also came to join the fun. After seeing the small balls poured out of the bottle by Zhuzi, he raised his head and looked at Fang Er on the second floor with a resentful look. Where's the brother we promised each other? We agreed to give my brother a few pills every month. Chapter 141. Friends turn against each other. The starting price is 100 taels per bottle. As soon as Yuchi finished speaking, he directly raised the price to 500 taels. He felt that he could no longer live without this thing. It tastes so good, but what he didn't expect was the few friends he brought with him out of his intention to support Fang Er immediately turned against him. 505. 600. Then the people at their table started to raise the price. After listening to Yuchi's introduction, he and Mr. Zhang raised the price fivefold. The friends he brought with him immediately understood why he could take 2 hours. So, poor Mr. Zhang didn't get a single bottle. Because of the special function of this thing, those children from noble families couldn't be stopped from snatching it. He bought them all by his friends. The auction will not end until the evening. Fang Er pulled his eldest grandson towards them and went to the backyard. Let Sun Zhou take people to move out a few boxes. The lid of the box was opened, revealing neatly arranged hand cannons. Several guys' eyes lit up when they saw the hand cannon. Don't mess around. You can't use these things and don't come back and hurt yourself again. Fang Er warned them. I know, but I want to have a taste of it. Chong Sun Chong touched the hand cannon and always had the urge to try it out. But he also knew that this was definitely not something they could use. Before, Chung Chumo stole his father's hand cannon. A few friends found a guard and tried it out. As a result, the guard's thumb was broken by the cannon. The caliber of later aircraft guns was only 23 to 30 millimeters. The caliber of this hand cannon has reached 20 millimeters. It's normal to break a finger. This is also the reason why Fang Er warned them. Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and others are just perverts. The physical fitness of those who can fight their way into and out of a huge army is definitely not comparable to that of these half-grown kids. The little guys excitedly asked their servants to carry the box containing the hand cannon, said goodbye to Fang Er, and went back to report the achievement to their father. After seeing them off, Fang Er sat in the backyard. Sun Zhou, Zhao Hu, Yuchi, and others, with their men, moved the money obtained from the auction out of the house and tallied it up. When Fang Er finished drinking a pot of tea, the yard was already filled with boxes. Fang Er walked forward and opened one at random. The silver ingots sparkling in the moonlight are so beautiful. There were 40 lots, and the total amount of money raised was equivalent to 270,000 taels of silver. There are copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. No money will be charged for flying. The copper coins alone piled up into a small mountain in the yard. Butler Zhang Bo was dumbfounded. From the moment the auction started, his heart was never at peace. After shooting something in front, those who had taken pictures of the items had their servants take the silver and money and directly deliver them to the back door of Zuixianlou. Boxes of gold and silver and cartloads of copper coins were moved into the yard like water. The person who was most touched was Fang Er, who hosted the auction. She came from a brothel and had come into contact with many dignitaries and wealthy young men. But I never knew that money could come so quickly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Fang Er was full of admiration. Fang Er looked at the piles of money. But I'm worried about how to spend it. Damn, what's the point of keeping this thing at home? You have to spend it. Only by spending can corresponding value be generated. If it stays at home, it will be no different from the steel in the blacksmith shop. Sun Zhou, Zhao Hu, and 20 guards did not dare to sleep all night, afraid that a thief would sneak in. Fortunately, everything was fine until dawn. At dawn, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda arrived at Zuixianlou. They already knew the process of yesterday's auction. I also know that Fang Er has gained a lot. So they came here to remind Fang Er to be careful. Don't let yourself get hurt because of money. Don't worry, my two brothers. There are at Fangjiazwang at least 1,800 people. Don't think of hurting me, your brother. Don't forget, my 500 musketeers and the extermination army are not vegetarians. Knowing their purpose, Fang Er said with a smile. But he was also very grateful to the two of them for coming to remind him early in the morning. Just keep it in mind. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand. Anji, brother wants to congratulate you. Yuchi Jingda raised the wine glass in his hand to the other party. There's nothing to congratulate about. It's just a little money. Fang Er was a little confused. Considering the income of Zuixianlou, the two families have shared tens of thousands of taels of silver in the past few months, so they don't take the money from the auction too seriously. It's not about the auction, it's about the last northern expedition. The court has already made a decision. This time, you should be promoted several levels, and maybe even be given a title. Yuchi Jingda explained. Hey, I thought it was something else. I don't take this kind of thing seriously. By the way, what happened to the prisoners? Compared to the official position, Fang Er is more curious about this. Cheng Yaojin was speechless. Damn it, alien. If others knew they were going to be promoted, they would probably jump for joy. My brother, on the other hand, doesn't care about this, but instead cares about the prisoners of war. According to the usual practice, they are taken into slavery and sold first, and the rest are used for hard labor. However, there are too many people this time, so it is really difficult to deal with. According to the original plan, we could go deep into Goryeo and bring back some money or food to ease the pressure on the court. As a result, the food shortage has been aggravated. Yuchi Baolin sighed after he finished speaking. This thing really can't be blamed on Fang Er. No one had ever imagined that so many prisoners could be captured. Fang Er scratched his head. How come it seemed like I had accidentally set a trap for Li Shimin? The more I think about it, the more I feel that I am sorry for him. So Fang Er gritted his teeth and spoke. Brother Cheng, Brother Yuchi, wait for me for a moment. After saying that, he stood up and walked toward the backyard. I found some paper and charcoal sticks and wrote and drew on them. Then he folded it, took it to the front, and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. Brother Cheng, please give this to the emperor and tell him that it is just a little suggestion from your brother. Cheng Yaojin subconsciously wanted to open it and take a look. As a result, Yuchi Jingda grabbed his hand. Can I see it? Yuchi Jingda looked at the second below. It's okay. You can watch it, but don't spread it out. Everything depends on the emperor's wishes. Fang Er said. Yuchi Jingda thought about it and said to Cheng Yaojin, since Anji said so, then send it to the emperor immediately and let him decide. Don't tell others when you are drunk one day. Cheng Yaojin nodded. He put the paper away. The two of them left Zuixian Tower and went to the palace. Li Shimin was having a meal when eunuch Deng came over and reported that Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda wanted to see him. Stunned for a moment. These two guys would never take the initiative to come to the palace to find him unless there was something going on. What happened? Call him in quickly. Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda were brought into the palace by eunuch Deng. Li Shimin pushed the tableware aside and signaled eunuch Deng to remove it. What's up? He looked at Cheng Yaojin and the other man and asked. Chapter 142, Forced Purchase and Sale of Li Shimin. Your Majesty, I just went to Zuixianlou, and my brother gave me a piece of paper saying it was a suggestion for you. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he took out the paper from his arms and handed it to Li Shimin. When Li Shimin opened it, his brows immediately frowned. Don't laugh at me for still being drunk on the battlefield. How many men have ever returned from the battles of old to write this lousy character? Obviously, someone had already reported to him what happened at Zuixianlou yesterday. After complaining about Fang Er's handwriting, the content on the paper made him more and more interested the more he read it. In fact, what Fang Er wrote can be described in 2 words in later generations. That is it. National debt. Considering Li Shimin's current prestige, it is completely feasible. The content of Fang 2 is very simple. The imperial court borrowed money from wealthy private businessmen. There could be a name. For example, war bonds. The borrowed money was used as military expenses for foreign wars. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is the same as Fang Er lending him military rations and then returning them with interest after the war is won. If there had not been a large number of prisoners this time, the deed would have been accomplished. Bang! Li Shimin slapped his forehead. Yes, go call Fang Xiang over and get Fang Anji over as well. Li Shimin turned around and spoke to the guard at the door. Soon, the guard came back with Fang Xianling. Fang Er was basking in the sun in the backyard of Zuixian Tower. When he saw the guards from the East Palace coming to find him, he hurriedly followed them. Fang Xianling was holding the paper he had written to Li Er and looking at it. As soon as Fang Erei entered the hall, Li Er asked eunuch Deng to bring him a chair. Fang Er felt somewhat flattered. What's going on? Lao Cheng and Lao Dahe are still standing. Sit down and tell me your thoughts on the national debt. Looking at Li Erxian's friendly expression, Fang Er didn't think about anything else. Your Majesty, it's actually pretty much the same as what I said last time, except that you can take out some special rights. For example, we can call a court meeting targeting wealthy businessmen. Release the right to trade special products for foreign targets. It's like the monopoly on cattle and horses on the grassland, or the monopoly on mountain products in Goguryeo, the monopoly on iron ore, and so on. You see, These were previously controlled by the aristocratic families, and the middle and lower class merchants had money but no good investment direction. This is equivalent to giving them a chance to turn things around. And our Tang dynasty's army is the most powerful guarantee for the national debt. As long as the Tang dynasty still exists, we will have no problem paying off the national debt. This is like borrowing a hen to lay eggs. You borrow the merchant's chickens, and after they lay eggs and hatch a group of chicks, you return a hen. Of course, if you like, you can also give them 2 eggs as interest. Fang Er gave a very vivid analogy to explain the principle of national debt. The more Er listened, the more interested he became. Fang Xianling, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. What's wrong with this Captain Fang's brain? That's a really good idea. Er put his elbow on the table and supported his chin with one hand. Obviously, he understood completely what Fang Er said just now. By the way, do you have any good suggestions for the 80,000 prisoners? Er asked again. Your Majesty, I am thirsty. Fang Er touched his cracked lips. Damn it. I talked on and on for most of the day. Not even a sip of water. Too stingy. Er winked at Eunuch Deng, who was standing beside him. Eunuch Deng hurried out and got a small teapot. Captain Fang, this is prepared for the Emperor. Please drink it and have a good talk. Eunuch Deng said with a smile. He took it and gulped down a big gulp, then stuffed the empty pot into Eunuch Deng's hand. Fang Er wiped his mouth and began to speak. Open up the wasteland. Since we can borrow money from the national debt, use it to buy food. As long as they are not starving to death, let them open up the wasteland. Get to work. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go out and open it wherever there's wasteland. Next spring, let's get some spring wheat and millet, and then harvest them in autumn. Then we'll have food, right? As long as we have food in hand, we won't be in a hurry. Even if we have more prisoners in the future, we will have ways to consume them. Is that the truth? Fang Xianling listened to this and slapped his thigh. Yes, Your Majesty. Captain Fang's 2 ideas combined are brilliant. Li Tu nodded. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. Then he looked at Fang Er with a smile. My dear Lord Fang, I treat you well, don't I? Look, I turn a blind eye to the Zheng family's affairs and let it pass. I turn a blind eye to your private manufacture of muskets, and it's over. Not only did I not pursue the matter of you privately manufacturing artillery and armor, I also bought 20 artillery pieces from you. Does this count as taking care of you? Fang Er shuddered. What the hell? Are you here to dig up old things? No, Your Majesty, please speak frankly. This makes me feel very uneasy. Well, since you're the one who proposed this national debt, do you think you can support it? Well, Fang Er was stunned. Have I dug a hole and thrown myself into it? But I think of the big iron mine in later generations. Fang Er's heart suddenly became hot. Anshan Iron and Steel. Hey, you didn't hear the news about the auction yesterday, did you? Who is so fond of gossiping? I haven't even warmed up to the news yet. Fang Er pretended to be reluctant. Iron ore. Didn't you say that Goguryeo has iron ore? I grant you the monopoly of the iron ore. Er quoted a price. Are you serious? Fang Er was somewhat skeptical of Er's words. Damn, right now the total annual steel output of the Tang dynasty is only about 5,000 tons. Based on an iron content of 40%, the annual iron ore mining volume is only more than 10,000 tons. The total reserves of Anshan Iron Mine and Bunchi Iron Mine are as high as 10 billion tons. This can be mined for 1 million years. Okay, I'll take it. How much do I have to pay? If I really mine iron, or what percentage of tax will I pay? Also, how long will my franchise last? Fang Er looked at Er eagerly. Mr. Fang, for matters like this, you can take him to the Ministry of Revenue to discuss it, and then send the regulations to me for my review. Obviously, Er knew that he was an amateur in this kind of thing, so he just threw it to Fang Xianling to handle. Yes, Your Majesty. Fang Xianling took Fang Er back to the Ministry of Revenue. Hurry up and sit down, Anji. What you said in the palace just now was really wonderful. I, an old man, think you are qualified to be the Minister of Finance. In the Ministry of Revenue, in Fang Xuanling's official residence, he enthusiastically pulled a chair for Fang Er and poured him a glass of water. Mr. Fang, you are embarrassing me. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Fang Er quickly stood up and said, You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it for serving the country and the people. Fang Xianling pushed Fang Er onto the chair. After the two of them exchanged polite words for a while, they got down to business. Chapter 143, Tenure, Iron, or Monopoly. When Fang Er came out of the Ministry of Revenue, his face was full of smiles. Hey, 300,000 strings of cash. 10 years of mining monopoly. Make a fortune. I just wonder if Changsun Wuji will vomit blood after knowing this news. This is equivalent to touching his cake and eating it. As soon as he left, Li Shimin got the news. Guanyin, this time, the auxiliary machine may hate me. After hearing this, Empress Changsun was a little confused. Your Majesty, has something happened? I have granted Fang Er the exclusive right to the iron ore in Goguryeo. Empress Changsun was completely stunned. You are the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Give Goguryeo's things to others? That's right. With the power of muskets and artillery, it's only a matter of time before Goguryeo is conquered. Fang Er has come up with a way to solve the current predicament of the imperial court. After saying that, he explained the issue of the national debt to Empress Changsun. Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. It is time for my brother to be more restrained. As the uncle of the emperor, he already has too much power. If he continues to control business affairs, I am worried. Forget it. I'll call him to the palace another day. Your Majesty, don't worry about this matter. After hearing this, Empress Changsun expressed her approval of Li Shimin's decision to hand over the iron ore monopoly to Fang Er. This is the virtuous queen of the empire. A virtuous queen whose reputation will be passed down through the ages. Ha ha ha. I have a maid called Guanyin, but I am worried that the Tang dynasty will not prosper. Li Shimin was so moved by Empress Changsun's generosity and understanding that he embraced her in his arms. As soon as Fang Er returned to Zuixianlou, he asked Juzi to load all the silver and money into the car. 27,000 strings of cash were all sent to the Ministry of Revenue. When he came out of the Ministry of Revenue again, he had an iron or monopoly document in his hand. Of course, the scope is limited to 500 miles around Shenyang. Bunxi and Anshan are both within the range. For the remaining balance of 30,000 strings of cash, Fang Er wrote an IOU to Fang Xianling. When we returned to Fangjiazwang, the whole village had already become busy. Kill pigs, sheep, and chickens. The Chinese New Year is coming in a few days. The farmers cleaned the farm again on their own initiative. Standing at the entrance of the village, I looked at the village, which had changed drastically compared to when I first arrived. Fang Er felt a great sense of accomplishment from the bottom of his heart. These are all changed because of yourself. After returning to the Fang mansion, Xiaoqing had let out all 6 puppies without knowing when, running around the yard. When the 3 huskies saw Fang Er coming in, they pretended to bark a few times. Wang Kai knocked them to the ground and rushed towards Fang Er while stepping on one of the huskies. Fang Er touched Wang Sai's head. Master, you are back. Xiaoqing was hanging a bunch of red peppers on the wall. Well, how many peppers did you harvest from the field? There were dozens of kilograms, but many of them were killed by frost before they could turn red. Xiaoqing said with some regret. Chili peppers are usually planted in April and harvested before frost. Fang Er planted too late, so he was already satisfied with only harvesting a few dozen kilograms. When you cook next time, don't forget to take out the seeds so you can plant them again next year. Okay, got it. Fang Er thought about it, took it back to the house, and wrote several pages full of notes. He called Juzi and asked him to go to Chang'an to make the purchase. The next day, it was just dawn. A row of ox carts arrived at Fangjiazwang in a long line. Juzi was already waiting at the school gate. There's an open space here, which is a small playground for children. It's not big, but it's at least 2 acres of land. He directed that all the things be piled up on the playground. An hour had passed since these things were unloaded. Fang Er walked over leisurely, with a twisted dough stick in his mouth. Have you bought them all? Yes, master. The pillar replied. Go and call all the people in the farm, one family at a time, and also call the craftsmen from the workshop. Fang Er pulled a chair from the school, sat at the door, and basked in the sun. Following the notice of the pillar, farmers began to gather towards the playground. Some of those who came here were originally from Fangjiazwang, while others moved here later. Fang Er had seen the booklet made by Old Man Ma and his team before. Altogether, there are more than 1,000 households. The entire Fang family's population has increased tenfold compared to before. Especially in the area between Fangjiazwang and the workshop, many new houses were built. Zhuangzi and the workshop are almost connected now. The farmers who arrived early came up to greet Fang Er when they saw him. Fang Er chatted with them occasionally about the changes in the farm. Another hour passed. It was almost noon when representatives from more than 1,000 households finally arrived. Fang Er rolled up a loudspeaker out of cardboard, standing on the chair. Be quiet, everyone. The originally noisy crowd immediately quieted down. It's the new year. Everyone present has been busy with me, Fang Er, for several months, so Fang wants to give you some benefits. Look at this mountain of stuff. It's all prepared for you. Wait a minute. Everyone go to Mr. Zhang and Mr. Ma to register and pick up your things. Let me tell you first. Each family needs 10 caddies of refined white flour, 5 caddies of mutton, and 5 caddies of eggs. For those who have elderly people over 50 years old and children under 10 years old, add an extra pound of meat and eggs. If there's a pregnant woman at home, add 5 pounds of meat and eggs. That's all I have to say. Finally, I wish you all a happy new year. After saying this, Fang Er bowed deeply to the crowd. These people, no matter what their reasons were, followed him. In short, this is his reliance and also his responsibility. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not, as long as those who believe in him can live a good life. Because all the money from the auction was given to the Ministry of Revenue, otherwise he would give them 10 times more in return. Thank you, sir. We wish you a happy new year too. Old Ma, too, pushed through the crowd, walked to the front, and bowed deeply to Fang Er. Thank you very much, sir. Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much, sir. Happy New Year to you. The others also said at the same time. Then, more than 1,000 people bowed to Fang Er at the same time. Okay, this year, even if we have already paid our respects to each other, come and get your gifts. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Ma, please help with the registration. Oh, and I'd like to ask you two to take double portions. Is that okay with you? Fang Er asked the crowd with a smile. Of course, of course. You two gentlemen have taught the children so well. Old man Ma waved his hands quickly and said. Others also looked at their children happily. The plan was to allow one person from each family to come, but these people ended up bringing their children along as well, and no one said anything. Fang Er patted the dirt off the chair and sat down again. Chapter 144. Enjoy the New Year fireworks. Crowds began to line up to get their stuff. Those who had children asked them to kowtow to Fang Er first, and then to their husband. It was a thank you for your cultivation. Then I want to get the things. Fang Er accepted this calmly. Because there's so many people, the New Year goods are delivered slowly. But no one was dissatisfied. This kind of scene has never been seen in the past few lifetimes. Those rich and powerful families are too far away to know about them. All they knew were the landlords and wealthy people around them. There's not a single one of them who doesn't want to exploit them in some way. But after arriving at Fangjiazwang, everything changed. Get paid for work and get meals provided. The kids can still read. Not only is it free, the school also gives us an egg and a bowl of broth every day. Now the children in Zhuangzi are getting stronger and stronger. It's the beginning of the new year, and there are New Year goods to distribute. These people, at this moment, left a square in their hearts. It wasn't until dark that all the things were distributed. Fang Er brought Zhang Jimin and Ma Tongyuan back to Fang Mansion. He has not asked about the school since it opened. There are no classes in school these days, which can be regarded as a holiday for the children. In Fang's house, Xiaoqing had already prepared the hot pot. Fang Er pulled Zhang and Ma and gave them a seat. Although these two scholars are not very old, they both have rich experience. Since coming to Fangjiazwang, they seem to have seen a different world. Those who live have their own houses, and those who till the land have their own fields. Although more than 90% of this land is under Fang Er's name. But the food earned from working is enough to feed the whole family. This cannot be seen anywhere else in the Tang dynasty. They witnessed the changes in Fangjiazwang over the past 2 or 3 months. Therefore, I have great admiration for the young man in front of me. They were very excited that their idol gave up his seat for them. Master, you are so polite. Thank you, thank you. Ma Tongyuan quickly stood up and thanked him. Fang Er pushed him down. It takes 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to educate a person. Teaching is the most honorable profession. Therefore, in Fangjiazwang, there is no need to be polite to anyone. Xiaoqing, bring some wine. I'll have a drink with you, two gentlemen. The food and wine are ready. Fang Er asked them about the current situation of the school. To be honest with you, Principal, there are indeed some problems in the academy that need to be solved. Zhang Jimin swallowed the wine in his mouth and said to the second party, Oh, tell me. Fang Erdeo. First, there's the problem of books and paper. At present, the books are copied by students themselves, and there will inevitably be many mistakes in the process, which will affect them in the future. The second is the issue of teaching materials. The school is still teaching the three-character classic and the rules for being a good pupil and child. We are about to finish studying these two books. I wonder if the headmaster has any plans. Zhang Jimin raised two issues. Fang Er was a little surprised. Is this a problem? Can't you buy books in bookstores? Why do you have to copy them yourself? If you don't have money, just tell me. The headmaster knows that the books in the bookstore are too expensive. Just one copy of the Analects costs 2 strings of silver. There are already more than 300 children in the school. Selling books is a huge expense. Oh my god, got it. In his previous life, Fang Er had never seen a book that cost 2,000 yuan. Why is it so expensive? Printing books requires engraving plates. The Analects alone has more than 10,000 characters. If one character is engraved wrong, the entire plate will be wasted, so the cost of engraving plates is huge. Moreover, a set of printing plates cannot be used indefinitely. At most, they can print 1,000 copies before the ink seeps in and they become damaged. As expected of Zhang Jimin, who comes from a merchant family, he is very organized in talking about these things. Bang! Fang Er slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten this? This is easy. Give it to me later. I will get whatever book you need. Movable type printing. Fang Er had hardly ever dealt with books since he traveled through time, so he had forgotten about this. These two problems can be solved together. Any other questions? There are too many children now. Brother Zhang and I are a little too busy. I wonder if the headmaster can allow us to recruit some more people. I have a few classmates who are good in both conduct and knowledge. If the headmaster agrees, I will write to them after the new year to invite them to come. Please, you must. As long as your character and knowledge are good, it's fine. As many as you want. We'll take as many as you want. As long as they are talented, Fang Er is not afraid of having too many. There's always something useful. Zhang Jimin and Ma Tanyuan looked at each other. Then he stood up and left the table, bowing deeply to Fang Er. On behalf of the children, we too would like to thank the headmaster. Sit down, sit down. What are you doing? I am the headmaster. Do you really need to thank me on behalf of the children? Fang Er pretended to be angry. The problem was solved, and both the host and the guests had a great time. They didn't see them off until the moon climbed above the treetops. In the next 2 days, Fang Er immersed himself in the blacksmith shop. He asked Zhao Gang and others to help him. New Year's Eve, Fang Er placed a lot of boxes in front of the Fang mansion. It was just getting dark. Fang Er lit a stick of incense and went outside. The servants and maids all followed curiously. These boxes had been placed at the door for a long time. When Fang Er was asked, he didn't say anything and just smiled mysteriously. As the incense burned, the fuse on the box was lit. Boom! A bright ball of fire rushed into the sky and then exploded with a bang. Then, it was like the curtain had been raised. Fireworks shot into the sky, exploding in different colors. Everyone in Fangjiazwang walked out of their homes and looked up at the sky. Wow, so beautiful. Mom, look, are those stars? The fireworks in the dark night made Fangjiazwang particularly bright. Xiaoqing and several other girls snuggled at the door, watching this strange scene. Fang Er also had a great time. I played this as a kid during the Chinese New Year in my previous life. When he grew up, the country introduced policies. For the sake of environmental protection, fireworks are prohibited, so I never played with them again. He once thought about when he could let go to his heart's content. Unexpectedly, this dream came true in the Tang dynasty. In the palace, Li Shimin stood on the attic and was attracted by the bright light in the southeast of Chang'an City. Send someone to see what's going on over there. After hearing this, Eunuch Deng asked the guards to go and take a look. Fang Er prepared a lot of fireworks. In addition to those parked on the ground outside, there are a total of 5 ox carts. There are fireworks piled on top. He was having a great time when he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. Zhu go and take a look. It's New Year's Day. Who would come to Fangjiazwang for a stroll? Master, it's the Imperial Guards. Zhu ran 2 steps forward and saw a man in Royal Guard uniform riding towards him on horseback. Fang Er threw the incense under his feet and stomped it out, then walked over. Chapter 145, The Great Court Meeting in the First Year of Zhengguan. Brother, what's the matter? The guard recognized Fang Er and jumped off his horse. Greetings, Captain Fang. The Emperor saw that the sky was bright over here, so he asked me to come over and investigate. That's it? All right. Zhu, go and bring a cart of fireworks to the Emperor. It's New Year's Day. Let him have some fun. Fang Er was speechless. Just because he set off fireworks, he sent a guard to come all the way over to watch. I'll give you a car and let you play. After sending the guards away, Fang Er played for a while, and finally called the children from the village to come over and play together. Even the little girls in the family came forward to play. Finally, after one stick of incense, all the fireworks were burned out. At the Fang mansion, after eating dumplings, Fang Er took out a deck of cards, made from bamboo strips. Numbers and patterns were burned on it using charcoal fire. Come, master will teach you a game. Okay, what game? Xiaoqing's face was full of anticipation. She still remembered that after she was injured, Fang Er guarded her day and night. But after he recovered from his injury, the young master was rarely at home. Today is New Year's Day, and it's great to be able to play games with master. Xiaowan, Xiaomi, Chun Shiwilian, and Fang Er also gathered around. Well, here are the rules. Seeing that there were too many people, Fang Er explained the rules of running fast. One card, one kiss. Come on, who's going to play? After explaining the rules, Fang Er had a smirk on his face. The girls' faces turned red instantly. Just play. Who's afraid of who? Xiaoqing doesn't care. It's just a kiss on the cheek. The other people saw Xiaoqing agreed. They all gritted their teeth, blushed, and joined in. Fang Er is having a great time. In the end, my face was swollen from kissing, pain, and happiness. In the palace, Li Shimin looked at the sky, full of gorgeous fireworks. Empress Changsun sat next to him. Several concubines also sat nearby. The princes and princesses all rushed to play with the fireworks. Li Shimin only felt that this was the happiest moment. At this moment, no matter what natural disasters or man-made disasters, they seem to be less important than what is happening before our eyes. This kid Fang really knows how to have fun. Let's get someone to bring back a few more trucks. Yes, Your Majesty, look how happy they are having. It's a rare day when we have nothing to do. So let them have fun. The fireworks in the palace also attracted countless people in Chang'an City to go out of their homes and look up at the sky. The dark sky was lit up with colorful fireworks, as if telling them that the days to come would get better and better. New Year's Day. The door of Fang Mansion was opened early. People of all ages in the village came over one after another to pay their respects to Fang Er and wish him a happy new year. This lasted all day. Zhuzi and his men stood in the yard with copper coins in their hands and threw them at the children as soon as they saw them. Fang Er had been sitting in the main hall, exchanging New Year greetings with the farmers who came to pay New Year's greetings. All day long, I felt the muscles on my face become stiff. It seems like this is retribution. I had a great time yesterday, but I have to suffer today? No way. I have to hide away next year no matter what. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, there will be a great meeting. It also means that the work of the new year is about to begin. All officials above the 7th rank in Beijing were present. Fang Er is no exception. Xiaoqing woke me up at 4 o'clock in the morning. After changing his clothes, he took a carriage to Chang'an City. Tai Chi Palace. This was originally the place where Li Yuan lived and met with his ministers during his reign. Last year, Li Shimin defeated Jie Li and Go Gurio successively, demonstrating his extraordinary military prowess. Therefore, on the 3rd day of the new year, Li Yuan proposed to give up this place. Outside Qingtian Gate, when Fang Er arrived, countless officials had already gathered there. Anji here. Cheng Yaojin's voice came from the crowd. Fang Er went to look for it. People he knew, such as Yuchi Jingda, Li Ji, Li Jing, Zhang Gongjin, and Chai Xiao, were all there. Fang wishes all the adults a happy new year. Fang Er clasped his fists and saluted to everyone. Ha! Captain Fang is very polite. You are 16 this year, right? It's time to get married. Do you have an engagement? Chai Xiao said with a smile. These big guys were very satisfied that Fang Er took the initiative to salute. Hey, not yet. No rush, no rush. Fang Er said with a smile. Not in a hurry. Brother 16 has already gone silent. Cheng Yaojin patted Fang Er, then rolled his eyes and continued. How about I promise you, my girl? Brother, I treat you as my brother, but you won't be my father-in-law. Fang Er looked at him in surprise. The others were amused by Fang Er's words. Cheng Haizi, forget about this son-in-law. Anji, I have a daughter at home. She is 15 years old, and she is about the same age as you. What do you think? Chai is not your eldest brother, so am I worthy of being your father-in-law? Chai Xiao looked at Fang Er and said. Fang Er suddenly felt a headache. Then look at the eyes of other people around you. Oh shit, is this a wolf's den? Why do you want to find a son-in-law? Damn, I was not forced to get married in my previous life. I'm in trouble for the rest of my life. Thank you, Lord Chai, for your kindness. I really don't want to get married so soon. So, can we wait 2 years? Fang Er said helplessly. There's no rush to get married. Let's get engaged first. It's settled. Chai Xiao said seriously. What? What is settled? Is there no human rights? No, Lord Chai. It's not that I'm ignorant, but I haven't even met you in person yet, and you're getting engaged right away, okay? Fang Er is so confused. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words have always been the same. Ask yourself, who here didn't come from this path? Chai Xiao did not give Fang Er any reason to refute. At this moment, the palace gate suddenly opened. All officials enter the palace. Eunuch Deng stood at the door and shouted loudly. Fang Er wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. I almost gave myself away. Chai Xiao glared at Eunuch Deng with dissatisfaction. This damn eunuch, he doesn't open it early or late. He is ruining my good deeds. Eunuch Deng felt his entire body crawling with fear when he was stared at. What's going on? We haven't offended Duke Chai, right? The ministers entered the hall one after another. According to the rules, only officials of the 5th rank and above are qualified to enter the palace. Fang Er was just about to find a place for himself at the steps in front of the Taiji Palace. Chai Xiao came up and grabbed him. Come on, go inside. You're going to go in later anyway. Fang Er looked at the others. Isn't this against the rules? Come on, brother. Today we're going to reward you, so you can go directly into the palace. Cheng Yaojin nodded and said. After hearing both of them say this, Fang Er felt relieved and followed them in. Taiji Palace is huge. Compared with him, Gong was as simple as a small standard room meeting a large 3-bedroom apartment. No wonder one lives in the house, and the other one lives in the house of the sun. All the officials entered the hall and found their seats. Li Shimin slowly walked towards the dragon throne. Turn around and sit down. Your Highness! All the officials shouted and saluted together. Chapter 146, Fang de Peo's Deadly Questions. Li Shimin looked at the ministers below and said softly, No need to be polite. It has been less than half a year since I ascended the throne. I have been able to handle the affairs of the court thanks to your assistance. Today, I would like to thank you all. I dare not. I am doing my duty to share the emperor's worries. All officials saluted again. After the polite words, Li Shimin began to talk about the affairs of state. To Fang Er, all this was like playing the lute to a cow. There happened to be a pillar behind him, so he leaned against it and squinted his eyes. I just saw a woman in my dream, and before I went up to say hello, I felt someone pulling my clothes. When I opened my eyes, it was Cheng Yaojin. Brother, the emperor is talking about you. Fang Er quickly looked towards Li Shimin. To Captain Guo Fang Anji. I am here. Fang Er responded quickly, walked in front of the officials, and waited for his response. The national debt thing was your idea. Please explain it to everyone and tell them what the benefits are. Oh my God, how many times have I said this? The East Palace once. Ministry of Revenue once. Are you treating me like a repeater? Fang Er had no choice but to repeat himself in front of all the civil and military officials. After he finished speaking, the audience began to discuss. Your Majesty, I think this is a great move. It can not only solve the problem of an empty treasury, but also allow the people's money to flow. Therefore, it is a great move. Wei Zheng, who had always been against Li Shimin, unexpectedly stood up and expressed his agreement. Oh, I thought you would object. This is really beyond my expectation. Li Shimin looked at him in surprise. Your Majesty's words seem to be hurtful. I have never been dissatisfied with your Majesty. I am just expressing my own opinions. Good is good, bad is bad. Wei Zheng felt very wronged. I just want to show my presence. Do you have to target me like this? Anyone else thinks differently? Li Er nodded to Wei Zheng, then looked at the others. Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. A minister stepped out from the crowd and expressed his opposition. Li Er frowned slightly. This person is none other than the spy planted in the imperial court by one of the 5 surnames and 7 aristocrats, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Chui Hao, who is from the Qinghe Chui family. Is this because they are afraid of damaging their interests? Ku Yao, tell me what you think. Your Majesty, first of all, this action is suspected of robbing the people's wealth. Secondly, this move may cause a large number of people to abandon farming and engage in business, rather than production. Third, if the war goes badly, I'm afraid it will only cause a joke and bring disgrace to the emperor's reputation. Fourth, if this move gets out, it will probably upset neighboring countries. Once they attack together, the Tang dynasty will be in danger. Your Majesty, please think twice. This guy gave 4 reasons in a very serious manner. Fang Er was so angry after hearing this. Oh shit, I have already spent 300,000 strings of cash on this matter. Who do you think you are? Then, Fang Er opened fire directly at him. May I ask, sir, what is your official rank? What is your position? What is your background? How dare you? You are just a small 7th rank lieutenant. Are you questioning me? Chui Hao didn't expect that Fang Er would dare to jump out. Chui Hao answered him. Li Er cooperated very well and stood on Fang Er's side. Yes, your majesty, I am a 3rd rank official, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and I am from the Chui family of Qinghe. Li Er's words made Chui Hao very unhappy. He stared at Fang Er viciously and said, "Oh, so you come from a wealthy family. No wonder, no wonder." Fang Er deliberately looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Chui Hao instantly became furious. Kid, explain yourself to me. What's the matter? Also, if you look at me like that again, I'll be rude to you. Ouch, I'm so scared. As the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, you are in charge of the audit of the household registers and the collection of taxes and labor service in the Tang dynasty. May I ask, sir, how many households, how many people, how many civilians, how many merchants are there in the Tang dynasty? How much tax is levied each year? And how much is the treasury expenditure? Fang Er's face changed, and he questioned Chui Hao harshly. This official. Chui Hao was about to speak when he was interrupted by Fang Er. You are the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, but you can't even answer these questions. Who gave you the courage to express your opinion on the national debt? Fang, let me ask you again. How many people were affected by the drought last year? How many people starved to death? What is the price of grain in Chang'an? What is the price of grain in the rich south? Fang Er pointed at Chui Hao's nose and asked a series of fatal questions. Chui Hao was stunned. He got to this position by relying on the power of his family. Not only him, but also people from other families are the same. On weekdays, when he was on duty, he was either drinking or playing with women. How would he answer this question? It would be fine if I couldn't answer it on weekdays. But damn, this is a grand court meeting. If he couldn't answer, it would not be his face that would be lost, but the face of the Qing He Chui family. He never thought that someone would be so disrespectful to Chui. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't come up with any answer. Looking at Li Er's gloomy face, Chui Hao had beads of sweat the size of beans constantly oozing out of his forehead. Kui Yao, I want to hear your answer, too. Speak. Li Er slapped the dragon throne, walked in front of Chui Hao, and stared at him. Your Majesty, I don't know. Chui Hao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Someone, take this incompetent away, dismiss him from his post, and investigate him. Li Er kicked Chui Hao to the ground, walked up the imperial steps without looking back, sat on the dragon throne, and looked at the officials. Who can answer the question just now? Wei Zheng was very relieved. Damn it, I'm such a smart guy. Fortunately, I didn't object, otherwise my reputation in this life would be ruined. My fellow ministers, you look at me, I look at you, we are all stunned. Oh my God, even the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue didn't understand it. So how are these laymen supposed to answer? Mr. Fang, you answer. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Shimin spoke to Fang Xianling. Your Majesty, in the Tang dynasty, there are currently 3.04 million households, 12.35 million people, about 4 million men, and less than 500,000 merchants. Last year, the total tax revenue was 19 million guan, and the expenditure of the national treasury was 20 million guan. Last year, there was a severe drought, and reports from various places indicated that approximately 1.7 million people were affected, and the number of people who starved to death was incalculable. The current price of rice in Chang'an is 2 strings of coins per stone, and wheat is 1 string of coins and 500 coins per stone. No one is buying corn anymore. Fang Xianling summarized the current situation of the Tang dynasty with numbers, as if he knew everything about it, which also answered Fang Er's question just now. Did you hear everything clearly? This is the current situation. Who else wants to oppose the national debt? Stand up and tell us your reasons. Li Er glared at the officials below. The people from other families below did not dare to say a word. What the hell? If I don't stand up to oppose, I'm afraid Fang Er will ask me a lot of deadly questions again. This guy should be called Fang de Peo. What's your name? Fang Er. Chapter 147 Fang Er becomes a hot item. No one objected anymore, so the national debt issue was settled. The details will be finalized after the grand court meeting. Li Er took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, then spoke again. In the 3 great battles last year, you all witnessed the power of firearms, so I intend to establish a new army, mainly using firearms. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue has added a reclamation department to oversee the reclamation of captives, and each guard will be assigned troops to assist. This matter will be coordinated and supervised by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. I obey your command. Fang Xianling and Li Jing responded at the same time. Then they started talking about some trivial things that Fang Er didn't understand. The grand court meeting lasted until noon. Fang Er just felt that his stomach was constantly protesting to him. Next, I want to reward one person specially. Fang Anji, come forward and listen to the seal. Li Er suddenly called out his name, which surprised Fang Er. He quickly walked to the front of the crowd. I am here. I wish the Tang dynasty could have more heroes like Fang Anji. At the age of only 15, he led 1,000 soldiers and dared to go deep into Goguryeo. Not only did he destroy the hidden dangers of the artillery, but before leaving, he also bombarded the gate of Shenyang in front of the people of Shenyang. He is brave and wise. Talents like this must be promoted exceptionally. The original Lieutenant Jigua will be promoted to Guerrilla General. Promote him as a doctor of the Imperial Court. Add the title of Kaifeng, County Master. I grant you the right to command the army. You can form an army of no more than 3,000 men. Grass. Oh shit. What a lie. After hearing Li Er's words, all the officials below were petrified. This reward is too much. In particular, the general was a military official. The minister of the imperial court was a civil official, and they were also given the power to be the county magistrate and command the army. Damn it. People would believe that this is an illegitimate child. Fang Er was also confused. He knew he would get promoted, but he didn't expect it to rise so high. Directly from the 7th rank to the 5th rank. Jump 5 levels in a row. And it's even more exciting. Could it be that Li Er is planning something against me? But after thinking about it, I decided to take it. Fang Jiazwang is getting bigger and bigger, and the scale of the workshop is also getting bigger and bigger. If nothing else, just for the power to command these 3,000 troops, I have to accept it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. I am grateful. Fang Er bowed and saluted, then returned to the group of officials. Cheng Yaojin slapped his shoulder fiercely. Okay, brother. I didn't expect that the emperor would be so generous this time. The court was silent. The other officials were shocked by Li Er's reward. Therefore, Cheng Yaojin's words were heard directly by Li Er. Jijia? You mean I used to be very stingy? Li Er stared at him and asked. No. What I meant is that the emperor has always been very generous. Cheng Yaojin quickly shook his head like a rattle. The military attaches really had no objection to this. Going into the enemy country alone is something that not everyone dares to do. But some civil servants were unhappy. Your Majesty, this reward is too generous. There is no precedent for it. The person who spoke was an assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Er ignored him and turned his gaze to the Minister of Personnel, Du Ruhui. Du Ruhui's face immediately turned dark. Zheng Qian, how about you go to Goguryeo? As long as you come back alive, I will give you the position of Shangshu. How do you think? This guy is a descendant of a branch of the Zheng family in Xinjiang. The Zheng families have been wanting to cause trouble for Fang Er for a long time, but they just haven't had the chance. Seeing that Fang Er skipped grades repeatedly, he stood up and spoke without thinking. But he forgot that he was just a stray dog now. If the Zheng family was still alive, Du Ruhui might have given him some face. But now that his roots are gone, who would take him seriously? After being scolded by his boss, Zheng Qian dared not say a word anymore. He returned to his position with his tail between his legs. Thus, Fang Er's reward was decided. The grand court meeting ended. Fang Er walked out of Taiji Palace, carrying 3 sets of clothes. Cheng Yaojin put his arm around his shoulders. Brother, let's go to my brother's house to celebrate. Fang Er was about to agree when he saw Chai Xiao chasing after him from behind. He was so scared that he quickly pushed Cheng Yaojin away. Brother, the pig at home is about to give birth. I have to go back to deliver the baby. I'll leave first. Cheng Yaojin was confused. What the hell? When did your family start raising pigs? And deliver a baby? Why don't you go to heaven? Do you know how to do that? Chai Xiao chased after him, panting. They were about to catch Fang Er, but unexpectedly, this kid just ran away. Cheng Haizi, you have to help me with this matter. We can't let such a good guy get away with it. Seeing that he could not catch up, Chai Xiao set his sights on Cheng Yaojin. Only then did Cheng Yaojin understand why Fang Er ran so fast. Ha! Lord Chai, do you think I, old Cheng, am the kind of person who would sell out his brother for fame? Duke Chai rolled his eyes at him. Why sell it? You've seen your niece before. How is she not worthy of him? Don't forget, she is the daughter of the Duke and the Princess, who in the Tang dynasty is not worthy of her. Then why are you so intent on recruiting my brother as your son-in-law? Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. Speaking of Milan, this is controversial. It is hard to say whether she is a real person or a historical fiction. But when it comes to Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty, she is definitely a heroine. The reason why Li Yuan was able to hold his seat in Guangzhou was all thanks to the foundation laid by Princess Pingyang. Even the famous Nyangzi Pass in later generations was named after the women's army under her command. Cheng Haizi, will you help or not? Chai Xiao pretended to take action. No help. If you have the ability, go find my brother. What's the point of beating me? Cheng Yaojin did not agree to be the matchmaker. He was thinking of having this little brother call him father-in-law. Chai Xiao was helpless, as he couldn't really take action. If a fight really breaks out, it would be like preventing my daughter from getting married. Calculate and ask. Find another opportunity later. No one can snatch this son-in-law away. Fang Er had no idea what was going to happen after he ran away. After leaving the palace, he jumped on the carriage and urged the pillars, "Go, go." Zhuzi didn't understand what was going on, so he whipped his horsewhip and left the palace. When Chai Xiao returned home, Chai Zhui was practicing martial arts. "Where's your sister?" "Yue is studying in the study." Chai Zhui paused for a moment and replied to Chai Xiao. "Okay, keep practicing." Chai Xiao waved his hand and walked towards his daughter's study in the backyard. Chai Yu was in the study, staring at a piece of paper. On the paper was the poem written by Fang Er. "There's a glass of fine grape wine, and the peep of music is urging you to drink. Don't laugh at me lying drunk on the battlefield. How many men have ever returned from the battles throughout history? How heroic is this?" She has loved reading since she was a child, especially after Li Yuan ascended the throne. During that period, my mother no longer fought in the wars, but instead accompanied me to read books and told me stories and lessons from books. Ever since my mother passed away 4 years ago, whenever she sat down to read, it was as if her mother was right behind her, looking at her with a smile. When Fang Er's poem reached her, she seemed to see her mother's heroic figure on the battlefield, fighting hard in all directions and expanding the territory for the Tang dynasty. Chapter 148, Recruiting Soldiers, Cement Printing. Chai Xiao quietly pushed open the door, and when he saw his daughter's appearance, he knew that she was missing her mother again. Are you missing your mother again?" "Oh, no." Chai Yu quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Not only do you miss it, your father misses it too. Your mother has been gone for 4 years. Chai Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The days when the couple fought on the battlefield together were the most worthwhile days in his life. What are you looking at?" Chai Xiao saw what looked like a poem on the paper on the table and couldn't help but lean over to take a look. When I saw the content clearly, I was delighted. Chai Yu felt a little shy and quickly put the poem away. This year, you'll be 15. "Yes, Daddy." Chai Yu didn't understand why her father suddenly mentioned this. "If your mother were still alive, she would definitely arrange a marriage for you. But she is no longer here, and as a father, I cannot let you down. Is there any young man in Chang'an that you like?" "Dad, I won't marry. I will stay with you for the rest of my life." Chai Yu's face turned red with shame. "How can I say such a thing out loud? If you don't want to tell me, then I will. I know a young man who is only 1 year older than you. He is good at both literature and martial arts, and he is handsome. He is loyal and righteous. He dares to go to a noble family just for a maid. What do you think? Consider it." Chai Xiao said happily. Chai Yu said nothing, but I was worried in my heart. The customs in the Tang dynasty were relatively open, and it was common for women to go out on the streets. She had never heard of the person Chai Xiao was talking about. "By the way, the poem you put away just now seems to have been written by Dad's friend. It is said that a daughter is like her father's little cotton-padded jacket and is the most caring." From the moment he saw the poem on the table, he guessed that his daughter had a crush on Fang Er. The ancients believed that seeing a writing is like seeing a person. The fact that my daughter put the poem on her desk shows that she likes it. "Dad, are you saying that you know the person who wrote that poem?" After hearing what he said, Chai Yu asked excitedly. After asking, she regretted it and her face turned even redder. "My father's friend is only 16 years old. He is now a 5th-rank official and has been granted the title of county magistrate. However, his parents are no longer with us. So, you two share the same fate. Okay, I won't say any more. If you're interested, just tell me anytime. I promise to make it beautiful for you. After Chai Xiao finished speaking, he walked out of the study with his hands behind his back. Hey, Fang Anji, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. At this time, Fang Er had already returned to Fang Jiazwang. Master, you must be exhausted. Cheng Er will bring you food. When Xiaoqing saw him come back, she hurried into the kitchen. Since we didn't know when Fang Er would come back, we got some mutton and stewed it in a pot over low heat. Fang, I love slice. I put some chili on it and ate it with pancakes, and I ate until I was sweating profusely. After filling his stomach, he played with the puppies and then went to the workshop. Now that Lier has spoken, I could do my best. 3,000 places. It's exciting just thinking about it. After arriving at the workshop, he said 4 words to Zhao, who recruits soldiers. 3,000. When Zhao Hu heard this, he became extremely excited. After following Fang Er to the battlefield twice, he, like Zhuzi, has fallen in love with that kind of passionate scene. Mun, it's time to go to the battlefield. He immediately assured the other party. Don't worry, sir. I guarantee that the task will be completed in 3 days. After saying that, he took Sun Zhou and Ma Chao and started to act separately. If we rely solely on Fang Jiazwang, there will be enough young and strong people, but it will inevitably delay the crops in the fields. So they directly expanded the scope of recruitment to the entire Yunmen township. Fang Er believed that the source of troops had never been a problem. If you have soldiers, you need corresponding weapons. Zhao Gang was called in and given the order to produce guns. Zhao Gang was also very excited after hearing this. In addition to the basic monthly salary, these craftsmen also receive certain rewards based on the amount of production. So, I'm definitely willing to work harder. But when he heard the number Fang Er wanted, he was dumbfounded. Sir, you want so much. I'm afraid we don't have enough materials. Fang Er thought about it secretly. The 3,000 poles cloud type requires 60 to 70,000 kilograms of steel. 3,000 sets of plate armor also requires 60 to 70,000 kilograms of steel. All added up, it would be nearly 130,000 or 140,000. What if it's pig iron? Oh shit, more than 1 million kilograms. More than 10,000 stones. How many ingots are left? Fang Asket. Not much. We only have 500 sure of pig iron a month. That's not enough. Zhao Gang had a bitter face. Okay, I'll go ask Chang's son Chong for it later. Fang Er didn't dare to go find Chang's son Wuji. I have obtained the iron ore monopoly from Goguryeo, and who knows how much this guy hates me. If things get out of hand, all 500 sure will be lost. Sir, there is something I want to tell you. Zhao Gang said carefully. Tell me, there is nothing you can't say. The road on the farm is suitable for people and horses to walk on. But if you frequently transport iron materials, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold up. His words served as a reminder to Fang Er. In my previous life, I often saw roads torn into pieces by heavy trucks. It was just because the carrying capacity of ox carts in that era was small, so he ignored this. But if large-scale transportation is needed, this dirt road will definitely not be usable. Cement. I don't have the ability right now, and I don't know where to get asphalt, so the best option is cement. Go and call all the craftsmen over. I have something to tell them later. After saying that, Fang Er went into his studio. Cement, cement, cement. Fang Er muttered to himself as he took out the material book and began to look for the recipe. Fortunately, I got all the books that could be exchanged that time. Otherwise, things like this would be completely unknown to you. Finally, in the book Inorganic Chemistry, he found a formula for cement. Limestone and clay are the main raw materials, which are crushed, mixed and ground into raw materials, and then fed into cement kilns to be calcined into clinker, and then the clinker is ground with an appropriate amount of gypsum. The book does not contain detailed recipes, but only describes the principles and usage techniques. But that's enough. It's just a matter of trying a few more times. What I lack the least right now is manpower. Fang Er put the book back into the system space. When he walked out of the studio, the craftsmen were already waiting outside his door. After briefly stating the requirements, the craftsmen began to take action. Because there is only clay but no limestone in Fang Jiazwang. So Fang Er sent another team of people out to search everywhere. 2 days later, Zhuzi led the team and came back with a cartload of limestone. This was found in a mountain about 30 miles away from Fang Jiazwang. Lime is not a rare thing. It was often used in the production of mortar in ancient times, so they found the place after just a little inquiry. Chapter 149: How Poor the Old House Is. While waiting for limestone, a new kiln was built beside the Longzhou Canal. The kiln is not big and is only used for trial production. Fang Er doesn't plan to make this thing at his doorstep. Otherwise, you will be the one who gets hurt in the future. A grinding wheel powered by an electric motor was installed next to the cement kiln. The limestone is placed on the forge, first smashed into small pieces, then thrown onto the millstone and ground into powder. Mix with crushed clay. According to different proportions, put them into bags, mark them, and set aside. I came up with 20 or 30 different mixing ratios. Then it is put into cement kiln for firing. Since this is just an experiment, the amount fired each time is not large. So it's very fast. A furnace of finished products comes out almost every hour. A lot of pebbles and river sand were fished out from the Longzhou Canal. After adding cement, mix it with water to make a 10-centimeter thick cement board. Write the number of the corresponding mix ratio on one corner of the cement board and set it aside to dry in the shade. It was 7 days later that all the mix ratios were made into cement boards. These cement slabs are watered every day for maintenance. Fang Er held a hammer and looked at the cement slab in front of him. He swung it up and smashed it down. Bang! The cement slab was smashed into pieces. He shook his head and moved on to the next piece. Bang! No! Bang! No! Bang! Not yet. After smashing more than 10 pieces, they were either smashed into powder or into several pieces. Boom! A distinctive voice made Fang Er excited. This cement board just had cracks. It didn't break. This is hope. Write down the number. Fang Er said something to Zhao Gang and then walked to the next piece. Boom! The same muffled sound. Fang Er took a closer look and was overjoyed. This cement slab has a white dent where the hammer fell. Pillar. Gome. Smash it. Fang Er pointed at the cement slab and shouted at the pillar. This hammer weighs at least 50 or 60 kilograms. It was specially made for testing cement. After the continuous hammering, not only did his arms feel sore, but even his base could no longer withstand the recoil force. Zhuzi took the hammer and started hammering after Fang Er took a few steps back. Boom! 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 Every time the hammer hit, there was the same dull sound. The cement board is intact. It was not until the pillar was hit with 40 hammers that the concrete slab finally cracked. Fang Er walked over and looked at the broken surface of the cement board, which was still powdered. Wait until all other cement slabs are smashed. Only the ratio number 22 can be used. According to this ratio, refine another batch. Half a day later, cement number 22 had burned out several hundred kilograms. Mix cement, sand, and gravel in different proportions. Write down the numbers and see how to mix them to get the best performance of the cement. Strive to double the performance. After leaving the order, Fang Er did not rest. He still remembered what Ma Tongyuan and Song Jimin mentioned. He brought the craftsmen who were not needed in cement to the workshop. Movable type printing. This also needs to be put on the agenda. There's no need to look up information about this thing. He can figure out on his own. Using a small crucible to try to adjust the proportions, Fang Er finally found the best alloy formula. In his formula, he used steel, lead, and tin. After the formula is fixed, the next step is to mass-produce the embryos. 1 centimeter alloy ingots were cast by craftsmen. Ma Tongyuan was called over, and he wrote something on the alloy ingot with ink. Of course, the words were in reverse. After writing one, he gave it to Fang Er, who used a lathe to make the alloy ingot into a seal. It's just a trial production, so, after carving a few, then I started to mix the ink and do test printing. Ordinary ink won't work. It won't stick to the printing ink. Therefore, the ink can only be mixed on the spot. Try adding various things to your ink. Finally, it was determined that pine oil was available. After applying the prepared ink onto the mold with a brush, Ma Tongyuan excitedly picked up the mold and printed it on paper. The impression is lifted. A beautiful character, Fang, appeared clearly on the paper. Done. The next step was easy. Fang Er just became a hands-off boss. Zhao Gang is now very good at operating the lathe, so the task of engraving was given directly to him. With the help of a lathe, the engraving of the type mold was done very quickly. Almost every time Ma Tongyuan wrote 3 characters, a character mold was carved out on the lathe. Of course, some of them are inevitably damaged. It was thrown aside and waited to be recycled. Fang Er slowly returned to the cement kiln. The pillars have started to use sledgehammers to smash the concrete slabs. 80, 80, 80, 80. Well, when did the pillar turn into a yellow hammer? Stop! Fang Er's voice suddenly sounded from the side of the pillar. Zhuzi was startled. Master, if you shout like that, you might hurt your back. Go on, go on. Fang Er waved his hand and hit aside. I almost laughed like a pig. It's so damn similar. After a while, Zhuzi came over with a sledgehammer and said excitedly, Master, I got it. Fang Er's face was full of black lines. Whatever it is, it's there. You just got it. Got the stone slab that can withstand 80 blows from the hammer. Seeing Fang Er's expression, Zhuzi quickly explained. Well, the slate is there. Fang Er went over to take a look and saw a cement slab, number 9. No tangas, no taels, A piece of top-quality wool. 2. Cement board. But a hole has been smashed in the middle. Just follow this ratio. Ma Shan, take 10 people with you and go to the limestone quarry to build a cement kiln. I'll go find some laborers. Zhuzi, arrange some people to go over and protect them. Don't let those blind people ruin things. After giving his instructions, Fang Er returned to Fang Jiazwang by himself. He rode on the warhorse that had accompanied him in the northern expedition and headed straight for Chang'an City. At the Ministry of Revenue, Fang Xianling was very surprised to learn that Fang Er wanted to see him. Mr. Fang, I'm here to give you some money, Fang Er said with a smile. Oh, you got another 30,000 strings of cash so quickly. Fang Xianling was very surprised. At the beginning of the year, people from all over the place asked him for money, which almost worried him to death. How long has it been? No, Mr. Fang misunderstood. This time, I came here to buy some prisoners of war from mining. Fang Xianling was very disappointed. I've taken off my pants, and you're telling me it'll take at least 10 years? How much? 2,000. Fang Er held up 2 fingers. Too little. 3,000. Fang Xianling unceremoniously increased the amount to 3,000. Fang Er was speechless. I have no money. Zuixianlou has only been open for a few days after the new year. Where can they come up with so much money? How about an IOU? I will send the money to you in a month at most. White stripe. 5,000. Fang Xianling blew his beard and gave Fang Er more support. Well, Fang Er was confused. How poor is this old house? Chapter 150 New Army Training Subjects. Lord Fang, you're making things difficult for me. Although the Emperor has given me 3,000 soldiers, it takes time to train them, right? If we take 5,000 prisoners back all at once, and there's no one to watch over them, won't the whole thing go haywire? Fang Er spread his hands in embarrassment. Make a note. 5,000. You could take some of it back first, and come back within a month to get the rest. Fang Xianling really had no choice. The national debt cannot be resolved in a short period of time. But without any income, the Ministry of Revenue could no longer afford the food consumed by these prisoners every day. This is not like 80,000 pigs. Pigs can still be killed and eaten. So Fang Er left a dog-scratched IOU and left the Ministry of Revenue. If there are prisoners, the Ministry of Revenue will send soldiers directly to Fang Jiazwang. A training ground was built on one side of the Fang Jiazwang workshop. Zhao Hu is already training new recruits. Fang Er gave 3,000 places. With the experience from last time, he directly brought back 5,000 people. Practice hard, train hard, then eliminate all those who fail. There are many people with 2 legs. When there is a shortage of food, as long as you give them something to eat, people will follow. Fang Er stood at the edge of the training ground, looking at these new recruits in front of me. After several days of training, these people already looked like soldiers. Of course, it's just an appearance. After looking for a while, Fang Er shook his head. The method of training soldiers doesn't work. At first, the training of the Fang family guards was entirely handed over to Zhuzi, and he did not ask about it. Due to time constraints, the army to destroy the enemy was drawn from various guards in Chang'an. They were all veterans, so he didn't worry about them. But these 3,000 people in front of us must be trained well. He returned to the Fang mansion, took out a pen and paper, and began to recall some of the training subjects in the army that he had seen in his previous life. The pen is a quill. The geese on Zhuangzi's farm have grown up, made from the thickest, longest goose feathers. Much more comfortable to use than charcoal pencils. Cue training, physical training, tactical training, battlefield first aid, shooting training, bombing training. These are the subjects he could think of that the new troops needed to practice. It took me a whole thick stack of paper to write. In the evening, Fang Er called Zhuzi Zhao Hu, Sun Zhou, Lu Ming, and Ma Chao over. These are the subjects that will require training in the future, and you need to take the lead. From today on, you will train on your own at night. If I have time, I will train with you. Only when you are qualified. Are you qualified to train new soldiers? Do you understand what I said? Master, are these methods of training soldiers? Zhuzi and the others were illiterate, but when they saw the thick stack of papers, they felt that it was something extraordinary. You know, the method of training soldiers is a secret of military strategists. Almost all the big clans that have existed for hundreds of years have mastered the methods of training soldiers. Yes, it is the method of training soldiers. In addition to practicing these, you must also set aside 1 hour every day to go to the school to learn how to read and write from the two teachers. Zhuzi, Zhao Hu, and others were stunned. They can't even read a single word. A man in his 20s sitting with those little kids to study. It's so embarrassing no matter how I think about it. Master, forget about learning to read. I'm afraid I can't learn it. Zhao Hu said with a bitter face. You must learn, otherwise you will give your position to someone else. Fang Er looked at him sternly. In the future, muskets and cannons will be able to fire farther and farther, and cannons may even be able to fire dozens of miles away. Only a learned person can hit the target wherever he points. If you can't read and do arithmetic, you can only fight blindly. So, do you understand the importance of studying? Fight for dozens of miles? Master, is this true? Zhuzi looked shocked. How can we fight when we can't see anyone from dozens of miles away? Before we made the cannon, did you know it would be as powerful as it is now? Before Dragon Fang, did you know that you could be shot dead from 200 steps away? So, nothing is impossible. Only by studying can you broaden your horizons, and only by studying can you avoid being eliminated in the future. Moreover, not only do you have to learn, but the soldiers you train have to learn as well. Once you have learned, go and teach them. In 1 month, there will be an assessment. The 3,000 new recruits will be divided into 5 groups, with 600 people in each group. You can discuss the allocation among yourselves. Those who do well in the exam will be rewarded, and those who do the worst, don't blame me for punishing you harshly. Fang Er explained to them one by one and gave his requirements. After hearing what Fang Er said, the 5 people were stunned. What the hell? Not only do you have to learn it yourself, but you also have to teach it to those new recruits. It's too difficult. Okay, now I'll teach you how to do Q training. Fang Er said this and stood up from his chair. The 5 of them stood up quickly. Bring your heels together and align them, with your toes pointing outward about 60 degrees. Keep your legs straight, pull your belly in slightly, and naturally lift your chest. The upper body should be straight and slightly leaning forward. The shoulders should be level and slightly stretched back. The arms should hang naturally. The fingers should be together and slightly bent naturally. The tip of the thumb should be placed on the second section of the index finger, and the middle finger should be placed on the trouser seam. The head should be straight, the neck should be straight, the mouth should be closed, the lower jaw should be slightly retracted, and the eyes should look straight ahead. Fang Er said this while demonstrating the movements. Although his performance was not very standard, he had received formal training after all. As the process of explaining to them, Fang Er felt as if he was back on the playground where he was undergoing the passionate military training. The instructor's voice still echoes in my ears. Looking at the 5 rough guys, they were clumsily learning the moves. Fang Er walked forward and corrected their mistakes one by one. After correcting their movements, Fang Er also stood at attention with them. After 1 stick of incense, Lu Ming, the youngest, could no longer eat. My legs were trembling slightly. Half an hour later, Lu Ming collapsed directly. I feel like my legs are no longer my own. Extremely sour and numb. Looking at Fang Er, who was still standing straight, he felt a little embarrassed. Fang Er takes time every day to do horse stance, and his nutrition is also guaranteed. Therefore, his physical fitness is now many times stronger than before. After half an hour, I just felt a little discomfort in my legs. An hour later, beads of sweat kept dripping from the faces of Zhao Hu and Sun Zhou. Zhuzi also felt that he probably couldn't even take a step at this moment. Ma Chao wasn't much better. Looking at their expressions, Fang Er stopped. Okay, remember this posture. When you go back, stand for half an hour every day. I will teach the new recruits to practice this tomorrow. If I have time, I will go over to check. Whoever teaches well will be rewarded. The worst ones will have to run 10 laps around the training ground. The 5 people walked out of the Fang mansion with droopy faces and legs that felt like they were filled with lead. After returning to the training ground, they rested for a while and then stood up in military posture again consciously. No one wants to be eliminated by Fang Er. If that happens, I won't be able to hold my head up in the village. Chapter 151 Henku, 4 sentences pretend to compare. The next morning, the soldiers sent by the Ministry of Revenue came to Fang Jiazwang with 1,000 prisoners. Fang Er, who got the news, hurried out to meet him. I am Lu Tang, an inspector of the Ministry of Revenue. Nice to meet you, General Fang. Among the soldiers from the Ministry of Revenue, an official in a green robe saluted immediately after seeing Fang Er. As he addressed Fang Er, the farmers who came over to join in the fun all opened their mouths wide. Is this another promotion? The captain became a general? I just don't know what grade it is. Lord Lu, there is no need to do this. It is just an honorary position. Fang Er said politely. I dare not, General Fang. This time I am here to escort 1,000 prisoners. Please accept them, General Fang. Lu Tong took out a roll of documents from his arms. The content has been written above. The content is somewhat similar to a receipt. Fang Er pressed his fingerprint on it, and it was considered completed. He summoned 500 guards, took the prisoners, and headed straight to the cement kiln 30 miles away. The training of soldiers and the construction of cement began to proceed step by step. The printing and stereotyping also went smoothly. The carved movable type was arranged in order on a steel plate. Take the movable type that needs to be used one by one from the steel plate and put it into a frame made of steel bars. There is melted rosin in it. The movable characters were then glued firmly on it. Fang Er also made a number of automatic printing tables. In V-shape, the inner side is used to place printing type. The coated movable type is placed directly into the frame along with the outside and secured with clips. The outside side can be opened and closed manually and is used to store paper. In the middle of the V, there's a rolling brush. As the V opens and the gears and springs turn, the brush automatically applies ink to the movable type. Then put the paper in, close the printing table, and a sheet of paper is printed. Very fast, just 3 breaths. After the ink on the printed pages has dried, they are neatly folded and placed on another paper cutter. Press the switch, the paper cutter falls, and the pages are cut neatly. Then comes the glue binding. Ma Tanyuan stood in the printing workshop. Looking at the bound books, I felt extremely excited. I'm afraid that the days when aristocratic families monopolize knowledge will no longer exist. Once upon a time, I couldn't afford to buy books, so I could only borrow them from my classmates. Then, I copied them myself under the light of a lamp at night and returned them to them. However, the books that could be borrowed were all very ordinary books. A truly good book cannot be borrowed. Now, with this printing workshop, the children of Fang Jiazwang will never have to face the embarrassment of having no books to read again. He returned to the school with a newly printed copy of the rules for being a good pupil and child. The school is over. There were 6 young people in the classroom. These people were all good friends who were summoned by Ma Tanyuan through letters. You guys take a look at this. Ma Tanyuan handed the book to them. The 6 young men were flipping through the books, feeling very surprised. What surprised them was not the content of the book, as they had seen it before. What surprised them was the words in the book. These words appear to have been written by Ma Tanyuan. But when I looked more closely, I found a problem. These words don't look like they were written by hand. The 6 people stared at Ma Tanyuan, and one of them spoke. Brother Ma, is this printed in stereotype? Yes and no. As for how it was printed, I cannot tell you without the headmaster's consent. But what I can say is that a book like this can be printed out by a printing house in a single day. Ma Tanyuan said proudly. He was not exaggerating, because the books of this era had very little text. In ancient times, it was difficult to produce and store bamboo slips. Therefore, writers always try their best to simplify the text, so that the amount of text in an ancient text of about 100 words in later generations will increase exponentially after translation. I'm sure you all know the song about the glass of fine wine that the headmaster wrote a few years ago. The headmaster is knowledgeable, loyal, generous, and cares about the people. That's why I'm willing to stay here and teach. You have seen everything on the farm these past few days. Are you willing to stay with Ma? Ma Tanyuan looked at the people in front of him and asked calmly, because he believed that these friends who were in similar situations as he was would definitely make the right choice. Okay, I'll stay. What about you guys? Stay. There's nothing to do anyway. It's better to stay here. Me too. Others agreed. In the evening, Ma Tangyuan brought a few people to Fang's house. In the inner courtyard, Fang Er, who learned the news, warmly welcomed them to the inner courtyard. Principal, these are the classmates and friends I mentioned to you earlier. They are Li Huansong, Zhao Lingyu, Yang Zitong, Gu Chun, Lu Mo, and Shui Zhiqian. Meet Principal Fang. Several people saluted Fang Er at the same time. Thank you for looking up to Fang Jiazwang. With your joining, these children will be blessed. Fang can represent the children. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Come, take a seat. Fang Er was very happy. He quickly led them to their seats. After the tea was served, the kitchen began to prepare wine and food. Master, I have a question. Please help me solve it. After sitting down, Lu Mo bowed to Fang Er and asked, Speaking, I heard from Brother Ma that the Fang family school not only does not accept students, but also provides food, paper, and ink for the students. With such a huge expense, I wonder what the purpose of the headmaster running the school is. If it is to allow them to take the imperial examination and become officials, I am afraid there is little hope, so I don't understand this. Establish a mind for the world and a life for the people, to carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages and bring peace to the world for all eternity. Fang Er pretended to be cool and quoted the words of Zhang Hengku, a great scholar of the Northern Song dynasty. Just 4 simple sentences. 22 words were like a bomb dropped into several people's hearts, including Ma Tangyuan. Establish your mind for the world. Live for the people. Carry on a unique knowledge of the ancient sages. Bring peace to the world forever. What a broad mind and what a great ambition. Similarly, these 4 simple sentences can be said to express the aspirations of all aspiring students in the world. The headmaster is a man of great virtue and talent. He is truly a wise man. I am willing to go through fire and water to fulfill his aspirations. Lu Mo's voice trembled, and he stood up from his chair excitedly. He bowed deeply to Fang Er. The others also stood up and saluted. Even Ma Tangyuan was no exception. The mountain chief's ambition is like the bright moon in the sky, shining on the earth. We sincerely admire him. We are willing to lend a helping hand to the mountain chief. Ha ha ha. There's no need to be like this, everyone. Come and sit down. The food and drinks are here. Xiaoqing and Xiaohuan came over from the kitchen carrying food. Seeing how respectful these people are to their young master, I feel extremely proud from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 152, The 7 Lives of the Fang Family. The next day, it snowed heavily. Fang Er came out of the house, frozen like a little chick. Damn, careless. I made the glass, but forgot to make a glass window for myself. After making the cement, he forgot to build a fire pit for himself. When a breeze blew at night, I didn't know where the paper-pasted window was leaking. Fang's shower was so cold that he shrank up. I was just about to go out to the workshop to see how the training was going. He ran into Cheng Chumo, who came to his door. It's snowing so hard. Why are you coming to me instead of staying at home? Brother, Luo Yi is going to be executed today. I came to you to watch the fun. Cheng Chumo said with a chuckle. What the hell? Have you never seen a dead body on the battlefield? It's snowing too heavily, we won't go. Fang, the second in command, hid in a tiger-skin cloak and turned to walk into the yard. The snow outside has covered the entire road. It's too dangerous to go to the workshop in this weather. It's not worth it if you fall and break something. Hey, big brother, come on. Let's go and take a look. Beheading is different from killing people on the battlefield. Let's go and take a look. Cheng Chumo held Fang Er's arm tightly and refused to let go. No, killing people is boring. I might as well make a hot pot at home. Fang Er raised his eyebrows. Damn, it's definitely different. But damn, it's not you who is the executioner, so what's so good about it? Today's scene is huge. Luo Yi, the 18 riders of Yin, and several generals from Liang Shidu's side are all killing at the same time. There are dozens of them. Let's go. Fang Er got goosebumps all over his body. There's something wrong with Cheng Chumo. This guy, is he bent? It seemed that this guy kept pulling me aside if I didn't go. I could only say helplessly, all right, I'm scared of you. Let go. I'll go with you. He got on the carriage and headed to Chang'an with Cheng Chumo. The snow is heavy and the road is slippery, so the carriage was not moving fast. A journey that normally takes only half an hour took a full hour. Chang'an City, East Market. It is just across the road from Fang Mansion. Fang Er and Cheng Chumo jumped off the carriage one after another. Many people have gathered here. The two of them squeezed in from outside. Prisoners of war were already kneeling on the ground in the open space in the middle of the East Market. Behind him is the executioner in red clothes. With such heavy snow, why do we have to cut it today? Fang Er asket Zulmavat Pazit. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory has chosen a date that says today is the most suitable day for the execution. Cheng Chumo spread his hands. Fang Er Zulmavat distin ful. Fuck your sister. If we chop them down today, can they travel through time or what? Suddenly, another group of prisoners were brought in from outside. The leader was none other than Luo Yi with disheveled hair. His face was ashen and he looked like a walking corpse. Behind them were the 18 riders of Yinyan. They were all wearing prison uniforms and shackles. When the 18 riders of Yinyan walked past Fang Er, sudden, ding, mission triggered. Rescue the 18 riders of Yinyan. What? What the hell? How to save? Execution place? Making trouble. Mission reward. Bullet primer formula. Yes. Yes. We must make a fuss. Hold. Whoever doesn't make trouble is a grandson. How long until the execution? Fang Er polka Cheng Shumel. What? Big brother can't wait. Don't be ridiculous. Let's get down to business. How long will it take? Cheng Chumo looked at the sky. I can't see anything. It's snowing all over the sky. Who knows what time it is now? I'll go ask. After saying this, he walked toward a soldier guarding the execution ground. The answer came quickly. There's still about an hour left. Let's go into the palace. I want to see the emperor. Fang Er pulled Cheng Chumo up and walked out of the East Market. At the palace gate, Cheng Chumo handed over his badge and explained his purpose to the guard. The guard trotted in to report. Not long after, Fang Er received the password, allowing him to enter the palace. In the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was discussing the implementation of the national debt with Fang Xianling. He was very surprised to hear that Fang Er was coming. Such heavy snow. Why is this kid running to the palace instead of staying at home and picking up maids? Your Majesty, I greet you. Fang Er entered the hall and saluted Li Shimin. It's so cold. Why don't you stay at home? Do you have something to do with me? I have something to ask for your approval, Your Majesty. Tell me about it. I want a few captives in exchange for the head of Goguryeo, General Yun Gaesaman. Fang Er solemnly signed the military order. This made Li Shimin a little confused. Except for those who have committed heinous crimes, the prices of prisoners are clearly marked. Who does this boy have his eyes on? Who is worthy of such a price? Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yinyan. I want these 19. Bang! Li Shimin slammed the table and stood up. You know what you're talking about. Luo Yi is guilty of treason and conspiracy. How dare you come to me to plead for him? Your Majesty, Luo Yi and Wei Zheng are only loyal to the former crown prince. Since Your Majesty can tolerate Wei Zheng, why can't you spare Luo Yi's life? Shut up. Fang Xianling saw Li Shimin's face turn pale and hurriedly grabbed Fang Er, trying to stop him from talking. I don't know why you insist on Luo Yi and others, but they are completely different from Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng is just a civil servant. He can't cause any big trouble. But Luo Yi is different. He is a military commander, and you have military power in your hands. Don't forget that Liuhe County still has more than 10,000 remnant soldiers. What happened? Can you afford it? Fang Xianling spoke before Li Shimin and said what he needed to say. Li Shimin sat back in his chair and stared at Fang Er. Your Majesty, Lord Fang, I do have reasons to save them. As long as you hand them over to me, I promise that I can make them change their ways and become new people. Even for Liuhe County, I will not ask Your Majesty to send a single soldier, and I guarantee that it will surrender to the Tang dynasty. How do you think? Fang Er kept cursing the system in his heart. Damn it, it's such a hassle. There is nothing else you can do but save the 18 riders of Yinyan. With all these die-hard stuff, I might as well get Luo Yi out. There's no way he can be loyal to me. How can you guarantee that they won't rebel again? Li Shimin Kastunat. Just based on the 7 lives of my family, if they rebel again, you can take all 7 lives. Fang Er patted his chest and assured. Holy shit, is this a big deal? Are you serious? Li Er's expression was very serious. He couldn't help but take this matter seriously. He couldn't understand why Fang Er must have Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yinyan. He was even willing to use the 7 lives of the Fang family as collateral. I'm serious. I have never been so serious before. Fang Er tried hard to hold back his laughter and showed an extremely sincere expression. Someone, go to the East Market and bring back Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yinyan. The guards outside the door hurried out of the palace and ran towards the East Market. There is not much time left before the execution. Chapter 153, I don't need a fire pit. In the East Market, the executioner looked up at the sky. Damn it, I can't tell the time today. He rubbed his hands that were almost frozen, said to the men behind him, It's too cold today, and I can't tell the time. So let's do it. Execution. The time has come. Execution. The executioner's men shouted at the executioner. Dozens of executioners pressed the captives awaiting execution onto the wooden stakes in front of them. This wooden stake has another name, guillotine. Then, he picked up a jar of wine from his feet and poured it into his mouth. Gudon, gudon, gudon. After a few sips of wine, then, with a puff, the liquid sprayed onto the large ring knife in his hand. Have a nice journey. The executioner shouted and swung his large ring knife to chop down. Spare his life. At this last moment, the guards who delivered the imperial edict finally arrived. The emperor has ordered that Luo, Yi, and the 18 riders of Yinyun be brought into the palace. The executioner was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, if you had been a little later, you would have been beheaded. Why you have to do it at a certain time? Luo, Yi, and his 18 riders of Yinyun were tied together with a rope by the guards and pulled into the palace. Your Majesty, Luo, Yi, and the 18 riders of Yinyun have been brought here. They are outside the palace. The guard reported this to Lier. All right, Fang Anji, bring them back. I won't see them anymore. Remember what you said. If they dare to cause trouble again, I will kill all 7 of your people first. Liadoren Fang Arvedi Formolu. What Fang Er didn't know was that the despair and regret shown by Luo, Yi during the days he was in custody had also made Li Shimin let down some of his guard against him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other two to have such a great face by themselves. Walk out of Tai Chi Palace. Luo, Yi, and his 18 riders of Yinyun were already waiting outside the palace. The ropes on his body were still tied. Lord Luo, let's go. From now on, you belong to Fang. Fang Er walked up to Luo, Yi, and spoke to him with a playful look on his face. Luo, Yi did not respond. Instead, the 18 riders of Yinyun on the side all showed joy on their faces. Seeing the reactions of the 18 riders of Yinyun, Fang Er had a rough idea in his mind. Want your master to survive? Who are you? Can you save the prince from death? One of the 18 riders asked Fang Er excitedly. I am Fang Anji, a guerrilla general. If you want to save your prince, follow me. These people only had their hands tied and were tied with a rope, and the shackles had been removed. After Fang Er finished speaking, he walked out of the palace. The 18 riders of Yinyun looked at each other, then followed Fang Er outside. Luo Yi, who was tied with a rope, followed passively like a puppet. Cheng Chimo had been waiting outside the palace. When Luo, Yi, and others were brought into the palace, he was still wondering what was going on. But not long after, Fang Er came out with Luo, Yi, and the others. Brother Fang, what's going on? Cheng Chimo was a little confused. I saved their lives. From now on, they will be the guards of our Fang family. Come on, I am happy today. I will treat you to a delicious meal. Fang Er said happily. Just now, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding! The mission to rescue the 18 riders of Yinyun has been completed, and the rewards have been issued. Look at the piece of paper in the storage space. Fang Er wanted to jump up and hug Cheng Chimo and give him a kiss. It's also thanks to this guy who dragged me here. Otherwise, who knows when we can get the primer out. When Cheng Chimo heard that there was something delicious to eat, he nodded in agreement. Because there were more than a dozen extra burdens, one carriage was definitely not enough. Thinking about how Luo, Yi, and the others have been imprisoned and half dead, it was probably difficult for them to walk to Fangjiazwang on foot in such a cold day without freezing to death. Fang Er spent money to hire a few more carriages and cut the rope connecting them into pieces. There are 3 to 5 people in each section. He took them directly to the training ground. The snow is still falling now. When we arrived at the training ground, it was almost noon. That is around 1 to 3 p.m. Let Zhao Hu and his men take the original 50 Fang family guards to look after Luo, Yi, and his men. Afterwards, he took Cheng Chimo back to Fang Mansion. In the room, the hot pot was boiling, and the red soup made Cheng Chimo a little scared. This thing, is it really edible? It feels poisonous. Fang Er took a plate of lamb spine and poured it into the pot. This thing has another name, which is the famous lamb ribs. Pour the lamb ribs in and cook slowly. He casually threw away 2 more plates of mutton rolls. Watching the meat roll change color, Fang Er picked up a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. A very satisfied look appeared on his face. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it's overcooked. Looking at Cheng Chumo, sitting there staring at the pot motionlessly, Fang Er reminded him. I saw Fang Er was eating it and it looked delicious. Cheng Chumo then tried to pick up a piece and, imitating Fang Er's example, carefully put it into his mouth. Oh, although I was very careful, I was still choked by the spicy taste. Seeing Fang Er eating happily, Cheng Chumo didn't want to lose face. So, he endured the discomfort and started eating with big mouthfuls. Gradually, he began to like the taste. In the end, he even started competing with Fang Er. Oh, who? Brother, this is the first time I've seen mutton eaten like this. It's so delicious. Get some for your brother later, and I'll bring it back for my mother to try. Cheng Chumo opened his mouth wide and blew out air to reduce the spicy taste in his mouth while speaking to Fang Er. This stuff is only available here. I'll get you some hot pot ingredients later, and you can go back and make it yourself. Since he said it was for his mother, Fang Er definitely couldn't be stingy. After finishing the meal, I asked Xiaoqing to get some pre-prepared hot pot ingredients from the kitchen. Fang Er prepared spicy dishes and mushroom soup for him. This is made with real butter. The cow used to make the hot pot ingredients gave Fang Er his first taste of beef of this era. That taste, it's like eating a broken shoe upper. I can't even chew it, because that cow died of old age, lived for nearly 20 years. From then on, Fang Er gave up the idea of eating beef, unless he could raise cattle on a large scale in the future. Cheng Chumo happily left with the hot pot ingredients. Let Xiaowan clean up the mess. Fang Er glanced at his room, which was still leaking. He went straight into Xiaoqing's room. Master, because it was cold and there was nothing to do, Xiaoqing went to bed early. When I saw Fang Er come in, I thought something happened. Well, my window is leaking, so I'll sleep with you tonight. The bed smells nice and warm. Xiaoqing's face turned red with shame. I pushed hard inside. Fang Er was very satisfied. This was how people should live. Fuck the glass windows and the fire pit. I don't need it. Chapter 154 Mercury Fulminate and Potassium Chlorate. Due to the importance of gunpowder primer, Fang Er lay in Xiaoqing's bed and did nothing. Wait until Xiaoqing falls asleep. Open the storage space. Take out that recipe. Preparation method of fulminate of mercury and potassium chloride explosive powder. Oh ha ho ho ho. Fang Er excitedly pounded the bed so hard that it made a loud bang. Xiaoqing was not actually asleep. There's no way I could fall asleep when my own young master climbed onto my bed. Xiaohuan in the outer room heard the banging sound coming from inside, and her face turned as red as an apple. The young master is so awesome. I just don't know if the bed can take it. Master, if you really can't help it, Cheng Er can do it. Xiaoqing thought Fang Er was trying hard to suppress his impulse, so she said with a blushing face. Fang Er was confused. He quickly put the recipe into the storage space. What is possible? Master, you. Xiaoqing was so embarrassed that she quickly turned around and gave Fang Er her back. Fang Er thought about it. Oh my god, what is this girl thinking? Did she think she was when she was pounding the bed just now? Oh, King Er, Masta Unterstands. Do you mean it's okay? Fang Er said jokingly. Xiaoqing buried her head in the quilt. Without saying a word, she only felt her face burning. Okay, go to sleep. You're still young. Wait until you're 18 years old. Otherwise, it will hurt your body. After Fang Er finished speaking, he put his arm around Xiaoqing's waist and closed his eyes. Feeling the warmth on her back and listening to Fang Er's words, Xiaoqing finally understood why the young master was unwilling to have her the previous 2 times. I was instantly moved. On impulse, she turned over and buried her head in Fang Er's arms. No words were spoken that night. Well, yes, really nothing to say, because Fang Er really fell asleep like that. The next morning, the heavy snow outside has stopped. The snow in the yard was a foot thick. Fang Er walked to the farm. The farmers are already clearing the snow from the road. The accumulated snow was shoveled onto ox carts and then taken to a puddle outside the village and dumped. This puddle is huge. It is about 10 acres. Maybe it should be called an artificial lake. This was dug out by the victims. The soil inside was used when building the road. Fang Er plans to raise fish in the spring. Walking on a muddy road, Fang Er arrived at the workshop with difficulty. 5,000 new recruits have already started training on the parade ground. Because of their poverty, they are particularly obedient, and everyone cherishes this opportunity. Even though I'm very tired, I still grit my teeth and persevere. Because there are only 3,000 places, which means that in the future, 2 out of every 5 people will be ruthlessly eliminated. Fang Er was very satisfied with these people. The craftsman also spontaneously cleared the snow in the workshop. The snow here is directly poured into the Longsho Canal nearby. Fang Er called Zhao Gang and others and went into the studio. Get some glass bottles. I have some use for them. Fang Er spread a piece of paper on a table. Then I roughly drew some bottles and jars. The craftsman took one look and began to act. Set up the crucible and start making. The process is already very familiar and can be done quickly. Balls of fiery red, semi-fluid glass were blown into the shape Fang Er requested. Although compared with the sophisticated chemical testing equipment of later generations, it is simply not worthy of attention. But for Fang Er now, it is enough. Mercury fulminate. It is the chemical reaction product of fulminate of mercury and potassium chlorate mixed in a certain proportion. Fulminate mercury was the earliest primer. But this thing is very unstable and will explode at the slightest discomfort. Even if it falls from the table to the ground, it will explode. Therefore, Fang Er was particularly careful. Wait until the equipment is ready. The craftsmen were asked to take us to an empty room in the farthest corner of the workshop to prepare the primer. Moreover, a sheepskin was spread on the workbench. The ground around the workbench is first covered with a layer of straw and then covered with wet sheepskin on top of the straw. After sending the craftsman away, Fang Er sat in front of the workbench and took out the primer formula. Looked at it carefully. Damn, I didn't look carefully yesterday, so I didn't notice it. Damn it, using only fulminate of mercury is too sensitive and can easily corrode bullets and gun barrels. Likewise, potassium chlorate is an extremely sensitive explosive and can even explode under direct sunlight. However, when these two substances are put together, the resulting mercury fulminate will be less sensitive. So, this is why the system gives the formula for mercury fulminate. To make mercury fulminate, you must first make mercury fulminate and potassium chlorate. To make fulminate of mercury and potassium chlorate, you need nitric acid, ethanol, mercury, chlorine gas, and potassium hydroxide. Ethanol and mercury are fine now. Ethanol can be purified from wine. Mercury is easier to obtain and can be bought at pharmacies. Taoists always like to use it to make elixirs. Well, thanks to the almighty pharmacy. But that's the case. You also need to get nitric acid, chlorine, and potassium hydroxide yourself. Fang Er decided to do it one by one. Let someone get some saltpeter first. Then I made a hollow ball out of steel. There is an exhaust hole on top. A simple dry fryer is made. Put the crushed saltpeter into the vent. Then insert a bent glass tube into the exhaust hole, and the other end of the glass tube is placed in a glass bottle. The bottle contains purified distilled water. Nitrogen dioxide is produced by heating and drying saltpeter powder. When nitrogen dioxide dissolves in water, the water turns into nitric acid. In the dry frying furnace, what remains is potassium oxide. Since the potassium oxide was of no use at the moment, it was collected and put into a wooden barrel. Then comes the purification of ethanol, which is not difficult at all. Potassium hydroxide is even simpler. Adding quicklime to water turns it into lime water, then add wood ash to it. The clear liquid obtained after precipitation is potassium hydroxide. I made a glass container imitating the look of a dry frying oven. Put in refined salt, which is sodium chloride. Put on the fire and heat it until it reaches 800 degrees, and the refined salt melts into liquid. Insert 2 wires into the sodium chloride solution to perform electrolysis. Under the action of electrolysis, sodium chloride turns into metallic sodium and chlorine gas. At the same time, on the other side, the potassium hydroxide solution is also being heated. Use a glass tube to introduce chlorine gas into the potassium hydroxide solution until potassium chlorate crystals appear. The moment you see potassium chlorate crystals appear, Fang Er quickly turned off the furnace that was heating the potassium hydroxide melt. Also turn off the power. Then flee the scene. I was waiting anxiously 50 meters away from the house. Half an hour later, only then did Fang Er dare to go in. Many potassium chlorate crystals have appeared in the potassium hydroxide solution. Pour the liquid above, which is the potassium chloride aqueous solution produced after the chemical reaction, into a glass bottle, mark it, and set it aside. Carefully take out the potassium chlorate. During the whole process, Fang Er held his breath, fearing that if he moved too much, the thing would explode. Chapter 155 Black, Star Type 54 Pistol. The amount of potassium chlorate obtained this time was not much, not even 1 or 2 ounces. Fang Er carefully dug a small wooden tube, put some potassium chloride in, seal it, and then drag out a lead. He walked out of the house with a wooden barrel. I found a place far away to put it down and carefully lit the fuse. Get away quickly. Bang! The wooden barrel suddenly exploded. Hee. Done. Next, all that's left is fulminate of mercury. Mercury, nitric acid, ethanol. Already. Follow the proportions mentioned in the recipe. Mercury is added to nitric acid to form liquid mercuric nitrate. Ethanol was then added. Stir carefully with a glass rod until crystals slowly appear at the bottom. This is the crystal of fulminate of mercury. Mix fulminate of mercury and potassium chloride with trepidation. Primer. Done. Next comes the remaking of bullets and guns. This was no problem at all for Fang Er. Copper-armored lead core bullet. As for the model of gun, Fang Er chose the classic Type 54. 2 days passed in a flash. Fang Er walked out of the studio holding a Type 54 pistol. My heart is full of anticipation. Automatic continuous firing. In this era, it can almost be considered a dimensionality reduction attack. We arrived at the shooting range located in the training grounds. The recruits are still in training. Yuchi saw Fang Er holding an unfamiliar gadget and went straight to the shooting range. I was very curious. What new fun has the young master come up with? He quickly handed over the training matters to the people below him. Also walked towards the shooting range. Seeing this, Zhao Hu and his team also came to the shooting range. Master, have you come up with something good again? Yuchi asked with a smile. Let us see it too. Zhao Hu and his companions also ran over. Okay, then I'll let you guys see it for yourself. Fang Er stood about 20 steps away from the target, raised his arm, and pulled the trigger at the center of the target. Bang! With a gunshot, the shell popped out automatically and the bullet hit the target accurately. Looking at the shooting distance, Yuchi and the others were a little disappointed. This thing can't be compared with Dragon Fang. It's not even as good as Yunyi, sure. Only 20 steps. Fang Er took a few steps back. 25 steps. Bang! Another shot hit. Huh? Yuchi discovered that Fang Er had not reloaded. Hu Zi and the others also discovered it. They immediately ran to Fang Er and looked at the gun in his hand curiously. Master, this one of yours doesn't need to be reloaded? Yuchi asked excitedly. Zhao Hu looked at the gun and then at the bullet shell that had just been ejected. He walked over and picked up the shell. After taking a look, I found that this bullet is different from the one used on Longya and Yin Yishur. Ha! You don't have to reload after each shot. Fang Er said as he took off the magazine and showed it to them before continuing. This is called a magazine. It can hold 10 rounds of bullets at a time. Moreover, it can fire continuously. Look, Fang Er said this and put the magazine back. Aim at the target and pull the trigger continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous shooting caused such a shock that no one cared whether the bullets hit the target. Master, this is such a good thing. Let me play with it. Yuchi rubbed his hands and looked at Fang Er with a flattering face. After Fang Er reloaded the magazine with bullets, he handed the gun to Yuchi. Yuchi raised the gun excitedly and fired continuously at the target. 10 shots in quick succession. It took less than 5 breaths. The bullets were used up. With a click, the gun was empty. Yuchi was dumbfounded. Oh shit, it's finished so quickly? Bring it here. Fang Er took the gun back, put it in his arms, looked at them, and said, Train well. This is called a pistol. It is too difficult to make, especially the bullet. When the assessment comes back, whoever leads the best soldiers will be rewarded with a pistol and 100 rounds of bullets. When Yuchi and the others heard this, they immediately became excited. This is simply too tempting. After repeatedly assuring Fang Er, he went back to continue training. Fang Er was worried about May 4th, so he called Zhao Gang and the others over. In front of them, the pistol was disassembled into a pile of parts. Let's see if you can do it with your current level. Zhao Gang picked up one of the parts, looked at it carefully for a while, and then put it back. Sir, I'm afraid it's not that easy. I can make it, but I don't know if it's suitable for use. Even he said so, let alone other blacksmiths. Let me do it once and show you. After Fang Er finished speaking, he picked up the steel ingot on the side and started the lathe. Started making the second pistol. Given his level, it would only take him an hour to make a pistol like this. But in order to take care of their learning and memory, I deliberately slowed down the speed a lot. While making the products, I explained to them the production requirements of each part. It took nearly 2 hours to complete the pistol. After all the parts are completed, Fang Er performed the assembly skillfully, accompanied by the sound of metal collision. A brand new Type 54 pistol was completed. Zhao Gang and his friends were in shock throughout the whole process. They knew that Fang Er had a high level of technical skills. But what Fang Er showed now was far beyond their imagination. How much did you write down? Fang Er took the gun apart again and asked Zhao Gang. A little bit. I only understood the barrel and the body of the gun. I didn't understand the rest. Zhao Gang said somewhat embarrassedly. The other blacksmiths lowered their heads in shame. They are not even as good as Zhao Gang. Fang Er was not angry either. It's pretty good to be able to remember the technical points of the barrel and gun body after just one look. He stepped away from the lathe. Come here, make the barrel and the gun body once, and let me take a look. Zhao Gang was a little nervous. He picked up a steel ingot and fixed it on the clamp. The lathe starts. The steel ingot is cut very carefully. In theory, these two parts can be cast and then trimmed. But for Zhao Gang and others, it is an opportunity to practice and improve their skills. There was only the gun body and barrel, so even though Zhao Gang was very careful, his speed was still slow. It was still completed without burning a single stick of incense. Fang Er didn't go to look at it, but asked him to use the ones he had just made to directly replace the corresponding parts on the new gun. Zhao Gang assembled it a little clumsily. The gun was installed smoothly, but the barrel wouldn't fit. Think about the reason carefully. You guys follow me, Fang Er said to Zhao Gang. Then he left with the other blacksmiths. In another room, Fang Er told these blacksmiths about his ideas. He needs a bullet reloader. It is a machine that presses the primer, cartridge case, and bullet together. In addition, a small electric forging machine is also required. About 1,000 pounds is enough to forge bullet casings and primer casings. The cartridge case and primer case are made of a whole piece of copper plate, which is directly stamped out using a mold. Then just cut and grind the excess parts. The warhead is directly cast and then trimmed. Chapter 156: The Family of the 18 Riders of Yinyan. 5 days later, Zhao Gang found Fang Er with a pistol that he had made entirely by himself. Sir, this is what I did. Please check if there is anything wrong. Fang Er took it in surprise. In 5 days, you can make it by following the example. Although it is a replica, but this is not an easy thing to do. The entire pistol has a total of 46 parts. In particular, there are some very small parts inside that require very high precision. Even if there is a difference of only half a millimeter, it may not be assembled. Fang Er did not dismantle the gun. Instead, he directly pulled the slide and put a bullet in. He turned on the safety and pulled the trigger directly towards the ground beneath his feet. Bang! The bullet fired smoothly. But the only drawback is that when the bullet is fired, a large amount of fire overflows from the ejection window. This shows that there is a problem with the sealing. Fang Er took apart the pistol. Pointing to a part inside, he said to Zhao Gang, "You see, the size of this part is too small, so it can't be sealed well." Then, I looked at the other parts and found some problems, but they were not serious. Think about it carefully when you get back. Take these bullets and use them to test the gun. After saying that, he handed the pistol back to Zhao Gang, along with a few bullets. "Yes, I will do it well. Thank you, sir." Zhao Gang took his things and left. Fang Er went to the training ground. Luo Yi and his 18 riders of Yinyan were also brought back a few days ago. Fang Er was busy dealing with bullets and pistols and had not paid any attention to them. Now that I have nothing to do, I will go over and chat with them. In a military camp next to the parade ground, Fang Er found them still tied up. Luo Yi's expression was still the same as on the day of his execution. Not angry at all. "Lord Luo, you've been here for a few days. How do you feel?" Fang Er moved a chair and sat in front of him. Luo Yi looked up at him, then kept his head down without saying a word. "General Fang, what exactly do you want to do by bringing us here?" One of the 18 riders of Yinyan asked Fang Er. These days, although they were locked up here, they were able to walk around the house. If Luo Yi hadn't become like this, they would have been able to escape long ago. Through the window, they could see the training of the new recruits in the parade ground. They had never seen the way these soldiers were trained. I just stand still and run every day. Yes, in the eyes of these warriors, military posture is just standing still, but they have never seen anyone standing like that. However, after a few days, they discovered these guys who are obviously new recruits have very obvious changes in their bodies. When they first arrived, the military formation was not very neat. Until now, thousands of people standing together look like a line no matter how you look at it. This surprised them so much. It feels incredible. No need to do anything. I said it in Taiji Palace. If you pledge allegiance to me, I will keep Paul E alive and even allow him to return to the battlefield. How do you think? Fang Er looked at him and said calmly, Don't bother yourself. Luo has been dead since the day he was captured. Suddenly, Luo Yi spoke. Hey, as long as you speak up, everything will be easy. Why? The current emperor has already stopped caring about your crime of treason, but Prince Yin can't let it go after being defeated once. A look of sarcasm appeared on Fang Er's face. Don't call me the Prince of Yin anymore. This title was given to me by the emperor retired. I was loyal to the former crown prince. Now the emperor retired was forced to abdicate, and the former crown prince was killed by Li Shimin. Therefore, I am not worthy of being the Prince of Yin. Luo Yi suddenly raised his head, his eyes red, and yelled at Fang Er. You are indeed unworthy of being the Prince of Yin. But it's not because of the Emperor Emeritus and the former crown prince. It's because you colluded with Goguryeo. Do you know what kind of disaster it would bring to the Tang dynasty if the artillery was seized by Goguryeo? Do you know that just because of a cannon, Fang had to lead his army deep into Goguryeo and try every possible means to destroy that cannon? You are the son of Luo Rong, the former Sui general of the Left Guard. How many heroes were left in Goguryeo by the former Sui? Are you worthy of your father who died in battle by colluding with Goguryeo? The 16-year-old Fang Er pointed to the 40-year-old Luo Yi and cursed him. The scene looked incongruous. But that's it. Luo Yi was scolded so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. I have nothing to say. Kill me. Luo Yi's voice was very low, but Fang Er saw tears dripping from his eyes, wetting the ground. Suddenly, Fang Er asked, Die? How can your death settle the charge of colluding with Goguryeo? You want to die? Then die on the battlefield of Goguryeo. Luo Yi's whole body was trembling. He raised his head and stared at Fang Er. Why do you think Luo will let you do whatever you want? Just based on what you just said, I can bring you back from the execution ground. You could die, but don't let these 18 heroes behind you get involved. You think Fang wants to save you? You are wrong. Fang wants the 18 riders of Yin. Fang Er didn't care at all about the surprised looks of the 18 riders of Yin. Ha 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 ha. At this point, no matter what decision they make, I have no right to interfere. So, there is no need for you to waste your breath on me. General Fang, one of the 18 riders of Yin, suddenly interrupted. What do you call a hero? Fang Er looked at him and asked. We don't have names. We are orphans adopted by the prince. You can call us whatever you want, General Fang. What I want to say is that if General Fang can help Prince Luo live the rest of his life safely, we are willing to follow you. Good. You are indeed a man of love and justice. However, just one sentence from you is not enough. Fang Er would not believe him so easily. His system doesn't show loyalty. In case you turn around and shoot yourself in the back. A chill? A heart-stirring feeling? That would be a huge pitfall. The man looked at the others with a questioning look. The others nodded slightly. This is easy to handle. We have been with Lord Luo for many years and have married and had children. If General Fang is worried, just send someone to bring our families back. Okay, in that case, let's be frank. Send 2 of you to pick them up together. We'll talk about everything after we get them back. Fang Er turned around and left the room. He arranged for Zhuzi to go with 100 new recruits and 50 soldiers of the Miaolu army to pick them up. Of course, 2 of the 18 riders of Yin also went with them. Luo Yi was also released by him. It's considered giving some face to the 18 riders of Yin. A separate room was arranged in the military camp. He is allowed to move around within the military camp, but is not allowed to leave the camp. Luo Yi said nothing about this. She just sat in his room, never going out the front door or the back door all day, as if she had become a grown-up girl. Chapter 157, Pulling Sun Wuji into the Water. The next day, Ma Shan, who was sent by Fang Er to make cement, came back. It turns out that the cement kiln was completed early these days, and the captives have also mined a lot of limestone. It's just because of the heavy snow that the furnace has not been officially opened. And yesterday, the first firing finally began. When Ma Shan came back, he asked Fang Er to go over and inspect it. Fang Er rode on the horse and went with him to the cement kiln, where the cement kiln is located. It is in a mountain 30 miles northeast of Fangjiazwang. The mountain is not big. The name is Huishan. Maybe it's because of the limestone. Gray Mountain is only 300 or 400 meters high. At the foot of the mountain, 5 cement kilns stand side by side. Because of the fuel, the kiln is not too big. A kiln can only produce about 1,000 kilograms of cement. There are 5 kilns, and each can produce only 2.5 tons. When Fang Er arrived here, it was almost noon. The prisoners were lining up to get their meals. The people in charge of cooking here are also selected from among the prisoners. Every day, the new recruits from Fang Er take turns delivering food here. The fire in the cement kiln has gone out. Once the temperature in the kiln drops, cement can be produced. Fang Er found Li Daniu, who was guarding the prisoners. "How are things?" "Meet General Fang. Everything is fine. The prisoners are all very well, and no one is causing trouble." "That's fine, but don't delay your training." Fang Er patted their shoulders. He now understood why Li Shimin did not call these people back. "I just want to use Fang Er's bullets to train these people. I guess they won't be able to stay here for much longer." The Ministry of War has already begun to organize a firearms army. After all the new recruits gather there, these people will be called back to take up positions such as sergeants or even brigade commanders. "Yes, General Fang, we won't embarrass you," Li Daniu said, patting his chest. "This time the Emperor is going to form a firearms army, mainly muskets and artillery. I guess you will be called back soon. By then, your official rank should be promoted one step further." Fang Er expressed his guess. Li Daniu was a little surprised. "Are you going to get promoted again? But why do I feel so reluctant?" "Sir, the kiln can be open now." Just at this moment, Ma Shan came over. "Okay, let's go ahead." Fang Er put his hands behind his back and said to him. The prisoners had finished their meal. Under the direction of the craftsmen, the kiln openings of each cement kiln were opened. Several captives crawled into the kiln, and after a while, they crawled out again holding a handful of still warm cement powder. Ma Shan handed the powder in one of the men's hands to Fang Er. When you crush it with your hands, it turns into a blue-gray powder, which is very smooth. It can be used. Take it out of the kiln. Following Fang Er's order, the prisoners began to bag the cement powder in the kiln and ship it out. 5 kills, 5,000 kilograms of cement. They were loaded onto the ox cart one by one. Keep burning, don't stop. No matter how much of this stuff you have, it will never be enough. Send the cement you make directly back to the workshop. After explaining everything to Ma Shan, Fang Er led his men back, carrying the cement. Now that the cement is in place, the road can be repaved. Fortunately, the disaster victims had compacted and widened the road before the new year. Now, just lay the concrete on top. The farmers were called together. According to Fang Er's requirements, mix the cement, pebbles, and sand. The road paving project began, from the workshop to Fang Er. Then it was paved from Fang Er all the way to Chang'an City, until it connects with Chunming Gate. Altogether, nearly 20 miles of cement road were paved with a layer that was 20 centimeters thick. It will take at least a month for the road to be repaired. Every time a section of road was repaired, farmers would spontaneously stand guard on the roadside to prevent people from stepping on it when the road surface was not completely dry. Every day, a large amount of cement is delivered back from the Huishan cement kiln. In particular, when Ma Shan learned that the consumption of cement was so large, he specially added several more cement kilns. The output directly reached 10,000 kilograms per day. Fang Er ignored these things. He went to Chang'an City. In Zuixian Tower, Fang Er and Chang Sunchong were sitting in a private room. "Chongzi, I need iron. Lots of iron. Can't you help me?" "Brother Fang, don't you send 500 shirt every month?" Chang Sunchong was very confused. "Don't mention it. The ones that were sent before have been used up long ago. 500 stones are not enough. So can you talk to your father and sell me more?" Fang Er shrugged and said helplessly, "Brother Fang, to be honest, my father has been in a bad mood these days. How about you go and talk to him in person?" Chang Sun Chong said with a bitter face. "I don't know why, but Chang Sun Wuji has been looking gloomy since the Chinese New Year. He really didn't dare to go find his father. He was afraid of being burned by his father's anger." Fang Er was speechless. If he dared to talk to Chang Sun Wuji, there would be no need to call Chang Sun Chong over. But Chang Sun Chong had no choice. Even if you don't dare to go, you have to go and meet him. Fang Er thought about it. Ask Zhang Bo to send someone to Fang Er to get the things. Wait until the things are brought. He said to Chang Sun Chong, "Let's go to your house. I want to talk to your father." Chang Sun Mansion. When Chang Sun Wuji learned that Fang Er had arrived, he instantly became furious. "Damn it, you're not satisfied with selling me the iron and you even dare to touch my foundation. What kind of strong wind blew General Fang to my humble abode?" Chang Sun Wu looked at Fang Er unhappily. "Ha, what are you talking about, Duke Zhao? I'm here to apologize to you." Fang Er laughed and clasped his fists towards Chang Sun Wuji. "Apologize? Humph. You, Fang Er, are now a favorite of the emperor. How can I be qualified to punish you? Duke Zhao, calm down. This time, Fang is here to give you money. After Fang Er finished speaking, he took something out of his arms. Open the cloth wrapped around the outside, and you will see a bar of soap inside. This thing is called soap. It is easy to make and can be used to wash the body or clothes. It is much more useful than soap nuts and is very cheap. I am willing to do this business with the Duke of Zhao. What do you think? I can guarantee that I can make as much as you can from the iron material business. Chang'an looked at the soap in Fang Er's hand with confusion. It's such a small thing. How can the profit be compared with that of iron materials? He took the soap, a very white little thing, very smooth and has a light fragrance. How do you use this thing? Chang'an looked at Fang Er. Wet your hands with water first, then rub this into your hands to make bubbles, and then wash it off. Fang Er looked at Chang'an behind him. This guy is only 12 or 13 years old, but he has a face full of acne. His endocrine system is too active. So he said, why don't you let Chongzi try it on you, and then let Chongzi tell you how he feels about it. Chang'an looked at his son and nodded. Chapter 158, Wood Ash, Lime, Water, and Oil. The servants quickly brought some clean water. Under Fang Er's command, Chang'an tried washing his face with soap. After washing, I felt that my usually oily face became dry. Moreover, it smells very good. Dad, this is really useful. My face is not oily at all. Chang'an said excitedly to Chang'an, are you so kind as to give this business to me? Since the soap is so easy to use, and as Fang Er just said, the cost is extremely low, Chang'an didn't believe that this boy would be so kind. Not long ago, this guy was secretly trying to steal my girl. Duke Zhao, I have always believed that happiness is shared with others rather than enjoyed alone. I did something wrong regarding the iron or monopoly. I hope Duke Zhao will forgive me. However, Fang's demand for iron is too great. Not to mention 500 shi per month. Even 5,000 shi or 10,000 shi may not be enough. So, this soap business is Fang's apology to Duke Zhao. Fang will be responsible for making it and selling it to you at cost price. Fang will not ask about the specific operation. How do you do it? After hearing Fang Er's words, Chang'an fell into deep thought. Originally, years ago, Empress Chang'an called him to the palace to give him some advice. He has already held the title of Duke and is also the king's uncle. Therefore, Empress Chang'an had been advising him to be more restrained as possible. Otherwise, what if someone told Li Er that his in-laws were interfering in government affairs? Although Li Er would not really do anything to him for the sake of Empress Chang'an, doing so would ultimately cause disunity between the emperor and his subjects. The iron or monopoly is a fact and cannot be changed. Now that Fang Er has made his move, let's take advantage of the situation. Ha! Great! You are indeed a young hero. My lord is old now, so I will not interfere in these matters anymore. If you have any problem, just talk to Cheng Er. Cheng Er is 2 years younger than you, so you have to take good care of him in the future. Cheng Er, learn more from General Fang. After Chang'an came to his senses, he said to Fang Er and Chang'an with a smile. Then he stood up and was about to leave the yard. Fang Er finally let go of his anxious heart. He thought that Chang'an was still obsessed with the franchise issue. It seems that sugar-coated bullets are always useful in any era. Duke Zhao, Fang needs a large amount of iron materials. Chongzi said that he dare not make the decision. Fang Er said quickly, Chongzi, remember, you are the future Duke of the state. There is nothing you cannot decide. Go. These matters will be handed over to you from now on. Chang'an left without looking back. Fang Er was happy. Since all the power has been handed over to Chang'an, things will be easy. Chang'an was still confused. What's going on? Does this mean you're giving yourself authority? Let's go back and drink. After returning to Zuixian Tower, he asked someone to call Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Balan over. Come on, Chongzi can be the master of the house from now on. Let me give you a toast first as a token of congratulations. Fang Er poured wine for the 3 people, raised his wine bowl, and suggested. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Balan had just arrived and didn't understand what was going on. After drinking the wine together, Cheng Chumo began to ask the reason. After Chang'an told the whole story, Cheng Chumo was jealous. Damn it, the family business was given to me, just as I said. I brought back weapons, and they were snatched away. Same dad. Why is Lao Cheng so unreasonable? Yuchi Balan patted Cheng happily. Okay, Chongzi, from now on, If you don't have money for drinking, I'll come to you. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Ha ha ha. Chang Sunchong was very excited. Chongzi, don't be happy yet. You have to take care of the iron material issue for me. Start sending it to the workshop tomorrow. I'll let you know when there's enough. When it's done, I'll give you a little toy to play with. Fang Er said to him seriously. Don't worry, brother Fang. There will be no problem. But, can you tell me first, what kind of treasure it is? Chang Chong asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Having achieved his goal, Fang Er let go. He got the three of them drunk. Early the next morning, Chang Chong then escorted the iron materials to the Fangjiaz Wang workshop. Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin also came along. They were extremely looking forward to the little gadgets that Fang Er mentioned. The cement road has begun to be paved. Therefore, the ox carts carrying iron materials left Chang'an through Tunghua Gate. Then it went through Chang'an Township and was delivered directly to the workshop. Zhao Gang looked at the iron materials that were delivered continuously and began to get ready. The iron materials were delivered by farmers to a warehouse near the blast furnace in truckloads. Fang Er took Chang Chong and the other three to the shooting range. I saw Fang Er firing his Type 54 pistol, but I didn't see him reloading it. The three people's eyes lit up. Brother, are you going to give this to us? Cheng Chumo asked expectantly. I will give it to you, but it's for Chongzi. Fang Er shook his head. Yuchi Baolin was fine, just a little disappointed. But Cheng Chumo couldn't do that. He looked at Fang Er with a resentful look. Brother, you are biased. Haha, I'm just kidding. We have them all, one for each of you. But be frugal with the bullets, they're not easy to make. After Fang Er finished speaking, he took out 2 pistols. Everyone took a handful. Then I taught them one by one how to maintain it. 3 men, holding Type 54 pistols, started shooting. After they got familiar with the situation, each of them was given 100 rounds of ammunition and a spare magazine. Try to recover the shells as much as possible. They could be reloaded. Fang Er led them to pick up the bullet casings in the target one by one. It was sent to the bullet assembly workshop and handed over to the craftsman. The 3 of them left happily. Before leaving, Fang Er specifically instructed me to go home and hide it well, and not let their father snatch it away again when I returned. Fang Er wandered around the workshop. Currently, less than half of the land here is being used. The assembly of bullets was done in the blacksmith shop. Similarly, printing work was also done in the carpenter's workshop. Fang Er asked someone to bring pork fat from the farm. Go into the studio and start experimenting with making soap. The words have been spoken, and it will be embarrassing if there's no stock by then. Before mass production, we must first standardize the process. Otherwise, relying on these farmers may not necessarily produce qualified products. The chemistry book says that to make soap, you can mix wood ash with lime water, take the potassium hydroxide solution, and add oil to make soap. There is another method, which is to use sodium hydroxide, also known as caustic soda. Soap can also be made from caustic soda solution and grease. I first used wood ash and lime water, but it took several tries. The thing made after adding oil almost made Fang Er vomit. Not only is it soft and shapeless, but also its color. It's so fucking disgusting. You can imagine it, the color of rice dumplings, sticky, and then the smell of burning hair. Fang Er endured the discomfort and threw the pot out the door. Chapter 159. Repositioning of the workshop. Since I can't be lazy, I can only get the caustic soda first. I'll look for a method to prepare caustic soda. Fang Er was confused again. Damn it. Why do we need a bunch of chemicals just to make something? Industrial caustic soda production usually uses sodium carbonate, soda ash, and calcium hydroxide, slaked lime, as raw materials. The preparation of sodium carbonate requires ammonia and carbon dioxide. All right, this brings us to ammonia again. It is used to prepare ammonia water. Oh, okay, this can be done. Because coking can produce coal tar and ammonia. There is nothing more to say about this. Call Zhuzi and ask him to take people to Chang'an to buy coal. Coal is the name people gave to coal in this era. Waiting time for coal. Fang Er led the craftsmen to build a coking oven. 2 days later, the coke oven was completed. Cartloads of coal were also delivered. This thing is indeed sold in Chang'an, and it's not expensive, even cheaper than charcoal. After asking, I found out that this thing is generally considered to be poisonous. Only some people who cannot afford charcoal use it. Moreover, every year some people die from coal heating. This is fucking gas poisoning. Add the delivered coal into the coke oven and seal the furnace door. This thing is similar to dry distillation. However, Dry distillation does not require consideration of sealing issues. Coking requires isolation from air and is carried out under high pressure and high temperature. Sealing problem due to lack of pressure gauge. Fang Er borrowed the principle of the pressure cooker. At the exhaust port above the coking oven, a steel ingot weighing hundreds of pounds is used as an air pressure valve. As the charcoal beneath the coke oven is ignited, the pressure in the furnace increases as the temperature rises. In order to ensure that the coking oven walls would not collapse under high pressure, Fang Er was so crazy that he made them 10 centimeters thick. When the pressure reaches a certain level, the steel ingots above the coking oven are pushed up by the huge pressure. As the steel ingots were lifted up, the exhaust pipe and coke oven were opened. The gas in the furnace goes out through the exhaust pipe to reduce the steam pressure discharged from the furnace. The exhaust pipe is made very long. Very long. The total length of the winding paths is 50 meters. More than a dozen farmers heard the sound of high-pressure gas in the exhaust pipe hitting the pipeline. Keep pouring water on the pipes to cool the steam in the pipe. The last section of the exhaust pipe was made into a U shape by Fang Er. The base of the entire U sits in a pool of water. There is not only clean water in the pool, but also a large amount of saltpeter was thrown into it. The steam that has undergone the initial cooling will be quickly cooled again after passing through here. The coal tar and ammonia in the steam are condensed and separated and remain at the bottom of the U-shaped tube. And at the exit, there was a lit torch. Because the steam contains a large amount of gas, Fang Er has no way to collect it. Just burn it. When the burning gas in the pipeline goes out naturally, it means that the coking process is finished. Remove the U-shaped pipe, pour out the coal tar inside, and then install it back. After refining a whole furnace of 2,000 kilograms of coal, the resulting mixture of coal tar and ammonia water only weighs about 60 to 70 kilograms. The refined coking coal is collected and piled in a warehouse. This is a great thing for steel making. It can greatly increase the speed of steel making. Much hotter than burning charcoal. Under normal circumstances, it can reach 2,300 degrees. In extreme cases, the temperature can reach up to 3,000 degrees. Fang Er took away a mixture of coal tar and ammonia. Let them continue to coke. In the studio, the coal tar and ammonia were left to stand. Over time, because of the difference in density, the two gradually separated. The coal tar settles to the bottom. Fang Er carefully collected the ammonia water into another container. Take a glass tube and blow into the ammonia. Well, that was the only way he could think of adding carbon dioxide to ammonia. I kept blowing until my cheeks were sore, but I didn't see any sodium carbonate crystals appear. Rubbing his cheeks, he called in a few farmers from outside and handed them the glass tube. I sat on the chair, waiting for the moment when the sodium bicarbonate crystals appeared. Four farmers, with their buttocks sticking out, held glass tubes and blew air into the ammonia water with all their might. Although they didn't know what they were doing, since Fang Er had ordered them to do it, they just did it. After about half an incense stick of time, crystals finally began to appear in the ammonia water. When the four farmers stopped, it felt amazing. Just by blowing so simply, can you blow something out of the water? Hee hee fun. After looking at their expressions, Fang Er directly handed over all the ammonia that was still being produced to them. Crystallize sodium bicarbonate and calcine it again to get sodium carbonate. That is caustic soda. Fang Er prepared caustic soda into a solution and heated it. Then add lard. As the temperature rises and stirring continues, ensure that they can fully react. When the color turns into milky white, it becomes more and more difficult to stir. Fang Er put out the fire. Using a spoon, make these soap pastes. Well, it's already soapy. Put them into the molds prepared in advance and shape them. After it has cooled completely, open the mold and you have a piece of soap. Fang Er tried it himself without any confidence. The cleaning ability is no different from the ones bought in the system. The only difference is that it is not as good looking and fragrant as those produced by the system, but it is enough to sell in this era. I went out with the soap and saw the busy work in the workshop. As coke was produced, the speed of steel making increased by more than double. Furnace after furnace of molten steel was cast into embryonic devices. As the forging bed fell, sets of plate armor were produced. The long steel billet was sent to Fang Er's studio. Zhao Gang used a lathe to process them into gun barrels. Fang Er thought about it for a long time. The workshop needs to be standardized. The duties and leaders of each district must be clarified. The next morning, Fang Er called all the craftsmen together, held a small meeting. Fang Er announced the appointment decision. Zhao Gang was the foreman of the firearms workshop. Ma Shan worked as a foreman in a cement workshop. Niu Liang was the foreman of a carpenter's workshop. Wang Mo was the foreman of the coking workshop. Lin San was the foreman of the caustic soda workshop. Wang Wu was the foreman of a printing house. Ma Qi was the foreman of the glass workshop. Zhou Mu was the foreman of the soap factories. Unconsciously, he had created so many things, and Fang Er felt a great sense of accomplishment. These people were originally blacksmiths or carpenters. However, they demonstrated their abilities in the gradually increasing projects, so Fang Er readily promoted them. At the same time, the entire workshop is divided into 8 areas. Each area is responsible for a technology. The only difference is the cement workshop. This workshop is only used as a warehouse, and the actual production takes place on the Huishan side. Chapter 160, I feel cold sweat just thinking about it. Time goes by day. With the reasonable division of labor, the farmers, now they should be considered workers. Their proficiency is increasing. The inventory at the soap factory gradually increased. The glass workshop also produced a large amount of flat glass, according to Fang Er's request. This day, truckloads of flat glass were pulled into Chang'an City. Zuixianlou put up a sign, saying it would be closed for the day. Within one day, all the paper-pasted and carved wooden windows were replaced with large, bright glass windows. When it reopened, all the diners were shocked. Is this really? So much colored glaze was actually used to make windows. This is too extravagant. How much will this cost? You don't know, right? They were auctioning off glass treasures 2 years ago. So, Zuixianlou has a channel for colored glaze? Look, there's a notice posted. Uncle Zhang walked out of Zuixianlou with a piece of paper and pasted it outside the door. We are accepting reservations for glass. Just these few words were like dropping a high-explosive grenade into the crowd. Those who can eat here are either rich or noble, and they are not short of money. For a moment, diners flocked in and asked Zhang Bo about the glass. When Uncle Zhang said that his owner had spent a lot of money to buy the recipe and make it himself. Among the crowd, several people quietly left Zuixianlou. At this moment, Fang Er, accompanied by Chang Chimo, ran to Zhang Gongjin's house with a few pieces of glass. Hey, what gust of wind brought our little General Fang here? Zhang Gongjin was reading in the study when he heard the servants say that Fang Er was here to visit. He dropped his book and came out to greet him in person. Mr. Zhang, if you tease me like this again, I'll leave. Fang Er said with a smile. He was very surprised that Zhang Gongjin came out to greet him in person. A dignified duke of a county came out to greet the guerrilla general. It was a huge honor no matter how you looked at it. Ha, you kid. Zhang Gongjin pointed at Fang Er and smiled. Suddenly, he saw the pieces of glass pulled on the ox cart behind Fang Er, and his mouth opened in shock. This is from Mr. Zhang. I heard that Mr. Zhang's health has not been good recently, so Fang brought this to modify Mr. Zhang's window. Fang Er explained. Since Zhang Gongjin came back from the last northern expedition, he has been feeling worse day by day. After all, they had fought together in battle, so Fang Er didn't think about anything else and just came over with the glass. At the same time, there are other plans. How can we use this? It's so precious. How can we use it to make windows? It's such a waste of resources. Zhang Gongjin was so excited that he was shaking. He also heard about the glass auction a few years ago. The price is easily several thousand strings of cash. Looking at the glass on the ox cart, Zhang Gongjin might not be able to afford it even if he sold them by the pound. Fang Er actually said that it was used to make windows for him. How could he remain calm? Ha, Mr. Zhang, are you not going to let this kid into your house? Fang Er saw his reaction and joked happily. Come on, tell me everything. Zhang Gongjin took Fang Er in one hand and Cheng Chimo in the other and walked into the inner courtyard. Arrived in the inner courtyard and sat down. Fang Er spoke without waiting for him to ask. To be honest with you, Mr. Zhang, I made these colored glazes myself. The cost is not high, so you can use them without worry. Really? Don't fool me, kid. Zhang Gongjin said half-believingly. Don't worry, it's not worth much. Come, I will replace the window of your study for you myself. After saying this, Fang Er ignored Zhang Gongjin's attempt to stop him. Under the guidance of the servants of Zhang's house, they found the study. I found some tools and quickly tore off all the paper covering the windows of his study. The sizes of doors and windows in ancient times were subject to certain regulations. There are almost only a few standards for size. Therefore, the glass that Fang Er brought can be used directly, and it is not too big or too small. The glass was fixed to the window one by one with mortise and tenon joints. The whole process didn't even take half an hour. When Zhang Gongjin walked into the study, he suddenly felt that the whole study became extremely bright. The sunlight shines through the glass onto my body, making me feel particularly warm. It's more comfortable than basking in the sun in the yard. At least there was no cold wind blowing. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Fang Er pulled a chair at random, sat down, and looked at him and asked. Good, good, good. This thing is really good. Zhang Gongjin couldn't stop praising. I have something to ask. Please see what Mr. Zhang thinks. Fang Er said. Oh, what's going on? Hearing that Fang Er had something to do, Zhang Gongjin calmed down and looked at Fang Er and asked. I just said that I made this color glaze myself, but Mr. Zhang should also know that I have too many things to do. So, I want to find two friends I know well to do this glass business together. I wonder if Mr. Zhang is willing to give me a hand. Fang Er said it very easily, but Zhang Gongjin was not calm. Fang Er didn't seem to feel the slightest bit heartbroken when sending out so much glass at once. It can be seen that the cost of this thing is not very high. And Jiming Fang Er also said this. Fang Er is clearly giving money to others by getting others to do the glass business together. And it is an endless river of money. You can't spend too much time on this business by yourself, right? Zhang Gongjin was a little depressed. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. To be honest with you, Lord Zhang, I gave another business to Lord Zhao a few days ago. I don't have much ambition. I just want to hide in the back and count money. I can't worry about anything. Fang Er said this. Zhang Gongjin accepted it instead. Well, tell me, how do you do this business? Zhang Gongjin said. This business is quite big, even bigger than the one I did for Duke Zhao. So, I'm afraid that just me and Lord Zhang may not be enough. Fang Er shook his head. This is not nonsense. He has too many good things, so he must recruit some reliable allies. He used a restaurant to hold Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda. He used soap to hold Changsun Wuji back. Now he wants to use the glass to pull two more thighs over. Zhang Gongjin's title is enough, but he has no background. That's the shortcoming. But he didn't have much friendship with other people. Compared to the restaurant and soap business, glass is a highly profitable business. Mr. Zhang, who do you think would be a good fit to work with us? Fang Er's words made Zhang Gongjin fall into deep thought. This is Fang Er's trust in him. You definitely can't just pull someone here at random. After a while, Zhang Gongjin slapped his thigh. How is Duke Chai? Fang Er was dumbfounded. He couldn't even hide in time. At the grand court meeting, Chai Xiao wanted to force him to be his son-in-law. Now he breaks out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Chapter 161. Take him to the alley and beat him up. Can you change it? Fang Er said with some entanglement. Ha 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 yo. Zhang Gongjin smiled and pointed at Fang Er. He was also present during the grand court meeting, so looking at Fang Er's expression, he knew why he was reluctant to look for Chai Xiao. Duke Chai is willing to give his daughter to you. If you tell others about this, so many people will envy you. Yet you are still like this. If those people knew your thoughts, I wonder if you would be dragged into an alley and beaten up after you get out. Oh my God, is this unreasonable? Fang Er was speechless. What's going on? Is there really no human rights? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I said I had a reason for doing this with Duke Chai. Let alone anything else. Just the face of the late Princess Pingyang is enough. Zhang Gongjin talked about Princess Pingyang. Fang Er's eyes lit up. He hadn't thought of this at first. Princess Pingyang was Li Yuan's favorite daughter. Li Jiansheng was the eldest, Li Shimin was the second, and the third was Princess Pingyang. When Li Yuan rebelled, Princess Pingyang led her female army to fight along the way and laid a solid foundation for Li Yuan. Then he joined forces with Chai Xiao to capture Chang'an. This is how the capital of the Tang dynasty came into being. Maybe it's because beauty is envied by God. Or maybe it was the hidden injuries caused by years of fighting. In the 6th year of Wuda, Princess Pingyang died of illness. She is also the only female general in ancient Chinese history to be buried with military honors. Therefore, whether in Li Yuan's heart or in Li Er's heart, she has an extremely important position. She died, but left behind her children. Just for her sake, no one in the entire Tang dynasty dared to cause trouble for the Chai family. Otherwise, Li Er would be the first one to disagree. Of course, there's also Li Yuan. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Anyone who treats stud Li Yuan as trash is the biggest idiot. Li Yuan loves Princess Pingyang to the core. Thinking of this, Fang Er finally accepted Zhang Gongjin's proposal. Prepared to visit Chai Xiao. After saying goodbye to Zhang Gongjin and leaving Zhang's house. When it was time for Cheng Chumo to go on duty, Fang Er drove the ox cart back to Zuixianlou by himself. He loaded another truck with glass and, along with 2 waiters from the restaurant, went to Chai Xiao's residence. Chai Xiao might have something to do and was about to go out. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he saw Fang Er walking towards him from afar. A smile appeared on his face, like an old fox who had stolen a chicken. Hey, little guy, you brought this upon yourself. Oh, is this my dear son-in-law? Chai Xiao walked up to Fang Er and spoke with deliberately surprising evidence. Then he glanced at the ox cart behind him. Hey, you brought me a gift? Is it a betrothal gift? Fang Er was stunned. How can this guy be like this? In public. If this gets out, it'll be all shit. How ugly must Chai Xiao's daughter be for him to be so desperate to find a son-in-law for her? Are you afraid that your daughter won't be able to get married? Didn't Zhang Gongjin say that many people were eyeing Chai Xiao's daughter? Are you trying to trick me? Duke Chai, be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Fang Er waved his hands quickly. At this moment, he was ready to escape again. Fuck you. Can I stop selling glass? But before he could do anything, Chai Xiao came up and grabbed his arm. Come on. Now that we're home, we have to go in and sit down. After saying that, he dragged him into the Chai mansion. By the way, he asked the servants to take over the ox cart and entertain the 2 servants brought by Fang Er. The backyard of Chai mansion. Chai Yu was sitting in the yard, staring at the sky in a daze. Then I saw Chai Xiao walking in with a young man. He quickly got up and went back to his room. Fang Er didn't see clearly. He just saw a figure flash by, and he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was a maid from the Chai mansion. Chai Xiao pushed him onto the chair where Chai Yu had just sat. He pulled another chair and sat down opposite Fang Er. Tell me, are you here to ask for a marriage today? Fang Er was about to collapse. Damn it. Duke Chai, stop. I'm not here to ask for a marriage. I'm here to give you money. If you talk about engagement or marriage again, I'll turn around and leave, and I won't come to your house again. You still say you're not seeking marriage? You're giving me the betrothal money, right? Tell me, how much money did you give to my father-in-law? Chai Xiao talked about finding a son-in-law every time he spoke. Fang Er really wanted to leave. Duke Chai, can we have a nice talk? Okay, then let's have a nice chat. Chai Xiao suddenly became very serious and said to Fang Er, well, to make a long story short, I'm here to bring you some color glass, the kind pulled by the ox cart. Install it on the windows instead of window paper, and it'll make the room not only brighter, but also warmer. Chai Xiao said nothing. In addition, this color glaze is made by me, and I'm going to find someone to partner with me in the glass business. I will be responsible for the production, and Mr. Zhang and you will be responsible for the sales. How do you think? Chai Xiao hasn't spoken yet. No, Mr. Chai, what do you mean? Do you agree or not? Fang Er stared at Chai Xiao and asked. That's 3 sentences. Now, it's my turn to speak. First, let's build a room for Lioli. Let's go. Chai Xiao stood up and walked toward the room. When he reached the door of the house, he stopped and said to Fang Er, who was following him, wait a moment. After saying that, he knocked on the door, and the door opened. After he went in, he closed the door again. This is Chai Yu's boudoir. Dad, is there anyone outside? Chai Yu asked curiously. Hey, the friend that Dad told you about last time is outside. He said he brought Dad some color glass to put on the windows. It can make the house brighter and warmer. It just so happens that Dad will ask him to install in your house first. You could try it out. Also, take a good look at him. If you're satisfied, Dad will ask your second uncle to arrange a marriage for you. How about that? Is Dad kind enough? Chai Xiao happily explained to Chai Yu. Dad, how can you be like this? Bringing outsiders to my daughter's boudoir. What kind of thing is this? How can my daughter face others if this gets out? Chai Yu's face turned red with shame. He stomped his feet and hid behind the screen in the middle of the room. Then he stopped talking. Chai Xiao laughed and opened the door. Come on, show it. Let me see your glazed window. Fang Er looked at him with suspicion. What's going on? He was still a normal man when he was in Peking. How come things have changed as soon as you came back? I was speechless and started to tear off the window paper and replace it with glass. When the first glass is installed, Chai Xiao's expression changed. He started to focus only on pimping. I'm only concerned with finding a son-in-law. He didn't take Fang Er's mention of the glazed windows seriously at all. But now that this is really in front of me, it's impossible not to care. Chayu, who was watching secretly from behind the screen, also covered her mouth in surprise. Such a big piece of glass. Smooth and transparent. Just install on your window. Chapter 162, prying Chai Xiao's head open. Is this the Lioli you just mentioned? You want to do this business with me? Chai Xiao's voice trembled a little. Of course, I wonder what Mr. Chai thinks. Fang Er was very satisfied with Chai Xiao's performance. This was the reaction a normal person should have. But Chai Xiao can only be serious for 3 seconds. He came up and hugged Fang Er. Ha, that's what I told you. You're here to give me the betrothal gift today, right? This glass business is your betrothal gift. Otherwise, what fool would give away such a good business? Chai Xiao spoke excitedly while patting Fang Er's back vigorously. Poor Fang Er, in front of Chai Xiao, he was as weak as a little chick. How can I escape? And Chai Yu, who was behind the screen, heard everything Chai Xiao said clearly. The little face turned red. Dowry? No wonder. But, how embarrassing. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Chai, you're strangling me to death. Cough, cough. Fang Er's face turned red and his eyeballs popped out. Chai Xiao was so excited that he didn't notice it at all. Chai Yu saw it, and without caring about being shy, she quickly ran out from behind the screen. Daddy, let go. Chai Yu grabbed Chai Xiao's arm and pulled hard. It was only then that Chai Xiao realized something was wrong. Fang Er is so fast that he's about to kick his legs. I finally feel like I can breathe some fresh air. He took a few greedy gulps. When he turned around, he saw a pretty girl standing behind Chai Xiao, pulling his sleeve. The girl seemed to be about 14 or 15 years old, and the skin exposed outside her clothes was whiter than snow and as delicate as a baby's. 2 big eyes, bright and moving. When Fang Er looked at her, Chai Yu seemed to sense something with the corner of her eyes. He also turned his head and glanced at Fang Er, but immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. A face full of shyness. Dad, look at you, you almost strangle me to death. Chai Yu immediately turned her attention to Chai Xiao. Dad was a little excited just now. Well, what do you think of Dad's little friend? What rice? Is this the daughter that Chai Xiao wanted to introduce to himself? Oh my god, what the hell? It's all over. Fang Er just felt that he couldn't find any words to describe it. Damn engineering geek. It was really the Chai Yu in front of him that was beyond his expectations. Originally, Chai Xiao's operation was like that of a pimp. It made him think that Chai Yu's appearance must not be very good. It's just average at best. But damn, when a beautiful girl like Chai Yu stood in front of him, he just wanted to pry open Chai Xiao's head and take a look. That's it. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to get married? Hey, Miss Chai, please be at ease down there. Don't take Mr. Chai's words seriously. He was just joking with me. Fang Er quickly explained to Chai Yu. Don't worry, sir. Yuera knows what to do. Just talk to Daddy. Yuera still has some things to do. After saying that, Chai Yu flew out of the house. Hey, wake up. My daughter has gone far away. Chai Xiao felt indescribably happy when he saw Fang Er's expression. Little brat, don't you look down on my daughter? Look at you. You look like you have never seen the world. Hey. Fang Er cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Well, Mr. Chai, how about we talk about this glass business? Glass business? No way. If it's a betrothal gift, then we can consider talking about it. Chai Xiao stroked his mustache, walked out of the house, and sat in the yard outside. Fang Er was so embarrassed. What should I do? Finally, he gritted his teeth, chased out, and sat opposite Chai Xiao. Mr. Chai, I really want to do this glass business with you. What do you think? Chai Xiao waved his hand, then said, Boy, my daughter is pretty, isn't she? How about it? Are you interested? As long as you nod, it doesn't matter whether it's business or not. You can do whatever you want under the name of the Chai family. What do you think? Oh my god, what a shameless person. But Fang Er felt that they could talk. This is really worth talking about. Well, Mr. Chai, I admit that your daughter is indeed outstanding in appearance, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone, right? Why don't you ask your daughter's opinion? Fang Er rubbed his hands together. Why the hell? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm chatting with my father-in-law? Ha. Don't worry about that. Just tell me what you mean. Chai Xiao was not at all unhappy about Fang Er's change of attitude. After all, my daughter's face is there. And, as for temperament, it is also captured quite well. It's nothing interesting, kid. I just wonder if we can have some contact first. Otherwise, it feels a bit hasty. She's good-looking, but I don't know anything else. He comes from a family of military commanders. What if I marry her and she beats me with a stick every day? I'll be dead. Okay, it's settled. I'll ask your second brother to go to Fang Er to talk to you about your glass business. Let's have a drink together, father and son. Although Fang Er did not agree directly, Chai Xiao had enough confidence in his daughter. He really doesn't care about business, although his Chai family is not a wealthy family. But after all, when the heir married the eldest princess, he gave a lot of dowry. Moreover, in these years of fighting wars in the East and the West, it is impossible to say that there was no night grass. The only person he cares about now is his daughter. As long as my daughter is happy and find a good husband, nothing else matters. Although I have only known Fang Er for a few months. But he also asked people to inquire about Fang Er's affairs in private. Even the 3 generations of Fang Erzu's ancestors were thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to come to the gate of Taiji Palace and ask for a son-in-law so shamelessly. It's really that Fang Er's performance in the past 6 months has been too extraordinary. At the age of 15 or 16, relying on my own abilities. Within half a year, he was promoted several times in a row. He also managed the huge Fang Er in an orderly manner. It even saved countless disaster victims. He is talented, virtuous, good at literature and martial arts, and he is also good-looking. Only a fool would not bring him back for his daughter. Mr. Chai, if that's the case, I won't drink any more wine. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll have someone invite you to Fang Family Manor for a detailed discussion later. Fang Er didn't dare to drink with him, so he quickly found an excuse to leave. As soon as he left, Chai came back from somewhere. Father, Chai was a little embarrassed. Do you think Dad is messing around? Chai Xiao suddenly became serious. Dad, how can you be like this? Master Fang is right. If word gets out about what you did today, how will your daughter face people? Chai wanted to cry, although she did have a crush on Fang Er. But Chai Xiao's behavior was a little unacceptable to her. He's very popular now. If it weren't for Dad keeping an eye on him, okay, no more words when your second brother goes to Fang Er. Ask him to take you with him, just like going out for spring. Chai Xiao shook his head helplessly, stood up, and walked towards the study. Chapter 163, The Demolition Captain, is online. When Chai Zhui got off duty that day and returned home, he heard what had happened at home that day. He had seen Fang Er before. Therefore, although he was speechless about Chai Xiao's approach, he did not express any opposition. The next day, Chai Zhui took his sister and Zhang Gongjin's son Zhang Daxiang and drove a horse-drawn carriage to Fang Er. Fang Er was lying in the yard basking in the sun. A few little guys were gnawing on the recliners below. Damn it, it's not a bone. I don't know why I became addicted to chewing it. There are dog tooth marks all over the chair legs. Wonkai was lying on the side, too lazy to move. Brother Fang is really free. Chai Zhui walked in from outside. The servants in Fang's mansion were already accustomed to these young men from Chang'an City. They even opened the door directly and invited people in, without even notifying them. Brother Chai, huh? Miss Chai's here too. Fang Er was a little surprised. He quickly got up and asked Xiaoqing to get them a chair. As soon as Chai Yu entered the yard, she saw several puppies lying on the ground, especially those 3 Alaskans. Because of its long hair, it looks chubby and cute. Fang. I am sorry for disturbing you by coming here without your permission. Chai Yu and Fang Er performed a blessing, but his eyes kept glancing at the puppy. You're welcome. Come and sit down. Come and sit down. Chai Zhui also saw the puppy on the ground. Brother Fang, I don't think I've ever seen these dogs before. Aha, little gadget, little gadget. Fang a laukit. He picked up an Alaskan from the ground and handed it to Chai Yu. Miss Chai seems to like this little thing very much. You can pick it up and play with it. Don't worry, it won't bite you. Chai Yu's been staring at the little yellow Alaska. How could Fang Er not know what it meant? I heard in my previous life that a good dog is a magic weapon for picking up girls. I see that it would also work in the Tang dynasty. Thank you very much, General Fang. Chai Yu felt a little embarrassed, but it looked so furry that she really wanted to stroke it. Carefully took little Allah and held him in his arms. The dog gave her a lot of face and lay in her arms. From time to time, it would stick out its tongue to lick Chai Yu's palm. This made Chai Yu giggle. Zhang Daxiang was a little envious of Era. No way. Who made this thing look like a wolf? Without even saying hello to Fang Er, he just picked one up from the ground. Fang Er didn't care about him and just let him have fun. Talked to Chai Zhui about Liuli's operation plan. Zhang Daxiang just listened on the side without interrupting. I must have discussed it with Chai Zhuwei on the way here. Fang Er was happy to see this happen. Anyway, just save yourself some money. The final plan was that Fang Er would provide the glass, and the two families would provide the manpower. First, open up the situation in Chang'an, and then expand to other prefectures and counties. The final profit distribution is the same as that of Zuixianlou. Fang Er took 40% for himself, and the two families each took 30%. Although Fang Er doesn't know much about business matters. But after all, it is insight from more than 1,000 years later. Some business operations and marketing methods also sound reasonable. Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang nodded repeatedly after listening. Chai Yu was secretly observing Fang Er from the side. The young man in front of me seems to be even more powerful than what my father said. That's all I have to say. Fang Er took them to visit the workshop. The three of them seemed to have entered a strange world. It turns out that printing can be so fast. The steel ingots piled up into a small mountain. There's also colored glass that looks like mud and is shaped at will by craftsmen. They were all amazed. At the shooting range, Fang Er also gave Zhang Daxiang and Chai Zhuwei a pistol each. The two of them were having a great time playing with the guitar. Fang Er looked at Chai Yu, who was holding the dog, and walked over. Miss Chai, do you want to try it? Huh? No, I won't. Chai Yu waved her hands repeatedly. It's okay, it's very simple, come, I'll teach you. Fang Er took out a Type 54 rifle, loaded it with bullets skillfully, and loaded it. Then he handed it to Chai Yu. Can I really? Cheng Yaojin looked at Fang Er nervously. It's okay. It's fine. Come, I'll teach you. First, turn on the safety. Then aim at the target and pull the trigger below. Fang Er took out another pistol and demonstrated it to Chai Yu. Chai Yu's little face was flushed. Some are eager to try. Following Fang Er's instructions, he turned on the safety. Then he raised his arms and aimed at the target in the distance. Pull the trigger carefully. Bang! There was a flash of muzzle flame, but it didn't hit the target. Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang, who were having fun, were startled by the sudden gunshot. I turned around and found it was Chai Yu. Zhang Daxiang smiled at Chai Zhuwei. Brother Chai, is this a good thing? Screw you. Chai Zhuwei kicked him. Then he looked at Chai Yu and Fang Er beside her. Now I can explain to the old man when I go back. Chai Yu fired a few shots in succession and fell in love with the feeling. Princess Pingyang is her mother and also her idol. I dream that one day I will be able to lead an army of women to fight on the battlefield. But on weekdays, Chai Xiao and her two brothers never allowed her to wield swords or guns, afraid of hurting her in the slightest. When they arrived at Fangjiazwang, Chai Zhuwei no longer cared about her. The small pistol became more and more skillful in her hands. Fang Er was loading the magazine for her. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of shooting continued. Zhang Daxiang was stunned. Fang Er gave each of them 50 rounds of bullets, so they fired every shot very carefully. It took him a long time to aim before pulling the trigger. But what the hell? Why does Chai Yu seem to have bullets for free? Don't worry about whether it hits the target or not. Just shoot. So I just stopped fighting. Chai Zhuwei and Chai Yu just watched Chai Yu shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The recoil of a pistol and the pleasure of continuous firing, making Chai Yu more and more excited. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Fang Er just watched quietly from his side. There were already more than a dozen full magazines on hand. Chai Zhuwei is fine. After all, this is my sister. No matter what, I will never be jealous of Chai Yu. But Zhang Daxiang couldn't help it. Brother Chai, Brother Fang, is forgetting his friends for the sake of beauty. No, I'm going to grab a few magazines. After saying that, I'm about to go over. As a result, Chai Zhuwei hugged his neck. Hey, have you forgotten that's my sister? Zhang Daxiang was dumbfounded. Damn it. So, I'm the only outsider in this shooting range. Oh my god, you are such a bully. Chai Yu stopped shooting only when he felt his hands go numb. The target on the opposite side has been shot into a honeycomb. At her feet were a pile of bullet shells. Yue, how was your fun? Chai Zhuwei came over, looked at her lovingly, and asked. Chapter 164. Bullets don't let you shoot. Chai Yu suddenly realized that she might have been too unstable just now. But that feeling is really great. Mr. Fang, was I being reckless just now? She looked at Fang Er embarrassedly. Miss Chai is of her true nature. How could she be so reckless? Fang Er said cheerfully. It can be seen that Miss Chai likes this pistol very much. In this case, this gun will be given to Miss Yu. Isn't this a bit bad? This thing must be very valuable. Chai Yu felt a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Just a little gadget I made myself. It should be useful for self-defense. Fang Er said as he picked up the pistol from the table and handed over 2 magazines. Sister Chai, Brother Fang is biased. He only gave me 1 magazine and didn't let me use all the bullets. Zhang Daxiang had a face full of resentment. His words made Chai Yu blush. Boy, don't ask for a beating. Chai Zhui raised his fist at Zhang Daxiang. Ha ha, let's go back to the village and I'll treat you guys to something delicious. After Fang Er finished speaking, he called Zhao, who was in training, over. Ask him to take people to collect the bullet shells from the shooting range. Fang Mansion. The shabu shabu hot pot is ready. One side has spicy beef oil, and the other side has a mushroom hot pot with clear soup. The 3 people, who had never seen this way of eating, looked at the boiling soup in the pot with curiosity. The mutton is put into the pot and changes color quickly. Fang Er called them to start eating. A few dogs were crawling back and forth under the table, trying to pick up some food. Fang Er took a look, picked up a piece of meat, and threw it down. A husky saw it and immediately pounced on it. Eat the meat roll in 1 bite. Then, he vomited it out decisively. Damn it, I'm not a human. My master is a real dog. How can you feed hot slices of meat to a dog? And it's super spicy. The baby is suffering. Seeing the dog's miserable appearance, Zhang Daxiang's mood suddenly improved. Well, I'm treated much better than this husky. At least I haven't been cheated yet. Chai Zhui picked up a few pieces of meat rolls for Chai Yu. Come and try it. I just ate it and it was pretty good. I'm so sorry. Neither she nor Chai Xiao had ever eaten at the same table. All meals are served separately. It was the first time I sat around a table with others and ate from a pot with chopsticks. Miss Chai, would you like to try it? This is a specialty of our family. You can't get it anywhere else. This is called hot pot. Today we are having a shabu shabu hot pot. The red one is spicy, and the white soup over there is made from several kinds of fresh mushrooms. You could try it. Fang Er talked about the bottom of the pot on both sides. It would be bad if you can't eat spicy food and accidentally eat it and make a fool of yourself. But Chai Yu focused her attention on the 3 words, Yuanyang hot pot. What does he mean? Why is it called a yucca pot? The more I think about it, the redder my face becomes. Is he hinting at something? Fang Er had no idea what she was thinking. After making way for him, he started eating by himself. Chai Zhui looked at his sister's expression. But I was secretly happy in my heart. The task given by the old man has been completed. Come on, elephant, eat. Now that the task is completed, let's have a good meal. This hot pot feels great. Numb and spicy. It's so cool. After dinner, it was almost dark. The 3 of them stood up and said goodbye. Fang Er also gave them some hot pot base. At night, Fang Er got into Xiaoqing's bed again. His window is leaking. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Cheng Chumo came running over with an excited look on his face. Brother Fang, firearms army, firearms army. As soon as he saw Fang Er, he started shouting excitedly. What happened to the firearms army? Fang Er asked. The firearms army has been established, a new army of 10,000 people. Balin and I have been transferred there. Cheng Chumo explained. Isn't this normal? You 2 met early, and you're very accurate in your shots. Isn't it a surprise that you were transferred there? Fang Er was not surprised at all. Ever since Li Shimin said he wanted to build a new army years ago, he had thought it would be like this. No, Balin and I got promoted. The emperor let me lead 1,000 artillery soldiers, serve as a battalion commander, and promoted me to Zhaowu captain. Bolin and I are the same, but he leads 1,000 musketeers. Cheng Chumo was very excited. Because of their young age, he and Yuchi Baolin were previously Xuanjie colonels, serving as team leaders in the army, with only 100 subordinates each. This time, not only did he get promoted several levels, but he also had 10 times more subordinates. Oh, then it looks like Li Daniyu and the others are going back too. What Fang Er had to consider was who would lead the troops to guard the prisoners at the cement kiln after Li Daniyu and the others left. Come on, follow me to the training ground. Chapter 165, Must Always Be Prepared. Cheng Chumo felt like his climax was interrupted. A look of unhappiness. I came here from far away, just to show off. The result, this is so different from what I thought. The training of 3,000 new recruits has been going on for some time in the parade grounds. Fang Er is preparing for a surprise inspection. Ask them to stop training and gather in the middle of the training ground. Master, we have only been training for more than half a month, and we are already going to take the test. Test, Fang Er said with certainty. 3,000 new recruits were gathered together. Fang Er stood on the platform, facing them. You have been training for more than half a month. Now, I need to test your training results. Are you ready? Ready. 3,000 people answered together. They have experienced collective interrogations like this too many times. Okay then, the first battalion goes first. The rest of you get ready. Yuchi and his first battalion stood still. The content of the assessment is their daily training subjects. Formation, physical fitness, tactics, first aid, shooting, and bombing. Fang Er took a small notebook and gave scores to the new recruits. At the same time, we are also paying attention to the promising talents among these new recruits. After all, there are 3,000 people plus the original 500 guards. That makes a total of 3,500 people. A large number of commanders are needed. The assessment of 3,000 people lasted for 2 days. Fang Er also kept Cheng Yaojin for 2 days. I want him to see how I train soldiers and learn from them. It should be useful when he leads troops in the future. Unexpectedly, 2 days of assessment had worn away any trace of complacency and pride in Cheng Yaojin's heart. 3,000 new recruits, plus 500 guards, were divided into 5 battalions, with 700 people in each battalion. No matter which battalion's performance was, Cheng Yaojin felt inferior to them. Hundreds of people moving in unison. The queue starts at half an hour per stop. Physical fitness, running 5 laps around the nearly 1 kilometer-long training ground without anyone falling behind. In terms of tactics, he could not find any fault with the formation shooting of these recruits. He didn't understand battlefield first aid, but he knew its role on the battlefield and that it could greatly reduce combat casualties. As for shooting, Fang Er is using fixed bullets and can fire as much as he wants. Therefore, in terms of accuracy, there is no comparison. The average scores are between the 5th and 6th ranks. Compared with the soldiers of later generations, this achievement is nothing. Don't be silly. These people have only been trained for more than half a month. Not even 20 days. As for dropping bombs, I can only laugh. On Fang Er's side, the new recruits are also provided with 3 meals a day, with at least 1 meal containing meat. Physical fitness improves rapidly. Compared to when I first came, it's completely different every day. In his opinion, the worst of the 5 battalions was much stronger than the 100 people he originally led. But that's it. Sun Zhou was still scolded by Fang Er. He went straight to Huishan cement kiln and took over the defense from Li Daniu. Similarly, among the 3,500 people, Fang Er selected 30 elite men. The shooting could basically reach 8 rings or above. This shows that these people's shooting talents must be affirmed. Moreover, his physical fitness and tactics are not bad either. These 30 people were organized by Fang Er into a bayonet squad. The name of Fang Family Guard is no longer suitable. Fang Er gave the remaining 3,000 people a designation, the Sky Fire Army. This means that this army will be mainly equipped with firearms. The general of the Sky Fire Army was, of course, Fang Er himself. 5 battalions remain unchanged. In addition, the battalion is divided into teams, each with 100 people. Each team consists of 2 squads, each with 50 people. Each team has 5 fire groups, and each fire group has 10 people. All of them are based on the current organization of the Tang Dynasty Army. The Skyfire Army was officially formed. Fang Er specially asked someone to make a military flag. A blazing flame is embroidered on a red flag. For the 30-man bayonet squad, Fang Er personally made the seals. A black round seal with gold-painted edges and a shining bayonet in the middle. When Fang Er personally put the badge on their chests, the 30 men's eyes were red with excitement. At this moment, I feel that all the hardships and fatigue I have endured these days are worth it. What's more, what makes them even more excited is, Fang Er announced the treatment of the Skyfire Army and the Bayonet Squad. In the Tianhua Army, ordinary soldiers get 500 coins a month, fire captains get 700 coins, sergeants get 1 string of coins, captains get 1 string of coins, and battalion commanders get 2 strings of coins. Bayonet Squad, the captain gets 2 strings of cash, and the other members get 500 coins. When Fang Er said this, all the Skyfire Army looked at the Bayonet Squad with envy. You may be envious, but don't forget to work hard. The members of the Bayonet Squad are not static. There will be a competition every month, and you can pick anyone from the bayonet knife to challenge. The winner will swap positions with the challenged Bayonet Squad member. So come on, I'm looking forward to your performance. Tian Juanhua saw the hope of advancement, while the Bayonet Squad also felt endless pressure. This is also what Fang Er wants. Without competition, there will be no progress. Soldiers are never allowed to be content with the status quo. You must always be prepared. Chapter 166 The Black-Hearted Dealer is online. Sun Zhou looked unhappy. He didn't expect that after the same training, his battalion would be ranked last. Lead the team to Huishan Cement Factory. After the handover with Li Daniu, then he began to practice hard. Li Daniu led the Mielu army back to Fang Er. After finding Cheng Chumo, they returned to Chang'an City together to accept a new mission. The next day, Li Jing came to Fang Er. Also traveling with them was Fang Xinling. These two big guys are here to place an order for Fang Er. Of course, the list they sent surprised Fang Er a little. Is Li Shimin trying to unify East Asia? Oh shit. 8,000 Type 1 Yin rifles. 2,000 Dragon Tooth sniper rifles. 100 artillery pieces. 10,000 sets of plate armor. 5,000 artillery shells. 1 million rifle bullets, and 300,000 sniper bullets. Fang Er was so confused by what he saw. Has the treasury bond already been sold? Fang Er Asket Fang Xuanling. They've all been sold. A total of 5 million strings of cash. They're all in the national treasury now. Fang Xinling is very proud when talking about this. Since ancient times, has there been any prime minister who could add 5 million strings of money to the national treasury in just 1 month? He did it, although this money is borrowed. But isn't it his fault? Fang Er was speechless. I have been staying at the farm these days and have not been to Chang'an City. Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang came over a few days ago, but he didn't mention it. I thought the national debt was gone. I didn't expect that. This group of old guys are indeed worthy of being the people standing at the top of the pyramid. I'm just talking simply. Before they knew it, they had finished everything. Well, let's calculate the price of this bill. Fang Er is very happy. The National Treasury has money, so there's no need to worry about Li Shimin writing IOUs again. Since you're contributing to the country, you can't make money in this way. The boy is aware of this. Don't you think so? Fang Er said with a smile as he looked at Fang Xinling and Li Jing. That's right, kid. All right, I'll let you do the math. Fang Xinling benefited greatly from Fang Er's words. Li Jing also nodded. Well, Fang will only charge the cost. Please listen to my calculation. 8,000 yin-style guns. Each gun requires 20 kilograms of 100 grade steel, a total of 160,000 kilograms. The cost of these steel materials is 24,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 3 guan coins for a Yun 1 style musket. The steel required for plate armor is the same as Yun Isher, so this is easy to calculate. 10,000 sets, a total of 30,000 strings of cash. Each Dragon Fang sniper rifle uses 35 kilograms of 100% tempered steel. 2,000 of them would be 70,000 kilograms of 100% tempered steel. A total of 10,500 strings of cash, equivalent to 5 strings of cash and 250 coins per bundle. The cannons are really powerful. Each cannon requires about 1,000 kilograms of 100 grade steel. 100 cannons require 100,000 kilograms of steel. The total is 15,000 strings of cash, which is equivalent to 150 taels per door. Well, the rest are cheaper. Yin-type bullets cost 10 coins each, and 1 million bullets only cost 10,000 strings of cash. Dragon tooth bullets are more expensive, costing 30 coins each, so 300,000 bullets would cost a total of 9,000 coins. Forget about the shells. They're just pig iron ingots anyway. This one is not valuable. Consider it a gift from a kid. Let's do the math. After Fang Er finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and started calculating. Fang Xinling and Li Jing's faces turned green. Damn it, is this just the cost price? My two dukes, the total price has been calculated. It is 98,500 strings of cash. How about this? Let's add 10 more cannons, which will bring us exactly 100,000 strings of cash. How do you think? Fang Er just felt his hands were itching. Damn, no wonder there were so many arms dealers in the previous life. It turns out that this thing is extremely profitable. Folk blacksmiths use pig iron to make steel, and often they need 10 pounds of iron to produce 1 pound of 100-fold refined steel. During this process, it does not mean that every 10 kilograms of pig iron ingot contains 9 kilograms of impurities. During the continuous heating and calcining process, a portion of the iron will be oxidized at high temperature and removed along with the impurities. Therefore, each time you forge, during the forging process, a large amount of iron was discarded along with the impurities. On his side, he had previously been able to achieve an output of 10 to 3. After the coke is produced, due to the high temperature, the impurities are removed more thoroughly, almost reaching an output of 2 to 1. The quote that Fang Er just gave to Fang Xianling was based on a ratio of 10 pieces of iron to 1 piece of steel that ordinary folk blacksmiths produce. 100,000 strings of cash. Fang Xianling and Li Jing took a deep breath at the same time. General Fang, are you sure this is the cost price? Fang Xianling looked at Fang Er for confirmation. Of course, 10 pounds of iron can produce 1 pound of steel, which is reasonable no matter where you go. The pig iron ingot that Duke Zhao sold to me is already 500 coins. Fang Er said sincerely. The amount involved is too large. Let's go back and report to the emperor and come back tomorrow. The two men looked at each other, then bowed to Fang Er and left Fang Jiazwang. After they left, Fang Er hurriedly rode his horse to the blacksmith shop. There is no need to think about it. This order will definitely come true. The original method of casting the cannon had already been handed over to Li Er. Why didn't the Ministry of Industry figure it out? Either Li Er didn't trust the officials from aristocratic families in the Ministry of Works, or maybe the Ministry of Industry really can't produce anything usable. It can only be a choice between the two. No matter which one, the equipment of this new army will definitely end up in Fang Jiazwang in the end. Chapter 167, Don't Let Your Son-in-Law Suffer. When Fang Xianling and Li Jing entered the Taiji Hall, Chai Xiao was also there. He asked Li Shimin for the imperial decree to grant marriage. Since his daughter is interested in Fang Er, and Chai Zhuwei said last time that Fang Er doesn't seem to object. Therefore, he planned to directly issue an imperial edict to launch a surprise attack on Fang Er. Fang Xianling told Li Shimin in detail the price given by Fang Er. Li Shimin was just about to say something. Chai Xiao jumped out. Lao Fang, didn't the national debt just reach 5 million strings of cash? Are you so distressed by just 100,000 strings of cash? Does General Fang employ craftsmen? Or does Duke Zhao no longer want to pay him for the iron materials? Can't let my son-in-law suffer. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. He looked at Chai Xiao with an incredible look. Oh shit. Before, we were still discussing how to bring Chai Yu and Fang Er together. This guy hasn't even started dating yet, and he's already hooking up? The key point is, isn't it too blatant? Fang Xianling didn't know how to respond to Chai Xiao's words. Indeed, no one can work for free on this thing, right? Besides, no one else can make guns and cannons now. Li Er shook his head. It's a good match. Anyway, this money doesn't come from my pocket. Who made him his brother-in-law? The price is what he said, but it has to be done soon. Give him 3 months. If he can't make it within 3 months, I will punish him. Fang Xianling received a reply from Li Er. The next day, we came to Fang Jiazwang again. Also pulled over were cartloads of silver and copper coins. After Fang Er had breakfast, he sat at the gate waiting. Isn't it? The god of wealth has finally arrived. Mr. Fang, have you eaten yet? Do you want me to ask someone to make you some food? You kid, don't think I don't know that you're secretly happy in your heart. The emperor has said that he will only give you 3 months. If you can't make those guns, cannons, and armor, you will be punished. Fang Er, who was smiling like a chrysanthemum just now, his face immediately turned into a bitter melon. Oh my god, 3 months. What a pit. But before he could say anything, Fang Xianling took out a piece of paper from his arms. The subordinate behind him walked over consciously with a porcelain box in his hand. The porcelain box is opened. There was actually cinnabar inside. Fang Xianling shook the paper away and picked up Fang Er's right hand with his other hand, dipped in cinnabar. Then he pressed on the paper. Okay, you can take these silver and copper coins. I will be leaving now. After saying that, he left without looking back. Fang Er stared blankly at the cinnabar, still remaining on his hands. Oh my god, what the hell is this? What on earth is written on the paper? Will you let me see if I die? Why do I suddenly feel like I've been cheated? Looked at the several ox carts in front of me. Go and beg. Do it. He directly asked someone to send the money back home. Fang Er rode his horse to the blacksmith shop by himself. There's already a whole warehouse full of steel ingots accumulated here. Assigned what needed to be made to Zhao Gang. He himself went into the studio. He called 2 blacksmiths to help him. No way. It certainly couldn't be done with just that lathe. We must take advantage of the time when Zhao Gang and his team are making the plate armor and use the lathe given by the system to copy a few more. They start working at dawn and don't return to the farm until dark. After dinner, I crawled into Xiaoqing's bed and slept like a pig. I have been busy in the studio for more than half a month. Just got the second lathe built. Helplessly, he pulled Zhao Gang over to help him, asked him to make the rough draft first, and then he did the fine-tuning. In this way, the speed was finally increased. After about 10 days, a lathe was made. The hardest part is the guide rails. If this thing is a little bit worse, the final product will be terrible. When the fourth lathe was completed, a month and a half had passed. Including the system lathe, there are a total of 5 lathes lined up in a row in a large workshop. Fang Er switched back to teacher mode, directing the blacksmiths to use lathes to process the gun barrels. The plate armor and the artillery are finished. What's left are the yun, 1 musket and the longest sniper rifle. He gave the bullets to Niu Liang and Ma Chi to take their men to deal with them. That thing doesn't require much technical content, as long as the amount of gunpowder is filled according to the requirements. The warheads are cast directly, then placed in a drum and stirred with coarse sand. The friction between the two is used to polish and trim the bullet. This is a job that requires a lot of people. Just the farmers were called in to do the work. The entire blacksmith shop became extremely lively. At the same time, Dali returned with his men. The families of the 18 riders of Yin were all brought back with them. There are a bunch of children alone. Fang Er handed the work in the blacksmith shop to Zhao Gang. He returned to the village. The 18 riders of Yin were also brought into the manor. Houses have been prepared for them in the village. Looking at the brand new house, the 18 riders of Yin knelt on one knee in front of Fang Er at the same time, expressing my gratitude. To put it bluntly, these family members coming here are actually hostages. This is also the condition for Fang Er to trust them. I thought that just giving me a random house to live in would be enough. But I never expected that it was actually brand new, and it was obviously just built. Chapter 168, The Surprise, is too unexpected. Okay, everyone, get up, and after you've settled your family, come meet me at the training grounds. After saying this, Fang Er returned to the military camp. After not seeing him for a few days, Luo Yi is still the same. His eyes were lifeless as he stared out the window. Fang Er glanced at him and left. This stuff is scrapped. We didn't have to wait long at the training ground. 18 men came together. Kneel on one knee in front of Fang Er. Greetings, master. We will serve you faithfully until death. Stand up. I only know you are the 18 riders of Yin, but I don't know your names. Tell me about yourselves. Fang Er sat on the chair and looked at them and said, My name is Zhang De, and my ancestors are Zhang Fei and Zhang Yide, Marquis of Xixiang, Shu Kingdom. Master Guan, my ancestors are Guan Yu and Guan Yinshang, the shouting Marquis of Shu Kingdom. My name is Zhao Long, and my ancestors are Zhao Yun and Zhao Zilong, the Marquis of Yongchang Pavilion in the Kingdom of Shu. My name is Huang Sheng, and my ancestors are Huang Zhong and Huang Hansheng, the Marquis of Guanyi, Shu Kingdom. Among the 18 people, 4 men came out first, one after another, bowed to each other, and said their names and backgrounds. Fang Er was confused. He slapped the chair and stood up. What the hell? What's going on? How come the descendants of 4 of Liu Bei's 5 tiger generals got together? Is this a coincidence or a coincidence? Moreover, you can just remove the middle character of your ancestor's name and use it as your own name. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You guys are bragging a bit too much. How is it such a coincidence that you both work for Luo Yi? Fang Er looked at them in disbelief and asked. The commissioner began to tell the story between them. These were not their original names. Instead, Luo Yi adopted them from different places when he was fighting everywhere. After they got together and chatted casually, they learned about each other's life experiences. Since the 4 of them were so destined to be together, they simply abandoned their original names. It was inappropriate to use the ancestor's name directly, so the middle word was removed. Fang Er began to believe it a little. For no other reason, just for the invincible fighting power of the 18 riders of Yin. He turned his gaze to the other 14 people. What about you? You're not from a prominent background, are you? A certain Lu Shuang. Fuck, don't say you are a descendant of Lu Bu. Fang Er was excited. Master, you think too much. My ancestor is not Lu Bu, but just an ordinary family. Lu Shuang quickly explained. Well, this is normal. Well, it would be too exaggerated to say that all of them are descendants of famous generals. But Fang Er didn't notice that Lu Shuang's eyes were directed at the remaining few people. What about you? I am Bai Song. My ancestor is by Qi, the god of killing Wuan of the pre-Qin dynasty. A slightly thin but capable man stood up. Fang Er slumped down on the chair. Fuck you. System. Come out here and send me back. Damn it. Can we still have fun? When he sat down, the remaining 12 people who had not yet introduced themselves looked at each other. Then they came out one by one and reported their names. But he never said anything about its origin. A certain Meng brother. A certain plum tree. A certain king has made a decision. A certain Huakong. A certain Wei Miao. A certain Sun Bin. A certain Lu Bo. Something big. A certain Zhao Qi. A certain Sima Wan. Mr. Li. A certain one is good. 12 people gave their names one after another. Fang Er always felt something was wrong when he heard it. But there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's a good match. I don't believe you can gather all the famous generals before the Tang dynasty together. Isn't there also a Lu Shuang? Since you will all be working under Fang from now on, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. From now on, you will be my personal guards, and you will receive 2 strings of cash per month. All the expenses of the family will be paid by me. Children at home can go to school to learn literature, or they can go to the camp to learn martial arts. If there is a war, there will be additional rewards. The price Fang Er offered was quite high. For those who have experienced war and survived by chance, this is enough. The family is settled. The children have books to read. Still thinking about yarn. Moreover, Fang Er also saved Paul Yi's life and allowed him to live out the rest of his life in peace, thus maintaining their reputation for loyalty and righteousness. Thank you for your kindness, master. I am willing to obey your orders. 18 men bowed and thanked together. Look at the clothes they are wearing. Fang Er stood up and walked toward the blacksmith shop. Everyone follow me. The 18 riders of Yinyun followed Fang Er without asking where they were going. Arrived at the studio. What kind of weapons and armor do you usually use? Just tell us and we can make them for you. After saying that, Fang Er spread a piece of paper on the table, picked up a quill, and looked at them. I'm used to using it. They said, Fang Erji. Soon a piece of paper was filled. It's just all weapons. And no one asked for armor. I'm just saying, ordinary bright silver armor will do. Fang Er finished writing down the weapon requirements and looked at them and said, in the future, muskets and artillery will play a decisive role on the battlefield, so you must learn how to use them as soon as possible. After saying this, he opened a box. The box was full of Dragon 2 sniper rifles wrapped in oil paper. One for each of you. Take it to the shooting range. Fang Er held a large bag of fixed bullets in his hand and said to them, PS free gifts every day. Please use your lucky hands to send Generate Power for Love to add more. Chapter 169, Absolute Inheritance. At the shooting range, the 18 riders of Yinyun watched Fang Er attentively as he explained to them how to use firearms. Then he picked up the Dragon Fang and imitated Fang Er, loading the bullet and shooting. The first person to fire the gun was Lu Shuang, who came from a humble background. He picked up the dragon tooth and shot at the target. The moment the gun went off, Fang Er suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. Lu Shuang's figure staggered backward violently under the rain of bullets. Fuck! Forgot to equip them with plate armor. Are you hurt? Fang Er asked nervously. Ah, that's awesome. I like it. Master, I'm fine. Lu Shuang patted his shoulder, as if nothing had happened. He reloaded again and fired another bullet. Others also started output mode. A herd of cattle. What a bunch of beasts. Even though Fang Er was wearing plate armor, he felt that the recoil from the Dragon Fang was enough to hurt him. But these guys are totally fine. They are truly worthy of being one of the 18 riders of Yinyun who will be remembered through the ages. Especially Huang Sheng. This guy is simply cheating. After 3 shots, every shot started hitting the bull's eye. There was a big hole in the middle of the target. Is this Huang Zhong's genetic inheritance? Also, it would be better to say that it is genetic. But what the hell is that guy called Li De? Huang Zhong used 3 shots to get into shape. This guy started hitting the bull's eye with his second shot. Fang Er was speechless. It feels like he's an ordinary person, and these people are the bugs added by the system. He shook his head and let them play by themselves. Fang Er went into the studio. He picked up the weapons list they reported and looked through it carefully. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Zhangba Snake Spear. Jinshin Silver Spear. 10,000 Stone Bow. What the hell? Not only are you going to copy your ancestor's name, you're going to copy his outfit too. What the hell? Where can I get Jinshin for you? 18 weapons. There isn't a single one that's the same. It's so troublesome. Fang Er threw the list aside. Grab a pen and paper and start writing and drawing. Half an hour later, looking at the weapon figures drawn on the paper, Fang Er was very satisfied. Strange knife. It is considered the pinnacle of China's cold weapon development. One knife out, cutting off armor and breaking horses is no problem. Therefore, it is also called the sword of broken horses. Fang Er marked the data on the paper one by one, and then began to make it. Searched in the warehouse. Finally, I set my sights on the I-beam that I had exchanged for previously. It took half a day. Only then was the MO Dao made. The entire MO Dao is 3 meters long. The handle is 1.4 meters long. The blade is 20 centimeters wide, 1 meter 60 long, and nearly 5 centimeters thick at the thickest point. The whole MO Dao weighs 60 kilograms. Fang Er came to the training ground carrying the newly forged MO Dao. With a swoosh sound, he stabbed the 3-meter-long MO Dao directly into the hard ground. Who of you could try this out to see if it works? Seeing that it was a long sword, Guanchong put down the dragon Fang and walked over. I'll try it first. After saying that, he easily picked up the MO Dao with one hand, danced casually for a few times. Suddenly, he ran towards the target in the distance. MO Dao was dragged behind him. Until the target, he turned his wrist. The blade of the MO Dao rose from the ground behind him. It spun around in the air and then chopped hard on the wooden stake under the target. The nearly 20-centimeter thick wooden stake was cut into 2 pieces with just one stroke. The director looked at the broken end of the wooden stake. Satisfied, he returned to Fang Er holding the knife. Master, what is the name of this sword? Montakda. Is it handy? Fang Er asked it. It's quite handy. Xiaolong, go and try it. After the officer finished speaking, he threw the 3-meter-long MO Dao straight at Xiaolong. Damn it, it's really inhuman. The MO Dao weighs 60 kilograms and is 3 meters long. It could be thrown more than 10 meters away. Zhao Long did the same, dancing for a while, and then went to chop a target post. Then he came back with a knife in hand, satisfied. Throw the knife to them. 18 people. A total of 18 targets were hit. Damn it, do you have a grudge against the target or something? Since they felt it worked fine, Fang Er decided not to customize it for them anymore. Fortunately, there were enough I-beams, so everyone was equipped with a MO Dao. By then, I will equip it with a dragon tooth and a pistol. Hey, use Dragon Fang at a distance. Use a pistol at medium range. There's also the MO Dao for close combat. The bone is crooked. That's it. 7 days later. 18 R-hits. Wrong. The 18 riders of Yinyun put on a full set of equipment. Not just them. Fang Er did this to make it look good. They were also given 18 war horses of similar height, weight, and size. Moreover, the war horses were covered with a full set of chainmail. 18 people climbed onto their horses together. That's so handsome. Yes, this is what we call iron cavalry. Full melee protection. Ample ranged attack capabilities. Fang Er was very satisfied. The 18 riders of Yinyun also looked excited. This complete set of equipment is simply amazing. They wish they could find someone to fight right now. Master, are there any bandits around here? My 3-meter-long sword is thirsty for a long time. Zhang sat on the horse and drove the warhorse back and forth on the spot. Listening to the crisp sound of metal collision is particularly pleasant. I also want to find someone to try out this treasure. Bai Song licked his lips, looking forward to it. Wipe. Fang Er believed it. I believe it completely. One is the descendant of a reckless man. The other is the descendant of a murderous god. Just get the weapon and go chop a few people for fun. This is definitely hereditary. Chapter 170 Lush Green Breeding Fields. But having said that, Fang Er himself was also itching to try it. After 2 battlefield experiences, life in Zhuangzi was indeed a bit dull for him. Divide into 2 teams. Each team will have half a month to move freely. You can find some bandits or something to practice with. But remember, you must not harass the people. I still have orders to keep an eye on, so I can only let them go and have some fun. The 18 riders of Yinyun obtained Fang Er's permission and repeatedly promised that they would never disturb the people. Without paying any more attention to them, Fang Er went to the blacksmith's workshop. 5 lathes running at full power. I work almost non-stop for 12 hours every day. It's really that people stop, but the machines don't. But there's still not enough people. Zhao Gang thought of a solution. Some of them were selected from the farmers who had previously worked as helpers in the blacksmith shop. A farmer with nimble hands and brain, recruited into the blacksmith shop. just teach and do things at the same time. Each person is only responsible for the assembly of one part. Only in this way can we complete the task within the time limit. Without the challenge of this order, Fang Er had not yet discovered the problems on his side. That is, there is a serious shortage of reserve personnel. It seems that after this batch of things is out, I will have to open a night school on the farm. There is still half a month left until the deadline. Fang Xianling and Li Jing came to Fang Jiazwang again. Anji, how are the guns and cannons doing? Can they be completed successfully in half a month? There was obvious doubt in Fang Xuanling's tone. He didn't believe that Fang Er could produce such a large amount of things in 3 months. Ha ha, Mr. Fang is underestimating me. Don't worry, in half a month, I will definitely give you all the bullets you need. Fang Er's answer was very confident. Now, even the most difficult gun barrel can be drilled out in the time it takes to stick an incense stick. 5 lathes are running at the same time, making more than 200 gun barrels a day. If this were done purely by hand, it would be simply unimaginable. Because now the production of gun barrels is all done by casting the blank first and then cutting on a lathe, which greatly reduces the workload. Even if there is a slight difference at that time, we could just use the existing weapons of the Skyfire army. So, the delivery is no problem. Oh, how much have you made now? Li Jing asked, just because he is the commander of the new army established this time. So, he is most concerned about this matter. I don't know exactly how many there are, so why don't I take you to the warehouse to have a look? Fang Er took the 2 of them to the blacksmith shop. It was already the end of February. The grass is growing, the warblers are flying, and the willow trees are sprouting. The wheat in the fields by the roadside is also growing strong. Suddenly, Fang Xuanling's eyes fell on a wall beside the workshop. There were also a few farmers standing on the wall, as if they were guarding the things inside. So he began to ask, "What's that over there?" "Oh, that's the breeding field that the kid built. It's planted with high-yield wheat for breeding seeds. Then why build a wall around it? And there's so much empty land outside the wall." Fang Xianling was puzzled. "It's just breeding. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right?" Fang Er then explained them one by one. When Fang Xianling heard that the yield per moo could reach 5 stones, he was so excited that even his beard trembled. "Are you sure it's gashi?" Fang Xianling held Fang Er's shoulders with both hands and stared into his eyes for confirmation. Calm down, calm down." Fang Er quickly broke free from his hands and continued. "It should be possible to produce 5 dan per moo. If the management is proper and the water and fertilizer are sufficient, 5 dan should be the minimum yield. Come on, take me to see it." Fang Xianling didn't want to see any muskets or cannons anymore. He is the Minister of Revenue. Food is the most important thing for people. It is impossible for him not to take such matters seriously. Li Jing looked at Fang Xianling speechlessly. This guy pulled Fang Er towards the wall. Just abandon him and leave him alone. I had no choice but to follow him. After thinking about it, I realized that the guns and ammunition were all in the warehouse anyway, so it didn't matter if they were there a day earlier or later. When we got to the other side of the wall, we saw that the person standing on the wall was Old Man Ma. This old man is over 50 years old. He stood on the wall with a cane and kept looking around. I saw Fang Er coming over with 2 people. "Quickly get down from the wall." "Sir, how is the wheat growing now?" "Fang Er asked. Good, good, good. I have lived for decades and have never seen wheat grow so well." Old Ma, too, opened a small door under the wall, as if he was presenting a treasure. "Sir, please come in." Fang Er hasn't moved yet. Fang Xianling squeezed directly in through the crack in the door. Inside the wall, looking around, all you can see is green wheat fields. He pulled one out and walked out. He ran to the wheat field outside the wall and pulled out another one. Put 2 stalks of wheat together for comparison. Fang Xianling shouted excitedly at Fang Er. "Fang Anji, how dare you hide such a good thing from me?" Not only was the bred wheat stronger than ordinary wheat, it also had many more tillers. And the roots are also thicker and longer. When wheat sprouts, 1 seed produces 1 seedling. When entering the tillering stage, many tillers will emerge from the roots. The number of tillers directly affects the wheat yield. Similarly, if the roots are good, the ability to absorb fertilizer and water will be stronger, and the ability to resist disease will also be stronger. Chapter 171 I won't discuss with you. Fang Er didn't know what to say. "I have taken it very seriously, okay? Can't you see that I have a wall and guards here? Lord Fang, it's not that I don't want to report it, but this thing hasn't been harvested yet, so no one can tell for sure. If the yield is not reached by then, and the emperor punishes me for deceiving the emperor, I can't bear the consequences. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll report it to the emperor now. After saying that, Fang Xianling left without looking back. When he left, he carefully put the 2 stalks of wheat into his arms. Fang Er stared at Li Ying blankly. Mr. Li, are we still going to look at the muskets now? Look, why don't you look? He goes his way, I'll look at mine. Come on, lead the way. Li Jing could also understand Fang Xuanling's feelings, so he was not surprised. Not to mention Fang Er took Li Jing to the warehouse. Fang Xianling returned to Fang Jiazwang, riding his horse and galloping all the way. He did not dismount even after entering Chang'an. Rushed directly into Qingtian Gate. Open the door. I have something important to discuss with the emperor. The guards in front of the Taiji palace were dumbfounded. What's going on? The Turks are attacking again? Or is Go-Girio attacking again? But seeing Fang Xuanling's anxious look, it didn't seem like he was faking it. He quickly opened the door and let him in. Fang Xianling rushed all the way and only got off his horse in front of the gate of Taiji Palace. After getting off the horse, he ran all the way. When he arrived in front of Li Shimin, his hair was disheveled. Mr. Fang, is there any urgent military information? When Li Shimin saw his look, he threw all the memorials in his hand aside. Your Majesty, great joy, great joy. It's a blessing for the Tang dynasty. It's a blessing for the people. Fang Xuanling's voice was trembling. What's going on? Why are you so happy? Li Er's face was full of confusion. Fang Jiazwang. Fang Jiazwang produces 5 stone of grain per mu. Fang Xianling pointed in the direction of Fang Jiazwang and said, What? Li Er's eyes slammed the table, stood up, and shouted to the guards at the door. Someone, prepare the horses. Fang Xianling mounted his horse again and rushed towards Fang Jiazwang with Li Er. A team of guards followed behind. The group was hurriedly taken away by Fang Xianling. We arrived at the breeding field fence. Old Man Ma stared blankly at the guy who had just pulled out the wheat. What's going on? I didn't have a chance to scold you just now. You just pulled out a piece of wheat and ran away and brought so many people back. But this guy was brought by our own son, so he can't be of any importance. Go find a young master, he quickly said to a farmer behind him. The farmer jumped off the wall and ran towards the blacksmith shop. Fang Erjing took Li Jing to check the production situation. The farmer found him and said that the guy who had just pulled up the wheat seedlings had come with a group of people. It's like trying to steal the wheat. Fang Er was a little confused. Fang Xianling stole the wheat? This stuff doesn't make sense, does it? It should be the emperor who has arrived. Let's go and take a look. Li Jing guessed the reason immediately. Fang Er patted his head. That's right, it could only be Fang Xianling who brought Li Shimin here. When he and Li Jing arrived at the breeding field, from a distance, I watched Old Man Ma confronting Fang Xianling. No one is allowed in. My master is not here. No one is allowed in. Fang Xianling was a little embarrassed. This is the current emperor. Get out of the way. Even if the emperor comes, it won't work. The wheat in here was obtained by the young master with great effort. No one can take it away. Old Man Ma held his crutches in both hands, as if to say, if you dare to break in, I'll fight you first. Li Shimin watched with a smile, but did not step forward. Old Ma, open the door. Fang Er said quickly. The old horse head retreated embarrassedly and opened the door on the wall. Your Majesty, please. Fang Er extended his hand to Li Shimin and made a gesture of invitation. After saying that, he walked in front to lead the way. Li Shimin followed behind. Fang Xianling and Li Jing followed at the end. Inside the wall, Li Shimin looked at the wheat field in surprise. He doesn't understand, but it can be seen that the wheat here is very different from that outside. It is strong and the color is much darker green. Fang Xianling took out the 2 wheat stalks from his arms. Your Majesty, look, this one was pulled out here, and the other one is ordinary wheat from outside. Li Shimin took it and compared it carefully. My heart was greatly moved. Ordinary wheat out there, even in a good harvest, would only yield a little over 2 stones. But according to Fang Er, the wheat here is at least 5 stone. What does that mean? It couldn't be more obvious. The foundation of a country's strength lies in its population. There are taxes only when there are people. Only with people can we have soldiers. But all of this requires food as a foundation. It can be said that everything depends on food. Without food, no one cares whether you are Li Er or Wang Er. I'm against you without any discussion. Sure, Xiong. From today on, you will take 500 people to guard here. Except for the local farmers. No one is allowed to enter or leave without permission. Er gave orders directly to the guards behind him. 5 stones per acre of land. That's 600 kilograms. Next year, we will be able to plant more than 20 acres. After harvesting these 100 acres, we can obtain seeds for more than 2,000 acres of land. 20 times in 1 year. How much arable land is there in the entire Tang dynasty? In 5 years at most, the entire Tang dynasty will be able to grow this high-yield wheat. Chapter 172. No concept of dozens of coins. The degree of importance Er attached to this matter was beyond Fang Er's imagination. Just like when Old Man Ma led people to build a wall outside the breeding field. But Er is willing to take this job. Fang Er was also happy to see it happen. At least, Old Man Ma and his men don't have to guard here day and night. Old Ma, you won't have to watch over me anymore. These are the guards from the palace. They have taken over this matter. Fang Er said to the old horsehead, Sir, is this really the emperor? Old Matu just felt his legs were a little weak. So, I really stopped the emperor just now. Father-in-law, don't panic. You did the right thing. This kind of wheat is really of great significance. Anji, you must reward him well later. Thank you, your majesty. Old man Ma hurriedly thanked him. It doesn't matter whether you reward me or not. Stop the emperor outside the door. After I go back, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Leave all the guards here. Li Shimin went to look at the fire spears and cannons again. When we arrived at the workshop, Li Shimin, Fang Xianling, and even Li Jing were all shocked. Li Jing just looked around the warehouse. He did not come to the factory where work was done. In a large factory covering thousands of square meters, hundreds of people are working on making custom bullets at the same time. Compared with the Ministry of Industry, there are fewer people. The efficiency with which they worked was faster than they had ever seen before. The people in the entire factory were divided into 4 groups. A set of shells for making fixed bullets. A set of negatives measures the gunpowder and then loads it into the shell. The next group is to load the bullets into it. The last group of people were responsible for packing the prepared bullets into boxes. The box is made of wood and covered with a layer of iron sheet. The layer inside that comes into contact with the bullet is covered with leather. This was the request Fang Er made after returning for Goguryeo last time. He led his men to use muskets to detonate Yun Geiseman's gunpowder. Of course, I don't want this method to be used on me. Although the enemy has no muskets. But they have rockets. Boxes of fixed bullets were moved into the warehouse for storage. Each box contains 1,000 rounds. Then we went to the gunpowder factory. There is also a clear division of labor here. Making saltpeter, grinding carbon powder. There are also people who deal in sulfur. Finally, it is sent to a house far away from the workshop and mixed into gunpowder. All workers wear masks. This was specially made to prevent dust inhalation and disease. Of course, it's not as good as N95, but it's better than having no measures at all. During the entire process of making gunpowder, no one is allowed to bring metal objects. It is prohibited to carry fire. There are guards from the Skyfire Army who are responsible for body searches when entering and leaving. The production of muskets also requires a clear division of labor. After Li Shimin and the other 2 took Fang Er on a tour, they left with great satisfaction. 2 days later, Zhou Mu from the soap factory found Fang Er with a bar of soap. Sir, we have 3 warehouses full of this stuff. Do you still want to continue making it? That's all. Fang Er was a little surprised. The warehouses at the workshop are basically the same size. One room is 200 square meters. 3 warehouses. How much is this? A specific number? Fang Er asked it. Sir, we didn't dare to pile the small ones in the warehouse too high, for fear of crushing the ones below, so each warehouse only stores 100,000 pieces. 3 warehouses, a total of $300,000. Listen to Zhou Mu's figures. Fang Er took a breath of cold air. Damn it, it's only been over a month. In other words, the daily output can produce 10,000 bars of soap? No, we have to ask Chang's Sunchong to take this thing away. So he rode his horse straight to Chang'an, the 2nd floor of Zuixianlou. Fang Er found an empty private room. He asked people to prepare wine and food, and at the same time sent a waiter to invite Chang's Sunchong. Chang's son rushed over very quickly. The food and drinks have just been served. He came over with the guys. Brother Fang, what do you want me to do? Sit down and talk. Fang Er pointed to the chair opposite. We already have quite a bit of soap in stock. Have you got the store ready? The store is ready, and it's right near Zuixianlou. It can be open for business at any time. Chang's Sunchong pointed in the direction south of Zuixian Tower. Right over there. Well, you can send someone to pick up the goods from the workshop tomorrow. Fang Er was not surprised at all. Among these big guys, which one doesn't own a few shops in Chang'an City? Okay, but brother Fang, you didn't tell me the price last time. How much do you think would be a good price for me to sell it for? Chang's son, Cheng, asked. Fang Er calculated the cost price in his mind. Then he spoke. If you take the goods from the workshop, I'll give you 20 cents apiece, and when you bring them back, I'll sell them for 30 cents? How about that? Is it so cheap? Chang's son, Cheng, couldn't believe it. He is the son of an official and also the son of a rich man. There is no concept of a few cents at all. Don't worry, this price is only for ordinary people. I'll get you some high-end goods later, which will be sold exclusively to the rich and powerful. By then, it definitely won't be 30 cents anymore. Goods classification is a must. Alcohol is not a problem. When spring comes and flowers bloom, you could buy flower petals in large quantities and make scented soaps. Well, I'll listen to you, big brother. I'll have someone go get them tomorrow and start selling them the day after tomorrow. Chang's son, Cheng, didn't understand, so he just followed whatever Fang Er said. Chapter 173, The Maid Wants to Buy a Beautiful. After drinking a few cups with Chang's son, Cheng, he sent him away. Then he asked someone to invite Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang. Now that the soap has started, the glass can also be sold to the outside world. The two arrived one after another. After some discussion, the price was also set. Fang Er offered 2 strings of coins for a piece of glass that was 3 feet square. As for how much they sell, that's not it. The next day, a huge team of ox carts set out from Chang'an City and headed towards Fang Jiazwang. He pulled the goods from the workshop and returned to Chang'an again. Then, it was delivered to the store. The words hanging on the shop of Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang are Liuli Pavilion. There were already craftsmen waiting in front of the door of the glazed pavilion. As soon as the glass here arrives, all the doors and windows of the Liuli Pavilion facing the street were demolished. Then surround the entire piece of glass with a wooden frame. It was made into a floor-to-ceiling window. After it was put back in place, the onlookers were amazed. Too luxurious, because the store is facing south. So after the glass windows are installed, under the direct sunlight, it looks dazzling. It's all colored glass. No wonder it's called a colored glass house. What a big deal. Of course not. I heard that this is the business of the Chai and Zhang families. We have to retreat further. If we break the doors and windows again, we won't be able to pay for it, even if we sell our house. The crowd was so frightened by what one of them said that they took a few steps back. On the other side, soap was also pulled into the shops of Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang. There weren't many people watching here, because you can't see what's in the boxes. The sign in front of the store reads, Shifujia. Well, this is the suggestion given by Fang Er. However, after washing with soap, the skin on his face did feel comfortable, so Chang's son, Cheng, accepted this name. The soap was moved into the warehouse in boxes. The last few boxes were opened and neatly placed on the store shelves. The next day, 2 stores opened at the same time. The long firecrackers and the exploding firecracker papers made the whole street look like it was covered with a red carpet. The first to open was Liuli Pavilion. No way. It's intuitive. One by one, the wealthy local tyrants rushed in with their servants. After learning the price, everyone made astonishing bids. Pull a whole cart of copper coins over here. Then the copper coin was replaced with glass and pulled back. Chang's son Cheng looked very depressed. Brother Fang, can I say that you are biased? Chengzi, are you jealous? Fang Er patted his shoulder. Don't underestimate soap. It's a fast-moving consumer product. Do you know what a fast-moving consumer product is? It means that it is consumed very quickly. After buying it once, people will come back for a second purchase soon after. So what you have to do now is make this first sale. Have someone shout at the store entrance as I instructed before. Chang's son, Cheng, felt very awkward. What you said before was very embarrassing, okay? But the store looked deserted. He gritted his teeth and arranged for his servants to do it. A Shufu shop assistant set up a table in front of the shop. Then he got a basin of clean water and a towel covered with oil stains. Then he turned around and looked at Chang's son Cheng and Fang Er with embarrassment. Hurry up, shout well. I'll give you a reward later. Chang's son Cheng said to him in a troubled tone. The guy gritted his teeth. Holding the greasy handkerchief, he started shouting at the passers-by on the street. Take a look, take a look. Don't suffer losses or be fooled. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. Mainly learn about new products. Good and cheap soap. Everyone can afford it. I'm doing it, you're watching. The eyes are picking and the heart is calculating. A few dozen coins drizzle. We can all afford it. A few dozen coins is not a lot. I can't buy a chair or a table. You can't reach the longboard slope, even if you go out. A few dozen coins is not expensive. You can't sleep in a brothel. I don't dare spend a few dozen coins. When can I go back and take charge of the family? This guy is really risking his life. He memorized the entire long article written by Fang Er. As he shouted, the people on the street finally noticed this place. They all gathered together. When the waiter saw people coming, he showed his greasy handkerchief to everyone. Fathers, please take a look. Dirty handkerchiefs are not acceptable. Wash with soap. The sludge stains are gone. After wetting the greasy towel, I rubbed it with soap a few times and then rinsed it in clean water. When it was waved out again, it had become as white as new. The guy continued to shout, "My soap is amazing. You can wash your face and take a bath. Can be used for washing hair and laundry. Soap berries are incomparable. Buy a horse that can run. Buy a dog that bites. The maid wants to buy a beautiful one. Buy my soap." The people of the Tang dynasty had never seen this. They were all amazed. 30 cents is really nothing for the common people who can live in the city. Then, some people came forward to ask the price and buy it. Everyone has a herd mentality. With the first one, there will be the second and the third. In particular, a vendor selling oil cakes came over and bought a piece. In front of the crowd, he washed clean the clothes that had been greasy but couldn't be washed off all day. This is more convincing than the oil towel that the guy just washed. In an instant, the entire Shufu family became popular. Chapter 174, Definitely a Dog Owner. Chang'an City was standing in the store, stunned. When Fang Er gave him the slogan before, he felt it was a little unreliable. What is written above is so shameless. If you ask him to shout, he probably won't be able to do it even if you beat him to death. But the guy shouted. There are more and more people. It is almost catching up with the popularity of Liuli Pavilion, which is not far away. In the end, the shop assistants were too busy to handle the situation. And it's not just ordinary people who come. After seeing this, many small vendors thought it was a promising idea. They all cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. Just carried away on a shoulder pole. It was time to close the store at dark. Taking inventory in the store, this calculation made Chang's son, Cheng, even more surprised. It's just this little thing, 30 cents a piece. At the end of the day, more than 40,000 pieces were sold. Basically, they were all taken away by small vendors. He collected more than 1,000 strings of copper coins. Not to mention Chang's son Cheng. Even Fang Er was confused. What the hell? Even more cruel than Zuixianlou. And this is only the first day. After a few days, when the merchants traveling from north to south get to know about this, it is estimated that the sales volume will double. Brother Fang, let's go to my house tonight. I'll treat you. Chang's son Cheng is very happy. It is true that the soap is responsible for the good business, but he also has a share of credit. At least I can go back and explain to his old man. Here, Chang's son Cheng was just about to take Fang Er out. The shop door was pushed open from the outside. The people who came were Chai Zhuwei and Zhang Daxiang. The two of them also looked excited. Brother Fang, today I finally know what it means to make a fortune. That's right, Brother Fang. Let's go to my house today. I'll ask where to cook for you. Chai Zhuwei directly moved his sister out. This made it difficult for Fang Er to refuse. Otherwise, that would be disrespecting lesbians, right? Then, Chang's son, Cheng, also followed. Chai Mansion. A hot pot was set up in the yard. This was built by Chai Zhuwei, imitating the one built at Fang Er's home. Much bigger than the second one. A pot that is a full meter long. The base used in the pot was the one brought back from Fang Er's house. After asking the servants to prepare the pot and meat dishes, Chai Zhuwei went to the back and called his sister. You where? Guess who I invited home? In Chai Yu's boudoir, Xie Zhuwei spoke to her as if seeking credit. How can I guess that? Chai Yu looked puzzled. Who is here? Brother invited Fang Anji here. Do you know how much money our family made today? Chai Zhuwei is very proud. Is the glass business good? When Chai Yu heard that Fang Er had arrived, she was delighted. But he asked about the glass business. It's more than good. I sold a total of 4,000 strings of cash today. I can make half of my profit. So many. Chai Yu covered her mouth in surprise. So I invited Anji here. Wait, go over and toast him 2 glasses of wine. Don't forget. After saying that, Chai Zhuwei walked away with a smirk on his face. When Chai Yu heard what he said, her face turned red. After thinking about it, I followed him out. The servants of the Chai mansion have already started serving dishes to the table. Fang Er knew all those vegetables. But Fang Er was a little confused about the meat that was served. Unlike pork, these guys don't generally eat pork. but it doesn't look like lamb. Also, why does that thing on the plate look like some animal's paw? Chongzi, what is this? Fang Er didn't understand, so he asked Chong's son Chong. This is bear paw. How come Brother Fang has never eaten it? Chong's son Chong looked confused. Fuck, why not eat meat? It must be this grandson you were talking about. In my previous life, I only saw bears in zoos. I've never even seen it in my life. Bear paw, is this delicious? Fang Er was too embarrassed to ask. Where meets General Fang. At this time, Chai followed Chai Zhui and walked over from the backyard. He blessed Fang Er. Miss Chai, you're welcome. Fang Er quickly stood up. It is not good to sit while others are greeting you. Come on, sit down, everyone. This pair of bear paws has been treasured by my father for a long time. Let's make them secretly before he leaves. Chai Zhui pointed to the 2 bear paws on the plate and said. Fang Er looked confused. Collection? Do you have a refrigerator at home? Isn't meat fresh? Also, are you sure this thing hasn't gone bad? Chai Yu sat down opposite Fang Er. On Fang Er's left and right are Chong's son Chong and Zhang Daxiang. Chai Zhui took out a small knife, cut the bear paw into small pieces, and then distributed them to everyone. He picked up a piece with chopsticks, put it in a hot pot, dipped it in the water for a few times, and then put it into his mouth. Delicious. Brother Fang, try it. Fang Er was skeptical and looked at Chong's son Chong and Zhang Daxiang. They all started eating too. Then I looked at Chai Yu, who was also eating bear paw slices in small bites. I saw Fang Er looking at me. Chai Yu whispered, why doesn't General Fang eat? Fortunately, Fang Er also plucked up the courage to give it a try. Put in the hot pot and dip it. When Fang Er put the bear paw in his mouth, he felt a different taste. Chewy and smooth. It's just too damn salty. No wonder Chai Zhui said this was Chai Xiao's treasure collection. Damn it. They actually pickled bear paws as bacon? Dog owner. An absolute dog owner. Chapter 175 The Dowry can be IOU. The eating here is in full swing. Chai Xiao is back. Hey, what brings the distinguished guest here? As soon as he saw Fang Er eating so much that his mouth was full of oil, Chai Xiao was very surprised. Is the delivery to your door? Did Du Chai eat? Fang Er just looked up at him. Then continue eating. There is only one small piece left on the plate. We must destroy the body quickly. The same goes for the others. Chai Xiao looked at the actions of several people. What was going on? Is there no one to greet me when I come home? What's in that pot? What a familiar taste. Take another look. Oh my god. Fang Er was picking up the last piece and stuffing it into his mouth. There was still a lot on Chai Yu's plate. After all, she is a girl and eats slowly. Zhui, are you taking out my bear paw? Chai Xiao roared. Damn, I pickled bear paws for half a year. I couldn't bear to eat it during the Chinese New Year. Did you do it secretly when I wasn't at home? No, Dad, you're wrong. As Chai Zhui spoke, he stuffed the last piece of meat on his plate into his mouth without even rinsing it. Date? There's still half a plate. Chai Yu pushed her half of the plate in front of Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao saw that only a tiny piece of meat was left. I instantly wanted to beat Chai Zhui into a bear. He looked at Fang Er and suppressed his impulse. His face changed, and he moved closer to Fang Er. Anji, how does this bear paw taste? Delicious. Bear paws are pickled as bacon. This is the first time I've seen it. Fang Er wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. But do you know what Chai uses this bear paw for? Chai Xiao smiled and pulled a chair to sit down. Is it intended to be given to the emperor? Fang Erdeo. No, I'll tell you. This is the dowry prepared for my daughter. Chai Xiao looked very proud. Water? Take pickled bear paws as dowry? Who would come up with this idea? Du Chai, are you kidding? Other families' dowries are made of gold, silver, jewelry, and land deeds. This is the first time I've heard of bear paws as dowry. Fang Er looked unconvinced. General Fang, Yuer is done eating, Dad. Enjoy your meal. When Chai Yu heard what Chai Xiao said, she could no longer sit still. He quickly found an excuse and left. Watching my daughter walk away, Chai Xiao could finally let go. Ha 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 ha. Believe it or not, that's your business. Anyway, you ate Yuer's dowry. So what do you think we should do about this? No, Chongzi and the elephant also ate it, and Brother Chai also had a share. You can't just cause trouble for me. Fang Er was dumbfounded. Well, Dawei is Yuer's brother. There's nothing wrong with him eating. But, Chongzi and elephant, did you two really eat it? As Chai Xiao spoke, he drew a 3-foot-long sword from his waist. Then he took an apple from the table and started peeling it. The tip of the knife waved at the two of them intentionally or unintentionally. Fang Er was speechless after seeing this. This is a naked threat. No. My nephew didn't eat a single bite. Chang Sunchong and Zhang Daxiang shook their heads repeatedly. That's bullshit. Chai Xiaodu said that this was a dowry. Although they both like Chai Yu very much, but damn it. What Lao Chai is holding in his hand is a knife. Moreover, the news that he wanted to recruit Fang Er as his son-in-law had spread since the day of the Grand Court meeting. Okay, Lord Chai, tell me what we should do about this. Fang Er spread his hands. What are you going to do? Go back and prepare the betrothal gifts. Have someone come to propose marriage. It's settled. Chai Xiao put away his knife and stared at Fang Er. He seemed to be willing to chop Fang Er to death if he dared to disagree. How could Fang Er agree? Dowry. Whenever my mother-in-law in my previous life opened her mouth, the earth would shake. If it's my father-in-law who asks for help, what else can he do? How can it be justified if you don't have 100 or 80,000 strings of cash? Your family is poor. How can we afford the betrothal gift? Fang Er spread his hands and was about to continue speaking, interrupted by Chai Zhuwei. Brother, I forgot about this. The glass is selling well today. I will send you the payment tomorrow. The total amount is 2,000 strings of cash. Brother Fang, I will also send you the payment for the soap tomorrow. The total is 700 strings of cash. Chang Sun Chong also joined in the fun. Because the supply is large, the amount of money is relatively large. So Fang Er agreed with them to settle the payment every 10 days. I didn't expect these two guys to say this at this time. How many copper coins are there? Princess Pingyang's daughter. Duke Chai's daughter. What can a few thousand strings of coins do with her? Who are you looking down on? Especially you, Brother Dawei. That's your sister. Fang Er suddenly stood up and pointed at the two men's noses and said, so this is why. Chai Xiao pulled him back to his chair. Write an IOU. I have heard that you wrote an IOU for 30,000 strings of cash at the Ministry of Revenue. So, I allow you to write an IOU. How about it? Tell me the amount of betrothal gift you think is worthy of you, Er. It's settled. Dawei, go get some paper and pen. Chang Sunchong and Zhang Daxiang were stunned. What is this operation? Why do I feel a little confused? Chai Zhuwei was not confused. He stood up and went to the study to get paper and pen. Come on, Brother Fang. Don't worry and write. Just write whatever you want, and I can deduct it slowly from the payment for goods. Big Brother is not in a hurry to use the money. Chapter 176, Let You Feed Me Dog Food. Fuck. You two, old and young, must have been in collusion. What the hell is a bear paw? I will never eat bear paws again in my life. But think about it carefully. Chai Yu is also a good person. She is well-educated, well-mannered, and beautiful too. Duke Chai, can you let me go and talk to your daughter? Fang Er wanted to ask Chai Yu what she thought. He is a grown man. This can only be a good thing for him. I'm afraid of betraying Chai Yu. What if Chai Yu doesn't want to? I've only met twice. If it were in later times, you wouldn't even be able to remember what the company commander looked like after seeing him twice, right? Come on, brother. I'll take you there. Chai Zhuwei pulled Fang Er and walked to the back. Chai Xiao stroked his beard happily and poured the bear paw slices directly into the pot. He picked it up with chopsticks. Chang Sunchong and Zhang Daxiang. You look at me, and I look at you. I don't know what to say. Why does it feel like this old guy, Chai Xiao, looks more like a bandit than Cheng Chumo's father? Outside Chai Yue's door, Chai Zhuwei knocked on the door. Little sister, Anji wants to tell you something. After saying that, Chai Zhuwei went back to eat hot pot. Fang Er was just about to pull him back to accompany him. With a creak, the door of the boudoir opened. Mr. Fang, please come in. Chai Yu said in a low voice with a red face. Well, I won't go in. I have something I want to ask you about. Fang Er scratched his head, wondering how he should approach the subject. What does Mr. Fang want to ask? Chai Yu raised her head and looked at Fang Er. The two of them were very close. No more than 2 feet. Chai Yu's fair and rosy face was burning with a bright blush. The dimples on the face looked very cute. A pair of eyes as charming as if filled with clear autumn water. The long eyelashes drooped and trembled like feathers. Fang Er even smelled her fragrance. Apart from Xiaoqing, he had never been alone with any other woman at such a close distance. Moreover, with Xiaoqing, it was just a natural thing. Could Chai Yu? Why doesn't Mr. Fang speak? Chai Yu spoke eloquently, her eyes fixed on Fang Er's face. She was very shy, but she really liked Fang Er. Well, Duke Chai asked me to give a betrothal gift. Miss Chai, how much do you think is appropriate for me to give? Fang Er decided to go for broke and said directly, why don't you ask Yu if she objects? Chai Yu suddenly asked with a smile. She just felt that Fang Er at this moment was a little too stupid to be worrying. Well, if Miss Chai disagrees, then I'll go talk to Duke Chai. Fang Er felt a little disappointed. What's going on? Why do I feel lost? Could it be that I have feelings for Chai-yu? You still call me Miss Chai? Chai-yu said a little shyly. Then, is calling you a bit abrupt? Fang Er asked somewhat uncertainly. Go ahead. Remember to call me Yuer from now on. As for the betrothal gift, you decide. My father is not short of money anyway. When Chai-yu listened to Fang Er's words, the blush on her face grew brighter and spread directly to her neck. He returned to the room, closed the door, and spoke to Fang Er outside. Fang Er found it hard to accept. It's not that I can't accept Chai-yu, but he never thought that things would develop so quickly. Chai Zhui pulled me over for a drink. Why do I feel like I have given myself an explanation? Rubbing his face, he returned to the front yard. Chai Zhui didn't know what he was talking Chai Xiao, a face full of pride. Chang Sunchong and Zhang Daxiang both had obvious expressions of surprise on their faces. The mouth could hardly close. I heard Fang Er's footsteps. Chai Zhui hurried over. How about it, Brother Fang? How are you going to write this betrothal gift? Set. A perfect set. People are trying to escape from the honey trap. The Chai family's honey trap is to jump inside. This is the feeling Chai Zhui gave Fang Er. Calculate and ask. Go ahead and jump. He sat on the chair, rubbed his head, and thought for a while. Take the paper and pen from the table. He wrote 4 big characters in a flamboyant manner. A way to make money. After writing it, he gave it to Chai Xiao. Duke Chai, I am short of money right now, but I have a way to make money. Chai Xiao handed it to Chai Zhui without even looking at it. Then he looked at Fang Er with a smile. Boy, are you still calling me Duke Chai? Well, what should this be called? We don't understand either. Uncle Chai, Fang Er asked tentatively. Brother Fang, it's time to call me father-in-law. Zhang Daxiang had a face full of resentment. Damn it, I knew it. I am destined to be force-fed dog food. Is that so, father-in-law? Fang Er said to Chai Xiao. Ha ha, Dawei, get some wine. I'll drink a few jars with my son-in-law. Chai Xiao laughed and said to Chai Zhui. Fang Er is an idiot. Drink a few jars. You have to know that we are in Chang'an City now. All the prominent people have drunken immortal wine produced by his drunken immortal tower stored in their homes. Don't mention a few jars. If you drink 1 jar, it will cost you your life. Brother Chai, I'll help you. Zhang Daxiang stood up and followed Chai Zhui to move the wine. Little brat, drink you to death. What the hell, feed me dog food. After a while, the 2 men came back with the wine. Chai Zhui took 4 jars. He held a jar under one armpit and another in the other hand. Zhang Daxiang took 2 jars. 6 jars of wine. There was a bang, 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 bang next to the table. Come on, Brother Fang, I'll fill your glass. I wish you and Sister Chai will get married soon. When the time comes, don't forget to invite me to have a drink. Zhang Daxiang poured the wine for Fang Er very carefully. A large bowl was filled to the brim. Not a single bit spilled. Fang Er's face turned green. Chapter 177, I definitely can't write. That night, Fang Er didn't even know how he got home. I only know when I wake up. Already at home in Fangjia's Wang. Xiaoqing was standing by the bed. Seeing Fang Er wake up, he hurried out to get some water. After washing up, Fang Er sat in the yard, thinking about what would be the most appropriate way to make money for the Chai family. Forget about weapons. This is only safe when it is in your own hands. The soap and the glass have owners. Print? This is not appropriate. In that case, let's make paper. Anyway, the printing shop here also needs a lot of paper. It would be a big loss if you always buy from outside. In this era, most paper used was made from bamboo. It takes at least 100 days to prepare and produce a piece of paper. This is also the reason why the price of paper remains high. Just do it when you think of it. Went directly to the workshop. He called a few craftsmen and asked them to build a large pool with cement. Fang Er himself went into the studio. He needs to build a grinder. Artificial paper making has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the quality of the paper is better. The disadvantage is that it is too time-consuming and the output is very low. Because it is a purely manual method, bamboo, bark, or dead grass needs to be soaked in lime water. During this period, it needs to be beaten continuously to knock out the fibers. At the same time, the microorganisms in the water are used to decompose these fibers. Finally, comes the process of fishing out the paper. With a crusher, you can directly grind bark and dead grass into powder. Then go and soak the pulp. Can greatly reduce working hours. Moreover, when the time comes, replace the basket inside the crusher. It can also be used as a flour machine. One thing has multiple uses. If you do it, just do it big. Fang Er took 3 days. Made the crusher. According to his design, this crusher can consume 1 ton of raw materials in 2 hours. The cement pool outside has also been built. It's in a factory near the printing house. There are 3 large pools side by side. Fang Er called old Ma Tu over. Let him pass on the notice that they will buy fodder, tree bark, and dead branches for unlimited copper coins. In short, everything that can be used to make paper is needed. The price is 2 copper coins per pound. It made the farmers go crazy. You can exchange a piece of dead wood for dozens of copper coins. Why not do it? After a few days, the cement pool was ready for use. The raw materials filled the open space outside. Fang Er spent hundreds of strings of cash on these raw materials alone. A full 50,000 to 60,000 kilograms. The crusher was pulled out. Turn on the power. Put in dry grass and bark. A large amount of powder sprayed out from the discharge port. The craftsmen working on the job felt like they had seen a divine object. This is amazing. Of course, the bark is so thick that it will turn into powder once you get in there. If we put people in here, would they also be beaten to pieces? So from this day on, the words that Zhuangzi used to teach his children have changed. I usually beat you if you don't listen. Now it has become that if you don't obey, they will put you into the crusher. Well, it's scary to think about it. The powder was transported directly to the cement pool and thrown into it. Then, add water to the pool. Having a motor is convenient. A well was specially dug near the printing house. Water is pumped up directly from underground and sent to the paper-making pool through steel pipes. Grass mulch, water, and then a large amount of quicklime was added into it. Quicklime is used to decompose the grass into fibers more fully, and it can also enhance the color of the paper. A dozen craftsmen, holding wooden sticks in their hands, stood outside the cement pool, vigorously stirring the slurry in the pool that had become turbid. Fang Er asked someone to make a bamboo curtain for scooping paper. He was holding a sieve for sifting flour that he had found on the farm. Every once in a while, takes him out of the pool to see how pulpy the material is. Until 2 days later, Fang Er looked at the remaining pulp in the sieve. After baking, it turned into a whole piece of white paper. Only then did he reveal a satisfied smile. Directing the craftsmen, they began to scoop out the pulp using bamboo curtains. Sheets of wet paper were placed on the cardboard. Then use a wooden board to press out excess water. Then bake. A thick pipe with steam running through it keeps the temperature of the iron pipe at a suitable level. The warm paper is placed next to the tube. As the temperature rises, the paper on the press board is dried one by one from top to bottom. Fang Er drew one from it. The paper is very soft. I definitely can't write with this feeling. Fang Er took the paper and dipped it in some water from the pulping pool. I saw the water stains spreading rapidly on the paper. Oh my God, this is a thing made for wiping butts. I can't write at all. Just cut it into 1-foot squares and bundle it. Fang Er said to the craftsman beside him. Since it cannot be used for writing, there is no need to worry about whether it is flat or not. These 3 pools of pulp. It took 2 days to catch all the fish. During the second paper making, Fang Er's mind raced. Someone was sent to the farm to bring back 2 carts of rice, grind into powder together with grass. When the paper is fished out, really, the water absorption this time is much smaller than the first time. At least it was written on it. By the 3rd time, more rice was added. The paper produced is white and smooth. The reason is that rice milk is not only sticky, but also contains rice oil. Chapter 178. The Pure Little Virgin in the Previous Life. Fang Er took some of each of the 3 types of paper he had made. Ride a horse to Chang'an City. Chai Mansion. Chai Xiao was not on duty today, so he stayed at home and basked in the sun. Seeing Fang Er coming in with a bundle of papers, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing here with paper, my dear son-in-law?" "Father-in-law, this is the way for the Chai family to make money." Fang Er walked to Chai Xiao and put the paper down. Chai Xiao was a military man and didn't know much about the quality of paper. So he asked someone to call Chai Yu over. "You're here." When Chai Yu saw Fang Er, she took the initiative to say hello. "Yeah, you where?" Fang Er didn't know what to say. Puff. Chai Yu looked at Fang Er's helpless look and suddenly laughed. "Well, this is the paper I made on my farm. You where? See if you can use it." Fang Er said, pointing at the bundle of papers on the stone table. "Oh, did you really make this?" Chai Yu was surprised. You have to know that papermaking was a unique secret in that era. He hurried forward and untied the straw paper from the bundle. He took one from it and touched it in his hand. The paper feels very soft as cloth. Chayu asked the servant to bring pen and ink. A drop of ink was dripped on it. The ink quickly spread. This paper doesn't seem to be usable for writing. Chayu looked at Fang Er with some disappointment. This paper can't be used? Chai Xiao asked. Wrong. The one you tried is not for writing books. Fang Er couldn't open his mouth, because what Chayu tried was toilet paper. So what is this for? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Well, let's put this aside for now. There are 2 more. Would you like to try them? Fang Er separated the toilet paper from the bundle and put it aside. Chayu tried the remaining 2. These 2 can be used. One can be used for painting, and the other can be used for writing. Is this really made on the young master's farm? Chayu looked surprised. Where? Still calling me master? Chai Xiao suddenly asked with a stern face. Although the 6 ceremonies have not yet been carried out, now that the matter has been settled, isn't it time to change the subject? He was born a military man, so he doesn't have to be so particular. I just want to see my daughter marry into a good family as soon as possible. Everything was settled, and Chayu called Fang Er young master. It made him a little anxious. He was worried that Fang Er might go back on his word. My dear, Chayu spoke in a very low voice, and her little face turned red. The look in Fang Er's eyes was somewhat evasive. Fang Er scratched his head. This was indeed done by Zhuangzi. Didn't they say before that they would find another way to make money for the Chai family? This paper is it. Also, the paper you tried for the first time is used for cleaning the body. Fang Er changed the subject and continued. I'll give these papers to my father-in-law and ask Brother Dewey to go to Fangjiazwang later. After Fang Er finished speaking, he left without saying hello. Damn it. Everything was settled, but Chai Xiao still looked at him as if he was looking at his prey. It was a bit too much for him, just like the innocent little virgin in the previous life. When I'm on a blind date, I always don't know how to start the conversation. He just left. Chai Xiao laughed loudly in the yard. Date, you're still laughing. You scared everyone away. Chayu said angrily. Then he took the bundle of papers and went back to his room. Snort. I won't give it to you. Fang Er walked out of Chai Mansion and thought about it. I have to tell Uncle Zhang about this. After all, he is the one who watched Fang Er grow up in this era. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the elder in the family. Zuixianlou. Uncle Zhang was talking to 2 accountants behind the counter. See Fang Er come in. She came out from behind the counter. Master. Uncle Zhang, come with me to the backyard. When they arrived at the backyard, Fang Er sat in the yard and stretched out his hand for Zhang Bo to sit down as well. Uncle Zhang, you watched me grow up, so you are my elder. There are some things that need your intervention. Master, what happened? Uncle Zhang looked nervous. Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. I'm getting engaged. Fang Er looked at him. The tension on Uncle Zhang's face instantly turned into joy. Really? Whose girl is it? This is a happy event. She is the Duke of Qiao, the daughter of Chai Xiao. This. Uncle Zhang didn't know what to say. He paused for a long moment before speaking. The daughter of a duke. How is that possible? Master, are you kidding me? Uncle Zhang, how can you joke about this? The matter has been settled. Now we just need to perform the 6 rituals. Good. It's really the master's blessing. The master's blessing. I'll go find a matchmaker right now. After saying this, Uncle Zhang was about to get up and leave. What matchmaker are you looking for? Huan Yang suddenly stuck her head out from the kitchen, looked at Zhang Bo, and asked. Although she is no longer in charge of the kitchen, but I kind of take a look from time to time. I happened to be here today and could hear Uncle Zhang's voice from a distance. When I heard that they were looking for a matchmaker, I couldn't help but come out and ask. Happy event. The young master is getting engaged. The old man has to find a matchmaker. We can't let the girl down. Uncle Zhang said to Huan Yang. Then he explained what happened. Chapter 179, You Can't Run Away Even If You Want. Are you looking for a matchmaker for the young master? No need. I used to be a matchmaker on the farm. I'll leave this matter to you. Huan Yang volunteered to take on the job. Fang Er didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, it's all agreed upon. It's just a matter of going through the motions. Huan Yang went back to the village with Fang Er. It took less than an incense stick of time. The whole village knew that Fang Er was going to get engaged. They came to congratulate one after another. The next day, Huan Yang changed into clean clothes. He brought a few farmers from the village to find Fang Er. Master, I will go now. What do I need to bring as the betrothal gift? Don't bother. Just go to the workshop and take 1 box of each type of paper that has just been made. The rest can be taken from ordinary people's homes. Fang Er said, paper is the source of wealth for the Chai family. Of course, you have to deliver paper. If you really want to give gold, silver, and treasures as gifts, you can't give too much, and too little will be inappropriate. Huan Yang was confused and looked at Fang Er again. Go ahead and do as I say. Only then did Huan Yang take people to the workshop to get paper. After getting the paper, he returned to the academy and asked Ma Tong Yuan to write a marriage certificate. I bought wild geese and lambs in the East Market of Chang'an. He went to Zuixianlou and got a load of Zuixian wine. Only then did he set out for Duke Xiao's mansion. Looking at the two soldiers standing outside the gate of Duke Xiao's mansion, Huan Yang was very nervous. The soldier looked at the red flowers on the carrying pole and saw a wild goose in the farmer's arms, as well as a sheep and a load of wine. This is obviously something used to propose marriage. I thought about what my own duke had specifically told me the day before, that if anyone came to propose marriage, I must entertain them well, especially those from Fang Er. Thinking of this, the soldier came over and asked, "Who are you? Why are you stopping here?" "My lord, I am from Fang Er, Yunmin Township, outside the city. I am here to ask for marriage on behalf of my son, General Fang Er." When the soldier heard this, he immediately became enthusiastic. "Open the door." Another soldier guarding the door immediately opened it. The soldier in front of Huan Yang led her inside. "My master just came back. You came just in time. Come in with me." Huan Yang was completely confused. I could only follow him into the yard. The soldier who opened the door had already gone in to report to Chai Xiao. As soon as I heard that it was Fang Er who came to propose marriage, Chai Xiao straightened his clothes. "Take him to the front hall and treat him well. I will be there soon. The one coming is the matchmaker, so he definitely cannot arrive first. That would be beneath your dignity." After a while, the visitor should have arrived at the front hall. Only then did Chai Xiao stand up and walk forward. Huan Yang was in the front hall, not knowing whether to sit or stand, although she came here on her own initiative. "But I have never been to the Duke's mansion in my life. If I violated any taboo and ruined the young master's good deeds, it would be a serious sin. Why are you standing here? Sit down. Someone, bring some tea." As soon as Chai Xiao came in, he saw Huan Yang standing there. He immediately said to the servants of the Chai mansion outside the door with a stern face, "Ha ha ha! Are you the matchmaker who came here to propose marriage for Fang Er? Sit down quickly." Chai Xiao walked to the main seat and sat down, then asked Huan Yang. "Yes, new Huan Yang. I meet the Duke." Huan Yang saluted Chai Xiao nervously. "Don't be nervous. My son-in-law asked you to come here just to go through the formalities. Are you Anji's elder?" Chai Xiao smiled and then asked, "I am just the cook in Master Fang's house. Yesterday, I heard that the young master wanted to marry me. I was not confident about finding a matchmaker outside, so I took it upon myself." Huan Yang explained truthfully, "Since you're the cook in An's house, you are one of our family members. Show us your skills today. Let me taste what my son-in-law eats on a daily basis." Chai Xiao looked at Huan Yang and said, "Not Sai is just a process, and all you need to do is deliver the things." Huan Yang cooked a large table of food at Chai's house. Chai Xiao was so happy with the meal. Chai Yu pulled Huan Yang aside and asked her to tell her interesting stories about Fang Er and things related to Fang Er. Huan Yang was not released until evening. When Huan Yang walked out of Duke Xiao's mansion, she felt like she was dreaming. I touched the marriage certificate in my arms and finally believed that all this was true. I cooked a meal at the Duke's mansion. I can brag about it for the rest of my life when I get back. Return to Fang Er and give the marriage certificate to Fang Er. "Sir, it's all done." Fang Er was not surprised at all. He asked Xiaoqing to give some reward money to Huan Yang and then let her go back. "Master, are you engaged now?" Xiaoqing's mood is very complicated. She was sold to the Fang family when she was 8 years old. I have been together with Fang Er for almost 7 years, but she also knew that she was just a girl. At most, her fate is that of a concubine. But why do I always feel sad? Yes, we are engaged, but we have to wait a few years before getting married. It's too early now. It's getting late. Let's take a rest. After Fang Er finished speaking, he pulled Xiaoqing back to the room in a frivolous manner. Yes, his windows are still leaking. In the bed, Xiaoqing looked at Fang Er with a red face. "Master, after you get married, will you no longer want Xiaoqing?" "Silly girl, what are you talking about? Don't think too much. You will be the young master's girl for the rest of your life. You can't run away even if you want to." Fang Er held her in his arms and rubbed her head. "Master is so nice. Xiaoqing won't run away." Xiaoqing said happily after hearing what Fang Er said. Chapter 180 Bring your own ingredients for hot pot. The fact that Fang Er was engaged was soon known to Cheng Yaojin and others. The next day, a group of young masters in Chang'an City came to congratulate Fang Er with gifts. "Ha ha, brother Fang, congratulations!" Cheng Yaojin picked up an ox leg and handed it to Lu Shuang at the door. Xiang Damao, Bai Song, and Meng Di stepped forward and took the gift packages brought by Zhang Daxiang, Chang Sunchong, and Yuchi Baolin. Fang Er looked at the cow leg. "Chu Mo, you carry this ox leg all the way here? Killing a cow is against the law, but this guy is carrying a cow leg through the streets in broad daylight? What's the big deal? We have the documents on file. He fell to his death on my farm yesterday." Cheng Yaojin looked indifferent. The cows in Chengjiazhuang fall to their deaths every now and then. It's normal for them to die of illness. Who is so blind as to dare to ask about this? "What about you, elephant? What the hell are you doing here with 2 carps?" Fang Er looked at Zhang Daxiang again. "Hey, brother Fang, look carefully. This is a red fish, not a carp." Zhang Daxiang pointed at the red fish tail. Fang Er didn't know what to say about him. This is just lying with open eyes. Fortunately, Chang Sunchong is more reliable. He came carrying half a sheep. But what was that thing that Yuchi Baolin was holding? A black line. "Baolin, what are you?" "Brother, my father asked me to give you a donkey treasure to keep for your health in the future." Yuchi Baolin pointed at the black thing and said. Fang Er was speechless. "What kind of people are these? This is what you give as gifts. Are you sure you didn't bring your own ingredients to enjoy the hot pot? What a bad person." Then, lunch became beef, mutton, and donkey hot pot, plus a sweet and sour carp. The 4 guys ate everything and just left. That night, Fang Er was lying in Xiaoqing's bed. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I heard Zhuzi knocking on the door anxiously outside. Master, something happened in the workshop." Fang Er quickly put on his clothes and came out. "What's up?" "Master, a craftsman from the blacksmith shop is missing." Zhuzi looked anxious. "Let's go to the workshop." Fang Er returned to the house, put on his clothes, and immediately went out with Zhuzi. In the workshop, Zhao Gang was already waiting. The craftsmen were also summoned. "Tell me what happened. When did the person disappear?" Fang Er asked Zhao Gang. "Ma Ping has a lover at the farm. After work every day, he returns to live at the farm. Just half an hour ago, his lover suddenly came to find him and said that he didn't go back. I felt something was not right, so I asked someone to notify Battalion Commander Zhuzi. As a result, we searched everywhere in the workshop and on the farm, but we couldn't find Ma Ping." Zhao Gang was very panicked. He came from the Ministry of Industry and knew how important the things made in the blacksmith shop were. In the past, Ma Ping was responsible for supervising the production of customized bullets. The person can't be found now. If he was abducted by someone with bad intentions, it would be troublesome. Call the Skyfire Army and get the people out. If they're alive, we'll find them. If they're dead, we'll find their bodies. Fang Er looked at the pillar with cold eyes. The craftsman is missing. There are only 3 possibilities. First, the aristocratic families took action. Second, people were sent from Goguryeo or the Turks. The third possibility is the least likely, that is, encountering thieves coming down the mountain. The reason is that no blind bandit would dare to come to Fangjiazhuang to commit crimes. It's no secret that there are 3,000 Skyfire soldiers here. When the troops were recruited, the news spread throughout the entire Yunmen township. Zhuzi gave the order quickly. 3,000 Skyfire troops quickly assembled. Fang Er also asked Zhao Gang to find some farmers who were usually responsible for making bullets, and asked them to follow the Tianhua army to look for people. I have been busy all night. Fang Er sat in his own studio in the workshop waiting for news. Until the next morning, Guanchang returned with 8 other Yinyan riders. 4 prisoners were also brought back. Coincidentally, Ma Ping was among these 4 people. The commander and his men went to find the bandits to practice their skills. Ma Ping and 3 others were brought back from a bandit's den 30 miles south of Fangjiazhuang. Because the commissioner had met Ma Ping before, he paid special attention to him. And 2 of the other 3 actually spoke with an accent from Goguryeo. That explains the problem. Therefore, after destroying the stronghold, the 9 men, including Guanchang, did not bother to torture them and rushed back overnight. Fang Er first sent people to gather back the scattered Tianhua army. Then he looked at Ma Ping in front of him. "Tell me what happened." "The village is guarded by the Skyfire army, so it's impossible for the bandits to sneak in. How did you end up in their hands?" Ma Ping remained silent, staring blankly at the ground beneath his feet. "Do you think it's over if you don't tell them? Did you do it voluntarily, or were you threatened? What did you reveal to them?" Fang Er's tone was very calm. and there was even a smile on his lips. The commander placed the Mo Dao on Ma Ping's neck and shouted loudly. Explain. Ma Ping was so frightened by the shout that he collapsed to the ground. Feeling the coldness of the blade on my neck, the ground beneath me slowly became wet. Sir, I was blinded by lard, but I didn't say anything. Chapter 181, that big black dog, is too scary. They threatened me, saying that if I didn't go with them, they would kill my lover. He also gave me 50 ounces of silver and hid it in my lover's house. Fang Er said to Zhang De, go to his lover's house and look for him. After Zhang De left, Fang Er looked at the other 3 people. Tell me who you are. Neither of them spoke. The other person spat at Fang Er. Bah, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, but don't even think about getting anything out of me. Hey, still a man. Not bad, not bad. Go to the farm and bring a dog over. After Fang Er finished speaking, he leaned close to Zhao Long's ear and whispered a few words. The 3 captives were somewhat confused about the situation. What the hell? Shouldn't it be a whip, a branding iron, a clamp, or something like that? What to do with the dog? Not long after, Zhao Long came over with a black dog and handed it to Fang Er along with a jar. This is Old Man Ma's house. How could Fang Er let his big golden retriever show up in such a situation? Come on, strip him naked for me. Fang Er turned around and sat on the chair. Guanzhong and Zhao Long stepped forward and quickly stripped the man naked. You, what do you want to do? The man was a little scared. The unknown is the most terrifying. Fang Er smiled. Aren't you a man? Sorry, I just like men. Fang Er opened the jar and used a branch to scoop out a lump of white paste. Greasy. It's lard. Come on, rub it on him. Zhao Long brutally spread the man's legs. The warden took a branch and spread the lard carefully. The man felt greasiness and coldness on his body. Then he looked at the big black dog in front of him that was drooling. The hairs all over my body are standing up. He stiffened his neck, looked at Fang Er, and yelled, kill me with one blow if you can. This is not what a hero does. Say it out now, and I'll make you happy, and that way everyone will be happy. What do you think? Tell me or not. Fang Er was holding the black dog and deliberately loosened the rope a little. The black dog let out a low growl, staring at the lard on the man's lower body. So fragrant. The saliva formed a line and dripped from the dog's mouth. Kill me. I won't tell you even if you kill me. That person was very stubborn. Fang Er was very happy and loosened the dog leash with a flick of his hand. The big black dog pounced forward. He aimed at the lard and started licking it. Ha ha! Itchy! Itchy! Kill me! The man who was pinned down by Zhao Long on the ground kept struggling. The other 2 people with their hands and feet tied had terrified looks on their faces. What a horrible torture method. The big black dog enjoyed the delicious lard. Suddenly, I felt something flicked the dog's nose. The dog raised its head and looked at the thing with some dissatisfaction. Oh my God, how dare you poke my nose? Then, just bite it. Ah, the man let out a scream and then fainted. The director of the customs brought a bucket of ice-cold well water and poured it directly on the head. I feel chilled to the bone, but my heart is elated. When a man opened his eyes, he felt an indescribable pain in his lower body rushing straight to his forehead. Looking at the blood at the corner of the big black dog's mouth. And the dog's eyes have become somewhat bloodthirsty. The whole person is like sifting chaff. I'll tell you everything. Please just give me a quick death. Take the dog away. Fang Er looked at the big black dog with some disdain. The officer picked up the dog leash from the ground and pulled it aside. The big black dog growled at the commissioner and wanted to turn around and bite him. He was kicked over by the commissioner. What the hell? A dog that has seen human blood is really unreliable. When a man saw the dog being taken away, he began to confess without waiting for Fang Er to ask any questions. This man's surname was Zheng, and his name was Zheng Dadio. He was the steward of the Hajian branch of the Zheng family in Xinjiang. The other 2 were spies sent by Goguryeo. This trip is about gunpowder. Because Fang Er destroyed the main branch of Zheng family in Xinjiang, and Li Er just sat back and watched. The Zheng family of Hejian acted as guides only after being instigated by the 2 spies. After finding out the reason, Fang Er looked at the 2 Goguryeo spies. Just the formula for gunpowder? Does that mean Goguryeo actually invented the cannon? The 2 spies moved their mouths and then looked at each other. They were obviously concerned about each other. Fang Er asked Guan Long to pull one of them out. The remaining person seemed relieved. Also began to explain. That big black dog is so scary. Turned out to be. It was Sun Jiazwang outside the city of Shenyang. When Fang Er went to destroy the cannon to silence the witnesses, it happened that the wife of a craftsman was giving birth. So I was not in that yard that day. Afterwards, he was found by Yun Geiseman, who relied on his memory of the cannon structure to retrieve the cannon. He didn't understand gunpowder, but I've come across it before. Relying on the taste and memory, he was able to taste out the ingredients in the gunpowder: saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal. However, because the specific proportions were unknown, several experiments failed to achieve the expected results. The artillery can't reach far. Chapter 182, I will deal with you if you dare to mess around. Then, Yun Geiseman sent hundreds of spies to infiltrate the Tang dynasty, looking for ways to steal the formula for gunpowder. If conditions permit, it would be best to capture the craftsmen as well. After they instigated a rebellion against the Zheng family in Hejian, they quickly found Fang Jiazwang under the leadership of Zheng Daidio. Ma Ping usually had to go back to the farm from the workshop to spend the night, so they targeted me. It was during this distance from Zhuangzi to the workshop that they captured Ma Ping for the first time. But Ma Ping was only responsible for supervising the assembly of fixed bullets. I don't know the preparation process of gunpowder. So, under threats and temptations, they let Ma Ping go again. These days, Ma Ping tried to get into the workshop where gunpowder was prepared every day. He actually wrote down the process of preparing gunpowder. Only then did he find an opportunity and sneak out of the village. He was taken back to the bandits' lair by Zheng Daidio and two Goguryeo spies. And that bandit nest was secretly supported by the Zheng family of Hejian. After listening to this, Fang Er was furious. Damn it, no matter what time it is, we always need a guide. Of course, he was also upset that he had missed a craftsman at that time. Master, we found it. There is indeed 50 taels of silver in the home of Ma Ping's lover. After Fang Er finished speaking to Director Guan and the others, he walked out of the room. Bring them with you and follow me. Compared to Goguryeo, which developed cannons but had substandard gunpowder, Ma Ping's affairs are no longer important. Zheng Daidio and two Goguryeo spies were thrown onto a carriage. Guan Chang, Zhao Long, and Zhang De accompanied him. Follow Fang Er and rush towards Chang'an City. Tai Chi Palace. Li Shimin listened to Fang Er's words. His brows were twisted into a frown. He quickly called Li Jing, Yuchi Jingde, and Cheng Yaojin. Fang Er had no choice but to repeat what happened again. When they came in, they already saw Zheng Daidio and the two spies outside the palace gate. After hearing Fang Er's words, Cheng Yaojin said, Your Majesty, we must act sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Duke Weigua, is the new army ready for use? Li Shimin looked at Li Jing. Your Majesty, the new army has only been training for a short time. I'm afraid it's too late. After Li Jing finished speaking, he turned his attention to Fang Er. General Fang, how are your 3,000 Skyfire troops? Fang Er looked at Li Jing and then at Li Shimin. Are you asking us to take another trip to Goguryeo? Sure. I wanted to get that big iron mine back for a long time. Now we have to pay Changsun Wuji to buy it. After we get the iron or back, won't it be like picking up something by chance? Sure. No problem. Fang Er answered straightforwardly. Okay, I'll give you 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, we'll go to Goguryeo. I still say the same thing. No matter what means you use, you must not let Goguryeo have the opportunity to point its cannons at the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin's eyes were firm. Then, Your Majesty, do you think we should calculate the military pay? Fang Er immediately destroyed the serious atmosphere. Li Shimin was confused. I'm really worried about the country and the people, and you're doing this to me? Li Jing and Yuchi Jingde were also speechless. The emperor doesn't lack hungry soldiers, Your Majesty. Can you give my brother some money? Cheng Yaojin obviously stood on Fang Er's side without any bottom line. After hearing what Cheng Yaojin said, Li Shimin really wanted to catch him and beat him up. You have followed me for so many years. Was he bribed by Fang Anji's restaurant? Explain. Li Shimin stared at Fang Er and said, It seems like if you dare to ask for a high price, I will deal with you. I don't want much. Of the 3,000 Skyfire soldiers, I only have 2,000. I will charge 1,000 strings of cash a day, which is equivalent to 500 coins per person a day. How do you think? Of course, the consumption of guns and ammunition is not included. This is a life-threatening job. We can't be too stingy, right? Fang Er tried hard to make himself appear generous. Are you asking for too much from me? I seem to remember that you forgot to send out the official document of the Fire Army that day. Without the written documents, does that count as raising a private army? Li Shimin patted his forehead, as if he remembered something, and asked Li Jing. Your Majesty, 3,000 troops will definitely count. Li Jing was very happy. Fang Er broke out in a cold sweat. Hold! I was careless and forgot to ask for the paperwork. Is this guy openly cheating? Your Majesty, your words are as golden as gold, and they are as true as your heart. I was wrong. You are the emperor. You can't do whatever you want. I said these 3,000 Skyfire soldiers in front of all the civil and military officials at the Grand Court meeting. Duke, wait, what did I say that? Li Shimin looked at Li Jing very seriously. I don't remember. How about you ask Jijia and Jingda? Li Jing was speechless. Your Majesty, you are right. How could Cheng Yaojin bear to see his brother being betrayed? He quickly stood up and said. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Er. Well, see, Jijia said I never said that. How about this? 2,000 Skyfire soldiers for 100 strings of cash a day. I'll also give you the documents this time. How do you think? If that doesn't work, then I'll have to ask the Minister of Justice to come over and have a chat. Li Er looked at Fang Er shamelessly. Hi. Fang Er thought for a long time, but still didn't know what to say. Go and ask. That's all. Damn it. You want us to work for nothing? No way. Chapter 183, If money isn't alright, then use bullets. Fang Er left the palace and did not return to Fang Jiazwang. Instead, he went directly to the workshop. Zhao Gang and the craftsmen were standing in the yard of the blacksmith shop. With their heads down, no one even dared to breathe loudly. The craftsmen fled. This is a shame. Fang Er gave them jobs that provided them with food and clothing, and they only needed to work hard. But even so, there are still people who betray. In the past, it was normal for people to be punished for this kind of thing. These craftsmen were all wondering how Fang Er would punish them. After Zhuzi came back, he brought the Tianhua army to surround the entire workshop. Fang Er looked at the Tianhua army outside the workshop. Nothing said, just walked in, arrived at the blacksmith's yard, looking at the people standing in front of me. Zhao Gang, Ikizishi. When Zhao Gang heard Fang Er calling him, he stood up. Ma Ping's incident is not your fault. You were able to realize the seriousness of the matter in time and report it to Zhuzi. You did a good job. So, I'll give you 2 strings of cash. Sir, it's my fault. I didn't notice Ma Ping's abnormal behavior. Zhao Gang's face was filled with shame. He is the foreman of the blacksmith shop. He was completely unaware of the betrayal by his subordinates. This made him feel very sorry for Fang Er. Okay, I won't blame you if I say so. Fang Er waved at him, signaling him to return to his seat. Then he looked at the craftsmen who were in charge of the gunpowder equipment. You guys disappoint me. Ma Ping is only responsible for assembling bullets. How could he sneak into your place and write down the gunpowder equipment plan? This shows that you don't realize the importance of gunpowder, and similarly, you don't realize the seriousness of this matter. So, I'm going to fine each of you 2 months' salary. Do you have any objection? Fang Er's tone was stern. But to these people it sounds like heavenly music. 2 months' monthly salary can indeed make their lives, which had just started to improve, become poor again. But no matter how hard it is, it will only be 2 months. They're the ones who make gunpowder. Among these people, except Fang Er, no one understands the importance of gunpowder better than them. But this thing was stolen right under their noses by someone else if it was in the Ministry of Industry. Then, the only thing waiting for them is death. Thank you for your kindness, sir. We are sincerely convinced. Several craftsmen knelt on the ground and spoke to Fang Er. Everyone get up. This will not happen again. In addition, from today onwards, no one except you is allowed to enter or leave the gunpowder workshop. Violators will be killed. This is the first time Fang Er issued a kill order. None of the craftsmen objected, as they thought this was a natural thing to do, because from the day they left the Ministry of Industry, they became Fang Er's personal property. He could be beaten and punished at will, and even Li Shimin couldn't say anything. Sent away the others. Fang Er kept Zhao Gang and the craftsmen who made guns and cannons. The lathe started working for 8 days. Fang Er left the workshop and returned to Fang's house. Fell asleep immediately. These days, he only slept less than 2 hours a day. I'm really tired, but it's all worth it. When Fang Er woke up, there was only 1 day left before departure. In the training ground, Fang Er stood on the high platform, looking at the 3,000 Skyfire army in front of him. There was no pre-war mobilization. Just announced the names of the players who will be participating in the competition. A battalion of pillars. Ma Chao's 2nd Battalion, Lu Meng's 3rd Battalion, plus the 18 riders of Yinyan, a total of 2,118 people. Sun Zhou led his battalion to guard the cement kiln. Zhao Hu led his battalion to guard the workshop, and Fang Wang. After announcing this, they were left to prepare on their own. The Skyfire army was very excited. After 100 days of hard training, I finally got the chance to make a contribution. On that day, the 2,000 selected Tianhua soldiers rode back home on horseback to visit their families. At the same time, it is also a chance to see relatives again before going to the battlefield. Maybe this is a farewell forever? The next morning, Fang Er arrived at the entrance of the training ground early. All the Skyfire soldiers selected to go into battle are ready to go. 2 horses per person, and everyone carried a box. As for what was in the box, no one knew except Fang Er and Zhao Gang, the craftsmen who were personally involved. Even Zhao Gang and the others didn't know what it was used for. All I know is that Fang Er attaches great importance to those things. Every single part was assembled by Fang Er himself. The 18 riders of Yinyan have also bid farewell to their families and are waiting here. Move out. Following Fang Er's order, more than 2,000 men and 4,000 war horses slowly walked out of the military camp. After leaving Fang Wang, he started galloping on his horse. In addition to weapons and ammunition, there is no baggage or food. He didn't even bring any artillery. If it can be solved with money, then it's not a problem. If money can't solve the problem, then use bullets. The huge team marched eastward along the Wei River. 2 days later, the team arrived in Kaifeng County and then turned north. We traveled without stopping, covering 300 miles a day. Finally, 4 days later, Fang Er's army arrived in Hejian County. Ordered the Tianhua army to station outside the city. Fang Er, with the 18 riders of Yinyan, entered the Hejian County city openly. Chapter 184. Governor Feng, please be patient. Feng Xingyan, the governor of Hejian County, was in the suburbs investigating the people's sentiments. Suddenly, a runner from Yamen came to report that several thousand soldiers had arrived from the capital. We are currently stationed 3 miles outside the south gate of Hejian. He quickly took his men back to the city. Are there any outsiders entering the city? At the city gate, Feng Xingyan asked a soldier guarding the city. Reporting to the governor, it is true. About an incense stick ago, 19 people entered the city together. They were wearing shiny silver armor, and a leader was a young man holding a guerrilla general's token. I didn't dare to stop them. The soldier recounted what had happened before. Did you ask anyone to follow you? Feng Xingyan said. I asked Xiaoba to stay far behind. If we find him settling down, we will come back and let us know immediately. Well done. I made note of it. When Xiaoba comes back, ask him to come see me immediately. Do a good job. I'll take note of it. Feng Xingyan was very satisfied with the soldier's actions. Before leaving, he patted the soldier on the shoulder to show encouragement. At this time, Fang Er had already found the Zheng family's mansion. This is just a branch of the Zheng family in Xingyang, a courtyard with 4 entrances. The Zheng family, young and old, had no idea that their act of collaborating with the enemy had brought them retribution. After observing for a while, Fang Er took the 18 riders and found an inn to stay in. Let Lu Bo leave the city and instruct Zhuzi to send people to guard the 4 gates of Hejian from a distance. This time, Fang Er doesn't intend to let anyone from the Zheng family go. Moreover, let them die in despair. If they were to treason and betray their country, it would be too easy for them to get away with just 1 bullet. Feng Xingyan didn't wait too long in Fuxia. That Xiaoba came to report the situation. Reporting to the governor, those people are staying at the Uli Inn in the west of the city. One of them has left the city. Should we send someone to arrest him and interrogate him? No need. I will go there myself. I want to see who these people are. After Feng Xingyan finished speaking, he left Fuxia with a few followers. I found my way to Uli Inn and asked the owner, who confirmed that Fang Er and his group were indeed staying here. After asking about the room they were staying in, Feng Xingyan then asked someone to knock on the door and call for help. Fang Er was rubbing his old waist in the room, feeling that his waist was almost broken from riding horses so fast in the past few days. As I was rubbing, I heard someone knocking on the door. Master, the governor of Hejian is here and wants to see you. It was Guanlong's voice outside the door. Okay, then let's meet him, the father and mother official of Hejian County. Fang Er opened the door and walked down the stairs. In a lobby on the 1st floor, Feng Xingyan sat in a window seat. Are you the governor of Hejian? Fang Er sat down directly opposite Feng Xingyan and spoke rudely. I am Feng Xingyan, the governor of Hejian. May I ask, sir, which guard are you a general from? Feng Xingyan was not angry either. Hejian County is called a county, but it is only a lower-level county. In terms of rank, he is only 2 levels higher than Fang Er's guerrilla general. The Tang dynasty was no less virtuous than the Song dynasty, where civil officials were valued and military officials were despised. Both the Tang and Han dynasties were martial dynasties. To be able to become a guerrilla general, he must have made extraordinary military achievements, so there's no need for Feng Xingyan to have a bad relationship with such a person. I am General Feng Anji, and I am leading an army of Skyfire Guards. I am currently stationed outside Chang'an City. Is Governor Feng here for this? Fang Er poured himself a glass of water and said to Feng Xingyan, "That's exactly what happened. I wonder why the general has come here. These thousands of soldiers stationed outside the city may cause unrest among the people. I hope the general can help me solve this problem." Feng Xingyan sat there motionless, but his eyes never left Fang Er's face. This boy is too young. He became a guerrilla general when he was just a teenager. I'm afraid things at home aren't simple either. There's a traitor in your Hejian County who is collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country. This general is here to eliminate the traitor for the country. I had already asked about it when I entered the city before. This governor was a fairly good official, but he was restricted by the Zheng family and was unable to act freely. So Fang Er said it without any hesitation. "What did you say?" Feng Xingyan showed anger on his face. A slap fell on the table. The chopstick bucket on the table jumped up and then fell down. Chopsticks were scattered everywhere. "Governor Feng, please calm down and sit down and talk." Fang Er gathered the chopsticks on the table, put them back in their original place, and then pressed his hand towards Feng Xingyan. Feng Xingyan also knew that his actions just now attracted too much attention. Looking around, I saw that many diners were looking this way. He quickly sat back in his chair. Then, he lowered his voice and asked Fang Er, "Who was the person that General Feng just mentioned as collaborating with the enemy? Do you have any evidence? Now that you are coming with a large army, do you have the emperor's order?" Feng Xingyan looked solemn. Under his rule, how could he not take such a thing seriously? "Why? Governor Feng wants to take action." Fang smiled. "How can I sit back and do nothing when a traitor who collaborates with the enemy appears under my rule?" Feng Xingyan had a determined look on his face. "What if I say that person is from the Zheng family?" Fang Er was looking forward to Feng Xingyan's expression, and his eyes were fixed on him. "You mean it's the Zheng family?" Feng Xingyan couldn't quite believe it. However, there was no sign of timidity in his tone. Even if it is really the Zheng family, he won't sit idly by. Chapter 185. The local emperor of Hejian County. Good. Feng didn't make a mistake. That person is the Zheng family's housekeeper. He has been handed over to the Ministry of Justice. But a housekeeper alone would never dare to do such a thing. Therefore, this general has reason to believe that his actions were instructed by the head of the Zheng family. That's why this general led his troops to stay here on purpose. Don't pay any attention to Governor Feng. The Zheng family has this general to handle it. Just do what you were supposed to do. When this is over, I will leave. When the Zheng family is gone, please let Governor Feng go and treat the people well. After Fang Er finished speaking, he stood up and bowed to Governor Feng. In that case, I will not ask any more questions. Goodbye. Feng Xingyan quickly stood up to return the greeting and then left. It wasn't that he believed Fang Er so easily, but he had no choice but to believe it. 3,000 soldiers and horses came all the way from Chang'an to Hejian County, a journey of more than 1,000 miles. If he had mobilized troops without permission, he would have been held accountable by the court long ago. And since Fang Er dared to sit in this inn and speak frankly to him, he must have something to rely on. Since it's the Zheng family that's in trouble, let's just enjoy it. After Feng Xingyan left, Fang Er asked the innkeeper to find a piece of wood and some writing brush and ink. There were a few big words written on it. Take Director Guan and the others back to Zheng's house. Just put a wooden sign on the roadside opposite Zheng's house. Then he arranged for several people to keep an eye on the other entrances and exits of the Zheng family. The Zheng family of Hejian has colluded with the enemy Goguryeo and stolen the country's weapon. In 3 days, there will be thunder and lightning as a punishment from heaven. From the moment the wooden sign was put up, people started pointing and talking about it. Zheng Wushuang, the head of the Hejian Zheng family, heard the report from his servant. I was so angry that smoke was coming out of my 7 orifices. Who did this? Send someone to smash that sign. Since the housekeeper was not there, the servant hurried to find the head of the security guards. Then, more than a dozen servants carrying water and fire sticks rushed out of Zheng's house. Where did you come from? The servant swallowed his words before he could finish them. It was because the 18 riders of Yin were all wearing silver armor and holding Mo Daos as they stood behind the wooden sign. When Fang Er saw Zheng family's servants and thugs coming out, he took out his pistol and shot the man in front. The bullet did not hit the man, but it accurately made a hole in front of the man's feet. Seeing this situation, the servant immediately became scared. The musket is no longer a secret to the Zheng family, although what the person opposite was holding was not quite the same as what was rumored. But the sound and the bullet fired were the same. If you move a little further, your feet will become that pit. He quickly returned to Zheng's house and closed the door tightly. Master, it's bad. Those outside are soldiers. More than a dozen of them, all wearing shiny silver armor. And they have muskets. What did you say? Zheng Wushuang was confused. What's going on? Could it be that something happened to the butler in Chang'an? But the housekeeper's family is all in Zheng's house. Isn't he afraid that he will kill them all in a fit of rage? He was in great confusion and paced back and forth in the yard. The door was being guarded with muskets, and 100 or so people in his family might not be able to get out relying solely on them. Thinking of this, Zheng Wushuang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Come here, send someone to the outside of the city to invite the leader of the 18 mountain villages to come over. Remember, go from the back. Zheng Wushuang suddenly stopped and said to the servant beside him. When Lu Bo saw a servant coming out of the back door, he asked Sima Wan to follow and keep an eye on him. Also let Bai Song report to Fang Er. They are just a few servants. Don't bother with them. Go tell Zhuzi to let them out of the city and send a few people to watch them from a distance. Fang Er was very curious about what the Zheng family was planning by sending people out of the city at this time. That night, 18 ferocious-looking men sneaked in through the back door of Zheng's house one after another. Lu Bo saw all of this from afar. Are you asking bandits for help? It seems that raising bandits and robbers is really the Zheng family's main business. It's amazing that so many people came to this small Hujian county at once. What about Chang'an? How many are there? It seems that practicing on bandits a few days ago was a mistake. The inner courtyard of Zheng's house. Zheng Wushuang looked at the 18 bandit leaders in front of him. These are the reasons why his Zheng family dared to run rampant in Hujian County. At least 8 Hujian governors died at the hands of these bandits. But no one dared to ask. These bandits disguised themselves as ordinary people and hid in the village. On weekdays, they farmed normally. The causes of death of those provincial governors were also clearly arranged. Or falling off a horse, or drowning, or death from illness. All in all, everything looks natural. Although a number of provincial governors died mysteriously shortly after taking office in Hujian, anyone with a discerning eye knew there was something fishy going on. But with the help of the Zheng family and the court, these things basically never reached Li Shimon's ears. Even Du Ruhui didn't know what was happening in Hujian. Because Zheng Qian, the post of assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Zheng Qian is from the Zheng family. Although he is not from the Hujian lineage, they are still of the same blood. Therefore, the Zheng family of Hujian became the local emperor of Hujian County. Even Feng Xing'an was restricted everywhere. For some government orders, the Yamen runners simply ignored him. Chapter 186. This must be heaven's sentence. Master Zheng, you called us all here in such a hurry. Is it because the governor is causing trouble for you? A bald bandit looked at Zheng Wushuang and asked. That's right, Boss Zheng. If you have something to say, please tell me. A scar man also said this. Someone threatened to cause trouble for my Zheng family in 3 days. Now even the gate of my Zheng family has been blocked, so I asked you to come over to discuss countermeasures. Zheng Wushuang sat on a chair and said as he looked at these bandit leaders. Who is so bold? How dare you bully the head of the Zheng family? That's right. We will go back and gather our troops. In Hujian County, who can we be afraid of? That's right. Let's go back and call for help. Zheng Wushuang did not directly say that it was the soldiers who blocked the Zheng family. Otherwise, these bandits might not dare to take action. Looking at these people expressing their opinions one after another, he reached out his hand towards them and pressed down. Since you are willing to help, then Zheng will not treat you unfairly. Zheng Wushuang stood up and saluted to the bandit leaders. Master Zheng, you are too polite. We will go back and recruit people right now. We will make sure to bring all the best fighters in the village. The bald man patted his chest and assured Zheng Wushuang. Others made the same assurance. Then, they went back and forth and out of Zhengji Yazhuang. Lu Bo did not make any move. Just look at these people. After Sima Yi reported the situation here to Fang Er, he also brought back Fang Er's instructions. Don't care, don't ask. Because, obviously, this was the Zheng family gathering their helpers. Then, just let them be. The original plan to take action 3 days later was to give the Zheng family a glimmer of hope. Let him find everything he can. Fang Er wants to catch them all in one swoop. 3,000 Skyfire soldiers were guarding outside the city. Even if he has tens of thousands of troops, he can never come up with anything special. The next day was just dawn. Many people poured in from outside the city. Governor, many bandits have sneaked into the city today. Even Scarface from Black Wind Village and the Baldy from Tiger King Village are here. It seems that this General Fang has big plans. Feng Xingyan stroked his beard and sighed after listening to the report from his servants. Fang Er was very happy, sitting on the second floor of the inn, leaning against the window, watching the guys who were obviously not good people walking by on the street. He was holding a bowl of donkey meat soup and eating it happily. Unfortunately, there is only donkey meat and no roast meat. It's a little bit flawed. Fang Er waited patiently for 3 days. Zheng Wushuang has been hiding the truth about these bandits. The 2 houses adjacent to Zheng's house are also properties of the Zheng family. Therefore, after these bandits entered the city, they were directly settled down. At the same time, Zheng Wushuang also warned them seriously not to enter or leave at will, so as not to be noticed by Fang Er outside the door in advance. But his real purpose was to prevent these bandits from knowing the identities of Fang Er and his gang. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Fang Er walked out of the inn. Behind him are Guanlong and Zhangde. The 2 of them followed behind, each carrying a box. Arrived at the door of Zheng's house. Fang Er took the boxes from their hands, put them on the ground, and opened them one by one. A cylinder, a bracket. They were put together by Fang Er and propped up at an angle on the road. Mortar. This is what Fang Er, Zhao Gang, and their colleagues spent 8 days making. Of course, there is more than just this one. But if it is used to destroy the Zheng family, this one skill is enough. In the other box, there were shells without fuses. Oval-shaped shells. It has 6-tailed fins. Fang Er took out a shell and installed the firing fuse. I have to say that with the primer, everything becomes much more convenient. Fang Er roughly calculated it in his mind. This thing has never been tested with live ammunition since it was made. Therefore, Fang Er was not too sure about its true power. So, they simply adjusted the muzzle to about 70 degrees perpendicular to the ground. In this way, even if the shells fail, they will not hit civilians' homes. Because Zheng's house is very deep. The depth of the courtyard is more than 100 meters. Guanlong and the others looked at Fang Er curiously. Fang Er then slid the shell into the muzzle. Then he quickly turned around and covered his ears. Before Guanlong could react, he heard a bang sound. Then I saw the shell fly out of the barrel. It flew diagonally upwards into the sky and turned into a black dot. Then there was a shrill scream. The black spot gradually enlarged and appeared in everyone's eyes again. Zheng Wushuang in the Zheng mansion heard the sound in the sky and couldn't help but look up and look in the direction of the sound. I saw a black dot in the sky, which was getting bigger and bigger, and then fell directly into the side wing. Then there was a huge explosion. A flame rose from the side wing. The bandit leaders in the yard were dumbfounded. What is going on? Outside Zheng's house, there were also some people watching. It was agreed that in 3 days, a divine messenger would descend upon the Zheng family. No matter whether it was true or not, he could at least come and join in the fun, right? I saw with my own eyes the black spot flying up from the front door of Zheng's house and landing in the yard of Zheng's house. The sound of the explosion and the rising flames and smoke made them believe it. It's divine punishment. Chapter 187. The Sword That Cuts Off Horses. Zheng Wushuang was stunned. He knew about gunpowder, cannon, and muskets. But what the hell is this thing falling from the sky? But another click sound came from outside the door. Then another black rushed into the sky and fell into the yard. He had no time to think about it. He spoke directly to the bandit leaders in front of him. The person who threatened to cause trouble to my Zheng family is here, right outside the gate. Everyone, please lend a hand. Zheng Wushuang bowed to the bandits. Then he clapped his hands. 2 servants walked out from one side, carrying a box. After the box was opened, it was actually full of silver. Judging from the size of the box, it must weigh at least 1,000 taels. Master Zheng, you are too polite. Please sit here, Anxing. I want to see who is causing trouble. The bald man took a look at the silver in the box and was very satisfied with Zheng Wushuang's move. He led his men directly towards the front gate. Let's go together. Let's go together. Others followed suit. Even the bandits in the two houses next to Zheng's house received the message from their boss. He just rushed outside with his weapon in hand. Fang Er only fired 2 shots, and then he saw the door of Zheng's house open from the inside. He spoke to the director and others behind him. Only disabled are allowed. No death is allowed. Those who collaborate with the enemy and betray their country do not deserve to be shot dead. Master, don't worry. Without your order, they can't die. Brothers, hit the limbs. The commissioner took out a pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at the bandits who were rushing out. The ones rushing in the front are just some minions. They had no idea what kind of scene was waiting for them. As soon as the thug stepped out of Zheng's house, he felt a pain in his leg. Then he fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the bloody hole on his right leg. He let out a scream of ah, then curled up into a ball, hugging his legs. The shot fired by the commander directly broke the shin bone in his calf. The people behind the commissioner also drew their pistols and started shooting freely at the other bandits. Dimensionality reduction attack. An absolute dimensionality reduction attack. The control of cold weapons in the Tang dynasty was relatively not strict. After all, this is an era when everyone values martial arts. But the control over bows and arrows and armor is almost equivalent to the control over guns in later generations. How could these bandits enter the city in broad daylight with powerful bows and crossbows? There is no means of long-range attack. The bandits who came out of the yard were knocked to the ground one after another. For a while, blood flowed from the gate of Zheng's house down the steps. The bald guy among the bandits is also a ruthless person. I don't know who these people wearing shiny silver armor are, but it's impossible to stop now. It would be impossible to end the situation peacefully if he led so many bandits into the city. Moreover, at this time, he also understood that he had been tricked by Zheng Wushuang, being used as cannon fodder. He simply grabbed a servant from the Zheng family and stood in front of him. He rushed towards the director and his men under the gunfire. Find something to block the way ahead. There are only a few of them. Follow me. While rushing, he shouted to the people behind him. The bald man was only 2 or 3 steps away from picking up the knife and chopping people, but he hadn't even raised the knife. The guard raised the mo dao with his left hand and chopped him and the Zheng family servant who was blocking him into 4 pieces. The mo dao that can chop people and break horses, just like cutting tofu. The commander put away his mo dao and looked at Fang Er with a grin. I made a mistake. He. Just be careful not to chop the head of the Zheng family to pieces. According to what Sima Wan reported, there were at least 200 to 300 bandits entering the city, plus the servants and thugs of the Zheng family. There should be about 500 people. It seems that we should be able to fight for a while. Fang Er was bored, so he started playing with a mortar. Shell after shell hit Zheng's house. Fang Er also deliberately adjusted the muzzle of the gun from time to time to avoid the center and backyard of Zheng's house, so as to avoid killing the head of the Zheng family. That would be boring. The shells fired one after another, frightening Zheng Wushuang in the yard until his face turned pale. It's obvious that this is not a solution. So he summoned the Zheng family's servants and rushed towards the back door. He noticed the inner courtyard, backyard, and back door were never hit. Lu Bo, who was guarding the back door, heard the gunshots coming from the front and the explosions in the yard. He was just itching to do something when he saw a group of people running out from the backyard. One of them was dressed in luxurious clothes, and it was obvious that he was not a servant of the Zheng family. So he excitedly raised the mo dao in his hand and swept it directly towards the lower part of these people. Zheng Wushuang and his servants who were rushing outside did not notice anything at all. Just as I was about to cheer for escaping, I felt a chill on my legs. When I reacted and looked at my legs, I found myself falling to the ground. Then I saw that there seemed to be a part missing from the leg. Look behind you again. Legs and feet all over the ground. Ah, ah, ah. Screams came out of these people's mouths. Even Zheng Wushuang is no exception. He stared blankly at his feet. Perhaps the mo dao was too sharp. The broken ends of his legs were oozing blood. But I didn't feel any pain. And those servants who were screaming were mostly frightened. After a while, the pain of hydrazine deprivation was transmitted to the brain. The voices of those people suddenly became even more miserable. Chapter 188, Let the Two Be See. Feng Xingyan stood at the street corner with his servants, looking at the smoke and dust filling the Zheng residence. The Zheng family is gone. After saying that, he turned around, put his hands behind his back, and returned to Fuxia. On the street, all the bandits and Zheng family servants had been knocked down. The combat effectiveness of the 18 riders of Yinyun made Fang Er look at them with new eyes. He thought he had overestimated them, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated them. I saw Lu Bo coming over carrying a person without legs. Fang Er's hoe removed the fuse of the shell and put it back. Master, this person is the head of the Zheng family in Hejian County, Zheng Wushuang. Lu Bo flicked his hand, and Zheng Wushuang was thrown at Fang Er's feet. Zheng Wushuang. Fang Er squatted down and pulled out the pistol from his waist. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots hit Zheng Wushuang's shoulder. Hanging on the city wall. And these bandits, hang them up together. Before Zheng Wushuang could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Lu Bo picked him up again. Looking at the body parts scattered all over the street and the bandits screaming nonstop, Fang Er walked towards the crowd, watching the excitement in the distance. When these people saw his actions, they retreated one after another, afraid of making this god of death unhappy. Dear elders of Hejian, the Zheng family has been committing crimes and violating the law here, and now they are colluding with the enemy and selling out their country. The emperor is furious. I am here to kill the traitors. It would be too easy to kill these evil villains with just one blow. Now, those who have hatred will take revenge, and those who have been wronged will get justice. Please help. Hang these people on the city wall. All the people listened to Fang Er's words. It's boiling right away. They were often bullied by the Zheng family on a daily basis. While I was watching the fun just now, quite a few people were cheering. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to kick a fallen dog. So, a large crowd of people rushed directly to the gate of Zheng's house. Don't grab it. This piece of shit belongs to me. This is mine. He stole a sheep from my house last month. This is mine. He whipped me the day before yesterday. I can't beat you guys in a fight. Pick up these broken arms and legs and feed them to the dogs. Fang Er ignored this. He entered the Zheng residence with the 18 riders of Yinyun. Search. Guanchang and Zhangde were left behind. The others scattered and began to look for where the Zheng family kept their money. Finally, a dark room was found in the study. There are large amounts of gold, silver, and treasures piled up inside. There are countless copper and iron. Letting Yuchi guard outside, Fang Er entered the dark room. All the gold and silver were exchanged for system points. A total of more than 200,000. Fang Er felt a little regretful. Damn it, just one branch has so much wealth. So, there must be other treasure troves in the main branch of the Zheng family. It's just that I didn't find it. The gold and silver were taken, and all that was left was copper coins. The dam system doesn't accept these things. But Fang Er had no way to take it away. Just by visual estimation, it is estimated that it will cost no less than tens of thousands of strings of money. The only thing we could do was to send someone to call Feng Xingyan over. Master Feng, I have had the Zheng family's gold and silver taken away. These copper coins and other things are left to you. I hope you can use them where they are needed. Fang Er said to Feng Xingyan. Feng Xingyan was dumbfounded when he saw the room full of copper coins. He knows that the noble family is rich, but I didn't expect he was so rich. General Feng, rest assured, Feng knows what's going on. This money will definitely be used for the benefit of the people. Feng Xingyan patted his chest and assured Fang Er. Well then, now that this matter is over, I will take my leave. Fang Er clasped his fists and bowed to Feng Xingyan. Then he took in Yuchi and left the Zheng family. After leaving the city, they directly joined up with the Tianhua army and headed north again. 5 days later, the Tianhua army arrived in Liaodong County. As expected, the Goguryeo flag was once again raised here. Fang Er was not worried about the people here. Liaodong County was a border city between the Tang dynasty and Goguryeo. There are almost no people living here. It is a pure military city. As the Tianhua army advanced towards Liaodong City, a large number of Goguryeo soldiers began to appear on the city wall. At the same time, cannons were pushed to the top of the city walls. Fang Er took out a telescope and looked at the top of the city. He was amused by the sight of those artillery pieces. Slender barrel. There are still bubbles all over it. It seems that I was worrying too much. We really should release those 2 spies. For such artillery, it was fortunate that they did not have the correct gunpowder formula. Otherwise, no matter how much you have, it won't be enough to explode. The Goguryeo soldiers fired a few shots outside the city, as if in demonstration. The shell fell to the ground before it went 100 steps, not even bothering to bounce up and roll a few times. Pillar! Fang Er shouted behind him. The little one is here. Yuchi came over on horseback. Let these country bumpkins in the city see what a cannon is. Fang Er pointed the whip in his hand diagonally at Liaodong City. Master, don't worry. Yuchi reined in his horse and turned around. First Battalion, set up the guns. After Hejian County bombarded the Zheng family, Fang Er taught Yuchi and others how to use mortars in the following days. At the same time, they also defeated several groups of bandits. Yuchi's battalion brought a total of 20 mortars. The soldiers of the Tianhua army set up mortars and pointed them at Liaodong City. Chapter 189, Earth Mounds by the Liao River. Yuchi, if you can destroy the city gate tower with one shot, the young master will reward you with a jar of drunken immortal wine. Fang Er said cheerfully. Master, just wait and see. Yuchi picked up a cannonball and carefully screwed the fuse on. Then he looked at the city gate tower and slightly adjusted the direction of the gun barrel. The shell slid into the barrel, and the primer was detonated by the impact force. With a whoosh, the shells flew towards Liaodong City. Boom! Unfortunately, it did not hit the city gate tower. Instead, it fell to the ground and exploded about 10 steps away from the city wall. Just this scared the Goguryeo defenders on the city. What is this? Isn't it an iron ball? How could it explode? Besides, can't artillery only fire at a range of 300 steps? Looking at the distance of the Tang army, it is almost 400 steps away. Pillar, you hit it wrong. Fang Er was somewhat dissatisfied. This guy fired a lot of artillery when fighting bandits before. There may be some inaccurate distances. Yuchi looked at the cannon, and then at the point where the bullet had impacted, adjusted the gun barrel a little more. Then another shell was fired. Boom! This time it hit the city wall, but still missed the gate tower. The Goguryeo defenders on the Liaodong city wall were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Damn it, you can't bully people like this. Relying on your long range, right? Withdraw. If we can't hit it, we can't just sit here and wait to be bombarded, right? Zhang Ning, the defender of Goguryeo, directly issued an order to retreat. Before Yuchi could have enough fun, he saw that there were fewer and fewer Goguryeo soldiers on the city walls. Until finally, there was not a single guard to be seen on the city wall. Master, could these grandsons have run away? Captain Guan, Zhangde, take some people over to take a look. Fang Er turned around and spoke to the two people behind him. Guanchang and Zhang De urged their horses to charge out of the army formation, holding Mo Dao in their hands, and rushed towards Liaodong City. We walked 100 steps outside the city, but didn't see anything wrong. When they arrived at the city gate, Guanchang jumped off his horse and kicked the gate. The city gate remained motionless. No sound came from inside. He jumped on the horse and retreated again. Master, it seems that there is no one in the city. Liaodong City is just a small city to Fang Er. So they did not surround the city from all sides, but only bombarded the south of the city. Just think of it as a training exercise for the artillery. He must have gotten away. Go around the city and give chase. Want to run? It's not that easy. You are the human sandbags I have reserved. The entire Tianhua army mounted their horses, bypassed Liaodong City, and followed the main road in pursuit towards Shenyang City. After running for less than a cup of tea, he saw the Goguryeo infantry far behind. Kill! Fang Er urged his horse, drew his pistol, and rushed forward. The 18 riders of Yinyun, armed with Mo Dao, guarded on both sides. For them, the Mo Dao is more convenient for horse fighting. The Tianhua army also hurriedly followed. 2,000 men and 4,000 cavalry directly crushed the Goguryeo army. Only corpses and blood were left on the ground. Some Goguryeo soldiers who had managed to survive sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the hellish scene before them, mumbling, unable to utter a word. So scary. After breaking out of the infantry team, they saw the Goguryeo cavalry in front of them, only 100 steps apart. Free fire. Following Fang Er's order, 2,000 Tianhua soldiers took out their muskets from behind. He skillfully loaded the bullet on horseback, then aimed at the Goguryeo cavalry and pulled the trigger. When Zhang Ning heard the gunshots coming from far behind, he knew that the Tang army was catching up. He pushed the speed of the war horse under his crotch to the extreme and galloped for his life with his men. The Tianhua army chased and killed them all the way. Fang Er was not interested in the prisoners. Those who knelt down and begged for mercy were simply ignored by him. One day later, it is about 100 miles away from Shenyang, on the bank of Liaohe River. Fang Er was shocked by what he saw. The last time he came here a few years ago, due to the heavy snow, he thought they were just a few small hills. But now the snow has melted. That's not a dirt bag. It's obviously Jingguan. A Jingguan built with the corpses of former Sui soldiers. Countless skeletons were exposed. Fang Er, who came from later generations, had never seen such a scene. I almost fell off the horse for a moment. The officer behind him quickly supported him. These are the soldiers who died in the former Sui dynasty. Guancheng's eyes were also a little red. The Tianhua army that followed behind also looked at the Jingguan in front of them in shock. Some even shed tears. Many of these people are descendants of former Sui generals. When have we Chinese men ever suffered such humiliation? Fang Er clenched his fists tightly. The nails dug into the flesh. Don't you feel ashamed? Fang Er turned around and looked at the 18 riders of Yanyun and the 2,000 Skyfire army. In a battle on the battlefield, it is inevitable to die on the battlefield, but Goguryeo insulted our ancestors like this. Can you bear it? I can't stand it. The 2,000 Skyfire soldiers shouted in unison, raising their weapons. Since you can't bear it, what should you do? Fang Er's eyes were red. He didn't know why. Logically speaking, these corpses have nothing to do with him. But he just felt uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the boiling of the Chinese blood in my bones? Kill. Blood debt to be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood. In that case, let's use the corpses of Goguryeo soldiers to build the Great Wall. Fang Er's voice was a little hoarse, but he used all his strength to speak word by word. Build the Great Wall. Build the Great Wall. Build the Great Wall. His words ignited the Skyfire army. Right? They dared to use former Sui soldiers to build Jingguan, then use their corpses to build the Great Wall. Chapter 190, The Correct Way to Eat Bear Paw. Until 2 days later, outside the city of Shenyang. The defenders on the Chang'an City wall looked at Zhang Ning below the city with shock. Open the city gates and let them in. Be careful of the Tang army following them. The city gate was slowly opened, and Zhang Ning led the remaining soldiers into Shenyang in a panic. Fang Er never thought of following in. As for close combat, don't do it if you can avoid it. Long-range attack is my advantage. The Tianhua army was ordered to retreat to a distance of about a mile from Shenyang City and set up camp on the spot. After 2 days of hunting, it's time to take a break. Camp where you are. Ma Chao and Lu Meng's troops were left camping there. Fang Er led the 18 riders of Yanyun and Zhuzi's battalion into the old forest outside Shenyang City. I have to say, in this era, there's so many prey in the old forest outside Shenyang. Pheasants, roe deer, wild boars, and so on are everywhere. On the snow that is not yet completely melted, you can clearly see the footprints left by these animals. I had walked less than 100 steps into the woods when I saw a group of pheasants foraging under a tree in the distance. Hundreds of people were walking in the woods, making a lot of noise. The pheasants were startled and scattered. One of them should be the leader of this group of pheasants. It flew directly to a tree not far away. It is very majestic, and the tail feathers, which are about a foot long, look particularly beautiful. Fang Er took out the dragon tooth from his back and loaded it with bullets. Slowly put the rooster into the scope. As the trigger is pulled, loud gunshots rang out in the woods. The rooster on the branch fell down in response. The other pheasants fled deeper into the forest like crazy. Roar! Zhangde walked out from behind Fang Er and was about to pick up the pheasant. A beast roar came from the depths of the forest. Master, it sounds like a bear. Guan Chang stared at the direction where the sound came from. Oh, that's perfect. Let's make a pair of bear paws for hot pot. Fang Er still remembers the taste of Chai Xiao's cured bear paw. Walk! Fang Er held up his gun and headed directly in the direction where the bear had roared. The Yanyun cavalry stood guard at his side, and the 700 Tianhua soldiers dispersed. A black bear walked out from behind a big tree in the distance. Judging from its size, it must weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds. The black bear was confused and stopped after taking just 2 steps. Why are there so many two-legged beasts? I feel like I can't win. The big eye stared at Fang Er and glanced at him. Then he just turned around and ran away. Fang Er looks very square. Has this guy become a spirit? Chase! The Yanyun cavalrymen beside him rushed out one after another, and chased after the black bear. You all should disperse as well. If so many people walk together, the wild animals will be scared away. Fang Er looked at the pillar again and said. Then, more than 700 people dispersed and went deeper in different directions. All the animals in the forest suffered. When Fang Er led his team out of the forest, the Yin cavalry behind him were carrying 2 black bears. The black bear was frightened and ran back to its den, but unexpectedly he also injured his wife. The members of the Tianhua army were all in high spirits, showing off their prey to their companions. Pheasant, wild deer, wild boar. There were even a few wolves. Almost no one came back empty-handed. On the city wall of Shenyang, Zhang Ning and the defenders of Shenyang watched the lively atmosphere of the Tianhua army. His face turned green. Damn it, you really don't take people seriously. Let's take a look at the cannons on the city walls of Shenyang. There are also those city defense equipment that are just for decoration. Old Zhang, send someone to invite the general, otherwise Shenyang City will be lost. Shenyang defender Yu Changming spoke in a heavy tone. How about I go there myself? Zhang Ning looked at the Tang army outside the city and felt unsure. The main reason was that the Tang army's firearms were too powerful. Can't touch them at all. You can't go. Let's send someone down there. You have to help me stay here and guard the place. Yu Changming is not stupid. If Zhang Ning left at this moment, the remaining soldiers who entered the city with him would probably follow him. Even though they are remnants of the army, they can still be used as cannon fodder, right? Okay, let my Deputy General Lao San lead 200 cavalrymen to Dandong County to find the general as soon as possible. Zhang Ning's plan failed, but it also found a way out for his men. Lao San is his confidant, and he believes that even if he dies in battle here, he will be able to take good care of his family for him. The Tang army was stationed 1 mile away from the west gate of Shenyang City. For some reason, the city of Shenyang was not surrounded. Master Lao San left from the east gate of Shenyang. Fang Er is cooking hot pot now. 2 black bears for bear paws chopped off. As a person who is particular about food, he only eats the 2 front paws. The rest were divided among the soldiers. I boiled a pot of water, scalded the bear paws, and removed the old skin on the outer layer. I added some white wine to the water to remove the fishy smell. The processed bear paws were thrown whole into the hot pot. Bring to a simmer over high heat. It was stewed for half an hour. The aroma keeps escaping from pot. I poked it with chopsticks, and it was already soft and rotten. Fang Er picked up one and put it in his bowl. Took a bite. Why does it feel like a pig's trotter? Could it be that cured bear paw is the correct way to eat it? Forget it. Pig's trotters are pig's trotters. Full of collagen, the taste is good. Chapter 191, Gifted Artillery. Smoke was rising from the Tang army side. All kinds of game, roasted, stewed, boiled. The weather is getting warmer, and a gust of south wind brings the fragrance to the top of Shenyang City. It caused a commotion. The soldiers were drooling with greed. They looked at the dry biscuits in their hands and thought, how could this be eaten by humans? Look at what people are eating outside. A smell of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Fuck, I'm not going to eat it. A Goguryeo soldier simply threw the cake away. They came with cannons. We can neither defeat them nor defend them. We don't know what we're doing on top of the city wall. What's the point of saying this? They are Tang troops. How can we surrender? I heard that the Tang dynasty is also short of food. There was a severe drought last year, and many people died. Even if they surrender, will we have anything to eat? I want to go home. When the time comes, I'll just hide in the mountains, and no one will give a damn about me. The soldier who threw the pancake was like a fuse. The other Goguryeo soldiers also began to talk. On the Tianhua army side, Fang Er wiped his mouth and looked at Zhuzi, Ma Chao, and Lu Meng. You 3, take turns firing. Just don't let the defenders in Shenyang fall asleep. Make as much noise as possible, and try to scare the people in the city. The 3 of them began to arrange the personnel. Boom, 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 the mortar sounds with a few rounds fired every once in a while. These soldiers of the Skyfire army were consciously adjusting their shooting angles. What a great target. Don't waste it. There's no chance to fight outside Liaodong City. Zhang Ning and Yu Changming didn't sleep the whole night. What the hell? As soon as I lay down, the Tang army fired a few shots. I waited, and the damn thing stopped again. I'm so annoyed. Shenyang City is only more than 500 miles away from Dandong County. Sure, Lao San and his men changed horses along the way, but not the men. Finally, at dawn the next day, they arrived at Dandong County City. General, the Tang army has arrived at Shenyang City. General Zhang asked me to come and ask for your help. The third teacher knelt in front of young Gaisaman, his voice choked with sobs. The tiredness from traveling all the way could not suppress his worry about Zhang Ning. He's been with Zhang Ning since he was 8 years old. The relationship between me and Zhang Ning is like that between father and son. How many soldiers and horses does the Tang army have? How many artillery pieces did they bring? Young Gaisaman asked. He was not at all surprised that the Tang army attacked. Reporting to the general, the Tang army only has 3,000 troops, and they have set up 20 artillery pieces outside Liaodong City. But that cannon is different from the ones I've seen before. It's very small and can be carried by one person. Moreover, the shells fired will explode like gunpowder. Can fight 400 steps. Zhang Ning didn't dare to hide anything. Young Gaisaman was shocked by his words. A cannon that can be carried by one person. 400 steps, and it can explode. This was once again beyond his understanding. But the city of Shenyang must be saved. That's the source of all Goguryeu's iron ore. If the city of Shenyang was lost, the fate of Goguryeo could be imagined. Come here. Call the generals. Young Gaisaman stood up and spoke to the guards outside the door. Outside Shenyang, after a night of constant harassment, the defenders of Shenyang City had eyes as red as rabbits. The defenders looked at Yu Changming. I really wish I could order a surrender. Why does it seem like the Tang army's artillery shells are endless? It didn't stop all night. Fang Er was dumbfounded. This bunch of losers. 500 or 600 artillery shells were fired overnight. Although the southern wall of Shenyang City was badly damaged, this still feels like a loss. Zhuzi, Ma Chao, and Lu Ming looked at each other. They all feel a little guilty. There's nothing I can do. I was too excited about firing guns at night. I forgot about the shells. Fortunately, each battalion only had 2 mortars. Otherwise, who knows how much can be hit. Master, please don't feel bad about these shells. I found some good ones. Zhuzi said to Fang Er as if he was offering a treasure. Tell me what happened. After hearing what Zhuzi said, Fang Er suppressed his heartache. Master, last night, I found 5 people who have great talent for artillery. After Zhuzi finished speaking, he pointed out 5 people from the team on the side. Master, this is Yang Zhihua. He destroyed the city wall of Shenyang with just 3 shots. Zhuzi said this while pointing to the ruined city gate tower on top of Shenyang South Gate. And this one, Yu Dabiao, used only 2 shots to open a hole in the gate of Shenyang. This is Li Dalong, 3 shots, knocking down the flagpole on the Shenyang city wall. This is Hong Kong. He also fired 2 cannons. He was the one who shot the other hole in the city gate. The last one is Tai Lao Ba. He also fired a shot at the city gate tower. Are they all from the 1st Battalion? Fang Er couldn't believe it. There are no trigonometric functions, no parabolas, and no support from various theoretical data. If we just rely on our feelings, it would be a stroke of luck to find a good gunner. But 5 of them suddenly popped up. The independent group isn't that productive, is it? No. Yang Zhihua, Yu Dabiao is from my 1st Battalion, Tai Laoba is from the 2nd Battalion, and Hong Kong and Li Dalong are from the 3rd Battalion. Zhuzi explained on the side. Give each of them a gun and 5 shells so that I can see their capabilities. Fang Er finished speaking. Zhuzi quickly called the 5 people together. According to Fang Er's instructions, mortars and artillery shells were fully equipped. Chapter 192 Hunting, Barbecue, and Hot Pot. The battalion commander said that your artillery is good, so let this general see if he is bragging or not. 5 shells each, find your own target. When the 5 people saw Fang Er coming out to test them, they were extremely excited. Obviously, if he performs well this time, he will definitely be reused. After each man received a cannon and shells, he walked out of the army formation. He set up the gun at a suitable distance and looked at the city wall. Li Dalong spoke first. General, I will attack the 3rd battlement on the west side. After saying that, he made some adjustments to the cannon. Then take out a shell and install the impact fuse. Directly into the barrel. Bang! The shells fired and flew into the sky. Then it fell towards the city wall. Boom! It was less than 10 steps away from the battlement he mentioned. After he adjusted the position of the mortar again, the 2nd shell hit directly. Fang Er was shocked. Hold! Is it true that professionally trained gunners in later generations can only achieve this level? Gifted? 5 of them at once. Become rich. Li Dalong stood up and walked in front of Fang Er with a smug look on his face. General, am I good enough at fighting? Good. Well done. You 4 should also let this general see what they are like. Fang Er looked at the other 4 people. The little one hits the fourth one from the west. The little one hits the fifth one from the west. The little one hits the sixth one from the west. The little one hits the eighth one from the west. The four of them arrange their targets in order as if they had agreed upon it. As for the seventh one on the west side, the entrance has collapsed, so no one chose it. Boom, boom, boom. For guns fired in a salvo. Tai Laoba hit the target directly with one shot. The other three made some minor adjustments. The second round of shelling began. Boom, boom, boom. This time Yu Dabiao hit the target. Boom, boom. Hong Kong and Li Dalong hit the target at the same time with their third shot. Pa, 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 pa. Looking at the results in front of him, Fang Er had to believe that they were truly gifted. Clapping his hands, he walked towards them. Not bad, really good. From now on, a separate artillery battalion will be established. The artillery battalion has 5 teams. Tai Laoba is the battalion commander. The 4 of you are the team leaders. Each team will be assigned 8 mortars. The soldiers for the artillery battalion will be selected from the other 5 battalions. As for who to choose, you have the final say. Zhu Zi, Ma Chao, and Lu Ming must cooperate unconditionally and not embarrass Tai Laoba. Fang Er directly pulled out an artillery battalion from the Tianhua army. Since you have talent, you can't waste it. Thank you, General, for the promotion. Tai Laoba led the 4 people and saluted Fang Er. Okay, go down and choose someone. Fang Er waved at them. On the Chang'an City wall, next to the ruined city gate tower, Zhang Ning and Yu Changming were very confused. What's going on? The Tang army's artillery can fire wherever it points? General Yu, it looks like there is no hope for this city. Zhang Ning was very depressed. Yu Changming's face was filled with anger. Fuck, you're the one who brought this upon me. What are you talking about? You are the closest to Liaodong County. Are you asking me to run to Pyongyang? Zhang Ning was afraid of the Tang army, but not of Yu Changming. It's thousands of miles from Liaodong to Pyongyang. Only a fool would run to Pyongyang. After a night of bombardment, anyone with a little talent and the ability to feel the attack was assigned to the artillery battalion by Tai Laoba. More than 300 people. Zhu Zi, Ma Chao, and Lu Meng's faces twitched when they saw this. Not even one good seedling is left. Hateful. Ma Chao and Lu Meng glared at the pillar. The pillar is innocent. Hold. It's because you 2 destroyed too many artillery shells yesterday. Tai Laoba, now that the people have been selected, this city of Shenyang is your shooting range. Practice as much as you can. Fang Er is very generous. The opportunity to train troops is rare. Anyway, there is no rush to take over Shenyang City. If there is one more day, Li Shimin will have to pay out 1 day's military expenses. Why are you in such a hurry? Could Yun Gaisimin really rebel against the heaven? But he had no idea that Yun Gaisimin was already on the way with his army. A full 200,000 troops. He wants to eat up the Tang army in one bite. All firearms must remain in Goguryeo. Just get the firearms and let the craftsmen in the country imitate them. So, whether it is Central Plains, Turks, Beach, Silla, or Japan, they will all belong to Goguryeo. It must also be from Goguryeo. Even Yun Gaisimin has set his sights on Jiangnan. It is a paradise on earth and a land of fish and rice. I heard it's a place where you can get a good harvest just by sowing seeds. 3 days later, the defenders of Shenyang have become numb. No one stood on the city wall anymore. In the city, you should eat and drink. Anyway, the Tang army's artillery fire only hit the city walls. Just blow it up. Zhang Ning and Yu Changming were looking forward to the arrival of the army all the time. Suddenly, Shi Lao San appeared in front of Zhang Ning. Third brother, the general is here? Zhang Ning excitedly grabbed Master Lao San and asked. The general is here. The general has brought an army of 200,000. Shenyang City is safe. Fang Er has been having a very leisurely time these days. Hunting, barbecue, hot pot. He even played Go Bang with the commissioner. Report. General, reinforcements from Goguryeo are coming. A soldier in charge of outer reconnaissance reported military intelligence to Fang Er. How many people? From which direction? Fang Er threw the chess piece away. Well, the military intelligence is here, otherwise we will definitely win. The director looked at the messy chessboard in silence. Cheating openly. General, there are countless soldiers and horses, at least hundreds of thousands. From the southeast. The soldier replied. Southeast direction? Dandong? Or Pyongyang? Chapter 193 Yun Gaisimin is here. If they could arrive so quickly, they could only be reinforcements from Dandong. I just don't know what I've been waiting for here for a few days. Is Yan Gaisman here? Looking forward to it. All troops ready for battle. Fang Er gave an order. All the Skyfire troops quickly put away irrelevant things. Armor up. Reload. In less than a cup of tea, they were ready for battle. The 1st Battalion was on guard facing Chang'an City. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions formed a shooting formation towards the direction of the Goguryeo reinforcements. The black line in the distance is getting closer and closer. The earth is shaking. Behind the black line, a cloud of dust was rising, like covering the sky and the sun. Master, it's Yan Gaisman who's here. The commander recognized the flag raised by Goguryeo at a glance. How many people in Xinjiang have escaped? Fang Er asked. It should be about the same. Most of those who remain in the city are wealthy merchants and gentry. Huang Sheng replied. From a day I arrived in Xinjiang. Fang Er then ordered people to keep an eye on the east, north, and south city gates. There were 2 reasons why we did not take Xinjiang City directly. One is that we don't want to hurt innocent people. The other is to use Xinjiang City to bring Yan Gaisman over. Since all the people in the city who could escape had already fled, Fang Er didn't care about those wealthy businessmen and gentry. And Yan Gaisman has also arrived. Then it's time for the general attack. Iron Old 8. Fang Er shouted to one side. The little one is here. Tai Laoba ran over quickly. I'll give you 1 hour to drive the defenders out of Xinjiang. Yes, General. Tai Laoba received Fang Er's order and quickly summoned the artillery battalion. After 3 days of bombardment, many people in the city fled. Apart from the wealthy businessmen and gentry, the only ones left are the Goguryeo defenders. 40 mortars were aimed at the city of Xinjiang. Fire, following Tai Laoba's order. The sound of boom, boom, boom kept coming out. 40 artillery shells hit the city of Xinjiang one after another, different from the previous few days. This time it directly crossed the city wall and smashed into the city. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions never ceases. Flames rose from the streets of Shenyang. It could be seen clearly even from 400 steps outside the city. Zhang Ning and Yu Changming were dumbfounded. The houses in the city collapsed one by one as the shells fell. The soldiers who had gathered in the city were blown to death one after another. The gathered soldiers pushed the power of the artillery shells to the limit, looking at the shells that were still falling into the city continuously from the sky. They both shouted at the same time, "Withdraw! Get out of the city quickly!" When the soldiers heard the order, it was like they saw a life-saving straw. He threw away the weapon in his hand, tore off the armor, and rushed towards the east and south city gates. There are reinforcements over there. There's only a way to survive there. Of course, there are also some smart people who ran directly from the north gate. But because of this, he saved his life. Yan Gaisman personally led the army and stopped about 500 steps away from Fang Er. The black smoke rising from Xinjiang City can be seen from far away. Obviously, the Tang army no longer held back on Xinjiang City. This is a trap. The Tang army was deliberately waiting for him to arrive. Then, in front of him, they occupied the city of Xinjiang. How can this be tolerated? Insurgents, listen to my orders. War horses, blindfold and cover their ears. If you break through the enemy's formation, I will pardon your crimes. If you retreat, I will exterminate your entire clan. Yan Gaisman said to the people in prison uniforms beside him. These are the prisoners he collected, a full 30,000, used to charge into the battle line with death. Facing the Tang army's artillery, Yan Gaisman knew very well that all the armor was just decoration. Therefore, these prisoners had nothing except the swords in their hands and the horses under their crotch. These prisoners also understood that if they rushed forward, there might be a glimmer of hope for survival. But if I quit, my family will be implicated. So they have no choice. Follow me and kill. A man rushed out first from the invading army, raised the saber in his hand high, and hit his mount with it. The mount felt pain and rushed out like an arrow. Seeing this, other prisoners followed suit, faced muskets and artillery for ultra-long-range attacks. The only thing they could do was rush over as fast as possible, disrupt the Tang army's formation. But Fang Er would not indulge them at all. The seniors on the Liao River are watching us. Blast them for me. The remaining 20 mortars were arranged in a formation facing the invading army. Lu Meng led the 3rd Battalion to guard the left side of the artillery. Ma Chao led the 2nd Battalion to guard the right side. The Tianhua army formed a shooting formation and raised their muskets in an orderly manner, aiming at the incoming invading troops. Boom, 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 boom. The invading troops rushed to a distance of 400 steps from the artillery formation. A very low sound of artillery fire came from the artillery array. 20 shells exploded directly in the middle of the invading army. A moment, countless people fell to the ground. But the criminal soldiers paid no attention. He gritted his teeth and used the sword in his hand to whip the horse under his crotch continuously. Getting closer, closer. 350 steps. Among the 30,000 invading soldiers, nearly 3,000 fell. 300 steps. Thousands more fell. The advantages of the mortar were fully utilized. Fast shooting rate. It's even faster than the Yun, one rifle's firing rate. Each mortar was manned by 4 soldiers. Chapter 194. My boys, follow me and charge. One person held the gun support. 2 men installed the impact fuse. 1 person is responsible for loading. The fastest speed was 1 shot every 2 seconds, causing the invading troops to fall in droves on the road like wheat. The endless bombardment made Yun Gaesaman, who was originally full of confidence, feel like he was struck by lightning. How is it possible? The invading troops who had rushed to a distance of 200 steps from the Tang army were now less than half of their number. Yun Gaesaman gritted his teeth. It's impossible to retreat. If we retreat, the death of the criminal soldier before will be in vain. Yul Jiryu, take your 30,000 troops and charge. A man wearing bronze armor walked out from behind Yun Gaesaman. After paying his respects to Yun Gaesaman, he drove his horse towards the left wing of the Goguryeo army. My men, follow me and charge. He shouted loudly to the cavalry on the left wing, then raised his saber and pointed it diagonally in the direction of the Tang army. Kill 30,000 elite cavalry like thunder and wind. They rushed out from the army with a roar. These elite cavalrymen are simply incomparable to those invading troops. This is Yun Gaesaman's main force. Looking at this well-equipped cavalry, Fang Er's face showed a trace of solemnity. This was because the previous invading army not only had no armor, but even the horses they rode were of inferior quality. Although they have tried every possible means to stimulate the potential of the war horses. But when the invading troops rushed to within 100 steps of the artillery formation, there are less than 10,000 people left. In just a distance of 300 steps, 20,000 invading soldiers fell. Most of these people were thrown off their horses by the injured horses and then trampled to death by the horses behind them. The biggest difference between criminal troops and regular cavalry is horsemanship. They can't control these injured horses. But those elite cavalrymen who just rushed up from behind are different. On weekdays, they cannot be said to eat and sleep with their war horses. But the long-term cooperation, the tacit understanding between war horses and the cavalry's control over the war horses are simply beyond the reach of the invading army. The enemy had already rushed to within 100 steps, which was why Fang Er looked solemn. The mortar made by Fang Er has a range of 100 to 400 steps. Since the mortar is an indirect fire gun, it cannot fire directly, and the area within 100 steps is a blind spot for shooting. Therefore, whether they can use muskets to withstand the enemy's charge will be a huge test for the 2nd and 3rd battalions. Master, Chang'an City is empty. Just at this moment, Zhuzi suddenly came over to report. Fang Er's original plan was to repel a wave of Goryeo attacks. Then they retreated into Shenyang and defended the city. After all, there are too many people on the other side. But now, Yun Gaesaman doesn't give him this chance at all. They are even about to rush to the front of the artillery, even if we clear out these criminal troops in front of us. The 30,000 elite cavalrymen behind will also be here soon. Let your 1st battalion support the 2nd and 3rd battalions. If they come any closer, we'll have to rely on muskets. Zhuzi listened to Fang Er's explanation. He quickly ran back and brought the 1st battalion over. At the same time, the artillery battalion also followed. The city of Shenyang is empty. There's no need to waste shells there. The joining of the 1st battalion made the 2nd and 3rd battalions a little more relaxed. 3 battalions, with more than 1,700 people, formed 3 rounds of shooting formations. Start shooting at the invading troops that come within 100 steps, alternating in turns. The invading army did not expect that they would be able to charge into the Tang army's formation under the artillery fire and stepping on the corpses of their comrades. The Tang soldiers were holding stick-like things and pointing them at this side. Then there was a sound like frying beans. Warhorse. Invading army. It's like hitting a wall. One layer after another falls down. But what does cavalry rely on? Speed. Once the war horses start charging, the formation they form cannot be retreated just by wanting to. Other people around you will pull you up and continue to charge forward together. The Skyfire army was like peeling eggs. Peel off the charging cavalry layer by layer. The blood from the corpses of tens of thousands of cavalrymen and horses has turned the ground into muddy, because Fang Er's focus was on killing the invading cavalry. Therefore, the artillery fire behind the invading army was slightly weaker. And Yuchi took advantage of this opportunity and came right up. They even rushed to a distance of about 200 steps away from the Tang army. A smile appeared on Yun Gaeseman's lips. The sacrifice of 30,000 criminal soldiers was indeed effective. But then, his smile turned into astonishment. Nothing else. The corpses left behind by the 30,000 invading soldiers had already covered the ground. After the cavalry led by Yi reached a distance of 200 steps, the horses could not speed up at all. The Sherdong, Wei San, each of you will lead 20,000 troops and attack from the left and right wings of the Tang army respectively. If you want to wash away the shame of the Battle of Peking, you must show your courage. I'll be watching you right here. Yun Gaeseman gave the order again. Since we can't attack from the front, then attack from both sides at the same time. I want to see how your few thousand Tang soldiers can withstand the charge of an army of 100,000 in this wilderness. With the mobilization of the Goguryeo army opposite, Fang Er's expression became more solemn again. If the Tianhua army is really attacked from three sides, it will be in trouble. Chapter 195. Only ants can attack the city. Careless. We should have taken Shenyang and defended the city long ago. I can only blame myself for being greedy. Use the Skyfire army as bait to lure Yun Gaeseman. As a result, this is the situation now. Go and see how many shells are left. Fang Er instructed the commissioner. Tai Laoba said there are less than 2,000 left. The commissioner quickly went to find out the result. From the beginning of the war to now, in less than an incense stick of time, nearly 2,000 artillery shells have been fired. This consumption made Fang Er feel a little painful. Damn Yun Gaeseman. Looked at the city of Shenyang, 500 steps away. Then we looked at the invading troops, who were already within 50 steps of the artillery formation. Fire alternately and retreat slowly. Enter Shenyang. Since we can't retreat directly, let's take it slow. As Fang Er's voice fell, the artillery battalion moved the fastest, as they were closest to the invading army. He retreated more than 100 steps. The invading army was once again within the range of the mortar attack, when the musketeers turned around and retreated. 60 mortars fired at the same time. Compared with the previous scattered bombardment, the scene was much more shocking. 60 shells landed simultaneously 100 steps away. Just as they were about to speed up their horses to catch up with the invading soldiers, they were instantly blown to the ground. Taking this opportunity, the 3 battalions of musketeers once again formed a firing formation to cover the artillery battalion's retreat. After firing 2 consecutive shots, the artillery battalion raised its mortars and quickly retreated another 100 steps. That's all. The artillery battalion and 3 battalions of musketeers took turns providing cover. Finally arrived at the city of Shenyang. 1 battalion goes in and climbs the city wall. Send half of the artillery battalion up there too. Zhuzi, Yang Jihua, and Li Dalong led their troops into the city one after another. A shooting point was set up on the city wall as soon as possible. Provide cover for the Tianhua army outside the city to enter the city. Look, the pillars on the top of the city are already in place. Fang Er said to Ma Chao, Lu Meng, and Tai Laoba. Into the city. Yun Gaeseman's face veins bulged as he watched this scene. Press on, no matter the cost. We must keep them. The generals behind him were somewhat shaken. The invading army numbered 30,000. Yizisrate ist 30,000. Amuro east 20,000. 30 to 20,000. Half of the 200,000 strong army was dispatched, but in the end, the Tang army still retreated into the city of Shenyang. Now they're defending the city. How can we fight this war? General, it's getting dark. Shall we fight again tomorrow? A deputy general walked out of the crowd and spoke to Yun Gaeseman. Base. Yun Gaeseman directly drew out his sword and placed it on the deputy general's neck. We must take back Shenyang City today. This will be the fate of anyone who objects. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Geiseman's sword directly swept across the deputy general's neck. The deputy general had a look of unwillingness on his face, covering the wound on his neck that kept oozing blood. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at Yun Geiseman. When the others saw this, they immediately took orders and rushed forward with their men. But the Tianhua army has already begun to enter the city. Under the cover of a battalion of soldiers on the pillars of the city wall, Dashidong and Wei Sin watched helplessly as the last member of the Tang army, who was less than 100 steps away from them, retreated into the city of Shenyang. Then the gate of Chang'an City slowly closed with a creaking sound. Then there was a dong sound, and the bolt was put into the slot. General, the Tang army has entered Shenyang City. If we continue to fight, we can only attack the city like ants. Dai Shidong returned to Yun Geiseman and reported to him. Then let's attack. I've said it. We must take back Shenyang City today. The cavalry will rest for now, and let the infantry behind attack the city. Have Zhang Ning and Yu Changming returned? The city was lost from them. Then let them take their men and take it back for me. If we can't take it back before midnight, let them die under the city. Yun Geiseman's voice was cold. The 200,000-strong army failed to keep the Tang army outside the city of Shenyang. This is a shame. This made him feel even more humiliated than the last time he fled from Beijing to escape famine. And this humiliation was purely caused by his own overconfidence. He thought that by using cavalry to hold down the Tang army, the enemy would have no chance to escape. But I didn't expect it. The Tang army will use alternating gunfire to slip away from his hands. If we had used a large army right from the start, we would have surrounded the Tang army. Then they would have no chance to escape into the city. If you want to wash away the shame, you can only use the blood of the Tang army. So, he didn't want to wait for a moment. The troops he brought this time were half cavalry and half infantry. Of the 30,000 invading troops, only less than 3,000 remained. Although Yuchi led his army to charge behind the invading army. But it is also within the range of the mortar. Thousands of men were also lost. Of the 100,000 cavalrymen, only a little over 70,000 were left. The 100,000 infantrymen were led by Zhang Ning, Yu Changming, and several other deputy generals. Rushed directly to the 4 gates of Shenyang City. Yun Geiseman didn't want to give the Tang army any more chance to escape. Even if we cannot capture the city, we must trap this Tang army inside the city. Lu Meng had just thrown a corpse outside the city when he saw a large number of Goguryeo infantry rushing towards him. He quickly took out the rifle behind him and fired a shot outside the city. Not for beating, just for warning. When Fang Er heard the gunshots, he quickly looked outside the city. The Goguryeo infantry had already approached about 300 steps outside the city. Let the Yinyun cavalry quickly check the conditions of the other 3 gates. Really, the city of Shenyang has been surrounded. Chapter 196, bringing you some fun. Ha ha, is Yun Geiseman desperate? Fang Er, standing on the top of the city wall, looked at the infantrymen outside the city, smiled coldly, and then spoke to a pillar on one side. Go, check how much ammunition is left. Yes, master. Zhuzi turned and walked towards the others. Fang Er did not feel any pressure at all towards these infantrymen outside the city. Nothing else. Perhaps Yun Geiseman was blinded by anger. The only weapon these infantrymen have that can be used for siege is the flying claw. Apart from that, there are not many ladders. Not to mention things like car crashes. Master, I have finished the inspection. There are more than 800 shells left. As for bullets, each person has more than 20 rounds. There was worry in Zhuzi's tone. These ammunitions won't last long. Then we'll use the things they left behind. Judging from the weather, they won't be able to attack for long. Fang Er pointed at the winch crossbows and cannons on the city wall and said, Zhang Ning and Yu Changming fled in such a hurry that they didn't even destroy the gunpowder. This is a good deal for the Tianhua army. Although its power is questionable, it is better than nothing. If used to defend the city, it can last for a while. Fang Er, the 18 riders of Yinyun, together with Zhuzi and a battalion, guarded the east side. Ma Yu led the 2nd battalion to guard the south. Lu Meng led 3 battalions to guard the north. Tai Lao Ba led the artillery battalion and 100 people from each of Zhuzi's battalions to guard the western city wall. The Goguryeo infantrymen below the city were approaching within 100 steps. The cannons on the 4 city walls fired at the same time. This is Goguryeo's artillery. When Yun Geiseman outside the city heard the sound of the cannon, he immediately became angry. He was very familiar with this sound of cannon, because the artillery and gunpowder are different from those of the Tang dynasty. So he was very clear that this was the cannon that was originally placed on the top of the Shenyang city wall. But now it has become a weapon used by the Tang army to attack their side. He drew out his sword and wanted to chop someone. Damn Zhang Ning. Damn you Changming. Dozens of cannons in Chang'an City. It was actually left to the Tang army. Bring Zhang Ning and Yu Changming back to me. Yun Gaisiman's voice was filled with murderous intent. Wei San and Ashido looked at each other and rode out on their horses. It couldn't be better if someone took the blame. No matter who it is, as long as they can calm the general's anger a little. It's always good. And Zhang Ning and Yu Changming, who were under the city of Shenyang, heard the sound of artillery fire. You know you have made a big mistake. Especially Yu Changming. He is the defender of Shenyang. The two of them led people to attack the East Gate and the South Gate respectively, although not together. But at this moment, I made the same decision. Escape. People are like this. After the first time, there will be a second time sooner or later. Since the general is fighting a life-and-death battle with the Tang army here, then I should take my family away before the army returns. It's still possible. Action speaks louder than words. The two of them fled directly with their trusted confidants. The infantrymen they led were dumbfounded. What the hell? The commander escaped? What the hell is this? Then, the Goguryeo infantry at the East Gate and South Gate began to retreat. Dashidong and Wei San did not dare to delay. However, no matter how hard they tried, they only heard the news that Zhang Ning and Yu Changming had deserted the battlefield. I didn't even see their shadows. There are many forests not far from Shenyang City. Once Zhang Ning and Yu Changming enter the forest, even gods will not be able to find them. In desperation, he could only go back and report the truth to Yun Gaisiman. Shameless, incompetent, deserve to die. Wei San, send people to Pyongyang to capture the families of these two men. The artillery aids the enemy, deserting from the battlefield. Even if I kill all three of their clans, it won't be enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. Recall the infantry. We'll fight again tomorrow. Looking up at the sky, Yun Gaisiman gave the order to retreat. Zhang Ning and Yu Changming's escape made him even more furious. But he suddenly regained his sanity. It's almost dark. It is impossible for poorly prepared infantry to capture a city in the dark. In that case, let's call a truce. Let's fight again tomorrow. Master, the enemy soldiers are retreating again. Zhuzi watched as the Goguryeo infantry, who had finally rushed to the city, suddenly retreated inexplicably. I was very relieved. Let the brothers process the corpses of the war horses in the city and turn them into meat. After we finish our meal, we can go to sleep. Fang Er sat on the city gate. He took out a telescope from his arms and looked towards Goguryeo. Sure enough, they started setting up camp over there. Through the telescope, you can clearly see Yun Gaisiman's tent, right in the middle of a group of tents. Outside the big tent, people are preparing to make a fire. Judging from the appearance of that firewood pile, it could probably burn all night. The horse meat sent by Zhuzi tasted neither good nor bad, and there is a sour taste. It would be wishful thinking to expect these soldiers to cook the horse meat deliciously. 2 miles outside the city, the Goguryeo camp also began to prepare meals. A smile appeared on Fang Er's lips. How dare you camp so close to me? If I don't give you some fun, I'd be sorry for making you come all the way from Pyongyang. Chapter 197. I'm here again. Call Tai Laoba to me. Fang Er said to the director. Soon, Tai Laoba came from the West City Wall. General, do you dare to accompany me out of town for some fun? Fang Er looked at Tai Laoba with a smile. Hey, there's nothing to be afraid of. With you here, we could go anywhere. Tai Laoba slapped the armor on his chest, making it make a banging sound. Okay, go call Yang Jihua and the other 4, bring the cannons, and each of them should bring 2 shells. Let's go give Yun Gaisiman a surprise. Fang Er pointed at Goguryeo with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. After 1 stick of incense, Tai Laoba and 5 others gathered at the east gate of Shenyang City. There was excitement on their faces. Fang Er also arrived with the 18 riders of Yinyan. The gate was carefully opened by the pillars. Let's go. Give gifts. Fang Er rode his horse and rushed out of the city gate first. The Yinyan cavalry followed closely behind. Tai Laoba and the others hurriedly followed. Out of the city, the Yinyan cavalry surrounded Fang Er, Tai Laoba, and others. 24 riders rushed towards the Goguryeo camp. The distance was 2 miles, and the war horses were very fast. When they were about 300 or 400 steps away from the Goguryeo camp, Fang Er stopped his horse and looked at Tai Laoba. Put up the guns and fire them. Hey, General, just wait and see. Tai Laoba couldn't stop being excited. It's so fucking exciting. The 5 men quickly set up the mortar and adjusted the muzzle. At this time, Goguryeo also discovered them. Looking at the gun muzzles that had been set up, the Goguryeo soldiers guarding outside the camp were filled with horror. He rolled and crawled towards Yun Gaeseman's tent. General! General! People started shouting before they even entered the tent. Yun Gaeseman was holding the dried meat and had just taken a bite when he heard a noise coming from outside. Get in here! General! The Tang army has left the city. They're outside the camp and have set up artillery. The soldiers came in from outside and knelt in front of Yun Gaeseman. How many men? How many guns? Yun Gaeseman asked. Just at this moment. Boom! 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 There was an explosion outside the big tent. Get lost! Yun Gaeseman kicked the soldier aside and walked out of the tent. I saw that several places in the camp had started to catch fire. He quickly jumped onto the warhorse tied outside the tent, rushed directly out of the camp. He found out how many people and how many cannons the Tang army had. Wei San and Sherdong, who came out of the big tent with him, also hurriedly followed. When we got outside the camp, we vaguely saw a dozen people riding on horses in the distance. There are a few more being mounted. Are we going to leave after firing the cannon? It's so shameless. However, since it is to harass me, then don't take it too seriously. Orders to strengthen the guard. After giving instructions to Wei San, Yun Gaeseman drove his horse and turned towards the big tent. On Fang Er's side, after watching Tai Laoba and the others put away the mortars, he waited there for a long time, but no one for Goguryeo came to check. Hey, is this ignoring myself? Lu Shuang, have someone send over another 20 shells. After Zhuzi and his men who were sent from Chang'an City delivered the shells, Fang Er said to the others, Go move forward. They moved forward about 100 steps. Tai Laoba and his men started shelling again. One of the shells happened to fall outside Yun Gaeseman's tent. A shrapnel penetrated the tent directly and flew past Yuan Gai's ear. It also left a wound on his ear. Bang! Yun Gaeseman was angry. He smashed the wine glass in his hand into pieces. Tang army, this is too much. Someone come. Wei San rushed in from outside. He had just returned to his tent when he heard an explosion. He hurried over and saw the bodies of 2 soldiers killed in the explosion outside the tent. Hearing Yun Gaeseman's call, he rushed in. Go, take 2,000 cavalry. Bring back the man who secretly fired the cannon. Yes, General. Wei San bent down and walked out of the tent. Then he quickly selected 2,000 soldiers and rushed out of the camp. I heard the sound of chaotic horse hooves coming from Goguryeo. Fang Er waved his hand. Go back to the city. When Wei San and his men arrived here, Fang Er and his men had already reached the city gate. The third person could only lead his men back. After a stick of incense had passed, Fang Er harasses again. After firing a few shells, the third one missed again. The sound of horse hooves could be heard from time to time inside and outside the Goguryeo camp. Yun Gaeseman was overwhelmed. He directly and severely reprimanded Wei San and asked him to increase the number of people patrolling outside the camp. But it still doesn't work. Fang Er was having a great time. Hey, here I am again. Haha, I'm leaving again. The repeated harassment continued for half the night. Midnight, Fang Er called the Yinyun cavalry to his side. Captain Guan, Zhangde, Xiaolong, Huang Sheng. And you too. Do you dare play a big game? What's the master's plan? Lu Song asked. Do you dare to break into the enemy camp at night? Fang Er pointed at the Goguryeo camp in the distance. After repeated harassment, Goguryeo was no longer so alert to the sound of horse hooves. This is your chance. Otherwise, if we wait until tomorrow, Goguryeo has a large number of siege equipment. It is a dream for the Tianhua army to defend the city of Shenyang with the current amount of ammunition. Chapter 198. The little boy Yuan Gai took my knife. Why not? There are 18 of us brothers who have followed Prince Yin in a battle. We have experienced all kinds of situations. Guan Chang laughed. That's right. Back then, we fought our way in and out of the Turkic army. This is nothing compared to the battle. Sima Wan also echoed. Okay then, during the next round of harassment, I want you to charge straight into the enemy camp. It would be best if you could capture Yun Gaeseman or burn their food supplies. Of course, this must be done while ensuring your own safety. If you can't force it, then just return it. Fang Er's tone was very serious. The Yinyan cavalry could tell that this person truly put their safety first, instead of asking them to do these things at all costs. Master, don't worry. These bastards don't have the ability to stop us. Mengdi spoke up. Okay, that's settled. If things don't go well, return immediately. These are 3 flash grenades. When you use them, just pull out the pull ring, throw them out, close your eyes, and open them after 3 breaths. Use this, and I will bring people to pick you up. Fang Er took out 3 grenades. I made this when I came here. Due to material reasons, only 3 were made. Meng Di took the flash grenade and gave one to Guanchang and Lu Song each. The matter has been explained. Fang Er and Tai Laoba started another harassment. Accompanied by the sound of artillery here and the sound of galloping war horses in the Goguryeo camp again, the Yinyan cavalry quietly went around to the other side of the Goguryeo camp. Then, the fearless charge began. The Goguryeo defenders thought that just like in previous times, the Tang army would run away after a few shots. So, they just pretended to rush out of the camp gate for a distance and then retreated. They didn't react until the 18 riders of Yinyan rushed into the camp. The Tang army is charging the camp. Quick, go and report to the general. My men, follow me and kill. How dare these few people come to steal our camp? They are courting death. The Goguryeo defenders saw that only 18 Tang soldiers had rushed into their camp. They are all so arrogant. Bai Song, go find some food. Everyone else, follow me. Following the commander's words, the 18 riders quickly split into 2 teams. He ignored the defenders. Burn the food and kill Yun Gaesaman. Multiple choice questions are for little kids. Really, man? I want both. Guanchang took the lead and rushed towards Yun Gaesaman's tent. The Goguryeo soldiers who were sleeping soundly in the camp were awakened by the noise outside. Yun Gaesaman also received the news. Bang! He punched the wooden pillars supporting the tent, and the whole tent shook a few times. Tang army, this is too much. Come here, get your armor. I'm going to personally kill these clowns. The guards outside the door hurried in and helped Yun Gaesaman put on his armor. A set of chainmail and a set of mountain armor. Yun Gaesaman wore 2 layers. He walked out of the tent carrying a long sword. Looking at the camp that was already in chaos, he became more and more angry. There was chaos everywhere, and he couldn't even see where the Tang army was. Suddenly, an unusual sound of horse hooves came from not far away. And getting closer, closer. Yun Gaesaman looked up and saw 9 people and 9 riders. Both men and horses are wearing armor. The man was like a dragon, the horse was like the wind, and they rushed towards their tent like a sharp arrow shot from a bow. Good job. Yun Gaesaman jumped on his horse and went straight to meet them. You little bastard, Yun Gi. Take my sword. Zhang De recognized him at a glance. The war horse under his crotch accelerated again and rushed out from the 9 riders. He held the Mo Dao under his armpit, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Yun Gaesaman. Obviously, this guy was using the Mo Dao as a spear. Tang thief. Look at the knife. Zhang's horse is very fast. This was carefully selected by Fang Er for the Yinyan cavalry. Likewise, Yun Gaesaman's horse couldn't be bad. The two of them met each other in the blink of an eye. The moment they met, Zhang Demo swung his sword fiercely and stabbed Yun Gaesaman's left rib. This is the hardest place to defend. But Yun Gaesaman was not bad either. Just when the Mo Dao was about to stab him, he suddenly hid behind a kick. When the 2 horses were crossing each other, he got back on his horse, turned around, and slashed at Zhang's back with his knife. Hearing the sound of wind from behind, Zhang squeezed the horse's belly, and the war horse suddenly leaped out 2 steps. Yun Gaesaman's long sword also missed. Ah, third brother, you can't do this. Watch me. Zhang Du and Yun Gaesaman fought. The others stopped. Huang Sheng, Lu Shuang, Meng Di, Wang Duan, Huakong and others fought with the Goguryeo soldiers who rushed up. Guanchang, Zhao Long, and Lu Bo supported Zhang on the side. Zhang failed to capture Yun Gaesaman in the first encounter. Zhao Long rode forward with his Mo Dao in hand. The war horses galloped towards Yun Gaesaman. At the moment the 2 horses crossed, Zhao Long swung the Mo Dao in his hand and chopped it towards Yun Gaesaman's jaw from bottom to top. Yun Gaesaman held the gun with both hands and blocked downwards. Unexpectedly, Zhao Long's strength was amazing. He directly lifted the man and his gun off the horse. At this moment, Yun Geiseman took advantage of the force of Zhao Longmo's sword and flipped backwards, landing steadily on the ground. As soon as he stood firm, he retracted the spear in his hand and stabbed it diagonally towards Zhao Long's chest. Chapter 199, I am the master of guns. Playing with guns? I'm your ancestor. Zhao Long directly used the Mo Dao as a spear. He slapped the horse's head with his left hand and jumped up, avoiding Yun Geiseman's spear. Then the Mo Dao turned and swung from top to bottom towards the opponent's face. Yun Geiseman once again blocked with the body of his gun. Result: to Yun Geiseman's surprise, the refined steel spear in his hand was directly split into two pieces by Zhao Long's Mo Dao. The whole person was knocked back several steps by this impact. Before he could stand firmly, Zhao Long took advantage of the force of the collision between the sword and gun. The whole person spun in the air and stabbed the Mo Dao in his hand with the family-inherited spear technique. The knife comes out like a dragon. Yun Geiseman only saw a shadow of a knife. There was no time to react. The 3-meter-long Mo Dao pierced directly through his chest. Yun Geiseman was once again forced to take 2 steps back by this force. Zhao Long landed steadily on the ground. With a raise of his right hand, Yun Geiseman was directly picked up. Feeling the strength in his body rapidly draining away, Yun Geiseman opened his mouth, but no words came out. Good job, Zhao Long. Guan Chang and Lu Song looked at the scene where Zhao Long stabbed Yun Geiseman with his spear and exclaimed in admiration. Great general. The general is gone. The Goryeo soldiers who were struggling to hold on under Huang Sheng and his men could not help but look at Yun Geiseman after hearing the commander's voice. But he discovered that it was his own great general. The new generation of military leaders of Goguryeo. Just like that, defeated? Yun Geiseman is dead. Why don't you retreat immediately? Lu Song shouted at them. These Goguryeo soldiers were beaten so badly by Huang Sheng and his men that they had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the advantage of numbers, we would have died several times already. He was so frightened by Lu Song's loud shout that he turned around and ran away. Ha ha ha, let's go. Go and meet Bai Song. The captain pulled the reins of his horse and chased in the direction of Bai Song and the others. Zhao Long seemed to be bragging, but also seemed to be threatening. Yun Geiseman's body was held high by him with his Mo Dao. Any Goguryeo general or soldier who saw this scene. Everyone is terrified. Among the troops of 100,000. Take the general's head. This is just a legend. But right now, it is happening right next to me. Some of Yun Geiseman's diehard fans, after seeing this, totally disregarded their own safety and were determined to get back Yun Geiseman's body. Bring back the general. Follow me and kill. The commissioner and his men didn't take these people seriously at all. He kept waving the Mo Dao in his hand, reaping the lives of these people. The war horses did not stop until they saw several huge fires suddenly rising from the rear of Goguryeo. Bai Song and his men succeeded. Retreat. Now that they have completed their mission, with their strength, they will be able to break out of the Goguryeo camp, which is already in chaos, without any accidents. Guan Chang led the 8 riders behind him and rushed towards Chang'an City. Anyone who stands in the way will be killed. If a Buddha stands in the way, you will be killed. It's just like a tiger among a flock of sheep. No one can stop it. The weapons of the Goguryeo soldiers hit their men and horses, but they couldn't even break their armor, not to mention causing them harm. The sound of the bright silver armor and horse armor colliding was like the prelude to death. In the end, all the Goguryeo soldiers who heard this voice immediately stepped back. Make way for the commissioner and his men. Fang Er was waiting on horseback 300 steps away from the Goguryeo camp. Behind him, 60 mortars were lined up in a row. The gunners and shells are in place. All of this is to cover the retreat of the 18 riders of Yinyan. Stop the Goguryeo soldiers who were chasing them. As a result, even after Guan Chang and his men ran 100 steps out of the Goguryeo camp, there was no sign of pursuers behind them. But why are there only 9 people? Fang Er's heart suddenly hung in the air when Guan Chang and his men were about to rush to Fang Er. Another 9 riders rushed out from the Goguryeo camp. Fang Er let out a breath, finally feeling relieved. Only then did he look carefully at Guan Long and the others. From the outside, everything should be intact. Zhao Long. Hey, why is there another one hanging on this guy's knife? Fang Er rode his horse forward to meet them. Master, we have fulfilled our mission. We have brought Yun Geiseman back to you. Zhao Long shouted to Fang Er on his horse. Then his hand shook. The mo Dao swung. Yun Geiseman was thrown under Fang Er's horse like a torn sack. Is this Yun Geiseman? Fang Er couldn't believe it. He thought about taking down Yun Geiseman, but that was just a thought. The real purpose of this night attack was just to seize Gogirio's food and fodder. But I didn't expect it. He actually killed Yun Geiseman. Looking at the flames rising from the Goguryeo camp, it was obvious. The food and fodder were also burned. Bai Song brought his men back to Fang Er. Master, we have set all of Gogurio's food supplies on fire. Ha ha, great. Go back to the city. Fang Er looked at them and laughed heartily. Although Goguryeo had lost its main general and all its food supplies were burned, but he had no intention of taking advantage of the chaos to attack. At least there are more than 100,000 people over there. Let them be. He took the 18 riders of Yinyun and the artillery battalion directly back to Shenyang City. Chapter 200. This bullshit is bragging to death. Yun Geiseman's body was hung on the city wall of Shenyang. The Tianhua army in the city cheered. The 18 riders of Yinyun took the general's head in the camp of 10,000 soldiers. Such results. It was like a shot of chicken blood shot into the bones of the Tianhua army. It's so fucking awesome. And in the Goguryeo camp outside the city, after a period of chaos, deserters began to appear. After dawn, Fang Er stood on the top of the city wall and looked at the Goguryeo camp through a telescope. There was not even a single person in sight. Goguryeo retreated. General, Goguryeo has retreated. We are holding on. Yes, General, I never thought that we, more than 2,000 people, could fight against an army of 200,000. Hey, this guy's going to brag to death. Ma Chao, Lu Ming, and others kept expressing their excitement. Yes, 2,000 versus 200,000, even though it was a trick done at night. But that was also the real battle achievement of the Yinyun cavalry. Moreover, yesterday the Tianhua army withstood the enemy's charge and retreated into Shenyang almost unscathed. Just based on this, no one dares to underestimate the combat power of the Tianhua army. You can be happy if you win, and you have the right to be happy. But you have no right to be proud. If it weren't for the successful night raid by the Yinyun cavalry last night, do you really think that we can defend Shenyang City with just the remaining ammunition? Also, each battalion, go back and gather your captains, sergeants, and fire sergeants for a meeting. Lock the door and summarize the experience and lessons learned from this battle. Fang Er deliberately put on a stern face and yelled at them. When it's time to strike, you must strike. We can't let them think that they can be invincible with firearms. Zhuzi, Lu Ming, Ma Chao, and others went down to get busy. There are so many things to do in the huge city of Shenyang. The bodies in the city needed to be buried. Houses that were reduced to ruins by artillery shells also need to be cleared. Originally, when the Goguryeo defenders fled, the food, fodder, and money they left behind had to be counted. The city walls also need repairing. Similarly, the supplies left behind by the Goguryeo army outside the city cannot be wasted. With limited ammunition, we could only hold on to the city of Shenyang and wait for help from the DPRK. The original Shenyang Ordnance Department was used by Fang Er as the headquarters of the Tianhua army. Lu Shuang, take your men back to Chang'an and report the victory. Fang Er found paper and pen, wrote a report and a letter to Zhao Gang, and then continued. Also, there should be a lot of ammunition stored in the manor these days. Bring them back. This one is for Zhao Gang. Ask him to make the product, and you could take it back with you. Lu Shuang took the report and letter handed to him by Fang Er and carefully put them in his arms. Master, rest assured, I will get it done. After bowing to Fang Er, he went out. Master, some people from Shenyang City want to enter the city. As soon as Lu Shuang went out, Zhuzi came in. Let's go and take a look. Fang Er followed Zhuzi out of the ordnance department. Arrived at the top of the city wall of Shenyang North Gate. Some people have gathered outside the city. These people didn't go very far after escaping from the city. He should just be hiding in the woods outside Shenyang. After finding that the war had stopped, he plucked up the courage to return. A broken house is worth a fortune. These people are all strong laborers. Obviously, he just came back to get some information. Only if it is confirmed to be safe will I dare to bring all the family back. Fang Er was very conflicted. Should we let them into the city? If there are spies from Goguryeo among these people. Or maybe they were relatives of the Goguryeo soldiers who died under the guns of the Tianhua army. All of these will bring instability to the current city of Shenyang. Make arrangements. These people can enter the city, but their identities must be verified. 10 households form a group, and they guarantee each other. After entering the city, if anyone causes trouble, the whole group will be guilty. Fang Er explained to Yuchi. You can't blame Fang Er for being cruel. After all, this place has been occupied by Goguryeo for more than 100 years. It is impossible to expect the people here to have much good feelings towards the Tang dynasty. Therefore, special times require special methods. Implementing military control over the company is the only solution he can think of at the moment. Fortunately, Fang Er required everyone to learn to read and write since the establishment of the Tianhua army. For tasks like registering personnel information, which required a lot of work but is not very difficult, this is not a big problem. The north gate of Chang'an City was slowly opened. Yuchi transferred the entire battalion over. Dozens of tables were set up outside the city to register information. Every citizen who is allowed to enter the city after review is given a wooden plaque with some personal information written on it. For example, height, weight, gender, etc. After the people entered the city, they were very well behaved due to the system of collective responsibility. But some people were dumbfounded when they saw their houses reduced to ruins by artillery shells. It was just 2 or 3 days. The house is gone. Only bullet holes were left. Fang Er walked around the city a few times and found that there were quite a few families like this. This kind of thing cannot be left alone. Since we want to bring Xinjiang back to the territory of the Tang dynasty, then the people's hearts must be taken into consideration. Someone put up a sign in front of the Ordnance Bureau. Anyone whose house has been destroyed can come and register their losses. Of course, someone is also needed to act as a guarantor. At the same time, craftsmen were recruited from among the people to repair the damaged houses in the city. As for those that have become complete ruins, they can only be rebuilt. The process was very slow, but Fang Er's attitude made the people very satisfied. In the past, under such circumstances, no one would care about the lives of ordinary people. If you have a way, you can go. If you don't, you will die. It's that simple.